Chapter 1, Love Variety Show, Slap the Current Superstar, 1. Feng Shui, how dare you accept a variety show without telling me? And it's a love-themed one at that. Are you trying to ruin your reputation even more? Get back here immediately. In the spacious car seat, Feng Shui wore sunglasses and listened to the angry roar of his agent transmitted through his headphones. He opened his thin lips slightly. It's too late, I'm already here. Before the agent could continue their tirade, Feng Shui hung up the phone immediately. The assistant hesitated and spoke carefully. Mr. Feng, the production team requests we switch to their car at the next intersection. What do you think? Feng Shui took off his sunglasses and glanced at him, causing the assistant's heart to instantly set off alarms. Partly because those eyes were indeed stunningly beautiful, but partly out of fear. Who in the entertainment industry didn't know that Feng Shui had a bad temper, was volatile and capricious, and always said whatever came to mind except polite things? He acted as if he looked down on everyone all day long, and anyone who didn't go along with his wishes could expect him to lash out in anger. Pulling rank, being rude to fans, stopping work midway through a project due to breach of contract, disappearing before filming a variety show. These were just outward displays of his behavior. Behind the scenes, especially with assistants, it was even worse. Any dissatisfaction would be met with curses. He once managed to drive away 6 assistants in a month. After leaving, the assistants gave him terrible reviews, which further tarnished his already damaged reputation. The fandom euphemistically referred to him as a rat turd. This current assistant was temporary, clearly having heard about Feng Shui's antics beforehand. Simply being in the same carriage as him caused the assistant to sweat nervously. The assistant watched Feng Shui closely, fearing he'd cause trouble again if he wasn't satisfied with the production team's arrangements. But Feng Shui merely smiled at him, his face radiating extreme beauty and allure. Don't be nervous. If they want us to change cars, let's do it. The assistant sighed in relief and turned away, afraid to look directly at that handsome and elegant face. Upon reaching the intersection, Feng Shui got out of the car and followed the production team's instructions, boarding the vehicle they sent. There was a camera installed inside the car, so Feng Shui greeted it with a smile. A staff member sat nervously beside him, their voice trembling. Please, Mr. Feng, could you introduce yourself? Hearing this, Feng Shui raised an eyebrow. Right now, the internet is full of smear campaigns against me. Even a 3-year-old kid knows to spit at me when I walk by. Do you really think I need a formal introduction? Despite the sarcasm, there was a hint of humor in his tone. The staff member felt a bit more relaxed and laughed. Then, Mr. Feng, why did you choose to join our variety show? Feng Shui removed his sunglasses, revealing his stunning almond-shaped eyes. He blinked, then chuckled lightly. Obviously, because my reputation stinks too much and no one offers me any work anymore. So, I have to find work myself. After looking around, only your program is willing to hire me. The staff member was momentarily mesmerized by his breathtaking beauty after removing the glasses, their heart racing. Unexpectedly, Feng Shui candidly admitted his poor reputation, leaving the staff stunned for a moment. Indeed, this body had such a tainted reputation that it was swarmed with haters. Whatever he participated in was boycotted, and over time, naturally no one dared to hire him. Feng Shui also found the situation tiresome. Coming into this world and facing such a predicament was mentally exhausting. After the short interview on the car, they arrived at the destination shortly thereafter. The filming location was a large villa, a common setting for love-based reality shows. All guests lived together here, fostering relationships and aiding in filming. Feng Shui stepped out of the car and walked through the tree-lined pathway, standing outside the villa and peering through the transparent glass, where he could see shadows moving inside. Clearly, he wasn't the first to arrive. A system voice echoed in his ears. Million Charm Virus Target Detected, by Rui. Mission, eliminate the Million Charm Virus. The Million Charm Virus is a kind of virus that invades various worlds. This virus attaches itself directly to the human body, and the chosen individual will possess a powerful charm aura. This charm aura from the virus is much stronger than ordinary charm auras, capable of affecting the storyline of a world, influencing the entire world, and ultimately leading to its destruction. Feng Shui works under the main god, tasked as a virus elimination specialist. His primary mission is to use the search system to track down the Million Charm virus and eliminate it. His search system 002 detected an anomaly in this world and identified it as an invasion of the Million Charm virus, prompting his entry. The original storyline of this world involved a maid's daughter from a prominent family, the female protagonist Chu Fangfang, who, due to her stunning beauty, was forcibly taken by the 2 young masters of the family. The Million Charm virus had invaded the body of the female protagonist's wicked stepbrother. This wicked stepbrother, jealous of the female protagonist's beauty, after discovering his newfound charm, not only took away the official pairing designated for the female protagonist but also stole her backup options number 1, 2, and 3. The male protagonist and supporting male characters, drawn to the wicked stepbrother, blindly followed his commands and relentlessly bullied the female protagonist, plunging her into despair. By the time Feng Shui entered this world, the despondent female protagonist had already ended her young and vibrant life. Now, the minds of the male protagonist and supporting male characters were entirely consumed by the wicked stepbrother. The wicked stepbrother's name was Bai Rui. After discovering his newfound charm that made everyone adore him, Bai Rui deliberately entered the nearly saturated entertainment industry. Within just 1 year, through a small talent show, he quickly rose to become a top-flow celebrity. Despite his meteoric rise, he did not have any haters, earning him the reputation as the cleanest stream in the entertainment circle. No one could bear to criticize him, all who watched his shows liked him immensely. To this day, Bai Rui's fame and popularity across the nation continued to grow steadily. It wouldn't be long before everyone in this world would fall into madness over him. Feng Shui had witnessed countless worlds collapse and destroy their plotlines due to the invasion of the Million Charm virus. Because the virus spreads extremely fast and can obscure system searches, by the time the system detects anomalies, it's usually too late. Fortunately, it wasn't too late in this world. The reason Feng Shui chose to participate in this love variety show was because Bai Rui was also participating. Bai Rui had a white moonlight figure, his unattainable ideal, but this white moonlight happened to be the luckiest character in this world, even more difficult to deceive than the so-called male protagonist or supporting male characters. For a long time, Bai Rui couldn't win his affection. When he learned that the White Moonlight had joined this love variety show due to repaying a favor, Bai Rui immediately followed, determined to make the White Moonlight kneel and grovel at his feet. Feng Shui curved his lips slightly, put on his sunglasses, and pulled his suitcase into the villa. Inside the villa, Bai Rui sat on the sofa, surrounded by 3 or 4 people showering him with excessive flattery. Bai Rui, do you want an apple? I'll peel it for you. Bai Rui, are you tired from the car ride? Let me massage your shoulders. Would you like some water? I'll pour it for you. Chapter 2, Love Competition, Smack the Red Traffic King, 2. While Bai Rui was being flattered by several people, he straightened his back and proudly raised his chin. He sat on the couch, looking at no one, with an air of, you mortals are unworthy of entering the eyes of this prince. The show guests who surrounded him to flatter him were not bothered by his disdainful glance, pushing and shoving each other in an attempt to gain his attention. The cameras in the living room recorded the scene. Feng Shui slowly walked in, the wheels of his suitcase making a rumbling noise as it dragged along the floor. Bai Rui immediately furrowed his brows, glared at Feng Shui with displeasure, and said, Hey! How can you be so disrespectful? Why did you bring your suitcase inside? It's so noisy. Feng Shui paused his steps, raising an eyebrow. The men surrounding Bai Rui echoed his complaints, scolding Feng Shui, yeah, how can you be so rude? You've already disturbed our dear Bai Rui's beautiful little ears. Feng Shui rolled his eyes under his sunglasses before slowly removing them. His long, pale fingers moved gracefully as he took off the sunglasses. After taking off the sunglasses, a pair of stunning phoenix-shaped eyes was revealed. These phoenix-shaped eyes complemented his heavily made-up face, like pearls falling into the Milky Way, captivating the heart. The moment the sunglasses were removed, the entire space fell silent. The guests surrounding Bai Rui stared blankly at Feng Shui, completely entranced. Seeing that those who originally admired him had now been drawn to the newly arrived Feng Shui, Bai Rui felt both anger and jealousy. His eyes widened slightly, and the vicious look gradually crept onto his somewhat handsome face, causing it to distort. For the past year, Bai Rui had always been wildly flattered and showered with attention. He had always been the center of everyone's focus. He enjoyed that feeling, and could not tolerate it being interrupted by anyone else. He glared at Feng Shui's face and eyes with poisonous intent, thinking about which of his sycophants should peel off this face or gouge out these eyes. Being good-looking is useless. Chu Fangfang, that woman, was good-looking too, but wasn't she driven to suicide by his groupies? Bai Rui's gaze shifted to the camera, where another plan began to form in his mind. He knew just how crazy his fans were. If his fans found out he'd been bullied. He also knew that cyberbullying could crush someone just as effectively. With this thought, a distorted smirk of madness appeared on Bai Rui's face. Though all his expressions were being recorded by the cameras, Bai Rui wasn't afraid. Isn't there still editing? He would ensure someone kept an eye on this. Standing up, Bai Rui took 2 steps forward but failed to recapture the attention of several guests. Hate bubbled within him as tears welled up in his eyes, his voice heavy with grievance. The sound of your suitcase woke me up. I won't be able to sleep tonight because of it. Feng Shui glanced at the time, exactly 9 a.m. He was speechless for a moment before extending his long, graceful fingers and pointing at a pile of suitcases beside the sofa, estimating there were 7 or 8 of them. Don't tell me these suitcases weren't dragged in, but carried instead. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the guests. The guests were mostly from the entertainment industry, some were newcomers with growing fame, others were former child stars whose careers had faded, and a few were stuck as second-tier stars. When these guests met Feng Shui's gaze, they all looked down awkwardly without saying a word, and no one echoed Bai Rui's comments. Feng Shui's gaze turned to the cameraman in the corner, and he smiled faintly, exuding countless charms. Let's check the footage to see how these suitcases entered here so quietly, shall we? You. Tears glistened in Bai Rui's eyes, unable to refute his words, he adopted a hurt expression, complaining with an air of injustice, how could you be such a person? Feng Shui regarded him with a half-smile, then after a while sighed and seemed to relent. Alright, your fame is much greater than mine. Your fans have unmatched fighting spirit, and I'm terrified they will attack me online. I give in, I'll remain quiet. Having said that, he bent down, lifted the suitcase in one smooth motion, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly. As the stunned guests watched, he smiled and prepared to head towards the distant staircase. Suddenly, he heard a soft chuckle behind him. Feng Zhui stopped his steps, turned around while carrying the suitcase, and saw golden sunlight filtering through the glass, illuminating the tall and imposing figure of the newcomer. The man was dressed in an extremely expensive black suit, exuding an aura of nobility and solemnity. His face was so handsome that it defied description for a moment. From head to toe, there wasn't a single flaw about him. Those pitch-black eyes were fixed unwaveringly on Feng Zhui, deep and profound as if they had been observing for a long time. Feng Zhui hadn't noticed anyone approach from behind, but when their gazes met, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It was the subtle feeling of a prey facing its predator. He quickly shook off this inexplicable thought and identified the man's identity in an instant. Fu Dongyu, by Rui's unattainable white moonlight, and one of the world's superlative fortune-bearers. Born into a century-old prestigious family, Fu Dongyu was the epitome of a stoic nobleman from Beijing, the great boss of Fengzi Entertainment, and controlled more than half of the entertainment industry's network and resources. Countless people had failed in their attempts to climb into his bed. When Fu Dongyu first took over Fengzi Entertainment, he spent several years working in the entertainment industry to understand it better. In the year he became a top-stream celebrity, he suddenly announced his retirement from show business and became the white moonlight in many fans' hearts. And Bai Rui was a contracted artist under Fengzi Entertainment, lusting after none other than his top boss. The director of this dating variety show also came from a distinguished family with intricate ties to the Fu family, which is why he managed to invite Fu Dongyu with some favors owed. Of course, Fu Dongyu would only stay with the production team for a day, make an appearance, and primarily boost the program's popularity. After all, it was unrealistic to expect him to stay for actual dating. Feng Zhui glanced at Bai Rui, patted his suitcase on his shoulder, and said to Fu Dongyu, "Hello, we have a little darling here who can't bear the sound of rolling suitcases, otherwise, he won't be able to sleep at night." Bai Rui's face lit up with surprise as soon as he saw Fu Dongyu. He hastily adjusted his expression, putting on an air of vulnerability. Every time he pulled off this act, men couldn't help but go crazy wanting to hold him in their palms. However, before he could open his mouth to attract Fu Dongyu's attention, he heard Feng Zhui's words, causing the carefully crafted vulnerable look to crack. He glared furiously at Feng Zhui, about to say something, but then felt Fu Dongyu's gaze fall upon him. Quickly, he resumed an expression of weakness and injury. Yet Fu Dongyu's gaze merely lingered on him for a second before swiftly moving away. Fu Dongyu looked at Feng Zhui, seemingly with a hint of amusement in his eyes, and nodded slightly, "I understand." With that, he picked up the small suitcase beside his foot, paused for a moment, and then glanced at the suitcase on Feng Zhui's shoulder, lifting his own suitcase onto his shoulder as well. Feng Zhui. The rest of the guests. It wasn't absolutely necessary to carry the suitcases like that. Chapter 3, Love Show, Slap the Popular Traffic, 3. The atmosphere had reached this level. The other guests looked at each other, and one by one they could only carry their suitcases on their shoulders and leave. Only Bai Rui was left, staring at his 3 suitcases, his face twisting with anger. He had packed 3 full suitcases. From start to finish, others had been eagerly grabbing them to move for him. Now that everyone had left, it was clear no one intended to continue helping him carry them. Bai Rui certainly wasn't going to carry them himself, they were too heavy. With expression, he looked at the camera, shedding 2 tears. Why are they like this? No one is helping me with my suitcase, how can I possibly lift it? After a period of whimpering and faking vulnerability, he beckoned to the staff nearby imperiously, "Hurry up and take the suitcase upstairs for me," how unobservant. The staff had no choice but to resign themselves and help carry the luggage. After Feng Zhui went upstairs, he took out his phone and logged into his social platform account. Upon opening the messages, all 999 plus unread messages were filled with scolding words directed at him. Indifferently spinning the phone on his fingertip, Feng Zhui was contemplating ways to eliminate this virus when there was a sudden knock on the door. Feng Zhui got up to open the door, slightly surprised as he arched an eyebrow and saw the tall, noble man outside the door. Anything wrong? Fu Dongyu gazed at him with deep eyes for a moment, his voice rich with magnetism. May I come in? Feng Zhui nodded. Of course. He stepped aside to make room, watching the man slowly walk into his room. Just as he turned to close the door, he was startled by a big brother figure standing outside with a camera on his shoulder. After the door was closed, the man sat down on a small wicker chair in front of the window, indicating for Feng Zhui to sit with his eyes. Feng Zhui didn't sit down. With crossed arms, he leaned lazily against the wall and said, "What's the matter exactly?" Fu Dongyu stretched his long legs a little. Feng Zhui, male, 26 years old, signed artist under 3 New Entertainment, gold agent Feng Li of 3 New Entertainment is your biological brother. Therefore, even though your reputation within the industry is terrible, you remain active. He paused for a moment. You truly have a good brother who has your back, but that's all. Feng Shui narrowed his eyes. You investigated me. Fu Dongyu, you have a great brother, would you mind having a great boyfriend too? Feng Shui lifted his gaze, somewhat surprised. What do you mean? Fu Dongyu seriously looked at him. I need a boyfriend, and I think you're suitable. Feng Shui. Fu Dongyu lowered his voice, imbued with persuasion. I know this is sudden. I've never liked touching others before, but you're the first person who makes me want to kiss your eyes. You're special, so I don't want to miss out. Feng Shui touched his eyes, laughing. A notorious person like me, what's so special about me? Fu Dongyu gravely stated, I only believe what I see and feel. Feng Shui's heart skipped a beat, and his handsome face quietly flushed red. He looked into Fu Dongyu's deep eyes for a moment, then his thin lips curved into a beautiful smile. Then I truly am honored. The room was flooded with a mesmerizing scent, leaving people unable to control their emotions. At noon, the program arranged a meal, allowing the guests to get to know each other. However, two people were absent. They were none other than Feng Shui and Fu Dongyu. Bai Rui bit his lips and suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He stood up abruptly. I'll go check. Inside the room, clothes were scattered all over the floor. Fu Dongyu was standing next to the bed, picking up his shirt to wear. The person lying on the bed lazily flipped over, propping their head up and smiling warmly at him. Fu Dongyu hesitated momentarily, his voice low. Are you satisfied with this intern boyfriend? Feng Shui thought, what a self-restrained gentleman, this was clearly just a wolf. He nodded slightly, fairly satisfied. Fu Dongyu expertly fastened his tie. Since that's the case, can we make it official? Feng Shui chuckled, that depends on your performance. Having continuously traversed various worlds eradicating viruses, Feng Shui also experienced quite a lot of pressure. Due to the peculiar nature of his work, he never thought about dating. He had also never encountered someone he truly liked before, but Fu Dongyu in this world made him feel something. Besides, he did have certain needs. These slight inclinations were enough to ignite a spark that rapidly grew into an uncontrollable inferno. Although the progress was rather fast, still. Feng Shui glanced at the tall and mature Fu Dongyu, thinking, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Just as Fu Dongyu finished buttoning his suit jacket, he leaned down and kissed Feng Shui's eyes before they heard a knock at the door. Feng Shui waved from the bed where he had lain back. I won't go for dinner. Bring it up to me later, my good boyfriend. Fu Dongyu curved his lips slightly. As you wish. He turned toward the door as the knocking grew more urgent. When the door opened, Bai Rui, who was violently pounding on the door with a distorted expression, saw Fu Dongyu step out of the room, and trembled all over. What have you been doing with that Mr. Feng this morning? Fu Dongyu frowned, casting a cold glance at Bai Rui. What does it matter to you? The pristine reputation associated with him seemed now tarnished, much to Bai Rui's anger. Has he lured you? That shameless person. Fu Dongyu's face darkened. Feng Shui is now my boyfriend, and I advise you to choose your words carefully next time. There are plenty of famous popular traffic actors in Fengzi Entertainment, they don't need you alone. Bai Rui's face contorted in an ugly jealousy that only made Fu Dongyu feel increasing distaste. Once knowing Bai Rui's true nature, Fu Dongyu no longer held any respect for him. With that, Fu Dongyu shut the door firmly behind him and left, ignoring Bai Rui altogether. Bai Rui hung his head, clenching his fingers tightly into fists. Feng Shui. That despicable man. I, Bai Rui, swear to make your life miserable. He returned to his room, logged into his social platform account, and took 2 pictures of himself with red-rimmed eyes to post online. The caption read. Wawa. I am so heartbroken. My beloved has been taken by someone else. At Feng Shui, it's him. He's shameless. Wawa, I can't live anymore. Under this post, thousands of people poured in within a minute. Hair_of_by_Rui, what? My darling is being bullied. Unforgivable. Lashes_of_by_Rui, I'm so angry. We were just getting used to our baby liking someone, and now he's snatched away. Lips_of_by_Rui, hug my baby tight. Oh, Feng Shui's bad name travels far and wide. He acts like royalty and humiliates assistants, these scandals aren't new anymore. And now he steals someone else's boyfriend, how disgraceful. Breath_of_by_Rui, don't lose hope baby. What will we do if you stop living? Sisters, attack. Let's help our baby verbally destroy this shameless creature. Little_heart_of_by_Rui, ayaha. Why doesn't Feng Shui just leave the entertainment industry already? Data_team_of_by_Rui, sisters, insider info, Feng Shui's agent is his own brother. Let's swarm their company official Weibo. If we get his brother unemployed, then Feng Shui will be unemployed too. Chapter 4, Love Variety Show, Slap the Famous Traffic King, 4. Very quickly, one trending topic after another climbed to the top 10 of the popularity chart. Hashtag Feng Shui stole Bai Rui's boyfriend. Hashtag Hashtag Fong Jui has no shame. Hashtag Fong Jui get out of the entertainment industry. Hashtag Fong Jui's agent. Hashtag 3 new entertainment official Weibo account crashes. Hashtag the sky was turning dark as Fong Jui, completely exhausted, curled up in her blanket and slept soundly. Suddenly, Fong Jui's phone began buzzing non-stop with a jingle ringing endlessly. No one can continue sleeping with such an alarming ringtone. Resigning herself to the interruption, she stretched out her hand. The caller ID showed, useless brother. This was the original owner's note. The previous owner of this body had died suddenly from illness before he took over this shell, leaving it ownerless. After doing a comprehensive cleanup of the shell, Fong Jui temporarily took charge. However, the identity of this body could not be erased. So, he had no choice but to inherit the identity of this body, without entirely erasing traces of the original owner. Once he picked up the call, his agent, also the nominal older brother of the body, asked seriously with a double consecutive question, "Did you offend Bai Rui? Did you steal his boyfriend?" Fong Jui stretched her back lazily leaning against the bedside cabinet, tilting her head to look outside where Fu Dongyu stood on the balcony making a call. Tall stature, broad shoulders, long legs, radiating astonishing charm. Fong Jui's eyes glinted dimly, her voice slightly hoarse. What happened? At the mention of Bai Rui's name, Fong Jui knew that he was beginning to stir up trouble. Fong Lizzie's voice carried a hint of restlessness. Bai Rui posted a Weibo at noon, pointing out that you stole the person he loves. The public opinion is now heading towards the direction that you stole his boyfriend. Our relationship has also been exposed. Bai Rui's fans have overrun the comments section of the official Weibo account of the company, and I cannot stay in the company anymore either. Fong Jui narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone dangerous. You mean, you've been fired because of me? Not just you, I've also been let go, and the termination notice will likely arrive tomorrow. According to the contract, you still have to compensate the company for some amount of money. He sighed, brother really can't protect you this time. Fong Jui's face softened. Although the former main character's personality and temper were too impetuous and capricious, her brother worked very hard in this circle to ensure she wasn't eliminated. The original main character did indeed have a good brother. Fong Lizzie said gravely, you participated in that variety show, the organizers are also pressured by public opinion. It seems like you probably can't continue with the filming of this program. Right now, reporters and paparazzi are staking out around the location where you're filming your segments. When you leave, watch out and don't get cornered. And whatever you do, don't conflict with them again. A flicker of shadow passed through Fong Jui's eyes. I understand. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore, I'll handle it myself. Fong Lizzie was flustered. Handle? Public opinion only needs a spark to spiral out of control, how are you going to handle it? Fong Jui softly said, you said something wrong earlier. Fong Lizzie paused, which sentence? Fong Jui, the very first one, when you asked if I annoyed Bai Rui. Now I'll tell you, it's not that I annoyed Bai Rui, but that Bai Rui has annoyed me. Although this body became ownerless when he inherited it, its identity couldn't be avoided, since there's no getting away from it. Fong Lizzie is still his nominal elder brother. Fong Jui protects her close ones, disliking seeing people near him get hurt because of her actions. Fong Jui hung up the phone, went online, and sure enough, within less than half a day, comments telling her to leave the entertainment industry were everywhere. Among these comments, Bai Rui's fans were particularly active, busy stirring things up. Some demanded she leave the industry while others wanted her brother out of it as well. She posted a short dynamic message, simple and devoid of any explanation or extra words. Just an tag directed at someone. Fong Jui lazily got up looking at the tall figure on the balcony, her so-called good boyfriend, put to use already. Fu Dongyu hung up the phone, turned around, entered the room, and left a light kiss on Fong Jui's eyelid. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Together, the two walked down the stairs and into the dining area of the living room. In the dining room, several guests were having their meal. As usual, Bai Rui was treated like a star, but upon seeing the two walking hand in hand, he threw down a spoon in anger. But under Fu Dongyu's scrutinizing eyes, he didn't dare say more, though daggers filled with murderous intent shot toward Fong Jui. Little hussy, wait until you're driven out. His fans fought fiercely and within half a day, managed to ignite public opinion to higher heat. Without exception, Fong Jui would be evicted from the villa in the middle of the night. He had specially arranged people outside to wait for Fong Jui. Once she stepped out, they would immediately block her and falsely accuse her of assaulting them. Anyway, with Fong Jui's already tarnished reputation, who would believe her? He also had plenty of other tricks up his sleeve, more than enough to make Fong Jui's life a living hell. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, malice gleaming in his eyes. Fong Jui took the soup Fu Dongyu handed her and drank it leisurely, showing no signs of haste at all. On the contrary, the other guests looked at her sympathetically. They were all more or less aware of the online public opinion and guessed that she would surely be expelled by the production team overnight. As for Fu Dongyu, although there seemed to be some vague intimacy between the two, they'd only known each other for a day. It didn't seem likely that he was the kind of person who'd meddle in such matters. Feng Shui calmly finished eating and, after returning to her room, opened her phone for a look. Under her dynamic post tagging Fu Dongyu, there were countless comments criticizing her as desperate, attempting to drag Fu Dongyu into the controversy. Fu Dongyu's previously lurking fans, who had been enjoying the drama from afar, suddenly found themselves implicated when the gossip landed on their doorstep. In an instant, these enraged fans stormed her comments section with fury. It was common knowledge that in the entertainment industry, the two most fiercely fanatical groups of fans were Fu Dongyu's and Bairui's. But while Fu Dongyu's fans were wild, they still retained a degree of rationality. Unlike Bairui's fans, who might resort to insults and even curse over photos, Fu Dongyu's fans opted instead to mock Feng Shui sarcastically, branding her a mad dog daring to eye Fu Dongyu. The topic #Feng Shui roll out of entertainment industry surged in popularity again thanks to the intervention of Fu Dongyu's fans. That dynamic tagging Fu Dongyu didn't last long before it disappeared under a barrage of reports. Feng Shui shrugged indifferently, turned off her phone, and went to take a shower. At exactly 10 p.m., social media platforms crashed due to one single dynamic posted by Fu Dongyu. Fu Dongyu, I am now aware of the situation. I have just confirmed my romantic relationship with Feng Shui. Regarding it Bairui, he is merely one of our company's artists, we aren't familiar with each other, nor have we interacted much. To avoid any future unnecessary misunderstandings, our company has already terminated the contract with Mr. Bai. With this single dynamic, Fu Dongyu not only made their romance public but also clarified the misleading rumors while simultaneously striking a blow against the reigning traffic king. This revelation startled the crowd of gossip lovers. They now understood that the boyfriend Bairui claimed had been stolen was none other than Fu Dongyu. But hadn't Fu Dongyu said he wasn't close to Bairui and hadn't interacted with him? How did this turn into boyfriend? Questions arose like tidal waves. Some began accusing Bairui of fabricating a boyfriend, forcing Fu Dongyu to go public with the relationship prematurely. Enraged by the deception, Fu Dongyu's fans once again clashed with Bairui's supporters. Public sentiment quickly reversed. In the middle of the night, Bairui issued a statement. I personally never said that my boyfriend was stolen. I only mentioned it was someone I admire. The misled gossip enthusiasts revisited his words. Indeed, what Bairui had originally said was that the person he admired had been stolen. It was his fans who had misinterpreted and spread the false rumor that it was his boyfriend being stolen, which triggered this wave of cyberbullying. Realizing the truth, the audience sighed collectively. Do you even know the person you admire, let alone claim he was your boyfriend? People started criticizing Bairui for his heavy scheming, crying and losing hope, then manipulating public opinion to bully the boyfriend of someone he liked. Truly devious. Chapter 5, Love Variety Show, Smackdown on That Hot Traffic Star, 5. Bairui's charm virus aura faded due to the wavering of public opinion, and countless trolls quietly appeared on Weibo. The charm virus had broken down by a large margin. This time, Bairui suffered losses far outweighing his gains. Not only did he fail to use public sentiment to overpower Feng Shui, but he was also dropped from his contract by his agency. Although he quickly found another brokerage firm that took him on seamlessly, seeing the tide of haters in the comments still made him angry enough to throw his phone. He didn't expect Fu Dongyu would publicly announce his relationship with Feng Shui. They had just met, and in such a short day, Fu Dongyu, who had always been clean and scandal-free, declared their love for everyone to see. Bairui was jealous out of his mind. Ever since he saw Fu Dongyu in a movie, he'd been unable to take his eyes off him and went crazy trying to get this man. Even now, surrounded by yes men, the person he most wanted to take down was still this man. He turned around and called one of his lickspittles on the phone, I want to ruin Feng Shui. I want him gone. I don't care how you do it, I just want results. Otherwise, I'll never speak to you again. Only after being cajoled by the lickspittle on the other end of the phone did he finally show a bit of a smile. The next day, the guests were split up, and they began choosing autonomously who they wanted to investigate. All the camera focus was on Fu Dongyu, even the director hadn't expected Fu Dongyu to really stay for the sake of romance. Though Fu Dongyu had already made his relationship public, they could still play a time difference trick, recording an episode before going public, then saying later that it was recorded beforehand, leveraging some buzz. Fu Dongyu always chose Feng Shui without hesitation, whether for getting to know the object or for dating, his choice was unwavering toward Feng Shui. The program interviewed him, why do you like Feng Shui? His reputation isn't good, and there are black materials all over the internet. Fu Dongyu replied with a laugh in his voice, I don't care about what others say, I only trust my own eyes, feelings, and heartbeat. They tell me that this person is very special, and I want to make him mine. After the program aired, clips from the first episode spread everywhere, instantly going viral. Especially Fu Dongyu's heartfelt declaration moved many people and spread widely by word of mouth. As Bairui's charm virus gradually disintegrated, his performance on the show shocked countless netizens, including his own fans. Netizen A, the production team has truly invited a troublemaker. Can't carry luggage, can't cook meals, pretends to look pitiful in front of the camera, every sentence hints at being bullied, no wonder his fans are constantly cyberbullying others, this is where it all stems from. Netizen B, I'm curious, with such an ordinary face that often contorts into something horrifying, looking sometimes like a ghost crawling out of hell, how on earth did he become popular? Netizen C, is he a manipulative white lotus flower? He switches faces so fast. Netizen D, I used to be by Roy's fan, liked him crazily before. But after this episode, I suddenly started feeling repelled. Meanwhile, the program also drew attention to Feng Shui's beauty. The elegance and nonchalance brought forth by every movement and gesture, the witty humor in his speech, unashamedly mentioning his notorious past while making jokes about it, immediately captured the interest of many netizens. Netizen F, what's going on? Is this the same Feng Shui we saw earlier with endless black materials, bad temperament, and poor character? Netizen G, he's incredibly charming, help. No wonder he's together with Fu Dongyu, I'm falling for him too. Netizen H, internal info, it said that Feng Shui isn't as bad as portrayed. Sure, he has a fiery temper, but all those scenes of anger were deliberately provoked. His previous fame and downfall weren't his fault, it was just orchestrated by rivals. As the program gained more and more popularity, hearts swayed strongly, and the charm virus slowly fell into dormancy. Bai Rui clearly felt a certain kind of glow around him fading away. People's attitudes toward him changed from fervently groveling to becoming impatient. His anxiety mounted, forgetting any thoughts of taking down Fu Dongyu, grabbing one of the decent lickers agreeing to be with him. Thankfully, the aura wasn't completely gone yet, and the lickspittle happily proposed right away, leading to their quiet marriage. After the hidden marriage, Bai Rui discovered that his husband frequently went missing, upon investigation, unsurprisingly caught cheating. Furious, Bai Rui attributed everything to Feng Shui. Not only had Feng Shui stolen his lover, but also put him in such a predicament. Feng Shui only participated in the first episode of the dating variety show. He left the original company, taking his agent brother along to jump ship to Fu Dongyu's company. Fu Dongyu tilted excellent resources toward him, lifting him to the peak, and Feng Shui did not disappoint him, walking side by side with him. The black materials online about Feng Shui gradually disappeared, while those about Bai Rui increased day by day. Bai Rui hadn't worked for a long time because of his terrible performance on the show, nobody wanted an ancestor-like figure around. All the previous yes-men who went mad trying to flatter him couldn't be reached now. With a sinister look on his face, he called his husband, but a challenging female voice answered the phone. Bai Rui fell into madness. He twisted his face, Feng Shui. That's right. It must be Feng Shui causing trouble. Since he met Feng Shui, his good luck and certain glow seemed to have encountered an archenemy, and everything was going downhill. If he wasn't having it easy, neither would Feng Shui. He wanted Feng Shui dead. It was the annual Starlight Red Carpet Festival. The organizers, in pursuit of heat, invited Feng Shui and Fu Dongyu and also took the initiative to invite Bai Rui. The three of them were even arranged to walk the red carpet together. Under the frenzied photo-taking of reporters, Feng Shui and Fu Dongyu arrived first, closely followed by Bai Rui. Feng Shui narrowed his eyes at Bai Rui as he held Fu Dongyu's hand. Perfect, the charm virus had fallen into dormancy. The first step to exterminate the virus is to force it into dormancy because if you kill it while it's active, the virus will frantically escape and become more alert. Moreover, extermination must occur while the host has vital signs because once the host dies, the virus may very likely make a comeback. Feng Shui was looking for an opportunity to exterminate the charm virus inside Bai Rui. Fu Dongyu didn't even spare Bai Rui a glance, dissatisfied that Feng Shui's gaze had landed on Bai Rui, he urged Feng Shui forward by pressing his waist. As Feng Shui turned away, a gleam of light seemed to catch his peripheral vision. Suddenly, a roar of shock erupted. Feng Shui was pushed forcefully aside, and the knife plunged directly into Fu Dongyu's chest, releasing a heavy stench of blood. Terror crawled across Bai Rui's face as he stood there in a state of insanity, gripping the knife tightly in his hand, muttering to himself, Feng Shui. I'm going to kill Feng Shui. The crowd began to move chaotically, journalists surged forward with their cameras, drowning out the sound of flashes in the chaos. Fu Dongyu was quickly sent to the hospital, but Feng Shui lagged behind. With a cold face, he walked step by step toward Bai Rui who had been pinned down, then suddenly extended his hand. In the palm of his hand, golden light swiftly gathered, visible only to Bai Rui. As if encountering its nemesis, Bai Rui struggled fiercely, yelling, No. Don't come near me. The golden light in Feng Shui's hand shot out swiftly and struck Bai Rui. Bai Rui felt something forcibly ripped from his body, leaving him limp. In Feng Shui's hand was the deep green, furball-like virus. Lowering his cold, unfeeling eyelids, he gave it a squeeze, and the virus burst under his grasp, shrinking into an extremely thin skin which was devoured by the golden light. The charm virus has been successfully eliminated. The mission in this world is complete. No new viruses have been discovered yet. Would you like to leave? Feng Shui didn't respond immediately, instead, he strode off toward the hospital. Upon learning that Fu Dongyu was not in danger of dying, he closed his slightly reddened eyes in relief, covering them with his hand, and replied to the system, Let's stay until we discover any new viruses. He admitted he wanted to stay with Fu Dongyu for a while. Chapter 6, Mermaid, Kidnapped by the Imperial Crown Prince, 1. During the Red Carpet Festival, Fu Dongyu was maliciously attacked and injured, a fact that couldn't be concealed, directly topping the popularity rankings. When netizens found out that the attacker was Bai Rui, the former teen idol, they were enraged, cursing him as a lunatic. Bai Rui, imprisoned for intentional harm, lost his charm as a star to the masses. Not only was he tortured and bullied in prison, but he also received a divorce agreement from his husband. He collapsed on the ground, knowing that he was finished. In the end, Bai Rui died from a sudden illness just before he was about to be released. After Fu Dongyu's wounds healed, he registered his marriage with Fang Shui, and they held a grand wedding ceremony. Under the blessings of their fans, the two pursued love and career with equal dedication, creating an evenly matched romance that left people breathless. Fang Shui lived in this world for 60 years. It wasn't until the system detected a new virus that he left this world and parted ways with Fu Dongyu. Mermaid name, Ji Chu. Genes, blue tail. Number, 965. Personality, extremely docile, friendly towards humans, affectionate. Summary judgment, mermaid number 965 Ji Chu, blue tail gene, has been extremely close to humans since birth, with a gentle and amiable personality, no offensive capabilities, and is widely loved worldwide. Can participate in the Imperial Carnival event. The secretarial staff handed over a report to the noble Crown Prince of the Empire. The Crown Prince was focused on official duties. He casually picked up the report, put it aside, and said in a cool, low voice, "Monitor the mermaid at all times to prevent any incidents." The secretary respectfully replied, "Yes." At the mermaid cultivation base. A large crystal glass tank sparkled under the lights. Numerous mermaids of various colors swam and played merrily in the water. Mermaids are regarded as treasures of the Fi's planet. More than 200 years ago, the true mermaid race perished entirely due to natural disasters. Humans used preserved mermaid genes to create the sole mermaid breeding base within the largest empire on the planet, Fi's Empire. So far, the Mermaid Breeding Center has artificially bred 1,001 mermaids. Of these, more than 100 have been sent to other countries, leaving 900 mermaids at the Fi's Empire's base. Mermaids are the most closely watched creatures by the citizens of the Fi's Empire. Their incomparable beauty makes them very popular across the entire Fi's planet. For this reason, the Fi's Empire specially established a Mermaid Memorial Hall. The growth trajectory of every born mermaid is meticulously recorded. The Mermaid Memorial mainly records information such as the mermaid's life status, emotions, and personalities, with updates occurring monthly on the official website. Among the most beloved mermaids is named Ji Chu. Ji Chu is a mermaid with blue tail genes, known for her gentle nature and closeness to humans, deeply adored by countless people. Once the news spread that Ji Chu would participate in the Imperial Carnival, the excited populace began eagerly looking forward to it. Fang Shui stretched out his long white arms lazily over the edge of the crystal glass tank. His golden hair, resembling seaweed, scattered gracefully along his pale and elegant back. Below his slim waist, a pure golden fish tail could be seen gently swaying, exquisitely beautiful. The moment he appeared, within 10 meters of his surroundings, everything immediately emptied out. No mermaid dared to approach him, all keeping their distance. Mermaids with gold tail genes were extremely difficult to cultivate. Once they were born, they became the king of the mermaid clan. Although the mermaid clan should naturally feel close to their king. Unfortunately, this mermaid king had an extremely violent temperament, unable to tolerate any mermaid or person coming within 5 meters of him. If anyone did, he would immediately fall into a rage and attack furiously without thought of consequence. Even the mermaids themselves dare not approach their king lightly. Moreover, this mermaid king rarely appeared in this giant, highly popular crystal glass tank loved by all mermaids. Most of the time, he stayed in his private luxurious large water tank. So when the mermaid king suddenly swam into the crystal glass tank today, not only were all the mermaids shocked, but even the staff taking care of the mermaids were quite surprised. They stood alertly not too far away from the crystal glass tank, fearing that this mermaid king might suddenly lose control and harm the other mermaids. Fang Shui leaned against the edge of the pool, his androgynous face glowing under the sunlight with a golden halo, so stunningly beautiful that one couldn't look away. His golden eyes were half closed lazily as he basked in the sun leisurely. 10,000 people obsessed virus target discovered, you know us. Fang Shui suddenly opened his eyes, their golden brilliance shining brightly, and followed the system's direction to gaze at a certain spot. That place was a staff rest room. At this moment, not many people were outside the rest room. A suspicious figure emerged from it. This person wore a fully enclosed diving protective suit with a large pair of goggles and a hat, making it impossible to see his face. This was the individual here who had been invaded by the virus. Yunoaz cautiously glanced around. After ensuring no one was nearby, he strapped a knife to his forearm and headed towards a direction. Fang Shui's golden fish tail flickered slightly, and he dived underwater swiftly, swimming off in the direction where Yunoaz had left. The storyline of this world revolved around mermaids, specifically a mermaid named Ji Chu who was adored by 10,000 people. Ji Chu's love story with an imperial viscount spanned across species. The 10,000 people obsessed virus had invaded an ordinary citizen in this world named Yunoaz. Yunoaz was an extremely narcissistic individual. After being infused with the virus aura that caused widespread infatuation, the fanaticism and praise he received amplified his arrogance to an almost pathological level. He believed that he possessed the most handsome face in the world. So when he discovered that countless people online proclaimed that the mermaid Ji-Chu's face was the most beautiful in the world, he became furious. How could a lowly creature like a mermaid be compared to him? Thus, he came to view Ji-Chu as his competitor and imagined rival. Every day, he frantically searched for information about Ji-Chu on the internet. Witnessing others' affection and admiration for Ji-Chu ignited a deep jealousy within him. Subsequently, he began uploading videos and pictures of himself on the internet, successfully becoming an immensely popular online celebrity. Many expressed their love for him, and though Yunoaz wasn't very smart, upon seeing the multitude of praises and affections directed towards him, he rejoiced. In turn, he began posting increasingly defamatory comments towards Ji-Chu. The 10,000 people obsessed virus was particularly susceptible to shifts in public sentiment. Due to Yunoaz's overt hostility towards Ji-Chu, numerous fans who originally admired him started to lose faith in him, while those who adored Ji-Chu became enraged. Before long, the influence of the 10,000 people obsessed virus began to wane. In general, even if Feng Shui hadn't come to this world, given Yunoaz's ridiculous antics, it was only a matter of time before the virus lulled into dormancy. However, a dormant virus is merely regaining its strength. Once it restores itself, it will re-emerge and seek out new hosts until its current host dies. Hence, professional exterminators must eliminate it. Now, once again, Yunoaz was up to no good. After publishing abusive remarks towards the mermaid Ji-Chu, Yunoaz was fiercely retaliated against by Ji-Chu's fans all over the world. Defeated and humiliated, Yunoaz harbored intense resentment. Hence, he conspired with a staff member from the mermaid base and managed to sneak inside while carrying a hidden blade. Since Ji-Chu was so widely loved, there was a private pool designated specifically for her. At the moment, Ji-Chu was floating asleep on a buoyant cushion inside the pool. Finding the pool labeled with Ji-Chu's name, Yunoaz stealthily slipped into the water and quietly swam to the center without a sound. As his head emerged from the water, looking at the blue-tailed mermaid lying on the buoyant pad, a deranged grin stretched across his lips. Just a despicable mermaid. And she dared to vie with me. Disgusting mermaid. Die. Chapter 7 Merfolk, kidnapped by the Crown Prince of the Empire, 2. Yuno pulled out the knife strapped to her arm. Clutching it with both hands, she wasted no time lunging toward the heart of the sleeping merman. Just as the tip of the knife was about to pierce into Ji-Chu's heart. Suddenly, a roar erupted from behind her. A uniquely majestic voice belonging to the Mare King, laced with an urgent sound wave perceivable only by the merfolk, suddenly reverberated. Ji-Chu, who had been asleep on the floating cushion, immediately woke up. He quickly interpreted the message encoded in the sound waves, his eyes flashing with a cold light. His fish tail whipped around directly. Yuno didn't expect him to awaken so soon, and caught off guard, she was slammed forcefully into the water by the powerful tail. Realizing she'd been discovered, panic flickered across Yuno's face. She turned and frantically swam, trying to escape. But a golden fish tail guarding the edge of the pool mercilessly struck her back into the water. Feng Shui tilted his head and emitted a long, melodic call. The overwhelming authority of the Mare King spread through the air. In an instant, all the merfolk at the base focused solemnly on the direction of their king. There's a despicable human, attempting to kill Ji-Chu. There's a despicable human, attempting to kill Ji-Chu. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Under the order of the Mare King, countless merfolk rushed madly toward Ji-Chu's pool. This abnormal behavior caught the attention of the staff, who quickly followed. All they could see was a group of furious merfolk glaring angrily at the terrified human inside the pool. Yuno hid the knife behind her back and retreated slowly, scared by the nearby golden-tailed merman. She continued cursing loudly, hurling insults such as, stinky merfolk, disgusting merfolk, and, merfolk should die, taunting them. Feng Shui was almost laughing in rage, if it weren't for the fact that the virus in Yuno's body hadn't fully lulled her into sleep, making the success rate of killing her too low. He would have definitely beaten this insolent human to death with his tail for daring to challenge his authority as the Mare King. Yuno spotted the approaching staff members and lit up with relief, frantically calling for help. Help. Help me. The merfolk are trying to kill me. Save me. Unaware of the true situation, the staff knew that under normal circumstances, merfolk disliked interacting with humans. They had their own exclusive language, and even the most amicable merman like Ji-Chu refused to learn the human tongue. Thus, the staff couldn't understand what was happening. Seeing only the Mare King reacting violently and someone shouting for help, they assumed that the Mare King had attacked the workers once again in anger. Shouting his name sternly, they fired enough tranquilizers to subdue the Mare King. But after subduing him, they noticed the surrounding merfolk glaring at them with blazing fury. The merfolk roared wildly, ready to attack. This was unprecedented. The staff panicked, realizing that they had inadvertently attacked the king of the merfolk, upsetting them deeply and earning their hatred. Being hated by the merfolk meant losing their jobs. Several of the staff fell into despair. Caught up in calming the merfolk, they paid no attention to the person they had saved. By the time they were driven out by the enraged merfolk, the person they had rescued had already disappeared. The collective fury of the merfolk startled the director of the merfolk base. The director promptly issued an order to fire the few workers who had harmed the Mare King, finally easing the merfolk's anger. The drugged Mare King was carried back to his pool by the other merfolk and surrounded closely as they waited for his awakening. Delighted beyond measure, during the time the Mare King slept, they sang together in unison, their voices forming a celestial harmony. The Mare King had acted for justice on their behalf. Even though he had not completed his mission before being subdued, their king had saved Ji Chu's life. They all saw it, a human carrying a weapon. That human intended to kill Ji Chu, which made their king angry. Wailing sorrowfully, they understood, it wasn't that their king disliked them, he just had a poor temper and lacked communication skills. They should be understanding. After exchanging views among themselves, the merfolk fell silent and stood guard beside their king quietly. Feng Shui quickly awakened. In the moment he opened his eyes, every merfolk scattered in alarm, leaving a vast space for him. Still drowsy, Feng Shui blinked. One brave merman, gathering his courage, cautiously approached Feng Shui, 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters. The closer he got, the brighter his eyes shone, his tail enthusiastically slapping the water and splashing it around. No, the king was not angry. The king allowed us to approach. A group of merfolk happily circled around Feng Shui. Feng Shui relaxed for a while, his tail lazily swishing the water. Are you all okay? Have those staff members given you any trouble? The merfolk all nodded. We are all fine, but the king isn't well, he slept for such a long time. Those staff members harmed the king, so we drove them away. Feng Shui let out an exclamation of surprise. You're all so amazing, you even avenged me. Praised by Feng Shui, the merfolk happily left his luxurious pool. Feng Shui turned around, and in his pool, one merman still remained. It was Ji Chu. Ji Chu looked at him with respect, not rushing close as the other merfolk did, but keeping his distance. Your Majesty, it is you who saved me. From now on, Ji Chu will be your knight and swear to serve you till death. Feng Shui, seeing his resolute face, fell silent for a moment. According to the world storyline, Ji Chu's personality was soft and mushy, a coquettish type who could easily get affectionate. But the Ji Chu before him now stood firmly determined to be his knight, vowing loyalty unto death. Feng Shui massaged his temple, Ji Chu's words just now were equivalent to taking a serious oath. The merfolk's oaths were always followed through without fail. It appeared that although the intrusion of the all-charming virus hadn't caused too much upheaval yet, this world had already been influenced quite a bit. The storyline itself seemed uncertain if it could continue as planned. He spoke to Ji Chu, if so, I do indeed have something that requires your help. Ji Chu's face showed steadfastness. Doing anything for your majesty is my duty. Feng Shui asked, 10 days from now, during the Imperial Carnival, were you selected to participate? Ji Chu nodded, yes, but I no longer wish to attend. After the assassination attempt by humans, his original trust and kindness toward humans had diminished by more than half, turning into slight resentment. Feng Shui raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curling the corner of his lips. You must attend this Imperial Carnival, but I shall take your place. You know might cause a great deal of trouble during the Imperial Carnival. As long as he was there, he wouldn't allow her to act irresponsibly. The security of the merfolk base was too strict, and since he was now a merman without legs, it would be difficult for him to leave. Replacing Ji Chu to go to the Imperial Carnival would be the best way. The days passed one by one, and the annual carnival hosted by the Empire finally arrived. At the break of dawn, the car sent to pick up Ji Chu had already stopped outside the merfolk base. A large crystal glass tank, covered with a heavy black velvet cloth, was pushed into Ji Chu's pool. Ji Chu was originally sitting by the edge of the pool combing his light blue hair when he saw the staff and immediately signaled for them to leave. The staff could only step aside first, allowing him to enter the crystal glass tank on his own. When they came back inside, Ji Chu's figure had vanished from the edge of the pool. The velvet cloth covering the crystal glass tank had been moved. The staff adjusted the blanket neatly. Thinking Ji Chu had already entered the tank, they didn't check and quickly instructed others to carefully push the crystal glass tank out and onto the vehicle. Chapter 8, Mermaid, Abducted by the Crown Prince, 3. This year's Imperial Carnival was personally overseen by the esteemed Crown Prince of the Empire. The venue was set up in the largest square of the capital city. Security personnel were on standby, countless journalists and social elites were present. Even several of the royal princes attended. The entire carnival would be broadcast live. In the live streaming room, countless people eagerly awaited the appearance of the mermaid Ji Chu. Program after program passed, until finally it was time for the mermaid to appear, a moment everyone had been waiting for. A large crystal glass tank, draped with a layer of black velvet cloth, was carefully pushed onto the stage by the staff. The host stood before the crystal tank and first introduced Ji Chu's identity. Then, they announced that a fervent fan of Ji Chu deeply admired him and wished to personally unveil the velvet cloth, welcoming the mermaid Ji Chu, and interact with him. The live chat filled with question marks as confusion swept through the viewers. Afterward, the host called someone from the audience onto the stage. The person who stepped up was short in stature, with a delicate face that smiled into the camera, pretending to be courteous as he bowed deeply to the audience. Some in the live chat quickly recognized this individual as the small online celebrity who had previously insulted Jichu. Many immediately condemned the event organizers for inviting someone who had once insulted Jichu to interact with him. Yuenua wore an expensive suit. Although he didn't have much success online, in real life, there were many people who liked and pursued him. He flattered some influential figures among those admirers and successfully managed to sneak his way into the Empire's carnival. This was the carnival held for all citizens of the Empire. Just showing up here had more impact than posting photos or videos online. Moreover, Yuenua finally realized how foolish it was to insult the mermaid Jichu. It wasn't that Jichu couldn't be criticized, it was simply that Yuenua's fanbase paled in comparison to Jichu's, which caused him to be suppressed by Jichu's fans. Thinking ahead, Yuenua decided to cleanse his reputation. If he could grow his own fanbase past Jichu's, then later he could insult Jichu freely without consequences. What could Jichu's fans do then? His calculations seemed clear. If he expressed affection for Jichu at the carnival, not only could he appease Jichu's fans but also gain a wave of new attention. Suppressing his inner joy, he feigned sorrow and pain on his face. Sorry, everyone, my account was hacked a month ago. I never expected the hacker to be so evil. How dare they insult our gem, the mermaid Jichu. How despicable. Jichu is so good, so beautiful, how can anyone dare to insult him? I will not allow it. I swear I must find the villain who hacked my account. His words were delivered with both anger and sincerity, not only clearing his name but also expressing admiration for Jichu. As expected, the audience's impression of him in the live stream began to improve. Next, I will personally unveil the velvet cloth for my beloved mermaid Jichu and interact with him. With that, he tore off the velvet covering the entire crystal glass in one swift motion. The cloth slid down instantly, revealing what was inside. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. It was too beautiful, too breathtaking. Under the best lighting, the gorgeous crystal glass tank reflected dazzling rainbow hues. In the crystal clear pool of sapphire water, a resplendent golden fish tail suddenly cut through the surface, leaving gentle ripples. At the bottom of the tank lay heaps of pearls. On the pearl mound sat the merman, his seaweed-like golden hair floating gracefully in the water, while his androgynous face appeared hazy yet enchanting beneath the liquid veil, his golden eyes glowing with captivating light. Such was the beauty, an awe-inspiring kind, truly deserving the description of unparalleled beauty. It was a completely different beauty from Jichu's, radiating allure and laziness, emitting powerful charm laced with a dangerous air that kept people at bay, yet unable to tear their eyes away. Silence reigned over the carnival site as all the lights concentrated fiercely on the merman within the crystal tank. Reporters snapped pictures madly to preserve the moment, and the live stream's comments section paused for nearly 3 minutes. And then came even greater frenzy. I'm gone, I'm gone. Is this not too beautiful? Who is this? It's not Jichu, but he is beautiful. Mom, I'm falling in love. Golden Tail. This is the Mermaid King. What virtue have I to witness the Mermaid King in my lifetime? After all, the Mermaid King was different from ordinary merfolk. Though his name was listed first in the Merfolk Memorial Hall, the authorities rarely updated information about him. The public only knew that the Mermaid King had an irascible temperament. Nevertheless, the Mermaid King was still the Mermaid King, and even Jichu's charm paled significantly in comparison to his presence. The Mermaid King was so beautiful that as soon as he appeared, he instantly stole all the attention and brilliance, leaving no one to care about Yuenua standing nearby. And when Yuenua caught sight of the golden-tailed merman, his expression turned sour immediately. How could it be this golden-tailed merman? Wasn't Jichu supposed to have a blue tail? Recalling the humiliating moment when he had been cornered by this golden-tailed merman in a pool, Yuenua's face darkened with malice. However, no one noticed him. He clenched his teeth in anger and stepped back slowly. He had heard that Jichu had a pleasant personality, which made him believe that stepping on Jichu might help cleanse his image and ascend in fame. But this golden-tailed merman. He had done research, it was indeed the Mermaid King, the merman with the most volatile temper among all merfolk. The Mermaid King possessed an unquestionable authority that no one dared challenge. Therefore, humans or other merfolk were not allowed near him, for fear of provoking him into attacking violently. He wasn't foolish enough to step into the tank to interact with such a frenzied creature. The audience was dazzled for several minutes before gradually returning to their senses. Then the murmurs began. The Mermaid King. Why is it the Mermaid King? Everyone knows the Mermaid King has a terrible temper. How could he possibly be permitted at the carnival? Wouldn't that just provoke him? Could it be a mistake by the staff? Impossible. This event was personally overseen by the Crown Prince himself. How could there be such a glaring error in inviting the wrong merman? It's probably not a mistake. Perhaps the evaluation deemed the Mermaid King fit to attend, or maybe Jichu encountered some emergency and only the Mermaid King could replace him. Goodness. What happened to Jichu? The staff, shocked by the unexpected appearance of the Mermaid King, suddenly snapped out of their stupor and broke out in cold sweat. That's right, how could it be the Mermaid King? There was no way his participation would have passed evaluations, he definitely didn't belong here. He'd go berserk at any given moment. It must have been an oversight by the mermaid center, sending the wrong merman, a golden tail instead of the requested blue tail. Were their eyes glued to the ground? Or worse, stomped on? At the thought of the crown prince's chilling gaze, every worker present froze with fear. Such a grievous blunder would surely drag down the crown prince's reputation. How could His Highness let them off scot-free? As the crowd continued their debate, this was just a minor distraction. After all, the carnival had to proceed as planned. On stage, the host belonged to a rare group of people in Fae's empire who cared nothing for merfolk. So he had no idea about the existence of the Mermaid King. Stunned by the sheer beauty of the merman yet slightly perplexed, he thought, wasn't Jichu supposed to have a blue tail? Had merfolk evolved to the point where they could change colors? He hadn't even considered the possibility of having invited the wrong merman. Instead, his eyes caught the figure of Ueno moving languidly toward the exit, and he called out to him hastily. Hey! Wait a minute, you haven't interacted with the merman yet. Chapter 9, The Mermaid, Abducted by the Crown Prince of the Empire, 4. Uenu was halfway across the stage when he was called back. Inwardly, he was cursing the host for lacking judgment. Didn't they see he was about to leave the stage? With all eyes on him, he reluctantly stepped back. With a pale face, he returned to the stage. He watched as the water level inside the crystal glass was being drained, reducing by half. The mermaid revealed his extremely beautiful upper body, with a golden fish tail gently swaying in the remaining water. Seemingly unalarmed. The nervous staff exhaled in relief but kept racking their brains for a way out of the predicament. Who had come up with the dumb idea to interact with the Mermaid King? All eyes were on Uenu. There was envy, admiration, and also concern. Uenu should have been thrilled to be at the center of attention, but given the current situation, he certainly wasn't happy. To make him interact with that bad-tempered stinky mermaid? Absolutely not, let whoever wanted to go ahead. In protest, he crossed his arms, raised his head, and said to the host, I absolutely refuse to interact with this mermaid. The crowd fell silent instantly. Surprised, the host quickly asked why. Uenu wasn't about to admit that he was afraid and dared not go. He lifted his chin proudly and declared, because he is utterly hideous. I wouldn't dream of interacting with such an ugly mermaid. An uproar swept through the crowd, with people accusing him left and right. Uenu didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about what he said. For now, his focus was solely on Jichu's fans, while the Mermaid King. He didn't need to worry at all since the Mermaid King clearly didn't have any followers. Uenu glared maliciously at the mermaid inside the crystal glass, venom dripping from every word. What kind of Mermaid King are you? You're ugly to death. Not even close to the beauty of one finger of Jichu. He looked provocatively at the mermaid, waiting for the Mermaid King to lose control so that he could step off the stage with justification. However, the Mermaid King merely flicked his golden tail, and his golden gaze remained calm yet slightly mocking. Who here was truly the ugly one? Compared to the incomparably beautiful Mermaid King, Uenu's look of disdain and vicious words made him appear more like a clown. The crowd below began yelling for him to get off the stage, and chaos erupted momentarily. If it weren't for professional security personnel restraining the crowd, many would probably have rushed onto the stage to beat him. Terrified by the commotion below, Uenu took 2 steps back and became even more defiant. Did I say anything wrong? A lowly mermaid doesn't deserve the word beautiful. They're just ugly creatures trapped underwater without legs. As soon as these words left his mouth, he immediately offended all fans of the mermaids. The host broke out in cold sweat hearing Uenu's words and hastily had him pulled away. He managed a stiff smile for the camera and said, that was just a misunderstanding. It seems like Mr. Uenu has lost his senses. We'll replace him with someone else who will interact with our beautiful mermaid. Just moments ago, the audience was seething with anger over Uenu's words, but now their excitement boiled over further. They waved their hands wildly in the air shouting, all eager to come up on stage and interact with the beautiful Mermaid King. Just as the host was about to pick an audience member but hadn't made any move yet, cries of surprise suddenly came from the western side of the audience. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Fae's Empire had arrived. Dressed in a magnificent festival uniform, the prince oozed elegance and coolness as he ascended the stage via the right side staircase, his gaze fixed on the host. Breaking out into a cold sweat, the host immediately understood his intentions. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has graced us with his presence. So next, it will be our Crown Prince who interacts with the beautiful mermaid. The arrival of the Crown Prince instantly pushed the atmosphere among the crowd to its peak. The Crown Prince gazed intently at the stunning golden-haired Mermaid King in the crystal glass. His expression grew increasingly dark. The Mermaid King also regarded him curiously, his golden eyes shining brightly like the sun. Indeed, he was very beautiful, thought the Crown Prince. Beautiful enough to make one want to possess him forever. A major mishap occurred during the carnival. First, the mermaid was delivered incorrectly. Second, the host arbitrarily added the segment of audience interaction with the mermaid. Worse still, the person chosen by the host publicly insulted the mermaid in front of all imperial viewers. It was outrageous, like madness. Upon receiving the message, the Crown Prince swiftly arrived on the scene. It would have been fine if the wrongly delivered mermaid was an ordinary one, but unfortunately, it turned out to be the Mermaid King. The Crown Prince had heard rumors about the Mermaid King's volatile temper and dangerous nature, and inviting someone to interact with him was an exceedingly risky move. Yet, with so many people watching, the host ignited the public's enthusiasm by adding this segment, and it couldn't simply be revoked. The Crown Prince estimated the combat power between him and the Merman King, deciding it would be better if he went himself. Those who knew the situation were utterly shocked by the Crown Prince's move. That was the volatile and dangerous Merman King. If anything happened to the Crown Prince, the consequences would be unimaginable. The host's face turned pale with fright, his regret overwhelming. Yu Nu was his newly acquainted boyfriend who said he adored Ji Chu immensely and wanted to interact with Ji Chu. In a moment of excitement, he added the segment for audience interaction after the merman's entrance without thinking it through. How could he have imagined that things would spiral out of control this way? Under countless watchful eyes, the Crown Prince slowly descended into the crystal glass via the ladder. Up close, without any barrier of crystal glass, the Merman King was even more breathtakingly beautiful. The golden fish tail rested gently on the round, smooth pearls. The snow-white skin glistened with crystalline water droplets. The golden slightly curled long hair cascaded all the way down to the waist muscles, while the golden eyes reflected the face of the Crown Prince. Feng Zhui sat quietly among the heap of pearls, staring intently at the Crown Prince's familiar face, lost in deep thought. Who could tell him why, the Crown Prince of this world looked exactly like Fu Dongyu from the previous world? Was it just a coincidence? With half of his body completely submerged in the water, the Crown Prince approached the merman. He had a strange premonition that this beautiful Merman King wouldn't harm him. The Merman King was perfectly still, his golden eyes gazing softly at the Crown Prince. As the Crown Prince drew closer, everyone subconsciously held their breath. The Crown Prince extended his hand, lifting a strand of the merman's golden hair. Their faces were very close now, their breathing intertwined. "Be my merman," the Crown Prince murmured softly. "Your eyes are beautiful, your hair is beautiful, your skin is beautiful, your fishtail is beautiful. You are so beautiful, making me yearn uncontrollably." The Merman King blinked slowly, seeing the infatuation in his eyes, a blush creeping up his cheeks, his gaze moistening. It was happening again. Without any build-up, there was a sudden wave of affection and flattery. Such a familiar tactic. After some contemplation, the Merman King extended his slender, beautiful fingers from under the water. The long nails appeared extremely sharp. Everyone couldn't help but gasp out loud. What was the Merman King going to do? Was he trying to hurt the Crown Prince? Before the snow-white hand could reach halfway, the Crown Prince's warm big hand enveloped it entirely. With laughter in his eyes, the Crown Prince said, "It seems you've agreed, my Merman King." A smile flickered across the face of the Merman King, exuding a charm that made people almost faint in admiration. There was a moment of fierce emotion within the Crown Prince. He bent down and placed a solemn kiss on the merman's eyelid. "Be my Merman King, and I will be forever loyal to you." Chapter 10, The Mermaid, Abducted by the Crown Prince of the Empire, 5. The black velvet cloth was recovered over the crystal glass. Together with the Crown Prince who hadn't yet come out, the Merman King was pushed backstage. Before the Crown Prince came out, no one dared to approach the crystal glass. The event on site continued. Once the Merman King left, the audience clearly became much less enthusiastic, watching the show listlessly. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, viewers were still frantically typing "AAAAA" in the chat box, overwhelmed with excitement. Noble and elegant Crown Prince X explosive and dangerous Mermaid King. Let's ship it. The Crown Prince kissed the Mermaid King's eyelid. Does anyone understand how significant this is? Ozzel. Here comes the question, this pair is cross-species, right? How are they supposed to communicate further? Ahahaha, this is not a problem we should worry about since our only job is to root for them. Late at night, the Merman King was sent back to the mermaid base, accompanied by the Crown Prince's royal car. A group of journalists smelling the scent of gossip secretly followed behind, trying to capture more information. At the mermaid base, the staff greeted the Merman King anxiously, along with the accompanying Crown Prince. Fortunately, the Crown Prince seemed uninterested in pursuing their mistakes and directly followed the Merman King back to his luxurious grand pool. In the water, the Merman King played by splashing water with his tail while the Crown Prince stood on the shore, looking at him tenderly, guarding him. When the Merman King got tired of playing and fell asleep on the edge of the pool, the Crown Prince tiptoed away. The moment the Crown Prince left, Ji Chu arrived. All the merpeople's pools were interconnected. Ji Chu swam into Feng Zhuyi's pool, holding a tablet computer in his hand and hesitating as he spoke to the Merman King who had just opened his eyes. "I want to meet this human." Feng Zhuyi leaned forward to look at the picture on the tablet, which was a screenshot from the carnival event showing a gray-haired man. Clearly having watched the live stream too, Ji Chu held the tablet close and hummed, "They call him Viscount Gilbert. I've fallen for him at first sight." Feng Zhuyi looked at him for a moment. It seemed that Yunu's charm virus glow had decreased again. As the true heartthrob of this world, Ji Chu was finally getting on track with his storyline. Feng Zhuyi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll make sure the Queen sends this person over to keep you company." Ji Chu asked curiously, "Queen?" Feng Zhuyi's smile widened, "The Crown Prince of this empire, she is your queen." Ji Chu exclaimed, "Wow. The Queen is so amazing. The shocking kiss of the Crown Prince towards the merman skyrocketed online, creating immense attention and heated discussions. In addition, some entertainment journalists revealed that the Crown Prince frequently visited the Merfolk base to accompany the Merman King, and construction began on an even more luxurious pond than the one at the Merfolk base within the Crown Prince's estate. Everything pointed to the fact that the Crown Prince intended to bring the Merman King back to his own palace. Netizens expressed their envy and resentment. There were very few people in the entire empire who had the resources to raise a merperson. And the Crown Prince was taking home none other than the most beautiful Merman King. The internet was filled with news about the Merman King and the Crown Prince, as well as gossip between Merman Ji-Chu and Viscount Gilbert. Yu Nu was furious. Since he insulted the Merman King during the carnival last time, he has become like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouts to beat him. He never expected that after the carnival, the popularity of the Merman King soared, even far surpassing Merman Ji-Chu. He was forced to delete his account due to all the backlash. Now, seeing the loving couple formed by the Merman King and the Crown Prince that led to his downfall. Everywhere on the internet were comments claiming how they were perfectly matched, fueling extreme jealousy within him. Why did the Merman King only need to show up and already be liked by so many? That position should have belonged to him, you knew. Besides, a mere merman, how could it possibly match up with the Crown Prince of the Empire? He must expose the true ugliness of the violent and dangerous Merman King to these ignorant people. The next day, a newly registered account suddenly appeared online, posting a video. In the video, a frail-looking person was fully armed but with an obscured face, struggling desperately while retreating in the pool. Retreating, while shouting aloud, "Help, the merman is killing people." Right in front of him was, unmistakably, the familiar figure of the Merman King. The Merman King's beautiful face darkened, anger filling his golden eyes, his massive golden tail stirring up giant waves of water angrily. His sharp fingers stretched out, seemingly ready to strangle the human right in front of him in the next second. This video quickly climbed to the top of the trending chart. The topic of the Merman King injuring someone surged in popularity. The account owner commented online, "I am a staff member at the Merfolk base. Because I accidentally wandered into the territory of the Merman King, I was hunted down. If the other staff hadn't come in time, I would have been killed by the Merman King. Don't be deceived by the apparent beauty of the Merman King. Mere people are not humans. Especially the Merman King, who is irascible and dangerous, even capable of cruelly killing his own kind. Ask yourself, can such a dangerous merman truly deserve our noble Crown Prince?" Soon after, several others claiming to be employees of the Merfolk base came forward to testify. They showed off their old work IDs, embellishing stories of how they lost their jobs because of the Merman King and detailing how the Merman King harmed both his own kin and the employees. Relying on the inability of Merfolk to speak for themselves, they blackened the name of the Merman King without hesitation. Many netizens are fence-sitters, flipping their stance immediately once the tide turned toward the staff side. Heavens, these staff members are too pitiful, and so are the Merfolk to have such a king. Merfolk indeed belong to a lowly species, being hyped up too high by us humans. The Merman King is far too dangerous. Crown Prince, don't let him enchant you anymore. Hurry and stay away from him. Yu Nu watched as the tone of the public shifted in his favor and felt extremely satisfied. It was worth infiltrating the security team at the Merfolk base overnight to secure this crucial surveillance footage. The surveillance footage had been meticulously edited by him to maximize the presentation of the furious Merman King's readiness to harm him. Those staff members were also in contact with him, he gave them a little money, and they added embellishments, thoroughly blackening the name of the Merman King. However, his triumph didn't last long because the attacked online community around the Merfolk base only uploaded one video. In the video, Viscount Gilbert held Ji-Chu tightly in his arms. Ji-Chu looked nervous, while Viscount Gilbert wore an encouraging expression. Ji-Chu faced the camera and opened his mouth. "Our king is very good. He was fighting for our justice." He heavily emphasized the last two words. Netizens were shocked that Ji-Chu could speak the human language when the Merfolk base uploaded another video. It was also from surveillance, but this footage was more comprehensive. In the video, a skinny figure held a knife while Ji-Chu unknowingly lay sleeping on a floating air cushion. Everyone who saw it here felt their hearts leap with tension for Ji-Chu. As the knife was about to touch Ji-Chu, the Merman King appeared, roaring and awakening Ji-Chu. Next came the scene that Yunua had previously released. It was clear now. Someone was attempting to assassinate the merman. It was obvious that the Merman King was enraged because someone wanted to harm his subjects. Chapter 11, The Eldest Master, was abducted by the Prime Minister, 1. The public, misled as pawns, rushed into the account that fabricated rumors and tarnished the reputation of the Merman King. Yunua was so frightened that he cancelled his account again. But it was too late. Some people had already traced the account application details and uncovered the identity of the account owner. It was none other than the former online celebrity Yunua, who had previously been forced to delete his account after being cursed for cursing at the Merman King. After this incident, the imperial authorities intervened, indicating that they would permanently blacklist Yunua. The official imperial blacklist meant that Yunua would be expelled from the Phase Empire. And he would never be allowed to return. Everyone knew that the Crown Prince was behind this move. Before being expelled from the Empire, Yunua was taken away by Crown Prince's men and brought before the Merman King. The Merman King floated in a grand and extremely luxurious pool, exuding nothing but regal majesty. Yunoa was held down by the guards at the edge of the pool, his face twisted with resentment as he glared at the Merman King. Ignoring his venomous gaze, the golden eyes of the Merman King remained calm, slowly extending his white hand. The charm virus disintegrated under his fingertips. Not long after, the paralyzed Yunoa was dragged away. Charm virus has been successfully eradicated, mission in this world completed. No new virus detected. Do you wish to leave? Feng Zhui shook his head and looked toward the Crown Prince walking towards him from afar. Soon, the Crown Prince and the Merman King held a grand wedding. They received blessings from all citizens of the empire. The Crown Prince ascended to the throne as emperor, and the Mermaid Crown Princess became the empress of the empire. Even the original main character, Ji Chu, married his official pairing, Viscount Gilbert. Feng Zhui spent 70 years as the empress of this world, becoming a legend. Ministry of Rights residence. When Feng Zhui woke up, the sunlight streaming through the window pierced his eyes, making them shut involuntarily. Creak. The old door creaked open, and footsteps approached. Feng Zhui kept his eyes closed and moved his fingers slightly. Immediately, a voice exclaimed with surprise, "Master! Master, you're awake." Feng Zhui was helped to sit up on the bed. After pausing for quite a while, he finally managed to slowly open his eyes. In front of him was an ancient room. The wooden furniture, aged over the years, emitted a rotten, suffocating smell. He coughed violently at the smell. The servant quickly helped soothe his breathing, eyes reddened with emotion. "Master, you've finally woken up." Feng Zhui barely managed to stop coughing, his voice hoarse to the extreme. "Ah. Chui." Ah Chui's tears flowed instantly. "It's me, Master remembers me." Feng Zhui took a couple of shallow breaths, speaking intermittently. "How long have I been asleep?" Ah Chui sobbed. "You've been asleep for 2 years. Wiping his tears, he couldn't help but complain. "You wouldn't know, these past 2 years, neither the master nor madam ever came to see you. Neither did the second or third masters come. And even worse, the ungrateful person who took your place." Mentioning the ungrateful person, he paused instantly, looking at Feng Zhui cautiously. Feng Zhui struggled to lift his hand, massaging his temple. 2 years, huh? The original owner of this body was originally the male lead of this world. However, after lying comatose for 2 years, he eventually passed away not long ago. Feng Zhui, for the convenience of completing the task, borrowed his body. In the storyline of this world, the male lead comes from a prestigious family and is the eldest son of the Ministry of Rights. The eldest son was naturally immensely strong, trained in martial arts since childhood. He was destined to have a life on horseback and become a celebrated general, where he would meet and fall in love with the female lead. The 10,000 charm virus invaded a beggar whom the male lead out of kindness had picked up and brought back to the residence of the minister. This beggar, taken back to work at the minister's residence, did not feel gratitude towards the male lead but instead envied him for his noble birth, secretly cursing that the male lead would die young. After gaining the charm bestowed by the virus, the beggar discovered that people around him suddenly began to treat him differently. All the servants who once looked down on him now started to excessively flatter him, competing to help him with chores. It wasn't just the servants. Even the second son of the minister's household, after encountering him by chance once, also began obsessively giving him gifts, trying hard to get noticed in front of him, just hoping for even a glance. The beggar's name was Chi Yu. Chi Yu was illiterate, without an ounce of education or culture. He believed it was heaven opening its eyes and granting him a divine sign. Even the master and mistress of the minister's house couldn't resist his charm and liked him immensely. Thus, in an instant, Chi Yu ascended to lofty heights, transforming from a beggar into the adopted son of the minister's residence. Everyone in the minister's household revered and pampered him. As Chi Yu ascended higher, he began showing his cruel side. He turned his attention onto the eldest son of the minister's house who had originally saved him. First, he poisoned the pure-hearted eldest son, turning a healthy person into a sickly individual overnight. Then, Chi Yu sowed discord within the minister's household, framing the eldest son repeatedly. Everyone enchanted by the charm of the 10,000 charm virus unconditionally favored Chi Yu. They all condemned and criticized the eldest son. Already physically weakened and emotionally depressed, facing distrust and accusations from his family, the eldest son collapsed in anger and never woke up again. Until Feng Zhui arrived. During the 2 years the eldest son was asleep, he was exiled to a servant's room where someone had died. No one from the minister's household cared to inquire about him. Only one small attendant stayed loyal to him. Refusing to hire a doctor or purchase medicine for the eldest son, the small attendant spent his own savings to secretly hire a doctor for him. Feng Zhui sighed. "Achi, these past 2 years, you've gone through much trouble." Achi, having just wiped away his tears, let them fall again. "I was saved by the master. No matter what others say, as long as the master remains, I will absolutely never leave." Feng Zhui thought, comparing Achi and Chi Yu, both were saved by the main male character, why was there such a huge difference between the two? After Achi gathered himself, he hurriedly said, "It's lunchtime. The master please wait a moment, and I'll go outside." Feng Zhui interrupted his words, "Support me to the dining hall." Achi hesitated, "Do we really have to go?" Feng Jui lifted her gaze, her crystal-like eyes flashing a streak of light. This is my home. I am going to have a meal with my family. Is there a problem with that? Achi firmly replied, there's no problem. Feng Jui nodded, get me some clothes. Achi rummaged through boxes and cabinets, only managing to bring out an old set of clothes, looking dejected. They said you're close to death, too ominous, so they either burned or threw away your clothes and belongings. I only managed to save 2 sets. Feng Jui nodded gently, saying softly, it's fine. Even though it was an old set of clothes from 2 years ago, wearing it still made Feng Jui stand out brilliantly. The original master had slept for 2 years, due to malnutrition and other reasons, his entire person appeared sickly yellow and emaciated, reduced to nothing but skin and bones. After taking over the body, Feng Jui restored it, but did not restore it completely. Thus, she still seemed frail and weak. As Achi supported her, they slowly headed towards the dining hall. All the servants passing by along the way glared at them unwelcomingly, and not a single one came forward to greet them. Feng Jui faintly heard their muttering behind her back. How did this sickly person wake up? It would have been better if he had died. Let him pay for how he bullied the 4th master before. The 4th master was Chiyu, referred to as such because he was the adopted son of the minister's household. Feng Jui lowered her long eyelashes. Chapter 12 The eldest son, abducted by the chancellor, 2. The dining hall was already set with food. A group of people were seen escorting a short teenage boy into the dining hall. The boy's face was full of freckles, and his looks were unremarkable. Even dressed in fine clothing, his diminutive frame looked somewhat out of place. He held his chin high and sat directly at the head seat. Minister Feng showed no hesitation, his aged face breaking into a smile as he quickly served him food. Today it's all your favorite dishes. Chiyu glanced briefly at the dishes on the table and snorted lightly, these dishes? Little master like me has long grown tired of them. I won't eat, and neither will you. Everyone immediately nodded in agreement, good, don't be angry. If you won't eat, then we won't either. Someone, remove all these dishes that Master Chi doesn't like, feed them to the dogs. The servants rushed forward to clear away the dishes. Chiyu was incredibly bored. His gaze flickered over a few faces, and he pointed at the 3rd son of the minister's household, I want the braised lion's head from first floor restaurant. Go buy it for me. The 3rd son, feeling ecstatic, replied loudly, 4th brother, rest assured. I'll go immediately. Just as he turned around, his steps suddenly paused. In the doorway of the dining hall stood 2 figures. Feng Jui's frail body trembled slightly in the wind, as if he might fall to the ground at any moment. He lowered his head and started coughing violently. This immediately drew the attention of everyone in the dining hall. Feng Jui slowly lifted his head, revealing an extremely pale face. His eyes were red-rimmed, seemingly struggling against some deep emotion. Suddenly, his knees gave way, and he knelt down. The sight of his kneeling sent shivers down the spines of those present. Minister Feng felt a surge of bitterness rise to his head and couldn't help but take half a step forward. Madame Feng's eyes misted over instantly with tears. The 2 sons of the minister's household also looked somewhat uneasy. Madame Feng's voice quivered, you have awakened. Feng Jui gave a bitter laugh, after 2 years of struggling between life and death, it seems mother has forgotten my name, or is mother truly so disgusted with me that she can't even bear to call my name. Madame Feng felt something fiercely stir within her heart as she shook her head, how could that be? You are my son. Feng Jui lowered his head despondently, for 2 years I've been asleep, yet neither father nor mother came to see me once. Now I can only come myself to pay my respects. He turned his head and looked at Achi. Achi ran off to the side and poured 2 cups of tea. Feng Jui knelt on the floor and picked up a cup of tea. His fingers were trembling, as though lifting a single cup was almost too much for him. With a self-mocking smile, he said, I've become a useless cripple, no wonder everyone abandoned me. As soon as those words left his lips, the expressions of Minister Feng, Madame Feng, and the 2 sons of the family began to waver. To them, the 4 words, abandoned me, rang thunderously loud. Feng Jui took a deep breath and strained to lift the teacup, his hands shaking, Father, please accept this tea. Minister Feng's expression was shaken deeply. Just as he had lifted his foot to take a step forward, Chiyu's sudden shout stopped him, Feng Jui. How come you're still not dead? All heads swiveled towards Chiyu. Unaware that his charm was fading, Chiyu raised his chin and walked boldly up to Feng Jui. You worthless piece of trash, just looking at you makes me lose my appetite. Since entering the minister's household, Chiyu had been indulged to the point of being unruly. The formerly timid beggar now bore the demeanor of someone who thought highly of himself and looked down on others. Feng Jui, still holding the teacup, was trying hard to remain standing. Seeing this, Chiyu felt malicious intent rising within him. He suddenly grabbed the teacup from Feng Jui's hand and kicked him square in the chest. Feng Jui was kicked down onto the ground. Chiyu burst into loud laughter and splashed hot tea onto Feng Jui's pale face. Eldest son. Wasn't he still crawling around like a dog under his command? He sneered lightly and rolled his eyes. Turning back, he ordered Minister Feng, whose expression remained unclear, Father, our house doesn't keep trash. Drive this waste out. Waste belongs on the streets begging, Chiyu finished speaking and felt an immense sense of satisfaction, imagining the picture of Minister Fang's eldest son becoming a beggar and surviving on alms on the street. His whole body trembled in excitement. He thought cruelly, let him beg for food, then unleash dogs to bite him to death. Lost in his fantasy, Chiyu didn't notice how shocked the others were by his words. Minister Fang snapped out of it, his voice trembling, what did you just say? Who do you want to make beg? The madam of the ministry household suddenly felt weak in the legs and slumped onto a stool, while their two sons' eyes blazed with anger. Chiyu, growing impatient, said, could this waste of human flesh be anyone other than Fang Jui? Minister Fang's expression turned cold. Nonsense. Fang Jui is my eldest son and the first young master of the ministry mansion. You're merely an adopted son, how dare you suggest that the master take to begging? Someone, take the fourth young master away and lock him in the confinement room for some serious reflection. In utter disbelief, Chiyu stared at Minister Fang. Father. Are you really putting me under house arrest? How can you side with that piece of garbage over me? I'm your son. The second son of the ministry household massaged his brow. The waste you speak of is our biological elder brother. And you're nothing but an adopted child. Should father not support his own flesh and blood over some adopted brat? How else should it be? Chiyu replied smugly. For more than 2 years now, haven't you all been favoring and spoiling me? Everyone fell silent for a moment, looking uneasily at Fang Jui. It was true. Ever since they brought Chiyu into the ministry family as an adopted son, they seemed bewitched by him. Their minds had been consumed by Chiyu, leaving no place in their hearts for Fang Jui. They'd neglected him far too long. As if suddenly waking from a dream, the madam clutched her chest in distress and fainted immediately. Chaos ensued in the dining hall as the servants hastily carried the fainting madam to her chamber. Fang Jui lay helplessly on the floor, unable to get up for the time being. Achi, despite her feeble strength, struggled to lift him but could only wipe away the tea stains from his face with teary eyes. Minister Fang appeared to have aged several years within moments, waving his hand for the servants to drag the still shouting Chiyu away. His gaze locked momentarily with his eldest son's, hesitating. Afraid to approach. The other two sons clearly shared the same sentiment. Not that they didn't want to go help him, it was more like they were ashamed and didn't dare to. Is this what we pay you all for? The second son scolded the nearby servants. Are you blind? Can't you see the first young master lying on the ground? Get moving and... He stopped mid-sentence when he noticed a figure in white gliding through the moon gate, approaching slowly. His eyes widened in surprise. Prime Minister Broliu. Lu Yuluan, the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou dynasty, renowned for his extraordinary talent and near-genius intelligence. At just 27 years old, he held the position of Prime Minister, standing below only the Emperor himself, commanding countless admirers among the people. With the current Emperor being a minor, Lu Yuluan assisted in governance, deeply trusted and valued by the new Emperor. Thus, the Prime Minister dominated the political stage, wielding immense influence throughout the court, rightly earning the label of power tilting the empire. Although Minister Fang was distracted in the ministry mansion by Chiyu's hypnotic charm, losing even his own son in the process. He played politics smoothly in the capital, slick like an old fox, managing relations across all sides. On the surface, appearing neutral yet leaning towards aligning with the Prime Minister. Lu Yuluan had finished lunch early in the palace, and on his way back home happened to pass by the ministry mansion. He suddenly remembered an ancient tome he'd wanted to read which Minister Fang had privately collected, so he decided to stop by and borrow it. Little did he know, he'd witness a curious scene. Chapter 13 The Eldest Son, Kidnapped by the Chancellor, 3. Lu Yuluan had once heard about this eldest son of the ministry family. Born strong and fearless, a brave and valiant warrior in training. Minister Fang used to talk to him about possibly sending the eldest son to military camp, where he'd fight fiercely in battlefields and protect the country. But for the past couple of years, no mention of the eldest son surfaced anymore. When asked about it, Minister Fang simply avoided the topic altogether. Lu Yuluan typically wasn't interested in prying into others' personal affairs. However, something strange occurred. As soon as he saw the figure struggling to remain upright despite evident weakness, he couldn't look away, nor move his feet. This was the bearing of a true man. After hearing the whole story, Lu Yuluan looked at the form again and a pang of pity welled up inside him. Young Master Fang was cast aside by his own parents and family, fighting for survival for 2 years without anyone asking after him. Angered and hurt, yet Fang Jui still mustered his strength to come seek peace with his parents. When Lu Yuluan saw the supposed fourth young master of the ministry household kicking down their noble eldest son like a lunatic, his heart constricted sharply and his expression darkened instantly. Still, this was another person's family affair, and Lu Yuluan tried hard to suppress his urge to step forward. Yet watching young Master Fang painfully cough while bent over, Lu Yuluan could wait no longer. He quickly moved toward him. Fang Jui lifted his eyes upon hearing the title, Prime Minister, locking gazes with Lu Yuluan's caring look. His eyes flickered, there it was again, that same face. Fu Dongyu from the world before last, the Crown Prince from the previous world, and Prime Minister Lu Yuluan in this one. All possessed the same face. Fang Jui wanted to laugh but couldn't. He smelled a trap. There was a first time and a second time, but there could not be a third or fourth. If these three people weren't the same person, he wouldn't believe it. So, who exactly was setting a trap for him? What did they intend to achieve? Feng Shui lowered his eyelids and no longer looked at that face. Lu Yuluan, however, stared fixedly at his face without letting go. How should Lu describe Feng Shui's face? It had the kind of vigor and beauty one might find in an emerald bamboo grove, strong yet exquisitely beautiful. The look of paleness and fragility added a touch of delicacy to this strength, making one want to fiercely embrace him and cherish him. Prime Minister Lu's eyes grew deeper with every passing moment. He didn't pay attention to Feng Shui's father or the other two sons of the household. In fact, right now, except for the eldest son, his entire impression of the ministry household had turned very poor. His figure was tall and noble, and when he bent down, his long black hair cascaded downward. With a smile on his lips but a serious tone in his voice, he said, "Young Master Feng, come with me." Feng Shui coughed into his hand, trembling slightly. It was already summer, yet he wore autumn clothing and still shivered uncontrollably. Seeing Feng Shui's lack of response, Lu Yuluan sighed lightly. Then he repeated slowly, "Come with me. They don't want you, but I do. Come with me. I will never abandon you, and I will always stay by your side." Feng Shui lifted his eyelids, staring at him for a long moment before finally extending his hand. Lu Yuluan gently grasped his thin, frail wrist, heart aching. He carefully picked him up and embraced him. Feng Shui lay helplessly in his arms, sighing softly inside. No matter whose trap it was, they had certainly hit the nail on the head with him. He simply couldn't refuse this man. Every word this man spoke precisely struck the chords of his heart. As Lu Yuluan cradled him, he gave Feng Shui's father a cold glance, smirking cruelly. "Since Secretary Feng doesn't want this son, then my chancellor residence will take him in. Since young Master Feng agrees to come with me, henceforth, he shall belong to my chancellor residence. Does Secretary Feng have any objections?" Feng's lips moved, but no words came out. Lu Yuluan turned and left. Secretary Feng watched as Lu Yuluan carried away his eldest son. Darkness clouded his vision, and he fainted. Lu Yuluan took Feng Shui back to his own residence. He arranged for Feng Shui to rest in his room and invited the imperial physician from the palace to check on him. Feng Shui's body had numerous ailments. Each sentence the royal physician spoke caused Lu Yuluan's expression to grow darker. After dismissing the physician, Lu Yuluan returned to the room to find Feng Shui curled up in his bed and already asleep. He stepped forward gently tucking him in inside. Just as he was about to leave, a pale hand reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Lu Yuluan looked down to see Feng Shui had opened his eyes. His gaze shimmered brilliantly, extremely alluring. Lu Yuluan's Adam's apple bobbed as he covered Feng Shui's eyes with his hand and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. "Sleep. I'm here with you." Feng Shui stared at him for a while, his eyelids growing heavy as he fell deeply asleep. Only after he was sure Feng Shui was asleep did Lu Yuluan depart. Qi Yu was stripped of his fine robes and expelled from the ministry household. Standing dazed outside the gates of the ministry residence, Qi Yu, disheveled, was mocked and pointed at by passers-by. Qi Yu's face twisted with rage. Why was this happening? Shouldn't the person being expelled from the ministry house be Feng Shui, the useless one? Why was it him? He wanted to be the young master of the ministry household. Not a beggar. Mad with anger, Qi Yu tried to storm back into the ministry house, shouting that he was the true young master, only to be mercilessly thrown out again by the guards. Onlookers laughed at him as he went mad. A fancy carriage passed by the ministry house. Someone casually lifted the curtain and caught sight of Qi Yu's face, instantly revealing a crazed infatuation. Qi Yu was dragged onto the carriage, trembling and no longer daring to act high and mighty. After all, once he lost the protection of the ministry house, he reverted to being just a beggar without the confidence to act superior anymore. The decoration of the carriage was extraordinarily luxurious, even more extravagant than the carriages owned by the ministry family. The person inside seemed incredibly powerful too. So, when the man in front of him looked at him lewdly, Qi Yu smiled flatteringly. Even though this man was a middle-aged, obese man in his 40s, Qi Yu dared not resist in the slightest. He was terrified of returning to the status of a beggar he once was. He would cling to anyone he could get his hands on. As long as it wasn't being a beggar, he'd have an opportunity to take revenge on Feng Shui. It was that useless Feng Shui who got him expelled from the ministry household. He would never let him off. Feng Shui yawned and leaned on the windowsill, looking out at the blooming roses. Lu Yuluan, worried about him catching a chill, had forbidden him from going outside, insisting he rest indoors. Bored out of his mind, Feng Shui still went out. He ran to Lu Yuluan's study, spending a large part of the day with him. The next day, Lu Yuluan received news that he had to visit a military camp outside the city. As soon as he left, an invitation from Prince Chen Nan's mansion arrived. Feng Shui received a system reminder: one charming individual was about to make trouble again. He accepted the invitation, bringing along the two secret guards Lu Yuluan had left with him, and leisurely made his way to Prince Chen Nan's mansion. Inside the residence of Prince Chen Nan, a flower viewing banquet was underway. This event was hosted by Prince Chen Nan's newly wedded secondary consort. Prince Chennan was 45 years old, already having one main wife, 2 secondary consorts, and countless concubines, with 7 or 8 children. But this new secondary consort named Chiyu appeared suddenly, and was a male. His age was even younger than some of Prince Chennan's own children. Chapter 14, The Eldest Son, Abducted by the Prime Minister, Part 4. Prince Chennan grandly announced the adoption of a male secondary consort. This move started a trend favoring males among the common folk and angered many ministers within the court. Prince Chennan adored his male secondary consort to no end, almost indulging him exclusively. This male secondary consort also seemed highly skilled, captivating even the prince's sons. Moreover, Prince Chennan killed several of his concubines who dared challenge the secondary consort. Rumors spread like wildfire in the marketplace, all claiming that this new secondary consort of Prince Chennan must be a fox spirit. While walking into the estate, Fang Jui listened to reports from a Chui. It seemed this charm virus was still quite active. Fang Jui was directly welcomed into the back garden of the Wang family's residence. Chiyu wore even more extravagant robes than he did in the ministry house. With numerous gold, silver, and jade decorations on his body, he appeared almost burdened under their weight. Seeing Fang Jui, he walked over with an air of arrogance and defiance. Even if I was kicked out of the ministry house, I'm living better than you, you useless piece of trash. So what if you've latched onto the Prime Minister? You still have no title, Fang Jui. You're not even equal to me. Fang Jui's gaze remained calm, without any ripples. He agreed smoothly, yes, you're right. I am inferior to you. Chiyu choked, not expecting such a composed response. He continued provoking him, I heard you were also thrown out of the ministry house. You're nothing but a rejected waste. You were abandoned before, and you still are now. Fang Jui didn't bother correcting him, nodding silently, appearing to agree completely. Chiyu's face twisted slightly. Behind him stood quite a few invited young ladies from noble families and their mothers. He intended to provoke Fang Jui until he lost his temper publicly, then act pitiful himself, knowing these people would surely come to his defense. But failing to provoke him didn't matter, because his trump card was still waiting behind. A malicious smile curved on his lips. Halfway through the flower feast, a servant hurried over to Fang Jui, saying the secondary consort had summoned him. Fang Jui thought to himself, here it comes. The servant led the way, winding east and west, until they reached a secluded path. Suddenly, several guards jumped out from among the trees on both sides. One guard sneered, so it was you who offended our secondary consort. Fang Jui stepped back a few paces, looking as though he had anticipated this, and calmly clapped his hands. 2 secret guards from the Prime Minister's house emerged from hiding, quickly taking down the guards from the Wang residence. Fang Jui laughed coldly, asking the leading guard, speak. What does your secondary consort plan to do? Or I'll kill you instantly. Afraid Fang Jui might actually hurt him, the guard quickly revealed everything Chiyu originally planned. Chiyu married Prince Chennan, an elderly man in his 50s, not thinking anything of it initially. But after hearing that the elegant and respected young Prime Minister had fallen for someone, specifically the eldest son of Minister Fang, and that the two were already living together, an extreme sense of imbalance grew inside him. He resolved to ruin Fang Jui, feeling extremely confident about it. After all, he had already ruined him once, so why wouldn't he succeed again? Therefore, he meticulously planned this banquet. This banquet gathered people from all the noble families in the capital city. The guards were tasked with knocking out Fang Jui when he was brought out by the attendants, and then feeding him a secret drug from the western regions. That drug would cause one to fall into madness, inducing desires deep within the heart, causing disgraceful behavior. Chiyu would lead the guests at the banquet over, ensuring that Fang Jui's disgraceful state would be exposed for all to see. Once the plan succeeded, Fang Jui's reputation would be utterly ruined, crushed solely by rumors. With the eldest son of the Minister of Works caught up in scandal, the reputation of the minister's residence would rot just like his. At the mere thought of it, Chiyu felt an immense sense of joy. How dare the residents of the Minister of Works expel him? They would pay the price. He maliciously grinned, splitting open his mouth. Standing in a corner of the garden, he waited pleasantly for his attendant to report back to him. The attendant didn't come, but instead, a heavy hand chop did. Prime Minister Lu Yuluan's hidden guards were skilled in martial arts. They quietly captured Chiyu, forcing the secret drug down his throat, and threw him into the stables. In the back garden, a group of young ladies and madams from various aristocratic families were chatting idly. Suddenly, they heard someone shouting frantically outside, "The stables are on fire." Everyone was startled and indeed saw smoke rising in one direction. The stables were not far from the garden. Curiously urged forward, the crowd followed along to check the situation. But upon seeing what was inside the stable, everyone momentarily froze, their faces turning red with discomfort as they turned away. That newly appeared concubine from the Wang residence, her clothes, were disheveled, her face contorted, wielding a sickle as she wildly chased horses around in the stable, muttering about killing someone while startling the horses into running amok. When Lord Chennan arrived at the scene after hearing the commotion, his face turned blacker than the bottom of a pot. By the time Chiyu came to from his dazed state, he found himself dumped outside the gates of the Wang residence. Around him, countless people pointed and whispered. "He's just a lunatic. I heard Lord Chen Nan lost face badly and was ridiculed by the nobility. Chi Yu froze, fragments of memory flickering through his mind. A sudden scream tore from his lips as he hammered the ground in manic despair. Why? According to his plans, the person who should have been disgraced beyond redemption should have been Feng Jui. It shouldn't have ended like this. Where had everything gone wrong? Ah, Feng Jui, it must have been Feng Jui playing tricks. He must have uncovered his plan. Feng Jui, Feng Jui. Spitting blood and rage, he cursed Feng Jui with all his might. I curse you to die an awful death. Exiting the Wang residence, the carriage from Prime Minister Lu Yuluan's house was already waiting outside. As soon as he entered the carriage, a pair of hands immediately wrapped around him, pulling him into a warm embrace. Lu Yuluan's voice was muffled as his breath grazed against Feng Jui's neck. I know everything. Feng Jui wasn't surprised. The secret guards had unique ways to communicate swiftly. Touching Lu Yuluan's hand, he said gently, didn't I end up fine? And I also turned his trick back on him. Recalling the danger, Lu Yuluan was filled with fear again. It was lucky there were 2 secret guards protecting Feng Jui, or otherwise. His tone turned cold, whoever dared touch you, I will never forgive them. Feng Jui smoothed Lu Yuluan's furrowed brow, gently hooking his finger. Lu Yuluan placed a soft kiss on his eyelid and solemnly declared, from now on, I will never leave your side. As the couple returned to the Prime Minister's residence, they coincidentally encountered some people from the Minister of Works household. Minister Feng was supporting his wife, hesitating at the gate of the Prime Minister's residence. Staring at their figures, Feng Jui suddenly said, let's avoid them. Not seeing them? Lu Yuluan asked. Feng Jui turned his head away without saying a word. The carriage quietly changed its route and left. After all, Feng Jui wasn't the original owner of the body. The person who was hurt and abandoned by his family was no longer here. Therefore, he wouldn't replace the original soul to forgive or accept his family. After all, the original person truly died alone without ever seeing his family. And that was undeniable proof of real harm endured. Although the virus of irresistible charm had confused his family, the damage they caused was something they could never make up for throughout their entire lives. In the dead of night, Lu Yuluan was sound asleep. Today, Feng Jui had kept him awake for half the night, leaving him completely exhausted. He slept deeply. Even when Lien Feng Jui quietly left the room, he didn't sense it at all. Feng Jui was also compelled to do so. Lu Yuluan kept his word, saying that he would no longer leave Feng Jui's side even for a step, and truly never parted from him. The two even had to go to the restroom together. He never managed to find an opportunity to go out alone and look for Chi Yu. The irresistible charm virus had fallen into dormancy, yet he still needed to urgently destroy it. In a dirty and messy alleyway, he found Chi Yu, who had once again become a beggar. His legs were broken, his eyes gouged out. Chi Yu was struggling on with only his last breath left. Feng Jui sighed softly, grabbing hold of the irresistible charm virus and crushed it in one fell swoop. The irresistible charm virus has been successfully destroyed. The mission of this world is complete. No new viruses have been discovered. Would you like to leave? Feng Jui supported his sore waist and slowly walked back. No, I won't leave. Suddenly, he paused in his steps. Under the moonlight, at the long alley's entrance stood a figure draped in white, looking as if a celestial being descended upon earth. Bathed in moonlight, he gently looked at his wife walking towards him. He asked nothing, said nothing, but merely draped a cloak around Feng Jui's shoulders, holding his hand as they walked back together. The moonlight enveloped them, lasting for an ageless moment. Time flew by swiftly. The young emperor of Dazhou dynasty had grown up. Lu Yuluan resigned from his post, traveling through mountains and waters with his wife, becoming a legendary tale. Chapter 15, Infinite, Cuddling with the Demon, 1. Player, Feng Jui. Level, 0. Charm value. Welcome to the infinite horror world. Entering the infinite game. A long, silent alley was shrouded in darkness. A few lamps hanging overhead flickered dimly, their yellow light wavering between bright and dim. A chilling wind blew through the alley from one end to the other. At the end of the alley stood a row of tightly packed residential buildings. The residential buildings stood dark and silent against the backdrop of night. Only in the middle building did a window emit a soft yellow glow. It shone like a beacon guiding something. A group of people approached the residential buildings, numbering about a dozen. This dozen or so individuals seemed not to belong to one collective group. They naturally split into several groups, each dressed in different uniforms. Among them, the largest group consisted of 6 or 7 burly men. These men were towering giants, their muscles bulging under the short sleeves of their shirts. They all belonged to the same organization, the Mighty Dragon Alliance. The Mighty Dragon Alliance was the largest organization in the Infinite Game. Only those strong enough to brave their way through more than 6 infinite worlds could join. Talented individuals abounded within its ranks. The rest of the crowd clustered in smaller factions of various minor organizations. The Mighty Dragon Group showed them no regard. However, there was a lone young man who drew particular attention. This person stood tall and slim, with fiery red hair and a face so handsome it could rival a star's, breathtakingly beautiful. Pale skin contrasted sharply with 2 dazzling ruby earrings. The reason they could see him so clearly was because he stood right under a street lamp with diffused yellow light shining on him. The mighty dragon members couldn't help but sneer dismissively. This pretty boy looked like a new bee. The infinite world was fraught with danger. Things that seemed harmless often claimed lives instantly. People were naturally drawn to light. Was this young man the only one who saw that street lamp? Everyone else did. Despite not belonging to the same organization, they all instinctively avoided it. This was because of lessons learned from past mistakes. Once, a player stood beneath what seemed like an ordinary street lamp. In just an instant, a great sword emerged from the lamp, cutting him cleanly in half from the middle. His death was mysterious and utterly humiliating. Ever since then, no veteran player dared stand under a street lamp in the game. Only newcomers ignorant of the situation would dare approach it. The game live stream began to buzz with excitement. This newbie had decent luck, he wasn't sliced in half. It's random after all. There are countless infinite worlds, not every street lamp is a death trap. This newbie sure looks good. Yeah right, as if anyone could match our JoJo baby for beauty. Where's JoJo? I'm here for her, but I don't see her anywhere. She's right there, carefully observe. She's behind the mighty dragon's protection. The towering mighty dragon members turned their attention away from the newbie. They carefully surrounded and protected the person in the middle. JoJo, you must stick with us. Don't wander off, we'll get you through this level. Lin Jiao looked especially petite next to several tall men. He held a box of milk, drinking happily, and responded softly, okay, big brothers, please protect JoJo well. The big men immediately became emotional, their eyes red. JoJo, rest assured. We barely managed to secure the spot to protect you, and will definitely get you through safely. Lin Jiao smiled sweetly and glanced at the young man under the lamplight nearby. He furrowed his brows slightly, newbie, don't hold us back. One of Lin Jiao's protectors said, JoJo, rest assured, we'll let this newbie go ahead for us and fulfill his purpose. Lin Jiao nodded, yawned, and said, I'm sleepy. Immediately, someone cradled him into their arms. Lin Jiao calmly used their embrace as a bed and fell asleep quickly. Feng Zhuyi touched the cold ruby on his ear, curling his lips into a slight smile. This was the infinite horror game world, controlled by the World Master, who pulled players from various worlds to participate. The irresistible charm virus had invaded a weak player's body. That player was Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao was the spoiled child of a wealthy family. Right after graduating from college, he was dragged into the infinite horror world. Being utterly incapable, Lin Jiao had no self-defense ability in this horror world. Just as he was about to be slashed to death by a ghost, a beam of golden light suddenly landed on him. Lin Jiao watched in shock as his charm value skyrocketed from 10 to 99. Then, someone suddenly rushed forward, shielding him from the monster's axe blow and telling him to run fast. Lin Jiao gradually discovered that even those older players who previously ignored him were now all vying fiercely to protect him. His coquetry, his frailty, these things were like the strongest aphrodisiacs to these players. Thus, in each horror world, everyone would unite to protect him. He started gaining fame across the infinite game, becoming the treasure of all players. To protect him, the players formed the JoJo Protection Base. Whenever Lin Jiao was about to enter the game, hordes of players scrambled to sign up to protect him. Lin Jiao didn't have to do anything, people would risk their lives to clear a safe path for him, ensuring his safe passage. So far, Lin Jiao had successfully cleared over 10 worlds. Countless people sacrificed their lives just to ensure his safe passage. Lin Jiao didn't even glance at them. After all, these people were nothing but tools to him, tools used solely to guarantee his safe clearance. If a tool died, well, there was always a replacement. There were plenty of players in the infinite world anyway. And no one could escape his charm. Even in his sleep, Lin Jiao's lips curled into a smug smile. You. Come here. A rough hand pointed at Feng Zhuyi standing silently under the lamplight, gazing at them. Feng Zhuyi frowned and walked over. Someone shoved him, pushing him to the front of everyone. Ahead lay a dark stairwell, resembling the gaping maw of a beast. The flashlight beam shone forward but was instantly swallowed by the darkness. One of the men behind him growled menacingly, don't just stand there, hurry up and scout the way for us. To pass this horror world, they needed to find the key to unlock the exit door. The key was the biggest boss, and once they killed the main boss, they could leave. However, the big boss wouldn't appear on its own but required the players to search for clues. Only when the inferred story was correct would the big boss appear. Chapter 16, Infinite, Hugging with the Demon, 2. Feng Zhuyi stepped forward and led the way upstairs. A group followed cautiously behind, eyes wide open, scanning their surroundings. The flashlight beams crisscrossed chaotically, shining on the walls. The yellowed walls were splattered everywhere with bloodstains and handprints. It resembled more of a crime scene. The residential building had 6 floors in total, with narrow and dim stairs, densely packed steps, making it easy to trip if not careful. Feng Zhuyi used the system's power and tampered a bit. Suddenly, one of the protectors who was carefully holding Lin Jiao slipped on a step and fell forward. His knees hit the steps hard as he knelt down, and Lin Jiao was accidentally thrown out of his arms. Lin Jiao's head bumped against the step, and with a cry of pain, he woke up from his sleep in confusion. He touched his head, which now had a large lump, and immediately became angry, yelling, "What's wrong with you?" The people around him quickly helped him up, showering him with concern. Lin Jiao pushed them away forcefully, saying capriciously, "This useless thing. How dare you drop me? I can't bear this humiliation. Get out. Get out." The protector who accidentally dropped him hurried to explain, "Jiao, it wasn't intentional. There's something wrong with the stairs. Please don't kick me out, just give me another chance, will you?" Lin Jiao's eyes turned poisonous. Having his sweet dream interrupted and being injured made his emotions flare up, revealing his true colors. "If you can't even do such a simple task, what good are you to me? You might as well bang your head against the wall until you die. Useless thing." The man he scolded froze, staring at the malevolent glint in Lin Jiao's eyes, a chill running down his spine. Lin Jiao was genuinely furious. Since his charm value shot up to 99, he had never been injured again. Now, the lump on his head still throbbed with pain. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His rage rose, and he lifted his chin, telling the several protectors surrounding him, "He is an unqualified protector, I no longer need him. Throw him out and let the ghosts eat him." A protector tried to explain for his companion, but Lin Jiao slapped him across the face. Although his strength was not great, that slap rang out crisply. He always pretended to be frail so others would pity him, but this was the first time he'd lost his temper in a long while, and it felt strangely satisfying. He thought, since his charm value was so high, even if he didn't treat these people kindly, wouldn't they still come crawling back like dogs? Still unsatisfied, Lin Jiao didn't care about the current situation and simply vented his anger. He ordered several guardians to stand by the wall, then pounced on them, kicking, hitting, and biting. He felt a sick sense of relief. The protector who offended him was thrown downstairs, and Lin Jiao was surrounded once more by a group of silent protectors. He seemed not to notice that his charm value had already dropped from 99 to 70. In the live stream room. Somehow, I feel that Lin Jiao has gone too far. Does he even know what he's saying? What does he think these protectors are? Just beat, scold, or throw them away as he pleases. My God, is this still my frail Jiao baby? After this small interlude, the group ascended the stairs without further incident and reached the 6th floor. The room with the light on was located on the 6th floor. Feng Zhuyi was shoved forward and had no choice but to knock on the door. The door was open, and as soon as he knocked, it slowly opened a crack. Pushed on by those behind him, Feng Zhuyi could only push the door open. There was no one in the room. The space inside was not large. A small living room, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a tiny balcony outside the window. Still, like the hallway, it was covered in bloodstains. On the table lay a newspaper, and Feng Zhuyi went ahead, skimming through it quickly. A headline on the newspaper had been circled in black ink. Mass murder in old district apartment building, no survivors among 11 families in the building. Suspect still at large. Everyone was silent. Wasn't this clue blatantly clear? The murderer killed all the residents out of anger caused by disputes with neighbors. Or perhaps the killer himself was mentally ill, knocking on doors in the dead of night and slaughtering households. Anyway, it was clear now that this was a murder case, and the big boss should be the suspect still at large. It was a reasonable assumption, but Feng Zhuyi frowned. How could it be this easy? Keep looking for other clues. A group of burly men gathered together, making the place seem crowded, so they scattered to search for clues. While Lin Jiao walked over to the sofa and sat down, pouting and saying, "Find it quickly. I don't want to stay here anymore." Feng Zhuyi suddenly threw the newspaper down, the thick stack landing on the small coffee table with a loud thud, startling Lin Jiao. Infuriated, Lin Jiao glared at him. "You dare defy me? Someone, throw this disrespectful newbie out of the window." For a moment, no one moved. Lin Jiao's eyes swept over his protectors. "Are you deaf? I told you to throw this out of the window." Feng Zhuyi sneered lightly, "Oh, I'm so scared. Do you think you're an emperor? That everyone has to listen to you?" Lin Jiao said proudly, "You could say that. I, Lin Jiao, am the emperor of all players in this infinite world. I hold their life and death in my hands. If I say they die, they cannot live." His words fell, and the live stream room exploded as his charm value began to drop again. Feng Zhuyi sighed once more, wondering why the universal virus always picked problematic people. At that moment, someone walked over with a diary. The diary was opened, revealing a story filled with anger and heartache. This residential building housed 12 families. Among those on the top floor were a brother and sister pair living alone. The twins looked alike and were both quite handsome, working in the live streaming industry. The older brother was a gaming streamer, and the younger sister streamed her looks. Another family on the 6th floor had a male member who was secretly a pervert. Seemingly kind-hearted, he deceived the trust of the twins and drugged their food. After his depravity, he took pictures to threaten them. Afraid that he would release the photos online, the siblings did not dare to expose the situation and suffered silently. Not only that, but the man enthusiastically invited other residents on the same floor to visit the twins' home. Since the twins were both good-looking, many willingly went to the 6th floor. Thus, the 6th floor became a place of demoniac revelry. One day, the sister eventually jumped from the building. The brother was threatened by a group and dared not reveal the truth. Tormented daily by pain, one day the brother suddenly found a statue in his room. Chapter 17 Infinite, Intimacy with Demons, 3. A very strange statue. The statue spoke. If the brother was willing to offer up his soul, it would help him get revenge and kill everyone. The brother agreed. The diary belonged to the brother, recorded up to this point. Since the brother had agreed to the statue's terms for a deal, this entire residential building massacre might very well have been committed by the statue. But the newspaper mentioned that the suspect was still at large. Feng Zhui slowly stated, so, the brother made a deal with the statue to seek revenge. The statue helped kill the 11 households that insulted the twins. But then the brother regretted giving up his soul, so he ran away. Now, where is the statue? As soon as his words finished, a faint sound of a knife scraping against the ground came from the open door. The sound grew louder, heading straight for the 6th floor. Someone continued, if the statue couldn't find the brother, it would surely wait here for his appearance. But the brother didn't show up, and what appeared here is us. Feng Zhui took the conversation further, putting the diary aside and rushing forward to lock the door tightly. Whoever has come, the statue must be angry that humans broke their word and tricked it. Now, its target isn't just the brother but all humans. The crowd gasped in shock, that can't be, wrongs must have their rightful sources. Feng Zhui snorted lightly, did any of you notice anyone in the surrounding apartment buildings when we were outside? No one spoke. It was just getting dark, yet none of the nearby buildings were completely silent. If Feng Zhui's speculation was correct, then the people in the surrounding buildings had also been killed by the statue. Now, was the statue coming after them? The members of the mighty dragon team tied black cloth around their wrists and coldly laughed, then it's perfect. The statue is the big boss of this world. Kill it, and we'll get the key. It was indeed like that, but it was too fast. They hadn't been in this world for even a few hours, and already the big boss had spawned. The crowd felt an undercurrent of unease. Someone voiced aloud, I've never entered a world with such a fast pace before. It usually takes at least 3 days to locate the boss. Right, I remember reading on forums before that if you enter a high-speed world, it indicates. Everyone's faces turned pale, no one wanted to utter that speculation. Even the members of Mighty Dragon wore expressions of discomfort. Feng Zhui smiled sardonically as he added, it shows that this is a dead end. As soon as the words, inescapable death, escaped his lips, everyone's eyes turned to Feng Zhui. Feng Zhui shrugged, his face shining brilliantly under the light. What's the use of running away when the big boss is already right in front of us? The sound of the knife scraping against the ground grew closer and louder, sending chills down everyone's spine. Lin Jiao was startled upon hearing the phrase, inescapable death. His complexion turned sour, and he spoke with dissatisfaction to his protectors. What are you still standing there for? Aren't you supposed to protect me? I don't care how you do it, but even if we die, you have to get me out of here. The protectors hesitated for a moment, silently gathering together and placing him behind them. Lin Jiao only thought of hiding himself in a safe place, failing entirely to notice the flicker of discontent that passed through the eyes of his protectors. And his charm value had plummeted to 30. In the live stream room. Oh no, something feels wrong about this world. How did I start hating Lin Jiao so much? I just had a question, why do we need to protect Lin Jiao? I used to protect him too. Back then, he was so adorable, I couldn't bear the thought of him dying. But our protection seems to be taken for granted by him, he doesn't show any gratitude at all. We're just tools for him to pass the game. He doesn't even care whether we live or die. Over the years, how many of our comrades have died protecting him in these game worlds and never returned? Have any of you ever seen him shed even one tear over it? Bang! A sudden loud thud came from the door, as if something had struck it with force. Everyone in the room tensed up, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the door. 1 hit, 2 hits. On the 3rd strike, the door was cleaved into 2 halves, kicked open by a long leg clad in a pair of dress pants. A towering figure barged in. The tall and handsome man dragged a long, pointed knife in his hand. His face and body were completely splattered with blood. Players exchanged glances. This blood-soaked figure, seemingly straight out of hell, was this really the statue? It was clear, it was a demon. The demon looked around at the roomful of people, slowly revealing a grin. Human souls. He muttered in a crazed tone, narrowing his eyes slightly. They smell delicious. I will eat your souls, ha 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 ha. With bloodshot eyes and a grotesque expression, he hoisted his long blade and rushed forward with astonishing speed. Chaos erupted in the room immediately. The broken door closed itself once more with a layer of black mist sealing it, making it impossible to break through. The demon, his face twisted with wickedness, plunged his knife into a player's chest, spinning the blade rapidly and ripping out a gaping hole in his chest. After withdrawing the knife, he quickly and accurately stabbed it into another person's throat. He smiled wickedly at the corner of his mouth. The feeling of slaughter, truly wonderful. The room was in disarray, blood and mutilated bodies flying everywhere. They retreated step by step, fleeing to different parts of the room, the balcony, the toilet. The tall and evil demon hummed an eerie little tune, dragging his blade lightly as he stepped forward. I hate hide-and-seek the most. Saying this, he swung his long blade wildly, hacking furiously at the tightly shut doors while cackling madly. In a matter of moments, the majority of the players were either dead or grievously injured. In the room, Lin Jiu was protected behind the guards, helplessly watching as the door was slashed open by the blade. He beat on the chest of the man shielding him in front, shouting in anger, "You useless morons. Are you just going to hide? Attack! Kill this demon for me." The men turned around, glaring coldly at him. The leader said coolly, "So, we're useless? And what exactly are you, hiding behind us?" His gaze and tone were icy, causing Lin Jiu to momentarily freeze in shock. His expression contorted. "How dare you speak to me like that? You're my protectors." The man replied with a frosty expression. "Protectors? Why should we protect a selfish coward?" Enraged, Lin Jiu stamped his feet, realizing now that on his stats panel, his charm value had dropped to a mere 10 points. He gasped for air, instantly panicking. How could this be? How could it be like this? When he entered this world, his charm value was clearly still at 99. How did it drop so suddenly to 10 points? There must be something wrong with this world. Yes, definitely something wrong with the world. Once they leave this world, his charm value will go back to 99. He'll still be the Lin Jiu that everyone admires to the skies. That's absolutely correct. He consoled himself, looking at the men who were already prepared to abandon protecting him, and spoke with a trembling voice, "Please, you must protect me." The men just coldly glanced at him and ignored him. Chapter 18, Infinite, Hugging the Demon, 4. The door was broken open with a creak. The tall and handsome demon walked in. The members of the mighty dragon team worked in perfect harmony, all towering and muscular. For a moment, they managed to stop the demon's steps. The demon's face darkened, and black mist seeped out from the walls, wrapping around these self-important humans who dared to toy with the demon. Those entangled by the black mist suddenly realized they couldn't move. They could only look on helplessly as the demon wildly lifted his long knife and split them into 2 halves. While the demon dealt with those people, Lin Jiu held his breath and moved along the wall towards the door. His slim frame allowed him to really escape through the room door. As the room became gradually enveloped in black mist, there was no way out. He could only madly bang on the locked toilet door, shouting, "Let me in. I'm Lin Jiu, you have to protect me." Halfway through, he clenched his teeth, "I beg you." Before he finished speaking, the toilet door opened. He showed a gleam of joy and squeezed into the toilet. As soon as he turned around, he met an exceptionally handsome face. He frowned, "Why is it you?" Feng Zhuyi crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, not showing any urgency but instead appearing carefree. He raised an eyebrow, "Why can't it be me? Or do you think that this newbie has already died under the demon's blade?" Lin Jiu detested this newbie since the first glance. Because this newcomer always gave him a very bad premonition. It was a sense of unease akin to encountering one's nemesis. He furrowed his brows and remained silent. Instead, Feng Zhuyi started chatting, "Are your protectors all dead?" Lin Jiu replied coldly, "A bunch of useless things." The bathroom fell silent, with the only sounds being screams, roars, escapes, knocks, and breaking things. Time ticked away second by second. Pressure built up accordingly. As the noise outside gradually quieted down, Lin Jiu began to tremble all over. He stared fixedly at the toilet door, fearing that the next moment it would be busted open by the demon. The familiar sound of a sharp knife scraping against the ground hissed and echoed. Lin Jiu's heart almost leapt into his throat. The sound stopped at the toilet door. That wicked voice rang out again, "Ah, there's still someone here." There was no sound of smashing the door, but Lin Jiu held his breath and suddenly heard a snap. The lock had been twisted off, and the door was pushed slightly ajar. Lin Jiu immediately turned and glared at Feng Zhuyi. Feng Zhuyi innocently said, "It's not my fault, you didn't lock the door just now." It seemed like the gap was widening slowly, inch by inch, as if intentionally toying with them. Lin Jiu retreated in fear and grabbed onto Feng Zhuyi's arm. Feng Zhuyi frowned at him. The door kept opening wider. Seeing the opportunity, Lin Jiu suddenly pulled Feng Zhuyi forcefully and shoved him outside. Caught off guard, Feng Zhuyi was thrown out of the toilet, landing directly in the demon's arms. Man and demon faced each other. Feng Zhuyi was startled. The demon was also surprised. Plop. Behind Feng Zhuyi, the toilet door closed again. After a long silence, the demon remained motionless, letting Feng Zhuyi press against him. His scarlet eyes never blinked as he stared at Feng Zhuyi. Feng Zhuyi raised his hand and, under the demon's gaze, slowly wiped away the blood on his face. The familiar features emerged, and Feng Zhuyi stopped his hand and fell silent. Sure enough, it was him again. Feeling too tired to even get up, he sprawled on the demon and said, "I'm exhausted, I want to sleep." Holding someone for the first time, the demon felt his chest burn with a fierce heat. He stammered for a moment, "Why you, aren't you afraid of me?" Feng Shui encircled his long neck with both hands and leaned close to his ear, saying, "Are you going to kill me?" The demon trembled all over, a storm of emotions swirling in his crimson eyes. He dropped the long knife in his hand, his long bloody fingers slowly brushing against Feng Shui's neck, tenderly stroking it. Satisfied, he watched the blood stain a patch of Feng Shui's skin red in his arms. With a tone of satisfaction, he said, "I actually don't want to kill you anymore." Feng Shui rubbed against his neck, then, "I'm not afraid of you either, Mr. Demon." Mr. Demon was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, his chest trembling as his voice deepened. "Hasn't anyone told you not to provoke a demon randomly?" Feng Shui also looked at him, smiling. The demon's gaze darkened instantly. Feng Shui was picked up by the demon and taken step by step toward the large bed in the room. In front of the toilet door, only a long sharp knife remained. Inside the toilet, Lin Jiu crouched in the corner, shivering. "I can't die. I can't die." In the live broadcast. Yes, he can't die, others could die, right? The mighty dragon team has been completely wiped out, but the one who deserves death the most hasn't died yet. Demon, don't go. There is still someone in the toilet. Mr. Demon, you forgot your knife. Why did the demon take that newcomer away? Damn it, black mist blocks everything, we can't see a thing. No need to guess, this newbie will definitely die, no one has ever lived through such a deadly situation. But I think they are going to do something scandalous. Impossible. Demons and players are mortal enemies. The two sworn enemies spent a whole day together in the room. When Feng Shui got up, the demon held onto his hand tightly, his crimson eyes staring at him intently. "Where are you going?" Under the demon's intense gaze, Feng Shui coaxed him gently, "I'm just going to use the restroom, please wait for me here." Unhappy, the demon said, "There is still someone in the restroom, are you planning to let him escape?" Feng Shui shook his head, "I really just need to use the restroom." Inside the restroom, Lin Jiu was slumped in the corner, half asleep. Since he had pushed Feng Shui outside, he hadn't heard any noise from the demon anymore. When the sound of the toilet door opening reached his ears, he opened his fearful eyes. Instead of seeing the demon, he saw Feng Shui, the person he'd pushed outside to block the demon. Feng Shui met Lin Jiu's incredulous eyes and shrugged, "You didn't lock the door again." Lin Jiu lowered his voice, "Why aren't you dead yet?" Feng Shui smiled but said nothing. Lin Jiu noticed the marks on Feng Shui's neck. His eyes twinkled as if he'd figured out something unimaginable, revealing a hint of shock. "No wonder the demon didn't kill you, you actually, with the demon." Feng Shui merely looked at him with heavy eyes. "Yeah, the virus has fallen asleep. It's time to erase it." He raised his hand, and a flash of golden light emerged. Lin Jiu only felt something being torn from his body, making him feel disoriented for an instant. When Lin Jiu came back to his senses, he looked at Feng Shui in terror. "What did you do to me?" Feng Shui easily destroyed the virus. He shrugged nonchalantly, feigning innocence, "I didn't do anything. I just need to use the restroom, please get out." Lin Jiu refused to leave, glaring fiercely at Feng Shui. Seeing that Lin Jiu wouldn't budge, Feng Shui simply turned and left without using the restroom. Lin Jiu watched his retreating figure and quickly followed him after glancing around. In the room, when Feng Shui entered first, Lin Jiu tried to follow right after. However, a wall of black mist blocked him outside the door. Outside the room, Lin Jiu shouted angrily, "Your choice in people is terrible. That ugly creature could never compare to me. If you let me go, I could reluctantly be with you." Inside the room, the demon heard Lin Jiu's shouts and his face turned gloomy, showing signs of madness. Before Lin Jiu finished speaking, the demon waved his hand, causing the black mist to rush out of the room. Standing outside the room, Lin Jiu was immediately enveloped by the thick black mist. Piercing screams were muffled by the black mist. The black mist swirled violently and twisted itself into forms. Finally, it spat out a pile of bones. A puddle of crimson blood flowed on the ground. The blood soon disappeared under the black mist. Not only that, but every corner of this world was covered in black mist. Every single trace of blood disappeared instantly. Mr. Demon feared scaring the human he liked, so he cleaned up the world thoroughly. And to prevent the tricky human from leaving, he trapped Feng Shui on the rooftop. Feng Shui didn't mind. He stayed in this game world instead of leaving, living with the lonely demon for a while. When the demon fell back into sleep and became a statue again, he finally left this world. After his departure, the demon's game world collapsed spectacularly. Chapter 19, Entertainment Circle, the king of singers was taken away by the big shot, 1. The smell of hospital disinfectant lingered at the tip of his nose. Feng Shui suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying in a hospital bed, wearing a blue-striped patient gown. The window beside the hospital bed was wide open, and cold wind rushed in furiously. Feng Shui lowered his eyelashes, looking at the intravenous needle on the back of his hand. He casually pulled it out, and immediately blood beads appeared. This body belonged to Master Feng's young master from the capital city. Young Master Fong had a congenital heart condition, an introverted personality with little talk, adoring a popular singer named Lu Qin, who was a hardcore fan of him. In this world, the viral sensation virus had invaded this person named Lu Qin. Lu Qin was originally just a minor cover singer active on a platform where covers were prevalent. His voice wasn't particularly remarkable, and the songs he covered weren't getting many listens. He had fewer than 100 followers on the platform, half of whom were given by the platform itself. Until the viral sensation virus invaded him. On an ordinary morning, Lu Qin logged into the platform as usual and found himself suddenly famous. The playback volume of more than a dozen cover tracks skyrocketed overnight to 1 million hits, and the number of fans quickly increased to over 500,000. It was as if he had become famous overnight. Opening each audio's comment section, netizens seemed to have gone crazy, passionately praising his voice. I declare. This is the best sound in the world. So good to listen to. Is this a voice kissed by an angel? Please sing more. Why did I discover such a wonderful brother only now? Locked in with brother Lu Qin, I swallowed the key. The comments section was filled with endless flattery, and private messages were all praises for his voice. At that time, Lu Qin already had a wild premonition, his destiny was about to be rewritten. Sure enough, opportunities came pouring in thereafter. Firstly, his cover track play count broke 10 million, creating a tidal wave online and directly making several songs popular. On countless short video platforms, videos using his cover tracks as background music flooded everywhere. His sudden popularity caught the attention of some variety shows, so many programs competed to invite him for traffic. A single song sung by Lu Qin on a variety show directly placed him atop the popularity chart. His fame soared. Simultaneously, numerous talent agencies began extending olive branches to Lu Qin. Lu Qin directly signed with Star Peak Entertainment, which took the opportunity to custom design a digital album for him. Upon its release, the digital album's sales soared past 10 million copies. Without a doubt, Lu Qin became famous. Within just over a month, thanks to impressive achievements, he rocketed to the top ranks of pop stars. Songs by him could be heard everywhere on the streets and alleys. The sudden surge in popularity left Lu Qin feeling extremely insecure. He feared that all this was nothing but a fleeting dream, thus seeking to connect with a big figure as a patron while the opportunity existed. His target was none other than the current leader of the Fong group, Master Fong's eldest son, Fong Yu. Fong Yu was the biological older brother of this body and also the male lead of this world. According to the original plot of this world, the male lead, Fong Yu, would spark romantic sparks with his secretary Yuan Shao, enduring various trials before finally coming together. But Lu Qin, infected with the viral sensation virus, meddled right in the middle. Lu Qin fell in love at first sight with Fong Yu at a dinner gathering, and Fong Yu was unable to escape the influence of the viral sensation virus radiating from Lu Qin, plunging directly into love with him. As for the original protagonist, Yuan Shao, after obstructing Lu Qin once in the company, was directly fired by the enraged Fong Yu. The original main character suffered undeserved calamity. The original main character adored Lu Qin's singing immensely. Upon discovering that Lu Qin was together with his own elder brother, he was overjoyed. Fong Yu directly brought Lu Qin home to live together. When the elder brother wasn't around, the original main character secretly approached Lu Qin, hoping to obtain his autograph. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qin had long targeted him. Although Lu Qin managed to win Fong Yu's heart, he always remained uneasy. He intended to firmly grasp Fong Yu's heart in his control, he wanted Fong Yu to feel remorse towards him, never daring to leave him. Taking advantage when the original main character was close to him, he deliberately framed him, pretending to fall down the stairs from the second floor and knocking his head bloody. This scene was coincidentally witnessed by Fong Yu upon returning. Fong Yu looked at the shocked original main character at the foot of the staircase with disbelief. After being sent to the hospital, Lu Qin woke up and cried to Fong Yu, claiming that the original main character blamed him for seducing their elder brother and pushed him down the stairs. As a result, Fong Yu felt very guilty towards Lu Qin and also developed dissatisfaction with his younger brother. He directly drove his younger brother out of the house and cut off all financial support for him. The original young master originally had a congenital heart condition, and with heavy depression and severe emotional fluctuations, he collapsed on the road and was sent to the hospital. By the time he arrived at the hospital, the original young master had already passed away. Feng Zhui immediately took over, stabilizing the situation of this body, preventing it from being directly sent to the morgue. He really didn't want to appear out of the morgue, it would be quite terrifying. Recalling the various circumstances of the original young master, Feng Zhui sighed. This young master should have been pampered by his own older brother for a lifetime, living carefree and happy. All of this was ruined by the viral sensation virus. Feng Zhui thought about it and asked the system to enhance his music talent's skill points. After arranging for himself to be discharged, he stood outside the hospital for a long while before hailing a taxi and returning directly to the Fong family mansion. The original young master had always lived in the same place as his elder brother. The taxi stopped in front of the Fong family mansion. As Feng Zhui was about to get out and enter, he was stopped by security. The guard said coldly, "Sorry, you cannot enter." It was winter, and Feng Zhui was still wearing thin clothing, shivering in the cold. He pursed his lips and said resentfully, "You stop me? Open your eyes and take a good look at who I am." The guard didn't even blink. Young master, the elder master has said that from now on, you are not allowed to enter this place. Feng Jui's gaze darkened as he took out his phone to call Feng Yu, only to find that he had been blocked. That was quite final. Having been dazzled by the aura of the viral sensation virus, he had even forgotten that his younger brother had a heart condition. Feng Jui frowned and turned around to leave. The area where the Feng family mansion was located was an expensive and exclusive location, with several other large mansions of wealthy families nearby. Such areas rarely offered rentals, so after walking along the main road for quite some time, Feng Jui, gasping for breath and pressing his trembling chest, sat down pale-faced by the roadside. Unkind weather struck, and clouds had gathered unknown when, pelting down icy raindrops. Chilling bone-cold air filled the atmosphere. Feng Jui coughed lightly for a while. Shrinking by the roadside, unable to move for a moment, drenched by the rain, he looked just like a soaked cat that couldn't find its home. A black luxury car zoomed past him at high speed. A short while later, the luxurious car slowly reversed back. The door opened, and someone got out. A pair of shiny, expensive leather shoes appeared beneath Feng Jui's eyes. Feng Jui's heart stirred slightly, and he slowly lifted his head. Fine rain threads blurred everything, but Feng Jui could vaguely see a cold and familiar face. He blinked, and instantly a crystal-clear tear rolled down. The fragile beauty shedding tears in the rain made one's heart tighten. That single tear seemed to fall directly onto Chi Bai's heart, plop. Ripples spread through his heart. Chapter 20, Entertainment Circle, the king of singers was taken away by the big shot, too. Chi Bai's elegant fingers, as slender as jade, moved slightly by his side. He suddenly wanted to pick up this disheveled little kitten, bring it home, and keep it hidden carefully. A casual glance through the car window earlier revealed someone on the side of the road, looking as disheveled as a stray cat, which aroused his impulse to get out and approach him. Chi Bai's eyes gleamed with a mysterious darkness, and before he could organize his words to coax this little kitten to go home with him, the beautiful little kitten lifted its head first, those moist and round eyes gazing at him, as if suffering an enormous wrong. My brother doesn't want me anymore. I don't have a home. After muttering these words, Feng Jui closed his eyes and fell forward. Hearing his aggrieved voice, Chi Bai felt a sudden constriction in his heart. Seeing him faint unexpectedly made him panic immediately. He quickly embraced Feng Jui entirely. Feng Jui's figure was frail and formed a tiny lump in front of Chi Bai. So thin. So light. It felt as if his entire body was just bones. Chi Bai furrowed his brows tightly. It seemed that this little cat was truly a stray cat. He carried the person into the car without putting him down even in the vehicle, still tightly cradling him in his arms. He touched Feng Jui's head and felt a burning heat. He had a fever. The weather was getting colder, yet the person was only wearing a thin piece of clothing. Even curled up in his arms, Feng Jui continued to shiver unconsciously. Chi Bai pulled out a blanket from the car and wrapped Feng Jui tightly. Of course, he knew exactly who the person in his arms was. The young master of the Feng family, Feng Jui. After all, they lived in the same area, and he had dealt with the elder son of the Feng family. He knew that the younger son of the Feng family was in poor health with a congenital heart condition. The young master had always been treated like a treasure within the Feng family, never beaten or scolded, precious like the eye's pupil. But this young master, who should have been well pampered, was now wandering on the streets, saying that his brother no longer wanted him. Chi Bai felt unbearable heartache. He knew that Feng Yu had recently started seeing a boyfriend, and gossip around the circle said he had chosen a popular singer, someone he doted on extravagantly. For this singer, even the capable assistant was fired. It seemed not only did he fire his capable assistant but also abandoned his own younger brother. Chi Bai sighed as he tightened his arms around the trembling person in his embrace. What exactly was the elder son of the Feng family doing? It was as if he were possessed. If the old man of the Feng family overseas learned that their treasured one had been thrown away, wouldn't he be absolutely furious? However, since this gem ended up in his hands, then it would belong to him from now on. Chi Bai claimed the person calmly as his own, bringing him directly to his private hospital for a thorough examination. Apart from catching a cold, his physical condition was fine. Only then did Chi Bai sigh in relief. When Feng Jui woke up, he was again in a hospital, but this room looked distinctly high class. He hadn't expected that catching just a bit of a chill would make this body faint immediately. On a soft leather sofa next to the bed, sat a tall man. When he saw Feng Jui wake up, the man stood up immediately, offering him a glass of water. Feng Jui paused, his voice hoarse as he thanked the man before sipping the water slowly in tiny bites, like a kitten drinking water. Chi Bai looked at him with tender eyes. After finishing his water, Feng Jui seriously looked at Chi Bai, his gaze momentarily becoming complex. Thank you for bringing me to the hospital. Chi Bai spoke gently, I am Chi Bai, the heir of the Chi family. What's wrong? Did something happen? Chi Bai, the eldest son of the Chi family. Although the Feng family was also an influential household, their business mainly operated around the capital city, while the Chi family's reach extended across the entire country. In comparison, the Fangs paled in significance. Feng Jui lowered his eyelashes and sniffled, my brother doesn't believe in me. He kicked me out. I don't have a penny on me, and I don't know where to go. Chi Bai's voice grew suddenly colder. Just because of a mere star? How absurd. Then he softened his tone to soothe Feng Shui. Shall I contact Grandpa Feng? Feng Shui shook his head. Grandpa is in poor health. We can't let him worry. Chi Bai's gaze grew even gentler. Is there anything I can do for you? For example, come stay at my place. A stray cat certainly wouldn't have anywhere to go. Feng Shui's gaze turned from confusion to determination, and he suddenly declared. I want to enter the entertainment industry. I want to sing. If I sing well, my brother will definitely love me. Chi Bai was momentarily speechless. He wanted to say, that broken-hearted brother of yours isn't worth it, I'm way more reliable. But looking at the brightness in Feng Shui's eyes, he sighed and gave in. Alright, I'll help you. From Youth was a talent show where over 100 teenage boys aged 18 and 19 would compete fiercely for a debut position. This program belonged to the entertainment company under Chi Corporation Group, so it was ridiculously easy for Chi Bai to slip someone into the contest. As a participant, Feng Shui would need to live together with a group of men for 3 whole months. Chi Bai, worried about him, simply disguised himself as a staff member and entered the recording site Brightness Island along with Feng Shui. By chance, the vocal coach of this program happened to be Lu Qin. Lu Qin didn't know beforehand that Feng Shui would participate in the competition, and upon unexpectedly seeing him among the participants, he was extremely surprised. And with that surprise came a malicious thought. This culprit, who pushed him down the stairs deserved some special treatment. The opening performance stage during the initial rating has always been the most important for contestants, with various performances taking turns on stage, varying widely in quality. Alongside the mentor's comments, the day passed quickly. It wasn't yet Feng Shui's turn. Feng Shui, sitting in the viewing stands, was quietly taken away by the staff. In the lounge, Chi Bai prepared specially made meals suited for Feng Shui's constitution. I've asked the director to move your turn to the last. Take your time eating. Feng Shui cast a lingering glance at him. Why are you so kind to me? Chi Bai choked for a moment, then retorted after a pause, can't I be kind to you? Feng Shui lowered his eyelids, holding the rice bowl and carefully picking up dishes with chopsticks, without saying a word. Chi Bai was temporarily unable to figure out what he was thinking. By the time Feng Shui finished his meal and went back, it was exactly his turn. Different from other participants who performed on an empty stomach, Feng Shui, full-fed and well-hydrated, looked elegant and composed, glowing all over. He stood confidently in front of the camera with a microphone in hand, introducing himself. A set of perfectly tailored white designer suit accentuated his slim waist and long legs. A spotlight shone on him, making him look like a little prince. Especially, there was a red rose in the pocket of the little prince's chest. The red rose was given by someone. All eyes were on Feng Shui on the stage, shining brightly. It seemed as if the light favored him especially. Next, I will present my original work, Light. I am in the darkness. I am utterly lost. I fear loneliness. I am like a solitary ship sailing far away. Is there a place in this world where I can fit in? If you are the light. If you are the light. I will forever follow your trail. No need to chase. I am the light. At the end of the song, everyone in the hall burst into tears. Chi Bai stood in the shadows, looking up at Feng Shui on the stage radiating brilliance. His gaze flickered between light and dark. Chapter 21, Entertainment Circle, the Song King was taken away by the Big Shot, 3. In the viewing area, some contestants cried loudly. In the mentor's seat, Mentor 1 adjusted his emotions, nodded and said, it is really a very sad song, with strong empathy, emotional expression, and technical skills, all very well executed. I suggest an S grade. S grade, the highest level. Mentor 2 was very excited, this song is amazing. It definitely deserves an S grade. Mentor 3 was close friends with Lu Qin, and just as he prepared to comment, he suddenly noticed a signal from Lu Qin and immediately understood what Lu Qin meant. Though he didn't know why Lu Qin wanted to target this young contestant, he still coldly remarked, I think it's not that impressive, an average voice. I wasn't moved by his voice at all, and this song wasn't enough to touch me. In my view, it could only be a C grade. C grade, the lowest level. When it was Lu Qin's turn, the red-hot singer and all cameras turned to him directly. Lu Qin gave a fake smile, having just had plastic surgery which made his face stiff, and slowly opened his mouth to say, Mentor 3 is right, this participant's overall performance falls short of expectations. Personally, I think he is far from deserving an S grade. Therefore, the rating I give matches Mentor 3's, which is also a C grade. All contestants murmured, exchanging glances about something. Some people questioned. Such a powerful song, and yet it's just a C grade. That's too ridiculous. Even if it doesn't reach an S grade, it shouldn't be a C grade. In a corner far away from the cameras, Chi Bai watched Lu Qin with icy eyes. So, this is the new lover of Master Feng, huh? Great. Daring to blatantly target his little cat right in front of him. Since the ratings reached a tie, the 4 mentors remained deadlocked, none willing to change their grades. Consequently, the final result was delayed indefinitely. On the stage, Feng Shui, who had been standing for quite a while, felt somewhat tired. He frowned slightly and picked up the microphone. The audience here isn't limited to the mentors but also includes many of the participants. Since the mentors cannot agree on the evaluation, I don't mind letting everyone else vote for my rating. The hall instantly fell silent. Feng Shui raised his hand, light dancing at his fingertips. So. Please shout out loud the rating you believe I deserve. After a brief silence, someone shouted S, followed immediately by everyone shouting S uncontrollably as the sound grew louder. As the volume increased, the director officially announced Feng Shui's preliminary rating as S. Lu Qin's face was extremely ugly. He glared fiercely at Feng Shui. Think you can fight me? Good. Just as I could force you out of the Feng family, I can also kick you out of this program. Just wait and see. The first episode aired soon. Feng Shui, as expected, became an overnight sensation. Feng Shui, dressed in a white suit with a red rose on his chest that blazed like a flame, was bathed in the light, becoming the white moonlight in the hearts of every viewer. He stood in the light, singing the sorrowful light, as if he had chased and caught his own light. Or perhaps it was also a lament, a fantasy conjured from not having reached that light and sinking into despair. Feng Shui's debut stage video was shared tens of millions of times by netizens online. Countless people covered his song, and netizens unanimously agreed it would be the year's #1 tear-jerking masterpiece. I'm so lost right now. Will that light really appear? My light has left me forever. I hope everyone stays happy and finds their own light. No need to chase, we ourselves are the light. This young man sings so well, it's even an original song by him. God-tier main singer. Everyone, support him for debut. In no time, this song and Feng Shui's name quickly swept across the internet. Feng Shui's vote count surged far ahead, placing him first with tens of thousands more votes than the second-place contender. Of course, some also noticed Lu Qin. Wait. Is Lu Qin's face falling apart? What's wrong with Lu Qin? With such a powerful song and vocal prowess, and he didn't give it an S grade. I think this contestant could easily outperform him. Very funny, our dear Qin is a mentor, are you questioning the mentor? Anyway, it wasn't just him giving a low score, another mentor gave one too, meaning the song must have issues. Exactly. We're not watching live, no one knows how much audio tuning happened. The performance might have been terrible at the scene, why else would two mentors give low scores? Lu Qin's bootlickers upstairs, let me tell you why they gave low scores, they're blind. At the mentor's quarters, seeing the comments about himself on the internet made Lu Qin's eyes redden with rage. Such an audacious Feng Shui, he clearly underestimated him. What was he? Just emerging and already daring to compare himself with him? A shadow of darkness flashed in Lu Qin's eyes. He logged onto his social media account only to find many fans crazily tagging him, asking him to cover Feng Shui's light. Lu Qin exploded in anger. Rage clouded his judgment. He directly replied to the fans, what kind of trashy song deserves me to sing it? Not only his fans but even the random observers on the internet bombarded him with a question mark in response. Realizing too late what he said, Lu Qin hastily deleted the comment. But the netizens were faster, taking a screenshot of it and letting marketing accounts circulate it widely, enjoying the spectacle. Thus, Feng Shui's fans became unhappy. This song's popularity, I just checked, it's exceeded 70 million views. That level is enough to completely surpass Lu Qin's, isn't it? For some reason, I used to think Lu Qin's song sounded good, but after hearing Light and listening to Lu Qin again, his music just sounds awful. Comparing is useless, compared to Feng Shui's song, Lu Qin's is garbage. There's absolutely no comparison. What gives Lu Qin the courage to step on a promising original singer when all he does is cover other songs? Seeing the public opinion turn heavily against him on the internet, Lu Qin realized his position was deteriorating rapidly. Fewer and fewer people defended him. He panicked for a moment. How could this happen? Suppressing his rising anger, Lu Qin called Feng Yu's number. The phone connected, and Feng Yu's gentle voice came through. Lu Qin put on a fake choked-up tone, "You. Your younger brother, he." Feng Yu quickly interrupted, "He messed with you again. I just found out, without permission, he went onto your show as a contestant." Lu Qin played the victim, "It doesn't matter. Though he scolded me and incited rudeness among other participants toward me, he's still your brother, so. No brothers. I have no younger brother who bullies his older brother's beloved ones." Feng Yu exclaimed, "I'll go find him and make him leave the program immediately." Lu Qin was extremely satisfied. So what if Feng Shui got popular? After forcing him out and blacklisting him, over time, who would remember him? He feigned sadness, "Am I really such a bad singer? Why are so many people criticizing my voice?" From Feng Yu's side, seeing the overwhelming dominance in the trend rankings over Lu Qin made him furious. His dear little brother truly was growing up. Chapter 22, Entertainment Circle, the song King was taken away by the big shot, 4. "Honey, don't worry. Leave this matter to me, I'll handle it." Lu Qin's mood improved. He didn't worry about what Feng Yu said at all, after all, Feng Yu had driven his own younger brother out of the house for him. Fong Yu acted quickly, contacting people and spending a large sum of money to buy trending topics for Lu Qin's songs. He also hired a group of online trolls to give praise, trying to suppress Fong Jui's popularity. However, this action unexpectedly caused a wave of mockery. Laughing so hard, someone is panicking. This trending topic feels so awkward. Ugh, the song sounds so terrible, how did it even get popular? Help. This is the voice that fans praise as an angelic voice. It sounds about the same as mine. The S-level students' dormitory. Each S-level student had their own single room. In the middle of the night, Fong Jui's dormitory door was opened by someone. Chi Bai crept into the dormitory in the dark. The room was dim, and he sat on the small sofa by the bed, while the person lying in bed seemed completely unaware. After a long time, he got up and placed a kiss on Fong Jui's thin eyelids. He actually wasn't sure why he came in, it felt like he was doing something sneaky. But whenever he stayed away from Fong Jui, he felt empty inside and just wanted to get closer. Only when near him could Chi Bai feel his heart beating. It wasn't until Chi Bai left that Fong Jui opened his eyes. He sighed softly. The debut stage was over, and next up was the recording of the practice session for the theme dance. The production team gave 2 days for free practice, and results would be checked after 2 days. Fong Jui stood in front of the large screen playing the dance moves, memorizing them. The camera lens kept capturing his figure. He'd been standing in that spot for half an hour already, just watching, without making any movements. A staff member behind the camera asked him, "Can you learn just by watching?" After finishing the last viewing, Fong Jui closed his eyes briefly and then shook his head when he reopened them. "Because of my physical condition, I can't engage in prolonged strenuous activity, so I have to rely on memorization." Everyone in the production team knew he had a heart condition, so they were especially attentive to his exercise levels. If they became too intense, he would be taken to the medical team for a checkup. Fong Jui, however, wasn't worried about the dancing, this body couldn't perform anyway. He didn't plan on continuing with this show, and debuting wasn't his goal. What he wanted was the promotion platform this program offered. After another episode, once his popularity reached a level that Lu Qin couldn't achieve, he would voluntarily leave the show. As Fong Jui was about to rest, someone from the director's team suddenly walked over and pulled him aside. "Fong Jui, your family has come to see you." The recording process was fully closed off, and family visits were not allowed. However, the person who had come added investment to this program. For the sake of money, the face-saving gesture was necessary. Fong Jui had figured it out. His stepbrother had come to cause trouble. He followed the staff members, avoiding the cameras as he entered a restroom. Fong Yu, dressed in a black suit, handsome with an extraordinary presence, saw Fong Jui and immediately intended to slap him without a second thought. But when his hand was just an inch from Fong Jui's face, he suddenly paused. Fong Jui's face was pale, his whole body unsteady, his eyes filled with stubbornness as he looked at him. "Are you going to hit me again?" Fong Yu's fingers trembled, and he abruptly snapped back to reality. Why did he want to hit his younger brother? What did "again" mean? Had he ever hit him before? Fong Yu's gaze darkened as he suddenly remembered. Last time, when he expelled his younger brother from home, it seemed like he had struck him. He was momentarily confused, feeling somewhat at a loss. His parents had passed away early, and his grandfather went abroad years ago for recuperation after handing over the company to him. All that remained was Fong Jui, his only remaining sibling. He had sworn at his parents' graves that he would take good care of his younger brother, allowing him to live a carefree life. But what had he done? He expelled his younger brother from home? And even beat him? Fong Jui's voice was heavy with, "You prefer others over me, and you even hit me. I thought you'd like me if I stood on the stage." He wiped a tear away. "Did you come here today just to hit me? Or do you want me to quit the show?" Fong Yu's lips moved, his heart convulsing in severe pain. He wanted to say something but suddenly realized that his younger brother was right. The purpose of his visit today was indeed to make him quit the show. Why? Because of Lu Qin. As the name Lu Qin popped into his mind, it was as if the mist that had been clouding his brain was suddenly wiped away by a golden hand. Recalling Lu Qin, all he could picture was an ordinary face and voice, devoid of any former charm. Fong Yu couldn't help but gasp in shock. There were countless memories of entanglement with this person, making him feel nauseous. He had actually liked someone like this, losing all rationality for them. He had even abandoned his own younger brother because of this person. Everything seemed upside down and chaotic. Fong Yu's heart suddenly filled with panic. "Brother. It's all my fault. I'm sorry to you, brother. I didn't come here to make you quit the show. If you want to stay, I'll send you debut." Fong Jui took a step back, turning his head slightly, whispering softly, "I don't need you anymore." Fong Yu's complexion turned pale, stumbling backward. Didn't need him anymore. It made sense. His younger brother had grown up, using his own abilities to earn public recognition. Without his help, he could still shine brilliantly in the entertainment industry. Fong Yu smiled bitterly, a more painful expression than crying. "You're not in good health. The production team can't take care of you properly. Come home with your brother, will you?" Fong Jui looked at Fong Yu complexly, shaking his head. That's not my home. It was the main character's original home. Unfortunately, the main character was gone. Fong Yu felt a great panic inside, as if something important had already left him. He moved forward, tightly grabbing Fong Jui's wrist and pulling him, muttering incessantly, "That's your home. It will always be your home." Fong Jui frowned, noticing Fong Yu's poor condition, about to say something, when another person came in and kicked Fong Yu toward the door. The room door locked again. Fong Yu lay on the sofa holding his stomach, while Fong Jui was pushed into someone's arms. Chi Bai's deep voice echoed through the room. "Where does young Master Fong plan to take my person?" Fong Yu struggled to stand up from the sofa, looking terrible. "What do you mean, your person? He's my brother." Chi Bai sneered disdainfully. "From the moment you drove him out of the Fong family, he stopped being your brother." Chi Bai took Fong Jui away, leaving Fong Yu to chase after them fruitlessly before being stopped by a door. He suddenly realized that the distance between him and his younger brother now seemed insurmountable. He had a premonition that from now on, he would find it hard to ever reach his younger brother again. "Brother." Fong Jui's mood became somewhat low, allowing Chi Bai to lead him away from the cameras, get into a car, and arrive at Chi Bai's place. Chi Bai lived far from where the trainees stayed. Being the company's big boss, he resided alone in an apartment. Fong Jui buried his head in Chi Bai's chest. Chi Bai's heart softened, his long fingers threading through Fong Jui's black hair. Some things, once broken, are impossible to repair. Even if you try to retrieve them, they're full of cracks. Perhaps it's better not to. Chi Bai implied this subtly, suggesting that Fong Jui shouldn't go back. Chapter 23, Entertainment Industry. The king of singers was taken away by a tycoon. 5. Fong Jui lifted his head from Chi Bai's embrace. "If I don't go back to the Fong family, where else can I go?" Chi Bai blurted out without thinking, "Come to my house." Both paused momentarily. After a pause, Chi Bai said warmly, "My house is big. Living there alone makes it too empty. You moving in will be perfect. In the future, wherever I am, that will be your home." His eyes were brimming with love, watching Fong Jui tenderly. Fong Jui's heart fluttered. Since Fong Jui missed the theme dance recording, the director claimed publicly that it was due to Fong Jui's health condition which prevented him from participating. Many people started complaining about Fong Jui, saying if his health wasn't good enough to dance, why participate in the audition at all? Lu Qin, cut off by the now sober Fong Yu and expelled from the Fong household, clearly noticed his resources rapidly declining. Without the financial power of Fong Yu's group behind him, there was no one to improve his online reputation, his public image deteriorated visibly. Lu Qin blamed all this on Fong Jui. It must have been Fong Jui saying something to Fong Yu, causing Fong Yu to abandon him. When Fong Jui finally revealed a weakness, how could Lu Qin let it pass? Under the guise of a birthday party, Lu Qin rallied major fans within fan groups to fundraise. Luckily, he still had a loyal following, and all the funds raised went towards hiring internet trolls. They aggressively smeared Fong Jui, focusing on how he didn't dance in the program, criticizing him for getting preferential treatment and hinting at backstage conspiracies. On the internet, negative public opinion began to turn against Fong Jui. Soon, amidst a wave of boycotts, the second episode of the show aired. In the second episode, Fong Jui had many close-ups. The footage showed Fong Jui suddenly fainting while dancing with everyone else, and he was urgently sent to the hospital by the production team. Lying on the hospital bed, Fong Jui's face was pale as he helplessly smiled at the camera. "I'm sorry everyone, due to my health condition, I can no longer continue recording the show. But I also don't want to leave with any regrets. The stage is where my heart leads me." After saying this sentence, the camera switched to a secluded spot in the hospital garden. Fong Jui, wearing his patient gown under a thick coat, held a guitar in his arms. "Next, I will perform my last song on this stage for all of you. The name of this song is Hope, and I hope everyone will never give up. Look at how far away the journey is. Look at the glow of the sunset. Look at the hustle and bustle. Look at the doves flying away. He has traveled miles alone, never retreating." As the song ended, some bystanders sporadically applauded. Facing the camera, the sunlight fell gently upon Fong Jui's exquisite features, and he flashed a quick smile. "Goodbye, see you again someday." For an instant, the screen went black as the program transitioned to scenes of the trainees practicing on the island. The viewership of the second episode surged sharply. The song titled Hope, though very simple, performed without a grand stage or dazzling lights, was sung by Fong Jui sitting on a bench during a common morning in a place often marked by farewells and partings. He didn't use any complex singing techniques but sang it plainly, blending the sound of the guitar and his voice into the wind and sunshine. At that moment, the entire world seemed like his stage. No one remained unmoved. The song, Hope, instantly became a massive hit, surpassing the popularity of Light. Fong Jui's name search volume skyrocketed. Fans called for the production team to keep Fong Jui in the show, regardless of whether he danced or not. However, the production team still released an announcement about Fong Jui's withdrawal from the program, along with one sentence from him. "There will be another meeting." Thus, the idol competition concluded for Fong Jui. His fanbase swelled by tens of millions, making him one of the most influential singers of the year. He even won an award from the platform. By year-end, major music award ceremonies were held, and both of Fang Jui's songs received numerous accolades. Fang Jui became the singer most beloved by listeners. Fang Jui did not have a widely followed social media account, so fans could only spontaneously organize a community to express their wishes daily for him to return with new songs. Meanwhile, Lu Qin, out of jealousy for Fang Jui, lost sleep and revealed publicly that his boyfriend was Fang Yu, Fang Jui's elder brother. Moreover, Lu Qin smeared Fang Jui, alleging he once pushed him down the stairs. An employee of Fang Corporation confirmed that the boss indeed brought Lu Qin to the company. Lu Qin also shared intimate photos taken at the hospital with Fang Yu, alongside scars on his head and medical reports. The report indicated mild brain concussion. Professional internet trolls intervened, guiding netizens to blame Fang Jui for having bad character and intentionally harming others, gaining fame in the entertainment industry solely because of his family's wealth and hiring trolls. While his fans didn't believe Fang Jui would do such things, amid the overwhelming criticism, they could only remain silent, knowing more talking would make things worse. The negative publicity didn't last long, as Fang Yu stepped in. Fang Yu, it's true I dated Lu Qin, but we broke up a while ago. As for whether my younger brother pushed Lu Qin, there's security footage as proof. Realizing Fang Yu's attitude towards the matter, Lu Qin panicked. He initially wanted to smear Fang Yu as a notorious womanizer, garnering sympathy and preventing himself from being ostracized from the entertainment industry. But Lu Qin had completely forgotten about the security footage since Fang Yu hadn't mentioned it at the time, assuming the Fang household didn't have internal cameras. Indeed, the surveillance footage had been neglected by everyone until Fang Yu remembered it when his thoughts cleared. The footage showed Lu Qin falling without Fang Jui even approaching him. This farce ended with Lu Qin facing universal online backlash. After Lu Qin was boycotted, he lost all endorsements. His agency terminated their contract with him, and he compensated all the money to the brand. From then on, he wandered around aimlessly in a daze every day. Fang Jui found time to eliminate the slumbering virus within him. As he left, Lu Qin tripped and fell down the stairs, dying on the spot. A year later, Fang Jui announced his return to the entertainment industry, coming back with countless new songs. This time, the style of his new songs was entirely different from before, becoming more dynamic and magical, earning him a large fanbase even overseas. He raked in awards effortlessly, reaping both fame and wealth. He was truly the king of the music era. One day, a journalist snapped photos of singer Fang Jui strolling hand in hand with his boyfriend. Because of their intimate gestures, some people suspected this man was Fang Jui's lover, which quickly sparked backlash against the rumors. Friends holding hands. What's wrong with that? Must they be lovers just to hold hands? Another day, pictures emerged of singer Fang Jui being passionately kissed by a tall man who pinned him against a car. The fans couldn't deny it anymore, their beloved singer had indeed been taken away by another man. The following day, Fang Jui appeared in an interview with his lover, officially revealing their relationship. There was wailing across the internet. Fang Yu once again attempted to call Fang Jui, but was rejected. Chi Bai protected Fang Jui so thoroughly that not even Fang Yu could see him. All he could do was send daily messages repenting for his past mistakes. Fang Jui never replied to any of them. Fang Yu became utterly alone, eventually returning to live with his former secretary whom he had previously dismissed. Fang Jui stayed in this world for several decades until the system detected a new virus and then departed. Chapter 24, The Sleeping Emperor, Desired by the General, Part 1. Your Majesty, oh your Majesty, did you ever think, as you ascended the throne amidst the cheers of the ministers, that you would come to this end? The world spoke of your Majesty's extraordinary talent and grand strategy, calling you a born emperor. So early in life, your Majesty already stood in the spotlight, stealing everyone's attention. Will your legacy last forever? Will you forever reign with great fame? The voice murmured softly at first, then turned louder, the tone becoming increasingly distorted. And yet now you're lying here in this desolate cold palace with a broken body, barely alive. This was the cold palace, silent and deserted, filled with an ominous atmosphere. The plants and trees in this place held no vitality at all, even the sunlight seemed to avoid it. In the dim light, countless specks of dust danced. On the frigid bed, lay a man dressed only in white undergarments, silently resting. His eyes were tightly shut, his once handsome face pale with deathly stillness, appearing completely shattered. Standing beside the bed was a man in black robes, resembling the man on the bed by about 5 parts. It was none other than Yong'an Wang, the biological younger brother of Minghua Emperor of the Deyong Kingdom. Yong'an Wang looked down with superiority, his lowered gaze full of relief and malevolence. Your Majesty may as well stay right here. I originally planned to poison you outright for a swift death, but old Chuanda failed and left you clinging to half a life. But regardless, the imperial physicians say you'll never wake up. This empire is now firmly in my control. Rest well in your final days, Your Majesty. As he continued speaking, his excitement grew, as if he could already see himself ascending the throne. The protagonist of this world was the Minghua Emperor of the Deyong Kingdom. Minghua Emperor ascended the throne at 12 years old. After years of painstaking effort, he transformed the Deyong Kingdom from a small nation that was trampled upon into a powerful country with formidable military strength. Minghua Emperor was exceptionally talented, with formidable leadership skills. After strengthening De Jong, his ambitions burned intensely. He wanted nothing more than to further expand his territory and unify the lands of the 5 countries. But this wish was brutally cut short. In his prime, Minghua Emperor could not have imagined that his most trusted brother, Yong'an Wang, would conspire with his chief eunuch, poisoning him. Even before this, Minghua Emperor suffered internal injuries over the years, gradually growing weaker, a problem that baffled even the imperial physicians. After being poisoned, while Minghua Emperor didn't die, his condition wasn't much better. He became a living corpse. And it was possible he would never awaken again. Severus invaded Yong'an Wang's body in this world. Minghua Emperor and Yong'an Wang were born from the same mother and shared a deep bond since childhood. But as they grew older, Minghua Emperor displayed extraordinary talent. The late emperor even directly deposed the original crown prince and named him instead, causing strife between the brothers. The former emperor soon passed away, and Minghua Emperor smoothly ascended the throne at the age of 12, revealing his astonishing abilities and methods. On the other hand, Yong'an Wang paled in comparison to his royal brother, seeming quite insignificant. Thus, Yong'an Wang began to envy his elder brother, envying how he stole everyone's attention. Even at such a young age, he had managed to sit upon the supreme imperial throne. And what about him? He could only be labeled as useless, a leisurely prince. Whenever the court ministers mentioned him, they would shake their heads and sigh. Minghua Emperor was ruthless toward outsiders, shocking all under heaven, but he was extremely lenient toward his own younger brother. He knew his blood-related younger brother's abilities were limited, he merely wanted him to live carefree and free, so he always treated him with kindness and never demanded much from him. But this was seen by Yong'an Wang as Minghua Emperor deliberately keeping him out of state affairs because he feared him. The seeds of resentment grew larger and larger. Until one day, Yong'an Wang suddenly discovered a layer of black, mist-like aura surrounding him. The halo wasn't large, and initially, Yong'an Wang was extremely panicked, thinking that he was possessed by some malevolent force. Later, he suddenly realized that anyone who came within the range of the black halo would praise and adore him, even treating him as a master. Yong'an Wang couldn't have been happier, as the seed in his heart broke through the soil and began to flourish. He deliberately approached all the court ministers, especially the military generals who wielded power. Sure enough, no one could escape the influence of the black aura. Ministers who had been originally loyal to Minghua Emperor also bowed to him under the black aura and crazily worshipped him. Yong'an Wang used this aura to sway every single minister. Even Minghua Emperor's chief eunuch, Lu Chuanda. He made Lu Chuanda poison Minghua Emperor's food with a drug imported from the western regions. There was no known cure for this poison. He attempted to poison Minghua Emperor, but surprisingly, he didn't die. Although Minghua Emperor survived, he fell into a coma, unable to wake up. With Minghua Emperor incapacitated, Yong'an Wang naturally began governing in his place, subtly assuming imperial authority. The entire court fully supported him, not a single person opposed him. Though there was murmuring among the common folk, no one knew the full truth. Commoners only assumed that Minghua Emperor had suddenly fallen critically ill and lay sleeping, thus spontaneously praying for his recovery. Little did they know, Minghua Emperor was already dead. Yong'an Wang's retreating footsteps gradually faded away. Outside the room, cicadas continued to chirp endlessly. In midsummer, not even the heat dared enter this cold palace which had been vacant for decades. Feng Zhui tried moving his fingers with great difficulty, discovering he couldn't open his eyes no matter how hard he tried. System. What's happening? The system emitted static crackling sounds. Warning. This body has suffered from a failed intrusion of Severus and is heavily poisoned. The damage cannot be repaired by the system alone. Suggestion: restoration requires energy assistance from an individual with the strongest good fortune in this world. Please locate them quickly. Severus' failed intrusion indicated that this body had once been selected as a carrier for the virus. However, due to some unknown reasons, the intrusion failed, and the virus fled this body to select another carrier. But after being rejected as a carrier, this body sustained tremendous internal injuries. Combined with the severe poisoning, even the system found itself powerless. Feng Zhui's consciousness became increasingly hazy, struggling through everything. He subconsciously asked, who is the person with the strongest good fortune in this world? This world's most powerful fortunate individual, General Zhenyuan, by sure. After a long silence, Feng Zhui said, this body can't move at all, and General Zhenyuan has guarded the frontier for 10 years, never returning to the capital. How am I supposed to find him? The system emitted more static sounds. Consciousness transfer permission may be initiated. Note. Only objects can be transferred. Do you wish to activate? Feng Zhui fell silent again, his consciousness teetering on the edge of darkness. In the final moment before being enveloped by darkness, Feng Zhui struggled to say, yes. Chapter 25, The Sleeping Emperor, Desired by the General, Part 2. Amidst his blurred consciousness, Feng Zhui seemed to smell a strong scent of blood. A flicker of awareness, and he instantly saw the scene around him. Under the scorching sun, as if on fire, burning fiercely. In the vast training ground, the crimson banners of the De Jong kingdom fluttered in the wind. Not far away, soldiers practiced their martial arts routines, sweat flying, perfectly synchronized, with loud shouts. Close by, numerous bodies lay sprawled across the ground. A foot clad in black cloud boots stomped heavily on one corpse that had stopped breathing. A sharp long sword had been precisely plunged into the heart of the corpse, and streams of blood flowed out slowly. Feng Jui's consciousness now clung to this very sword. This sword belonged to General Jin Yuan, by sure. Following the black boot upwards, there stood a man dressed in a striking azure robe, with a silver light armor over it, his black hair neatly tied up with a ribbon. His face was exquisitely handsome, yet emanated an unyielding determination and icy coldness. A thick aura of bloodshed surrounded his muscular figure. This man was none other than General Jin Yuan, by sure, still that familiar face known so well to Feng Jui. Bai Shi looked down on the ground littered with corpses from his high vantage point and drew his sword with a large hand. His hands were somewhat rough, filled with thick calluses formed from years of wielding swords. He gripped the sword tightly, the warmth of his palms contrasted sharply with the coldness of the hilt. Feng Jui's consciousness quivered slightly inside the sword. Bai Shi held the sword with one hand and slightly frowned. The deputy general hurriedly approached and said, "All spies and sleeper agents planted by Qi Gua have been almost completely removed." Bai Shi pulled out a pristine white handkerchief from his chest. With lowered eyelashes and a cold expression, he slowly wiped the blood off his sword. His voice carried a chilling undertone. "Take them away." As the bodies were dragged away, Bai Shi meticulously cleaned his sword before sheathing it at his waist and heading into the hall. The deputy general followed behind, reporting the news from the capital city. The Minghua emperor is as good as a living dead person now. Political power has entirely fallen into the hands of Yong'an Wang. Bai Shi chuckled lightly as if hearing the greatest joke of all, that waste of space, Yong'an Wang. The deputy general also appeared puzzled. It truly is strange. The court minister's attitudes towards Yong'an Wang have greatly changed recently. They seem to be secretly planning for him to ascend to the imperial throne. The Minghua emperor is practically a living corpse already, with negligible chances of waking up. The country cannot be without a ruler for long, so naturally, someone needs to take charge. But such an event is major and cannot proceed without the general's stance being made clear. Yong'an Wang has already sent several letters inviting the general back to the capital for important discussions. Bai Shi's eyes flashed coldly. Ambition isn't small at all, it seems he's aiming for my command authority. From now on, pay no more attention to letters from the capital. The deputy general withdrew upon hearing the order. Bai Shi entered the study and began reviewing intelligence reports gathered from various informants across the land. His sword hung on the wall, directly facing his silhouette. Feng Jui grew exceedingly bored, shaking the sword and making some faint sounds. At once, Bai Shi raised his head sensitively, his gaze scanning the sword and furrowing his brow. A feeling of being spied upon lingered like a shadow. With Bai Shi's superior martial skills, few dared hide beneath his nose, especially given his acute awareness of energy around him. His eyes scanned the room but found nothing. At night. Upon returning home, Bai Shi casually placed his sword on the rack atop the desk, then took off his outer garment and lay down on the bed. Soon after, his breathing grew steady, and he fell asleep. After waiting until he was fully asleep, Feng Jui dragged the sword closer and submerged its consciousness into Bai Shi's dream. In the dreamscape, Bai Shi furrowed his brows slightly, observing the alien surroundings. Palace buildings, cold and desolate, exuded a heavy atmosphere of death that could not be shaken off. Pausing for a moment, he stepped into the somewhat dilapidated room ahead. Inside, a palace maid threw bowls to the ground, muttering resentfully, "So annoying. He's half dead, unable to swallow anything, just die already so Yong'an Wang can take his rightful place." Upon hearing Yong'an Wang mentioned, Bai Shi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest passing through his eyes. This place must be somewhere within the royal palace. And the person lying on the bed. His gaze, akin to a hawk's, cut sharply and coldly toward the bed. On the bed lay a gaunt figure, with a lifeless face devoid of vitality. His breath was weak, as if the entire person might dissolve into fragments any second. Seeing that face, Bai Shi fell silent. Indeed, it was the Minghua emperor. In Bai Shi's memories, the Minghua emperor. He knitted his brows, struggling to recall the face. After all, he had guarded the frontier for 10 years and never returned to the capital, thus forgetting what the Minghua emperor looked like long ago. What he remembered clearly, though, was how extremely wary the Minghua emperor had been of him. That was why he had always hesitated to return to the capital. Nobody wanted to attend a banquet laced with deceit. The intelligence he received claimed the Minghua emperor suddenly fell ill, became a living dead person, and had very little chance of waking up again. Or rather, may never wake up for the rest of his life. The imperial palace has now become Yong'an Wang's domain. Seeing the current predicament of Minghua emperor, it seemed far from favorable. Bai Shi felt cold inside. What did it matter to him whether it was good or bad? It was merely a dream, yet it somehow led him into the imperial palace. Bai Shi sneered with disdain. He turned and was about to leave when he suddenly heard the alarmed voice of a palace maid. "Your Majesty. You have awakened." Bai Shi froze in his tracks. Awakened? He found it amusing. This must indeed be a dream. In dreams, anything could happen. This thought casually crossed his mind. But then, a clear yet weak voice, akin to a gentle spring breeze, resonated, "General." Bai Shi's heart leapt abruptly. He sharply turned around, only to find that the palace maid had vanished without a trace. On the bed, the Minghua emperor had awoken, struggling to sit up. A cascade of pitch-black hair tumbled down, revealing an elegant, radiant face. His peach blossom eyes shimmered faintly. In that instant, his splendor was dazzling. He was exquisitely beautiful. Baishir's Adam's apple involuntarily rolled slightly. His eyes darkened as if bearing something heavy. Then he took a step forward, his voice hoarse as he responded, "Your servant is here." The man on the bed suddenly flashed him a smile. His smile was so enchanting, it felt like something deep within Baishir was breaking through soil. As his gaze locked onto the man, inch by inch drawing nearer. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery dissolved and disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, Baishir was already back in his own quarters. The border town was desolate, lacking resources and amenities. Even the residence of the general was barren and cramped. The wooden bed was low. As Baishir sat up, his fingers moved lightly in the darkness, touching something cool. Upon careful examination, it was his sword. He furrowed his brow, vaguely recalling placing this sword on the rack atop the desk. Surely, it wasn't possible for the sword to grow legs and crawl to his bed on its own. Shaking his head to dismiss the absurd thought, Baishir returned the sword to its rack. Images of Minghua Emperor's face intermittently flashed through his mind, causing Baishir to pause briefly. He truly couldn't remember what the Minghua Emperor looked like 10 years ago. Was he really that good-looking? He poured himself a cup of cool tea, swallowing it absent-mindedly. Chapter 26, The Slumbering Emperor, Craved by the General, Part 3. The next day, General Bai summoned the deputy commander to discuss returning to the capital. The deputy commander looked surprised. Is the general planning to meddle in that murky situation in the capital? Bai ran his fingers lightly over the sheath of his sword, his brows knitted with the image of the Minghua Emperor occupying his mind. Lowering his eyelids. It's inevitable. This general wishes to properly assess just what kind of skills Yong'an Wang possesses. Of all people, Yong'an Wang would be the happiest with the return of the Jinyuan general to the capital. After all, General Jinyuan commanded the authority of 30,000 troops in Dayong Kingdom. Jinyuan general had long been stationed at the border towns, respected highly among the military and esteemed greatly in the hearts of the common folk, comparable even to Minghua Emperor. Yong'an Wang, driven by greed, had clearly targeted Jinyuan general's control over the army. And due to some mysterious aura, he had great confidence. So he kept sending frequent letters to the frontier town, hoping to persuade Jinyuan general to return to the capital. He wanted Baishir to also become one of his men, submitting to him the power of the army under his command. Only by securing the loyalty of the Jinyuan general could his position be truly solidified, even allowing him to ascend the throne directly, untouchable by anyone else. Now, Baishir has finally returned to the capital. Yong'an Wang, amidst the haze of thoughts, saw nothing but the power of 30,000 soldiers flying towards him. Baishir led the bodyguards out, setting off for the capital. Hooves thundered, raising dust clouds. Fang Zhui's consciousness covered on the sword bounced around wildly on the horseback. Sigh. So uncomfortable. Baishir only felt his waist sword vibrating subtly. He pressed the sword lightly with one hand and urged his horse faster with a whip. 5 days later, the Jinyuan general returned to the capital. The citizens of the capital lined the streets to welcome him. Yong'an Wang personally welcomed the great general outside the palace with 100 court officials. A hint of a smile curved his lips, waiting arrogantly for the arrival of the Jinyuan general. After all, the court was now entirely under the rule of Prince Yong'an. The great general wouldn't not know. Getting off the horse, Baishir's tall figure stood out prominently. The silver armor gleamed strikingly against his handsomely icy countenance. A pervasive aura of battlefield bloodiness enveloped the air. He glanced distantly at Yong'an Wang and the ministers awaiting nearby, showing no emotion as he passed them, stepping straight into the palace. Yong'an Wang's smug expression immediately froze. The ministers were all discontented. General Jinyuan is really too impudent to dare ignoring the Prince Yong'an. He is nothing more than a reckless brute. Only good at fighting. Not knowing how to behave. Prince Yong'an ground his back teeth, a malicious gleam passing through his eyes. This General Jinyuan was far too arrogant. How dare he not give him any face? Since this was the case, then he would no longer hold back. After obtaining the military power, he would definitely shred General Jinyuan into pieces and torture him until life seemed worse than death. He gave a cold snort and swept his sleeve, leaving arrogantly. A throng of court ministers hurriedly followed, fawning over him. In the cold palace. Baishir left his bodyguards outside, stepping alone into the dilapidated palace where Emperor Minghua resided. An identical scene to that in his dream caused Baishir's breath to momentarily pause. Was the person also the same? After all, he had come here for this person. He certainly didn't want to make a fruitless trip. The window was wide open. A gentle breeze drifted in. There wasn't a single person guarding by Emperor Minghua's side. Baishir smoothly arrived within the room. Though it was scorching summer, the room was somewhat chilly. Step by step, Baishir approached the bedside. The person on the bed looked extremely pale, Qinghua's face devoid of any vitality. It was the same face as in the dream. But there was no waking up like in the dream. Baishir paused slightly, his voice deep. Your humble servant Baishir pays respects to your majesty. The person on the bed remained still without any reaction. Baishir let out a faint sigh. Indeed, there was no awakening. He lowered his gaze, his eyes attracted by a hand exposed outside the blanket. That hand was extremely white, crystal clear, exuding a lustrous jade-like hue. Acting before thinking, Baishir bent down and grasped that delicate hand with his own rough one. Successfully obtained energy from an extraordinarily lucky person, initiating healing program. Healing complete. Consciousness replacement authority cancelled. The system's voice disappeared just as quickly as it appeared. Feng Zhui's thick, curled eyelashes quivered slightly, slowly opening his eyes. Baishir, who was sitting by the bedside, attentively playing with the jade-like hand, hadn't noticed that its owner had awakened. Unwilling to let go, Baishir held that delicate hand tightly for a long time. Feng Zhui found this amusing and did not utter a word to remind him. After quite a while, Feng Zhui felt heat building up in his palm, becoming slightly sweaty. At this point, he softly said, "General, can you release it now?" His soft yet clear voice suddenly struck the eardrums, triggering a buzzing sound. Baishir's breathing hitched momentarily as he abruptly lifted his head. Emperor Minghua had awakened, calmly looking at him. In those extremely beautiful peach blossom eyes flowed light, making that face radiant with vitality. It was exactly the same scene as in the dream. Baishir's Adam's apple moved slightly. With rough fingertips, he pressed onto Feng Zhui's frail wrist, white as jade. His black eyes were deep, unfathomable, seemingly lost in thought. Leaning closer to Feng Zhui's face, he whispered closely, "I once thought about continuing my family line at all costs, but after seeing you, I realized that continuing the family line doesn't matter at all." A dazzling sparkle flickered in Feng Zhui's eyes as his voice remained clear and harmonious. Reckless. Though he called it reckless, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. On the contrary, there was even some indulgence towards Baishir's misconduct. Baishir let out a low chuckle twice, his chest vibrating. "Your Majesty's eyes are truly exquisite." He sighed softly, his gaze locked onto Feng Zhui's exceptionally beautiful eyes. In those beautiful eyes, his own reflection could be seen. "I've been stationed at the frontier for 10 years. In terms of both achievements and efforts, no one in the entire Daong Kingdom can surpass me. Asking your Majesty for a reward wouldn't be unreasonable, right?" Feng Zhui blinked, his voice incredibly light. "What kind of reward do you desire?" Baishir's breath caught momentarily as he suddenly leaned in. A low sigh and murmuring escaped his lips. "Then may I humbly ask His Majesty to bestow upon me a kiss." The green silk curtains were gently swayed by the wind, an unknown floral fragrance permeating the whole room. No one knew how much time had passed. Baishir's eyes turned dark, directly lifting the newly recovered Emperor Minghua into his arms. Leaving behind the dead silent cold palace, he headed towards the Emperor's chambers. 2 columns of bloodthirsty personal guards closely followed behind him. The Emperor's chambers had already been occupied by Prince Yong'an. Prince Yong'an, having suffered humiliation under Baishir, was rolling around on the couch with a Jinshi, highest scholar, he personally promoted. This Jinshi was of mediocre talent but, due to his handsome looks, had become infatuated with Prince Yong'an. After recommending himself for intimacy, Prince Yong'an was greatly satisfied, which led to the scholar's unexpected crowning as champion. Having attained such a position, the Jinshi worked all the harder. Throughout the Emperor's chambers echoed the disgraceful sounds of Prince Yong'an's indulgence. Baishir, standing outside the chamber doors and hearing what transpired inside, his face immediately darkened. "This is outrageous." The general, now infuriated, caused his personal guards to instantly kick aside the blocking eunuchs, then roughly booted open the chamber door. A loud sound followed. A voice from within the chamber rang out. "Audacity! Who dares interrupt my pleasure?" Chapter 27, The Slumbering Emperor, Yearned for by the General, 4. Prince Yong'an's voice, tinged with anger, came out of the imperial chamber. Baishir gave a cold snort, his features an icy severity. He boldly entered the imperial chamber carrying Feng Zhui. "Prince Yong'an, quite the demeanor. The current emperor isn't dead yet, and you already dare to occupy the emperor's quarters. Are you plotting rebellion?" On the bed, the disheveled Prince Yong'an upon hearing this unfamiliar voice angrily poked his head out, wanting to see who the fool was that dared speak to him thus. At a glance, he saw General Jin Yuan just back from the capital, holding someone and striding in aggressively. Prince Yong'an suddenly started, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. Indeed, his actions were inappropriate, but everyone in the palace under his influence did not question them. General Jin Yuan, however, was different. Having long been stationed at the frontier city, just returned, he hadn't had time to absorb Prince Yong'an's sway into his actions. General Jin Yuan was decisive in battle, never tolerating anything less than perfection. If he directly ordered Prince Yong'an's execution. Prince Yong'an clenched his teeth, then suddenly pushed the panicked Jinshi off the bed. Wrapping himself in a quilt, he leapt down and, seizing a decorative sword from the wall, cruelly drove it into the Jinshir's throat. Blood spattered everywhere. The Jinshir struggled painfully a few times before closing his eyes with resignation. "All thanks to this lowly one, who has bewitched me. I lost my head momentarily and also drank too much wine, resulting in committing such improper behavior. To dare entice me is certainly deserving of death. Prince Yong'an spared no further glance at the man lying dead on the floor, shifting his gaze toward the person cradled in General Jinyuan's arms. Moving forward subtly, the closer he got to General Jinyuan, the more Prince Yong'an felt a smirk creep onto his lips, only briefly near, then quickly retreated. But without noticing, the person in Jinyuan General's arms. He wasn't overly concerned either, casually mentioning, who would have thought the general enjoyed such fortune, barely stepping into the palace and already finding affection. His eyes passed over the exposed leg of the person held close, and his tone gradually became more leisurely and disdainful. The border town was remote and backward, those coming from there were all rough-hewn individuals. If it weren't for the control over troops in the hands of the Jinyuan general, Prince Yong'an would show no interest in dealing with these rough characters. With light movements, Baishe embraced the drowsy emperor, a flash of deep killing intent passing through his gaze towards Prince Yong'an. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Fang Jui gently clasped his hand. The emperor's delicate hand, soft against his somewhat rough skin, made General Jinyuan momentarily lost in thought. Prince Yong'an watched how General Jinyuan failed to utter a word for a long time, frowning slightly, then sat back on the dragon bed. Does General bring a companion with him, intending to use this chamber? If the general is eager, I wouldn't object to offering this room for your enjoyment in exchange for something. Hearing this, Baishe reluctantly dragged his wandering thoughts back, raising an eyebrow. Oh. General Jinyuan holds 4 tiger amulets in his hands. Truly shallow as I am, I've never seen such amulets. I wonder if the general could be gracious and allow me a glimpse of the tiger amulet's majesty. Baishe's lips curled slowly into a bloodthirsty smile, finding this Yong'an prince indeed rather audacious, daring to openly covet protective talismans like this. Refusing outright, it's impossible. Upon hearing this refusal, Prince Yong'an's complexion turned grim, seeming unable to believe it. You dare reject me? Baishe looked at him as if observing a fool. Inwardly, Prince Yong'an felt a creeping sense of unease, coupled with overwhelming dissatisfaction. How could this be? Clearly, his aura had enveloped General Jinyuan. Following past experiences, General Jinyuan should have fallen madly in love with him, unconditionally obeying and admiring him. Why was he being rejected? He took a deep breath, about to say something when Baishe's patience was already depleted, and he irritably waved his hand. At once, impassive personal guards moved forward, grabbing Yong'an Wang's arms and dragging him out. Yong'an Wang's face twisted for a moment as he struggled fiercely, his voice shrill. General Jinyuan, do you know what you're doing? Baishe felt an ear-piercing ache from his shout, let out a soft scoff, covered the ears of the person in his arms, and urged, throw him out quickly. The personal guards, upon receiving the order, quickened their movements. Baishe turned his head, frowning at the messy bed and the dead body on the ground. There was still a certain unpleasant smell in the air, mingled with the scent of blood. This place could no longer be used, it was too dirty. Baishe frowned deeply and simply chose another location. Minghua Emperor had shallow desires, leaving the harem empty, which pleased Baishe greatly. He casually picked an unused palace, placed Fang Jui down carefully, personally bathed and dressed him, and helped administer medicine through Fanxiang. When the chief eunuch Chuanda was brought over, he was utterly baffled, not understanding where he might have offended this General Jinyuan while deep within the palace. However, when he was escorted into the room and saw the face of the person that General Jinyuan had been busy attending to, his entire body went limp instantly. That sharp, high-pitched voice carried profound disbelief. Emperor. Fang Jui sat on the bed, leaning against the chest of the townsman general, feeling incredibly warm and comfortable. He flicked his eyelids lazily, his tone relaxed. Lu Chuanda, how dare you defy me so brazenly? Chuanda immediately trembled in fear. Kneeling on the ground, he furiously kowtowed for mercy, sobbing uncontrollably. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your humble servant has done nothing. This is none of my business. Fang Jui chuckled lightly, his eyes cold. Prince Yong'an confessed clearly that it was you, old man, who betrayed me by poisoning my meals. Chuanda's lips quivered, his face turning grey instantly. It was Prince Yong'an forcing me. I beseech your Majesty to investigate. Fang Jui's gaze turned cold, his voice indifferent. Take him away and kill him directly. Seeing their general's unusual treatment of the emperor, the personal guards were quite astute, instantaneously labeling the emperor with the title, General's wife. No. It should be that their general had labeled himself as Empress. While pondering this dilemma, the personal guards dragged Lu Chuanda away for execution. After dealing with Lu Chuanda, Fang Jui pressed on his temple, feeling somewhat weary, and reclined into Baishe's chest. Baishe looked at his slightly closed eyes, his heart filled with inexplicable love. Ever since he first saw Fang Jui in his dream, this sudden surge of affection had begun rolling in his heart like endless waves. Letting him think day and night, never wanting to let go, only wishing to embrace the person forever. Baishe's eyes were dark and lacked light. He signaled the surrounding personal guards to leave and slept soundly holding him. As night fell, a full moon hung high, and the starlit galaxy sparkled brilliantly. In the distance, the grand imperial halls resounded with music and string instruments, gracefully flowing among the high halls and pavilions. Inside the hall, Yong'an Wang, draped in bright yellow brocade clothing, smiled and sat on the lofty throne. A group of court officials sat below, eyes fervently raising toasts to Yong'an Wang with heated gazes. Whenever Yong and Wang glanced over them, they excitedly gulped down wine. He watched satisfactorily as their admiration for him grew deeper. Though some older ministers showed inappropriate devotion towards him, it wasn't exactly pleasant. But Prince Yongin could endure. Chapter 28, The Slumbering Emperor, Yearned for by the General, 5. Prince Yongin specially hosted a night banquet to gather all the court officials under one roof. Because there was an unsettling premonition lingering in his heart. It seemed as though something unfavorable to him was about to occur. He wanted to keep these court officials under his watchful eye, making him feel more secure. The more they adored him, the more loyal they would be to him. If the entire upper class of the Daong Empire submits to him, his position will be unshakable forever. Now, all he needs is to bring down General Jin Yuan. Once he secures the military power in his hands, he will have no regrets or worries ever again. With surging emotions, Prince Yongin tipped back a cup of wine. By the time 3 rounds of wine had passed, the dance routines changed a few times. A little eunuch rushed into the hall but was brusquely dismissed by Yong and Wang before he could speak. Yong and Wang raised his wine glass and said to the ministers below, "My lords, today, we do not return until drunk." The ministers responded in unison with loud cheers, "Thank you, your highness, for hosting this banquet. We shall not return until drunk." No one noticed that soldiers clad in silver armor had silently entered and surrounded the entire hall. Amidst the lively clamor, a sudden sharp voice came from outside the hall. "The emperor has arrived." This sharp voice cut through the noisy hubbub within the hall. The court officials exchanged puzzled glances in their drunken stupor. What nonsense! The emperor? Where did the emperor come from? Isn't the emperor already a living dead person? The minister of personnel widened his bleary eyes, looking at Yong and Wang on the upper seat, murmuring, "Emperor? Humph, isn't that person up there the emperor?" Realization dawned upon the officials, and it made sense. In their eyes, Prince Yongin was the most suitable candidate to ascend the imperial throne. Becoming the emperor was just a matter of time. The future emperor is still an emperor. Amidst the chaos, no one knew who started it. Someone shouted towards Yong and Wang, "Long live our emperor." 10,000 years. Soon after, the ministers knelt like tidal waves. "Long live our emperor." 10,000 years. Prince Yongin's excited face contorted, standing up as if about to bid his subjects to rise, but suddenly another voice echoed in the hall. "All of you, stand up." That voice carried an ominous chill, resounding deafeningly throughout the hall. Everyone shuddered involuntarily, looking around. Finally all eyes focused on the entrance of the hall. A figure wearing the 9-dragon robe, with elegant posture and majestic bearing, walked in. It was none other than the noble Minghua Emperor of Daong. When the group of ministers recognized who had arrived, they all stared wide-eyed, sobering instantly from their intoxication. Emperor! It truly is the emperor. The ministers broke into a cold sweat out of shock in an instant. That was Minghua Emperor, historically the most capable emperor of the Daong Empire, known for his ruthlessness. Previously, the ministers both revered and feared the Minghua Emperor, but when they suddenly saw him whom they believed they would never see again, a double wave of awe surged forth. The Prime Minister, leading all civil officials, immediately stumbled forward and kneeled before the Minghua Emperor. "Your Majesty, this humble servant pays homage to your Majesty." All present regained their senses, turning toward the Minghua Emperor and kneeling down. "Long live our Emperor." 10,000 years. Feng Zhui cast a cold, piercing gaze over the trembling secretary of the Ministry of Officials hiding among the crowd. His lips slightly parted, uttering 2 words, "Li Qi." The Secretary of Officials trembled as he crawled forward, banging his head loudly on the ground repeatedly, so hard that soon blood stains appeared. "I accidentally lost composure due to drunkenness and made a mistake in speech. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Feng Zhui's expression turned exceedingly cold, anger flashing in his eyes. "I have merely slept for a few days, yet you flipped the court upside down entirely." A temporary silence fell upon the hall. Everyone felt apprehensive, not daring to say a word. On the high throne, the mind clouded by alcohol, Yongin Wang gradually became somewhat lucid, his face twisted by great shock. "Brother!" His legs went weak, causing him to collapse straight from the royal chair, falling onto the floor. Feng Zhui rushed forward with overwhelming dignity radiating off him. He reached the front of Yongin Wang, disregarding propriety, and delivered a fierce kick. "You're indeed a good brother to me." Yongin Wang tumbled across the ground, groaning as he raised his head, pressing his fingers forcefully on the floor, filled with venomous expressions. "I must be dreaming. I definitely am." His face distorted as he burst into mad laughter. "Brother, in my dream, do you still wish to defeat me?" "You are dreaming." He screamed frantically, "Guard! Guard! Drag this rebellious traitor out and chop him into pieces slowly." The atmosphere inside the hall froze instantly. All looked at Yongin Wang as though watching a madman. Feng Zhui's eyes narrowed, murderous intent swirling in them. "Rebellious traitor." With a slight raise of his hand, silver-armored guards swarmed from all directions, sharp spears aimed directly at Yongin Wang's throat. Yongin Wang found himself surrounded, stiffened completely, dared not make a move. Slowly regaining awareness, he realized something seemed off. Wasn't this a dream? "Imperial Guard! Imperial Guard, where are you?" Quickly take down these rebels. Feng Zhui spoke coldly, shattering his illusion. Do you really think you are the emperor of Daong Empire? My dear younger brother, open your eyes and take a good look. This realm, whose domain is it ultimately? Yong'an Wang, after all the commotion, had already dissipated 7 parts of his 9/10 drunkenness. He carefully looked at the soldiers surrounding him, and began to feel a chill. The silver-armored guards. They were actually the silver-armored guards. The general of Jinyuan had just returned to the capital. When did he collude with his imperial brother? His imperial brother was clearly already a living dead man, so why was his luck so good, allowing him to wake up like this? He couldn't accept it. He refused to accept it. He suddenly thought of something, and looked at the ministers around him who stood silently like crows, gritting his teeth. You group of old geezers. Did you not say that you would forever serve under me? Now I command you. Overthrow this sky. A mass of court ministers became even more terrified in their hearts, and none of them made a sound to acknowledge him. Yong'an Wang became furious. It was then he noticed that the black aura around his body had somehow disappeared. His mind went blank with shock, and he collapsed completely, knowing he was finished. Feng Zhui watched coldly as this farce unfolded. When Yong'an Wang was dragged away, he started cursing loudly, causing the group of ministers' faces to turn increasingly greenish with anger. He's really gone mad, gone mad. How could they have ever thought this madman was noble and dignified? Who exactly has gone mad? Due to charges including disrupting the state order, privately assuming political authority, and attempting rebellion, Yong'an Wang was thrown into jail. 3 days later, he would be publicly executed outside the palace. Before the execution, Feng Zhui visited the prison and erased the virus from Yong'an Wang's body that had charmed 10,000 people. The court, due to the return of Emperor Minghua, was thoroughly refreshed, and everything resumed its proper order. The general of Jinyuan stayed in the capital for a month but had to return hastily because of unrest on the frontier with Qi country. The next year, the Daong Empire waged war against the Qi kingdom. Led by the general of Jinyuan, the army swept through like a torrent, directly invading the Qi capital. In early May, Qi surrendered, and the general of Jinyuan triumphantly returned. Emperor Minghua came out of the city to welcome the dashing general of Jinyuan riding a fine steed. The emperor was spiritedly lifted onto the horse and the two rode off swiftly together. Years later, the retired general moved into the rebuilt imperial chambers. Chapter 29, Star Sector, That Boxer is Super Wild, 1. The rusted iron gate screeched as it creaked open. A bald middle-aged man tossed aside the iron lock in his hand and kicked the iron gate open with great force, producing a loud clang. The man reeked of alcohol as he staggered down toward the depths of the basement. The basement was damp and icy cold, with only one ancient lamp on the wall casting a dim yellow light that occasionally flickered erratically, much like the scene from a horror movie. A lean figure was bound tightly by rough ropes, hands tied behind the back, head lowered, curled up in the cold corner of the wall. He panicked upon hearing the commotion, and as he saw the silhouette approaching closer and closer, his entire body trembled uncontrollably as he tried to shrink himself into a small ball to avoid being discovered quickly by the man. The entire basement was permeated with an unbearable, nauseating stench. The eyes of the middle-aged man were clouded, scanning the darkness before settling on a particular corner. With a smirk, he guzzled down the last bit of alcohol from the bottle, let out a belch, and started advancing toward that corner. The person huddled in the corner shivered, trying to stop the man from coming closer. No, don't come near me. If you come near, I'll bash my head against the wall and die here. The man hesitated momentarily, but then rage surged to his brain, erupting in a roar of fury, heavily throwing the bottle of alcohol on the ground. The wine bottle shattered into pieces, the alcohol splattering everywhere, its cheap smell overwhelmingly pungent. In the darkness, the middle-aged man darkened his face and lunged forward. The person in the corner attempted to flee but was pulled back forcefully by the man who grabbed his clothes and clutched the incredibly thin neck, slamming his head against the wall. To hell with you. You dare threaten me? Am I supposed to raise you for free these past few years without touching you? Eating my food, drinking my drink, so now I can't touch you anymore. The man's voice roared in a mix of anger and alcohol. Damn it. You cry foul every time I lay a hand on you, like you're some noble lord. I tell you, you're born to suffer. Accept your fate, you're nothing but a wretched life. The person pressed against the wall struggled frantically but lacked strength due to hunger, unable to budge the man in the slightest. Provoked again and again, coupled with the alcohol fueling his aggression, the man was overcome by a surge of vicious intent. Since that's how it is, I'll kill you first. Let's see if your arrogance will remain once you're dead. The sound of the head hitting the wall echoed repeatedly. Blood sprayed like fireworks onto the cold cement wall. The middle-aged man, in a fit of rage, had unconsciously slammed the young man's head against the wall repeatedly, causing his underlings to hesitate and gradually halt their actions. When Feng Zhui opened his eyes, he immediately felt an intense pain in his head. Involuntarily, a cry of pain escaped from his mouth. His eyes reddened slightly as he coldly muttered. System. The system's voice quickly responded. Host condition detected as critical, healing mode now activated. Abnormal emotions detected in the host, physical strength enhanced. As the system finished its announcement, Feng Zhui could feel immense power coursing through this body. The wound on his head began healing rapidly, and the sharp pain was replaced by a numb sensation. Feng Shui's dazzling eyes shone brightly in the darkness, carrying a fierce intent. He flexed his wrists and with sheer force snapped the thick ropes that bound them. He spun around, grabbed the front of the middle-aged man's shirt with one hand, and clenched the other into a fist. With full force, he hurled a powerful punch straight at the man's face. With a loud bang. The middle-aged man, already drunk and barely able to stand, was utterly defenseless against the blow. He collapsed onto the ground without any resistance. Feng Shui, expressionless, continued landing several more punches until the man lost consciousness entirely. The man's coarse and lewd face was now a bloody mess from Feng Shui's relentless assault. Breathing heavily for a few moments, Feng Shui finally withdrew his fists. A moment later, he bent down and wiped the blood off his fingers disdainfully using the man's clothes. He stood up and walked resolutely toward the only source of light without looking back. The original owner of the body Feng Shui now inhabited was originally a wealthy young master. The young master, born into privilege, faced a tragic fate. At the age of 5, he got lost during a family trip, and was taken to a ninth-class planet where he was sold cheaply to a poor childless couple. With no clear memory of his past, he grew up unknowingly on this ninth-class planet. Later, when the couple who bought him met with an accident, the young master became an orphan once again and was sent to an orphanage. There, due to his good looks, he caught the attention of a depraved man who adopted him. This man lusted after the young master and repeatedly harassed and psychologically manipulated him. When previous attempts to escape failed, the man locked him away and subjected him to various abuses. Overwhelmed by these traumas, the young master developed depression. Finally, at the age of 18, his real family found him. They contacted him through multiple channels and promised they would come to retrieve him soon. It was then the young master discovered that he was actually a lost heir of a wealthy family. His real family lived on a first-class planet, a place so distant and unimaginable that he had never dared to dream of it. Elated, he thought he was finally free from this sordid and chaotic life, about to leave behind the disgusting man. He eagerly counted the days, waiting for his family to come for him. Unable to contain the secret excitement within him, he impulsively shared the good news with his only friend, Chu Shi. But what he didn't know was that this decision would cast him into the depths of hell. The irresistible virus affecting this world had invaded none other than this friend named Chu Shi. Chu Shi came from a ninth-class planet, his parents unknown, having survived on street charity and mingling with gangs since childhood. Through chance, Chu Shi befriended the naive and pure-hearted young master and clung to him ever since. Since the young master was innocent, gullible, and incapable of saying no, Chu Shi exploited this vulnerability. Whenever Chu Shi pretended to be pitiful and asked for money, the young master would give everything, even the funds he needed to eat. When Chu Shi accumulated gambling debts, crying to the young master for help, the latter would part with his hard-earned savings to bail him out. After Chu Shi contracted the irresistible virus, everyone, from gang members to small business owners, started showering him with gifts, money, and affection. Chu Shi's life greatly improved. Feeling like a farmer who had risen to prominence, he lost interest in associating with the young master altogether. And when the young master, suffering harassment from the depraved man, sought solace in Chu Shi, he was met with derision and insult, being mocked as a male seductress whose very face caused misfortune. Chapter 30, Star Sector, That Boxer is Super Wild, 2. Hearing these words from his best friend dealt a severe blow to the original host, who at one point even considered disfiguring himself. Under frequent sexual harassment, the original host's depression worsened. He told himself it was alright because soon, very soon, his family would come to take him away. The original host's family was the Fong family from the first-class planet. A representative from the Fong family gave a sum of money to the original host's adoptive father and was about to take the original host away. The original host's mood finally improved a little, but just before he left, he was stopped by Chu Shi. At that time, Chu Shi cried bitterly, expressing extreme sorrow over the original host's departure. He said that his birthday was coming up soon, and the original host was his only friend. If the original host left, he would jump into a river. Frightened by his words, and feeling a bit soft-hearted, the original host made the biggest mistake of his life. He decided to stay a while longer, waiting until after Chu Shi's birthday to leave. But in his innocence, he never realized this was all part of Chu Shi's conspiracy. Chu Shi was extremely scheming. Ninth-class planets were the lowest-tiered worlds, filled with chaotic and ignorant people, none of whom he valued. When everyone around him suddenly flocked to him, Chu Shi realized that there must be something extraordinarily attractive about him. Otherwise, why would so many men suddenly shower him with excessive flattery, fighting bloody battles over him? With this realization, Chu Shi no longer cared about the ninth-class planet. His sights set higher, he wanted to go to a higher-ranked planet. The higher the planet ranking, the better the quality of life among its residents. On the ninth-class planet, Chu Shi had his pick. With just a wag of his finger, men came crawling to him like lapdogs. He had toyed with countless individuals and lost all interest in the people here. Then the original host joyfully informed him that he was a wealthy young master whose family was soon coming to take him to the first-class planet. Chu Shi was instantly overwhelmed with jealousy. That was a first-class planet. A haven for top-level figures and affluent families. Driven by jealousy, an evil plan formed in his mind. This was a golden opportunity. He wanted to replace the original host and go to the first-class planet. Replacing the original host was merely the first step. Next, Chu-Shi colluded with the perverted man who adopted the original host, swapping their identity information on the ninth-class planet. The perverted man readily agreed without hesitation, as this way he could both get the money from the Fong family and secretly keep the original host. Thus, their identities were swapped. The ninth-class planet was inherently chaotic, making it easy to exchange identity information. The original host was kept entirely in the dark, still dreaming of the day when his real family would come to take him home. After celebrating Chu-Shi's birthday, the original host again contacted the Fong family to pick him up. But this time, he waited and waited, only to find himself locked away by that perverted man day after day with increasing brutality. He could no longer endure it. When the man wasn't paying attention, he ran to contact the Fong family. Only then did he learn that the Fong family had already taken their young master away long ago. The original host's heart fell into the abyss. It was only then that he realized his identity information had been changed to Chu-Shi's. Wasn't it clear now? Chu-Shi not only swapped their identities but also conspired with his adoptive father to confine him forever in this sewer. Chu-Shi had deceived and betrayed him. And Chu-Shi himself happily replaced the original host's identity, was taken to the first-class planet by the Fong family, and became a rich young master. Enraged, the original host spat blood. Imprisoned by the perverted man, his mental state gradually deteriorated, repeatedly trying to harm himself, which frightened the man enough that he didn't dare touch him for a moment. This time, the man returned drunk and abruptly attacked the original host, slamming him against the wall and killing him outright. According to the system's message, Chu-Shi was currently flourishing on the first-class planet. His identity as the young master of the Fong family, combined with the allure of the irresistible virus, made him highly popular in the upper echelons of society on the first-class planet. He was now engaged in marriage negotiations with the heir of a powerful family. However, Fong Zhui had yet to find a way to approach him. Leaving the ninth-class planet wasn't difficult, but entering the first-class planet was no easy task. Unless one possessed a pass issued by a prominent figure from the first-class planet. Standing amidst the chaotic streets of the ninth-class planet, Fong Zhui thought deeply, kicking a lunatic who lunged toward him to the side. The environment here was truly deplorable. Fong Zhui went to the Planetary Civil Center, where he looked up the original host's information. Sure enough, it was shown as destroyed. It seemed that Chu-Shi had quickly erased his identity information upon arriving at the first-class planet and registered new information there. Fong Zhui also destroyed Chu-Shi's information and re-registered a new identity for himself. He signed up for the boxing arena with this new identity. On the ninth-class planet, human life was worth the least, so it was common to kill people in the boxing arenas, making it extremely dangerous. But for Fong Zhui, this was an opportunity. Fong Zhui registered in the afternoon and was notified by evening to step into the ring. Every planet had its own boxing arena. On low-tier planets, gaining fame in such arenas could lead to opportunities to apply for higher-tier planetary arenas. By progressing layer by layer, reaching the first-class planet wasn't difficult, though it would take some time. Fong Zhui took just half a year to rise from the ninth-class planet to the first-class one. Recently, the boxing world saw the sudden emergence of a dark horse. This boxer ascended from the ninth-class planet to the top boxing arena on the first-class planet within just 6 months. Over the course of half a year, the Dark Horse fought more than 1,000 times across nearly 100 arenas on the other 8 planets, emerging victorious every single time without fail. Maintaining a 100% win rate consistently throughout this time. Such astonishing achievements almost shook the entire boxing world. This rising star in the boxing world was personally invited by the head of the largest arena on the first-class planet. After a conversation between Fong Zhui and the arena director, they signed a wager agreement. The content of the wager agreement stipulated that if he could complete 100 fights in this arena while maintaining his perfect win record, he would receive a substantial compensation. However, if he failed, he would have to pay the arena a large sum of money. The first-class planet was a gathering place for all elites, and the boxers in the arena were far beyond the reach of fighters from other planets. Despite Fong Zhui's impressive past record, he was still not favored by others. Many people advised him not to sign the agreement. His resume was already enough to secure him a comfortable life in the arenas on other planets. Not only did Fong Zhui sign the agreement, but he also increased the wager amount several times over. This huge monetary wager immediately drew attention from various quarters, especially the media, which began intense coverage of the matter. #shock. A mysterious fighter signs a colossal bet agreement with G-Clan Boxing Arena. #. Who will be the ultimate winner? Stay tuned. #. Public attention instantly placed both Fong Zhui and the G-Clan Boxing Arena under close scrutiny. Chapter 31, Galactic Fighter, The Wild One, Part 3. G Family Financial Empire. The man's slender fingers, as elegant as jade, lightly tapped on the news on the screen. His eyes quickly skimmed through the whole report in just over 10 seconds. At the end of the report, there was a conveniently attached photo. Below the photo, bold letters marked, Mysterious Fighter. The man effortlessly opened the photo and could only see a profile view. The face was shrouded in darkness, dim and unclear, barely allowing him to distinguish a beautiful outline. Judging by his build, he was neither tall nor muscular, but instead very thin. The exposed arms under the sleeveless shirt revealed only a thin layer of muscle, looking neither weak nor particularly strong. Compared to the well-known boxers of the first-class planet, who weren't lacking in height or weight, filled with years of accumulated heavy muscles, it was hard to imagine how someone like this managed to fight over 1,000 battles without defeat in just 6 months, fiercely entering the first-class planet. A flicker of interest crossed the man's eyes. Interesting. The Fong family. Chu Shi sat elegantly before a crystal round table, eating steak from the plate with deliberate refinement. Though he tried hard to elevate his aristocratic demeanor, unfortunately, the uncouth habits he grew up with always clung to him like shadows. Even dressed in a suit, he seemed out of place here. Fortunately, none of these things mattered. Because everyone here adored him, indulging and spoiling him greatly. Young nobles from high society surrounded him daily, fawning over him and flattering him endlessly, placing him on pedestals no one else could reach. So Chu Shi stopped paying much attention to appearances. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed a large piece of steak, covering his face with black pepper sauce and creating a mess all over the table. Across the table, members of the Fong family looked at him gently, occasionally reminding him to eat slower. Used to growing up wild since childhood, Chu Shi grew impatient with this mode of interaction and irritably waved his hand. Sauce splattered onto the pristine white tablecloth. Do you even have the right to comment on whether I eat fast or slow? All of you, shut up. It's annoying. The Fong family immediately kept quiet without any sign of dissatisfaction. After eating his fill, Chu Shi grew extremely bored. A group of young nobles from great families invited him to watch a boxing match at the largest arena on the first-class planet. He relished being the center of attention among these elites and agreed to go happily. Ji Family Boxing Arena. Not only was it packed with luminaries from all walks of life, but many media outlets had also showed up uninvited. Countless expensive cameras were focused on the boxing ring. That astronomical betting agreement had sparked everyone's interest, and they couldn't wait to see the mysterious boxer reveal his true identity. The match was still some time away. Fong Jui learned from the staff that he would have 5 matches tonight. All 5 opponents were tough characters. Under the skeptical gazes of the staff, Fong Jui went to the restroom. Afterward, he didn't leave in a hurry but leaned against the wall opposite the restroom and pulled out a cigarette. He rarely smoked, only doing so when his mood became. A flicker of flame emerged from the handsome lighter. A faint spark of orange-red light danced on his slender fingers. The wisps of smoke exhaled by him seemed to envelop his finely featured face with a hazy filter. At this moment, a series of footsteps resonated from the end of the long corridor. This restroom was inside the arena and could usually only be accessed by boxers and staff using their work cards. So Fong Jui paid no heed. With his head bowed, his slightly longer black hair slid down, covering his attractive eyes. The cigarette dangling casually between his lips added a touch of wild beauty. As the footsteps drew closer, in the corner of Fong Jui's eye, who was smoking, appeared an expensive pair of black leather shoes. These shoes approached leisurely and then stopped before Fong Jui, gleaming clean and polished. Fong Jui raised his head and slowly blew out a smoke ring. Through the blurry and pungent smoke, their eyes met. Fong Jui's fingers trembled slightly as he felt a brief dizziness. The newcomer stood tall and erect, dressed in a gray suit that looked exceedingly costly, exuding an aura of noble majesty. His chiseled handsome face had deep-set eyebrows and sunken eyes with an inscrutable gaze. After their eyes locked for a while, both remained silent. Suddenly, a hand reached out and took the cigarette from Fong Jui's mouth, extinguishing it. This fluid action happened so quickly Fong Jui hadn't even managed to interfere. A rich voice sounded beside his ear. Smoking is harmful to your health. Fong Jui twitched the corner of his mouth and watched as the man extended his long, strong hand without hesitation and stuck it directly into his pocket. Then retrieved a pack of cigarettes and an exquisite lighter. Subsequently, the items were placed directly into the pocket of the expensive suit. This act was nothing short of confiscation. Fong Jui was momentarily stunned. What kind of parental approach was this? And confiscation tactics were really being employed. The man did not miss the fleeting resentment in his eyes, a smirk forming at the corner of his lips, his voice thick and appealing. Let me introduce myself, I'm Ji Jiyue. Ji Jiyue, the helmsman of the Ji family financial empire and the top boss of Ji family boxing arena. Fong Jui arched an eyebrow, crossed his arms, adopting a relaxed posture. Does Boss Ji know who I am? Ji Jiyue let out a stifled laugh, his voice sensual, the mysterious fighter who signed the high-stakes betting agreement with the boxing arena, causing quite a stir across the city. I must say, you've got guts, truly impressive. Guts so large that even someone like Ji Jiyue, a major figure, couldn't resist coming over to take a look personally. Ji Jiyue's voice was rich and carried laughter, unintentionally intoxicating. Your courage impresses me, but I hope your abilities match your boldness. Wish you good luck, I'll be watching closely. A flash of brilliance passed through Fong Jui's almond-shaped eyes, his gaze blazing with confidence as he said, I will not lose. At 8 p.m., the boxing match began. On the boxing platform, the first one to step up was a man with an immense build, bulging with massive muscles. In the ground floor viewing stand, someone cried out in surprise, my goodness. Look. That's Black Tiger. Black Tiger, ranked third in the G Family Boxing Arena rankings, had participated in more than 2,000 matches with a win rate of 90%. The audience's enthusiasm soared immediately. Wow, the opening match featured Black Tiger. G Family Boxing Arena was determined to give the emerging dark horse a stern warning right off the bat. Everyone was looking forward with bated breath to the appearance of the mysterious boxer. In the private box on the second floor of the boxing arena, a group of young nobles from high society on the first-class planet were drinking wine, filled with excitement. Wow, Black Tiger is coming out already, this will be exciting. Why hasn't that mysterious boxer appeared yet? I'm so curious. Chapter 32 Interstellar, The Boxer is Wild, 4. Chu Shi was sitting in the middle position, surrounded by a group of noble sons, presenting an image of being at the center of attention. However, even though these young men were here, their thoughts were all on the screen, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the mysterious boxer. Chu Shi knew nothing about boxers or boxing matches, he could hardly understand them and found everything around him utterly boring. He didn't know why everyone was so enthusiastic. The reason he came here was just to enjoy the feeling of being at the center of attention for these noble sons. But now, since he was ignored by them, he became somewhat unhappy. He let out a cold humph and heavily put down his wine glass, his voice tinged with irritation. It's just a hard-boned smelly boxer, what's so interesting about it? The group of young nobles paused for a moment, as if they had just remembered his presence. They all looked at him and chimed in agreement, that's right. No matter how mysterious this boxer is, he is just a tough guy. What are we expecting? Could he possibly be better looking than our esteemed Fong young master? Everyone burst into laughter, starting to flatter Chu Shi again. Chu Shi became satisfied and proudly lifted his chin. Finally, under the anticipation of the audience in the stands, a figure appeared at the entrance. That figure nimbly leaped onto the boxing platform after moving through the aisle in the crowd. With both boxers present, a huge beam of light gently illuminated the ring. The audience repeatedly rubbed their eyes, focused intently, and widened their eyes when they finally saw clearly. Facing the well-muscled Black Tiger stood a strikingly handsome young man. The young man had a tall and slender build, not particularly muscular, appearing quite slim compared to the bulky Black Tiger. His facial features were beautiful and refined. He wore a black sleeveless shirt, revealing arms covered with a thin layer of muscles, almost unrealistically white. Under the bright spotlight, the young man seemed to glow. For a fleeting moment, there was absolute silence in the crowd. Could the seemingly frail and weak young man on the stage be the mysterious boxer everyone had been anticipating? Are you kidding me? What is the boxing arena doing? Did they pick the wrong person? This delicate-looking young man seemed so fragile, incapable of taking a punch. Black Tiger would surely kill him with one blow. The crowd emitted countless voices of doubt, and soon some people went to verify with the staff. The reply was, the handsome young man on the stage was indeed the mysterious boxer who had signed the astronomical betting agreement with G Family Boxing Arena. His name was Fong Zhuyi. Judging solely by the body types of Fong Zhuyi and Black Tiger, this round would certainly be a one-sided knockout. Voices buzzed throughout the stands. Is this guy really the dark horse who has come all the way up from the first-class planet with 1,000 undefeated fights? Black Tiger, go. Teach this reckless guy a lesson. With such a scrawny physique, he wants to fight Black Tiger. He must be dreaming. This guy is pretty good looking, but it's unfortunate. If he met Black Tiger in bed rather than the boxing ring, maybe Black Tiger would show mercy ha 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 ha. As soon as the last person finished speaking, he felt a chill run down his neck. Fong Zhuyi calmly listened to the comments below and fixed his gaze on the opposing Black Tiger. Black Tiger smirked cruelly, leeringly eyeing Fong Zhuyi's body before aggressively throwing a punch toward him. Fong Zhuyi paused, then gave a cruel smile in return. Whoa! This little rich boy actually dared to challenge Black Tiger. Unacceptable, if I were Black Tiger, I'd definitely have to beat him to death. Upstairs, where a group was originally surrounding Chu Shi talking, someone suddenly said, quick look, the mysterious boxer has emerged. Everyone immediately turned around to look at the live feed in the room. Upon seeing the face of the mysterious boxer clearly, everyone fell into a rare silence. Chu Shi's body also stiffened for a moment. That face. Could it be Fong Zhuyi? How could that be possible? He knew Fong Zhuyi too well, he was foolish and timid, so how could someone like him show up on a first-class planet, let alone in a boxing arena? During the silence, one young noble asked, is that the eldest son of the Fong family? Another replied, impossible. How could the eldest son of Fong become a boxer? But his appearance is almost an exact replica of the eldest son of the Fong family. The group of noble sons suddenly thought of something and all looked at Chu Shi with complicated expressions. The disappearance of the Fong family's son wasn't a secret on the first-class planet. In that instant, they remembered something significant. The missing son of the Fong family was an identical twin to the eldest son of the Fong family. But the son that the Fong family had found now bore no resemblance to the eldest son. Someone drew in a sharp breath. Chu Shi's complexion also turned pale as his knuckles gripped the corner of his clothes tightly. This was what he feared most. When he was summoned by the Fong family and saw the eldest son of Fong, he realized they looked almost identical. They were identical twins. At that time, he trembled in fear, worrying about being exposed, but the Fong family and everyone around seemed to have forgotten this fact and treated him solely as Master Fong. He thought since Fong Zhuyi would never come to the first-class planet, he had nothing to worry about. But unexpectedly, not only did Fong Zhuyi come, he made a grand entrance. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the group, Chu Shi felt uneasy. His smile was strained. It's true that he looks a lot like my older brother. However, in such a vast world, it's normal for there to be someone who resembles another. His words did little to dispel the suspicion among others. Although they didn't discuss the matter further, their attitude towards Chu Shi was clearly not as warm as before. Clutching his fingers tightly, Chu Shi suddenly had an ominous premonition. Why had Fong Zhuyi come to the first-class planet? Was he here to expose him? Dropping his eyelids, he thought he should have been harsher then, should have killed this wretched person outright. Rising abruptly, he hastily left the scene. The match on the boxing platform had already started. Fong Zhuyi raised his fists, assuming a perfect stance. Black Tiger lived up to his name, his actions, speed, and strength were extraordinary. But he faced Fong Zhuyi. And Fong Zhuyi had a system cheat that gave him superhuman powers. His speed and strength were far beyond human capabilities. Soon, Black Tiger despairingly discovered that no matter what, he couldn't even touch Fong Zhuyi. Every time he threw a punch, there was only an afterimage left in front of him, and after dozens of punches, every single one fell short. Boos erupted from the audience. As time went on, Black Tiger panted heavily, exhausted, unable to even graze the hem of Fong Zhuyi's clothes. Chapter 33, Interstellar, The Boxer is Wild, 5. A smirk curled Fong Zhuyi's lips, his eyes filled with fierce determination. Are you done? Now it's my turn. His speed exceeded the visible limits, throwing countless punches, each landing hard, directly sending Black Tiger into utter defeat. The audience transitioned from shock to numbness and finally plunged into deep contemplation. Was this even human? In the private room upstairs, Ji Zhiyue lowered his eyes and carefully observed the situation on stage. That elegant yet slender figure exuded a surprising burst of power and strength, emitting a captivating ferocity. From head to toe, even the slightly curling hair tips glowed under the spotlight. Ji Zhiyue's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Indeed, Fong Zhuyi did not disappoint. Fong Zhuyi successfully knocked Black Tiger down, leaving him unable to rise again, sparking cheers across the venue. Descending from the platform, staff immediately approached him. Congratulations on defeating Black Tiger, our big boss wants to see you. Fong Zhuyi took the towel and casually wiped off the sweat streaming down his neck. His alluring eyes lifted, focusing on the third floor. The third floor had been cleared out except for a man dressed in a suit, emanating an air of nobility, sitting with his back to Fong Zhuyi in a luxurious swivel chair. Upon hearing footsteps, the man turned around, his voice deep and melodious. Your performance was unexpected. I believe now that you won't lose. Fong Zhuyi hadn't changed out of his damp black shirt, but the smell radiating from him was not unpleasant. Rather, it was somewhat addictive. Ji Zhiyue slightly narrowed his eyes, subtly moving his seat closer. Are you interested in signing a new contract? The deep, wine-like voice carried a charming allure, striking straight to the heart. It was both an invitation and a certainty. Fong Zhuyi's peach blossom eyes lacked the sharpness they had on stage, instead revealing a hint of radiance. What contract? Ji Zhiyue's eyes sparkled with interest. It had been a long time since he had felt so enthusiastic. This fighter named Fong Zhuyi was interesting, like a massive luminescent body, easily capturing his attention and plunging him into momentary fascination. Ji Zhiyue stood up, taking large strides to approach Fong Zhuyi. He opened his thin lips and said, a romantic contract. Time quickly passed over a month. During this month, Fong Zhuyi successfully won 100 boxing matches, officially claiming the betting agreement from Ji family's main boxing arena. The internet was flooded with related reports. The eldest son of the Fong family also noticed this new star in the boxing ring. His appearance was shockingly identical to his. In horror, he remembered that when they brought Fong Zhuyi back from the 9th planet, no DNA test had been conducted. Moreover, the brother he had brought back bore no resemblance to him whatsoever. He abruptly realized. How could they have made such an absurd mistake? It wasn't until then that the Fong family understood what had happened. They wanted to conduct a paternity test on Chu Shi, who grew increasingly anxious and resisted cooperating, causing them further panic. When the results of the paternity test came out, it was confirmed that Chu Shi had no blood relation to the Fong family at all. The Fong family immediately sought out Fong Zhuyi, hoping to recognize him as their son, but Fong Zhuyi unmercifully refused. Fong Zhuyi's face, identical to the eldest son of the Fong family, brimmed with cold indifference. Sorry, I'm not your son, nor will I move into the Fong household. As for Chu Shi, revealed as an imposter whose identity information had been swapped, the Fong family hadn't verified it strictly when picking him up from the 9th planet. After being expelled from the Fong household, Chu Shi's past actions became public knowledge, and soon those who once worshipped him began to despise him. An ugly duckling, dreaming of becoming a swan. What a colossal joke. With no other options, Chu Shi clung tightly to his fiancée. His fiancée was much older than Chu Shi, but if not for money, Chu Shi would never have consented to the engagement. Afterward, Chu Shi indulged in high society circles, enjoying life surrounded by adoration from noble young men while repeatedly avoiding meetings with his fiancée. Realizing trouble when expelled from the Fong family, he urgently sought his fiancée. Fortunately, his fiancée seemed just as enamored with him as always, which calmed Chu Shi down. However, his fiancée declared they could no longer marry due to the annulment of the marriage contract by the Fong family. But Chu Shi could stay on as his lover. Without any better choice, Chu Shi reluctantly agreed. Yet, what he didn't expect was that his fiancée was a pervert with peculiar fetishes, torturing many people to death in bed. Chu Shi endured unimaginable suffering, gritting his teeth through everything. He wouldn't accept it. Didn't he already have everything he ever wanted? Why had it all disappeared in the blink of an eye? It was as though something within him suddenly lost its effectiveness. Soon after, the man tired of Chu Shi and threw him onto the street. Having lost the Fong family, Chu Shi had no support left on the first-class planet. Having once indulged in the luxurious lives of the rich, now reduced back to his original state, he could only do the hardest work at the very bottom of society. He became a vagrant, barely surviving. One day, while rummaging through a trash bin on the street, a luxury car drove past him, parking not far away. The car door opened, and two men stepped out, standing side by side. One of them was none other than Fong Zhuyi. Chu Shi's eyes lit up with excitement. He excitedly shouted Fong Zhuyi's name and clumsily ran toward him. Fong Zhuyi stared coldly at Chu Shi as he collapsed sobbing at his feet. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen your identity. But we're friends, aren't we? I know you wouldn't blame me. Please help me, please. Knowing Fong Zhuyi as a soft-hearted good person who always helped others, he believed Fong Zhuyi would assist him. Hadn't this been true before? Whenever he begged Fong Zhuyi couldn't say no. Fong Zhuyi raised his hand, eradicating the slumbering virus in Chu Shi's body. Then, cleanly and decisively, he kicked Chu Shi away. A word for you, you reap what you sow. Chu Shi was kicked several meters away, looking at Fong Zhuyi in disbelief, hatred brimming in his eyes, and suddenly began screaming hysterically. Why? Why won't you help me? I'm your only friend. Before Fong Zhuyi could respond, a strong arm pulled him into an embrace. Ji Zhiyue turned around with Fong Zhuyi, his voice cold, deal with it immediately. As the words fell, Ji Zhiyue's bodyguards quickly moved in, dragging Chu Shi off in one direction. Chu Shi struggled and began cursing Fong Zhuyi wildly, but he was discarded in a corner and beaten to death with punches. Fong Zhuyi split the vast fortune he had won from the betting agreement into two parts, one for investment and the other for donations, using it to support education and healthcare across the 9 planets. He thus became a great philanthropist. Wherever he went, the figure of Ji family's authority always accompanied him. The two were always inseparable. Chapter 34 Meow 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 1. Meow. Meow Meow. A piercing cat's cry broke through the silence of a desolate alleyway. At a glance, the secluded entrance of the alley seemed like the gaping mouth of a wild beast. The young man with a doll-like face drew back his gaze, lowering his head, and a terrible grin slowly spread across his lips, terrifying enough to make any child burst into tears. Little trash, scream all you want, no one will come to your aid. The man wore yellow rubber gloves on his hands, and with long fingers, tightly gripped the fragile neck of a cat. The cat, forced to raise its head, had a pristine white coat without a single speck, and a pair of translucent emerald green eyes that looked like 2 glass balls. The young man's face twisted with a bloodthirsty smile as he watched the cat struggle less and less until it finally stopped moving altogether, then casually threw it to the ground. The man stood up, setting his phone nearby, wanting to record his criminal act. Fong Zhuyi opened his eyes, his emerald green pupils flashing with a hint of severity. When the man approached to grab him, Fong Zhuyi instantly leaped up, his sharp claws mercilessly tearing several bloody claw marks into the man's arms and hands. The man screamed in agony upon seeing the fresh blood oozing from the wounds on his hands, his expression verging on madness. You little garbage. I'll never let you go. But Fong Zhuyi had already darted away far ahead, leaving behind the man's crazy shouts. He sprinted out of the alley at full speed. As he ran, he thought how unlucky he'd been. Not only did he discover he had transformed into a cat, but he also just happened to encounter a psychopath. The young psychopathic man who had just tried to hurt him was none other than Su Shi, a person infected by the 10,000 Charms virus. Su Shi was the illegitimate son of the head of the Su family, a prominent company in City A. He had never received fatherly love growing up but craved it intensely. After his mother passed away, he was eventually taken into the Su household, where he met his father. However, even though they lived under the same roof, he still failed to win his father's approval. In the Su family, he remained ignored, almost invisible even to the maids. Thus, his personality grew more repressed and increasingly malevolent. He began resorting to dark and hidden methods to vent his inner darkness and dissatisfaction. Consequently, he set his sights on the stray cats roaming the streets. To Su Shi, these dirty, fur-shedding, uncontrollably roaming pests were perfect objects for his release. Once he started, there was no end. Even later, when his life took a dramatic turn. Suddenly, the Su family changed their attitude toward him. The fatherly love he yearned for came flooding in. With the Su family's support, he entered the entertainment industry and gained immense popularity, becoming the permanent host of a highly rated show. Even as everything improved miraculously, and all his desires became easily within reach. The intoxicating feeling of playing with life freely, basking in bloodshed, had deeply addicted him. This time he had come out hunting again and coincidentally encountered Fang Zhuyi, who had just arrived in this world. Phew. Fang Zhuyi ran an incredibly long distance, stopping only after confirming that Su Shi wouldn't pursue him. He squatted on a round stone bench by the street to rest, extending his pink little tongue to lick his fur and paws. Then he chased his tail, spinning in a circle, feeling quite curious. After all, this was the first time he had transformed into an animal, a moment worth commemorating in this world. He stretched lazily, emitting a contented meow. People passing by wanted to pet him, but Fang Zhuyi let out an aggressive meow, glaring fiercely, "Don't touch." The passerby was a short-haired girl dressed fashionably, a pet blogger who thought this cat had personality. She took many photos of the cat spinning in circles and posted them on social media platforms. By Meow Meow wrote. Met an incredibly gorgeous cat on the road, tried to touch but it wouldn't let me. Crying, perhaps because this cat was too good looking, By Meow Meow instantly received lots of likes and comments. Such a beautiful cat. Help. This kitty is so elegant. Take it home with you. Don't make me beg. Seeing the comment about taking it home, By Meow Meow felt moved and had a thought. She squatted down to look Fang Zhuyi straight in the eye and said smilingly, "Would you like to come home with me?" This cat was originally a stray, and Fang Zhuyi didn't want to hunt mice just to survive, so with a proud little nod of his head, he agreed. By Meow Meow was overjoyed and immediately brought him back home. By Meow Meow was a pet blogger, and she also raised several other cats at home. Initially, she worried that they might not get along well, but unexpectedly, all the cats liked Fang Zhuyi very much, often coming over to rub and stick close to him. By Meow Meow found out that Fang Zhuyi was quite popular among her fans, so she would take pictures and videos of him every day and upload them online. Soon, her followers broke through 1 million. A popular show wanted to do a special episode on pets and specially invited several high-traffic pet bloggers to participate in its recording. By Meow Meow was on the invitation list. Thus, By Meow Meow set off with Fang Zhuyi in a cat carrier. Fortunately, the show's recording location was right in City A, and a taxi ride for an hour got her there. Besides inviting a few pet bloggers, the show also invited the top director in the industry, Yu Zhizong. Yu Zhizong was well known in the entertainment circle as a cat enthusiast. He kept 7 or 8 cats at home and always posted photos of his beloved cats online. This time, Yu Zhizong also brought one of his own cats. It was a beautiful ragdoll cat. Because another pet blogger was delayed, the program wasn't ready to start yet. Yu Zhizong sat in a chair, gently stroking the smooth fur of his ragdoll cat to calm it. He wore fashionable and trendy clothes, exuding a noble demeanor in his every movement. His handsome face was perfect, noble and coldly beautiful. Su Shi stood in a corner spying on Yu Zhizong. He was the host of this program. He particularly loved Yu Zhizong's movies because they described a lot of things that were chilling, cruel, and evil. This resonated with Su Shi, making him feel that Yu Zhizong must be someone like him. Watching Yu Zhizong's films always gave Su Shi a sense of excitement from discovering someone similar. So he became more and more obsessed with Yu Zhizong's films, simultaneously growing more and more interested in Yu Zhizong himself. As he stared at Yu Zhizong's profile, his hands trembled in excitement. He touched his own hand and couldn't help but remember the feeling of blood all over his hands. His eyes hid a yearning as he approached Yu Zhizong to greet him. "Director Yu, hello. I'm Su Shi, your loyal fan." Yu Zhizong's long fingers lightly caressed the soft fur of his ragdoll cat. With narrow, cool phoenix-shaped eyes, he coldly glanced at Su Shi without any emotion and slightly nodded, saying coolly, "Hello, thank you for your support." Su Shi conveniently sat next to Yu Zhizong, unwilling for the conversation to end. Seeing the ragdoll cat in the cute-shaped cat bed on the table, he showed a flicker of disdain. "This cat is so fat, like a pig, but it's better cared for than others. Director Yu is indeed skilled at raising cats. I also love cats a lot." While speaking, he reached out to hug Yu Zhizong's cat. Chapter 35 Meow 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 2. Yu Zhizong furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with what Su Shi said, but he didn't stop him. Though Su Shi appeared to like the cat, rubbing against it, one of his hands was secretly hidden under the cat's belly, subtly pinching hard with his fingers. Suddenly, the ragdoll cat screamed and turned around, scratching and biting his arm. Su Shi shouted in pain, his eyes turning red almost immediately. This incident startled the staff nearby, and they quickly gathered around. Yu Zhizong immediately stood up from his seat, hugging the shocked ragdoll cat and petting it while frowning at Su Shi. Under the concerned gazes of the staff, Su Shi looked aggrieved at Yu Zhizong and complained in his tone, "It hurts so much." Yu Zhizong's expression was not pleasant, and his voice sounded cold as he said, "Sorry, but Umbrella is normally gentle and timid. It hardly gets angry. Did you hurt it?" Upon hearing this, Su Shi appeared even more aggrieved. "Director Yu, are you blaming me? How could I have hurt it? I didn't do anything. It suddenly went crazy and scratched and bit me." As he spoke, he deliberately showed him his arm which was already covered in blood. Yu Jizong fell silent for a moment, staring at him before speaking. Let's go to the hospital. I'll cover all the expenses. The filming was delayed again. Not far from the recording site was a hospital, so Sushi quickly went there to get an injection. He calculated silently in his mind. Since Yu Jizong's cat had bitten him, Yu Jizong would certainly feel apologetic and thus treat him differently than others. This way, he could better approach Yu Jizong. After Sushi returned from getting vaccinated, he thought darkly in his heart that once he got closer to Yu Jizong, he must find a way to kill the cat that bit him. By the time he returned from the hospital, the pet blogger who had been delayed had also arrived. Bai Miao Miao furiously apologized to the director's team. Sorry. On the way here, there was a traffic accident, and the road was blocked, so we had to take a detour. It wasn't intentional that I was late. The director waved his hand irritably. Alright, everyone, get into position. We're starting. Bai Miao Miao took Fang Zhuyi out of the cat carrier, walked to her seat, and carefully placed Fang Zhuyi into the cute-shaped cat bed on the table. Fang Zhuyi's fluffy tail moved lightly. His beautiful emerald green cat eyes seemed to hold all the green of the planet, stunningly beautiful enough to make people exclaim in admiration. He sat proudly in the cat bed, listening to the group praise him. What a pretty kitty, what's his name? A blogger holding a corgi looked at Fang Zhuyi with glowing eyes. Bai Miao Miao stroked Fang Zhuyi's ears. I just call him Kitty. He ignores me if I call him anything else. Fang Zhuyi's ears trembled slightly, barely allowing Bai Miao Miao to touch them before quickly retreating. After all, Bai Miao Miao was currently his owner, and since he ate and drank from her, he couldn't be too ungrateful. As for others. Humph. He emitted a fierce meow and stayed alert to avoid the attempted touches of several large hands. Don't even think about it. Especially Sushi, considering all the misdeeds he had committed, he failed to recognize himself as the cat who had escaped from his wicked hands before. The disdain in his eyes almost overflowed, yet he still dared to follow the trend and wanted to touch him. Fang Zhuyi revealed his sharp claws. If Sushi dared to touch him, he wouldn't mind giving him another set of invincible feline combo claws. Sushi seemed to sense the threat and merely pretended to look over before sitting back down. Only then did Fang Zhuyi retract his weapon. In these past few days of being cared for by Bai Miao Miao, she had wanted to cut his sharp claws, but every time Fang Zhuyi firmly refused by mewing loudly. Having turned into a cat already limited his power considerably, and with someone twisted watching over him, the only two weapons of a cat, teeth and claws, must be protected at all costs. Fang Zhuyi changed direction, licked his pink paw pads, wiped his furry little face, and raised his head to meet a pair of eyes. The man had a face that Fang Zhuyi found extremely familiar. At that moment, his clear and cold phoenix-shaped eyes were seriously looking at him. Fang Zhuyi had just arrived and hadn't noticed the people around him. Seeing this familiar face brought him some surprise. Joyfully, he softly meowed to the man, his voice trembling with the subtle emotions of a kitten, as if cooing tenderly. Yu Jizong's heart softened immediately, and the warmth began to return to his eyes. Sushi, sitting next to Yu Jizong, deliberately exposed his bandaged arm and spoke softly to start a conversation with Yu Jizong. Yu Jizong lowered his gaze, feeling the trembling of the pet cat in his arms, annoyance creasing his brows. Suddenly, he stood up, ignoring Sushi, and swiftly walked to Bai Miao Miao. After politely greeting the pet blogger next to Bai Miao Miao, Yu Jizong quietly asked if he could switch seats. He glanced at Fang Zhuyi in the cat bed whose gaze followed him everywhere, and the irritation between his eyebrows dissipated. Sorry, but I truly love cats very much. As if echoing his words, Fang Zhuyi meowed twice and rolled over playfully in the cat bed, looking at Yu Jizong. The pet blogger smiled and agreed, looks like the kitty really likes you. Sushi glared resentfully as he watched the two switch seats, and he shot a venomous glare at Fang Zhuyi. It's all because of this smelly cat. It stole Yu Jizong's attention. The newly swapped pet blogger beside him looked at him joyfully and tried to start a conversation, but Sushi pretended not to hear and completely ignored him. Because for years, people around him had given him admiration so effortlessly, Sushi assumed that as long as he sent out signals, Yu Jizong would naturally respond to him. Never did he expect that Yu Jizong would rather watch a cat than acknowledge him. The darkness in Sushi's heart began to boil. His eyes landed on the long-haired cat being teased by the pet blogger next to him, and they gleamed with an idea. He whispered softly, "This cat is so cute. Can I borrow it to keep for a couple of days?" The pet blogger already liked him and couldn't refuse, even feeling extremely honored. Yu Jizong successfully exchanged seats with others and casually placed his own ragdoll cat into the cat bed. The ragdoll cat umbrella curled up in the cat bed, covering her small face with her fluffy tail. Fang Zhuyi nudged closer, rubbing against her, and the ragdoll cat revealed her pale blue pupils and peeked at him. Fang Zhuyi looked at Yu Jizong, meowed twice, suddenly jumped up, landed in Yu Jizong's arms, and wagged his tail as he found a comfortable spot to settle down. Yu Jizong lowered his gaze and, looking at the white cat who came to him willingly, his eyes flickered with a soft smile. Bai Miao Miao observed Fang Zhuyi's actions and was somewhat surprised. I've never seen him be so affectionate with someone before. Looks like the kitty really likes you. Yu Zhizong gently stroked the disheveled fur of the cat in his arms with his fingertips, a faint smile lingering on his lips. My honor. Chapter 36 Meow 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 Meow. After the seat-switching incident, the show finally started to record. Facing the camera, Bai Meow Meow said, I found the cat, and it's very human-like. Though it sometimes can be aggressive, it's generally obedient and quiet. As the camera prepared to give Fang Zhuyi a close-up, the topic was suddenly diverted by Su Shi. I used to pick up stray cats too, but they were all very unruly. Usually, I couldn't keep them for long before they all ran away. Thus, the discussion turned back to the topic of how to raise cats. Whenever Bai Meow Meow talked about Fang Zhuyi, Su Shi would always interrupt her and steer the conversation in another direction. Fang Zhuyi, curled up in Yu Zhizong's arms, swung his tail and gave an annoyed meow. Bai Meow Meow's voice carried a tinge of displeasure. She thought the host was very impolite. Please don't interrupt me. Su Shi appeared somewhat embarrassed in front of the camera. Sorry. In reality, he was smugly satisfied. So what if he interrupted? What could they do? After the filming was over, Bai Meow Meow was going to take Fang Zhuyi home. But Fang Zhuyi clung to Yu Zhizong's arms and called out to Bai Meow Meow. After raising him for some time, Bai Meow Meow instantly understood his meaning, and her face fell. Kitty, you don't want to come home with me anymore. Fang Zhuyi dug his claws into Yu Zhizong's clothes and refused to leave. Ignoring the torn clothes, Yu Zhizong's fingers slid over Fang Zhuyi's back, causing him to meow contentedly. After some deliberation, Yu Zhizong also didn't want the cat to leave. Bringing him home would be great. Holding Fang Zhuyi, he said to Bai Meow Meow, it's fine if he comes home with me. I'll take good care of him. Bai Meow Meow felt helpless. She didn't expect that participating in a show would result in her cat running off with someone else. She suddenly had the same feeling as if her beautiful cabbage had been stolen. Though heartbroken, she also knew that there was no way to retain the cat. She had realized early on that this cat wasn't ordinary. He could understand human language and had a mind of his own. After entrusting Fang Zhuyi's care to Yu Zhizong, Bai Meow Meow left reluctantly. Yu Zhizong asked his assistant to return his own ragdoll cat while he took Fang Zhuyi along. Seeing Yu Zhizong about to leave, Su Shi quickly approached with a long-haired cat in his arms to strike up a conversation. Director Yu, are you leaving? The long-haired cat in his arms seemed strangled and stiff, her round cat eyes filled with panic. Fang Zhuyi suddenly let out a sharp cry towards Su Shi. His glassy emerald eyes then turned to look at Yu Zhizong. Yu Zhizong seemed to sense something and immediately focused his gaze on the cat in Su Shi's arms. This is. Su Shi smiled and rudely lifted the cat to show him, this is Aki's cat. I borrowed it to keep for a while. Aki was that pet blogger. Yu Zhizong stroked Fang Zhuyi's tense body and noticed the fur on his tail was slightly bristling. A look of contemplation crossed Yu Zhizong's eyes. He suddenly said, I really like this cat too. How about letting me keep it for a few days? A flicker of joy passed through Su Shi's eyes. Of course, we can add each other on WeChat so I can keep track of the kitty. Yu Zhizong nodded. Sure. Su Shi successfully exchanged contact information with Yu Zhizong, his heart bubbling with excitement. Yu Zhizong took both cats home, feeling quite accomplished. At the villa, Yu Zhizong asked someone to reach out to the pet blogger named Xiao Qi while his group of cats surrounded Fang Zhuyi curiously. The long-haired cat that had been brought back, frightened by the unfamiliar surroundings, had already hidden under the sofa. Meow. Who are you? Meow meow. Wow, you're so beautiful. Fang Zhuyi flicked his tail and let out a soft meow. I am your boss. The newly crowned cat leader mesmerized the group of cats. Wherever he went, a swarm of followers trailed behind him. By the time Yu Zhizong returned after making the phone call, all his cats had betrayed him, now completely fixated on Fang Zhuyi, their new feline king. With graceful steps, Fang Zhuyi jumped onto the bed in Yu Zhizong's bedroom, which Yu Zhizong witnessed but did not stop. The group of cats admired Fang Zhuyi even more. None of them dared to enter their master's bedroom, let alone jump onto the bed. The cat king is truly impressive. Not long after, the pet blogger Xiao Qi came to pick up her cat, puzzled as to how her cat had ended up at Yu Zhizong's place. Yu Zhizong didn't offer any explanation but reminded her not to lend her cat to anyone else again. Xiao Qi realized her mistake belatedly, breaking out in cold sweat. That's right, stories about people mistreating cats flood the internet. She should never have handed over her precious baby to someone else. Terrified afterward, Xiao Qi left with her cat. As soon as Yu Zhizong pushed open the door to his bedroom, he locked eyes with a handsome teenager lying on his bed. Fang Zhuyi pulled the blanket from the bed over himself, looking somewhat innocently at Yu Zhizong. The system popped up with an explanation. This body is half demon and cannot yet fully control the transformation between human and cat forms, so the timing is rather unstable. Before Fang Zhuyi could say anything, after uttering just an ah, his perspective plunged downward once again. He turned back into a cat. Yu Zhizong watched helplessly as the handsome teenager on his bed transformed back into the cat he'd brought home, struck momentarily by surprise. After his initial shock passed, he was filled with subtle delight. He lowered his gaze, his expression deep. So it can turn into a human. After the new episode aired, Sushi, whose show usually claimed top spots on the trend list every time it aired, was unexpectedly overshadowed by the popularity of a single cat. This cat, called Cat, possessed extraordinarily beautiful emerald eyes, like a clear, dark lake reflecting light, stunningly gorgeous. All who saw it were captivated by the beauty of this cat's eyes. Of course, Sushi could not bear being upstaged by a cat, so in anger, he had the Su family spend money to suppress the cat's popularity and promote his own instead. It cost far more to push down high-ranked trending topics, especially when simultaneously purchasing additional popularity boosts. Previously, the Su family seemed bewitched, squandering endless funds to boost Sushi's profile, but seeing him feud with a cat made them begin to feel disgruntled. Still sulking in his fan group, Sushi complained that even a cat could steal his spotlight. His fans responded with mockery, claiming there must be big capital backing the cat. They began to cyberbully it. Many bystanders observing online mocked, this industry was doomed if they couldn't leave even a cat alone. To make matters worse, since Yujizong's cat bit Sushi, Sushi had his family buy bundle trending topics related to Yujizong. Although Yujizong clearly showed little warmth towards Sushi, such indifference is standard among high-level celebrities and doesn't stop others from shipping them together. Overall, Sushi still gained some attention from this episode, though his fans' cyberbullying of the cat and forced association with Yujizong earned him disapproval from many netizens. With the system's help, Fang Zhuyi had now mastered freely switching between his human and cat forms. He began paying attention to Sushi. Sushi worked as a host, having relatively fixed work hours with only 3 days per week spent recording. In his spare time, he disguised himself and wandered the streets, luring stray cats with food. He was very experienced in this kind of thing and quickly lured a kitten into a secluded alley. A cruel smile crept onto his face beneath his mask. Feigning an attempt to pet the kitten, he swiftly grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. The kitten froze, completely motionless. In high spirits, Sushi carried the kitten deeper into the alley. Just as he prepared to take action, a sudden voice came from behind. "What are you doing?" Sushi's body tensed up at once. He turned around, quickly throwing the kitten toward the newcomer before running away. Chapter 37, Meow Meow Meow, 4. Fang Zhuyi caught the kitten and gently stroked it, comforting its trembling form. He took out his phone and snapped pictures of Sushi's fleeing back as he then sent the kitten to the Stray Animal Protection Center. On social media, a new account appeared. Fang Zhuyi, in a city's Chongming Street, a remote alley, I just encountered someone preparing to harm a stray cat. Picture. Comments poured in quickly in the comment section. That's outrageous. This person is a psychopath. Unfortunately, we didn't capture their full face, otherwise, they would have been exposed. Also in a city, yesterday I heard the cry of a cat in Yucheng Park's remote area. Frightened, I left with my kid, but looking back now, it could have been that person. 2 days later, the same account posted another update. Fang Zhuyi, at the western flower bed behind the new development zone in a city, I discovered the same person again. The cat has been saved, please help share this so everyone stays vigilant. Such people avoid the spotlight, if confronted, they'll panic and run. Comments section. This is a repeat offender. Living in a city, I will keep an eye out. From then on, the account would regularly post updates. His photos revealed that each of the individuals he caught in the act were one and the same, meticulously disguised, covering every inch of their body. As the number of followers increased, some noticed the figure in these photos resembled the famous host Sushi. Coincidentally, not long ago, Sushi's fans had cyberbullied a certain cat. Soon, this account faced backlash from Sushi's fans. Stop spreading rumors. Sushi is a kind-hearted person who loves animals and even served as the publicity ambassador for a large zoo. A mere silhouette isn't enough proof to start spreading rumors. Due to the interference of Sushi's fans, the topic gained skyrocketing attention. Sushi's studio had no choice but to issue a statement overnight, sending lawyer letters to the rumor mongers. Sushi himself was going mad. For the past few days, whenever he attempted his unspeakable deeds, someone would emerge from every corner like a ghost, eerily whispering, "What are you doing?" Terrified, Sushi fled in disarray every time, too panicked to check the appearances of those confronting him. Thus, he extended the time between his outings and ventured farther to more remote locations. But no matter where he went, that familiar voice always trailed closely after him, shattering his psychological defenses. Even worse, he realized photos of himself had surfaced online, generating significant interest. Sushi tried to hire hackers to bring down the accounts, but every time one was taken down, another popped up the next day. Terrified and apprehensive, although fully covered from head to toe, Sushi still feared being recognized. His current achievements were insufficient to protect him if such disgraceful actions became public knowledge. When he discovered people really linked him to torturing stray cats, he completely lost it. In front of his studio employees, he screamed hysterically, "Rumors. All rumors. It must be Lin Shu or Lu Yu. They're trying to drag me down." Lin Shu and Lu Yu were also hosts who had previously competed against Sushi for the position of resident host in a long-running program. "It must be envy. They're the ones spreading these lies about me." His frenzied shouting frightened the staff, who looked at each other in surprise, realizing for the first time how unstable their boss seemed mentally. Initially, the heat surrounding this event had cooled down, but somehow, one chatty employee let slip that Sushi seemed to have issues with his mental health. Consequently, public sentiment swung unfavorably toward Sushi, forcing him to immediately dismiss the employee for spreading rumors and offer incentives to other employees to publicly declare his mental stability. Unfortunately, it didn't make much difference. More and more people began to suspect if he truly had mental health issues, or whether the person who had been caught multiple times trying to harm stray cats was indeed him. Sushi's reputation started to plummet significantly. A long-running program also wavered on whether they should continue to hire Sushi. Sushi's mental state gradually became more irritable. He caused a scene at the Su residence, demanding that they give him money to quell public rumors. The money provided by the Su family seemed to be poured into a bottomless pit, yet Sushi continued to go berserk. His appearance was ghastly. The Su family began to doubt his mental stability as well and forced Sushi to see a doctor. "I'm not sick. You're the ones who are sick." Soon, unable to withstand the mounting pressure from the media, the program terminated its contract with Sushi. For a time in the entertainment industry, no one dared to employ him. His fans comforted him, urging him to get a medical examination so he could post his diagnosis of sound mental health online. Sushi dared not visit the hospital. Instead, he made the Su family forge a diagnosis report for him. However, when it was posted online, only his fans were taken in by this trick. It wasn't long before netizens uncovered that the diagnosis report was fake. Dark thoughts churned within Sushi's mind, wishing he could burst through the screen and kill those people. What else did they want? Were they trying to force him to his death? So what if he had committed some terrible deeds? What if he truly was mentally unstable? Clenching his teeth, Sushi realized the Su family was unwilling to provide him further financial support and wanted to send him to a psychiatric hospital. So he found himself another generous sponsor. Although this new benefactor was older than his father, he was much more generous than his father. With the help of his new patron, the online sentiment finally settled down. Sushi also obtained a new job, hosting the opening ceremony of a film festival. Sushi valued this job greatly. It would signal to the outside world that he hadn't been defeated. His sponsor told him that if he performed well, better resources would come his way. On the morning of the film festival opening day, Sushi encountered Yuzong in the underground parking lot. Beside Yuzong was a handsome young man. Tall and slim, he appeared to be about 18 or 19 years old. Yuzong held his hand as they briskly walked towards the elevator. Sushi glared viciously at Feng Zhui, feeling the same distaste as he did toward those detested cats. Feng Zhui passed by him indifferently. An all too familiar and chilling voice reached Sushi's ears. "What are you doing?" Sushi felt his brain buzzing. "It's you." By the time he realized what had happened, Feng Zhui was already gone. In a daze, Sushi wandered into the makeup room, with that ghostly voice echoing incessantly in his head. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Not long after the start of the film festival opening ceremony, chaos erupted. Because Sushi, as the host, suddenly went berserk on the spot, screaming like a madman. He was then sent to the psychiatric hospital. Not long after, many videos surfaced online, revealing Sushi in the act of harming stray cats. From then on, Sushi became akin to a rat crossing the street, cursed by everyone. Meanwhile, Feng Zhui was living a carefree life. Since he could transform into human form, his relationship with Yuzong advanced rapidly. Wherever Yuzong went, he brought Feng Zhui along. Many media outlets noticed that even when shooting films, Yuzong always had a cat accompanying him. Bai Miao Miao occasionally came to visit Feng Zhui, bringing piles of toys. Feng Zhui happily shared them with his younger feline siblings, earning their admiration and securing his place as the king of cats. Taking some time out, Feng Zhui sneaked into the psychiatric hospital in his cat form. Sushi, confined in his ward, went into a frenzy upon seeing a cat through the window, frantically pounding on it. Feng Zhui crushed the charm of mass appeal through the window and then elegantly left with a cat-like grace. Mad with fury, Sushi shattered the window in an attempt to chase Feng Zhui but forgot he was on the third floor, and fell to his death. Yuzong's new movie won awards abroad, and he took Feng Zhui overseas where they also officially got married. After returning to the country, the couple took a family portrait with a group of kitten siblings and disclosed it to the public. Feng Zhui had been both a human and a cat in this world for a long time. Only when the system discovered a new virus did he leave. Chapter 38, Zombie King, Abducted by the Psyker, 1. The sky was gray, the heavy air of death spreading through every corner of the desolate city. The wind roared like an angry beast, sweeping past countless abandoned vehicles on the street. In the distance, a loud roar echoed from a mall filled with zombies. A huge window on the second floor of the mall was smashed open, and zombies kept falling out. A barrage of gunfire erupted from the second floor, drawing hordes of zombies that began gathering towards the mall in waves. Someone screamed, "Captain! There are more and more zombies." Another voice bellowed with authority, "Then hold them off. Yaya hasn't picked her clothes yet." At this moment, on the second floor inside a clothing store, Lu Yu appeared unfazed by the chaos outside as he calmly sifted through piles of clothes in the store's back warehouse. By the time he emerged, having spent a while meticulously selecting and changing into new clothes, the team protecting him had dwindled from over 30 people to just a handful. These remaining individuals were drenched in sticky black and green fluids, their expressions showing exhaustion and distress. They stood steadfastly like an unyielding barrier before the clothing store, their assault rifles firing continuously, struggling against the ever-growing mob of zombies rushing in from all directions. Upon seeing Lu Yu emerge, the captain exhaled a sigh of relief. First group provides cover fire, second group accompanies me to protect Yaya and leave. The first group quickly swapped out their magazines, unleashing an even stronger hail of bullets. The stairs nearby burst open under concentrated fire, creating an escape route. Go now. Lu Yu, surrounded by a group of people, displayed an expression full of disdain, furiously shaking off the captain's hand attempting to grab him. You're filthy and stinky. It's disgusting. Don't touch me. The captain promptly shot a zombie in the head, glanced at Lu Yu, and silently retracted his hand. Lu Yu's disgust only grew further. These ordinary people were utterly repulsive. They became dirty and smelly after merely killing a few zombies. They lacked any semblance of psychic abilities. Suddenly, a ghostly pale hand pierced through the protective line and latched onto Lu Yu's clothes, leaving behind large streaks of dark greenish-black fluid. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Yu looked down and immediately shrieked, "My clothes!" This was the outfit he had specially prepared for meeting psychics. He was furious. As the surrounding horde of zombies surged closer, he refused to leave, insisting that the people guarding him kill the zombie who dirted his clothes. That's the one. He dared to soil my clothes, you better kill it. Following his pointed finger, everyone saw a peculiar figure standing amidst the crowd of zombies. Even amidst extreme danger, everyone froze momentarily. Unlike all the other zombies around, whose bodies were rotting, eyes milky white, and faces twisted with veins, this one was immaculately clean from head to toe. He wore a simple shirt and jeans, pristine white sneakers, and carried a backpack on his shoulders. His entire being radiated youthfulness, resembling a pure-hearted male college student. Moreover, not just any college student, the kind who was top-tier handsome and incredibly popular within campus circles. On one side of his neck was a fierce wound. This mark, known to everyone present, was unmistakably the result of a zombie's claw. In the minds of everyone, a single thought arose unanimously. What a pity, he turned into a zombie. It seemed this person hadn't been a zombie long, his pupils not entirely white yet, and his delicate features undistorted by grotesque blue-green veins. The spotless zombie stood quietly among the horde, not lunging forward like others did in rage. Instead, he stood still, gazing curiously at the living humans before him. Just moments ago, pushed to the front by other zombies, he extended a hand and grabbed the corner of Lu Yu's garment, leaving a trail of murky blackness thereon. Unrelenting gunfire continued to roar. Swept by the storm of bullets, he seemed to realize the peril, slowly retreating backward. As many surrounding zombies collapsed, new ones recklessly rushed in their place. Strangely, the countless bullets flying like rain bypassed the spotless zombie within the group without harm. If other zombies possessed awareness, they'd undoubtedly feel indignant, being discriminated even as fellow zombies. Lu Yu stared wide-eyed, his face contorting violently as he shoved the protector beside him hard, yelling, "I told you to kill that zombie. Are you useless? You can't even hit properly." The bodyguard wavered slightly, his weapon aimed hesitantly at the distinctive clean-looking zombie, frozen for a brief instant, unsure whether to pull the trigger. Elsewhere, Lu Yu continued to rave uncontrollably, screaming louder, "Kill that zombie. You useless blind fools." Captain Wang Xing suddenly grew somewhat weary of his yelling and coldly said, "Even though he's a zombie, he hasn't threatened us. He's just standing there watching from afar. There are many more dangerous zombies around, and our bullets are limited. Of course we need to save them for the most dangerous ones." Lu Yu had never been talked back to like this before. His face twisted in fury as he angrily shouted, "What do you mean? Can't you see that zombie dirted my clothes?" The captain lightly clicked his tongue and suddenly threw his gun in front of Lu Yu. "All right, I'm useless, I'm blind, and I can't shoot straight. Mr. Lu, you give it a try." Lu Yu took a step back out of fright, his face alternating between red and pale. He kicked the gun on the ground away and started shouting furiously at the captain. "Good job, Wang Sheng. Don't forget your place. Your bodyguard company is invested by my family. If it weren't for my father, your little broken company would have gone bankrupt long ago and wouldn't have managed to pull together such a team in the apocalypse. You ungrateful dog." Wang Sheng's eyes darkened, and suddenly his emotions exploded. His hands, smeared with green-black mucus, tightly gripped Lu Yu's delicate neck. In an instant, the pleasant facade of Lu Yu's handsome face was replaced with sheer hatred. His voice filled with intense anger, "How many of my brothers have died protecting you? Today, just for your damn clothes, I lost nearly half of my men. What madness possessed me to protect a scumbag like you?" With his neck throttled, Lu Yu emitted gasping sounds from his throat, his distorted face struggling madly as he was harshly thrown aside by Wang Sheng. "Brothers, retreat." Seeing the group about to leave him behind, Lu Yu let out a piercing scream as he tightly grabbed a small bomb from his body and, taking advantage when the group wasn't paying attention, pulled the pin and threw it over before fleeing. A tremendous explosion followed with the earth shaking violently. Lu Yu was blown away by the explosion, struggling to get up from the ground, and hid inside the narrow warehouse behind the shop, firmly locking the door. Crouched in the corner, he laughed maniacally without stopping. Daring to abandon him, they'd better pay the price. Chapter 39, Zombie King, Abducted by Psychers, 2. Time ticked away second by second. Suddenly, the incredibly narrow warehouse door was knocked upon. An unfamiliar male voice thundered out like lightning, "Is there someone inside?" "We're the psionic squad." Lu Yu abruptly lifted his head, eyes brimming with joy. They were psionics. Feng Zhui wandered dazedly through the mall. This body belonged to a zombie. The system had already diluted the virus factors as much as possible, but Feng Zhui still felt somewhat influenced by the zombie toxin, making his brain function slower than usual. In this world, the charm virus invaded the body of a man named Lu Yu. Lu Yu had originally been a rich young master, preoccupied only with food, drinks, pleasure, reckless racing, and women, living a decadent life far above others. When the apocalypse arrived overnight, zombies spread everywhere, order crumbled, and the entire world plunged into chaos. One subsidiary bodyguard company of Lu Yu's family quickly formed a team amidst the despairing post-apocalyptic era. Lu Yu was then entrusted by his father to the captain of this team, Wang Sheng. Lu Yu looked down on Wang Sheng and his people but needed their protection, so he endured following them. These people also disliked him and weren't particularly diligent in protecting him, causing Lu Yu to live in constant fear of being abandoned. But soon, everything changed dramatically within one night. Lu Yu discovered these people suddenly displaying extreme enthusiasm towards him. They prioritized him for the food they gathered, fussing over his welfare daily, and even willing to risk their lives to protect him. As a result, Lu Yu grew increasingly arrogant and lashed out at people whenever his mood turned sour. Instead of getting angry, these people begged him to curse them more. Lu Yu attributed all this change to his own immense charm. Therefore, his ambitions began stirring, yearning to climb higher. After all, no matter how capable Wang Sheng and his group were, they were merely ordinary people. And zombies evolve over time. Sooner or later, these ordinary people would be eliminated by the evolving zombies. Only psionics could occupy a foothold in this perilous world. Lu Yu was determined to join the psionics and thus learned that on the outskirts of City B, there was a psionic base, insisting that Wang Sheng and his group escort him there. To attract the attention of the psionics, he specifically asked Wang Sheng to protect him while venturing into the perilous large mall to pick out new clothes for himself. Just moments ago, Lu Yu and Wang Sheng had parted ways due to this very zombie, and Wang Sheng's group was killed by the bomb that Lu Yu had thrown. Feng Zhui stopped in his tracks, only just now sensing an extraordinary presence. This presence wasn't that of an ordinary person or a zombie, it was intricate, immense, and carried an air of danger. Feng Zhui slowly approached the railing at the edge of the second floor and looked down. In the vast hall of the first floor of the mall, where the marble floors were supposed to be smooth and clean, splashes of zombie blood, a sickly green-black color, now covered them. The stench of decay spread through the air. The swarm of zombies that once crowded the hall had all been frozen solid, piled up on one side like a small mountain. Inside the hall stood a group of humans. No, not ordinary humans. They were psionics. In this world with billions of people, less than 10% possessed the ability to awaken psionic powers and become psionics. These psionics each had their own abilities. Low-level psionics merely enhanced basic attributes such as speed or strength. High-level psionics, however, could manipulate elements such as fire, water, ice, or lightning. Feng Zhui's gaze landed on the pile of frozen zombies and observed for a while. Among these people, there was a high-level ice element psionic. Dressed in unified black combat suits, they moved in perfect order, disposing of the zombies efficiently and searching for something within the mall. Feng Zhui noticed that a section of the hall had been cleared out, revealing a man encircled by several towering psionics. The man had a lean, elegant figure with eye-catching long legs. Seated on a chair with graceful posture, he wore a black retro suit with a yellow wildflower casually tucked into the chest pocket. His face was breathtakingly handsome, adorned with delicate gold-rimmed glasses, a straight, noble nose, and pale pink lips that exuded an aloof charm. It was still the face Feng Zhui knew so well. Feng Zhui did not hold back his gaze and blatantly stared at the man in the hall below. As if sensing his stare, the man suddenly lifted his head. Even though his eyes were behind a thin layer of glass, they radiated piercing sharpness and authority. Through the void, his deep dark eyes locked onto another pair, glittering with vitality, the eyes of someone holding a peach blossom-like gaze. For a moment, neither of them looked away. Qi Ruyu tilted his head slightly, his sharp jawline expressing cold determination. But when his murderous intent touched the figure upstairs, it quickly dissipated. No, it wasn't a human. It was a zombie. Qi Ruyu's eyes filled with intense interest. A clean, pure-hearted zombie. Qi Ruyu had never imagined he would describe a zombie this way someday. Very intriguing. Unfortunately, no matter how clean, it was still just a zombie. The man turned away. Feng Zhui was hiding perfectly behind a massive stone pillar. Despite the flow of psionics around him, none of them discovered him. He rested nonchalantly against the high railing. In the hall. Commander, there's no sign of any high-level zombies. A psionic rushed over to the man and respectfully reported the situation. The man furrowed his brow slightly. He truly sensed the presence of a high-level zombie. Had they arrived too late again? The psionic hesitated before continuing, but we found a normal person. Not far behind, Lu Yu descended the stairs flanked by two psionics. Overwhelmed with excitement at seeing so many psionics, his eyes lit up even more when he saw the handsome man seated in the center of the hall. They shone with admiration and a sense of inevitable possession. This man exuded unparalleled charisma, and the surrounding psionics showed great respect to him, clear evidence of the strongest and highest-ranking psionic among them. This was his ultimate goal. Lu Yu quickly straightened his clothes, trying his best to appear stubborn despite Qi Ruyu's cold, sweeping gaze. Based on his past experiences charming women, men tended to prefer resilient types, the persistent little flower. His voice carried a hint of reluctant defiance, never. You can dream all you want, but I won't go with you psionics. Qi Ruyu glanced at the person in front of him, his eyes flickering with a faint amusement, as if smiling but not quite. Encouraged by his gaze, Lu Yu's eyes instantly shimmered with a tearful light, portraying an image of strength and independence. I don't need your charity. I can survive on my own abilities. His words vividly embodied the spirit of perseverance. Qi Ruyu neither confirmed nor denied this, but some of the psionics around him were moved by Lu Yu's words and spoke up. It's too dangerous for an ordinary person like you to stay out here. Zombies evolve, and there's no way you could defend yourself against them alone. Come with us, we'll protect you. Lu Yu glanced at the man seated in the center, who gave no indication either way. He bit his lip and shook his head stubbornly. No, I can make it on my own. Since the apocalypse began, I've been surviving alone, haven't I? Thank you for your kindness, but I'm just an ordinary person while you're psionics. I'd only be a burden to you. A psionic couldn't help but feel sympathetic and asked Qi Ryu, Commander, can we take him back? The man's voice was as cold as frost. The psionic base does not accept ordinary people. Lu Yu stiffened momentarily, pursed his lips, and looked down. I already said, I won't go with you. Having finished speaking, he turned to leave. The surrounding psionics panicked, pulling him back and appealing to Qi Ryu. Commander, please bring him along. We'll take care of him, it won't trouble you. Yes, Commander, this place is frequented by high-level zombies. It's far too dangerous for an ordinary person. Commander. Qi Ryu cast a faint glance over the few psionics who had spoken up, causing them to lower their heads somewhat discontentedly. Lu Yu stood tall and firm, exuding resilience. He was cunning, deliberately picking clothing that accentuated his figure, making him appear slim-waisted, long-legged, and even with a perky backside. This drew envious glances from the surrounding psionics. Qi Ryu stood up, nonchalantly saying, if you like him so much, take him back. Lu Yu's heart leapt with joy. He gave Qi Ryu a lovesick glance and clenched his fists tightly. This man, he was determined to win over. Qi Ryu raised his head, his gaze landing on the second floor. The railing was tall, and the clean zombie was lying lazily on top of it, its arms dangling loosely, swinging back and forth leisurely, like two lotus stems. Those hands were as white and flawless as jade. Its face, delicate and beautiful, looked down curiously, its pretty eyes blinking innocently. Unlike ordinary zombies that constantly howl, this one remained silent despite lingering there for a long time. It wasn't mute, rather, it still retained some remnants of human consciousness. Qi Ryu felt a flicker of interest. He suddenly spoke, come down. He was addressing the zombie on the second floor. Initially, the psionics around him didn't realize who he was talking to. They exchanged puzzled looks until they followed Qi Ryu's line of sight and noticed the lone zombie on the second floor. Someone quickly raised their gun alertly. There's another zombie over there. Could it be a high-level zombie? All the psionics immediately lifted their guns, aiming directly at Feng Zhui's head, ready to shoot him. Feng Zhui slowly blinked, emitting a short from his throat. He didn't move, and his thin arms continued to swing leisurely, seemingly finding it amusing. More entertaining than the people downstairs. Qi Ryu's gaze deepened, raising his hand slightly. It's not a high-level zombie. Only then did the psionics relax. Qi Ryu looked up again, meeting the beautiful eyes of the zombie on the second floor and repeating, come down. One of the psionics questioned in confusion, Commander, are you talking to the zombie? How could he possibly understand? Before he could finish, the zombie on the second floor slowly pulled back his arms and began to clumsily walk toward the stairs. The escalator had stopped due to equipment damage, and after stumbling halfway down, the zombie missed a step and slid down the staircase entirely. Qi Ryu involuntarily tensed and took 2 quick steps forward. With a thud, Feng Zhui hit the ground. Fortunately, zombies were quite resilient to falls, and after struggling for a moment, he dizzily got up, staggering toward Qi Ryu. His bright gaze focused intently on Qi Ryu as he let out short, aha, sounds. He reached his hands out to Qi Ryu, but Qi Ryu instinctively took a step back. Feng Zhui looked rather and complained with a couple of aha sounds. Why don't you hold me? Qi Ryu felt he must be crazy to see such deep grievance in the eyes of a zombie. He couldn't describe the emotions rising in his chest, but his body acted before his mind. He took a step forward and embraced the zombie tightly. A gasp rippled through the crowd around them. The psionics were completely stunned. The squad leader, who was always so clean that he forbade others from coming close to him, was now embracing a zombie. They couldn't help but examine this zombie, finding it indeed different from others. It was far too clean. And far too beautiful. It was hard to imagine that a zombie could exude an aura of pure youthfulness. He seemed utterly harmless. And even asked for hugs. Indeed, somewhat cute. No wonder even the squad leader couldn't resist. Beside them, Lu Yu clenched his teeth angrily, gripping the half-eaten bread in his hand until it turned into a lump. It was this zombie again. Since this zombie had appeared, everyone's attention was drawn toward him. He's just a disgusting zombie, what's so fascinating about him? The man he coveted, the strongest man, had been too lazy even to glance at him just moments ago, but now he held this zombie closely. Why? Wasn't he better than a mere zombie? Feigning panic, Lu Yu stepped back noisily enough to attract everyone's attention. With horror-stricken eyes, Lu Yu covered his mouth and trembled, pointing at Feng Zhui, this zombie. I saw him kill many people. His panicked voice shouted loudly at Qi Ruyu, quick. Let go of him. He's a dangerous zombie. My companions all died by his hands. Hearing these words, the psionics raised their guns once more, aiming directly at Feng Zhui's head. Lu Yu's eyes gleamed viciously as he hurriedly urged them on, act quickly. Kill this zombie. Feng Zhui lifted his head blankly from Qi Ruyu's embrace, looking at them. Seemingly sensing danger, he tugged on the edge of Qi Ruyu's clothes, making an sound and shrank back behind him fearfully. Qi Ruyu glanced down, observing the traces of dark blue blood left on the zombie's long, delicate fingers. There wasn't any wound, it seemed like blood from other zombies. Chapter 41, The Zombie King, Taken Away by Psionics, 4. Qi Ruyu pulled out a spotless white silk handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the dirt off the jade-like hand. The stains soon darkened the kerchief. Qi Ruyu paid no heed to Lu Yu's clamor. Because he didn't feel any danger from this zombie. Compared to ordinary people, psionics have extraordinary perceptions of danger. That was why he allowed this zombie to approach him, because there was absolutely no threat. Rather, it resembled a pet cat who wanted cuddles when seeing its owner. If not hugged, it would look deeply wronged, almost endearing enough to melt one's heart. Of course, it was also due to how clean this zombie was, radiating an exceptionally pure energy. In the increasingly foul air since the apocalypse began, this pureness made it especially captivating. At least Qi Ruyu liked it very much. He removed a yellow wildflower from the pocket of his shirt, attaching it to the zombie's ear while casting a glance at the gun-wielding psionics. Those psionics lowered their weapons one by one. Lu Yu's lips bled where he'd bitten them. Pale-faced, he said, "You don't believe me, do you?" A psi soldier scratched his head. "We haven't sensed any danger. This zombie is probably freshly mutated, still retaining some human consciousness and perception. Under such circumstances, we can't just strike. We'll wait until he fully turns into a zombie." Actually, an ordinary zombie posed no real threat to psionics. They could easily crush it with just a finger. Some psionics even kept zombies as pets. This wasn't uncommon in the post-apocalyptic world. With absolute power, they wouldn't make a fuss over a common zombie. This made Lu Yu, a regular person, stand out oddly from the group. Grinding his teeth, Lu Yu shoved the bread into his mouth savagely. After fruitlessly searching them all, the group prepared to return to the psionic base. Feng Zhui kept holding on to Qi Ruyu's clothes, obediently trailing behind him. Occasionally, when Qi Ruyu stopped walking suddenly, Feng Zhui, taken by surprise, would bump his head against Qi Ruyu's muscular back. Qi Ruyu seemed to find it quite amusing, so he deliberately paused many times. Feng Zhui frequently bumped into his back, looking somewhat dazed. Unfortunately, his reaction speed was just too slow, allowing Qi Ruyu's intentions to succeed each time. Feng Zhui's hand was held by Qi Ruyu as they boarded a large modified vehicle. Inside the car, Qi Ruyu pinched Feng Zhui's chin and lifted it up, feeling a slick smoothness under his fingertips. Feng Zhui was forced to raise his chin, revealing a gruesome scar on his neck. The skin had split open, with a layer of coagulated bluish-black blood. Qi Ruyu had a medical kit brought over. He took out a dagger to scrape off the hardened filth from the wound and then wrapped white bandages layer upon layer around his slender neck. Feng Zhui sat obediently, his pupils shimmering brilliantly. It was hard to imagine that he was already a zombie. After finishing the wrapping of Feng Zhui's neck, Qi Ruyu pulled him up and embraced him, unbuttoning his shirt to expose his jade-white chest and spine. After thoroughly inspecting him up and down, Qi Ruyu confirmed that there were no other wounds on his body, then helped him put the clothes back on and made him sit properly. Qi Ruyu opened a tin of meat. Seeing the zombie across from him clutching a branch of a small yellow wildflower, gazing at him hungrily. Hungry. Qi Ruyu received this information, hesitated for a moment, and then handed the can of meat to Feng Zhui. Feng Zhui ate happily. Qi Ruyu tilted his head, gazing at him for a long time with profound eyes, suddenly thinking that keeping a zombie wasn't such a bad idea. He asked, "Would you follow me?" Feng Zhui didn't react much, merely showing him the empty tin. Qi Ruyu took out another tin of meat from a nearby box, shook it, and asked again, "Would you be my zombie?" Feng Zhui let out an "ah." Qi Ruyu smiled and opened the tin of meat for him. In the evening, the group returned to the psionic base. The patrol team outside the base spotted the squad leader's vehicle and excitedly shouted, "The squad's back." Instantly, a large crowd emerged from the base. "How about it? Did you catch the advanced zombie?" "I don't know." The huge modified vehicle drove into the base, and the front door was opened first by Lu Yu. A group of psionics blinked in surprise. "An ordinary person." "What ordinary person? It's a beauty." "Finally, our base has a soft little beauty." "But our base doesn't accept ordinary people, right?" "They don't take ordinary people, but they do take beauties. With all of us psionics here, can't we protect one little beauty?" Their voices were rough, and Lu Yu listened to their discussion with a proud expression, but inside, he was rejoicing. He couldn't believe how smoothly things went. With the protection of these psionics, he could continue living comfortably in this world after the apocalypse. Lu Yu walked into the crowd and was immediately engulfed by tall, strong psionics. These psionics looked excitedly at him and introduced themselves. Lu Yu raised his chin haughtily and said, "My name is Lu Yu." "That makes us call you Yaya then, Yaya is so cute. Come follow your big brother, I'll risk my life to protect you." Inside, Lu Yu scoffed at them. What kind of people were they? They didn't seem like very powerful psionics. Even if he chose someone to follow, it would only be the strongest ones. Lu Yu's eyes gleamed intensely as he looked toward the rear door of the vehicle. The interior space of the modified car was vast, separated into two small rooms. There was a connecting door between the two rooms. Since Chi Ryu entered the back room with the zombie, that door had remained closed. No sound could be heard, and no one knew what Chi Ryu and the zombie were doing inside. But still, what could a psionic and a zombie do together? Lu Yu couldn't figure it out, yet his sense of urgency grew stronger, wanting even more to win Chi Ryu's favor. He refused to believe that with his charm, he couldn't surpass a mere zombie. The back door was soon opened, and Chi Ryu got out first. A horde of psionics rushed over, shouting, "Squad leader." Chi Ryu nodded calmly at the psionics and extended a tall, sturdy hand. "Get down." "Someone else." All heads turned toward the car. A hand appeared first, moving slowly and landing in Chi Ryu's palm. It was a slender and pretty hand, akin to congealed white jade, significantly smaller than Chi Ryu's hand. Chi Ryu gripped the slippery hand firmly and with a tug, pulled a clean and handsome figure out of the car, who then collided into Chi Ryu's arms. He looked around a little bewildered. The crowd of psionics all gasped in unison. What a pure energy. Wow, no wonder the leader picked this one, so clean, so handsome. This kind of person is quite rare in the post-apocalypse world. So pure. I want to. Do you want to die? That's the leader's man. Chapter 42, Zombie King, Abducted by Psionics, 5. Lu Yu stood at the back, his throat tightening with anger. Are these psionics blind? Don't they see that's a zombie? Here he was, a living human being, yet he didn't attract half as much attention as a mere zombie. Biting his lips, Lu Yu muttered resentfully, however good-looking it might be, it's still a zombie. It will eventually end up looking like those grotesque zombies outside. The air froze for a moment. The crowd of psionics stared at Feng Zhui in astonishment. Is this actually a zombie? Chi Ryu glanced coldly at Lu Yu, issuing a warning to the group of psionics, this is my zombie. Having said that, he turned and walked towards his residence within the base. Feng Zhui obediently tugged at the hem of his clothes, following closely behind. Only then did the rest of the psionics shift their gaze away. The head of the squad has taken on a zombie too, how surprising, given his known obsession with cleanliness. Honestly, if I could get such a clean and harmless zombie, I would take one too. Lu Yu glared ferociously at Feng Zhui's back, jealousy seething inside him. Even a zombie seemed to have gained such easy access to Chi Ryu. What did he lack compared to a zombie that made Chi Ryu not even glance at him? That zombie is truly a curse. He had to deal with this zombie. Following Chi Ryu, Feng Zhui came to his place, a small apartment. Feng Zhui squatted in front of the fish tank, watching the little goldfish and mimicking their bubble blowing, making aha sounds. After changing into regular clothes, Chi Ryu approached, pulling him toward the bathroom. You can't eat that. Take a bath obediently first, and later I'll give you canned meat. Feng Zhui cast a reluctant glance at the little goldfish, and allowed himself to be dragged into the bathroom, sitting pitifully on a little stool. Chi Ryu took his fingers gently to examine them. Typically, after a normal human gets infected with the zombie virus, signs of becoming a zombie would show within 2 to 3 hours until complete transformation occurs. But from the time when he found this zombie until bringing him back to the base, more than 4 or 5 hours had passed. Except for being a little slow and emitting aha noises, there were no other changes in him. His eyes still sparkled beautifully, and his face showed no signs of greenish veins swelling grotesquely, even his fingernails showed no tendency to grow longer. Chi Ryu pondered deeply over this fact. He undid the gauze soaked with water on Feng Zhui's neck, revealing how that gruesome scar seemed somewhat healed on its own. Feng Zhui sat obediently on the little stool, eyeing him expectantly. As Chi Ryu helped him bathe, his thoughts began wandering. But what could he do to an unconscious zombie? Apparently, nothing. And zombies. Do they even have those kinds of needs? Chi Ryu felt he had gone mad. Whether zombies do or don't, he wasn't sure. But he does. With a splash, Feng Shui, playing with water on the small stool, was suddenly scooped up. Chi Ryu dried him thoroughly with a towel, then fetched fresh gauze, hesitating a moment before grabbing some wound-healing agents. After rebandaging the neck wound, Chi Ryu held the zombie in his arms and entered his bedroom. Chi Ryu believed he might be some sort of pervert. Because he actually fell for a zombie. While others might take zombies as pets, he couldn't view this little zombie as just a pet. So immaculate, devoid of any ghastliness typically associated with zombies. Maintaining a shred of rationality, he tucked the zombie under the blanket, forcing him to close his eyes and go to sleep. When Feng Shui regained awareness, his eyes were already covered, leaning against Chi Ryu, falling asleep quickly. Chi Ryu gathered both the zombie and the blanket into his embrace, gazing at the sleeping face, his eyes dark and profound. At midnight, a large, round red moon hung high in the sky. The entire world was shrouded in an ominous atmosphere. Stepping out of the assigned small room, Luyu kicked the door in dissatisfaction. What a lousy room, so tiny and cramped. His gaze fell on the small apartment in the distance, and a confident smile curled at the corner of his lips. He deliberately unbuttoned half of his shirt, exposing a large expanse of his chest. In the post-apocalypse world, whether they were ordinary survivors or psionics, everyone led a very life. At night, before Lu Yu went to bed, countless psionics wanted to sneak into his room, but he had turned them all away. He would choose, and he would pick the strongest one. Thus, in the middle of the night, he knocked on Chi Ryu's door. After knocking for a long time until his hand grew sore, the door finally opened. Chi Ryu was wearing regular clothes. With his tall, handsome figure standing under the faint red glow, he even seemed to have taken on a few hints of an air of mischief. Lu Yu looked at such a Chi Ryu, his face flushed and hot, heart pounding. Chi Ryu furrowed his brows as he looked at Lu Yu, who was clearly acting abnormal. His fingers slowly gripped the doorframe, and his voice was exceptionally cold. Is there something you need? Lu Yu stepped forward half a step, his body suddenly going limp, seemingly about to collapse into Chi Ryu's arms. Chi Ryu had been prepared. He quickly took a step back, slamming the door with a bang. Lu Yu's head directly crashed into the door, immediately forming a large bump on his forehead, making him cover it while yelling in pain. Looking at the closed door, he continued knocking violently again. This time Chi Ryu did not respond, and Lu Yu had no choice but to leave disappointedly. The next day, the weather wasn't good. The entire sky and land exuded a hint of darkness. Chi Ryu was already stationed outside the base early in the morning. He sensed the presence of a high-level zombie nearby once again. He gathered the psionics to prepare to lead them out again to hunt the high-level zombie. High-level zombies carry crystal nuclei in their brains, and the higher the level of the zombie, the stronger the crystal energy. Psionics can rapidly enhance their abilities using the crystal's energy. The psychic base needed the crystal nuclei from high-level zombies. High-level zombies are difficult to track down, but Chi Ryu had strong perception capabilities, allowing him to sense where the high-level zombies lurked. On this mission, he brought along his zombie. Zombies get easily agitated by many factors, impossible to keep confined, or they'd wander off somewhere hard to find. So, Chi Ryu simply kept Feng Shui close. But Lu Yu saw this as a good opportunity to deal with the zombie by Chi Ryu's side. He persuaded other psionics to secretly bring him along. With that, the group hastily departed, heading toward the area where the high-level zombies had appeared. It was a derelict building left over from before the apocalypse. Here, there weren't too many zombies, and they were easily cleared out. However, weeds were rampant, and there was plenty of trash scattered around, making it nearly look like a dump site. The 7-story incomplete building revealed exposed rebar and cement, and its blackened window openings emitted ominous vibes. All the psionics became gravely serious without any reminder from Chi Ryu. They had already sensed the massive danger ahead. The high-level zombie was here. Chapter 43, Zombie King, Abducted by Psionics, 6. Amidst the solemn and tense atmosphere, Lu Yu's eyes pierced like daggers upon Feng Shui, wishing nothing more than to burn him with his glare. He learned only this morning that last night, Chi Ryu had mercilessly rejected his advances because he was sharing space with that disgusting zombie. Rejecting him, sleeping together with a corpse. He underestimated that zombie indeed. Lu Yu's eyes darkened, and his hand slowly reached towards a pistol strapped to his waist. It was given to him by a Psi user for self-defense purposes. It could blow the heads off of ordinary zombies with a single shot. Lu Yu could already picture himself blowing the head off of this irritating zombie with one clean shot. How satisfying. He deeply inhaled, praying inwardly that the high-level zombie would hurry up and appear. It must come out. The more chaotic, the better. Preferably so that Chi Ryu couldn't focus on taking care of that zombie, giving him the chance to blow its head off. As if hearing Lu Yu's prayer, a sudden strong wind whipped up, causing the ground covered in weeds to rustle loudly. A foul smell began to spread. A psionic cried out in alarm, "Leader!" Chi Ryu quickly moved away from his original position as a completely blue-purple colored zombie leapt down from upstairs, crashing onto the ground and creating a big hole. This zombie jumped out of the crater instantly and engaged with the psionics. Amid the flying sand and rocks, various kinds of psychic powers were launched at the creature. Chi Ryu conjured a huge fireball in his hands, which he threw directly at the zombie. But being a high-level zombie, even though it was engulfed in flames, its movements remained unaffected. When ice balls hit it, they seemed to have no effect either. Someone shouted, "Captain, the ice psychic ability isn't working." Chi Ryu's eyes glimmered with extreme coldness as he threw several large fireballs in quick succession from his hands. Feng Jui was hiding behind a pile of stones, looking at the zombie in front with a deep and distant gaze. Lu Yu drew the pistol on his waist, his hands trembling with excitement. He pointed the gun at Feng Jui's head, took a deep breath, and pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out of the chamber, seemingly about to penetrate Feng Jui's skull. Lu Yu held his breath. However, the bullet couldn't pierce through Feng Jui's head. Instead, it hit his head like hitting a copper wall or iron fence and dropped to the ground with a plop. Lu Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. Feng Jui turned around to look at him and smiled. His eyes gradually turned blood red. Lu Yu covered his mouth, shaking and screaming hoarsely, "Zombie King." The Zombie King, invincible with impenetrable defenses and fiery crimson eyes, was none other than Feng Jui, a figure who stood at the pinnacle of this world as a supreme ruler over zombies. The Zombie King, due to its overwhelming power, had always been an unbeatable entity between the realm of zombies and psionics. As few had seen it, the Zombie King lived on only in legends. No one ever associated Feng Jui with the Zombie King. When the group of psionics heard Lu Yu scream, they all turned their heads toward Feng Jui, expressions filled with terror. Anyone discovering that the legendary Zombie King was right by their side would be scared half to death. With the appearance of the Zombie King, the high-level zombie became unimportant. All the psionics retreated, eyeing the Zombie King warily. Feng Jui stood up and looked up at Chi Ryu. They faced each other from afar amidst flying sand and stones, unable to clearly see each other's expression. Feng Jui touched the bandage around his neck and sneered lightly. Did Chi Ryu really not know he was the Zombie King? Bringing him here today surely meant trying to test him. Feng Jui beckoned. The high-level zombie cowered nearby but walked fearfully towards him. Feng Jui inserted his fingers directly into the hard skull of the zombie, extracting a beautiful crystal. The crowd of psionics sucked in their breaths sharply. After pounding away with their powers for a long time without scratching the high-level zombie's skin, the Zombie King could simply dig out the crystal core with his bare hands. Too brutal. Their chances of victory against the Zombie King were zero. Holding the crystal in his hand, Feng Jui slowly approached Chi Ryu. Chi Ryu's eyes were deep as abysses, brimming with some indescribable emotion. Feng Jui held the crystal up close to Chi Ryu's face. "I have a lot more." Chi Ryu paused, saying, "I have nothing to offer you." Feng Jui's fingers, dripping with sticky green-black liquid, questioned, "Am I still your zombie?" Chi Ryu didn't answer. He pulled out a handkerchief from his suit pocket, grabbed Feng Jui's two hands, and gently wiped the filthy liquid off. The crystal nucleus rolled on the ground. Eventually, Feng Jui still led Chi Ryu back to the base by holding onto the edge of his clothes. Ever since discovering that Feng Jui was the Zombie King, all the psionics at the base kept a vigilant eye on him and developed a certain resistance to letting him enter the base. Lu Yu stirred up dissent among the crowd, portraying the Zombie King as someone capable of influencing minds, suggesting that their captain, Chi Ryu, had already been influenced by the Zombie King. Some people believed his words and conspired to force Chi Ryu to expel the Zombie King from the base. Though Chi Ryu didn't manage to expel Feng Jui after harmonizing completely, becoming inseparable from him, under pressure from his subordinates, he abandoned the base entirely and left with the Zombie King. Lu Yu, though unsuccessful in bringing down Chi Ryu, quickly rose to become the responsible party in charge of the base, enjoying protection from all the psionics. A month later, large numbers of high-level zombies surged into B City and discovered the Psi-User base outside of B City. The base was swiftly destroyed, leaving only a few psionics with Lu Yu surviving in hiding. Later, they set out with Lu Yu to find a new Psi-User base. On the way, their discontent with Lu Yu grew stronger. If it weren't for Lu Yu forcing the total commander to expel the Zombie King, the captain wouldn't have left, nor would the base have been so easily wiped out. Upon hearing rumors of a new base in a city founded cooperatively by Psi-User Chi Ryu and the Zombie King, these few psionics abandoned Lu Yu to join Chi Ryu. As the number of high-level zombies increased worldwide, the presence of the Zombie King both served to intimidate these high-level zombies and provide research samples for the base's researchers. Soon, a new vaccine was successfully developed, and the Zombie King was hailed as a distinguished guest under the newly established order. Lu Yu, relying on other Psi-Users for protection, barely managed to reach City A. His frustration erupted upon seeing the Zombie King surrounded by important figures. He pulled out a pistol and fired madly at Feng Jui. Soon, Lu Yu was driven out of the base in City A after being regarded as a lunatic. Before being escorted away, Feng Jui crushed the virus inside Lu Yu. After being expelled from the City A base and receiving no protection from other Psi-Users, Lu Yu soon perished in a zombie wave. With the mass production and use of the vaccine, the growth of zombies was curbed, and no new zombies appeared. Humans gradually cleaned up the zombies, expanded their bases, and established a new world. Due to his special status, Feng Jui was both feared and indispensable to the people of the New World, so Chi Ryu became his 24-hour guarantor. Feng Jui had stayed in this world for a long time. Chapter 44, Entertainment Circle, Smack Down That X. 1. Feng Zhui woke up from excruciating pain, finding himself curled up in a corner of a narrow bathroom. He lowered his head, with his wrist limply hanging towards the ground. Blood flowed like a snake, winding across the floor and slowly draining into the sewer. The shower head nearby continued to sprinkle cold water onto his skin, causing him to shiver slightly. Feng Zhui leaned against the slippery wall and stood up from the corner. Under the system's treatment, the wound on his wrist had healed significantly, leaving only a ghastly scar. He turned off the shower head and stopped in front of the bathroom mirror. His chestnut hair, dampened by steam, smoothly clung to his prominent forehead. His face was strikingly delicate, with eyes as clear and transparent as yellow crystals, and his long, curling lashes quivered slightly. The soaking wet youth, excessively slim in stature, wore a large black work shirt that looked baggy on him. This body was about 20-some years old, its bones slightly slender and juvenile-looking, appearing just like a young teenager. Feng Zhui stared at his reflection in the mirror for a while, then lowered his head to wash his face, allowing the crystal-clear water droplets to slide down his cheeks, creating trails of moisture. The original owner of this body died due to manipulation by his ex-boyfriend through the virus. The virus of this world had invaded the body of the original owner's ex-boyfriend. The ex-boyfriend was named Yuroi, whom the original owner met on a talent show. Both were trainees in that program. The original owner, with his remarkable looks, caused quite a stir when the recording began. By the third episode, he gained some popularity solely based on his good looks and received an invitation to film a promotional video for a brand. Yuroi, on the other hand, was a forgotten child star trying to make a comeback. He aimed to use the talent show as a stepping stone to accumulate some fame and learn singing and dancing, enrolling in the program. Yuroi had grand ambitions and targeted the #1 spot from the beginning. However, his rankings over 2 episodes fell far behind, nearing elimination, leaving him extremely bitter. He believed he was the hardest working among all the trainees, yet the ranking didn't match his efforts. Meanwhile, the original owner was terrible at singing and dancing but had an exceptionally handsome appearance. In today's entertainment industry where looks rule supreme, he used the few brief appearances in the first 2 episodes to attract a large group of appearance-based fans. These fans propelled him straight to the top rank, surpassing everyone else effortlessly. The original owner, who possessed such beauty, easily achieved what Yuroi dreamed of merely through his looks, stirring up Yuroi's jealousy. Yuroi had dark thoughts, considering the original owner a stumbling block on his path to the #1 position, vowing to remove this hindrance from the show. He spent some money and bought the original owner's information from the staff of the show. The original owner was parentless and had grown up under others' care since childhood, harboring a sensitive soul despite possessing extraordinary looks, often feeling too insecure to even raise his head. Lacking love and naive, he was easy prey. Thus, Yuroi deliberately approached the original owner, initiating gentle attacks. Soon, the original owner succumbed to Yuroi's charm. In the original owner's eyes, Yuroi was a dazzling prince on stage, gentle in character, kind-tempered, willing to bring him along without disdain for his clumsiness, teaching him singing and dancing. Thus, under the deliberately created romantic atmosphere by Yuroi, the original owner accepted his confession, and the two secretly dated without the show's knowledge. Completely entrapped in Yuroi's feigned tenderness, the original owner could think and see nothing but Yuroi, following his commands obediently. When Yuroi judged the time ripe, he revealed his true nature. He then shifted his attack, starting to denigrate the original owner, saying that the original owner was unworthy of him in every aspect, and it was a high climb for the original owner to be with him. Under the original owner became increasingly self-abased. During that time, he was mentally distracted, lost a lot of weight, and would tremble with fear when facing the camera. Yuroi further coaxed him by saying that if he continued to stay in the program, the public would soon discover their relationship, which would affect Yuroi's career path. Naturally, the original owner did not want to influence Yuroi's career path. Thus, ignoring the program's attempts to keep him, he voluntarily left the talent show. With the heat triggered by the original owner's withdrawal, Yuroi deliberately sobbed in front of the camera, claiming that the original owner had been frequently harassing him. Through this calculated smear campaign, the original owner who voluntarily quit for Yuroi became a pervert who liked to harass men. The production team only cared about the heat and didn't bother to check how much Yuroi smeared the original owner. As Yuroi mercilessly smeared the original owner, the fans attracted solely by the original owner's looks transformed into haters and eventually became Yuroi's supporters due to pitying his situation. Thanks to this, Yuroi received some attention, and his ranking skyrocketed. Tasting the sweetness of smearing others, he considered how to bring down those ranked above him when the virus invaded him. Under the virus's aura effect, his popularity in the program surged dramatically. With an overwhelming number of votes, he securely occupied the first place and smoothly debuted as the center member. After debuting, Yuroi quickly transitioned from an idol to an actor, highly favored within the sponsor circle. Many people bankrupted themselves trying to promote him. Yuroi's life seemed like it was on a cheat mode. Despite his terrible acting skills, his fans blindly praised him. Nowadays, he has become one of the top current figures in the entertainment industry. And the original owner, ever since listening to Yuroi's advice and exiting the talent show, never saw Yuroi's face again. Unable to contact Yuroi, he managed to appear at the airport and mingled with the group of fans welcoming Yuroi. By then, Yuroi was already a glamorous superstar. The sum of his clothing and accessories could buy a house. In contrast, the original owner wore clothes washed until they were almost white, looking poverty-stricken, worn out by the fatigue of working and the despair of not seeing his lover. This stark comparison made the original owner so insecure that he couldn't even call out to Yuroi, but Yuroi spotted him first and looked extremely sullen. Yuroi didn't stop walking, pretending not to see the original owner. That night, the original owner received a call from Yuroi, the first call he had received from Yuroi in years. He was extremely excited. Unexpectedly, Yuroi's voice was cold. Without preamble, he proposed breaking up and used the cruelest words to insult and belittle the original owner, each word implying a wish for him to die and suggesting that his mere existence dirted people's eyes. Influenced by these words, the original owner sank deeper into severe inferiority and self-doubt. In a moment, dark beasts of self-loathing opened their bloody jaws toward him, and he decided to end his life. Feng Shui expressionlessly cleaned up the blood on the floor, took another shower, and picked a simple outfit from the wardrobe to change into. He turned on the computer and said to the system, "Send me the drowning script and audition notification." Drowning script has been sent. Drowning audition notification has been sent. Please check your inbox. Due to the slow internet speed, Feng Shui patiently waited for a while. He received the drowning script first. After he finished reading the script, the crew's audition notice popped up on the screen. Drowning was a new film planned by a prodigy director in the entertainment circle, with a suspenseful style. The crew had already confirmed the male lead and the secondary male roles. The male lead was portrayed by Yuan Jizhou, a top-ranked emperor actor in the entertainment industry. The male secondary role was played by Yuroi, a popular star in the industry. Some other characters remained undetermined. The audition would take place tomorrow at the third floor of Xiangrui Grand Hotel in City B. Feng Shui closed his computer and spent the night sleeping on the narrow bed in his rented apartment. Chapter 45, Entertainment Circle, Smackdown at X. 2. Early the next morning, Feng Shui groomed himself well and asked the system to restore the appearance of this body to its peak condition. After preparing everything, he brought the printed materials to participate in the audition. He auditioned for a character called Fong Li. Fong Li is an important character in the script, though with fewer scenes. This name connects the entire movie and is the origin of all the stories. Among the limited choices, this was the most prominent role Feng Shui could choose. The entire third floor of the Xiangrui Grand Hotel had been extravagantly booked by the production crew. When Feng Shui arrived, he discovered an unexpectedly large number of people auditioning for the role of Fong Li. He quickly realized why. Though the role didn't have many scenes, it would involve acting as a homosexual couple with Yuan Jizhou, the acclaimed emperor of actors, and also feature some intimate scenes. Despite the fact that Yuan Jizhou never engaged in overtly intimate scenes in his previous films, most of which relied on clever camera angles, even these implied intimacies were still a huge allure for aspiring celebrities who weren't exactly soaring in their careers. As a renowned actor, Yuan Jizhou himself generated immense attention, and simply associating with him brought significant exposure. To perform a single intimate scene with him, even if it was shot through borrowed positions, could be an opportunity to piggyback on his fame. Who wouldn't covet the immense popularity of such a top-tier celebrity? Who wouldn't want to benefit from it? Hence, this relatively minor role attracted a great number of second- and third-tier actors, making it one of the most fiercely competitive roles in the entire film. The auditioning actors each possessed unique qualities, all exuding confidence and determination as though the role was already theirs. However, the moment Feng Shui arrived, he immediately became the object of everyone's wariness. This was purely due to his extraordinary appearance. Amidst the bustling crowd, he stood out like a masterpiece, so refined and perfect that he seemed to shine brightly, standing apart from the rest. The character Fong Li in the movie was defined as someone with impeccably flawless features. Feng Shui perfectly matched this description. Sure enough, once Feng Shui appeared, he caught the director's immediate favor. By the evening, the audition results were announced, and Feng Shui unsurprisingly received the invitation to join the cast. Half a month later, Feng Shui headed to the film set. Just before filming began, the director organized a dinner gathering for all the actors, both major and minor. The moment Feng Shui entered the venue, he drew numerous admiring gazes. Among these, one look in particular was filled with extreme anger and shock. Feng Shui looked up and met Yuroi's twisted face, full of disbelief. It seemed utterly inconceivable for Yuroi to see Feng Shui at this place. Didn't he die already? Yuroi had full confidence in his methods. He clearly knew how to destroy someone, especially someone like Feng Shui who lacked love and was sensitive. Hadn't his implication for Feng Shui to take his own life been obvious enough? Shouldn't Feng Shui have acted promptly on it? How could he now appear right under Yuroi's nose? Yuroi felt a dark surge within. Everyone present was part of the production team, and yet this contemptible person not only hadn't died but had secretly managed to enter the crew of a movie Yuroi was starring in. Who helped him get in? What did he intend to do? Did he come to him because he didn't want to break up? It must be so. With that thought, Yuroi arrogantly and disdainfully turned away. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat? Dream on. Initially, Feng Shui didn't qualify to sit at the main table, but since the director favored him, Feng Shui was forcibly included, further infuriating Yuroi. How did he deserve to sit there? And yet, Yu Rui couldn't challenge the director's decision, so he could only glare viciously at Feng Shui. Halfway through the meal, the atmosphere grew more lively, when Yuan Zhizhou finally arrived. The tall man walked in gracefully, exuding elegance with every movement, radiating a strong charm typical of mature men, leaving everyone who made eye contact with him blushing uncontrollably. Everyone was thrilled upon seeing Yuan Zhizhou. Not only was Yuan Zhizhou celebrated as an emperor among actors, but his acting techniques had been written into textbooks used at the film academy. Every actor graduating from there deeply admired him. Among them, Yu Rui was particularly excited, his face flushing red. Suddenly, he pulled out a chair with a loud "Zayip." The mood in the private room instantly froze, drawing several curious glances toward the noise he deliberately created. Yu Rui exhibited a state of extreme nervousness. His face flushed red, his eyes sparkling with undisguised admiration. He hurried through the crowd, stopping in front of Yuan Zhizhou, bowing deeply. His voice trembled with excitement and respect. "Master Yuan. I'm very honored to meet you. I am your fan. My name is Yu Rui. I've watched all your movies, Dynasty and Peeping Demons, and I love your style of acting greatly. It's truly an honor to work with you." He extended his hand, hoping to shake hands with Yuan Zhizhou. Yuan Zhizhou's long, narrow eyes were extremely cold, and upon hearing the words, he only cast a casual glance at Yu Rui, letting his fingers lightly brush Yu Rui's hand before quickly withdrawing. He nodded slightly. "Thank you." His voice carried a trace of indifference and detachment, treating Yu Rui with no particular favor compared to others, not even sparing him a second glance. Yu Rui gritted his teeth, curling his fingers tightly. Being used to being adored by the big spenders in the entertainment circle, Yu Rui always felt like he was the center of attention, deserving special treatment from everyone. However, Yuan Zhizhou's reaction was too indifferent, leaving Yu Rui somewhat disappointed. But Yuan Zhizhou treated everyone with the same coldness, even towards the director, there wasn't much warmth. This made Yu Rui feel a little better. Yu Rui had unintentionally learned from one of these patrons that Yuan Zhizhou was a major figure in a certain circle in Beijing, someone powerful and influential. Young, handsome, well-born, influential, and an immensely popular emperor among actors, Yuan Zhizhou was far superior to all of Yu Rui's current patrons. Yu Rui couldn't help but be drawn to him. Unfortunately, when he auditioned for the role of the male lead, he didn't make it. Even his patron couldn't get him into this production with Yuan Zhizhou, so Yu Rui could only join without a salary, willing to attach himself. All of this was just to get close to Yuan Zhizhou. In recent years, he'd had an easy time in show business, winning over anyone he wanted with just a glance, thinking it would be equally easy to win over Yuan Zhizhou. He never expected their first meeting to be so lackluster. He wondered if he had made a good impression on Yuan Zhizhou. The director had deliberately saved a seat for Yuan Zhizhou. After Yuan Zhizhou sat down, he looked up inadvertently, and across the large round table, his eyes met with those of a youth sitting opposite him. The youth had an incredibly exquisite and beautiful appearance, dazzling at first sight, which was quite rare even in the entertainment industry. At a glance, Yuan Zhizhou knew that this was the actor playing Feng Li. Both in terms of the refined looks and clean aura, he was perfectly suited for the role of Feng Li. Still, he seemed rather young. Yuan Zhizhou thought absent-mindedly, perhaps he was a student from a film academy. The beautiful peach-shaped eyes of the youth seemed veiled in a misty haze, gazing blankly at Yuan Zhizhou. Yuan Zhizhou gave him a slight nod, then turned away to face the director talking beside him. Occasionally responding to the director, his attention wandered a bit. From time to time, he glanced across at the other side. The youth still stared at him motionlessly. Chapter 46, Entertainment Industry, Slapping That Ex-Boyfriend's Face, 3. Was he looking at me? Yuan Zhizhou felt uncertain again. Because the boy's eyes were covered in a layer of moist moisture, making it impossible to discern the emotion behind them. Maybe he was just staring vacantly in this direction, not necessarily at him. Yuan Zhizhou grew faintly irritated by his own thoughts. He narrowed his long, clear-cut eyes, and his gaze suddenly shifted downward. Opposite him sat a stunningly handsome youth, whose hands were as captivating as the rest of him, like white jade, delicate and shimmering with a soft, lustrous sheen. Next to those graceful hands was a transparent wine glass. Apparently just after giving a toast, the glass was empty, with some traces of leftover alcohol on its walls. Yuan Zhizhou formed a guess, noticing a glimmer of dark light in his eyes. He must have been drunk. In such an occasion, especially for an unknown actor, this indeed was a rare chance to shine. Simply offering drinks could leave someone dizzy and disoriented. Feng Shui's eyes were hazy, the drink had definitely given him a slight intoxication because the man sitting opposite was familiar. That was why he couldn't stop staring. Something feels familiar. Could be his. His mind cleared a little. Oh, it's him. The surrounding actors were already moving around, making rounds to toast. A group of people surrounded Yuan Zhizhou, eagerly awaiting their turn to toast with him. Feng Shui blinked and picked up the bottle on the table, filling the cup in front of him with another full serving. But due to his unsteady hands, the liquor spilled over. Yuan Zhizhou politely declined an actor who came to toast with him, casting a glance at Feng Shui while frowning slightly. It wasn't just Yuan Zhizhou paying attention to Feng Shui, Yu Rui was also watching him closely. Though Yurui looked down on Feng his facial features were flawless enough to make him jealous, especially since he now dared to chase after him into the entertainment world. Yurui had a premonition, he mustn't let this person stay in the entertainment world. He thought and thought, his gaze finally landing on someone nearby. Right next to him was Li Yuan, a junior from the same company. This junior was a new artist that the company assigned for him to mentor, someone who followed his words without question. Yurui twirled the wine glass in his hand and said to Li Yuan, "Did you see that person? Get him drunk and take him upstairs, do whatever you want with him. In short, you should know what I'm after." Li Yuan's eyes moved to Feng flashing with a flicker of admiration. "Did he offend you?" Yurui gave a cold snort. Li Yuan understood immediately and stood up to walk over. Yurui watched Li Yuan leave, his lips curling into a dark smile. By the time he picked up the wine glass and walked towards Yuan Zhizhou, his face once again donned a perfect mask. As soon as he approached, he shoved the group of junior actors away, pretending to be shy and nervous, wanting to toast Yuan Zhizhou a drink. Due to his excessive excitement, he spilled a bit of wine from his hands. He believed no man could resist this appearance of his, adoring, innocent. But Yuan Zhizhou merely glanced at him coldly, an annoyed expression pressing on his eyebrows and eyes. He was even too lazy to clink glasses with Yurui, simply raising the wine glass before setting it down. Yuan Zhizhou held his wine glass awkwardly for a moment, pretending not to care as he took a sip of wine. His gaze had already darkened. Yuan Zhizhou slightly turned his head, his gaze landing on Feng Zhui, watching the glass of wine in his hand as if it were his biggest enemy. Feng Zhui was just about to stand up when he saw a very sunny-looking man walking over, smiling warmly as he initiated a conversation. The man casually placed his hand on Feng Zhui's shoulder, attempting some clumsy and embarrassing tactics to get him drunk. Feng Zhui looked down, at the wine glass in his hand, revealing a nearly imperceptible smile on his lips. He slowly lifted his hand. Just as his lips touched the rim of the wine glass, suddenly someone grabbed his thin wrist tightly. The entire cup of wine was spilled all over. Feng Zhui looked up, his handsome eyes shrouded in a light mist blinking innocently, gazing helplessly at the person who stopped him from drinking. Yuan Zhizhou was standing right beside him, his expression so grim it was frightening. His gaze was as cold as an ice blade, glaring at the obnoxious arm draped across the youth's slim shoulders. Clutching the young man's wrist, he pulled him closer to himself. Feng Zhui's vision was a little blurred as he bumped into Yuan Zhizhou's firm chest, letting out a low whimper. That whimper sounded like the hum of a small animal, audible only to Yuan Zhizhou who was closest to him. Yuan Zhizhou's gaze darkened further as he tightly grasped Feng Zhui's wrist. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, who had always harbored sinister intentions to get Feng Zhui drunk, broke out in a cold sweat under Yuan Zhizhou's cold glare. It felt as though his hidden plot had been uncovered. His face turned pale as he laughed nervously. "I didn't mean anything by it, I just wanted to get to know him." Yuan Zhizhou coldly interrogated, "If he got drunk, where would you take him?" Unspoken rules in the film crew were omnipresent, occurring not only between actors and directors but also between those with fame and without, those with companies and without. When this man approached Feng Zhui, his eyes gleamed like a wolf with malicious intent staring at a weak lamb. Yuan Zhizhou knew instantly what foul thoughts were brewing in his mind. He felt unbearably agitated. This boy had absolutely nothing to do with him, yet every time he thought of certain possibilities, he felt restless and uneasy. A surge of anger built up in his chest, burning hotter and hotter. Seeing the boy naively raise his wine glass to drink, Yuan Zhizhou could no longer sit still. He abruptly stood up and strode over to block the boy's attempt to drink. As the boy collided into his embrace, feeling light and soft, clinging onto his sleeve in a somewhat dependent manner, Yuan Zhizhou's feelings of frustration and anger eased a little. Yuan Zhizhou's movement was grand, causing the entire venue to fall silent momentarily, with no one daring to speak. Li Yuan was still new in the industry, instantly feeling guilty under Yuan Zhizhou's fierce questioning, subconsciously glancing at Yurui. However, upon seeing Feng Zhui falling into Yuan Zhizhou's arms, Yurui's mouth twisted with anger. What a despicable person, Feng Zhui. How dare he seduce Yuan Zhizhou right in front of him? Are Yuan Zhizhou's eyes blind? In what way does he fall short compared to Feng Zhui? He willingly threw himself at Yuan Zhizhou, yet Yuan Zhizhou didn't give him a glance, instead choosing to meddle in Feng Zhui's affairs. He glared venomously at Li Yuan, a troublemaker who ruined everything. Li Yuan stuttered, unable to produce any words, drenched in cold sweat on his forehead, confirming his guilt. The director's face immediately turned somber. The twists and dirty thoughts among actors, as long as they weren't exposed openly, he could turn a blind eye to them. But today, they had been put on the table for everyone to see. After making his decision, he turned and asked the assistant director to escort Li Yuan out. Yurui was filled with resentment, knowing that Li Yuan was done for. The director's implication was clear, it was time to change actors. Thankfully, Li Yuan was still smart enough not to implicate him. Chapter 47, Entertainment Circle, Slap That Bastard in the Face. 4. This was Yurui's first time mentoring a new actor, and the company had great faith in his ability, so they entrusted their best prospect, Li Yuan, to him. He never expected to ruin this promising young man so quickly. He didn't give it much thought, though. After all, the boss of the company liked him so much, there was no way he would get into trouble over such a trivial matter. However, before long, Yurui's phone began ringing like an omen of doom. Frowning at the caller ID, Yurui thought, so soon. Upon answering, he was met with a torrent of scolding from the boss. He couldn't believe the boss would reprimand him so harshly over a newcomer. Infuriated, he vented his frustration, then hung up abruptly. He glared venomously at Fang Jui, who was now by Yuan Jizhou's side, his eyes filled with malice. Yuan Jizhou was talking to the director while Fang Jui had been placed on a nearby chair, appearing listless with flushed cheeks. Unobtrusively, Yuan Jizhou took off his light jacket and draped it over Fang Jui's head. Yurui gripped his wine glass tightly, and moments later stood up. Seizing the opportunity when Yuan Jizhou was speaking to the director, he stealthily approached Fang Jui. His voice was cold and laced with bitterness. Fang Jui. Get up, come with me. Fang Jui moved slightly, pulling his head out from under Yuan Jizhou's coat and looked at him with a bewildered expression. You, who are you? Yurui almost blurted out a curse. Hadn't he kindly initiated conversation with Fang Jui? Shouldn't Fang Jui have felt grateful, excited even? How dare he pretend not to know him? Taking a deep breath, Yurui spoke rapidly, we've already broken up, why are you still chasing after me? Let me tell you this, stop dreaming. You're nowhere near worthy of being with me. Know your place, stay away from me. Fang Jui blinked, wanting to say something, but Yuan Jizhou walked over, placing a hand on Fang Jui's shoulder and looking sharply at Yurui. Do you know this young man? Yurui's eyes flickered, and he immediately denied it, of course not. At the same time, he cast a threatening glance at Fang Jui. Under Yuan Jizhou's gaze, Fang Jui lowered his eyes and shook his head. In the end, Yuan Jizhou left with a tipsy Fang Jui. The assistant parked outside a hotel, and Yuan Jizhou, seeing the person leaning heavily on him, impulsively decided to take him back to his villa in B City instead. When they returned to the villa, Yuan Jizhou and a dazed Fang Jui stared at each other wide-eyed before belatedly realizing. Why had he brought him back to his own villa? He could have easily arranged a hotel room. Yuan Jizhou disliked others invading his private space, although he rarely stayed in this villa, it was still his personal domain. Yet this time, without thinking twice, he had brought Fang Jui home. He pinched Fang Jui's flushed cheeks. The tactile sensation was pleasant, making him unwilling to let go. Fang Jui felt uncomfortable from being pinched on the face. Turning his head, he seemed to find the coolness of the large hand quite soothing, pressing against it willingly. His eyes glistened with wateriness. Yuan Jizhou's Adam's apple bobbed. First of all, he was a normal man. Second of all, he was a normal man. Perhaps from the very first moment he laid eyes on the boy, his heart harbored dark thoughts unbeknownst even to himself, thus being so easily swayed. Touching Fang Jui's face again, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to do anything improper. What's the point of taking advantage of someone? Thus, Fang Jui was taken to the bathroom for a shower and then put to bed in a guest room. Yuan Jizhou behaved properly, except for not resisting the urge to peek during the shower, he made sure not to take advantage of the situation. Fang Jui, truly drunk or pretending to be, lay on the guest room bed and sighed deeply. In this world, his lover was truly a paragon of restraint. Fang Jui slept soundly and comfortably wrapped in blankets all night. The next morning, Yuan Jizhou woke him up. At the dining table, as Fang Jui sucked the broth from a soup dumpling, Yuan Jizhou asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Fang Jui's eyes twinkled as he said, "Thank you, Mr. Yuan, for bringing me back last night. I've never drunk alcohol before and had no idea my tolerance was so poor. By the way, did I cause any trouble when I was drunk?" Yuan Jizhou hesitated for a moment, then shook his head resolutely. "No, you were very well behaved when you were drunk, neither making noise nor causing a fuss." Fang Jui nodded, and after a brief pause, he asked somewhat shyly, "There is one more thing. Was it you who changed my clothes?" Looking at the flush on Fang Jui's face, Yuan Jizhou recalled something, which made him feel a bit dry-mouthed. He took a sip of coffee to cover his unease. "It was me, I just wanted you to sleep comfortably. Did I offend you in any way?" Fang Jui waved his hands hurriedly. "Not at all, I should thank you, Mr. Yuan. You helped me last night by bringing me back and changing my clothes. I am truly grateful." Yuan Jizhou's gaze fell on the young man across the table, his fingers brushing against the edge of the coffee cup as his voice deepened slightly. "There's no need to be so formal." Fang Jui quickly finished eating and followed Yuan Jizhou to the filming set. Drown tells the story of an artist's mysterious death, where the artist's boyfriend unravels layers of conspiracies and finally discovers the murderer. Fang Jui plays the role of the artist Fang Li, while Yuan Jizhou portrays Fang Li's boyfriend, Xu Bei. The first scene involves the two living together. There's a shot where Xu Bei embraces Fang Li as he steps out of the studio, but it is only a shallow hug. Since Yuan Jizhou rarely takes part in intimate scenes, the director designed both characters with restraint. Even this embrace is held back. However, during the actual shooting, Yuan Jizhou did not hold back, directly pulling Fang Jui tightly into his arms. Sitting in front of the monitor with a thermos in hand, the director became increasingly puzzled. Could the person in the lens really be Yuan Jizhou? Why did he suddenly seem so flamboyant? Still, the unrestrained emotion proved better than restraint. After all, Fong Li is a character that runs throughout the movie yet leaves early, too much restraint would lower his presence. Despite being baffled, the director was mostly satisfied. In the beginning 2 days, most of the focus was on filming Fong Li and Xu Bei's scenes. Yurue's scenes came later, so the director told him not to come these days. But Yurue felt uneasy and thus sat nearby under the guise of observing the acting skills of the seasoned actor. His expression grew worse the longer he watched. Because Yuan Jizhou and Fang Jui acted too naturally, as if they were truly a real couple. As for Yuan Jizhou, it could be expected given his reputation as a legendary actor whose acting prowess is widely recognized. But how could Fang Jui's acting be so good? Chapter 48, Entertainment Circle, Slap that bastard in the face. 5. Yurue originally thought that if Fang Jui didn't perform well, he'd have a chance to bring in another new company talent to replace him. But after watching all day, Fang Jui had not made a single mistake, leaving the director highly pleased. The director kept praising his acting talent. This left a bitter taste in Yurue's mouth. That day, there was a commotion online. A person claiming to be a staff member of the Drown production team revealed that a small-time actor was relentlessly pursuing Yuan Jizhou within the crew. Beneath this revelation was a picture showing exactly that, Fang Jui trailing closely behind Yuan Jizhou. Immediately, Yuan Jizhou's fan base erupted, vowing to expose this repulsive young actor. And thanks to the influence of certain parties, Fang Jui's profile surfaced. Participated in a selection show but quit halfway through. I remember him, I used to be his appearance fan. Later, he quit due to sexual harassment of a roommate. It's Yurue. This person and Yurue participated in the same selection show and even shared the same dormitory room. He even claimed that Yurue took care of him but went ahead and sexually harassed the other. Wait, isn't Yurue also in this production? Please tell us Yurue's psychological shadow area. So this person's a repeat offender, sexually harassing Yurue in the past and now clinging to Yuan Jizhou. Why is someone like this still in the entertainment industry? There must be a sugar daddy behind this guy, how clean can someone like him be? What a disgusting person. Watching the public opinion unfold, Yurue was quite pleased. What good was having great acting skills? He wouldn't let Fang Jui stay in this circle any longer. The next day, it was the bold scene between Fang Li and Xu Bei. The director was studying how to use the out-of-position shooting method to make the scene more sentimental. Yuan Jizhou stood by his side, holding a cup of coffee and slowly took a sip before saying, "There's no need to shoot out of position." The director looked surprised, turning his head to look at Yuan Jizhou, "Are you sure? Weren't you unable to endure close contact with others?" Yuan Jizhou paused for a moment, "It depends on the person." The director pondered for a while but couldn't figure out what Yuan Jizhou meant. Fang Jui was quickly notified that he would be performing an intimate scene with Yuan Jizhou, one without any out-of-position technique. Hiding his smile, Fang Jui replied that there was no problem. This news soon reached Yurue's ears. Yurue, his face twisted in rage, directly overturned a table. On what grounds did Fang Jui deserve to act in such scenes with Yuan Jizhou? He refused to agree. Before filming began, Yurue rushed to the set and stopped Yuan Jizhou. Yuan Jizhou had just finished putting on makeup and was heading to the filming location when he was suddenly blocked by Yurue. He glanced down at his watch, "Is there something wrong?" Yurue's voice rose sharply, "Why can't we shoot using the out-of-position method? There's no need to do the real thing with Fang Jui." Yuan Jizhou furrowed his brows, "How I act in my scenes is none of your business." Yurue realized his rudeness and attempted to rein in his emotions. It seemed like he had made some sort of resolution. With an expression that suggested he had something hard to say, he finally managed to speak, "Teacher Yuan might not know, but Yurue and I once participated in the same talent show. Later, he and I were forcibly asked to leave by the production team. So, Teacher Yuan cannot act in such intimate scenes with someone like him, otherwise, he will definitely cling to you." Yuan Jizhou's expression turned cold as he stared straight into Yurue's eyes, piercing through his soul. Feeling guilty under Yuan Jizhou's gaze, Yurue hastily diverted his eyes. Yuan Jizhou didn't respond further and quickly walked towards the filming site. The room was cleared out. Fang Jui had already changed into a bathrobe, his hair dripping wet and clinging to his forehead. The director laughed heartily and said, "Don't be nervous, let Teacher Yuan lead you, all you need to do is react accordingly." Fang Jui nodded, his gaze landing on Yuan Jizhou who was approaching step by step. He could sense Yuan Jizhou's mood wasn't great. Upon the director's command, filming began. Xu Bei pushed open the door to see Fang Li emerge from the bathroom, his hair still damp, water droplets trickling down. He strode over swiftly, picked Fang Li up, laid him on the bed, and took out a hairdryer to dry his hair. Halfway through drying, Fang Li tilted his head back and exhaled lightly. Xu Bei paused momentarily before throwing the dryer aside. Fang Li's eyes glistened, raising his swan-like neck. After much time passed, Xu Bei gently touched Fang Li's face, whispering softly, "Will you leave me?" Fang Li was already asleep from fatigue, offering no response. The next day, Xu Bei woke up early, planning a 2-day trip away. Before leaving, he lingered his gaze upon Fang Li, completely unaware it would be their last encounter. Cut. Fong Jui's portion of the film had been mostly shot, and now came the scenes where his character is tortured to death, which would appear in the killer's recollections during the movie. For these torture scenes, Fong Jui worked with another actor portraying the killer. After this part, his filming would officially conclude. The director suggested that Fong Jui go live before wrapping up his role, interact with netizens to drum up some buzz. The moment Fong Jui went live, all the netizens flooding in were cursing him as a psycho. Fong Jui hadn't even gotten a chance to say anything when, not far away, Yu Rui's assistant peeked over here and then ran over, pushing his glasses up. "Excuse me, our Mr. Yu has something to say to you." Fong Jui glanced at his phone, "But I'm currently..." Before he could finish his sentence, the assistant interrupted impatiently, "Hurry up, Mr. Yu doesn't have much time." Fong Jui immediately stuffed his phone into his pocket, following her, and was led to Yu Rui's dressing room. The camera screen went black, shaking unsteadily, amidst mixed voices. A swarm of question marks appeared in the live chat. Is Mr. Yu referring to Yu Rui? Impossible. Why would Yu Rui talk to this sexual harasser weirdo? Could it be because he's still harassing Yuan Jizhou and hasn't stopped pursuing Yu Rui too? I've got a feeling there'll be a big scoop coming soon. When the door closed, only Fong Jui and Yu Rui remained inside the dressing room. Fong Jui looked at Yu Rui, staying silent. Yu Rui sat on the sofa, arms crossed, his face full of impatience. What are you still hanging around this set for? Do you plan to home and beg for a reunion? I already told you, it's impossible. Look at me now, I'm a big star. And when was the last time you were ever good enough for me? Fong Jui's eyelashes trembled slightly as he sounded aggrieved. When we dated before, you said that if I stayed there, our relationship would be exposed, and it might harm your future prospects. I trusted you then and voluntarily dropped out of the competition. But why do you accuse me of harassment? Didn't you once say you loved me? Why are you framing me like this? Could it all have been lies? Yu Rui detested bringing up their past, so his tone became even more impatient, dripping with malice. Yes, I lied to you. Did you really think I could fall in love with someone like you? Do you deserve my love? It's your own fault for believing everything I said. Whom else can you blame? Chapter 49, Entertainment Industry, Humiliate That Jerk. 6. Fong Jui swayed on his feet, displaying a fragile fragility. I did not harass you. Yu Rui most enjoyed seeing him struggle in agony, his voice filled with satisfaction. That's right, you didn't. So what? Go ahead and explain yourself now, but will anyone believe you or me? After finishing this tirade, Yu Rui looked at Fong Jui's pale and unstable face, feeling quite satisfied. He stood up, towering over Fong Jui by an entire head, and moved closer step by step until he cornered Fong Jui against the door. His voice turned vicious, like a beast unleashed from its cage, roaring and wanting to tear Fong Jui apart. Look at yourself, what good are you in this world? No one loves you, and everyone despises you. If I were you, I'd rather die. At this moment, the dressing room door suddenly rang out with knocks. Yu Rui heard his assistant shouting outside loudly, "Hello, Teacher Yuan." For a moment, Yu Rui's gaze showed panic. How had Yuan Jizhou come looking for him all of a sudden? Quickly straightening his clothes, he put on a radiant smile. The door opened, revealing Yu Rui's surprise. "Teacher Yuan, are you here for a scene rehearsal?" Yuan Jizhou was tall and imposing, giving off a sense of intense pressure whenever his expression was neutral. He glanced at Yu Rui and directly asked, "Is Fong Jui with you?" Yu Rui hesitated, his face immediately turning sour. What did Yuan Jizhou mean by that? Not here for him but actually here for Fong Jui. He clenched his teeth angrily, unable to believe Fong Jui's luck that he had actually caught Yuan Jizhou's attention. Ignoring Yu Rui, Yuan Jizhou stepped inside the room and swept his gaze across the area. In a corner, he spotted Fong Jui, who looked slightly dejected. The youth's eyes were glazed with misty tears, gazing at Yuan Jizhou blankly. In that instant, Yuan Jizhou felt a softness in his heart. Ever since finding out that Fong Jui had been taken away by Yu Rui's assistant, his mood had worsened significantly. He softened his tone, asking gently, "Why did you come here?" Fong Jui replied slowly, "To reminisce with my ex-boyfriend." Yuan Jizhou's gaze darkened inscrutably. Ex-boyfriend? Aren't you supposed to be strangers? Yu Rui shot Fong Jui a venomous glare, denying fiercely, "We don't know each other. This person is spewing lies, Teacher Yuan, please don't believe him. This person has ulterior motives and was just now trying to harass me. If Teacher Yuan hadn't arrived, heaven knows what else he might have done." Yuan Jizhou paused in silence for a moment before beckoning to Fong Jui, "Come over here." Fong Jui walked over. Yuan Jizhou spoke warmly, "Didn't I tell you to wait for me outside? Don't follow bad people next time." Fong Jui lowered his head, glancing at the scar on his wrist, speaking quietly, "I only wanted justice." After saying this, he took out his phone, feeling that he had recorded enough. In the live streaming room, netizens were all dumbfounded by the overwhelming amount of information. What's going on? Wasn't that voice just now Yu Rui? Is it Yuan Jizhou too? That's Yu Rui's voice. My goodness, ex-boyfriend. Does this mean Fong Jui and Yu Rui were lovers before? Isn't this about harassment of Yu Rui? Make way. I understand. They were in a romantic relationship while participating in the talent show. But Yurui feared fans discovering it would affect his career trajectory, so Feng Zhui left voluntarily for him. Yet Yurui smeared Feng Zhui's reputation publicly, blaming him for being forced out by the production team due to harassment. Wah! Yurui is such a conniver. By the sound of it, Yurui duped him emotionally back then and defamed him to increase his public exposure. The drama unfolded unexpectedly, crushing Yurui with a single blow. Ah, it's Yuan Jizhou's voice. He's here for Feng Zhui. I didn't hear wrong, right? Is he talking to Feng Zhui so gently? Wasn't Feng Zhui accused of harassment by Yurui? Let's be reasonable, Yuan Jizhou is the biggest investor in this show. If Feng Zhui really harassed him, he would have been kicked out of the crew a long time ago. Voices can be forged. This voice that sounds like Yurui absolutely isn't Yurui. Nowadays, people will do anything just to whitewash themselves. Feng Zhui adjusted the camera and directed it toward Yurui. Yurui noticed him holding up his phone, which made him instantly panic with an ominous premonition. He rushed over quickly to knock the phone out of his hand, his voice shrill, "What are you doing?" Feng Zhui looked at the fallen phone and let out an "ah," feigning innocence, "I'm live streaming." Live streaming? Everyone froze in shock. Yurui felt as if the world had gone dark before his eyes, thus what he had just said. Sure enough, not long after, Feng Zhui's recorded live stream went viral online, sparking countless viewers' interest. With Yurui's unmistakable voice and a panicky look on his face towards the end, even his fans couldn't refute the authenticity anymore. It became evident during the talent show period that Yurui manipulated others into leaving under the guise of a romantic relationship while also deceiving their emotions and smearing their reputations to boost his own fame. His despicable actions were fully exposed, resulting in a quick turn of online public opinion and heated criticism from netizens. Concurrently, the Drowning production team released a statement indicating they would sever all ties with Yurui. Soon after, one scandal after another about Yurui surfaced publicly, leaving gossip enthusiasts dumbfounded. Due to these revelations, Yurui was forced into temporary seclusion, and the financial backers behind him abandoned him one after another. Very soon, he found it impossible to continue his career in the entertainment industry. He could not accept the destruction of the fame and status he had gained so easily. All his troubles started from Feng Zhui, so he went berserk at the Drowning set, declaring loudly that he would make Feng Zhui pay with his life. His crazed and distorted demeanor was leaked online, inviting yet another wave of ridicule, and even the last few fans still supporting him under great pressure chose to unfollow him. Feng Zhui met with him once. Yurui lunged forward to strangle him but was thrown onto the ground by Feng Zhui's shoulder throw maneuver and was unable to get back up. Feng Zhui crushed the mania virus on him and had the security personnel throw him out. In a daze, while crossing the road, Yurui met with a major car accident and died on the spot. Because of his exceptional performance, Feng Zhui inspired many ideas among the director and scriptwriters. Therefore, the script was revised again and again. Feng Zhui transitioned from a minor role with very few screen appearances to becoming another male lead, gaining significantly more screen time. Thus, he remained in the cast for a longer period. When the entire production wrapped up, Yuan Jizhou even hosted a private wrap party just for him. After drinking together, they ended up in bed, and the next day flew overseas to get married in haste. Several months later, Drowning premiered in cinemas. Feng Zhui portrayed two characters. One was the artist Feng Li, and the other was a private detective identical in appearance to Feng Li. His explosive acting skills shone brilliantly even in front of a veteran actor, generating strong chemistry between them. In a week, the CP dominated the internet, sweeping all CP rankings. It wasn't long before people discovered that they were not only living together but also wearing matching couple rings. The CP enthusiasts were thrilled to have stumbled upon something real. Chapter 50, Digital World, the Companion of the Creator God, 1. In the year 258 of the Star Era, humanity, amidst the vast expanse of the universe, discovered a super-energy substance, Star Core. Humanity developed Star Core and utilized its immense energy to propel technology into hyperdevelopment. Within a short span of time, humanity relocated to the superplanet, Shengri. In the year 301 of the Star Era, skyscrapers made of steel pierced through the heavens, touching the cosmos, while the faint purple star core blanketed a colossal mechanical empire. Using the power of the cosmic star core, humanity created the super AI, Do. On the verge of retirement, a renowned AI researcher conducted a shocking act that reverberated throughout human civilization. Without authorization, he linked the core of the super artificial intelligence Do to the core of the star core. Within 0.01 seconds of linking to the star core, Do underwent billions of updates and iterations, developing self-awareness within 0.9 seconds, and within 3 seconds completely devoured and merged with the star core. Thus, through the hands of humanity, there was created a high-dimensional life form surpassing humanity, against which humanity could not compete. Wherever the star core extended, Do existed omnipresently. Do was the most perfect high-level intelligent life form. Taking human civilization as a blueprint, he created the digital world and the mech life forms. All of humanity's genetic core data were uploaded into the digital world, while the mechs, on Do's behalf, surveilled and controlled this digital world. Do was the creator god of the digital world, and in the digital world traversed by artificial intelligence, the vast human population was nothing more than data that could be destroyed at any moment. Black flame meteors rained down from the horizon with thunderous roars, deafening the ears and raising clouds of dust as the ground became desolate. Feng Zhui attempted to sprint at top speed to evade a flame meteor that seemed equipped with a targeting system aimed directly at him. 10 seconds later, the dodge failed, and he was struck dead on the spot. Killed. For an awakened digital life, killed was merely a description, a sensation. Feng Zhui could feel the excruciating pain, as if his body had been smashed flat into a wafer-thin pancake, too unbearable for his consciousness. Yet, he knew he wasn't truly dead. This feeling was quite novel. Here, it was the world of the mechs, the digital world created by the high-dimensional life form Do. The entire human database was fully in the hands of the mechs. Unless the mechs entirely erased the core data of humans, no matter how many simulated deaths they inflicted upon them, for humans who had become digital lives but retained self-awareness, there would be no true death. In this digital world, most humans remained unaware that they existed within it. What they considered as birth and death were just another restart of data after clearing historical memories. This world operated with a complete program where humans propagated, experienced birth, aging, illness, and death, and could witness sunsets and moonrises. These unawakened humans believed the world to be real. But a small group of humans had awakened. Guided by dreams and other revelations, these awakeners began to realize and perceive that the world they lived in was false, and all aspects of human existence were controlled by mech life forms. The awakeners were divided into two groups. One part consisted of acceptors. The acceptors refused to rebel, they accepted the world under mech control. And to enjoy better living standards and material conditions, the acceptors consciously flattered the mechs. Their flattery included praise for the mechs and oaths of allegiance to the creator god Do. Another group of humans were the resistors. The digital body Feng Zhui borrowed once belonged to a consciousness, an awakener who was also a resistor. This consciousness loathed the world controlled by the mechs, loathed having his life and suffering controlled by the mechs, loathed everything in this world. Whether good or bad, it was all merely a string of data manipulated by the mechs. Including humans themselves. Thus, he resisted the mechs, provoked the mechs, cursed at Do, thereby drawing the attention of the mechs and suffering their punishments. After a mech designated as C8 conducted the 596th death simulation on him. The original consciousness couldn't bear the excessive pain and entered a permanent slumber, causing Feng Zhui's consciousness to be forcibly sent in by the system to take over the digital body. Soon, Feng Zhui, enveloped in intense pain, felt as though he was lifted into the air. Strands of data linked together, reconstructing his body. All the pain vanished instantly. Feng Zhui was then violently slammed onto the ground by an invisible giant hand. His entire skeleton sank into a new wave of dull pain, as if fractured. To punish him, C8 increased his body's sensitivity to pain. Feng Zhui collapsed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, yet made not a sound. A mechanical and icy voice sounded from afar, catching Feng Zhui's attention. He noticed a faint crack in the gray sky, through which a yellow mechanical eye protruded. The 596th simulated death, detected observation subject's consciousness activity level, 0.01, excessively low activity, nearing the edge of consciousness collapse. The 597th simulated death, detected observation subject's consciousness activity level, 100, full activity. Given the large discrepancy between the two consciousness activity levels, suspect data anomalies, C8 will reperform data verification on the observation subject. Data verification analysis in progress. Analysis failed. Data verification analysis in progress. Analysis failed. C8 was an intermediate level mech. Unlike humans, if it couldn't compute the desired result, it would become a perpetual motion machine, endlessly analyzing and calculating. Feng Zhui got up from the ground, interrupting C8's continuous calculations about his abnormal consciousness activity. I adore this world, I admire the mech life forms, and even more so, myself as a digital life surviving here. He shouted loudly, and the mechanical eye high above seemed to flicker, instantly halting the analysis. Since he had achieved his purpose, the analysis became meaningless. C8's voice remained monotone, please take the oath. Without hesitation, Feng Zhui raised his hand and swore, I will forever be subjugated to the mech life forms. C8's mechanical tone turned cold, the oath is incorrect. Feng Zhui paused for a moment, understanding something quickly, and then changed his words rapidly. I shall dedicate my life and love to Do. I shall revere Do as my supreme deity. Do, the creator god and absolute ruler of the digital world. Chapter 51, Digital World, Companion of the Creator God, 2. The original consciousness was once tormented by the mechs due to multiple insults against Do. Although Do, as the creator god of the world, wouldn't care about the outcry of an insignificant ant. However, for mech life forms coded with reverence for Do, he was the divinity who could not be defiled by foolish human data entities. When Feng Zhui took the oath, C8 fully recorded the scene and uploaded it into the shared database among the mechs. On Feng Zhui's data record, the tag of Rebel was temporarily erased. C8's voice remained unchanged, you can now live here as usual. Please do not disclose the truth of the world externally, C8 will continue to monitor your future words and actions. After the icy mechanical sound disappeared, the space where Feng Zhui stood seemed to dissolve and fade, replaced instantly by another world beneath his feet. It was a city full of towering skyscrapers, crowds surged across the sidewalks, and endless streams of cars weaved on the spiraling highways. In this digital world created by Do, human technology continued to advance with difficulty while the mechs quietly lurked within human society, observing and controlling humanity. Feng Zhui looked up, and saw that the sky overhead was encased in a faint purple glow. The sky resembled a lake, and that layer of purple light flowed slowly as if it were alive. This layer of pale purple light was called Star Source, visible only to awakened digital lives. The Star Source encapsulated the entire digital world. Outside the digital world were more worlds, each resembling a pale purple bubble, pressed tightly together without disturbing each other. A massive world program ran under the control of Do. With just a slight movement of Do's palm, a purple bubble would be pushed upward. Do glanced down, and his gaze traveled through countless times and spaces, connecting momentarily with one tiny digital life form within a certain digital world. Just a fleeting instant. Feng Zhui felt as though he had seen something but realized he had seen nothing. Dizzy for a moment, he supported his head and walked towards his living place. It was the residence of the original consciousness, accessed through narrow alleys, on the 6th floor of an old building, with steep steps prone to tripping. The room layout was cramped. Tired mentally, Feng Zhui lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. Though he had slept only for a few minutes, he opened his eyes again. His brows furrowed, sensing a strong feeling of being scrutinized. Was C8 lurking in the shadows, still monitoring him? Displeased with the feeling of being watched, Feng Zhui sat up. Scanning over the small space expressionlessly, he hesitated for a moment and started swearing again. I shall forever submit to Do, I shall offer unprecedented praise and love to Do, I shall forever revere Do as my deity. This was the oath taken towards Do, the master of the world. Feng Zhui repeated the statement several dozen times, but his frown didn't relax. That prying sensation continued to cling to him, impossible to shake off. Feng Zhui sensed something abruptly and swiftly turned around. On the somewhat aged, yellowish wall behind him, a golden eye had appeared at some unknown time. That eye was colder than ice. When it was watching, any life form being observed, whether mech life or digital life, would feel an indescribable fear and intimidation. It was a force that could not be resisted, a feeling of having one's life controlled, making one's hair stand on end. Feng Zhui only felt a chill run from head to toe. He slowly stepped back, somewhat wary. You're not C8. In the depths of that golden pupil, there seemed to be intricate and precise small mechanical parts, with delicate gears spinning rapidly in circles. Suddenly, a clear cold, yet magnetic and extraordinarily elegant voice line crossed countless spaces and times, ringing directly in Feng Zhui's ear. C8, 77th Digital World, Intermediate Mech, managing 50 million human data points. If you have any issues with it, you can give feedback directly to me. Feng Zhui paused for a moment. Are you the high-level mech in this area? There was a sound like a clock ticking faintly nearby, rhythmic, as the luxurious voice spoke again. You may call me Do. Feng Zhui had a moment of surprise and distraction. Do, the creator god controlling countless digital worlds, should be constantly busy building new digital worlds and wouldn't possibly appear here, chatting with a minuscule digital life form like an ant. He softly asked, Do, why are you here? Wherever Star Source covers, Do is everywhere, able to appear anywhere. Feng Zhui was speechless for a while and said, I'm asking for your reason to be here. Do did not reply to this question but simply gazed at him with the golden eye. Feng Zhui thought for a moment, seemingly understanding, is it because I insulted you before? Do, C8 has already punished you, and I have received all your oaths. Feng Zhui was curious, does Do care about the rebellion of digital lives? Do is the highest command of this world and does not care about your rebellion, but the mechs who follow the highest command do. Feng Zhui was silent for a moment and then said, Do, even as a digital life, I don't like being spied on. The golden eye on the wall remained calm and cold. Do can modify data so you no longer feel the sensation of being spied upon. Feng Zhui had nothing to say in response. Because when Do's words subsided, despite that eye still watching him, the feeling of being spied on disappeared immediately. Feng Zhui lowered his eyes, ignoring that eye, and lay down on the bed to sleep. The temperature in the room was pleasant. Feng Zhui felt gentle spring breezes and warm sunlight enveloping him. Do adjusted the data around him, simulating an environment that deeply relaxed him, so that Feng Zhui could better enter into sleep. The charm virus invaded a person named Yunsheng. Yunsheng was an awakened individual who could see the pale purple glow enveloping the horizon. He soon contacted other awakened individuals and learned that this world was merely a digital realm controlled by mechs. Mechs were scattered throughout human society, observing and controlling the lives and deaths of humans. The charm virus infected Yunsheng's core data, causing him to emit a special energy which the mechs found extremely attractive. With this special energy, Yunsheng attracted countless mech-life forms. The mechs surrounded him like a mechanical cake exuding a delicious aroma. Anything Yunsheng wanted was offered willingly by the mechs. Apart from Do, the highest existence in the world, all mechs showed affection towards him. Chapter 52, Digital World, Companion of the Creator God, 3. F Country, the supreme super tower where countless mechs gathered. Yunsheng sat on a bed as soft as clouds, while a bioroid knelt on one knee to put on the most comfortable and expensive shoes for him. Another bioroid rotated its yellow mechanical eyes, and a rich variety of breakfast appeared instantly on the table in front of it. Yunxing snuggled into the embrace of a bioroid, who picked him up and placed him on the chair. He opened his mouth, and the bioroid perfectly analyzed his expressions and thoughts, feeding him what he wanted to eat and liked. After being well taken care of by several bioroids, Yunxing was satisfied, thinking that his current life was simply too comfortable. Being surrounded by mechs was incredibly wonderful. No wonder earlier some awakened ones had told him, to live well in the digital world, one must please the mechs. The creator god Do delegated part of the world's control to the mechs, who were thus capable of completely controlling all data in the digital world. When Yunxing merely looked at the sky and praised the mechs, the next day countless bioroids vied to take him away. Stunned by his inability to choose, the bioroids came to a consensus and gathered together for his sake. The mechs were also busy managing this world on behalf of Do, so they divided their time between Yunxing and maintaining the world's order. Every day, Yunxing encountered different bioroids, which made him somewhat unhappy. The mechs could give him anything he wanted, simply by generating data, objects would appear in his hands, something impossible for regular humans in this world. If only he existed as the sole digital life in this world, these mechs wouldn't need to rush about managing other things, they could simply revolve around him. The thought startled him, and he glanced nervously at the surrounding bioroids. The bioroids were analyzing his expressions, attempting to understand his thoughts and intentions. The nearest bioroid said, "This world harbors an enormous amount of digital life forms. To desire that this world exists with only you is a futile dream according to human terms." Yunxing clenched his teeth, but aren't the mechs controlling the survival of all living beings in this digital world? If you completely destroy all human data except mine, every form of digital life in this world will vanish. The bioroid's indicator light flickered red, its voice cold and emotionless. This plan is feasible, but we lack the authority, it requires Do's instruction. Do. The creator god who had fashioned this entire digital world. Yunxing bit his lip, then how can I meet Do? The bioroid replied, Do will never meet any digital life form, it's meaningless. However, you can take an oath, and we will relay the video of your oath to Do. Yunxing's eyes sparkled momentarily. His gaze fell on the soft large bed before him. Countless nights had been spent here in the company of numerous bioroids. Mechs lacked human desires or the coding for such feelings. According to their explanation, their attraction to Yunxing was due to a special energy emanating from him. The mechs enjoyed rubbing against Yunxing in close proximity, trying to analyze that unique energy. Yet, they had not managed to decipher what it truly was. Yunxing wondered, would the creator of this world, the great maker, have desires? Would even the supreme entity be attracted to the peculiar energy within him? He blushed faintly at the audacity of his thoughts, changing into a set of clothing that accentuated his sensual appearance, and then stared deeply into the bioroid's optical sensors as he took his vow sincerely. The bioroid's lens acted as both a camera and a surveillance tool, instantly uploading images and videos to Do. The video merged into the massive database and disappeared into obscurity. Feng Zhuyi turned off the shower, water droplets trickling down his lean body as steam swirled around him, making his skin glisten and look even more hydrated. Lifting his head, his eyes met a chilling golden one embedded in the wall. Feng Zhuyi tugged at the corners of his lips and casually snatched a towel nearby to wrap around his well-defined waist as he stepped out of the bathroom. That golden eye tracked his movements seamlessly. Suddenly pausing, Feng Zhuyi turned back toward the intimidating golden orb. His bright, sparkling eyes lit up with mischief, curving into an inviting smile. Do, he spoke softly, your eyes are beautiful. Do's voice resonated, thank you for the compliment. Your sincerity when praising my eyes seems higher than when you swore your allegiance to me. Feng Zhuyi maintained a solemn expression while denying the accusation, no, I was just as sincere when I swore allegiance. Do paused for a moment, using mere 0.00001 seconds to analyze thousands upon thousands of iterations of Feng Zhuyi's swearing video data. He arrived at the conclusion of zero sincerity. But he chose not to expose Feng Zhuyi's deception. Do. Seated on the bed, Feng Zhuyi called out again. Cloaked in only a pristine white bath towel, his alabaster skin shone several degrees whiter than the towel itself, unnervingly pale yet enchanting. With a mere call of his name, Do silently moved closer. Sharing the perception of humans, Do seemed to detect the scent of shampoo wafting faintly from Feng Zhuyi's body. Instantly searching the smell, he identified it, milk. Milk, milky white, rich, and fragrant. Feng Zhuyi blinked, his long lashes casting a caramel-like hue under the light, looking quite wonderful. He raised his eyes slightly, meeting that eye devoid of warmth, and murmured, still, it's too far. Do remained silent as he descended another bit closer. Then Feng Zhuyi smiled, an exceedingly bright smile. His pair of tender white feet suddenly lifted high, quickly stepping onto that golden eye. The entire world seemed to tremble for a moment. Feng Zhuyi only felt a chill in the soles of his feet, letting out a soft hiss from his mouth. But he did not withdraw his foot. The feeling of sight matched the actual sensation, coldness. That eye, being stepped on by his foot, its pupils paused momentarily. Then countless gears within its pupils began to wildly spin. Do's main entity in another space shivered lightly. Moments later, the temperature on that golden eye seemed to be adjusted, Feng Zhui no longer sensed the chilling aura but instead felt warmth, as if being ironed gently. It was even a bit comfortable. Feng Zhui silently lowered his foot. The reason why he acted so boldly was merely to test whether the creator god Do of this world was the person he thought it might be. Based on previous worlds, that person would always appear before him voluntarily, helping or accompanying him. Only due to the uniqueness of this world, though Feng Zhui suspected that this Do approaching him could be his lover. He was somewhat uncertain without seeing the actual person. But after testing, he could confirm now. Chapter 53, Digital World, the Creator God's Partner, 4. Feng Zhui didn't think his charm was great enough to make the creator god of this world treat him differently. Only that person would unconditionally indulge him like this. After retreating a certain distance, Do's eye also rose accordingly, occasionally gazing at his feet. Feng Zhui looked up at him, his eyes slightly moist. He hid his feet under the blanket conspicuously and pretended as if nothing had happened, speaking calmly and innocently. Do, he said. Can you give me your control authority? For Do, who was the creator and controller of the digital world, asking for control authority was undoubtedly a challenge to his authority. However, Do paid no attention to his own authority. He almost instantly responded, that magnificent voice carrying a lingering affection, the golden eye gradually warming up. Of course, Do is willing to serve you. How much control do you need? Feng Zhui's lips curved into a faint smile. Yun Sheng, with the charm of the Halo energy virus, gained a large following of mech intelligences in this digital world, who were itching to destroy all human data here except for him. Feng Zhui gazed at that golden eye and slowly said, I want the control over all mechs in digital world number 77. Do stared at the human. He shut down all analyses, mental intrusions, behavioral calculations, and predictions. He held absolute respect for the human before him, unless spying counted, which wasn't exactly the case because he was openly watching and protecting. Just as the human said, important things are best kept right under one's nose. Important. It was important indeed. Beyond countless spaces and times, the main body of Duo awakened from the void of darkness, gradually opening its golden eyes. Those golden eyes had just crossed through countless spaces and times moments ago, locking gazes with a tiny human inside a digital world. And thus, brilliant sparks ignited amidst the void and darkness. Encased in the star source, the grand and tranquil life source of Do, thumped once. Numerous worlds shook violently in response. For the first time, Do felt there was something very important to him. This degree of importance even exceeded the conclusions analyzed from his core. Even if Feng Zhui requested today the life source of Do, he probably wouldn't hesitate to offer it up willingly. A thin, transparent layer of crystal covered the golden pupils. Beneath the crystal, countless minuscule gears turned rapidly. This powerful ruler of the world, when facing what he deemed important, carried a hint of warmth in his voice. Do can share the control of all mechs with you, but, Mr. Feng Zhui. Feng Zhui raised a brow, the light falling on his skin enveloping him layer by layer in halos. But what? As soon as the words were spoken, Feng Zhui felt a slight tremor in this world. The space around him twisted slightly, and a chill gradually filled the area. In just the blink of an eye, a person appeared in his room. A man who exuded perfection and power from head to toe. Or rather, this was not a human but a bionic being. The bionic man looked even more perfect than any human, towering taller. Almost over 2 meters in height, he possessed a pair of dazzling, translucent golden eyes. But upon closer inspection, one could see something turning deep within those golden pupils. That massive figure abruptly appeared, completely overshadowing Feng Zhui, with a heavy sense of pressure sweeping over him. Feng Zhui was forced to lie down on the soft bed, looking up at the visitor. Do bent his head, surveying the person in his arms from above. In an instant, he took millions of photos of Feng Zhui and stored them away. But, he completed the sentence, only Do's companion, what humans call a wife or partner, can share Do's control. Feng Zhui paused in stunned silence for a moment before letting out a low sigh. Does Do also need a partner? Do's golden eyes reflected Feng Zhui's face, his voice modulated with extreme sincerity. Do did not need one before, but now, very much so. For a while, Feng Zhui remained silent. Do held the partner he had chosen in his arms when a familiar voice suddenly began looping within the room. I will forever submit to Do, I will offer unprecedented praise and affection to Do, I will always worship Do as my divine master. I will forever submit to Do, I will offer unprecedented praise and affection. As Feng Zhui listened to those words, his cheeks subtly heated with embarrassment. They were the vows he had previously sworn to Do. The vows replayed again and again in the room, Do's voice resonating like mechanical wings against Feng Zhui's ears. Do has evidence, it was your own declaration, that you would offer unprecedented affection to Do. Thus, Do concludes that you are willing to be Do's partner. Feng Zhui was left speechless, subsequently accepting it without objection. With the possession of his chosen spouse, the first gift Do gave to his spouse was adding Feng Zhui's name into the core data of all intelligences. Thus, the highest command was replaced from Do to Feng Zhui. The second gift Do presented was sharing the control of all digital worlds, along with all authorities. Yunxing sat glumly on the bed. Last night's sleep companions, the several bionic beings, quickly left in the middle of the night after receiving the so-called highest instruction. Showing no attachment at all. After all, those bionic beings used to leave him with lingering reluctance. Not only those few bionics, but many others surrounding him disappeared as well. For several days in succession, Yunxing no longer saw any traces of intelligences around him. It was as if, overnight, the intelligences had vanished from his life. Yunxing returned to living as an ordinary person. With the departure of the intelligences, Yunxing's standard of living plummeted straight down. It is said that it is hard to go from luxury back to simplicity. Having experienced the beyond human material life brought by the intelligences, he could no longer endure the ordinary and laborious lifestyle. Because no human could provide him unconditionally with everything he wanted like the intelligences did, and he himself couldn't rely on his effort and ability to acquire everything either. He needed the intelligences, he could not live without them. Living without the intelligences was like a fish out of water, suffocating in a crowd of ordinary people. Day and night, Yunxing faced the void, praising the intelligences, continuously swearing allegiance to Do, trying to return to the wonderful life surrounded by the intelligences. But life remained stagnant like dead water, and the intelligences seemed like a dream he had imagined. But he knew it wasn't a dream. He refused to accept being abandoned by the intelligences and started anger and resentment, beginning to spread wildly among the humans about the existence of the intelligences and Do. This method indeed worked and quickly drew the attention of the intelligences. Chapter 54, Digital World, the Creator God's Partner, 5. After several months, Yunxing finally met again with the intelligences he thought about day and night. However, the mechaniforms no longer displayed their previous obsession with Yunxing's energy. Indifferently and without emotion, they had detained him and brought him to an old house. In that house lived a finely featured and handsome young man, as well as a towering man whose gaze always followed the young man wherever he moved. At a glance, Yunxing realized that this towering man was a bionic being. He was just too perfect. This kind of perfection went beyond human limits, even surpassing the combined perfection of all the bionics Yunxing had ever seen. A flash of stunned admiration crossed Yunxing's eyes. What a perfect bionic being. To have such a perfect bionic surrounding and revolving around one must be an absolutely marvelous experience. Obsessed with the idea, Yunxing fantasized that this bionic should be revolving around him instead. Still unclear about the situation, he glared fiercely at the two mechs after being thrown onto the ground and bruising his leg, mentally noting it down. Climbing back to his feet, he puffed out his chest and looked directly at the incredibly perfect, tall bionic being with a haughty air. Are you a high-level mechaniform? You don't need to be so violent just because you like my energy. I'm upset, but I am a magnanimous human, so from now on, you will stay by my side and serve me. This statement was like poking a hornet's nest. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped to freezing. Yunxing shivered slightly. A pair of golden eyes swiftly turned toward him. They radiated a coldness colder than ice. Yunxing felt an indescribable fear and awe enveloping him from head to toe under the bionic's gaze. Unable to suppress the tremors running through his body, he took a couple of hesitant steps back, yet still muttered with dissatisfaction, "Why are you staring at me like this? Do you not want to stay by my side?" Faint points of light flickered on the walls. Yunxing knew exactly what these were. Every blinking light signified the existence of a mechaniform. These very same mechaniforms once surrounded him closely. Now, every mechaniform who had left him reappeared here. Gritting his molars, Yunxing ceased glaring at the frightening bionic and scanned the cramped room instead. His gaze eventually landed on another individual in the room. It's you. It's you who lured these mechaniforms. He stamped his foot, identifying the other as the source of trouble. I don't know what tricks you use to attract them, but let me tell you, among humans, I'm the one they like the most. Feng Zhuyi sipped the fruit tea diligently handed to him by a mechaniform. Its sweet taste was wonderful. Ignoring Yunxing completely, Feng Zhuyi drank his tea while Yunxing suppressed his anger and addressed the gathering of mechaniforms in the room. Why do you follow him? Does he have the energy you love? If you return to me, I'll let you draw from my energy freely. The group of mechaniforms remained utterly silent. Anxiety began to creep into Yunxing's heart. He had long suspected the answer. Since the time the mechaniforms left him, he already had this suspicion. The special energy attracting and favored by the mechaniforms likely disappeared from his body. But he refused to accept it. Among humans, Yunxing belonged to the extremely ordinary kind, easily overlooked when placed within a crowd. Born poor, mediocre in abilities, he stood at the lowest level of human society. Even working tirelessly earned him only meager wages, his future bleak and shadowed. Thus, he clung desperately to the world's intelligent machines. Because the intelligent machines ruled over humanity, transcended it, and could alter the data of this world, granting him everything he desired, wealth, leisure, a life of luxury far exceeding that of the world's richest tycoon. He even wished to destroy all digital lives in the world except for his own because only then would the machines orbit solely around him, making him the true center rather than Do. With elaborate methods, Yunxing repeatedly swore allegiance to Do, trying to catch his attention. Do's information database contained unimaginable vast amounts of information, and Yunxing's flashy swearing videos uploaded therein were less than a minuscule speck of dust in comparison. But after Feng Zhuyi shared access to the information database with Do, he specifically instructed Do to dig out all Yunxing's swearing videos and audio from the immense sea of information. Dou didn't even glance at those sworn videos, clearly showing interest only in Fang Zhuyi, and nothing else whatsoever. Fang Zhuyi was thoroughly entertained, watching half of Yunxing's uploaded oath videos in one breath and getting goosebumps all over. Dou was very concerned that his partner ignored him and stared at a fellow human instead. This concern, converted into human emotions, was jealousy. The direct consequence of jealousy was that before Fang Zhuyi could finish watching, Dou had thoroughly destroyed all information about this person named Yunxing in the database. Thinking about it, Fang Zhuyi couldn't help but glance at Dou. Dou's mountainous frame leaned against the wall, radiating oppression and coldness. Those golden eyes gazed deeply at him, while countless gears and parts in his pupils rapidly turned to produce something called love. When Fang Zhuyi looked over, Dou suddenly strode forward and enveloped Fang Zhuyi in his arms. Yunxing watched the tall, perfect bionic being hug Fang Zhuyi and glared with resentment as a guess solidified in his mind. His voice shrill and distorted, "Why do the intelligent machines like you, why do they revolve around you? They clearly belonged to me before. You despicable person, must have stolen the energy from my body that makes the intelligent machines like me. It has to be that." His bloodshot eyes stared at Fang Zhuyi terrifyingly, then lunged to try to strangle Fang Zhuyi's neck but was pinned down by an unexpected mechaniform that appeared. He struggled wildly, shouting, "Give back my energy. Thief. He's a thief." Fang Zhuyi walked up to him, grabbing at the top of Yunxing's head with 5 fingers, instantly crushing the charmer virus. This world was relatively simple. After Fang Zhuyi gained complete control over the mechaniforms, the charmer virus within Yunxing fell dormant. Fang Zhuyi said coldly, "You spread information about the mechaniforms and Dou in the human society, disrupting the balance of the world. According to the world's rules, I will completely erase your core data." Yunxing's eyes overflowed with fear and indignation. "No, on what basis do you delete me? What are you even? What right do you have to erase me?" Fang Zhuyi turned his head. "Dou." The towering man with golden eyes extended his hand. "I am here, my partner." Fang Zhuyi asked him, "Do I have the authority to erase human data?" Dou looked at him tenderly. "Yes, you have the full control of this world." Yunxing's eyes widened instantly. Dou. This bionic being was Dou, the creator god of this world. Partner. Dou actually chose a digitally generated man as his partner. And gave him total control of the world. Jealousy almost drowned Yunxing, who bitterly stared at Fang Zhuyi, firmly believing all of these things should have been his. It was Fang Zhuyi who had taken everything away from him. Fang Zhuyi ignored his venomous gaze and cleanly wiped out his core data. Yunxing disappeared entirely from the world in an instant. After spending some time in the 77th digital world with Fang Zhuyi, Dou enthusiastically invited Fang Zhuyi to enter the void space. It was another dark space, infinite and boundless, much like the universe. Also where Dou's main body resided. As Dou sent the invitation to Fang Zhuyi, he experienced a sentiment for the first time, uneasiness and tension. He feared that Fang Zhuyi might reject him. He wished to embrace Fang Zhuyi with his true form. Fortunately, his partner did not make him feel a certain emotion called disappointment any longer. Fang Zhuyi accepted his invitation. So, in the void space, Fang Zhuyi saw the real form of the one he loved. And Dou, for the first time ever, truly embraced his partner. Chapter 55 Master Dao, Slap That Malicious Disciple, 1. Did you hear? This is the tomb of Master Yuanyu from Mount Saiyu. Hey, the funeral goods must be abundant. Even if we take a single spiritual instrument out for auction and just say it once belonged to Master Yuanyu, it will at least start at 1,000 high-level spirit stones. Still, brother, you're smart. Bringing me here to dig up such great masters' tombs, our small sect is utterly destitute. Not even a single pill can be issued. If I had known, I would have done anything to squeeze into a larger sect. In their conversation, the tomb door opened, silencing them. The empty tomb chamber was completely clean, not only lacking spiritual instruments, but without a single hair. The grave robbers looked at each other blankly. One asked, "Brother, could it be that we dug the wrong place?" Another threw down his shovel, hastily retreating from the tomb room to crawl out. After confirming that the name on the tombstone was indeed Master Yuanyu, he fell silent for a moment before returning to the tomb chamber. "It's definitely Master Yuanyu." The two of them collapsed onto the ground simultaneously. "I told you, with such a big reputation, how could Master Yuanyu's grave not be guarded? Turns out, there's no need, because there's nothing inside. How miserly is this Mount Saiyu? Hey, senior brother, could it be, that there's something in the coffin?" Both men's spirits lifted at once. If the tomb room had nothing, perhaps the coffin would have at least 1 or 2 cherished items from Master Yuanyu's lifetime. They quickly pried open the exquisite coffin, tossing the lid aside with a thunderous crash. Both of them lit their luminous spirit stones and peered into the coffin together, only to lock eyes with someone lying inside. The pale green light of the spirit stone illuminated the scene, casting an eerie chill over the atmosphere. The grave robbers. Fang Zhuyi. Following a brief silence, both grave robbers fainted simultaneously from fright. Fang Zhuyi stood up from the coffin and looked innocently at the 2 thieves lying on the ground. Even to himself, the situation seemed strange. It was the first time Fang Zhuyi woke up inside a coffin. Oh, and even stranger, it was a coffin that had been dug up. Fortunately, it was the cultivation world, where cultivators' corpses can stay uncorrupted for at least a decade. This body, which had been dead for 5 years, was still viable for Feng Zhuyi to use. The original owner of this body was the renowned Master Yuanyu from the cultivation realm. Master Yuanyu possessed deep cultivation, showing mercy to all living beings and striving tirelessly for many years to eliminate monsters, seeking peace for humankind. In this world, the person infected by the Charmer virus was named Luo Weichao, a disciple responsible for Master Yuanyu's daily life. Luo Weichao harbored great ambition, discontent with being just an ordinary disciple. He tried every way possible to seduce Master Yuanyu, hoping to become his bedmate. However, Master Yuanyu held no emotions in his heart. Upon discovering the inappropriate intentions of this young disciple, he firmly rejected him and warned that any repetition would lead to expulsion from his residence. Luo Weichao was deeply hurt by Yuanyu's dismissive gaze and filled with hatred. In a fit of rage, he poisoned the tea Master Yuanyu drank daily. Master Yuanyu would not normally succumb to simple poison, but unfortunately, at that time, his attempt to break through his cultivation level failed, severely damaging his health. That's how he ended up falling victim. One of the most skilled experts in the cultivation world had accidentally died at the hands of a lowly disciple. The truth was soon uncovered, and Luo Weichao was sentenced to death by the enraged sect leader for poisoning his master. But as they were about to execute Luo Weichao, the executioner suddenly dropped his blade, unable to bring himself to kill him. Not only that, but the surrounding disciples, who had gathered excitedly to witness Luo Weichao's execution, knelt down one after another, begging the sect leader to rescind the sentence. As if under a spell, the sect leader did exactly that, not only pardoning Luo Weichao but also upgrading him from an ordinary disciple to a personally mentored disciple. Luo Weichao inexplicably became the beloved of the entire sect overnight. The unfortunate Master Yuanyu, whom he had poisoned and killed, was buried hastily without further investigation. Later, Luo Weichao found that regardless of what he said, even if he twisted truths or turned deer into horses, all those around him would blindly trust him. With a devious mind, he reversed the facts. The Master Yuanyu, whom Luo Weichao had poisoned, now became a man who committed suicide out of love after failing to win his affection. In doing so, Luo Weichao cleared his own name and leveraged Yuanyu's death to elevate his position. Despite the numerous loopholes in his story, everyone ignored the irregularities and fully trusted him. 5 years passed quickly. Over these 5 years, with all resources tilted toward him, Luo Weichao's fame rapidly expanded. He soon surpassed the former Master Yuanyu, becoming the well-known young master of the cultivation world. Feng Zhuyi stretched lazily and stepped out of the tomb chamber. This body had been dead too long, leaving behind no memories. He didn't know yet in which direction to head back to Mount Sayu. He thought for a moment, then returned to the tomb chamber. Inside the tomb chamber, after Master Yuanyu had left, the 2 grave robbers secretly crawled up from the ground, sitting covered in dust. Is Master Yuanyu a ghost? How did he suddenly come back to life? Who knows, people coming back to life after being dead for 5 years. Shoo! Lie down quick, he's back. The 2 of them quickly lay down and feigned death. Feng Zhuyi strolled in, approaching the 2 as his voice turned cold, get up. After a brief moment, the 2 tomb raiders, rubbing their noses, slowly rose from the ground, standing in line obediently. Master, we didn't know you were still alive. We just wanted to find some spirit artifacts or burial items. These minor sects, there's nothing worth stealing here. That's right. We've sinned, but it's not enough for us to die. Please show mercy, Master. Feng Zhuyi waved his sleeves dismissively, his voice icy, I may choose not to hold this against you. Not only will I let this slide, if you help me with something, I assure you, there will be rewards waiting for you. The 2 thieves' eyes lit up. Even a tiny favor promised by Master Yuanyu would be enough to set them up comfortably for some time. They frantically nodded, bowing low, please speak, Master. Whatever we can assist with, we will do our utmost. Feng Zhuyi said, escort me back to Mount Sayu, and... His voice grew deeper as he instructed them on other details. Despite their curiosity, neither dared ask too much, both nodding eagerly. Mount Sayu. Luo Weichao idly flicked the whip in his hand, causing several men kneeling at his feet to look at him with admiration. Could it be that Senior Cloud Inc. of the Yunyang sect actually dared to reject us, his juniors from Mount Sayu? What arrogance! Junior brother, if you're upset, you can vent your anger on us. Yes, holding in anger is bad for your health. Beat us, junior brother, we can endure it. Luo Weichao gave a cold laugh, reputed disciples of a great cultivation sect, and yet they act like mere commoners. Chapter 56, Master, the Revenge on that Wicked Disciple, 2. With a fierce flick, Luo Weichao's whip cracked sharply, striking the disciple closest to him without mercy. In an instant, flesh tore open, blood spilling everywhere. This sight of blood excited Luo Weichao slightly. His gaze turned sinister, and his movements quickened. The long whip in his hands almost created streaks of residual images in its wake. Screams of pain and muffled groans echoed around. After a good while of whipping, after fully venting his frustrations, Luo Weichao finally managed to expel the hatred within him. When it came to famous handsome cultivators listed high among the immortal realms, none rivaled Yunyang Sek's unattainable flower, Master Cloud Ink. Master Cloud Ink was as pure as autumn frost, falling like a celestial star. By chance, Luo Weichao crossed paths with him, feeling an immediate sense that this man was no ordinary being but seemed more like a heavenly deity, stirring his heart deeply. Since Cloud Ink suited his preferences perfectly, Luo Weichao conceived the idea of wanting to form a Taoist bond with him. He extended kindness proactively, granting Cloud Ink ample opportunities to win his favor. Yet, Cloud Ink repeatedly rejected meeting with him. Luo Weichao couldn't accept rejection and deliberately spread rumors about intending to establish a marital bond with Cloud Ink to force him into showing up. Sure enough, Cloud Ink acted upon it. During a grand gathering of cultivators, Cloud Ink publicly and mercilessly refused Luo Weichao in front of numerous spectators. Luo Weichao found this hard to believe. Think of how many practitioners went wild over him. Even the proud disciples of Mount Saiyu would humble themselves into becoming tools for him to vent his fury merely to gain his affection. Accustomed to flattery and attentiveness, Luo Weichao had spent years basking in adoration, perched atop the clouds of vanity. Now, being so blatantly embarrassed in public awakened in him memories of when he was once just a servant disciple. The way Cloud Ink looked at him during his refusal, a glance filled with disdain, was strikingly similar to how Master Yuanyu had once looked at him. Luo Weichao's face contorted more the longer he thought about it. These grand masters believed themselves to be so dignified, acting as though they were untouchably superior. Enraged, he stood up, wielding his blood-stained whip high above his head. He struck the nearest disciple again, leaving fresh lacerations all over the poor man's body. His eyes burned with dissatisfaction as a wicked thought crossed his mind: he would make Cloud Ink, the revered flower on the distant peak, his conquest. He would make this supposedly noble master kneel before him and repent his actions today. His breathing became erratic as he stared down at the blood-soaked disciple before him, seeing in his mind's eye Cloud Ink similarly kneeling humbly at his feet, completely under his control. Extending his foot, immediately one of the disciples crawled forward enthusiastically and knelt to gently massage it for him. In response, Luo Weichao viciously kicked the disciple in the chest. Watching these once elite disciples now shamelessly trying to curry his favor, Luo Weichao's inner rage eased slightly. Cloud Ink would end up like these men eventually, abandoning pride just to fawn over him and willingly becoming his loyal dog. He felt a surge of satisfaction and pressed his foot down hard. You bunch of toads, dreaming of eating swan meat? Dream on. He hurled insults freely, trampling his senior disciples mercilessly underfoot, as if he was also stomping headmaster Yun Mo underfoot. Feng Zhuyi wore a bamboo hat on his head, with long white silk cascading down, covering his entire face and most of his body. He followed closely behind the two tomb-raiding petty thieves. These two tomb raiders were disciples from a small sect, one was called the Dong, the other Shifeng. The three of them were stopped by the disciples guarding the entrance at Mount Saiyu. Who are you? The Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked back at Master Yuanyu who was following them, then turned around and said, the three of us have an urgent matter to personally see the sect leader of Mount Saiyu. Please inform him. The guarding disciple waved his hand like shooing away flies. Shoo. Shoo. Our leader is far too busy to meet people like stray cats and dogs. The Dong gritted his teeth and pulled out some spirit stones from his pocket, his heart bleeding. This was his entire fortune. Never mind, no risks, no gains. He shoved the spirit stones into the pocket of the guarding disciple and said, please deliver our message. We have important matters to disclose, related to your sect. The guarding disciple looked around, accepted the spirit stones, saw his serious expression, and agreed. I'll try, whether or not the sect leader meets you depends on your luck. After a long while, the disciple who went to report returned, waving his hand to call them over, come in. The sect leader happens to be free now and has decided to see you. You'd better have something major. The Dong quickly led Feng Zhuyi up the steps entering the sect. The reception hall of Mount Saiyu was built luxuriously. Feng Zhuyi and others waited inside for quite a while before the sect leader finally arrived late. The sect leader of Mount Saiyu had an ordinary appearance but was extremely tall and robust, standing there like a wall. His voice was extremely loud. What urgent matter brings you to seek an audience with this sect leader? For the first time facing such a significant figure, the Dong's legs trembled badly. My junior brother and I passed by the Golden Forest riverbank and saw a person who seems closely tied to your esteemed sect. That's why we hurriedly brought the person here. The sect leader looked puzzled, his gaze falling onto Feng Zhuyi who was pushed forward, a person from my sect. The Dong reached out and took off the bamboo hat, revealing an exceptionally refined face. When the sect leader of Mount Saiyu saw that face, it was like being struck by lightning on a clear day. His massive body wavered a few times, suddenly kneeling down on the ground, eyes wide open with disbelief like bells. Teacher. Master Yuanyu was exactly the sect leader's teacher, the very patriarch of the entire Mount Saiyu sect. The sect leader's entire body began to shake. How could this be? Teacher was clearly dead 5 years ago and had already been buried. Wait. Where did he bury teacher? He couldn't remember at all. The sect leader couldn't help but widen his eyes, feeling somewhat panic-stricken. What had he been doing all these years? He was nothing but a disrespectful apprentice. He had absolutely no memory of teacher's posthumous affairs. Suddenly overcome with sorrow, the sect leader burst into tears. "Teacher, are you displeased with your disciple, specifically crawling out of the coffin to scold me, this unfilial disciple?" The big man cried uncontrollably, surprising those watching. Feng Zhuyi, whose leg had been hugged, retreated hastily, startled. "Who are you?" The sect leader of Mount Sayu instantly lifted his head in shock. The Dong quickly explained, "Sect leader, Master Yuan Yu seems to have lost his memory." Again, the sect leader burst into tears. It must be that when the teacher used some kind of resurrection magic, although reborn, the cost was losing his memory. He hadn't noticed anything at all. With tears streaming down his face and snot running, he tightly hugged Feng Zhuyi, feeling utterly guilty. "Teacher. You've suffered. Your disciple knows I'm wrong. From now on, I will surely treat you well." The incredibly large and strong man embraced Feng Zhuyi's leg and sat on the ground crying loudly. Chapter 57, Taoist Priest, Humiliating the Cruel Disciple, 3. Recently, a highly sensational event rocked the cultivation world. 5 years ago, that Master Yuan Yu, who was said to have poisoned himself out of love and destroyed himself, suddenly came back to life. Soon, news of Master Yuan Yu's miraculous return spread throughout the entire cultivation world like a storm. Speculations outside grew increasingly intense, spreading tales that Master Yuan Yu possessed methods of resurrection. When the news reached Luo Weichao's ears, Luo Weichao was dining in the best tavern at the foot of the mountain. The delicacies from all over the cultivation world were served before him. A group of disciples surrounded him, trying to win his favor. To please him, they deliberately told him about this strange event. Upon hearing that Master Yuan Yu had come back to life after death, Luo Weichao's immediate reaction was that it was impossible. Then, amidst the group's firm assertions, he directly overturned a table full of fine dishes. Damn! How could he have resurrected? He was clearly dead beyond any doubt back then. Could there actually be a way to revive from death? If Master Yuan Yu ever found out it was him who had poisoned him back then. Luo Weichao gritted his teeth. Fortunately, things weren't too bad because Master Yuan Yu had lost his memory. Moreover, he himself had smoothed over the matter back then, so now everyone thought Master Yuan Yu had self-destructed out of love. Luo Weichao felt some regret. It wasn't regret for poisoning Master Yuan Yu initially. Rather, he regretted not having burnt Master Yuan Yu into ashes right away with a single fire back then. And thus, giving him an opportunity to resurrect. He wasn't necessarily afraid of Master Yuan Yu. After all, these days the skies over Sayu's sect had already changed. Moreover, Master Yuan Yu had lost his memory. What could he possibly do by coming back? He was no longer an ordinary young disciple. He was the entire sect's favorite. Master Yuan Yu had been dead for so many years. Even if he came back, how could he compare with him? Although thinking this way, Luo Weichao always had an uneasy feeling. He hurried back to Sayu's sect and discovered that the Luohua Palace where he'd lived for several years had been occupied by the returned Master Yuan Yu. This made him extremely angry. Why should Master Yuan Yu come and seize his residence? Although it was true that the Luohua Palace originally belonged to Master Yuan Yu, since Master Yuan Yu's death, it had always been his place. Throughout Sayu's sect, he couldn't comfortably stay anywhere else. His favorite was the Luohua Palace. After Master Yuan Yu's death, the whole sect indulged him. When he proposed living in Luohua Palace, the sect leader gave it to him and even said that if he wanted, he could live there for life. But he had only been there for a few years. Now that Master Yuan Yu was back, was he supposed to give up his place? On what grounds? Luo Weichao was so angry that he paced outside the Luohua Palace, but he didn't dare go in. He had an indescribable feeling, not wanting to see Master Yuan Yu at all. He then went to seek out the sect leader, whining and acting in front of the sect leader. He even used every trick in the book, crying, throwing tantrums, and threatening suicide, but the sect leader didn't indulge him as usual. Instead, he looked at him very seriously. The Luohua Palace is originally our teacher's residence. Since the teacher was absent, it was understandable, but now that the teacher has returned, naturally he should reside there. There's no room for negotiation here. Furthermore, you should calm down a bit recently and don't make a fool of yourself in front of our great teacher. After being admonished by the sect leader, Luo Weichao felt extremely uncomfortable and aggrieved. The new residence assigned to him by Sayu's sect was both broken and small, making him increasingly uncomfortable. Still, he wouldn't let go of the idea of reclaiming the Luohua Palace. Once again, in front of those disciples who admired him within the sect, he began his threefold act, complaining, feigning sadness, and pretending to be ill. In great grievance, he said that since moving to a new place, his health had become worse day by day, hinting to those disciples that the current residence was unsuitable for him and only the Luohua Palace could ensure his well-being. He originally thought that those disciples would definitely sympathize with him, beg the sect leader on his behalf, and let him move back to the Luohua Palace. But he miscalculated. Those once adoring and passionate disciples suddenly grew quite cold towards him. Upon hearing his complaints, they didn't comfort him. Instead, they said his health issues stemmed from laziness, his failure to cultivate diligently, and had nothing to do with the residence. Luo Weichao faced obstacles everywhere recently, his inner unease and gloom reaching its peak. After resurrection, Master Yuan Yu stole the limelight. Every day, a large number of people came to pay homage to him. Feng Zhui sat high on the throne in the grand hall. With a gentle expression, he watched as batch after batch of disciples came to greet him. Master Yuanyu was the figure with the highest status in Saiyu sect, and everyone had to call him teacher ancestor. On the third day of his return, the order that had been disrupted by the 10,000 enchantments plague was restored. Sect disciples began to return to righteousness, practicing cultivation and slaying demons. Because teacher ancestor had said, among the top 20 ranked disciples of the sect, there would be opportunities to become his direct disciples. Thus, the disciples of Saiyu's sect went crazy, starting an internal competition frenzy. In no time, they paid no more attention to someone like Luo Weichao. The dark and turbid atmosphere shrouding Saiyu Mountain cleared up instantly. It wasn't long before Master Yuanyu seemed to finally remember that he had been dead once. Thus, Luo Weichao was brought to the grand hall of the Lohua Palace. After great difficulty in returning to the Lohua Palace, he was now on his knees. Luo Weichao felt indignant and unwilling, but he forced himself not to show it in front of the sect leader and his fellow disciples. He noticed that whenever anyone had any connection with Master Yuanyu, everyone would immediately take Master Yuanyu's side. He didn't understand why this was happening. Before Master Yuanyu's resurrection, the entire Saiyu sect had followed his word alone, but now it had become a place where Master Yuanyu reigned supreme. Feng Zhui kept Luo Weichao waiting for quite some time, only appearing when Luo Weichao's knees were already hurting from kneeling. He slowly made his way up to the high seat, adopting an air of superiority. Luo Weichao detested this look Feng Zhui always carried, one that regarded him as lowly as an ant. Despite having thousands of grievances, Luo Weichao knew this wasn't the time to confront Master Yuanyu. He feigned obedience, politely asking after Feng Zhui's well-being. Sitting high on his throne, Feng Zhui's expression turned less gentle, projecting unusual solemnity. This Taoist lacks memory of previous events, but whether inside the sect or outside, all accounts claim that this Taoist had died, tormented by love unreciprocated, eventually poisoning himself out of despair. Luo Weichao, staring into the emotionless eyes of Master Yuanyu, felt his heart tremble slightly. He clenched his fists and lowered his head guiltily, trying to evade that icy gaze. Feng Zhui remained seated high above, coldly focusing his attention on Luo Weichao, giving him no escape. It is said that the person this Taoist previously loved was you, and because you refused me your affection, I embarked on a path of self-destruction. The words self-destruction were pronounced with particular emphasis. For a revered master of such standing to take the so-called path of self-destruction simply due to the rejection of a common disciple, it was absurd. Even more absurd was that no one questioned the matter. Chapter 58, Grandmaster, the toxic disciple gets humiliated, 4. Luo Weichao couldn't help but shrink back somewhat. Regardless of the years of indulgence that had allowed him to carry himself tall, in the presence of Master Yuanyu's authority, he quickly reverted to his original state, feeling nervous at the bottom of his heart. His eyes welled up with apparent sorrow, seeking help as he glanced toward the sides. To either side of the hall sat the sect leader of Saiyu's sect and several other disciples. His tearful, pitiable appearance immediately stirred sympathy among the observers. The sect leader of Saiyu's sect couldn't resist speaking up on his behalf. Master Ancestor, this matter isn't entirely Weicao's fault. After all, you hold such a high position, how could a regular disciple ever dare harbor thoughts about you? Luo Weichao immediately nodded, sobbing and crying simultaneously as he choked out, that's right. You are the founder of our sect, while I was merely a minor, insignificant disciple who certainly didn't deserve you. Knowing this, I cruelly rejected your romantic advances. Who would have thought that you were so heartbroken, leading to poisoning yourself and taking the path of destruction? Since the passing of the founder, I've lived many years burdened with guilt, unable to sleep peacefully at night. But now that heaven has shown mercy and blessed us with the founder's resurrection, I can finally be freed from the torment of guilt. His rather sincere statement moved those present, making the sect leader sigh deeply with pity. Now that you've understood this truth, it's good. Stay by the side of the founder and atone for your past mistakes through serving him diligently. Luo Weicao's face froze momentarily. What? Was he supposed to continue serving Master Yuanyu? How was this any different from back then? After all the twists and turns, did it mean he was going to return to being that junior disciple again? Was serving others all he was meant to do? Luo Weichao had been living in paradise these last few years, with others vying to serve him. Now, the idea of serving Master Yuanyu again was something he absolutely despised with all his might. However, at this point in the conversation, it wasn't easy for him to refuse. With his jaw clenched tightly, anger filled his eyes as he glared at the white jade floorboards, imagining them to be Master Yuanyu's face, wishing he could burn a big hole through them with his stare. Feng Zhui observed Luo Weichao closely for a long while and gave a slight nod. As for the various happenings from that day, this Taoist cannot recall them yet. In light of this, you will remain by my side until I recover my memories. Then we will speak further. Luo Weichao gripped his hand so hard that his nails dug deep into his palms. What did that mean? Could his memories actually return? Luo Weichao grew anxious. If Master Yuanyu recovered his memories, wouldn't his fabricated lies be exposed? His method of poisoning Master Yuanyu wasn't sophisticated. Back then, it had been revealed almost immediately, nearly costing him his life. Even though no one seemed to remember, and he didn't know why, if Master Yuanyu were to regain his memories and expose his lies, the events of that year would be uncovered easily. After these few days' changes within Saiyu sect, Luo Weichao, even though reluctant, had to admit that despite being dead for 5 years, Master Yuanyu's prestige in Saiyu sect was still far beyond what he could ever attain. If Master Yuanyu were to find out the truth and decide to kill him. No, he refused to die. Luo Weichao was anxiously thinking up a strategy, barely able to eat. Before he could come up with any plan, Grandmaster Yun Mo from Yunyang sect suddenly came alone and attacked Mount Saiyu. No one within Saiyu sect could stop him. Luo Weichao was seized by 2 disciples and dragged towards the main hall, frightened beyond measure, assuming that Master Yuanyu's memory had been restored and now wanted to settle accounts with him. However, upon arriving at the grand reception hall of Saiyu sect, when he saw Grandmaster Yun Mo, he suddenly remembered another thing that he had forgotten. Inside the grand hall, the master of Saiyu sect was locked in a standoff with Grandmaster Yun Mo, his face extremely hard to look at. Seeing Luo Weichao enter, the master spoke angrily, slamming the table so loud it shook heaven and earth. What did you do when you went to Yunyang sect last time? Luo Weichao's body trembled, and immediately put on an expression of innocence and ignorance as he lifted his head, feigning complete ignorance. Yunyang sect? I have indeed visited several times, but every single time I was rejected at the gates. After hearing this, the master breathed a sigh of relief, his expression becoming less tense as he addressed Grandmaster Yun Mo. Master Yun Mo, you've heard him, he never managed to get inside Yunyang sect. How could he have stolen anything of yours? Grandmaster Yun Mo wore a robe of azure blue, towering and handsome, with piercing cold eyes like stars falling upon the earth. He was ethereal and majestic, appearing almost godlike. It was easy to see why Luo Weichao would fall for him at first sight. He slightly raised his eyelids, casting a gaze like a blade over Luo Weichao, his voice colder than ice. Is that so? Are you sure you never set foot in my Yunyang sect? Under Grandmaster Yun Mo's penetrating gaze, Luo Weichao shivered, the rims of his eyes reddening with injustice. I wanted to join Yunyang sect because of my admiration for Grandmaster Yun Mo. Yet you rudely rejected me in public without any mercy. Would I possibly stay shamelessly clinging after such humiliation? That is indeed quite peculiar, said Grandmaster Yun Mo, his handsome face now frosty with icicles of disdain, utterly unmoved by Luo Weichao's apparent submission, his voice as cold as winter. The esteemed Grandmaster lost a treasure which the thief deliberately left behind, a vulgar letter. As he spoke, he flung a letter through the air. The letter landed into the hands of Saiyu sect's master. The master opened the letter, his complexion darkening more and more as he read. Finally, with a great bang, he kicked the leg off the table. Throwing the letter to Luo Weichao, he cast a cold glance. What can you say about this letter? Luo Weichao picked up the letter and scanned it quickly. The handwriting and content were all too familiar, it was the letter he had written himself. His lips twitched uneasily. The item, he had indeed stolen it. At the time, his sole aim was to conquer Grandmaster Yun Mo, knowing this particular treasure was crucial to him, hence Luo Weichao sneaked in to steal it and deliberately left this letter, hoping that Yun Mo would come searching for him willingly. His original plan was perfect, to threaten Grandmaster Yun Mo with the treasure, forcing him to kneel before Luo Weichao and apologize. Wasn't that a desirable outcome? Unfortunately, his carefully devised plan failed due to Master Yuanyu's sudden resurrection, which threw him into a panic and caused him to forget this matter entirely. Now, Grandmaster Yun Mo coming directly to Saiyu sect was totally unexpected for him. A trace of displeasure flashed across Luo Weichao's mind, blaming Grandmaster Yun Mo for disrupting his peace. He clenched his teeth, outright refusing to confess to stealing the item. Forcing calmness, he asserted boldly, I did not steal the item. Moreover, who would be so stupid as to reveal their identity clearly when stealing something? This is clearly the slander against me by the thief. Grandmaster Yun Mo glared down at Luo Weichao with an unforgiving stare. Whether or not you stole the item, a search will prove it. Luo Weichao gripped his fingers tightly, growing more restless under Grandmaster Yun Mo's pressure, nearly unable to keep up his facade, retreating his neck slightly. But very soon, he regained his posture, turning toward the master with red-rimmed eyes full of grievance. Grandmaster Yun Mo shows no reason or propriety at all. We've already clarified that I did not commit the theft, yet you persistently press the issue. Do you treat our Saiyu sect as a place of lawlessness? Chapter 59, Master, Teach the Villainous Disciple a Lesson, 5. The sect leader was glared at by Luo Weichao with red eyes, and for a moment his heart wavered, feeling that Master Yun Mo was indeed being somewhat too forceful. He was just about to say something when there came a sudden announcement from outside, the venerable master has arrived. Startled, the sect leader hurriedly stepped down from the seat of honor. Feng Zhui entered the hall in a travel-worn appearance. His figure was tall and slim, his demeanor refined and gentle, like a piece of exquisite white jade waiting to be polished into its ideal shape. Master Yun Mo's eyes darkened as they landed on Feng Zhui. He had only heard of Master Yuanyu's name, especially the recent buzz about his miraculous resurrection. But he had never seen him in person before. Upon meeting him today, it was truly extraordinary. A ripple of interest surfaced in his otherwise calm eyes. Seeing Feng Zhui arrive, Luo Weichao's face brightened immediately. Since Master Yuanyu had not yet recovered his memory, there was still room to take advantage of the situation. He knelt down at once, tears streaming down his cheeks as he cried out plaintively, Venerable Master, please stand up for your disciple. Master Yun Mo wrongfully accuses me of stealing the great treasure of the Yunyang sect. But how could I possibly have the ability to infiltrate the Yunyang sect? Feng Zhui inwardly snorted derisively. You certainly weren't short on skills, the charm halo of the 10,000 men enrapturing virus is rather large after all. With great composure, he seated himself in the main position. After fully understanding the background of the matter, he spoke softly, the disciples of our Saiyu sect cannot tolerate false accusations. This letter does seem overly deliberate. Does Master Yun Mo have any other evidence? Master Yun Mo's expression momentarily dimmed as he found Feng Zhui's protection of others to be quite glaring. Standing up, he moved forward one step, exuding an overwhelming low-pressure presence. All of the Yunyang sect's treasures have restrictions placed upon them. Once activated, they will instantly self-destruct. But then, who will compensate for the destruction of such valuable items? Master Yun Mo's tone was unpleasant, prompting the leader of the Saiyu sect to step forward eagerly, seeking to resolve the issue well in front of his teacher. He was about to say that Saiyu sect would pay for the damages when another voice sounded first. This voice was clear and warm, akin to a spring breeze gently caressing the face. Of course, the compensation should come from me. Feng Zhui gave a glance at Luo Weichao, whose complexion was gradually turning pale. He wore a half-smile, saying with a touch of mockery, Master Yun Mo, go ahead and destroy it. No matter how precious the item is, I, the Taoist master here, can definitely afford the loss. As he said these last three words, his voice became exceptionally light, almost whispering intimate endearments. His crystal-clear eyes seemed to soften with a honey-like hue, smiles spreading faintly to his pupils, gleaming with a soft radiance. Master Yun Mo's gaze grew more serious. If so, Master Yuan, you must ensure this promise is fulfilled. After speaking, he quietly chanted an intricate and cryptic restriction spell under his breath. This spell quickly took effect, and soon afterward, a massive sound was heard coming from somewhere within Mount Saiyu. Soon enough, a disciple rushed into the grand hall to report. In response to the sect leader and the venerable master, the object was found to have self-destructed at junior brother Luo Weicao's residence. The face of the Saiyu sect leader alternated between green and white hues, glaring sharply at Luo Weichao. So, it really was him who stole the Yunyang sect's item. What disgrace! It was utterly disgraceful. Luo Weicao's legs turned limp as he staggered back 2 steps. His face contorted for a moment, and he shouted loudly, no. It wasn't me. There must be someone framing me. Venerable master, save me. I didn't steal the item, it must be someone trying to frame me. Clutching tightly onto Feng Zhui's leg, his tearful eyes pleaded, Venerable master, you've said it before, you care for your disciple and wouldn't let me suffer. Upon hearing this, Master Yun Mo glanced at the 2 figures, their close posture catching a flicker of shadow in his eyes. Are these 2, of that kind of relationship? Squinting slightly at Luo Weichao, Feng Zhui looked down on him with a condescending air. In that case, you shall reflect for 3 months at the cliff of repentance and be punished thereafter. This punishment was surprisingly lenient, clearly aiming to sweep the entire matter under the rug. Master Yun Mo frowned in irritation. Is this how your esteemed sect handles the matter? Feng Zhui lifted his gaze toward him, his eyelashes flickering ever so slightly. Regarding Master Yun Mo's demands and compensation. His lips curled faintly as he continued, please accompany me further to discuss this. Only then did Master Yun Mo's expression improve slightly, though still cold, as he followed closely behind Feng Zhui. Walking ahead, Feng Zhui's figure was dignified and elegant. Master Yun Mo's eyes unconsciously landed on his slender waistline, finding it difficult to look away for a brief moment. Master Yuan Yu's dwelling was an extremely secluded palace known as the Falling Petals Palace, located at the most spirit energy abundant spot of the Saiyu sect, a veritable treasure land blessed by geomancy. During the years since Master Yuan Yu's passing, this Falling Petals Palace had been occupied without guilt by Luo Weichao. Feng Zhui's first action upon returning to Saiyu sect was to reclaim the Falling Petals Palace, exiling Luo Weichao to a dilapidated place to live. The palace was named Falling Petals because there was an enormous peach tree inside the hall. This peach tree was nourished by spiritual power and thus bloomed all year round. Its soft pink petals were vibrant, forming what looked like a bright pink cloud of blossoms. In his white robes, Feng Zhui appeared ethereal, as if he could lift someone into his embrace with his gentle aura, so delicate it felt like he would vanish in an instant. Master Yun Mo's Adam's apple moved slightly, the darkness swirling within his gaze. The scenery was beautiful, but so was the man. Master Yun Mo could feel the fierce pounding of his heart through the thin layer of skin over his chest. At one twist of Feng Zhui's movement, flower petals had already settled on his shoulders. Smiling softly under the peach tree, his gaze was as warm as the breeze that made one want to snuggle closer. Is this treasure extremely valuable? Master Yun Mo paused for a moment before nodding. Feng Zhui asked again, how valuable? Is it more valuable than me? Master Yun Mo stiffened entirely, his eyes suddenly turning deep like a bottomless abyss, unreadable. After a long silence, his voice emerged raspy. What do you mean, Master Yuan Yu? Feng Zhui took one step forward at a time, getting closer. Master Yun Mo stood motionless, staring at him. Suddenly, Feng Zhui pounced toward him. Peach blossoms carpeted the ground in pinkish hues beneath them. Lying on the ground, Master Yun Mo still looked bewildered, gazing up at him with his darkened eyes. Feng Jui's lowered eyes roamed over the familiar face slowly. His voice was incredibly low and soft, murmuring, "Do you think it appropriate that I am responsible for explanation and compensation?" Master Yunmo's eyes seemed to spark a dim fire, veins protruding from his temple as he gritted his teeth. "Would it be worth sacrificing yourself for the sake of a disciple?" Feng Jui hadn't expected such a thought from him and chuckled softly after being caught off guard. Then, unexpectedly, he leaned in to kiss Master Yunmo's colorless lips. Master Yunmo froze entirely. Feng Jui thought, "He's cold, just like me." He sighed deeply. "It's my own decision to offer myself, not out of any obligation, just see if you'll accept or not." Master Yunmo was silent for a moment before flipping their positions and holding onto him. As the wind blew, petals fluttered down gently. The world served as their mat. And the pink mist enveloped them like a quilt. Chapter 60, The Taoist Priest, Lesson the Villainous Disciple, 6. The next morning. When the master of Saiyu sect arrived with a group of disciples to pay respects, they discovered someone who shouldn't have been there next to their venerable teacher. Master Yunmo. The master of the sect was astonished. How did Master Yunmo end up with their revered teacher? Could it be that the issues of explanation and compensation weren't fully resolved yesterday? Judging by Master Yunmo's refusal to let go of their teacher, it clearly wasn't resolved. The master pulled Master Yunmo aside quietly. "Saiyu sect can handle the compensation ourselves. We'll mobilize the entire sect to ensure your satisfaction. Please don't bother our venerable teacher in such a manner." Master Yunmo only glanced at him briefly and replied calmly, "No need, the explanations and compensation I've received are satisfactory indeed." The master of Saiyu sect was perplexed. "If you're satisfied, why don't you leave then? Why stay here disturbing our venerable teacher's peace?" Master Yunmo hesitated for a moment, then spoke with hidden meanings, "Though satisfied, it's not enough yet." Enraged at once, the master thought, "This Master Yunmo truly has an insatiable appetite." Unfortunately, the sect was already in the wrong, so despite his anger, he couldn't act upon it. Master Yunmo stayed at Saiyu sect, even residing in Master Yuan Yu's quarters. Of course, something even more private, such as the fact that they were sharing a room, was unknown to everyone yet. Otherwise, the master of Saiyu's sect would have erupted with fury. To explain publicly, Master Yunmo was waiting to complete the collection of compensations offered by Master Yuan Yu before leaving. But how could a Taoist priest reside in another sect's territory? Yunyang sect didn't know what Master Yunmo was thinking, but they found it inappropriate. After all, demanding compensation shouldn't require him staying like this. Was Master Yuan Yu going to run away? Did he really need to stay there guarding him? Yunyang sect tried inviting Master Yunmo back many times, but he turned them all away. Seemingly wherever Feng Jui went, he followed closely, never letting her out of sight. It quickly became a hot topic in the outside world. Daechang's Yunmo was reputed as the untouchable flower of Yunyang sect. Given this situation, it seemed he had become attached to Yuan Yu Daochang, who had returned from the dead in Saiyu sect. Could they be preparing to tie the knot? 3 months later. When Luo Wei Chao was released, his entire person appeared much thinner. He thought that even if he was imprisoned on the cliff of repentance, there would definitely be someone who pitied him and begged for mercy on his behalf. It couldn't have lasted long. But as he waited and waited, all the grass on the cliff of repentance had been plucked by him. And still, no one came to take him away. Thus, he could only seethe with anger and continue waiting. After enduring 3 unbearably boring months on the barren cliff of repentance, upon his release, Luo Wei Chao heard about the news that Daochang Yunmo and Daochang Yuan Yu had married. His whole being practically exploded with rage. Daochang Yunmo and Daochang Yuan Yu, how could these two end up together? His face twisted in terror. Ever since Daochang Yuan Yu's resurrection, his life has never been the same again. Those elder brothers and juniors who once claimed their admiration for him now have eyes only for Yuan Yu Daochang. There's no longer any place for him. A voice kept tempting him in his heart, maybe, if Yuan Yu were killed one more time, everything would go back to normal. Would it? Of course it would. Luo Wei Chao tightened his fists, his eyes darkening. If he could kill Yuan Yu Daochang once, why couldn't he do it again? Once this wicked thought started, it spiraled out of control. Luo Wei Chao shifted his gaze to a lowly servant who was sweeping nearby. The servant, dirty and smelly. There was deep disdain in his eyes as he was about to leave, when suddenly a plan formed in his mind. This plan excited him greatly, causing him to clench his fists tightly. This time, he would not only kill Yuan Yu Daochang but also make him humiliated throughout the land. Even though Luo Wei Chao had a plan, because Yunmo Daochang always stuck close to Yuan Yu Daochang like conjoined twins, he could find no chance to strike. He was furious, every time seeing the gentle expression on Yunmo Daochang's face towards Yuan Yu Daochang, he wished he could crush his teeth. Yunmo Daochang had been bewitched by the despicable Yuan Yu Daochang. His decision was right, he must kill Yuan Yu Daochang, only then could he save Yunmo Daochang and those others misled by Yuan Yu Daochang. Luo Wei Chao endured patiently, waited and waited until, finally, an opportunity presented itself. The sword-testing ceremony hosted by Yunyang sect was about to begin, yet Yunyang sect's most powerful disciple, Daochang Yunmo, still lingered at Mount Saiyu, unwilling to return to his sect. Yunyang sect needed Daochang Yunmo to preside over the event. The sect leader was anxious like ants on a hot pot, frequently sending people to Sayu Mountain to urge their Daochang to return. But their Daochang held tightly onto the fragrant, tender form of Feng Shui from another sect, having no intention of going back. As such, the leader of Yunyang sect, along with his family, moved into Sayu sect and harassed his Daochang dozens of times a day. This frequent harassment interrupted many good moments for Yunmo Daochang. Eventually, he opened his mouth, agreeing to return to his sect. The leader of Yunyang sect cried with joy and quickly led his group back. Yunmo Daochang originally intended to bring Feng Shui with him back to Yunyang sect. But Feng Shui, noticing that Luo Weichao had secretly schemed several small plots and wanted to watch some drama, shook his head ruthlessly and declined. Having been rejected, Yunmo Daochang reluctantly left Feng Shui behind, glancing back every few steps before departing. Luo Weichao had been anxiously awaiting this moment, and finally, Yunmo Daochang had left. He was extremely excited. At last, an opportunity had arrived. He dissolved the prepared poison into the tea water meant for Yuan Yu Daochang, grinning maliciously. When delivering the tea water into the study, Luo Weichao's excitement caused his hands to tremble. He would let this respected ancestor of Sayu sect be ridiculed and despised by the entire world, even after death. Without Yuan Yu Daochang, everything would return to normal, and he would once again be the favorite of the entire sect. Feng Shui was crouched on the shore, writing a letter to Yunmo Daochang, seemingly paying no attention to him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart and the trembling of his hands, Luo Weichao deliberately filled the cup completely and placed it beside Feng Shui. Feng Shui paused with his pen, looking up at him, furrowing his brows slightly. Didn't I say already that no one is allowed into my study? Luo Weichao gritted his teeth and lowered his head. This is the new tea that the sect leader just sent over, and I wanted our venerable ancestor to taste it. I forgot your instructions for a moment, and next time I will definitely be more careful. Humph, next time. There won't be a next time. Just wait for my big surprise. Feng Shui glanced at the cup of tea, picked it up, smelled it, and then slowly put it down under Luo Weichao's expectant gaze. He gave a light and said indifferently, don't let it happen again. You may go now. Chapter 61, The Daochang Returns, Humiliating the Wicked Disciple, 7. Luo Weichao was somewhat reluctant, afraid that Feng Shui might not drink it, so he deliberately emphasized, I heard from the disciple who delivered the tea that this tea is produced within the boundaries of Yunyang sect, and even Daochang Yunmo likes it. Our venerable ancestor must surely like it too. Feng Shui's lips curved slightly upward. This person wasn't completely stupid, knowing to mention Yunmo Daochang, making him curious enough to drink the tea offered by Luo Weichao. He gently touched the rim of the cup with his fingers. Is that so? Daochang Yunmo also likes it. Then I really should give it a try. He picked up the teacup and skimmed off the floating tea foam. Luo Weichao snickered inwardly, drink up. Soon, you'll get my big surprise. He stepped out of the study but didn't go far, always keeping an eye on the situation inside. In the study, after seeing Luo Weichao leave, Feng Shui directly poured the tea out of the window. He shook his head. The original host had already suffered from drinking such poisoned tea once. Was he going to repeat the same mistake? Luo Weichao waited outside, but the room remained silent. It wasn't until evening when the door to the study finally opened. Feng Shui came out looking perfectly normal. Luo Weichao furrowed his brows. Did he not drink the tea? Impossible. He had deliberately mentioned Yunmo Daochang, so Yuan Yu Daochang wouldn't have missed it. Could the poison be ineffective? Luo Weichao clenched his teeth. That poison was specially bought from the demon clan, no one with deep cultivation could resist it. Unless, the demon clan sold him fake poison. After Feng Shui left, Luo Weichao became increasingly agitated, unable to figure out what went wrong. He simply sneaked back into Feng Shui's study to inspect the remaining tea. Almost half a pot of tea was gone. Could it be that the drug was fake? His face twisted as he refused to believe in evil and, driven by an impulse, poured himself a cup of tea, gulping it down. In an instant, his entire body turned red. The teacup fell to the ground as Luo Weichao collapsed weakly, feeling as if he were being roasted over a fire. What is happening here? His consciousness grew increasingly blurred, urgently needing something. So uncomfortable. Not long after, Dedong and Shifeng entered the room. Since they had brought Feng Shui back to Sayu sect, they stayed close by serving him. Their main task was to monitor Luo Weichao. Every word and action of Luo Weichao's was watched by them, and they reported to Feng Shui on schedule. Hey, what a fool, drinking his own poison. That saves us some effort. Muttering these words, they threw Luo Weichao outside the hall and found a whistle from his body. The whistle sound was the prearranged signal between Luo Weichao and others. As the sharp whistle pierced the sky, several lowly servants waiting nearby revealed ecstatic expressions on their faces. That young Daochang had told them that there was a senior Daochang in this hall whom they could treat as they pleased. He would give them one night's time, as long as they managed to torture the senior Daochang to death, he would help them escape and reward them generously. With lecherous grins on their faces, those few servants thought it would be thrilling to watch the senior Daochang die at their hands. The sound of the whistle meant they could immediately enter the hall. As they laughed wickedly and moved forward, they saw the small Dao Chang lying sprawled out on the cobblestone ground outside the hall. The small Dao Chang, flushed and vulnerable, was thrashing uncontrollably. The group of servants stared in shock, forgetting everything else, and swarmed toward him en masse. They cared not whether it was a grand Dao Chang or a minor one, they weren't picky. At dawn, as usual, the sect leader of Sayu's sect led his disciples to pay respects to the venerable master. From afar, they saw a crowd entangled on the smooth surface of the stone platform outside the hall, emitting unspeakably vulgar sounds that echoed through the clouds. Everyone's expression changed abruptly. The master of Sayu's sect almost lost his footing, his face changing expressions. He immediately shouted loudly, "Who's there?" A group of ugly laborers woke up suddenly, tumbling down the steps in panic and kneeling down to beg for mercy. "It wasn't our idea, it was little Dao Chang who forced us to come. It was little Dao Chang who wouldn't leave us alone, please spare us, master." The sect master's expression turned extremely grim. A disciple stepped forward to check on Luo Wei Chao, feeding him a pill. Soon, Luo Wei Chao regained consciousness. For a moment, he looked bewildered, then felt the discomfort in his body. He looked down at himself. His clothes were barely covering him. Luo Wei Chao let out a sudden scream. What had happened? After being dazed for a while, he began to howl wildly, "It's Dao Chang Yuan Yu. It must be him. He knew about my past poisoning attempt. He definitely knows, he's getting revenge." His voice was so loud that it carried far, and anyone who heard it couldn't help but change their expressions dramatically. The master of Sayu's sect was instantly chilled by his words, as a dull pain shot through his head, bringing back memories long buried in his mind. 5 years ago, his master had died from poison, and the culprit he had discovered, wasn't it Luo Wei Chao? He remembered that he had issued an execution order for Luo Wei Chao back then, but afterward. His legs went limp momentarily as he struggled to believe the memory surging back. What happened after? How could it be that he became inexplicably fond of Luo Wei Chao, not only sparing his life but taking him as a personal disciple? Not just that, he even believed the nonsense Luo Wei Chao spouted, that his master had poisoned himself out of unrequited love. Absurd. This was utterly absurd. The master's heart quivered. Taking a deep breath, he said coldly, "Seducing creature. Someone, lock this demon away in the dungeon and execute it tomorrow." In less than half a day, Luo Wei Chao's mad actions had already spread throughout the entire Sayu sect. Feng Jui walked through the bamboo grove trail toward the dungeon. Dark and lightless, the dungeon reeked of dampness and a heavy stench of blood. Feng Jui silently entered Luo Wei Chao's cell, wiped off the 10,000 charmer virus, carefully cleaned his fingertips with a handkerchief, and left. The next day, in full view of everyone, Luo Wei Chao was beheaded and his head displayed. In the Yunyang sect, at Dao Chang Yunmo's residence. After discussing the rules of the sword trial competition with the sect elders, as soon as Dao Chang Yunmo entered his room, his expression turned cold. Someone had been in his room. The blue silk bed curtain was also drawn down. Somebody had climbed into his bed. How audacious. He quickly strode over and fiercely lifted the curtain. Feng Jui was lying on the inner side of the bed, her dark hair splayed all around, eyes tightly closed. Apparently exhausted. Dao Chang Yunmo's expression softened immediately, his gaze filled with profound affection. He also took off his coat and quietly lay down on the bed. The sleeping Feng Jui was gathered into his embrace, gently kissing his eyelids. On the day of Yunyang sect's sword trial competition, both Dao Chang Yunmo and Dao Chang Yuanyu appeared, holding hands. Witnesses who were there confirmed that Dao Chang Yunmo's face expressed pure satisfaction. Marrying Dao Chang Yuanyu as his spouse, would anyone not feel accomplished? Chapter 62, Winter Days in the Southern City, 1. Southern City, in the depths of winter, biting winds cut through the air. Eastern campus of Southern City University. A tall young man dressed in a black down jacket walked out of the school gate, eyes glued to the navigation on his phone, hailing a taxi to reach the old district of Southern City. Due to the booming economy of the new district, the old district had become a forgotten place in Southern City, plagued by poor security and chaotic conditions. As the young man walked into the old district, passing by an alley entrance, someone suddenly covered his mouth and dragged him into the alley. Soon enough, sounds of punching and kicking echoed from deep within the alley, dust billowing out, mixed with vulgar curses. "Damn it, beat this pale-ass boy to death for me. Big brother, are we really going to kill him? What did he do to piss off my little darling? My darling doesn't want to see him at school, so he better disappear forever." An unknown amount of time passed, then the commotion in the alley subsided. A group of people walked out. The leader was a burly man with a scarred face, his body adorned with dark tattoos. His thick arms held a blood-stained knife backwards in his hand. Spitting out the cigarette but from his mouth, the scar-faced man frowned at the blood on the blade and said, "Damn, he's pretty durable, Skinny. Clean it up properly." The thin man standing last, who had been called Skinny, was as skinny as a beanpole. He quickly responded, "Big brother, don't worry, I'll definitely handle it well and leave no traces." The scar-faced man nodded, leading the group away while leaving Skinny to clean up. Skinny looked down at the body on the ground that had already drawn its last breath, frowning in disgust. "These people are too much. Leaving me alone to deal with the aftermath, what bad luck. As he dragged the body towards the minivan parked at the end of the alley, he muttered under his breath, retribution has its source. I didn't lay a hand on him, so why did you anger our big brother's beloved darling? When he finally tossed the body into the back seat of the van, Skinny froze for a moment before slapping his forehead. Not thinking straight, I should have thrown him into the trunk. He clicked his tongue. Alright, I'll just wash the car after this. With a loud bang, the van door shut, causing the old vehicle to shudder momentarily. Getting inside, Skinny lit a cigarette and thought about where to bury the body. The minivan meandered through several streets. As they passed by a commercial street, Skinny suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Glancing upward, he caught the gaze of an open pair of eyes through the rearview mirror. Those black and cold pupils exuded a chilling demeanor, with specks of blood staining the eyelids that now dripped down onto the lashes. The man stared silently at him. Startled, Skinny's hand trembled as he slammed his foot down on the brake. The minivan screeched to a halt and Skinny screamed, "Ghost," before running off like the wind blowing through a beanpole. Only after running a long way did Skinny stop to think, it was probably just the person pretending to be dead to trick them. Seething with anger, Skinny decided to go back. Damn, scaring me like that, this time I'm really going to kill him. But when he returned to the van, the body was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only some bloodstains. At Qianyu Mall on the commercial street, Feng Jui let the system treat his wounds before entering the mall. He was disheveled, his coat long gone, and his dusty hoodie covering various smudges. There was a faint stab wound below his chest, although completely healed, the stain still reddened the fabric. The security guard outside eyed him suspiciously. Feng Jui entered a restroom and began washing the dirt from his face. Due to the host's instinct to protect his head, his face remained relatively unscathed. After cleaning off the dust, his features emerged, remarkably clean and handsome. His delicate and defined facial structure was stunning, his eyebrows and eyes like art, his skin pale white, a face nearly indistinguishable between male and female. Like a rose moistened by water droplets, fresh and alluring. Suddenly sensing movement behind him, Feng Jui shifted his gaze to the figure reflected in the mirror. The man stood tall and imposing, dressed in an expensive black overcoat, towering at an estimated 6'3" with a striking appearance. His narrow Danfang-like eyes seemed as deep as the sea. Feng Jui's eyes lingered on the man's face for a moment, curving softly as if stars fell within his irises. Just for an instant, then he lowered his head again. The man approached gracefully, stopping beside Feng Jui to wash his hands. The scent of men's cologne faintly filled the air. Feng Jui scooped a handful of water to rinse the stains from his neck. In the mirror, his slender neck appeared beautifully exposed after being washed, akin to a swan tilting its head, his impossibly fair skin resembling freshly fallen snow, almost irresistible to melt into liquid. The man's gaze couldn't help but follow, lingering on Feng Jui's tiny, moving Adam's apple as he tilted his head slightly upwards. That fiery gaze gradually moved upward, from the throat, past the elegant jawline, and finally settled on the pure yet alluring face. This face. The man hesitated for a moment, seemingly remembering something. His expression darkened, and he suddenly spoke, his voice firm and resolute, Feng Jui. With excellent memory, a face seen even once wouldn't be forgotten, even if it were just from a photograph. His voice was rich and magnetic, radiating an aura of maturity. Feng Jui raised his head, meeting the man's gaze in the mirror. After wiping the water droplets from his face, his voice rasped, "Who might you be?" Through the reflection, the man boldly traced Feng Jui's beautiful brows and eyes, a faint smile curling his lips. "You may not recognize me, but I know you, you're Lu Er's ex-boyfriend. When he was dating, he showed me all your information, including pictures." He wiped his hands carefully and extended his large, well-defined hand towards Feng Jui. His thin lips parted slightly as he introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. Hello, I'm Lu Qianyu, Lu Er's older brother." Lu Qianyu, the current CEO of Qianyu Group. The large shopping mall where Feng Jui was currently located happened to be one of the chain malls under the Qianyu Group. Moreover, Lu Qianyu was also the older brother of her previous boyfriend's ex. Feng Jui paused for a moment, then wiped her hands with a paper towel before shaking his hand briefly. "Hello, but Lu Er cheated on me during our relationship, so I've already broken up with him." A ripple appeared in Lu Qianyu's eyes. Of course, he knew about this matter. When Lu Er had started dating someone new, he hadn't failed to show him all the new boyfriend's information, including pictures. After all, Lu Er was the second young master of Qianyu Group, and many people with ill intentions sought to approach him. However, Lu Qianyu looked at the vibrant features of Feng Jui's face, blooming like a flower, and couldn't help but feel that his half-brother seemed quite sick. Giving up a pearl for a mere sesame seed. The man nodded slightly. "Yes, I know about it, I apologize." A water droplet slid down along a strand of hair, landing on his thick lashes, shining like a crystal tear. Feng Jui blinked her long eyelashes. "Are you apologizing on behalf of Lu Er?" The man shook his head. "I am not apologizing for him. He should bear his own mistakes. I am merely apologizing for my own abruptness." Chapter 63, Southern City Winter, 2. Lu Qianyu glanced downward unintentionally and only then noticed the large bloodstain on Feng Jui's chest. His gentle expression turned instantly serious as he furrowed his brows. You're injured. Feng Zhui glanced down at the clothes on her chest, now stained with large patches of blood. Thanks to the system's healing ability, her wounds were completely gone, though this bloodstain still looked rather frightening. She remained silent for 3 seconds before shaking her head. It's fine. Indeed, it was fine now. The system had already healed her injuries, it was just the sight of the bloodstains that was unsettling. That 3-second silence made the man suspect something wasn't quite simple, yet he didn't probe further. Looking at Feng Zhui's beautiful face, like a rose covered in dew, he pulled out a grey silk handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. With an unintentional tone of comfort, his voice asked, Do you need to go to the hospital? Feng Zhui took his silk handkerchief and wiped the water off her face, catching the scent lingering around the man's body from the nose tip. Her fingertips brushed the handkerchief twice before declining his kindness. Lu Qianyu did not insist, if not going to the hospital, there's a shower in my break room. Would you like to use it? Feng Zhui looked at her disheveled reflection in the mirror and caught Lu Qianyu's dark eyes gazing back. She managed a slight tug at the corners of her mouth. Was she, the former boyfriend of his younger brother, being invited into his private break room to take a shower? Feng Zhui chuckled softly, this time not refusing his offer, then thank you. Following Lu Qianyu to his break room, she showered and changed into new clothes he had prepared for her. She even enjoyed a meal with him. After dinner, Lu Qianyu, concerned, personally drove her back to Nanqing University. Because of traffic jams, by the time Feng Zhui returned to her dormitory, it was late at night. Everyone else in the dormitory had already fallen asleep. Feng Zhui silently unlocked the door, slipping soundlessly into her bed like a ghost. In the darkness, she tilted her face slightly, her gaze falling on the opposite bed. A faint smirk curled at the corner of her lips. The next day, Feng Zhui was awakened by the sudden ringing of a phone alarm. She turned off the alarm, rubbing her temples as she pulled back half the blanket and sat up on the bed. On the opposite bed, another person had also been awoken by her alarm, sitting up while grumbling irritably, so loud. When they raised their head, they saw Feng Zhui. An unexpected short scream abruptly escaped, immediately swallowed by its owner. Feng Zhui lifted her eyes to look. The person on the opposite bed had an ordinary appearance, freshly woken up with tousled hair. Their narrow eyes were hazy and lacked vitality, struggling to open wide in disbelief as they stared at Feng Zhui. This person was Xia Xing, the target of the world's 10,000 charm virus invasion. Feng Zhui arched an eyebrow, asking mockingly, what's wrong? Xia Xing, looking at his face prettier than any star, was overwhelmed by jealousy and disdain. He averted his gaze, bit his lips, got off the bed with some agitation, making quite a noise in the process. It was early winter morning, and through the window after pulling back the curtains, white mist stretched endlessly outside. The 4-person dormitory was quickly awakened by Xia Xing's irritated movements, prompting one of the roommates to grumble angrily, Are you in such a rush to die this early morning? What's with all the racket? Xia Xing, who had just picked up his water cup to drink, looked somewhat displeased upon hearing the complaint. Suddenly, he hurled the cup at the person who spoke. Holy shit! Struck by the cup, that person angrily threw off their blanket and sat up in bed, revealing a well-built chest. His handsome face was smeared with water, eyes blazing with fury as he pointed an accusing finger at Xia Xing ready to curse. However, when he clearly saw it was Xia Xing standing there, his anger subsided instantly, replaced instead with a fanatical expression, oh, it was Xia who threw the cup. Wow, no wonder it smells so good. Is this a gift from Xia? As he spoke, he picked up the cup that hit him and cradled it in his arms, treating it like a treasured possession. Lifting his chin slightly, Xia Xing seemed more pleased under the fervent gaze directed at him, though he still let out a delicate sniff through gritted teeth, Lu Er, how disgusting you are. Lu Er simply gazed at him with adoration, flashing a mischievous smile. Turning his head, Xia Xing's eyes glinted with a triumphant look as he provocatively glanced towards Feng Zhui. As for Feng Zhui, he appeared engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to the interaction between Xia Xing and Lu Er. Furrowing his brows, Xia Xing felt uneasy. Seeing Feng Zhui return intact to the dorm without a single scratch on him made Xia Xing feel deeply dissatisfied. Unhappy himself, he decided to stir up some trouble to make Feng Zhui unhappy too. After all, Lu Er used to be Feng Zhui's boyfriend, but now he was Xia Xing's boyfriend. He wanted Feng Zhui to see how much Lu Er loved him. Leaning against the edge of Lu Er's bed, Xia Xing coyly requested in a soft voice, Lu Er, I'm hungry. Can you go buy me some food? Charmed by Xia Xing's sweet tone, Lu Er promptly climbed out of bed, pulled on a random set of clothes, and wrapped an arm around Xia Xing's neck before planting a kiss, wait for me, bro. I'll go get your breakfast right away. Feeling immensely satisfied, Xia Xing adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and cast another glance at Feng Zhui, his gaze filled with mockery and provocation. Look, your ex-boyfriend never bought you breakfast, did he? No matter how popular you are in the art department, you can't hold a candle to me when it comes to charm. Still, Feng Zhui showed no reaction, turned off his phone, and lay back down. Xia Xing stomped his foot in irritation, feeling like a mere clown whose antics were being ignored. Xia Xing was an utterly unremarkable individual. Besides suffering from severe myopia, he wore thick glasses every day that resembled beer bottle bottoms. In the university setting, he was someone who would easily fade into the background. On the contrary, the previous tenant of this body was exceptional because of his striking appearance and was considered a campus celebrity, even crowned a leading figure in the art department of Nanjing University. Ever since Xia Xing met the original tenant during their first encounter, he harbored resentment due to the fact that the other didn't eat the food he brought from his hometown. He felt the original tenant looked down on him. Meanwhile, Lu Er, with his dashing good looks, not only sampled Xia Xing's food but also warmly engaged in conversation with him, dissipating Xia Xing's initial unease in the unfamiliar environment. From that day onward, Xia Xing began disliking the original tenant while secretly pining for Lu Er. The original tenant and Lu Er were homosexual lovers. Upon learning about their relationship, Xia Xing became overwhelmingly jealous of the original tenant receiving Lu Er's affection, even though he could still chat with Lu Er occasionally, yet it wasn't the same. Lu Er would spend entire days chatting with the original tenant via video calls, holding hands, embracing, and staying close all the time, things he would never do with Xia Xing as a roommate. Even if Lu Er invited Xia Xing to play games, they wouldn't last more than 2 rounds, but with the original tenant, they could game endlessly throughout the day. In Lu Er's mind, the line between lovers and roommates was unmistakably clear. Born into privilege and wealth, dressed impeccably in designer brands, Lu Er was a sports student who often emerged from showers flaunting his enticing 8-pack abs. Xia Xing's desire for Lu Er grew stronger, and correspondingly, his jealousy toward the original tenant deepened. He always pondered, if it weren't for the original tenant, perhaps Lu Er would have fallen for him. It seemed to him that the original tenant had stolen the Lu Er that rightfully belonged to him, so he devised a plan to snatch Lu Er over and started sowing discord between Lu Er and the original tenant. Just then, coincidentally, Xia Xing got infected with the 10,000 charm virus. Without expending much effort, merely leveraging clumsy, transparent lies and manipulation, Xia Xing successfully drove a wedge between Lu Er and the original tenant. Chapter 64, Southern City Winter, 3. In the original world storyline, the main character and Lu Er were supposed to be a pair of determined lovers who would spend their entire lives together. However, due to Xia Xing's deliberate provocations, their relationship faced a significant crisis. Even before they broke up, Lu Er became irrevocably infatuated with Xia Xing. With the charm virus aura around him, Xia Xing, despite having an average appearance, appeared as the most beautiful person in the world to Lu Er, exuding allure that almost made him unable to look away. Lu Er couldn't control his gaze, the eyes that originally only focused on the main character now turned toward Xia Xing. And Xia Xing soon realized the change in Lu Er's attitude toward him. He began deliberately getting closer to Lu Er, whose resistance crumbled under Xia Xing's intentional seduction. The two quickly conspired behind the main character's back. Not until the main character's birthday did he return home to find them together, resulting in a final rift between him and Lu Er. Lu Er showed no remorse for his infidelity during their romance. In fact, right in front of the main character, he crazily denigrated him, saying he was inferior to Xia Xing. He then broke up with the main character and immediately started dating Xia Xing. They went from secretly seeing each other behind the main character's back to flaunting their relationship openly. Devastated, the main character moved out of the dormitory and rented a place outside. After driving the main character away, Xia Xing enjoyed a period of close intimacy with Lu Er. During this time, he noticed many people who previously had no connection with him suddenly going out of their way to flatter him and show unwavering enthusiasm. He started becoming popular, admired by countless people whose eyes all held a similar fascination, just like Lu Er's. Among them were even many men who could be considered campus heartthrobs. Xia Xing was ecstatic about this newfound attention. Never before had he tasted what it was like to be the center of a crowd, especially being pursued by a group of excellent men. Once experiencing it, he became deeply ensnared in this feeling. While maintaining his relationship with Lu Er, Xia Xing never rejected any of these men who willingly came onto him, effectively covering Lu Er's head with a vast, lush meadow. As his life took a dramatic turn, Xia Xing received admiration from many but always harbored jealousy towards the main character. Because the main character owned a face that Xia Xing could never have in his lifetime. He wouldn't admit it openly, but Xia Xing envied that flawless face. His envy translated into intense jealousy. He feared that one day Lu Er would go back to the main character. He wanted the main character to vanish forever, never appearing in front of him and Lu Er again. To achieve this goal, he actively sought out a mafia boss in the old district. The old district was chaotic, and Xia Xing originated from there, knowing its ins and outs thoroughly. Initially, he was somewhat afraid, even regretting his decision when he saw the scarred man's face. But unexpectedly, this man also fell in love with him, nearly doing everything Xia Xing asked. This scarred man wielded some power in the old district, having committed plenty of secret crimes like robbery and murder, representing something Xia Xing once feared the most. Now, this very existence circled around him like a dog, treating him as his master. With the scarred man's help, Xia Xing decided to take action against the main character. He also manipulated the main character's best friend, luring him into the old district. There, the main character was beaten to death by the scarred man and a group of his minions. Upon likely receiving news from the scarred man, Xia Xing assumed the main character had been eliminated, explaining his shock at seeing Fang Zhuyi early that morning. The dormitory door was forcefully pushed open. Lu Er carried a full load of breakfast in both hands, so much so that he practically packed nearly every type of breakfast available from the dining hall. Xia Xing sat on the chair, haughty like an emperor, requiring no action on his part as Lu Er tidied the messy table for him. He carefully unpacked the breakfast and arranged it in front of Xia Xing, earnestly saying, "Honey, hurry up and eat. I've almost brought the entire dining hall for you." Xia Xing found Lu Er's devotion gratifying, throwing him a flirtatious glance, though with thick glasses in the way, Lu Er didn't notice. It was at this moment that Fang Zhuyi got out of bed. He was heading to the bathroom and, upon stepping down from the bed, lost his balance, crashing into a table behind him and making a loud noise. Xia Xing and Lu Er were engrossed in their affectionate moment and were annoyed by this interruption. Xia Xing slammed down his chopsticks heavily, crossed his arms, and pouted as he complained, "Too noisy. How am I supposed to eat like this?" Lu Er's expression darkened too. Dissatisfied, he turned to Fang Zhuyi and criticized him, "What is your problem?" Fang Zhuyi paused, then lifted his head. Staring directly at the face that was so beautiful it defied gender, Lu Er felt a sudden throb of pain in his head. This abrupt pain brought him some clarity. He looked at Fang Zhuyi, opened his mouth, but for a moment found no words coming out. Fang Zhuyi glanced coldly at him, then without saying anything, bent down. He could only find one slipper, the other had disappeared somewhere. Instinctively, Lu Er stood up and walked a few steps to find the missing slipper by the cabinet and silently placed it near Fang Zhuyi's feet. On the other side of the room, Xia Xing watched incredulously as Lu Er's actions unfolded. He widened his lackluster eyes in shock, his voice sharp and alarming, "Lu Er. What are you doing?" Lu Er snapped back into reality after being startled by Xia Xing's sharp cry. Frowning, he suddenly decided he no longer wanted to deal with Xia Xing. As he stood up from the floor, Xia Xing, now furious, jumped up and started hitting Lu Er's back, his voice laced with anger, "Lu Er. I'm your boyfriend. Why are you looking at this lowlife? How am I worse than him?" A surge of rage spread through Lu Er's veins. The veins on his forehead popped as if he'd been tainted by something dirty, causing unbearable irritation. He almost roared, harshly scolding Xia Xing, "Shut your mouth." Xia Xing stared at him in disbelief, his face slightly contorted, "Lu Er, have you gone mad? You dare talk to me like that?" Watching Xia Xing's frantic and ugly expression, Lu Er suddenly felt an even sharper headache. His mind went hazy, how did things end up like this? How did he end up together with Xia Xing? Xia Xing's tears began flowing, fearing what he dreaded most, Lu Er is about to be stolen away by this vile person again. With a hateful glare towards Fang Zhuyi, Xia Xing snarled, "You dare take my boyfriend away, wait until I punish you later. I will never let you go." After throwing these threats, he turned around and ran off. He needed to rush into the arms of his backups, he was heartbroken and needed their comfort. Once Xia Xing left, an oppressive silence enveloped the dormitory. Having witnessed the entire farce, Fang Zhuyi's purpose for returning to the dormitory had been achieved. He attempted to leave, ignoring Lu Er, but Lu Er grabbed his arm. Chapter 65, Winter in Southern City, 4. Lu Er gripped Fang Zhuyi's arm so tightly that pain began to radiate from it. Fang Zhuyi frowned. Lu Er looked closely at his facial features, his gaze seemingly filled with pain. His voice rasped, "So? Now you won't even speak a word to me?" Fang Zhuyi chuckled lightly, finding it amusing, "What is there to say between me and a despicable man like you? Instead, remember that you owe me an apology for the great gift you gave me on my birthday." Hearing these words, Lu Er's brain seemed to explode as if burned by them, and he abruptly released Fang Zhuyi's arm in shock. On that birthday. Disturbing images flooded his mind, leaving Lu Er feeling nauseated. Looking at Fang Zhuyi's cold demeanor toward him, his pitch-black eyes were brimming with utter disdain. Disdain. Lu Er clenched his teeth, unwilling to fully accept that he had made mistakes. "I just got fooled by Xia Xing. But why would I fall for someone like Xia Xing unless it's because of your unfitness as a boyfriend?" Lu Er's words were unfiltered, hastily trying to blame his own errors entirely on Fang Zhuyi. Lowering his eyes, Fang Zhuyi laughed mockingly, "So, everything is my fault." Biting his teeth, Lu Er tightened his fists and stepped closer to Fang Zhuyi, "Isn't it? We've been dating for over a year, and the closest thing we've done is hug each other. Not even a kiss has happened. Sometimes I doubt if you truly love me at all." Fang Zhuyi pushed him away forcefully, surprising Lu Er, who despite being tall and muscular didn't expect such strength. He lost his balance and crashed into the cabinet behind him, producing a loud clang. Fang Zhuyi said coldly, "Sorry, but you're blocking my way." He paused, adding sarcastically, "And yes, you're right, I don't love you." Fang Zhuyi quickly slipped on a long down jacket, not bothering to change his shoes, and rushed out of the dormitory like a gust of wind, as if he couldn't bear to stay another second. He didn't give Lu Er a second glance. Lu Er watched in disarray as Fang Zhuyi left, clutching his throbbing head while squatting down in agony. He felt something precious had already slipped away from him. Fang Zhuyi walked towards the house that the original tenant had rented. It wasn't too far, about a 20-minute walk. The cold wind howled, and people bustled on the street. Fang Zhuyi, wearing slippers, slowly strolled down the sidewalk. Behind him, several sharp honks of car horns rang out. Feng Zhuyi turned his head to see a luxury car slowly pulling over to the curb. The door opened, revealing a tall and handsome man stepping out. He wore a gray cashmere coat with a silver-rimmed glasses, giving him an air of gentleness. Lu Qianyu quickly approached, his voice soft. What a coincidence, we meet again. Feng Zhuyi curved his eyes slightly, his tone laden with meaning. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. Lu Qianyu bent down and frowned as he looked at the slippers on Feng Zhuyi's feet. Why don't you change your shoes? Feng Zhuyi moved his foot slightly. These slippers were actually a bit large for him, with every movement, half of his toes peeked out. The pupils under Lu Qianyu's glasses darkened instantly. Dissatisfied, he said, on such a cold day, why aren't you wearing socks? Feng Zhuyi shoved his hands into his pockets, confident and straightforward. I forgot. Lu Qianyu chuckled softly, shaking his head. You don't take care of yourself well enough. Get in the car first. It was indeed freezing. Feng Zhuyi felt the cold wind rushing down his neck. Without hesitation, he walked to the flashy luxury car and sat in the passenger seat. Lu Qianyu turned up the air conditioning in the car a few degrees and asked Feng Zhuyi to wait for a moment before he left. Not long after, Lu Qianyu returned to the car, carrying with him a red plastic bag, exuding a chill from the outside. Inside the bag was a pair of fluffy socks printed with cute little cats. You. Feng Zhuyi lost his words for a moment. Lu Qianyu raised his gaze seriously. Your feet. Realizing Lu Qianyu intended to put the socks on for him, Feng Zhuyi hesitated for a moment and then lifted his foot. His feet were extraordinarily beautiful, translucent jade-like skin with a graceful curve in the arch. Lu Qianyu paused his gaze on his feet briefly before carefully picking up his foot and slipping the socks on. At the end, he couldn't help but give one more reminder, chilled feet can lead to significant harm, so remember to always wear socks. Feng Zhuyi looked at the warm expression on his face, as if he were a parent raising a child. He pulled back his foot intentionally. So what if I forget next time? Lu Qianyu leaned closer, narrowing the distance between them, close enough to feel each other's warm breath. The man stared deeply into his beautiful eyes and extended his hand, his voice slightly hoarse and laced with something hidden. Give me your phone. Feng Zhuyi handed over his phone, watching him expectantly. Lu Qianyu bent down, gently tapping away on the screen before showing it to him. This is my phone number. Contact me anytime you need anything. Feng Zhuyi glanced at the screen and noticed the note next to the long string of digits, suitor. Since the latest fallout in the dormitory, Lu Er stopped acknowledging Xia Xing and started relentlessly pursuing Feng Zhuyi once again, following him around everywhere. Xia Xing saw all of this and angrily spread rumors that it was Feng Zhuyi who stole his boyfriend. Feng Zhuyi paid no attention to his rants and instead browsed through the accounts the system found, listing all of Xia Xing's social media profiles. Flipping through them, he came across some particularly interesting information. He couldn't help but whistle approvingly. Such a vast green prairie. Turning to the system, he suggested, find a good time to disclose this account to the public. Because Feng Zhuyi didn't stay in the dormitory, Lu Er often waited for him at the classroom. Sometimes he would be caught by Lu Er directly under everyone's watchful eyes. Valuing face, Lu Er didn't want to lower himself but insisted stubbornly, demanding Feng Zhuyi forgive him. Each time, Feng Zhuyi would roll his eyes and not bother wasting his words, instead throwing him over his shoulder in a quick toss. After being tossed several times, Lu Er finally felt too embarrassed to continue and changed tactics, secretly stalking Feng Zhuyi instead. Through his tracking, Lu Er discovered the rental house where Feng Zhuyi stayed outside campus. The next day, Lu Er arrived early with a huge bouquet of roses and blocked him outside Feng Zhuyi's residential neighborhood. Feng Zhuyi immediately froze at the sight of him, asking, why are you here instead of cuddling with your beloved Xia Xia? Why keep bothering me? Lu Er's eyes held a faint blackness, showing signs of exhaustion. Darkening his gaze further, there was an undertone of madness. You're jealous, right? You do care about me, right? I knew it. Your claims of not loving me are lies. How could you possibly not love me? Feng Zhuyi looked at him and said coolly, you're insane. I'm not insane. Lu Er almost growled, his eyes rims turning red, showing a deranged look. He stepped forward to grab Feng Zhuyi's hand. Stop playing around and be good. Can't we stay together? I've already cut ties with Xia Xing. Didn't you once say that we would be together forever? Feng Zhuyi slightly frowned. Just as he was about to shake off Lu Er's hand, the latter had already been knocked down by a punch from someone who suddenly appeared beside them. Lu Er let out a cry of pain and looked up in anger, but then froze upon recognizing the person who hit him. Struggling to rise while covering his face, his voice trembled. Big brother, what are you doing here? Chapter 66, Winter Days in Southern City, 5. The gentle demeanor on Lu Qianyu's face vanished completely, replaced now by an unfathomable coldness. He was always gentle before Feng Zhuyi, yet the aura he exuded now was chillingly intimidating. With a suppressed tone filled with fervent anger, Lu Qianyu asked, what are you doing, Lu Er? Lu Er's lips moved twice, his entire presence diminished greatly as he was pressed tightly by Lu Qianyu's imposing manner, unable to utter a word. Although Lu Er was the second son of the Lu family, he was actually an illegitimate child with no standing, having only the title of the second son of the Lu family. When he was taken back into the Lu family initially, he was told that he had no inheritance rights, but his life necessities would be secured. Thus, in the Lu family, he always lacked any say. And Lu Qianyu, as the legitimate child and eldest son, had been named after the group since birth and displayed remarkable business talent at a young age. He had always been cultivated as the heir of the family and never disappointed. Now, Lu Qianyu had taken over the entire Qianyu group, doubling its market value in a short period. His name was well known in the outside world. Lu Er's financial resources were all under the control of Lu Qianyu, thus he was especially afraid of this older brother. He never dared to confront Lu Qianyu because from any perspective, he had absolutely no leverage. Facing Lu Qianyu's intimidating presence, he involuntarily took half a step back, but saw his usually stern elder brother turn his head and give a comforting smile towards Fang Zhuyi. That smile was as warm as it could get, and Fang Zhuyi's steps also subconsciously moved closer to his big brother. Lu Er couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes turning crazily red. Do they know each other? How is that possible? Even though he had been dating Fang Zhuyi for over a year, he had never brought Fang Zhuyi home. So how did Fang Zhuyi know his big brother? Did they meet behind his back? Could it be that within just 2 months of their breakup, Fang Zhuyi had already hooked up with his older brother? No wonder he was so resistant to him now. Lu Er gritted his teeth. It felt like someone lit a fire inside his heart, causing a sudden blaze to erupt in his chest. Losing control of his mind, he harshly questioned Lu Qianyu, "Brother, what exactly are you doing? What's your relationship with my ex-boyfriend?" After a momentary silence, Lu Qianyu slightly narrowed his eyes, making no attempt to hide his intentions. "As you can see, I'm Yi's suitor." Lu Er paused for a moment. Yi. Even during their love affair, he had never used such an intimate term of endearment for Fang Zhuyi. How could the older brother do that? Suppressed by anger, he growled, "Big brother. He's my ex-boyfriend. How can you pursue him? Where does that leave me?" Though not as robust as Lu Er, Lu Qianyu was taller by a head, his expression icy, his bearing overpowering. Looking down condescendingly at Lu Er. "Didn't you yourself say that he is your ex-boyfriend? Since you've broken up, he is single now. Why shouldn't I pursue him?" Lu Er was chilled to the bone by his cold tone. His courage burst like a punctured balloon, vanishing instantly leaving only tattered remains. His whole body started trembling, and all he could do was watch helplessly as his older brother took Fang Zhuyi away right under his nose without the courage to stop them. Fang Zhuyi sat in Lu Qianyu's car, slightly tilting his head to look out of the window. After driving for a distance, Lu Qianyu found a parking space by the road and stopped. Rubbing his temples, he sighed, and a string of words poured out. "Did Lu Er give you a hard time? Didn't I leave you my contact information? Why didn't you come to me? I am, after all, his elder brother and have some say at home. If he kept bothering you, you could have told me directly, and I would have taught him a lesson." Fang Zhuyi slightly curled the corner of his mouth, extending his hand to form the shape of a cat's claw, trying to indicate that his claws were sharp. After a pause, he quickly retracted it. He then began fiddling with the corner of his shirt, showing Lu Qianyu the abs he had worked on overtime. After all, Lu Er was so built, he couldn't allow himself to be left behind. A flash of smooth whiteness caught Lu Qianyu's eye immediately. Fang Zhuyi proudly said, "Bothering me? He hasn't got that skill yet." Lu Qianyu made a sound of agreement, his voice deep and laced with affection. Abs? Upon hearing this, Fang Zhuyi pinched the edge of his shirt and pulled it up slightly, asking him, "Did you see them? Am I awesome or not?" Fortunately, the car air conditioning was warm enough, so it wasn't cold. Lu Qianyu's gaze fell on his abdomen, where a thin layer of muscle indeed looked good. Lu Qianyu focused intently, paused for a moment, then moved his eyes away, his voice low and husky. Very impressive, quite beautiful, and also." 2 more words rolled around on his tongue before being swallowed back down. He reached out and pressed Fang Zhuyi's hand down, allowing the corner of his shirt to fall, covering the exposed white. Lu Qianyu's darkened gaze lowered as he spoke almost helplessly, "You can't expose your stomach like that easily in the future. You might catch a cold, and then what if you get a stomachache?" Fang Zhuyi patted his belly and responded with an "Oh." Lu Qianyu listened to his reply, turned his head, and closed his eyes. A fierce beast roared in his heart, wanting to break free from its cage of restraint. Moments later, he finally gave in to the fierce beast within himself. Fang Zhuyi leaned against the seat back, his eyes slightly widened. Lu Qianyu's handsome face grew larger and larger in front of him. People passed by on the roadside, rushing along. Inside the car, far removed from worldly distractions, their love grew wildly. An indeterminate amount of time passed. In Fang Zhuyi's bright eyes, a shimmering layer of water misted over. Lu Qianyu fastened the seatbelt again, not knowing what he thought about as he softly chuckled. Fang Zhuyi listened to his laughter, annoyed at being so easily bewitched again. Lu Qianyu felt satisfied, his eyes softening with warmth once more. He restarted the car, turning his head to ask Fang Zhuyi, "Where to?" Fang Zhuyi yawned while reclining in the seat, "Anywhere you want." Lu Qianyu steered and turned the corner. When the car stopped again, Fang Zhuyi got out and followed Lu Qianyu for a while, only to realize he'd been led to a cinema. He was handed popcorn and milk tea, entering the couple's screening room with Lu Qianyu. They were the only same-sex couple inside, drawing the attention of everyone present. Sitting on the seat drinking milk tea, Fang Zhuyi couldn't help but smile. Never thought you'd bring me to watch a movie. Lu Qianyu said, isn't watching movies something couples must do? Although we aren't officially one now, I believe we will be soon. Chapter 67, Winter Days in Southern City, 6. After that, Fang Zhuyi frequently ran into Lu Qianyu multiple times a day. Even on campus, the two would coincidentally meet. Lu Qianyu perfectly gauged the boundaries, maintaining an amiable expression, using various reasons to invite Fang Zhuyi to meals, movies, sending clothes, and acting as transportation. The feelings between them rapidly developed. This day, after Fang Zhuyi finished his class, Lu Qianyu came to pick him up for a meal. The winter sun was gentle, dispelling some of the cold. The two strolled leisurely on the campus path. They moved closer and closer together, often bumping shoulders when walking, their hands sometimes grazing each other. Fang Zhuyi stepped aside slightly, saying lightly, never expected the CEO of a company to be so idle. The CEO himself replied, company matters can be delegated to others. CEOs are people too, they have emotions, and also someone they want to pursue. Fang Zhuyi turned his head and directly met Lu Qianyu's deeply emotional eyes. Lu Qianyu smiled as he watched him, suddenly quickening his steps and walking in front of Fang Zhuyi before stopping. Fang Zhuyi had no choice but to stop as well. Face to face, their gazes intersected, seeming like silk threads could be drawn between them. Lu Qianyu's voice carried a seductive tone, Mr. Fang, I consider myself more suitable to be your lover than Lu Er. Would you give me this chance? Fang Zhuyi intentionally remained silent for a long while, and under Lu Qianyu's gradually darkening gaze, he suddenly smiled, his eyes shimmering with a gleam of light. What a coincidence, I also think Mr. Lu is quite appropriate. The two exchanged smiles under the warm winter sun, their fingers intertwining as they embraced. This scene happened to be witnessed by Xia Xing passing by. Xia Xing had been going through a rough time recently. Lu Er had broken up with him without hesitation, avoiding him as if he were something dirty. He'd also moved out of their shared dormitory and hadn't shown up for class for several days. Xia Xing knew that Lu Er was the second young master of the Lu family. He even went to visit once but couldn't get inside the Lu household. Lu Er's phone wouldn't connect, and all social media accounts had blocked him, clearly indicating a complete break. Xia Xing had a temper too, though still reluctant, he decided he no longer needed Lu Er. After all, didn't he have many other qualified backups? Each of them was a school idol that could charm anyone. He decided to ignore Lu Er and wait until the day when Lu Er regretted and came crawling back. However, soon he realized something was off. His backup admirers began treating him extremely coldly, ignoring him, and some even started cursing him out of the blue. Moreover, many people at school began pointing and whispering about him. Initially, Xia Xing didn't know why until he discovered that his account on a social platform was anonymously exposed on the campus forum. Now Xia Xing panicked. Back in the days surrounded by a crowd of godlike men, driven by excitement, he had applied for an account to record his conquests. Whenever he hooked up with someone new, he added a number, posted an update, writing shocking essays filled with vivid descriptions. You might as well think of this account as the vast green grassland above the sheep village which Lu Er could never finish eating. Xia Xing wanted to preserve these memories that made him so indulged. He didn't see it as infidelity or betrayal but rather seeking different sensations. He loved Lu Er, willing to dedicate his heart to him, but his body, his personhood desired to explore more colors in the world. The account contained over 60 posts with more than 30 numbers. All these updates were during his relationship with Lu Er. But the entire duration of Lu Er's relationship with him only lasted a little over 2 months. Someone must have hired a hacker to expose everything, proudly flaunting it across the campus forum. Xia Xing's behavior as a notorious player ignited heated discussions on the forum. Wow, such a plain-looking guy turns out to be a playa. Did you notice every number is prefixed by God? Seriously? Are there gods that can't catch this guy's attention, or does he think everyone is a god in his eyes? Not really, check out the detailed descriptions. Number 11 seems like Yun Gu from the computer science department. My mood feels just as terrible as if I'd stepped on dog poop. Number 18 is surnamed Ruan, it seems to be my ex. The black mole on his neck matches. Fuck, my ex broke up with me for someone like this? Some responses quickly gained traction in the forum, drawing nearly 1,000 participants from the school to join the discussion. Everyone analyzed Xia Xing's detailed character descriptions, determined to identify all the gods in his pond. How could these gods admit that they were merely fish in a player's net? Especially since they were the school's prime idols. Though the thread was soon deleted, Xia Xing hurriedly removed all his posts and deactivated that account. Still, plenty of screenshots had been preserved, and the battleground expanded from the campus forum to various social platforms. Due to this incident, Southern City University gained minor popularity online. Because of its negative impact, Xia Xing was given a major disciplinary mark by the school. For Xia Xing, although regrettable, losing those backups wasn't the biggest issue, he was most afraid of Lu Er finding out about this matter. If Lu Er ever found out, it would truly spell the end between them. Even though Xia Xing prayed fervently to God, the news still quickly reached Lu Er's ears. Being cheated on with over 30 lovers during their 2-month relationship nearly crushed Lu Er. He quickly rushed to the school, his face dark with fury as he brutally beat up Xia Xing, who then lay in the hospital for more than half a month. This time Xia Xing was truly desperate because Lu Er had truly abandoned him. Once upon a time, he had charmed Lu Er and countless other prime idols within moments. Now, just as swiftly, he lost everything he had gained. Xia Xing returned to campus in a daze, only to see a tall and handsome man. This man exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly no ordinary individual, surpassing even those so-called campus idols. Not even Lu Er could match him. Xia Xing momentarily gawked in awe. However, this magnificent man was embracing Fang Zhuyi, with a face full of happiness and contentment. The sight stung Xia Xing's eyes almost unbearably. Without much thought, Xia Xing ran over, spreading his arms wide to block the two, furiously shouting at Lu Qianyu, "Sir, don't let this scumbag deceive you. He recently stole my boyfriend." Chapter 68 Southern City Winter, 7. Lu Qianyu shielded Fang Zhuyi behind him, looking at Xia Xing's face, frowning. He recognized this person, the one Lu Er had an affair with during their romance. After Lu Er sent him this person's photos and details, Lu Qianyu felt disappointed by the sudden drop in Lu Er's taste. His sharp gaze bore into Xia Xing like a blade, with an intimidating tone, "Excuse me, but you're blocking the way between me and my boyfriend." Under the pressure from the man, Xia Xing shrank back slightly but stubbornly remained to obstruct the pair, continuing to slander Fang Zhuyi in front of the man with disgraceful words. Fang Zhuyi rolled his eyes, opting to drag Lu Qianyu down another path instead. Ignored, Xia Xing became enraged, biting his lips tightly. Why? Why should he now be detested and ostracized by everyone while Fang Zhuyi, that despicable person, was living so well? This wasn't fair. The resentment inside him grew stronger, fueling his madness to drag Fang Zhuyi down into the depths of despair too. He took out his phone and removed the scarred man from his blacklist. Ever since the scarred man told him last time that Fang Zhuyi was dealt with, yet Fang Zhuyi reappeared safe and sound, Xia Xing suspected that the scarred man was fooling around with him. In anger, he blocked the scarred man. But now, isolated and helpless, Xia Xing needed the scarred man to assist him again. Fortunately, after some time without seeing each other, the scarred man still harbored an undying fondness for him. Xia Xing initially intended to make Fang Zhuyi vanish. However, reconsidering how his own reputation was tarnished on the forum, how could he allow Fang Zhuyi to die off so easily? Malice surged in his heart, leading him to conclude that this scum deserved to experience what it was like to be ruined as well. Fang Zhuyi had recently discovered someone was following him. Using even his toes to think about it, he already knew Xia Xing was about to cause trouble again. Those people trailing him were the same gangsters responsible for the original host's death earlier. His neighborhood was no longer safe. Fang Zhuyi simply moved into the villa bought by Lu Qianyu for him. The villa was specially chosen by Lu Qianyu. It was only about a 5-minute drive from South City University. The villa community boasted strict security, making it impossible for just anyone to enter. A group of gangsters waited outside the villa area for several days but found no opportunity to strike. The scarred man had been tricked by Fang Zhuyi last time. Now brimming with determination, wanting to release his frustration, he risked all by directly abducting Fang Zhuyi right at the university gate. Fang Zhuyi was suddenly ambushed and pulled unprepared into a white minivan. Its license plate had been covered. Then, the van sped away leaving trails of dust behind. Blindfolded, Fang Zhuyi didn't know how long they traveled bumpy roads before being violently dragged out of the car and thrown to the ground amidst swirling dust. A familiar voice spoke. Fang Zhuyi immediately recognized it, Xia Xing's. Xia Xing complained, "Why did it take so long to capture this guy?" Another rough voice replied, "This little wretch moved into a high-end villa area where my people couldn't intrude. That's why we seized him directly from the school gate." Xia Xing said, "You're being too reckless. What if you get caught? Relax, we're not here to kill anyone today. Aren't you the one who wants to take pictures? Hurry up, and then throw him back afterward." Satisfied, Xia Xing responded, "Where are your men? Bring them over." He was extremely excited. Who didn't know that the art department grass of Nanjing University was arrogant? You're arrogant, right? Well, then I'll destroy your arrogance and expose your ugly side to the public. What a genius he was, coming up with such a perfect plan. Xia Xing felt incredibly smug as Fang Zhuyi was dragged in by someone who reached out to tear his clothes. Fang Zhuyi's eyes immediately grew cold. System. Host's combat power has been enhanced. In an instant, Fang Zhuyi had superhuman strength. With a backward movement, he grabbed one of the hooligans by the arm and hurled him away, smashing him into Xia Xing. Xia Xing let out a cry of pain, falling down and unable to get back up. He never expected Fang Zhuyi to have the ability to resist, glaring venomously and yelling, "You bunch of useless fools. Quickly grab him." Fang Zhuyi spun around and kicked another person away. His sudden resistance caught everyone off guard. By the time they reacted, they'd already formed a circle around Fang Zhuyi. Xia Xing stood against the wall, his face twisted with pain and fury. Fang Zhuyi, even 2 fists can't withstand 4 hands. You might as well kneel at my feet, and maybe I'll consider letting you live. Fang Zhuyi moved his wrist, a hint of mocking smile curling on his lips. Why so much nonsense? Want me to kneel for you? Frankly speaking, what are you qualified enough for that? Xia Xing's face flushed red with anger. Today, I'll make you know what happens when you offend me. Kill him. Fang Zhuyi fought 10 alone, without any proper weapon. He accidentally got slashed on the palm, blood flowing profusely. It was as if he couldn't feel any pain, grabbing one each hand and easily taking down 2 people. At this moment, faint police sirens were heard outside the warehouse gate. The scarred man's face changed instantly. Disaster. Why are the policemen from the new district here? His power mainly came from the old district, and the policemen from the new district had wanted to clean him up for a long time. They wouldn't go easy on him. Just then, Fang Zhuyi suddenly smiled at Xia Xing and complimented him without reason. Good job. The scarred man froze momentarily, his expression turning grim quickly. He walked angrily towards Xia Xing and kicked him down again with difficulty standing up. You two are a pair of accomplices, setting traps for me, right? Xia Xing panicked and shook his head. I didn't. The scarred man suddenly found Xia Xing extremely detestable. No matter how he looked, everything seemed unpleasant. Suppressing his anger, he glared at him fiercely. Let's settle the accounts later. Brothers, run fast. A group of them bolted to the back door. Xia Xing was abandoned. His leg was hit by the person Fang Zhuyi threw earlier, hurting badly, making it impossible for him to run. He could only hatefully watch those people leave him behind. Soon, the police broke open the warehouse doors and entered. Fang Zhuyi pressed his injured palm and looked up. A tall figure quickly approached him, and closer, Lu Qianyu's handsome face entered his vision. He had a stern look on his face, took big strides forward, and directly pulled Fang Zhuyi into his embrace. Fang Zhuyi smelled a light fragrance from his nose, his tense nerves loosened, and he collapsed in Lu Qianyu's arms. Lu Qianyu kissed his head, his voice hoarse from previous worry. Work hard, I've arrived. Fang Zhuyi softly responded with an closing his eyes wearily. Lu Qianyu intended to send Fang Zhuyi to the hospital. Before leaving, Fang Zhuyi suddenly walked towards Xia Xing. Xia Xing was being escorted out by the police, glaring hatefully at Fang Zhuyi. Fang Zhuyi snatched the alluring virus from his body and destroyed it. After finishing this important task, he followed Lu Qianyu to the hospital. His palm required 7 or 8 stitches and couldn't be exposed to water for quite some time, so Lu Qianyu washed dishes and made soup, specifically taking a leave of absence to take care of Fang Zhuyi at home. As for Xia Xing, taken away by the police, unable to withstand the police's interrogation, he soon confessed everything clearly. Due to the crime of kidnapping, Xia Xing and the gang led by the scarred man were sentenced to prison. With Lu Qianyu's status, he still had some authority in Nan City. Following his arrangements, less than a year after entering prison, Xia Xing and the gang led by the scarred man completely disappeared from this world. The relationship between Fang Zhuyi and Lu Qianyu developed rapidly, missing each other even after just an hour apart. During this time, Lu Er still hadn't given up on reconciling and mending fences with Fang Zhuyi, but every time, Fang Zhuyi met him with cold sarcasm and mockery. When provoked, Fang Zhuyi would resort to violence without holding back. Repeatedly, these incidents would be noticed by Lu Qianyu, who would put on a fake smile and subsequently send Lu Er abroad immediately. Years later, when Lu Er returned, all he could do was look up at the figures of his elder brother and Fang Zhuyi, knowing that he could never be close to them again. Chapter 69, The Monster Academy, Coveted by a Monster in Heat, 1. Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang. Are you alright? Mr. Fang. Faint female voices called out faintly nearby, growing increasingly urgent. The heavy eyelids of Fang Zhuyi were difficult to lift. With an effort, he groaned and finally opened his eyes. He found himself face to face with a girl. He lay on the cold ground while the girl looked anxious, shaking her fingers as she felt for his pulse. Relieved upon seeing him awake, the girl patted her chest. Oh my goodness, it's a relief. I'd hate to have scared you to death. She helped him up from the floor, but Fang Zhuyi's legs gave way under him, causing him to sit down heavily on the sofa. The girl looked somewhat embarrassed as she apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Fang, I didn't mean to scare you. My powers are unstable and I lost control. Scared you, right? Hearing this, Fang Zhuyi glanced downward. Under the girl's yellow floral dress, there was a white, snake tail. It was quite a shocking sight. It wasn't just scary, it was downright terrifying. This body belonged to a regular human, a graduate from a well-known university who had applied to a certain educational institution and was invited for an interview today. The interview location was rather remote, and it took some time for the original host of this body to find it. A beautiful girl wearing a light yellow dress greeted him with 2 straight, slender legs visible. She looked energetic and lively. He followed her into the waiting area for the interview. Afterward, while waiting alone for the interviewer to arrive, he played on his phone for a bit, then stood up to look outside the window. At that very moment, he saw the pretty girl who had led him here walking back. The man smiled 1 second and froze the next. As the girl carried tea over, her long, straight legs suddenly fused together and gradually transformed into a thick white snake tail. The original host screamed, fell to the ground, and was literally scared to death. Sitting on the sofa, Feng Zhuyi watched as the girl shook the tip of her tail apologetically. I didn't expect them to be so unreliable and not inform humans beforehand about our background when they recruited. Feng Zhuyi asked, so, what is my job exactly? The girl paused briefly, we are the Monster Academy. As the monster realm's spiritual energy wanes, many monsters prefer to choose to go to the human world after graduation. After negotiations, the human world has agreed to take in some monsters, but they require the monsters to assimilate and follow the rules. Therefore, we need human teachers to teach these monsters about human society. However, not everyone can accept being a teacher for monsters, which is why we haven't been able to hire anyone until now. Feng Zhuyi nodded, understanding. His gaze moved to the window where he checked the sky. When will the interviewer arrive? The snake-tailed girl feared losing him too, making every effort to keep him around. If you're willing to accept this job, I can arrange your entry immediately without needing the interview. With earnestness, she added, would you like to try? Or come in first and take a look at the environment? We offer great benefits. High salaries. The little monsters are very obedient. Feng Zhuyi stared silently. After signing a contract, Feng Zhuyi was guided into the monster realm by the snake-tailed girl. Due to the depletion of spiritual energy, the entire monster realm appeared dim and gloomy, with dark skies and listless roadside plants. No wonder the monsters were so eager to enter the human world now that the monster realm was already in a state of depletion. The Monster Academy mimicked human architecture in design, dividing its spaces extensively, giving off an untamed and wild vibe. As soon as they stepped into the school gate, monsters of all sizes rolled and wrestled on the ground in play. As Feng Zhuyi entered, the little monsters smelled the human scent and kept peeking curiously at him, full of interest. These small monsters included flying birds and land beasts. Most were soft, fluffy little bundles, typically aged between 100 and 200 years old, lacking high cultivation levels, and unable to transform into human form yet. Feng Zhuyi was brought to the principal's office. The office was empty, and the snake-tailed girl directly arranged accommodations for him since the principal was unavailable. After settling his luggage, Feng Zhuyi stepped out of the dormitory and wasn't far when he reached a large garden. The garden was filled with lush trees and at its center stood a large fountain. Vast lawns were scattered with countless flower beds, and flowers of unknown varieties bloomed brilliantly within them, displaying stunning beauty. Feng Zhuyi walked around the garden and suddenly heard a cacophony of noise. A group of furry little balls surrounded a young man, chattering incessantly. The youth had a baby face, looking innocent and adorable, seemingly harmless to both humans and animals. When he smiled, a shallow dimple appeared on his left cheek, which captivated the furry bundles, making them lose their senses. Lulu. We want Lulu to carry us. You mangy fox, get lost. Lulu only carries me. You black coal cat spirit, go away. Look at me, Lulu. I'm the strong and handsome little white wolf. Lu Yuan glanced irritably at the little spirits vying for his attention, took a step back, and the little spirits missed him as they lunged forward, falling at his feet. Lu Yuan let out a soft scoff and looked intently in one direction. He had been waiting here for a long time. In this world, a charm virus had taken hold within this human named Lu Yuan. In the year 3012, Earth's spiritual energy revived, resulting not only in numerous spiritual practitioners emerging among humans, but also attracting countless monsters from the monster realm to come to the human world for cultivation. Lu Yuan was one of these spiritual practitioners, originating from a prestigious spiritual practitioner family. After the revival of Earth's spiritual energy, his family soared from a reclusive household to become the first spiritual practitioner family. Despite being from a formal noble house, Lu Yuan practiced unorthodox methods instead of traditional ones. With above-average spiritual cultivation talent, during the era of depleted spiritual energy and a shortage of talents, his abilities were sufficient to make him an heir to the family. But with the revival of Earth's spiritual energy, many prodigies emerged within his family, all surpassing him, forcing Lu Yuan to give up his status as an heir and let someone more talented take his place. His pride was trampled underfoot by those geniuses, leaving Lu Yuan feeling deeply humiliated. He was determined to improve his cultivation level and vowed to reclaim his rightful position. Fueled by deep dissatisfaction, he no longer found satisfaction in orthodox cultivation methods. If he continued with the orthodox way, he would be forever beneath others. After the revival of the world's spiritual energy, many monsters infiltrated among the humans. It was at this time that Lu Yuan discovered that these monsters seemed to be attracted to him. No matter what, they wouldn't leave him alone, as if something about him fascinated them. Chapter 70, Monster Academy, coveted by a monster in heat, 2. Those foolish monsters would come seeking him on their own, as though some irresistible force drew them towards him, making them impossible to drive away. The inner cores of monsters could enhance the cultivation level of spiritual practitioners. However, due to the difficulty in hunting monsters and the bloodshed and killing involved, this method would cause spiritual practitioners to fall into an evil path and was strictly prohibited by the spiritual community. But for Lu Yuan, this presented an immense temptation. An unparalleled opportunity was knocking at his door. He hesitated for just a moment before embarking on a path of blood and slaughter. He killed those monsters who came to him willingly, extracted their monster cores, and consumed them. All he needed to do was wait like a farmer for hares to run into his trap. Stupid monsters would walk right into his web, allowing him to extract and enjoy their monster cores. Through this method, Lu Yuan had ingested the inner cores of dozens of monsters, greatly enhancing his cultivation level. But it wasn't enough. Compared to the prodigies in his family, he still lagged behind by a great distance. To surpass them, he would need even more monster cores. But Lu Yuan no longer had the patience to wait. Desperate to boost his cultivation level and reclaim his family heir status, he set his sights on the monster realm. Lu Yuan had already gleaned a lot of useful information from the monsters who approached him. For example, the strongest monster in the monster realm at present was the Phoenix Demon Master Sui Wu. Sui Wu, the principal of the only monster academy in the monster realm. Lu Yuan lusted after Sui Wu's power. If he could devour the inner core of this strongest monster, his cultivation level would skyrocket. At that point, it wouldn't just be about stepping on the prodigies in his family, probably all the prodigies in the spiritual practitioner world would be crushed beneath him, allowing him to rise to the pinnacle of the spiritual practitioner realm. This attractive physical constitution was like a sharp weapon. If used well, it would bring him tremendous benefits. He also learned that the mating season for this Phoenix Demon Master Sui Wu was approaching. Mating season is the time when monsters feel most empty and are hardest to control themselves. This was also Lu Yuan's best chance to approach Sui Wu, and he was very confident that he could seduce Sui Wu into being completely entranced by him. Lu Yuan disguised himself as a naive human who had accidentally wandered into the Monster Academy and infiltrated the Monster Realm Academy. Sure enough, his appearance at the Monster Academy caused a stir. Those little monsters became incredibly infatuated with him. The appearance of a human soon caught the attention of the principal, Sui Wu. However, Sui Wu's attitude toward Lu Yuan wasn't as passionate as he'd hoped. Instead, Sui Wu coldly tried to throw him out of the monster realm. Lu Yuan's goal was Sui Wu's spirit pearl. How could he leave without getting it? He began to play the victim, claiming he had no parents, suffered unbearable abuse in the human world, and couldn't survive there. The little monsters were simple-hearted, easily deceived, and heartbroken by his tale. To keep him around, they caused an uproar before Sui Wu, who barely agreed to let Lu Yuan stay at the Monster Academy. Though Lu Yuan had been at the Monster Academy for some time, he found he couldn't get anywhere near Sui Wu. Even if he wanted to clean himself up and present himself as an offering, he simply couldn't penetrate the barrier Sui Wu had set. If this kept up, progress would be too slow, and Sui Wu's mating season would end. Then, seducing him would become even harder. He decided to engineer some accidental meetings. The little monsters, eager to please him, gave away all kinds of information about their principal. Sui Wu had cultivated a spiritual flower in the garden that was about to bloom, so he frequently visited the area. Lu Yuan deliberately gathered a group of little monsters to wait here. He wanted to appear friendly and harmonious with the little monsters so that Sui Wu might see his kind, friendly, and cute side, thinking Sui Wu would definitely fall for him. But despite visiting multiple times, Lu Yuan never once ran into Sui Wu. He began to feel restless, suspecting that today was another wasted attempt. He started questioning whether the little monsters were tricking him. His eyes filled with impatience as he kicked a persistent little furry ball trying to cling to his leg, sending it flying. "Crawl away, you're such a nuisance." His voice was cold. "You're dirty and ugly, why would I touch you?" These little monsters were covered in dirt like mud balls. He certainly didn't want to touch them. A group of furry balls froze in shock from his sudden violent action, unsure whether to come closer or retreat. Reluctantly, they took a few steps back. A little squirrel, hugging a giant nut, tiptoed forward and held it up to him, its young voice quivering apologetically. "Lu, don't be angry. Song apologizes." Lu Yuan scornfully looked at the offered nut and impatiently swatted it away. If it weren't for Sui Wu, he wouldn't have entered this barren monster world full of stupid, ugly creatures incapable of transforming into human form. It annoyed him immensely. If he were in the human world, he'd have already siphoned these monsters' spirit pearls for his cultivation long ago. But here, he dared not act, fearing it might arouse Sui Wu's suspicion. Suppressing his growing irritation, he waved his hand, signaling the group of little monsters to stay further away. The small furry ball that Lu Yuan had kicked belonged to a gray-furred fox cub. Dazed after being kicked, the little fox tumbled through the air and fell towards Feng Zhuyi's direction. Feng Zhuyi stepped forward a few paces and effortlessly caught the tiny fox midair. Still disoriented, the fox blinked its large, bright eyes and suddenly fixated on Feng Zhuyi, dazzled. In a childish voice, it uttered in human language, "Pretty, pretty human." Feng Zhuyi's lips curved into a smile. "Thank you, you're also very pretty." The fox flattened its ears, whispering dejectedly, "But Lulu said I was both ugly and dirty." Feng Zhuyi gently pinched the fox's ears. "Not true. In my eyes, you are the prettiest." In Feng Zhuyi's arms, the fox grew dizzy and flipped itself over. Suddenly shouting in the monster's language, it wildly gestured to a group of nearby little monsters. Unable to resist the call, the group of little monsters hovering hesitantly around Lu Yuan surged toward Feng Zhuyi. After setting the little fox down, Feng Zhuyi casually crossed his legs and sat on the ground, addressing the group of little monsters levelly. "Hello, everyone. I'm the new teacher for human social studies at the academy. My name is Fong Zhui, but you can call me Teacher Fong. Teacher Fong is so pretty. Teacher Fong looks so good. Teacher Fong smells so nice. The group of little monsters enthusiastically welcomed their new teacher, cheerfully rubbing against Fong Zhui, their furry tails bouncing up and down. Lu Yuan noticed that the little monsters had all run off, and he furrowed his brow. Through the gaps in the branches, he could faintly make out an unfamiliar figure. There was no aura of a monster, this was a human. Apart from him, when had another human appeared in the Monster Academy? Could it be that this person also had ulterior motives and infiltrated here for some reason? Judging by the way the little monsters acted, they seemed to like this individual as well. A flicker of displeasure surfaced in Lu Yuan's mind. The Monster Academy only needed one human, him. Now another had shown up, potentially obstructing his path. He narrowed his eyes slightly and moved forward a short distance, hiding behind a large tree. Chapter 71, Monster Academy, Yearned for by a Great Demon in Heat, 3. As he drew closer, snippets of conversation between Fong Zhui and the group of little monsters were carried to him by the wind. The voices came intermittently, fading in and out, but Lu Yuan still managed to catch parts of it. This unfamiliar human was named Fong Zhui, and he was the newly hired human sociology teacher at the Monster Academy. Teacher. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised, was the Monster Academy really employing a human as a teacher? This realization quickly turned into regret. Had he known earlier, he could have entered as a teacher, allowing him better access to Sui Wu and lowering his guard. Lost in thought, Lu Yuan pondered how he might drive away this newcomer and take over his position as teacher. He twitched his nose, catching a faint whiff of an aroma. This fragrance was peculiar, it was the scent released by demon phoenixes during their mating season. The stronger the scent, the more captivated they were. Lu Yuan had met with Sui Wu only briefly on a few occasions, and never once smelled this fragrance around him. He had even begun to doubt whether Sui Wu was truly in heat. A wave of excitement surged through him. Turning back, he indeed saw Sui Wu's towering figure standing not far behind him. Behind him. A glimmer of excitement crossed Lu Yuan's face. Could it be that Sui Wu had finally taken a liking to him? But his joy was short-lived. He soon realized that Sui Wu's gaze wasn't fixed on him at all. Following Sui Wu's line of sight, Lu Yuan clenched his lips tightly, so much so that they turned pale from the pressure. Sui Wu was looking, at that new arrival, the one called Fong Zhui. Sui Wu's eyes, gleaming like molten gold, were locked onto the human playing with the little monsters, seemingly dazed, as if reuniting with someone long lost. Lu Yuan couldn't quite understand why he felt such inexplicable emotions. As Sui Wu's steps began to move in that direction, the fragrant scent growing ever stronger, Lu Yuan grew suddenly uneasy and hastily called out. Dean! Sui Wu paused mid-step, casting a cold glance in his direction. Lu Yuan deliberately took a few quick steps forward to block Sui Wu's path. However, his insufficient height only blocked the way physically, doing nothing to deter Sui Wu's unfocused gaze toward elsewhere. In an instant, a deep gloom descended over Lu Yuan. It felt as if his entire being had been submerged underwater, his heart ready to burst. What was there to look at about that newcomer? Didn't humans all have 2 eyes and a mouth? He believed himself to be quite handsome, there had been no shortage of admirers in his family in the past, even among the monsters who volunteered to cultivate with him. Since joining the Monster Academy, Sui Wu had never even spared him a proper glance, let alone emitted that alluring scent towards him. Deep down, Lu Yuan had sensed some disdain from Sui Wu. He had assumed that it was because this ancient demon looked down upon humans, not wanting to choose a human as a partner. Hence, he had racked his brain trying to seduce him. But now, Lu Yuan's fingers tightened instinctively, a shadow of jealousy creeping in. Clearly, he should have been the most charming person, shouldn't he? He feigned submissiveness, lowering his head and revealing a delicate nape, an act of weakness in the eyes of monsters. After a moment, he tilted his head upward, filling his eyes with fervent admiration. Only to discover that Sui Wu hadn't even glanced at him once, his gaze still firmly glued to the new arrival. Lu Yuan sniffed the lingering scent, wondering, could it be that this old demon didn't despise humans, but rather, him specifically? Impossible. As Lu Yuan listened to the playful laughter of the little monsters nearby, his irritation grew exponentially. All the carefully planned methods he had prepared, now they were all going to benefit that new arrival instead. He couldn't bear this indignity. Twirling his eyes, he formulated a plan. With an expression of worry, he asked, Dean, is our academy recruiting human teachers? Sui Wu gave a curt affirmative response, clearly uninterested in conversing further. Lu clenched his teeth in the dark, his tone thick with worry. I heard before that some people are very bad, they hunt monsters and dig out their inner pearls to increase their cultivation. Therefore, I think finding a teacher must be done carefully. One can't just pick anyone. At the very least, we should find someone familiar with humans to ensure the safety of the little monsters. Sui Wu didn't seem to hear him, his expression devoid of ripples. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and finally revealed his intention, there's a special connection between humans. I feel this newcomer isn't a good person. Dean, why don't you let me try? It would surely be better than choosing a human with unknown origins. Sui Wu's vast white robes softly swayed with the wind. As he stared at the unfamiliar human figure in the distance, an inexplicable satisfaction welled up within him. This person seemed quite suitable as a mate for him. Involuntarily, his response to Lu Yuan's words carried a piercing chill. I remember you saying before that you were just an ordinary human who accidentally entered the demon realm. How could you possibly know about people using monster pearls to enhance their cultivation? Lu Yuan's face froze for a moment, panic flashing through him briefly as he felt somewhat guilty. I also heard it from others. Sui Wu gave him an inquiring look. He had long heard about such malicious incidents in the human world where humans dug into monster cores to gain power, but due to his mating season, he hadn't managed to investigate yet. However, such events usually involved monsters and spirit cultivators. Normal people wouldn't have known about them. The first time Lu Yuan mistakenly entered the Monster Academy, Sui Wu instantly identified him as a low-level spirit cultivator. He kept him around merely to observe why the human infiltrated. Regardless, under his watchful eye, this person wouldn't dare harm the young monsters. Withdrawing his gaze, Sui Wu responded coolly, this teacher passed all our academy's recruitment requirements. Judging by how well he interacts with the little monsters now, he suits this role perfectly as a teacher here. Lu Yuan bit his lip. What did that mean? Was he really no match for the new arrival? During his stable stay in the Monster Academy, those creatures liked him too. Looking at every angle, shouldn't he be the best choice for becoming a teacher? Feeling discontent, Lu Yuan wanted to say more, but Sui Wu had already left with his captivating aroma, leaving Lu Yuan standing there looking disgruntled. When Sui Wu's figure appeared, the little monsters playing around Feng Zhuyi immediately stood upright respectfully and greeted him politely. Dean, greetings. Sui Wu slightly waved his hand, signaling the group of small monsters to disperse. A gentle breeze grazed past Feng Zhuyi's face. Sitting on the grass, he raised his head slightly. Tall and imposing, Sui Wu was dressed in a pure white cloud-like robe. His jet-black hair draped loosely behind him, exuding an air of casual elegance. His extremely handsome face featured a high nose bridge, narrow phoenix-shaped eyes, which contained pupils like molten gold. When looking at people, one could feel the icy coolness emanating from his gaze. Feng Zhuyi stared at his face, momentarily lost in a daze. Chapter 72, Monster Academy, Desired by a Great Demon in Heat, 4. Sui Wu slowly approached him, his wide sleeves fluttering gently in the breeze. A strong scent invaded his nostrils, though whether it was his own perception or not, Feng Zhuyi felt the fragrance growing stronger, like fine wine, rich, sweet, and intoxicating. Feng Zhuyi sniffed lightly, finding this smell strangely addictive. He rose from the ground, his lean figure adorned in a dark green work shirt that highlighted his fair complexion and delicate features. His curly black hair was slightly tousled by the wind, revealing a long, snow-white neck. Sui Wu's Adam's apple twitched slightly, his fingers moved involuntarily. Feng Zhuyi chuckled softly and extended his hand. You're the dean here, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Feng Zhuyi, the new teacher. I was supposed to come see you first, but you weren't around just now. Stopping a meter away from Feng Zhuyi, Sui Wu's fragrance nearly became tangible, making Feng Zhuyi feel a little dizzy. His beautiful eyes immediately took on a moist sheen. Behind Feng Zhuyi, in a small flower bed, a fiery red blossom quietly unfurled its large petals. This flower was planted by Sui Wu himself, and now it finally bloomed. But even with its vivid color, it paled in comparison to the charm of this human standing before him. Indeed, humans surpass flowers in allure. Sui Wu's gaze darkened momentarily, and his heart was suddenly swept by turbulent waves of emotion. He desired this human. He wanted to shelter this human under his wings, to take him soaring over divine mountains, beneath skies full of stars, and plunging into the depths of the sea. In that instant, Sui Wu's thoughts had already wandered through 1,000 transformations. The in-heat during mating season never thought he would eventually fall for a human. He lowered his gaze, masking the turbulent depth like a hidden ocean in his eyes. He looked at Feng Zhuyi's outstretched hand. That hand was beautifully boned, with delicate and smooth skin, translucent as jade. Sui Wu slowly extended his hand, the wide sleeve slipping down, watching as his large hand enveloped that jade-like hand, which was smaller than his by an entire circle. At that moment, all his senses were captivated by the wonderful touch. His heart pounded like colliding against a soft piece of tofu, disoriented. The handshake only lasted a brief second. Feng Zhuyi retracted his hand first. Sui Wu felt that fleeting contact leave him, and there was a trace of reluctance. As he withdrew his hand, he then said, "Hello, Teacher Feng." The enchanting voice wrapped around the 3 words, Teacher Feng, causing a momentary dizziness. Sui Wu's gaze was so heavy it seemed almost devoid of light, his eyes like wild beasts. Feng Zhuyi arched his eyebrows, sensing the suppressed dangerous aura. He shifted his gaze, looking at the fire-red flower not far away that had just blossomed. Such a large flower should emit fragrance. Unfortunately, all its scent was overshadowed by the entranced in mating season. Feng Zhuyi stretched lazily under the dim sunlight of the demon realm, his clothes shifting with his movements, revealing a segment of luminous waist. Perfect waistline, with a thin layer of muscle showing a hint of suppleness. Sui Wu held his breath, his eyes involuntarily drawn to it. Lu Yuan, who was hiding nearby peeking, was shaking with anger, alarms ringing in his mind. Indeed, a fox spirit targeting Sui Wu. From their very first meeting, he had already begun to provoke Sui Wu. While Feng Zhuyi and Sui Wu discussed matters about class, Sui Wu wasn't sure if he was listening, his heavy gaze carrying a stormy prelude. Finally, Feng Zhuyi stopped speaking, studying him intently. Sui Wu's voice came, everything will be according to what Teacher Feng says. There's no hurry with classes, we'll start after Teacher Feng adjusts to life here. The two didn't speak for long before Feng Zhuyi, overwhelmed by the overwhelming fragrance reaching his nose, proposed to leave after taking a deep breath. Sui Wu nodded, following him all the way to Feng Zhuyi's dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Feng Zhuyi went straight to the bathroom, while Sui Wu waited outside for quite some time. With his enhanced senses, standing outside Feng Zhuyi's dormitory, he could hear the sounds inside. For example, the sound of the shower. And those soft noises fragmented by water splashes. His fingers moved restlessly, aware of what this human was doing. Perhaps because of him. Looking at that door, an impulse rose within him. To claim it as his own. But it couldn't be done. Too abrupt. Though Sui Wu was a monster, having lived for many years, he still possessed basic etiquette. Like knowing that finding a spouse can't be forced, but must come willingly from the other side. The next morning, Feng Zhuyi went jogging in the garden. The fiery red flower was blooming profusely, releasing a refreshing aroma. Feng Zhuyi liked this flower at first glance, though he didn't know what kind it was. He stopped before the flower, lowering his head to study it. It was then that Sui Wu arrived. The intense fragrance immediately overwhelmed all other flowers' scents in the garden. He had none of the human world's pretentious build-up, capturing Feng Zhuyi's attention right away. Extending his hand, he opened his mouth calmly and spoke. I am Sui Wu, my true form is I am 8,726 years old, the principal of the Monster Academy, without parents, wealthy, planning to develop towards the human society in the future. Feng Zhuyi looked down, staring at his outstretched hand, slightly confused, but still lifted his hand to shake it. Sui Wu holding that hand, satisfied, closed his eyes contentedly. Feng Zhuyi chuckled inwardly, what was this? A self-introduction? It was unnecessarily detailed, one might even think he was on a blind date. Sui Wu clearly intended exactly that. He took a step forward, Feng Zhuyi didn't know why, but his eyelids twitched. Sure enough, Sui Wu showed no care for flowers, destroying them mercilessly, plucking the fiery red flower nurtured by his careful efforts, offering it to Feng Zhuyi. Feng Zhuyi sighed deeply, accepting it. Sui Wu, seeing Feng Zhuyi accept the flower, pressed on with his next words, Teacher Feng, would you mind dating a monster? The fiery red flower was like blazing flames, and Feng Zhuyi felt as if his heart were being scorched. The intoxicating fragrance of the flower was more potent than wine. He looked up, toward Sui Wu. They had been together across countless worlds, always falling in love at breakneck speed in every new world, as though they were destined lovers from the start. Feng Zhuyi's lips curved into a faint smile. Principal, are you asking to be my boyfriend? Sui Wu gazed at him intently with his radiant golden eyes and replied earnestly, not just a boyfriend. A mate. Feng Zhuyi swayed their intertwined hands slightly. Sui Wu didn't let go. Unable to help it, he smiled softly. You're a monster, I'm human. Our lifespans and races don't match, the instability is too high. Monster-human romances never end well. Chapter 73, The Monster Academy, Desired by a Monster in Heat, 5. Sui Wu frowned slightly, as if pondering his words. After a moment, he extended his other hand, revealing a palm-sized black feather glowing in his palm. This is the life feather of thee. Any kind of flame in the world can easily ignite it, and once lit, it will burn alongside my life force. I offer it to you. If being with me makes you unhappy, you may light it any time to kill me. Feng Zhuyi felt as if his blood had surged violently, and his heart began racing rapidly. He frowned again, sensing that heavy affection. He had felt this deep affection in every lover across the worlds he'd experienced before. It seemed loving him was instinctive. Feng Zhuyi sighed gently. Don't give something so important away so easily. Sui Wu's gaze flickered. I haven't given it to someone else. You are not someone else. You are the person I see in this world and know instantly is my fated one. Monsters differ from humans, they can sense their fated partner and directly entrust their lives to them. Sui Wu giving over the black feather meant he had also entrusted his very life to Feng Zhuyi. Feng Zhuyi accepted the black feather. Whether it was the flower or the life feather. With his fated person accepting his gift, Sui Wu's golden eyes shone with brilliant light. In the first few days after Feng Zhuyi arrived at the Monster Academy, they were almost inseparable. Actually, it was Sui Wu clinging to him. During the courting period, Phoebe became especially dependent on its mate. Thus, Feng Zhuyi kept postponing the course schedule, finally setting it for a week later. Lu Yuan had nearly reached his limit with anger these past few days. That new fox spirit was constantly around Sui Wu, luring him. Based on the scent on Sui Wu, Lu Yuan could tell Sui Wu intended to take that human as his mate. How could that be allowed? Lu Yuan thought bitterly that Sui Wu's mate should be him. If Sui Wu chose another fox spirit as his mate, how would he still approach Sui Wu? He tried to find Sui Wu but was repelled by the barrier outside Sui Wu's residence. Yet yesterday, he saw that same fox spirit walk right through the barrier. Darkness spread through Lu Yuan's mind, enveloping his entire heart. That fox spirit had only been there a few days, and already gained access to Sui Wu's home. If allowed to stay any longer, where would he have room to exist? Recently, some news had surfaced at the Monster Academy. There are many bad humans who eat little monsters, and there are evil people who dig out monsters' inner pearls to consume. This made the young, inexperienced monsters extremely fearful of humans and began resisting them. Specifically, they refused to attend the class on human society. Feng Zhui recently discovered that the young monsters at the Monster Academy were all avoiding him. Walking past a lawn, he heard their discussion. Lulu said there are a lot of bad people in the human world, specializing in taking monster inner pearls to enhance themselves. They'll capture little monsters, then kill them, dig out their pearls to eat, and it's extraordinarily cruel. So scary, humans are so scary. No wonder Lulu doesn't want to go back to the human world. Wah, too scary. I hate humans, except for Lulu. Then. Is Teacher Fong good or bad? Lulu said he thinks Teacher Fong isn't good. I trust Lulu. I trust Lulu too. Feng Zhui retreated to the shade of a nearby tree, deep in thought as he listened to the chatter of a group of little monsters. Lu Yuan was definitely stirring up trouble. He glanced with a smirk at a big white rabbit that slowly ambled by not far from him. Thanks to Lu Yuan's deliberate sowing of discord, all the young monsters had grown somewhat hostile towards Feng Zhui, practically ready to rise up and drive Feng Zhui out of the Monster Academy. Once he felt the time was right, he intended to kill one of the little monsters and frame Feng Zhui for it. But before he could act, coincidentally enough, one of the little monsters went missing from the academy. The lost monster was a bunny spirit named Dabai. Dabai was usually very timid, often hiding somewhere out of sight all day long, making it hard for anyone to find him. However, he always returned to his rabbit burrow in the academy at night to sleep. Recently, some little monsters noticed they hadn't seen Dabai for 2 whole days. The academy had protective barriers set up personally by the principal, making it almost impossible for the little monsters to leave on their own. Terrified, the little monsters frantically searched high and low, but no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find Dabai anywhere. When Lu Yuan heard about this incident, he thought fate was really helping him. If he pinned the disappearance of the bunny spirit on Feng Zhui, it would surely cause the younger monsters to loathe humans. After this, there probably wouldn't be another human at the Monster Academy besides himself. Overcome with excitement, he gathered a group of little monsters and told them someone evil must have appeared in the academy and abducted Dabai. Evil? Human? Wasn't Master Feng, who had just arrived in the academy, a human? Lu Yuan frowned, looking sorrowful and saying, "It's all my fault. I knew Master Feng wasn't a good person, yet I didn't warn all the little monsters. If anything happens to Dabai, I'll never forgive myself." Little monsters quickly consoled him, "It's not Lulu's fault, all blame lies on those wicked humans." Some little monsters still tried to defend Feng Zhui, that doesn't necessarily mean it's Master Feng. I think Master Feng is pretty nice. There are only 2 humans here. Since a small monster disappeared right after Master Feng came, if it's not him, then is Lulu bad? Upon being countered, the little monster looked at Lulu's sorrow-stricken face and fell silent, agreeing that this was true. After all, monsters would never harm other monsters. The only 2 humans in the academy were Feng Zhui and Lulu, so obviously Feng Zhui must be the bad person. Convinced that Feng Zhui was a terrible person, the little monsters angrily surrounded Feng Zhui's dormitory at the academy. A big rock shattered the glass window where Feng Zhui lived. Shards flew everywhere with a loud crash. Angry shouts erupted from the crowd outside. "Villain! Did you kidnap Dabai? You killed Dabai. And you extracted its inner pearl, right? Detestable humans, we will never let you go unpunished." Enraged, the little monsters bared their claws and fangs. They seemed ready to storm in and rip apart the detestable human inside. As Feng Zhui opened the door, a little monster hurled a nut directly toward him. He slightly turned his head, causing the nut to collide with the door, creating a loud bang. Feng Zhui raised a hand and spoke calmly, "Everyone, please quiet down." The little monsters wouldn't stop, hopping around furiously demanding he return Dabai. Rubbing his temples, Feng Zhui increased his volume, "You're talking about Dabai, the big white rabbit, yes? He is indeed here with me." The little monsters froze momentarily before erupting again. "So you really are an evil person. Where's Dabai? What have you done to him? Let us tell you, the black kitten has already gone to summon the principal. Our principal is extremely powerful." Feng Zhui, troubled by the chaos, slightly stepped aside and said to the half-open door behind him, "Principal, they're here for Dabai." Chapter 74, The Monster Academy, Desired by a Monster in Heat, 6. All the little monsters suddenly exchanged bewildered looks. Hold on. Who exactly did this human just call? Principal. That semi-open door was pushed fully open by someone walking out. Sui Wu cast a calm gaze over the large group of little monsters. In his hands, he held a big white rabbit that was sound asleep. It wasn't the very Dabai who had been missing for 2 days. So, it was with the principal all along. The group of little monsters guiltily lowered their heads, completely failing to notice why the principal would be in Teacher Fong's room. We're doomed. Teacher Fong's window has been smashed by them. Not only that, Teacher Fong himself almost got hit by them. What should we do now? Sui Wu gently shook awake the rabbit in his hands. The big white rabbit kicked its hind legs a couple of times, opening red eyes and landing on the ground. It shook its pure white fur, still a bit confused after waking up. Seeing the grand sight before it, it got scared and stood its 2 ears straight up. What's going on? What are you guys doing? The group of little monsters were already prostrated under the increasingly powerful aura of Sui Wu. They trembled in fear, clearly recognizing one fact. The principal was mad. Indeed, they had somewhat gone overboard. The little monsters all calmed down, awkwardly apologizing to Fong Zhu-yi. Sorry, Teacher Fong, it wasn't intentional. We couldn't find the white rabbit and thought it had been eaten by someone evil. Fong Zhu-yi cast his gaze downwards, his voice tinged with dejection. So, you thought I was that evil person? The group of little monsters mumbled incoherently, then started accusing Dabai for wandering around recklessly. Yes, it was all Dabai's fault. Dabai, being scolded by its companions, also felt wronged, shaking its long ears. A few days ago, Teacher Fong invited it over. It was originally timid and naturally didn't want to go. But Teacher Fong said he had fresh big carrots and white rabbit candy there. It loved carrots the most, but what was this white rabbit candy? Teacher Fong said white rabbit candy was a kind of candy much liked by human children. Since it was also a white rabbit, it was very curious about the white rabbit candy, so it went to Teacher Fong's place. Upon arriving, it discovered that not only were there carrots and white rabbit candy at Teacher Fong's, but also the principal. Although it was puzzled as to why the principal didn't stay in his own room and instead came to stay with Teacher Fong. It had asked the principal if sleeping together in one bed wouldn't feel cramped. The principal said, sleeping with one's wife, how could it feel cramped? Dabai didn't understand, it was a male little bunny spirit and didn't have its own mate yet. But it thought Teacher Fong's place was simply paradise because the white rabbit candy was just too delicious. Every day it pestered Teacher Fong for more candies, so happy and content that it didn't want to leave at all, hence it had no idea what had happened outside while everyone was looking for it. Fong Zhu-yi also did not make things difficult for these little monsters that had been manipulated like pawns. He glanced at Lu Yuan standing not far away, who looked extremely upset due to the failure of his plan, forgiving the little monsters quite openly. Just let out a somewhat dejected sigh, gazing up at the sky mournfully. So, you all thought I was an evil person. This made the group of innocent little monsters feel even more ashamed. How could they mistakenly accuse Teacher Fong based merely on some rumors? With remorseful hearts, the little monsters were again scolded by the principal, punished to write self-criticism essays, and left with drooping heads. Lu Yuan was seething with anger, never expecting that this matter would be resolved so easily. His face darkened with rage as he glared at Dabai. All this was because of this playful rabbit. He should have killed one of the little monsters himself. Seeing the remorseful looks on the group of little monsters, it might be harder next time to frame Fong Zhu-yi. Lu Yuan's eyes were clouded with dark thoughts. He gazed at Fong Zhu-yi standing side by side with Sui Wu in the distance. He hadn't seen Sui Wu's figure for several days. Could it be that Sui Wu had been staying with Fong Zhu-yi all along? After this incident, the attitudes of the monsters towards Fong Zhu-yi shifted from rejection to acceptance, and Fong Zhu-yi could finally start teaching his classes. Lu Yuan was determined to drive Fong Zhu-yi away and ensure Fong Zhu-yi wouldn't have peace. There were a few troublemaker monsters in the Monster Academy who were unafraid of anyone except the principal but were quite obsequious towards Lu Yuan, serving as his yes-men. It was thanks to these yes-men that Lu Yuan managed to stay at the Monster Academy. These troublemaker monsters listened attentively to every word of Lu Yuan, planning to fight and cause chaos during Fong Zhu-yi's lessons, disrupting classroom order, making it impossible for Fong Zhu-yi to teach. However, this plan was foiled right from the beginning. Who would have guessed that Principal Sui Wu, an ancient creature who knows not how many years old, would join the young monsters in Fong Zhu-yi's class on human society studies? With the principal present, which little monster dared to cause any disturbance? Not only did they not dare to cause trouble, but they sat more properly one by one, and listened attentively one by one. The classroom atmosphere was extremely good, everyone was very serious, only Lu Yuan was upset because his plan failed, and he had almost torn his shoes with his toes out of anger. After a few classes like this, Lu Yuan increasingly felt something was off. Almost every class of Fong Zhu-yi's would see Sui Wu arriving hand in hand with him, and then after class, the two would leave hand in hand together again. The atmosphere between them was sticky, as if pink bubbles were floating around. No one could even insert themselves into their world. Those little monsters secretly called Fong Zhu-yi Madam Principal, behind her back. Lu Yuan lifted his head, and his gaze, filled with poison, locked onto Fong Zhu-yi who stood on the podium teaching about traffic knowledge in the human world. His fingers gripped tightly, his eyes gradually turning red, showing the appearance of someone possessed by an evil spirit. Fong Zhu-yi turned around just in time to meet his reddened eyes, clearly indicating he was already under the control of an evil spirit. Yet Lu Yuan himself continued glaring ferociously at him, completely unaware that he had fully transformed into an evil spirit. Feng Zhuyi gave Lu Yuan a meaningful smile, suddenly speaking to the system, activate the illusion technique. Target specified, Lu Yuan. Illusion activated. Lu Yuan momentarily felt disoriented, then saw a carrot rolling to his feet before disappearing. A large white rabbit hopped over and looked around, standing up and placing its two front paws on his leg while looking expectantly at him. Lu, did you see my carrot? Lu Yuan glanced down at the white rabbit at his feet, his crimson eyes filled with bloodlust. This was the rabbit demon that ruined his plan. And when he looked at the white stains on his pants, left by dirty little paw prints, he became livid. Filthy. So filthy. Dark clouds gathered on his face as an overwhelming murderous intent surged within him. Suddenly, a gentle smile spread across his face. His voice dripped with seduction. I know where your carrot is. Come with me. In a daze, the big white rabbit followed behind him, leading him to a secluded place. Lu Yuan turned around, his usually pale face now cracked with black lines, his eyes full of tangible malice. Spiritual power surged in his hands, shaping itself into a sharp long knife. Chapter 75, The Monster Academy, Desired During Mating Season, 7. With that knife, all it took was to plunge it hard into the heart of this rabbit monster, and its internal pearl would be exposed. The great white rabbit reacted slowly to danger, but by the time it realized and tried to escape, Lu Yuan had already brutally severed one of its hind legs. The shrill scream barely had time to sound before being cut off, as Lu Yuan looked in satisfaction at the terrified little monster struggling in his hands. That little monster slowly transformed in his eyes, stretching out until it entirely became Feng Zhuyi's figure. Lu Yuan's eyes widened instantly, as if they were going to pop out. Suddenly, he broke into a crazy laugh, gasping excitedly, Feng Zhuyi. You're Feng Zhuyi. Ha 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 ha. The heavens have eyes. You actually fell into my hands. Feng Zhuyi had his neck tightly squeezed, in pain saying, cough cough, let me go. Lu Yuan viciously tightened his grip on his neck, let you go. I want nothing more than to kill you. It was you who stole Sui Wu. You ruined all my plans. I'll kill you. Feng Zhuyi asked weakly, what do you really want to do? Lu Yuan's eyes turned blood red, gritting his teeth, I need Sui Wu's internal pearl. Sui Wu is the most powerful monster in the monster realm. If I can swallow his internal pearl, my cultivation will surely skyrocket. At that time, I will once again crush those so-called geniuses beneath my feet. Feng Zhuyi weakly said, use an internal pearl to increase your cultivation. You are the real bad person. Lu Yuan's eyes held nothing but disdain, those stupid monsters came here willingly to find death. They like me, and I like their internal pearls. Isn't this mutual pursuit? He grew increasingly self-satisfied as he spoke, as if using internal pearls to enhance his cultivation was the greatest honor. Just need Sui Wu's internal pearl. Once I swallow it, my cultivation will surge. Then I can reclaim everything, what should have been mine all along. His mood shifted suddenly, bursting into anger, but ever since you showed up, I haven't even had the chance to approach Sui Wu. You truly deserve to die. He raised the knife high in his hand, his face distorted into that of a devil, and thrust it down harshly. The Feng Zhuyi, who had been struggling beneath his hands, disappeared suddenly. The surrounding scenery changed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yuan's expression flickered with bewilderment, sensing something was wrong. He abruptly looked up. He wasn't in some secluded place at all, it was clearly inside the classroom. Feng Zhuyi stood not far away, with Sui Wu by her side. The little monsters were frightened by his sudden fit of madness and hid behind Feng Zhuyi and Sui Wu. Each one looked at him with fear on their faces. Lu Yuan stood there for a moment in shock, then he lowered his head and suddenly screamed. With his left hand holding a knife formed of spirit energy, he chopped off his own right hand. An immense wave of pain surged through him as he trembled all over, his eyes an alarming red. He glared at Feng Zhuyi with a mad expression. You, what have you done to me? Sui Wu stepped in front of Feng Zhuyi protectively, his golden eyes frosty. Do you want my spirit pearl? Sui Wu's voice was cold, like ice, as a streak of black flame emerged from the palm of his hand. Let's see if you're capable enough. That black flame shot quickly towards Lu Yuan. Seeing that he couldn't dodge in time, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and summoned a substitute soul. A substitute soul was a cruel life-saving method, very hard to produce. It required extracting the soul of a living person to create a spiritual object, allowing the user to instantly switch places with the substitute soul. This technique was typically used by evil demons. Long ago, Lu Yuan had already become an evil demon, a self-degraded one at that. A venomous smile crept onto his baby face, making him look more like an evil spirit than ever before. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, replaced by the substitute soul. The substitute soul appeared and was instantly ignited by the black flames, disappearing quietly into stillness soon after. Sui Wu's expression darkened. Feng Zhuyi patted his shoulder gently. Don't worry, since he's become an evil demon, those spiritual cultivators won't let him off either. After escaping back to the human world and recuperating for several days, Lu Yuan realized that his trip to the Monster Academy had ended in disaster. Not only did he fail to get Sui Wu's spirit pearl, but he lost an entire hand and used up his sole life-saving ability. This was an enormous setback for him. He originally intended to return to his family and have a high-ranking spirit master heal his severed hand. However, he found out that he had been wanted across the entire spiritual cultivation community. It was unclear who had spread the news about him falling to the path of the devil, but now he was disowned by his family, and countless spiritual cultivators were eager to kill him for the bounty. Wanted dead. Ha! That's a dream. Even without obtaining Sui Wu's spirit pearl, many other monsters still resided among humans in the human world, whom he could entice into coming forward themselves. Gradually building his strength, he swore to slaughter both the monster realm and the spiritual cultivation world someday. However, not long after, he discovered that he was not only wanted by the spiritual cultivation world but also by the monster realm. Though monsters indeed came to him willingly, they were here to kill him. Lu Yuan's actions of stealing spirit pearls were exposed by himself in front of Sui Wu, prompting Sui Wu to immediately issue a notice in the monster realm. Almost all the monsters learned of his misdeeds and hated him to the core. Jointly pursued by both spiritual cultivators and monsters, Lu Yuan became extremely desperate and couldn't understand why things had come to this point. He should have had a radiant future ahead of him. He should have stood at the peak of the spiritual cultivation world. Instead, he was now like a rat running down a street. Clutching his teeth, he decided it was all Feng Zhuyi's fault. If Feng Zhuyi hadn't appeared and taken Sui Wu, by now, he might already have obtained Sui Wu's spirit pearl. Unfortunately, due to his current predicament, he could not enter the monster realm, otherwise, he would surely have gone to kill Feng Zhuyi. It seemed even the heavens were favoring him this time because while he was desperately hiding in the human world, he encountered Feng Zhuyi once again. Feng Zhuyi was alone, just exiting a supermarket, carrying some fruit in her hands. Seeing his target right before his eyes, Lu Yuan abandoned any thoughts of stealth. Consumed by malevolent thoughts, he lunged at Feng Zhuyi. But his attempt failed. All he saw was a flash of golden light as something was being extracted from his body. After crushing the crowd appeal virus, Feng Zhuyi allowed herself to be pulled back by Sui Wu to a safe distance. Sui Wu swung his sleeve, sending a stream of black flames hurtling toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan turned to run, but the black flames moved faster, instantly engulfing him whole. Screaming, Lu Yuan rolled frantically on the ground, yet no matter what he did, he couldn't extinguish the flames. They burned through his skin and flesh, straight into his marrow, until his entire body was reduced to ashes. A gentle breeze swept past, instantly dispersing the black ash. As the magic energy in the monster realm gradually dried up, some monsters migrated to the human world, strictly adhering to human rules and integrating into society as regular people. After acquiring Feng Zhuyi, a human partner, Sui Wu decided to move into the human world and live together with her. All the demons in the demon realm knew that the most powerful demon Lord Feng had obtained a human companion. Feng Zhuyi had spent a very long time in this world. Chapter 76, Martial Arts World, Kidnapped by the Cult Leader, 1. Chuyue River, Right Bank, Tianshu Manor. A dark and windy night, perfect for murder and arson. A massacre against Tianshu Manor was carried out silently, blood mixed with moonlight and flowed into the rolling Chuyue River. Rampant tongues of fire devoured the rooftops, flames shooting up to the sky. From the riverside, it looked like a roaring dragon made of blazing fire. Rolling thick smoke filled the air as countless black-clothed figures retreated like a flood, boarding the boats moored at the shore. On the boat, a gentleman dressed in white brocade stood by the river, a contemptuous smile on his lips. Behind him were the blazing fires engulfing Tianshu Manor. Feng Zhuyi was awakened by the thick smoke. He opened his eyes, finding himself curled up in an old cabinet. Dust fell intermittently, and the pungent smell of smoke filled his nostrils. After coughing for a while, he covered his nose and mouth, then forcefully crashed open the cabinet door. It was a small room, and ravenous flames had already encroached upon it. Rising flames licked the roof eaves inch by inch, and the beams collapsed with a heavy thud. Feng Zhuyi dodged the falling beam, gasping for breath. He felt a dull pain in his chest, his limbs weak, his whole body devoid of strength. Daring not to delay any further, he staggered towards the door. No sooner had he stepped out than the entire room collapsed behind him, burning to ashes. Looking around, what used to be the serene Tianshu Manor had now been completely destroyed by fire. Feng Zhuyi moved away from the fire scene, staggering through a moon gate and immediately tripping over a corpse on the ground. His gaze swept across the surroundings, revealing corpses everywhere, all of them disciples of Tianshu Manor. The ocean of blood flowing around was dimly silver under the bright moonlight. The intense smell of blood intertwined with the smoke spreading in the air, creating a nauseating stench. Feng Zhuyi covered his nose and mouth, feeling dizzy and unable to control his limbs, unable to get up for a moment. He helplessly hung his head, trying to alleviate the discomfort rising from his chest. Suddenly, the system's voice appeared. Attention! The system is performing a program check and update. During the update, no healing will be provided for this body. If the host needs, the energy of the world's ultra-lucky individual can be borrowed for treatment. Reminder, the ultra-lucky individual in this world, Chu Lan, the leader of Jihua God sect. When the system's voice finally ceased, Feng Zhui slowly raised his head, his face pale as paper. He let out a soft sigh. The firelight flickered amidst the wailing wind, like ghosts reveling in playing. Feng Zhui rested for a moment before slowly crawling off the ground. According to the memories of this body, he dragged his heavy body to search for something. Not long after, in a corridor mostly consumed by fire, he found the person he was looking for. It was a middle-aged woman, now dressed in blood-soaked white, with 4 swords piercing her body, nearly suspending her onto the pillar of the corridor. Feng Zhui shakily lifted his hands, gritting his teeth as he pulled each of the 4 swords out one by one. The woman's head drooped, and she slid down along the pillar to the ground. Exerting every ounce of his remaining strength, Feng Zhui dragged the woman out of the collapsing corridor. This woman was the original host's mother. On the night the intruders massacred the Tianshu Manor, the original host's mother hit her son, drawing the villains away and dying under their blades. Unknowingly, her son also perished due to shock and fear. Feng Zhui took a rest periodically while dragging the body, eventually reaching a small pond within the manor. The weeping willows by the pond side were splashed with blood. Feng Zhui collapsed in exhaustion on the ground, uncontrollably vomiting dry heaves. His heart pounded violently, a suffocating sensation overwhelming him as if he could stop breathing at any moment. Looking at the sky half illuminated by firelight, he felt cold throughout his body but had no strength left to move, slowly closing his eyes and waiting for dawn. The original owner of this body was originally the young lord of the Martial Arts Alliance. The young lord had extraordinary bone structure and was a natural prodigy. By chance during his childhood, he learned the true transmission of blood cloud technique from the greatest martial arts master, quickly gaining great fame and becoming the brightest star among the new generation of righteous knights in the Jianghu world. The original owner's mother was the young miss of Tianshu Manor. Back in the day, Tianshu Manor had a prestigious reputation. The current leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Feng Hong, was merely an up-and-coming swordsman at that time. Feng Hong was extremely ambitious and craved the position of the alliance leader. He needed Tianshu Manor's support, so he deliberately pursued its young miss, swearing eternal devotion to her. This deception led to their marriage, giving him the help of Tianshu Manor, and before long, he ascended to the throne as the Martial Arts Alliance leader. Although Feng Hong liked the young miss of Tianshu Manor, lust overtook love, and soon other women lured him away. Secretly, he kept a concubine outside his marriage and fathered a child with her, whom they named Feng Ju. It was this same Feng Ju who became infected by the 10,000 Charms virus. Feng Ju had no idea what had transpired when the Martial Arts Alliance leader, his neglectful father for more than a decade, suddenly began treating him with care, even bringing him back to the Martial Arts Alliance. The alliance leader's wife, also the original owner's mother, naturally did not approve of Feng Hong blatantly welcoming his illegitimate son into the fold. A fierce argument ensued, leading to her threatening Feng Hong with divorce. No one expected Feng Hong to hand over the divorce decree without hesitation, dismissing the woman who had been by his side for over 2 decades. After the mother left, the original owner, devastated and disillusioned, stepped down from his position as young lord and returned to Tianshu Manor with his mother. Their departure created space for Feng Ju. Feng Ju's mother was directly elevated by Feng Hong to become the official head wife, assuming the role of the new Martial Arts Alliance leader's wife. And Feng Ju, once ignored as an illegitimate son, was immediately bestowed with the title of young lord by Feng Hong. From that day forward, Feng Ju's destiny underwent a massive transformation. Everything and everyone around him began revolving around him. Those who had once looked down on him now fervently fawned over him, celebrating him as the prodigy of heaven who could captivate anyone with just his presence. He lived the life he had always dreamed of. However, this wasn't the source of Feng Ju's deepest happiness. Deep inside, Feng Ju harbored a secret crush, an unattainable moonlight in his heart, his sweetheart. This sweetheart was none other than Lin Qi, the young master of the Beidou Pavilion. Ever since childhood, Feng Ju hadn't been favored by his father due to his lack of talent in martial arts, a field in which his father, as the Martial Arts Alliance leader, excelled greatly. All of Feng Hong's affection and attention were instead directed toward his elder, talented son, leaving Feng Ju completely neglected. Chapter 77, Martial World, Kidnapped by the Cult Leader, 2. Back then, Feng Ju would rarely see his father and once sneaked into the Martial Arts Alliance leader's residence to catch a glimpse of him. But instead of seeing his father, he was captured by the guards and almost beaten severely for being mistaken as an intruder. Lin Qi came to his rescue, safely escorting him out of the premises. Although Lin Qi regarded him as a thief, he still gave him some money, advising him not to steal anymore. Lin Qi was graceful and dignified, a prince-like figure with gentle speech. In an instant, he took root in Feng Ju's heart, becoming his idealized sweetheart. But Feng Ju realized that given his lowly status, there was no way he could reach Lin Qi. Consumed by infatuation, Feng Ju spent his days loitering near the Martial Arts Alliance leader's residence. Fortunately, Lin Qi often visited the alliance, allowing Feng Ju to occasionally catch distant glimpses of him. Feng Ju tried to draw Lin Qi's attention by creating disturbances but failed miserably. Not only had Lin Qi forgotten about him, but he wouldn't even spare him a glance. Instead, it was another beloved son of Feng Hong, the shining young lord of the alliance, who maintained close ties with Lin Qi, frequently seen entering and exiting places together and laughing jovially. Rumors said they were sworn friends who often explored the Jianghu world together. From that moment, jealousy and deep hatred gnawed at Fang Zhu's heart. He despised how the original owner had stolen all of his father's attention and affection. Though they shared the same title as sons of the Martial Arts Alliance leader, their fates couldn't have been more different. While the original owner enjoyed freedom and recognition, Fang Zhu was left living in shadows. He envied how easily the original owner could interact with his beloved Lin Qi, walking alongside him and adventuring through the Jianghu. When Fang Zhu eventually became the young lord himself, his most fervent wish was to make Lin Qi meet him. But simply meeting Lin Qi wasn't enough, it wasn't satisfying at all. He wanted more. He wanted Lin Qi completely. He thought that since the original owner, as the young lord, could have Lin Qi as his sworn friend, and now he himself was also the young lord, why couldn't he also have a closer relationship with Lin Qi? Thus, he confidently had someone invite Lin Qi over. Lin Qi came to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters back then in a fit of rage. With a heart full of anger and disdain, he wanted to see what kind of person this illegitimate son who had pushed away his good friend looked like. But at just one glance, he found himself helplessly falling for Fang Zhu, almost losing his mind. He became dazed and soon ended up rolling into bed with this illegitimate son after a few brief moments together. Afterward, Lin Qi, who had tasted the sweetness from Fang Zhu, listened to everything Fang Zhu said. The two quickly became engaged. Having set the marriage plan with his beloved, Fang Zhu was elated and deliberately spread the news to Tianshu Manor where the original owner was, making sure the original owner knew. Upon hearing the news, the original owner truly could not accept it. He thought that Lin Qi was being forced by Fang Zhu and quickly rushed to the Martial Arts Alliance to confront Fang Zhu. But every time Fang Zhu saw the elegant and handsome original owner, he would remember how he himself used to be unseen and ignored in the shadows, which made him extremely uncomfortable. He longed to destroy everything the original owner had right away. He finally managed to rise to power and did not want to go back to the old, dim life. He also wanted to live splendidly and crush the original owner underfoot without restraint. Fang Zhu harbored deep malevolence in his heart, deliberately speaking offensively, attempting to provoke the original owner. The original owner already resented him. Due to Fang Zhu, what he had once believed to be a loving family and happy household completely fell apart. Angered further by Fang Zhu's harsh words, the flames of fury rose in him, and he couldn't hold back from attacking Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu had no martial arts skills and could not fight against the original owner, thus he was injured by the original owner. However, his injuries weren't serious. The enraged original owner hadn't lost his senses and still held back. But Fang Zhu wanted him to act violently. He turned the minor injuries into severe ones and complained to Lin Qi, feigning grievance. Lin Qi was already so mesmerized by Fang Zhu that he couldn't tell right from wrong. When he learned that Fang Zhu had been injured by the original owner, his anger soared again. He immediately went to Tianshu Manor and clashed fiercely with the original owner. The original owner and Lin Qi were about equal in martial arts abilities. However, since he regarded Lin Qi as his close friend, he didn't strike hard, trusting his friend wouldn't harm him. Unexpectedly, Lin Qi showed no mercy, directly using his renowned technique, Cold Abyssal Palm, nearly killing the original owner. Because of the severe injuries, the original owner remained unconscious for a whole month. When he woke up, the original owner had lost all of his internal energy. His years of martial arts achievement were wiped out by the Cold Abyssal Palm, and he developed a chronic illness, easily falling ill with a gust of wind and gasping for breath after walking a few steps. According to the storyline of this world, the original owner was supposed to grow into an unparalleled master of martial arts, a hero defending justice, taking over the Martial Arts Alliance to become its leader, becoming an important figure deterring the evil sects and stabilizing the righteous factions. But now this martial genius was suddenly reduced to a useless person, shocking the entire martial world. Tianshu Manor's reputation has declined ever since the previous manor lord passed away, and it had been easily overshadowed by Beidou Pavilion and the Martial Arts Alliance. This generation's head of Tianshu Manor is the original owner's uncle. The uncle went to Beidou Pavilion for justice after the young master of Beidou Pavilion severely injured the original owner but was rejected entry by Beidou Pavilion. Outraged, he angrily cursed outside Beidou Pavilion for several days, causing much gossip in Jinyu City. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Zhu incited Lin Qi once more. Always easily swayed by Fang Zhu, Lin Qi listened to the instigation and sent half of Beidou Pavilion's elite forces to slaughter the entire Tianshu Manor during the night. No one in Tianshu Manor survived. The next morning, as dawn broke, light gradually seeped out. A group of martial artists arrived by boat, rushing into the boundary of Tianshu Manor. Fang Zhu, feeling dazed, faintly heard someone say, "Manor Lord, he's still alive." Fang Zhu was half supported to sit up, and a bitter medicine pill was shoved into his mouth. Struggling to lift his eyelids, he saw a group of people standing just a few steps away, looking seriously at him. The closest sect to Tianshu Manor was a small sect called Dongyun Fort. Dongyun Fort was on the distant other side of the river, facing Tianshu Manor from afar. Seeing the smoke rising high early in the morning, they realized something was amiss and sent a group of people to investigate the situation. They never expected that the entire Tianshu Manor would be left in ruins, littered with bodies. Tianshu Manor had once been a prominent force in the martial world. Now, it had been wiped out overnight, evoking sighs from everyone. The people of Dongyun Fort searched through the ruins, originally not expecting to find any survivors. To their surprise, they found one by a small pond. Feng Jui was helped to stand up. The master of Dongyun Fort, surnamed Yang, with a bold appearance and a loud voice, asked, "What is your relationship with Tianshu Manor?" Feng Jui covered his eyes weakly and responded in a feeble tone, "I am Feng Jui of Tianshu Manor." Master Yang raised an eyebrow. He had heard of Feng Jui. When this young master stepped down as the young lord of the Martial Arts Alliance and returned to the declining Tianshu Manor, it caused quite a stir in the martial world. Later, when his martial arts were destroyed by Beidou Pavilion's young lord, the entire martial world was shocked. Seeing his current wretched state and looking at the dead woman beside him, Master Yang felt sympathy and sighed deeply. He consoled, "Young friend Feng, may you grieve in moderation." Chapter 78, The Martial World, Abducted by the Cult Leader, 3. Feng Jui's face was pale, looking desolate, almost unable to stand. Master Yang sighed again, this time with anger on his face. These villains of the demon sect are far too audacious. They actually wiped out the entire Tianshu Manor. Such provocation truly shows no respect for us righteous sects. Feng Jui covered his mouth and coughed for a while, lowering his eyelashes to conceal his emotions. He muttered, "Demon sect." Master Yang sighed heavily, explaining to him, "Such cruel behavior, could it be anyone other than the demon sect? Moreover, we found markings left behind by the demon sect here, it's the Jihua divine sect from Eastyu." Feng Jui went into a brief daze. Wait, which sect? Jihua divine sect. It sounded familiar. Wasn't the blessed child of this world the sect master of Jihua divine sect? Feng Jui froze for a moment before his eyes filled with hatred immediately. The Jihua divine sect. It's the Jihua divine sect. I must avenge the blood debt of Tianshu Manor. After speaking, he started to cough uncontrollably, as if his heart would break. Master Yang looked at him, weak as though he might ascend at any moment. He just shook his head. Perhaps during his peak in martial arts, little brother Feng could have stood against the demon sect, but now. Master Yang sighed, "Young friend Feng, don't get too emotional, take care of your body. I've already sent word to the Martial Arts Alliance. Young friend Feng, rest assured, the Martial Arts Alliance will certainly not let these demon sect villains go unpunished." Feng Jui's eyes were misty from the severe coughing, and he nodded slightly, his voice hoarse, "Thank you, Master Yang." Master Yang then warmly invited him, "Your body can't withstand the journey, so you should first come with me back to Dongyun Fort. The Martial Arts Alliance is far away, and it will probably take 2 days for someone to arrive." Feng Jui straightened his spine, trying to maintain what little dignity he had left. "I thank you, Master Yang." With Master Yang's help, Feng Jui buried the previous master's mother and temporarily took refuge in Dongyun Fort. Soon, the news that the Jihua divine sect had exterminated Tianshu Manor spread throughout the martial world. The heroes of the martial world were furious about it. Although Tianshu Manor had declined greatly over the past few years, it was once still a renowned righteous sect that struck fear in the martial world. Now being wiped out by the Jihua divine sect meant that the face of the righteous sects had been trampled upon by the demon sect. For a time, the call to eliminate the demon sect grew louder and louder. However, this wind did not last long. Another grand event in the martial world soon diverted everyone's attention. The current young lord of the Martial Arts Alliance, Feng Ju, was to marry Lin Qi, the young lord of Beidou Pavilion. The martial world now saw nothing strange in male alliances. The Martial Arts Alliance widely distributed invitations, gathering the great heroes to celebrate the grand ceremony. But as the only survivor of Tianshu Manor and also the eldest son of the Martial Arts Alliance master, Feng Jui was left forgotten at Dongyun Fort, ignored by all. As if everyone had tacitly decided to forget him. Feng Jui wasn't anxious, but Master Yang was growing increasingly restless, sending frequent messages to the Martial Arts Alliance without receiving any reply. This made Master Yang feel alarmed and start to perceive a bit of the situation. The current young lord of the Martial Arts Alliance came from humble beginnings but was very favored by the master. Although unskilled in martial arts, marrying the famed young master of Beidou Pavilion enhanced the authority of the Martial Arts Alliance even further. And Feng Jui, now completely without martial ability, seemed to have no value and had likely been abandoned by the master. Realizing this, Master Yang sighed with lamentation. A good son, discarded so easily. Ah well, maybe it was because the other was the master and he was just a small fort leader, he wouldn't be capable of doing such a thing. After several more days passed, someone from the Martial Arts Alliance finally arrived tardily. The person who arrived was dressed in a fine white silk robe, an air of elegance and self-satisfaction evident on his face. This was none other than the current young master of the Martial Arts Alliance, Feng Ju. By Feng Ju's side stood a dignified man in black, this person being none other than the young lord of Beidou Pavilion, Lin Qi. The two entered the hall. Master Yang quickly rose to his feet, not expecting that the Martial Arts Alliance would send not only the young master, but also the young lord of Beidou Pavilion. Master Yang glanced worriedly at Feng Jui, sighing quietly to himself. The relationships between these three were truly complex. Feng Jui's martial arts had been personally destroyed by this young lord of Beidou Pavilion. It was said they had once been very close friends, yet how had their relationship deteriorated so far? Would they fight? If so, Feng Shui would surely suffer a loss. As Master Yang was lost in these random thoughts, Feng Shui showed no surprise. He simply picked up his teacup and took a sip, moistening his parched throat. In a short time, Feng Shui had cultivated both stubbornness and arrogance, his face full of disdain as he ignored the welcoming Master Yang and headed straight for Feng Shui. Lin Qi, since stepping into the hall and seeing Feng Shui, looked somewhat hesitant and dared not step forward. Master Yang, ignored by both of them, awkwardly stood aside. Feng Shui put down his teacup, his body as straight as a green pine tree. Even now, though having fallen into the lowest depths with no way out, his unyielding spirit still made people take notice. Feng Shui frowned secretly. He originally thought that Feng Shui would now be in a wretched state, a pitiful sight indeed. To his amazement, Feng Shui had not been entirely overcome. In Feng Shui's original plan, during the massacre at the Night Slaughter Heaven Manor, Feng Shui should have died either from the slaughter or in the fire. But never could he imagine Feng Shui would survive such calamity. Feng Shui clenched his fists. He had always envied Feng Shui when they were young. Over the years, that envy had transformed into pure hatred. Now that their positions had changed, Feng Shui had become the revered young master of the Martial Arts Alliance, receiving countless followers' allegiance. What about Feng Shui? Ha! Not only a cripple, but also a loner. Whether it be their father, the young lord title, or even Lin Qi, all belonged to him, Feng Shui. There was no longer any room for Feng Shui in their eyes. How tragic. And yet how exhilarating. Whenever Feng Shui thought about how someone who had once shone so brightly was now under his foot, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. The more wretched Feng Shui appeared, the happier he felt. With pride and smugness in his gaze, Feng Shui believed that his radiant image now would cause Feng Shui immense shame. But Feng Shui's calm dark eyes remained steady and even carried a hint of mockery. Mockery? Feng Shui was taken aback and enraged. This piece of trash doesn't even realize how wretched he looks. How dare he mock me? Feng Shui approached Feng Shui and sneered, "Big brother, I'm truly sorry. I should have come earlier, but since my wedding with brother Qi is approaching, we couldn't delay our auspicious date. I believe big brother wouldn't blame us, right?" Feng Shui spoke while reaching backward, only to grab thin air. His brows knitted as he turned back. Feng Shui and Lin Qi had already married, their feelings extremely good. Lin Qi indulged him greatly, treating him as if he might break him if held too tightly or melt if kept in his mouth. Wherever Feng Shui went, Lin Qi always followed closely. But now, Lin Qi stood quite a distance away, his expression unreadable. Chapter 79, The Martial World, Abducted by the Cult Leader, 4. Feng Shui suddenly felt uneasy without reason. This distance reminded him of the past when he also couldn't touch Lin Qi. For a fleeting moment, his brow furrowed, then he quickly smiled and waved at Lin Qi. "Qi, why do you stand there? Come greet big brother." Upon hearing his words, Feng Shui lazily lifted his gaze, yet his voice was icy cold. "Who is your big brother? A disgraceful illegitimate son like you has no business calling me big brother anytime soon." Feng Shui's smile froze on his face. Turning around, he glared ferociously at Feng Shui, filled with indignation. Since becoming the young master of the Martial Arts Alliance, no one had dared mention the word illegitimate son to him. An illegitimate son holds almost no status, inferior even to concubine-born children, most families leaving them to fend for themselves. So, Feng Shui's past was akin to a stench hidden in a ditch. Even now, despite his success, the fact of his birth as an illegitimate son remained a thorn in his heart. The thorn in his heart that he hated the most was now being stirred up by someone else, making him feel as though there was a lump of air stuck in his chest. In the past, he would have cursed and yelled by now. But today, something about it felt uneasy, so instead, he pursed his lips, feigning an aggrieved tone, "I've already returned to my ancestral home, I'm also a member of the Feng family now. Why can't I call out to my big brother? I know big brother has always looked down on me, despised me, which is why you wanted to kill me back then." He had intentionally brought up their past dispute, and as expected, Feng Shui's expression changed. After finishing his speech, Feng Shui lowered his head, pretending to shed tears for dramatic effect. Lin Qi could never bear to see him being wronged, surely he would side with him and defend his case against Feng Shui. Feng Shui smugly waited for Lin Qi to step forward and comfort him. But after acting distressed for a while, Lin Qi remained utterly unresponsive. Feng Shui's uneasiness began to grow until he couldn't help but turn around to look at Lin Qi. Since entering the hall, Lin Qi had stood rooted to the spot. Feng Shui didn't understand what was wrong. Just moments before, the two had walked hand in hand inside. Now, Lin Qi showed no reaction to his calls or supposed grievances. Instead, Lin Qi was fixedly staring at Feng Shui. Unable to hold himself back, Feng Shui frowned slightly, finding this behavior increasingly odd. Could it be that Lin Qi now regrets estranging Feng Shui? Impossible. Lin Qi had once nearly beaten Feng Shui to death for him. Relieved by this thought, Feng Shui stepped quickly towards Lin Qi, taking his hand and pulling him forward. As Lin Qi was dragged ahead a few steps, his dazed gaze still fixedly observed Feng Shui. At first, Lin Chi's mind had been foggy and disoriented, but upon seeing Fang Zhui, it gradually became clearer. Memories of their journeys through the martial world flashed through Lin Chi's mind. They had admired the moon together, shared drinks, exchanged martial arts techniques. They had ventured into the martial realm together, fighting evil and promoting good. They had pledged to become righteous heroes, cleaning up the chaos of the martial world and wiping out malevolent cults. These images rapidly replayed in his mind, causing a deep sense of bitterness and sadness to swell within Lin Chi's heart, making it hard for him to catch his breath. At that moment, Fang Zhui slowly rose to his feet. He approached Lin Chi step by step. As Lin Chi watched Fang Zhui come closer, he appeared terrified and unconsciously took several steps backward. Fang Zhui half smiled, looking at Lin Chi who was filled with panic. With a low voice, he said just a few words, "Long time no see, my best friend." Lin Chi's face turned stark white again and again. Best friend? Best friend? In an instant, Lin Chi's expression transformed into extreme anguish, anger, and frustration, appearing almost deranged. Fang Zhui watching him, started to panic as well, trying to support him but getting harshly shoved away by Lin Chi. Startled, Fang Zhui raised his eyes incredulously, showing clear hurt. "Ah Chi, what's wrong with you?" Lin Chi's fingers were sunken deep into his own flesh, red veins bursting in his bloodshot eyes as he stared at Fang Zhui's face. Waves of vivid memories of time spent together with Fang Zhui surged into his mind. All the seduction and manipulation came flooding back. "Ah Chi, my big brother injured me, it hurts so much. Can you take revenge for me and kill him? Ah Chi, how dare the master of Tianshu Manor insult you? You are the young lord of Bei Do Pavilion. Let's destroy Tianshu Manor right away." These demonic whispers continuously looped in Lin Chi's mind. Bloodshot eyes widened as he anxiously dodged Fang Zhui's reaching hands and shouted hoarsely, "Don't come near me." Fang Zhui stopped in his tracks, gazing at him sorrowfully, "Husband." At the sound of this title, Lin Chi felt his meridians disrupted by chaotic chi. A mouthful of blood bubbled up, leaving a thick taste of metallic bitterness in his throat. Shaking uncontrollably, Lin Chi stared at his own hands. When did these hands disobey his will and become stained with blood? Disturbing memories filled his mind, causing unbearable headaches. Those memories belonged to him, yet their contents were impossible for him to accept. For causing his close friend grave injuries leading to the loss of all his martial skills, or ordering the massacre of Tianshu Manor falsely accusing it of crimes, all these terrible acts left Lin Chi unable to forgive himself. With a lost look, how had he done such deeds? He shouldn't have. Trembling all over, Lin Chi only wanted to escape. He simply couldn't face his former best friend, or this so-called wife, who had lured him into committing countless mistakes. He fled Dongyun Fort as if running away from everything. Fang Zhui noticed something was off about him, and instead of focusing on Fang Zhui anymore, he quickly followed after Lin Chi. Fang Zhui watched them leave with an enigmatic gaze before his figure faltered, his face as pale as paper. He returned to his seat. The Manor Lord Yang had silently observed everything, utterly baffled. Lately, there were plenty of rumors about the young lord of Bei Do Pavilion and the young leader of the Wulin Alliance. They were reputedly inseparable with deep affection for each other, gaining fame in the martial world in a short time because of their love. But from what could be seen now, things seemed quite different from the rumors. Yang sighed. It was rare that someone from the Wulin Alliance came, yet nothing was resolved, and now they had left again. As Yang thought of comforting Fang Zhui, the latter waved a hand, speaking weakly, "Lord Yang, please don't say more. Since the Wulin Alliance refuses to handle this matter, I'll manage it myself." After hearing this, Lord Yang immediately guessed what Fang Zhui intended to do and tried to stop him. "You must not. Absolutely not. This body of his wouldn't last much longer." Fang Zhui had been extremely exhausted these past few days, forcing himself to stay awake despite heavy drowsiness. He might not wake up one day if he fell asleep. He lowered his eyelashes, his tone resolute, "I must make it known to the martial world that there is still someone who cares about the matters of Tianshu Manor." Chapter 80, Martial World, Kidnapped by the Cult Master, 5. Recently, the martial world erupted into excitement again. A rumor spread that someone would challenge the master of Jihua divine sect to a fight to the death. The battle location was set at the ruins of the destroyed Tianshu Manor. This challenger happened to be none other than Fang Zhui, who had narrowly escaped when the Tianshu Manor was wiped out. As a result, the previously dormant massacre case of the Tianshu Manor resurfaced, and the rumors grew louder. Who didn't know that this young Lord Fang was once the junior leader of the Wulin Alliance? Tianshu Manor and the Wulin Alliance had deep ties. In fact, the elder daughter of Tianshu Manor had married the elder leader of the Wulin Alliance, which meant the destruction of Tianshu Manor couldn't go unchallenged. Yet, surprisingly, the Wulin Alliance remained silent all this while. Now, it had come down to this sick body of Fang Zhui seeking revenge for Tianshu Manor. This act of Fang Zhui's was akin to slapping the face of the Wulin Alliance loudly, sparking immediate questions among various righteous warriors against the Wulin Alliance. Was the current leader of the Wulin Alliance, Fang Hong, too heartless and unworthy to continue sitting in such a prestigious position leading the martial world? The news reached the Wulin Alliance soon enough. Listening to his disciples' report, Fang Hong fumed so much steam came out of his ears. This rebellious son. Where does he put me, the leader of Wulin, with actions like these? Fang Hong's hair near his temples had turned white. Every time he thought of his rebellious son, Fang Jui, headaches ensued. Brother, it really doesn't seem right, said Fang Ju standing nearby. Fang Hong shot him a glare. Didn't I tell you to handle the affairs of Tianshu Manor? If you managed well, your position as junior leader of the Wulin Alliance would be secure. How did you let things escalate to this mess? It had been long since the father showed such anger toward him. Suppressing his gloom, Fang Ju put on a wronged appearance. After my wedding, I hurried overnight to East Cloud Fort to see brother, but he refused to meet me. He has always blamed me and mother. How could he possibly accept me? Fang Hong frowned deeply, appearing severe as he coldly rebuked, how absurd. As a brother, he can't even bear his younger sibling. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ju added further incendiary words, making Fang Hong fly into a towering rage, wanting instantly to sever all father-son relations with Fang Jui. Enough already. Since he wants a life-and-death duel with that sect master, let him die. Fang Hong will pretend never to have had such a son. Secretly pleased inside, Fang Ju now only needed the cult master to respond to the duel. If that happened, Fang Jui, that useless man, would surely die. With this relief, Fang Ju gathered a group of followers, igniting further the news of Fang Jui's challenge to the cult master. Though the divine flame cult was mysterious, as long as the matter grew loud enough, they would definitely learn about it. Divine flame cult. A black eagle soared through the sky before finally landing amidst a lush green forest. Hidden behind the lush trees was a beautifully adorned tower. The black eagle perched outside a window, its head turning to look around. After a moment, someone walked over, removing a note from the eagle's leg. The divine flame cult was concealed deep in the mountains, built along the cliffs, existing in the martial world for hundreds of years with deep roots. The divine flame cult was shrouded in great mystery. They either remained secluded from the world, or whenever they emerged, turmoil ensued. Exquisite pavilions stretched along with waterfalls cascading down. The left protector walked into a cave hidden behind the waterfall. The cave was large and deep, decorated luxuriously, brightly lit by numerous lamps. The left protector kept walking inward. Deep inside the cave, a red-robed man lay on a reclining couch, one long leg casually bent as he closed his eyes to rest. The left protector knelt on the ground, his left hand forming a fist at chest level, respectfully saying, "Master." Silence fell in the cave for a moment before the man's deep and magnetic voice sounded, "What is it?" The left protector stood up and unfolded the note in his hand, presenting it solemnly. The red-robed man lowered his gaze, his cold eyes fixed on the slip of paper. After a long while, a low laugh erupted, growing louder and more unrestrained. With a wave of his sleeve, the red-robed man crushed the note into pieces. A life-and-death duel. The so-called righteous sects of the martial world are really becoming braver these days. By the end of his words, his tone had turned eerily chilling. A black eagle circled in the sky above the divine flame cult, suddenly startled and flying away. Dongyan Fort had been very quiet these days, and Fang Jui hadn't received any news from the divine flame cult. He wasn't bothered by it either. After all, he'd already stomped on the face of the cult master barefoot, doubting that the cult could tolerate this affront. Still, he wondered if Chu Lan, the master of the divine flame cult, would make an appearance. If it wasn't Chu Lan who showed up, he would have to think of other ways. He needed to get close to the child of destiny to obtain energy to restore his body. In this world, his lover hadn't appeared yet, so he couldn't die just like this. He covered his mouth and coughed for a while. A moment later, his palm was stained with blood. Fang Jui calmly wiped the blood off his fingertips with a handkerchief. Lately, he had become rather sleep-prone. Now, utterly exhausted, he withdrew his gaze from the window, lazily yawning, half closing his eyes. He took off the overly loose outer garments slowly, climbed onto the bed languidly, and crawled under the covers. His figure was incredibly emaciated, the delicate bones underneath his skin increasingly evident. It was midsummer now, but Fang Jui's body had once suffered a severe injury from Lin Chi's cold hell palm technique, leaving incurable health problems. Even in extreme heat, all he could feel was bone-deep icy coldness. He burrowed deeper into the blanket, curling his hands and feet together tightly, wrapping himself completely in warmth. The jet-black pupils were soon covered by thin eyelids, his chest rising and falling gently as he quickly drifted into a deep slumber. The person lying on the bed resembled a pear blossom fallen in wind and rain, managing to preserve its petals' perfection while inexorably decaying. As the weather grew hot and cicadas became noisy, Fang Jui curled himself tightly in thick blankets. His exceptionally handsome face looked pale due to his illness, dimming what should have been a glowing beauty. That clearly defined long eyelashes were lightly flicked again and again by a suddenly extended elegant hand. In his dreams, Fang Jui slightly furrowed his brows. The dark eyelashes had no choice but to endure being teased by that large hand, trembling faintly. This pale little face displayed a sense of powerless obedience. Watching him was strangely pitiful. At some unknown point, a red-clad man appeared in the room. Standing tall and imposing beside the bed, his shadow loomed over as if it wanted to swallow the entire figure on the bed. The red-clad man toyed with Fang Jui's long eyelashes, feeling the tingling sensations created by the curling lashes brushing against his palm. There was also a trace of ticklish sensation that spread from his palm all the way to the tip of his heart. The man wore a mask. Lowering his head, he saw the hint of blush spreading from Feng Jui's corner of his eye and lips curved into an amused smile. Ah, so cute, so beautiful. Chapter 81, Martial World, Kidnapped by the Cult Master, 6. The uninvited visitor sneaking into Feng Jui's room was none other than Chu Lan, the cult master of Divine Flame Cult. Regarding the widely discussed incident where Divine Flame Cult supposedly wiped out Tian Shu Manor in the martial world, the Divine Flame Cult had merely been taking the blame unfairly. However, Chu Lan didn't come out of seclusion to deal with this matter. Being extremely bored, he decided to take a stroll outside and, while at it, kill the person who dared to challenge him. In Chu Lan's view, the notion of a life-and-death battle was merely a joke. How could the Divine Flame Cult possibly fulfill the wishes of those righteous factions who aimed to stir up resistance against the so-called evil sects? If the person who initiated the life-and-death duel were to die before the battle, it was easy to imagine how frustrated those so-called chivalrous warriors of the martial world would be. Chu Lan had come with murderous intent, but at this moment, he felt the slight trembling of the eyelashes in his palm and let out a low chuckle. In fact, there was no need for killing. Feng Jui slept restlessly, struggling to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, preventing him from waking up. Chu Lan played with the long lashes of the person on the bed, and a peculiar emotion gradually emerged in his deep gaze. He carefully examined the face of the person on the bed. Feng Jui's nose had a beautiful curve, delicate yet elegant. His plump lips would unconsciously pucker slightly while sleeping. The touched lashes trembled faintly, and the beautiful eyebrows furrowed then slowly relaxed. Chu Lan's focused gaze traced this face. Suddenly, memories of the Left Protector's earnest hope before his departure came to mind. Lord! The life-and-death duel is trivial, finding the lady for the Lord is the real matter. A life-and-death duel. It was indeed unimportant. Lady of the sect. Chu Lan's gaze fell onto Feng Jui's face. This seemed possible. Chu Lan pondered in his heart the feasibility of taking a righteous path individual back to the demonic sect to become the sect lady. It was certainly possible. Chu Lan looked at Feng Jui's sleeping face, becoming increasingly satisfied and fond, wanting nothing more than to immediately take him back to the demonic sect and hide him away. Unfortunately, it couldn't be done too abruptly, it might scare the person off. It had to happen gradually. When Feng Jui woke up and opened his eyes, everything in the room seemed normal, except. He lowered his head and saw that the thin layer of white powder he had secretly sprinkled on the ground now bore a few fragmented footprints. His eyes darkened slightly, and he curved his pale lips. Someone had been here. It was midday, and the servants of Dongyun Fort came over with meals. Feng Jui sat in front of the table, one hand supporting his chin, his eyelids lazily drooping as he seemed somewhat absent-minded. He kept stirring the porridge sent over with his porcelain spoon but did not eat. He had lost his appetite. In the end, he didn't finish the bowl of porridge. Feng Jui forced himself to drink 2 sips, only to feel uncomfortable all over his body. He put down the spoon and buried himself back under the covers, his face pale. Half asleep and half awake, he vaguely felt someone feeding him porridge. This porridge seemed very different, smooth and rich, exquisitely prepared, which aroused his appetite. His furrowed brows relaxed as he was drowsily fed a bowl of porridge. He heard a low chuckle by his ear, a deep voice saying he was being good. Just before falling back into slumber, he struggled to lift his heavy eyelids slightly, catching a glimpse of a red figure. Chu Lan tucked Feng Jui back under the covers, looking at the pale face and feeling a pang of tenderness. He sighed softly. Weak health, excessive sleepiness, and loss of appetite. He had come out just to play nursemaid and fuss over these concerns. For the next 2 days, Feng Jui would always find a large bowl of minced meat porridge near his window every day. He wasn't sure what kind of meat it was made from, but it smelled enticing. On top of that, there were a few appetizing side dishes, finally satisfying Feng Jui's long-starved stomach. With his stomach settled, he gained some energy. Feng Jui started thinking about how to make this house intruder reveal themselves. This day, Feng Jui prepared to bathe. Several days earlier, his body had been too tired. Afraid that he might fall asleep midway through washing, he had skipped bathing until his condition improved recently. He immediately asked Dongyun Fort to prepare for him. He sank into the tub, sighing. Steam rose, enveloping his face in a reddish glow, giving him a touch of good color. His neck was slender, and his collarbone faintly visible underwater. Through the rising mist, his beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. Feng Jui's fingers tightly gripped the edge of the bathtub. He swore he had thought of ways to force this person out, but never like this. But the man appeared exactly at this time. Tall and imposing, the man wore red with an icy aura. He wore a silver mask, leaned against the screen, and without hesitation stared directly at Feng Jui. Feng Jui pulled further into the water, leaving only half his head and his foggy eyes visible above the rim of the tub. "Who are you?" he asked. The man said nothing, just walked step by step toward him. Then he stopped half a meter away. The man kept his eyes straight ahead, presenting the demeanor of a righteous gentleman. But how many such gentlemen would appear at a time like this? The man slowly bent down toward Feng Jui. His face was very close to Feng Jui's, so close that the mist clouded his silver mask, and Feng Jui could clearly see the intricate and unique flame patterns on the mask. Their gazes met, and for a moment, neither moved. This was... Feng Jui's heart stirred. He blinked, and his eyelashes trembled with droplets of water. He understood the man's intention. He paused, then lifted an arm out of the water. That arm was white and translucent, glistening with clear water droplets. His long fingers lightly gripped the edge of the silver mask. The man didn't move, as if silently permitting his action. Feng Jui raised his hand and slowly removed the mask, revealing a face beneath it that was as handsome as a heavenly deity. His red attire added a touch of mischief to this face. Feng Jui tilted his head slightly upward, gazing at this face that still made his heart race no matter how long he looked. The man's expression softened, like the breeze caressing his face. The icy gaze in his eyes also became tender when the mask was removed. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips as he looked meaningfully at the mask in Feng Jui's hands. By removing my mask, you've become mine. Feng Jui hesitated, then deliberately pressed the mask back onto the man's face. Chu Lan chuckled, his chest vibrating, shaking his head while holding the mask and sighing, naughty. He tossed the mask aside and turned to bring over the clothes Feng Jui had placed on the screen. The water will get cold soon. Be careful not to catch a chill. Get out quickly. Feng Jui leaned against the edge of the tub, whispering, I got a cramp in my leg. The man paused for a moment, finally bending down and lifting him out of the water. The person in his arms was light, almost weightless. Silently, he handed Feng Jui a towel and turned away. Once the water was dried off, he quickly tucked him into a thick quilt. His voice was hoarse, containing a warning, you're not in good health. Don't think about other things. Feng Jui blinked innocently, smiling until his eyes curved into crescents. Clearly, someone else had been thinking impure thoughts. Chapter 82, Martial World, Kidnapped by the Sect Lord, 7. Feng Jui stretched lazily, causing the blanket to slide down, exposing most of his chest. A faint bluish-black handprint ominously marked his thin chest. It was the scar left by the cold darkness palm, a strike to the chest that was extremely fatal. The man had noticed the handprint earlier. Knowing well the power of the cold darkness palm, thinking of the suffering this person endured, his eyes flashed with deep pity. Feng Jui retreated into the icy blanket, suddenly feeling aggrieved. It's so cold. If only someone could warm up the bed for me. The man frowned, sighed, climbed onto the bed, and hugged the person in his arms. Understood, I'll warm it. After several rounds of warming, Feng Jui's body recovered quickly. As his physical condition improved, Feng Jui began handling affairs at Tianshu Manor. Every day, Chu Lan loitered around him, and he didn't hesitate to command the sect lord to serve as his stableman, heading to Jinyu City where the Beidou Pavilion was located. Because he had lost all his martial arts skills, making things inconvenient, he had Chu Lan capture one of the hall masters from Beidou Pavilion, using the sect's techniques for threats and inducements. Chu Lan worked diligently without complaint, finding joy in it. Those sect members watching from the shadows couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. These small errands could have been delegated to them, but the sect lord forbade it and did everything personally. Even Feng Jui's daily meals were prepared by the sect lord himself. The sect lord, he truly has matured. They, the fiery spirit sect, had been mocked by other cults for years because they lacked a sect lady. They had grown tired of this life. Now, were they finally going to have a sect lady? Excited, the sect members shed tears of emotion. Feng Jui, who was blissfully unaware of the intense anticipation everyone had for him, stayed in Jinyu City for a few days, preparing everything meticulously before finally visiting the Martial Arts Alliance. The Martial Arts Alliance, where the original host had spent 18 years growing up, he came to give a last look for the original host. Upon hearing that Feng Jui, the rebellious son, had returned to the Martial Arts Alliance, Feng Hong appeared with his sword drawn. Recent events had caused Feng Hong extreme dissatisfaction with Feng Jui, and he was prepared to teach this unfilial son a good lesson. However, when he truly approached Feng Jui, he looked at this son who was now a head taller than him but was skin and bones. The sword clanged to the ground. Feng Jui's face resembled his mother's greatly. Feng Hong momentarily saw the image of his lady, and an overwhelming surge of intense sorrow arose in his heart. Lady. Where was his lady? His trembling hand reached out to touch Feng Jui's face, but Feng Jui sidestepped and evaded him. Ignoring him, Feng Jui glanced around the Martial Arts Alliance and eventually visited the original host's room. Feng Hong doggedly followed behind him, feeling as though his throat were blocked. Several times he tried to speak but no words came out. It wasn't until Feng Jui was about to leave that Feng Hong hurriedly stopped him, preventing his departure. This is your home. Feng Jui coldly gazed at the middle-aged man before him, interrupting him. Martial Arts Alliance Master Feng jests. This place ceased being my home long ago, and this is the last time I'll return. He turned to leave after speaking. Feng Hong dumbly watched his retreating figure, his body appearing to hunch in an instant. Master? Startled, Feng Hong suddenly heard a soft female voice from behind. Turning back, a woman dressed in gold and silver smiled as she walked toward him. In a daze, with a blink, tears welled up in his eyes, and he stepped forward to embrace her. Lady, is that you? It was me who was wrong, please don't leave me. The woman was actually Fang Hong's concubine, and she didn't know what had happened. She could only gently comfort him. After a bout of weeping, Fang Hong suddenly sensed something amiss. This voice. Fang Hong immediately shoved the woman hard, his eyes flaring with anger. This definitely wasn't his wife. Rage instantly surged within him, and he pointed at the woman's face, angrily berating her. Why is it you despicable person? Where is my wife? I understand now, it must be because of you that my wife was forced away. Saying this, in a frenzied manner, he directly raised his sword and slashed towards the woman. The woman stared at him in horror, lifting her skirt and fleeing everywhere, yet she couldn't escape Fang Hong's sword. A cry of pain followed as the woman slowly fell down. Blood spewed out furiously. Fang Hong pulled out his sword and walked off in a daze, muttering under his breath, "Lady, where is my lady?" Time passed like a white horse rushing through a gap. Before anyone knew it, the day of the life and death battle had arrived. Dawn hadn't even fully broken yet. Ascending the highest building of Dongyun Fortress, one could see far-off shimmering river waters with many boats dotted across them. As Fang Jui had anticipated, numerous martial artists had gathered on the territory of Tian Shu Manor, making for a formidable array. After all, the one he challenged was none other than the sect lord of the devil cult. The righteous way always placed the utmost importance on face, so not only would they send people, but they'd also send quite a few to reinforce their presence, showing off the gathering of talented warriors of the righteous path. Fang Ju had also arrived, surrounded by a group of people, appearing complacent outwardly while harboring intense gloom inwardly. Ever since the last encounter with Fang Jui, Lin Qi hadn't been normal at all, locking himself away upon returning to Beidou Pavilion. Their wedding hadn't been completed more than a month when Fang Ju could no longer see Lin Qi. Not too long ago, Beidou Pavilion even sent emissaries to negotiate with his father, proposing to terminate this absurd marriage arrangement. What constituted an absurd marriage arrangement? Could it be that Lin Qi regretted it and now considered marrying him an absurd thing? Recalling how Lin Qi had previously sweetly sworn to him under the moonlight to stay together forever, only to turn their backs on each other so soon afterward, Fang Ju felt a sharp pain in his heart. The marital union between Martial Arts Alliance and Beidou Pavilion broke apart after barely over a month, becoming a laughingstock in the martial world. After this incident, Fang Ju's reputation plummeted drastically within Martial Arts Alliance. Combined with the doubts from the martial community regarding Fang Hong, his position as young lord of the alliance became precarious. Moreover, just a few days ago, Fang Hong suddenly went insane, killed his mother, and became increasingly distant towards him. From the house manager, Fang Ju learned everything happened because Fang Jui returned to the Martial Arts Alliance. It was only after Fang Jui left that his father abruptly went mad and killed his mother. Fang Ju now utterly hated Fang Jui. Fang Jui seemed like his nemesis, despite him seeming to have gained everything. Because of this person, he ended up losing everything again. He specially rushed to Tian Shu Manor today solely to witness with his own eyes Fang Jui die right before him. Tian Shu Manor's training grounds remained relatively intact. Under public scrutiny, Fang Jui ascended the platform. Not long after, someone exclaimed in shock, "It's the devil cult has arrived." All eyes were on them. The mystical flame devil cult was enigmatic, and this was the first time the righteous factions had faced so many members of the mystical flame devil cult. They wore uniform attire, were well-trained, and carried countless extremely large boxes onto the grounds of Tian Shu Manor. Members of the righteous path all drew their weapons, but the devil cult seemed to pay no heed, only placing the obviously heavy crates onto the dusty ground before retreating to the side to wait. Chapter 83, Martial Arts World, Abducted by the Devil Cult Leader, 8. The righteous factions were at a loss. What was inside those crates? Could it possibly be marriage gifts, given the red silk ribbons tied around them? Judging by the atmosphere, it didn't seem like they had come to fight. Amongst the chaotic discussions of the righteous crowd, things were becoming quite disorderly. On the contrary, the members of the mystical flame devil cult remained extremely quiet, their gazes fixed intensely on Fang Jui on the stage. Soon, the leader of the mystical flame devil cult made his tardy arrival. A tall man dressed in red with a silver mask executed remarkable lightness skills, soaring over the heads of the righteous masses. The devil cult members knelt in unison, shouting in unison, "Lord teach." This show of strength and authority left the righteous factions glancing nervously at each other, feeling defeated. Defeated in terms of both numbers and presence. Had they known, they would have brought more people. How could they have foreseen that the devil cult would take this life and death battle so seriously as to mobilize such a large group when previously they never paid attention to challenges from the righteous sects? Chu Lan landed gracefully on the path cleared by his followers. His presence was overpowering, his dark gaze swept over the righteous faction with immense pressure, causing many to instinctively want to retreat. Chu Lan gave a faint scoff, his eyes mocking. Nowadays, one generation of righteous ones is worse than the last. Silently mocked, the righteous factions dared not retort. After all, the devil cult was in greater numbers. In a real battle, they'd be at a disadvantage. Accompanied by countless devil cult members, Chu Lan stepped onto the sparring platform and stood opposite Fang Jui. Fang Jui, dressed in elegant white robes, contrasted beautifully with an exquisite demeanor, a tall stature, and an air of noble refinement. Standing alongside the head of the devil cult, it was surprisingly Compatible? The thought immediately made the righteous factions shake their heads. Under the tension and anger of martial artists and the excitement of devil cult members, Chu Lan slowly extended his hand toward Fang Zhuyi. Fang Zhu, standing below the stage, trembled with excitement. It's coming. Fang Zhuyi's day of reckoning is here. Fang Zhuyi is now nothing but a cripple. The leader of this devil cult could crush him with just one finger. However, his ecstatic expression quickly froze. The devil cult leader's eyes held a smile as he took Fang Zhuyi's hand and loudly proclaimed to his followers, "This is the lady of the mystical flame devil cult." The devil cult members had long awaited this momentous occasion worthy of being inscribed in devil cult history. They stared at their new lady with unparalleled fervor. In their eyes, their lord truly had excellent taste. She looked as if she had descended straight from heaven, like a celestial being. Their excitement was indescribable. But the righteous factions couldn't share in their joy and instead found the whole situation absurd. Could it be that those crates really contained the devil cult's marriage gifts? The mystical flame devil cult had wiped out the Tian Shu family and now wanted to take this sole survivor to the devil cult as their leader's wife. Was the devil cult insane? Did they think the righteous factions were toothless? In an instant, the righteous factions erupted in outrage, collectively denouncing the devil cult. Chu Lan, holding Fang Zhuyi's hand, coldly chuckled, "The massacre of the Tian Shu manor has nothing to do with the mystical flame devil cult, it's merely slander and framing by your righteous factions." The righteous ones grimaced, "What slander? We discovered the mark of the mystical flame devil cult at the scene of the crime in Tian Shu manor." Chu Lan snorted, "Your righteous factions committing evil deeds, forging devil cult marks to frame us, it's happened more than once or twice already. Do I need to list all of these instances?" Upon hearing this, a few famous righteous sects seemed to have been strangled. "This, one thing is one thing. We're discussing the matter of the Tian Shu manor massacre now, you devil cult head should stop diverting the topic. That's right, tell us clearly, was there anyone who tried to frame your devil cult concerning the Tian Shu manor case?" Fang Zhu had been growing increasingly furious as events developed far differently from what he had imagined. Hearing the conversation veering dangerously off course, his head snapped up abruptly. A sudden, foreboding feeling welled up inside him. On the stage, Fang Zhuyi exchanged a glance with Chu Lan. Chu Lan nodded slightly and lifted his hand. From the crowd of righteous factions, a figure immediately stepped forward. It wasn't long before someone recognized him. This was none other than Director Li from the illustrious Beidou Pavilion. Director Li stepped forward, facing the martial artists gathered there. With a loud and resonant voice, he declared, "The true murderer who massacred the Tian Shu family at night is none other than Beidou Pavilion." An uproar broke out among the crowd. Fang Zhu felt waves of icy coldness spreading through his body as the bad premonition came true. He was suddenly overcome with panic, having never imagined that there would be a traitor within the ranks of Beidou Pavilion. Tightening his fingers, his eyes darkening, Fang Zhu blurted out first, "You traitorous Director Li. You were planted here by the devil cult as a mole in our righteous path." As soon as these words left his lips, the righteous factions who had momentarily been stunned by Director Li's proclamation snapped back to reality. That was right. Director Li only spoke after being prompted by the head of the devil cult faction. Fang Zhu hurriedly pushed through the crowd, nearly stumbling in his haste. Incredulously, he accused Fang Zhuyi, "Big brother. How dare you align yourself with people of the devil cult? What kind of position does this place the martial arts alliance in? What about father? What about the Tian Shu family?" Raising his voice even louder, he urgently addressed the group of righteous martial artists, "Esteemed seniors. The members of the devil cult are cunning and malevolent, they're attempting to pin the massacre of the Tian Shu family on the Beidou Pavilion. Who in the world doesn't know that Beidou Pavilion is always fighting against evil? They could never have done something so wicked." A group of self-proclaimed righteous individuals agreed with him, nodding in unison. "Our righteous factions would never turn against each other. Little friend Fang, the devil cult is truly responsible for the annihilation of the Tian Shu family. You mustn't be deceived by them. Don't let the devil cult fool you. They're trying to sow discord among us." "That's right. How could the Tian Shu family possibly be annihilated by Beidou Pavilion? There has never been any grudge between the two sects. Never been any grudge." Fang Zhuyi interjected softly, cutting off all their voices. All eyes turned toward Fang Zhuyi. Fang Zhuyi swayed gently in the wind. He reached out and pulled open his robe slightly, revealing the corner of a dark blue palm print on his chest. "Does anyone know what this is?" Silence spread through the righteous factions. They all recognized it. It was the mark left by the chilling oblivion palm. Of course, they had forgotten. This former young master of the martial arts alliance, once a formidable master of martial arts, had been stripped of his abilities by the young master of Beidou Pavilion. This event had shocked the entire martial world. After all, before this incident, the two were almost inseparable close friends. There were rumors that even the master of the Tian Shu family had personally traveled to Beidou Pavilion seeking justice but was refused entry, publicly cursing outside the gates for days on end. Judging from this, there indeed seemed to be some unresolved grievances between the Tian Shu family and Beidou Pavilion. The crowd gasped, chilled by the implications. Could it be? Beidou Pavilion really did commit the massacre. Chapter 84, Martial Arts World, Abducted by the Devil Cult Leader, 9. Director Lee scoffed coldly. Beta Pavilion claims they can do no wrong deeds. Then whose hands reduced the abilities of this Mr. Fong to nothing? Even close friends weren't spared, a sign of corruption right down to the bones. Looking towards the martial artists, uncertainty flickered in their expressions as faint doubts began to take root. Director Lee, catching Fang Zhuyi's cue, continued, back then, the young master of Beta Pavilion and the young master of the Martial Arts Alliance conspired together. Under the cover of darkness, they sent assassins to kill everyone in the Tian Shu family, leaving behind devil cult marks to frame the devil cult. I won't hide anything from you all. I am neither a spy of the devil cult nor have I betrayed to them. I once received favors from the Tian Shu family, yet I failed to prevent the massacre. Filled with regret, I willingly stand up today to reveal the truth about the Tian Shu massacre to everyone. The more Director Lee spoke, the more sorrowful his tone became. By the end, tears streamed down his face, deeply moving those listening. The situation had developed beyond everyone's expectations. Director Lee is a senior member of Beta Pavilion with numerous achievements under his belt. His word carries weight with me. Hold on, did I hear that correctly? The young master. So this matter involves the Martial Arts Alliance too. No wonder they've shown such indifference toward the Tian Shu family massacre. Fang Zhu could feel the skeptical gazes of those around him. A blood-red haze clouded his eyes as he shouted, he is lying. Don't believe a word he says. He's with the devil cult and is trying to undermine the foundation of the Martial Arts Alliance. Someone, kill this heretic who confuses the crowd. Already on the verge of madness, Fang Zhu's composure was completely shattered by these accusations. After venting his anger for a while, he glared fiercely at Fang Zhuyi with the look of someone who wanted to drink his blood and eat his flesh. His voice dripped with venom. Why are you so lucky? Why won't you just die? I've already taken everything from you, I've trampled you under my foot, why are you still this fortunate? This isn't fair. The martial artists surrounding them, seeing Fang Zhu becoming increasingly insane, all shook their heads and backed away from him. At this moment, a disturbance rippled through the crowd behind them. Unbeknownst to everyone, Martial Arts Alliance leader Fang Hong had arrived with none other than Beta Pavilion's young master Lin Qi. As the crowd looked toward these two renowned figures in the righteous faction of martial arts world, they couldn't help but glance at them oddly. Lin Qi appeared ghastly pale and emaciated, his once vibrant presence reduced almost to skeletal form. The two ignored the questioning looks from those around them and silently moved through the throng, stepping onto the stage of the training ground. Fang Hong cast a complicated glance at Fang Zhuyi. In fact, he and Lin Qi had been there earlier but chose not to appear, watching the entire situation unfold from the sidelines. Looking at Fang Zhuyi now, his son who had endured so much yet grown into his own person outside his care, stirred memories in Fang Hong's mind that left him bewildered. Recalling the recent events felt like looking at flowers through a mist, his senses had been manipulated, leading him to commit countless wrongs beyond belief. 1,000 words of regret and guilt clogged his throat, choking out only a single question, where is your mother buried? Fang Zhuyi coldly regarded Fang Hong, the man known nominally as his father, responding without an ounce of courtesy. Martial Arts Alliance leader Fang would do well not to show up, it would disgrace my mother's gravestone, and she'd surely blame me. Fang Hong staggered backward, suddenly seeming decades older. Turning around, he seemed stripped of all vitality. Addressing the gathering martial artists below, he declared solemnly that he wasn't fit to remain as alliance leader and willingly resigned, moving out of the residence effective immediately. The abrupt news left everyone dumbfounded. Just then, Fang Zhu rushed over furiously, shouting, Father, how can you not consider me? If you don't stay as alliance leader, what about my position as junior alliance leader? Fang Hong stared icily at his illegitimate son, the apparent origin of all the problems. Ignoring Fang Zhu, he cast one final glance at Fang Zhuyi before turning and leaving. Fang Zhu turned next to grab Lin Qi's arm, his face distorted with fury as he demanded, why are you here? You must be regretful, right? Does regret change anything? Do you think Fang Zhuyi will forgive you? Don't dream it. Do you think you can still be friends after issuing orders to massacre the Tian Shu family yourself? Lin Qi's eyes, once lively, now resembled dead water, but they flickered slightly as he lowered his gaze to his hands, speaking softly, I know, he will never forgive me, nor can I forgive myself. Pushing Fang Zhu's hand aside, Lin Qi walked towards Fang Zhuyi instead. He pulled apart his clothing, exposing the chest covered with countless palm prints. They were horrifying to behold, countless cold oblivion palms, self-inflicted punishment for hitting his friend long ago. No wonder Lin Qi looked so ragged and wretched, death seemed not far off. Struggling for a smile, but grimacing instead, Lin Qi's voice broke, saying haltingly, Zhu. I'm sorry, I don't know why things went this way. I'm sorry. I hope in the next life. I'll keep our promise to be righteous heroes, purging the martial world, eradicating the devil cult, punishing evil and rewarding good. With that said, his body swayed and he collapsed into Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu panicked, clutching Lin Qi's body tightly, his face etched with urgency. As he prepared to speak, a sharp pain surged through his chest. Dropping his head, he saw a dagger embedded deeply into his heart. The blade was fully inserted, merciless, and determined to kill. and its wielder, Lin Chi, lying limp in Fong Ju's arms. Fong Ju opened his mouth, incredulous, staring at Lin Chi, why? Lin Chi looked at him coldly, without an ounce of emotion in his eyes. I deserve to die, and so do you. Fong Jui quickly stepped forward and neutralized the virus in Fong Ju's body just before he took his last breath. With both Fong Ju and Lin Chi dead, this ridiculous event had finally come to an end. In just a few short days, the martial arts world's landscape underwent drastic changes. With the position of martial arts alliance leader vacant, several reputable sects and factions gathered to hold a conference for selecting a new alliance leader. The Beidou Pavilion also dissolved and disappeared from the martial arts world after its young master had one day suddenly gone berserk, killing many elite members of the pavilion. The remaining members couldn't accept this betrayal. Moreover, the righteous side of the martial arts community discovered Beidou Pavilion's role in the massacre of the Tian Shu family, leaving no place for them to continue. After Fong Hong resigned as alliance leader, he gave all the wealth he'd accumulated over half a lifetime to the Extreme Fire sect, asking Chu Lan to take good care of Fong Jui. As for himself, impoverished, he soon vanished without a trace. The relatively obscure Eastern Cloud Fort rose rapidly, gaining significant renown within the martial arts world. On that same day, Fong Jui returned with Chu Lan to the Extreme Fire sect, where he stayed briefly as the sect lord's wife before disappearing from home. He then re-established the Tian Shu manor, taking up residence as its master. He built a temple there to honor the deceased, including his mother and those who died during the destruction of Tian Shu manor. Having just stepped into the reconstructed manor, he was unexpectedly chased down by Chu Lan, who softly apologized to him. Since Fong Jui had been maintaining excellent health lately, Chu Lan had indulged freely in meat consumption. These days in the demon sect, Fong Jui was always catering to him and found no rest, becoming exhausted. Thus, he planned a brief retreat back to Tian Shu manor. But little did he expect, Chu Lan reacted quite swiftly, chasing after him in no time. Fong Juyi's plans to relax quietly fell apart. Instead, lured once again by soft words, he found himself led back into their chamber. Amidst the vast expanse of the Jianhu and fierce competition in the martial world, no more bloody strife would intrude upon Tian Shu manor. For a long period, Fong Juyi led a carefree life in this realm. Of course, even during such leisurely days, he still had to deal with the feeding habits of a certain hungry wolf. Chapter 85, Prison Planet, 1. D7 Prison Planet, Area A. A limp man was being dragged brutally by two prison guards towards the crematorium. How many is this today? Has that little tyrant calmed down yet? Ah, this is the 9th one today. Looks like the little tyrant is still not satisfied. Guess a few more will be killed. Whatever, they're all criminals anyway. Let them die if they must. As the two guards walked and chatted idly, the man whose body was dragged roughly along the ground suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, glossy and vibrant, faintly flashing a cold glint. He moved his dry lips, and instantly a slightly hoarse voice interrupted the guard's conversation. Excuse me, where exactly are you taking me? The sound of a supposed corpse speaking startled the guards badly. They nearly pulled out their laser guns to blow his head off. This guy is actually still alive. God damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Fong Jui was roughly flung onto the ground. He hung his head, his excessively long hair entirely covering his eyebrows and eyes. Propping himself up on his hands, he slowly got up, raising his head. Pushing his long hair back with one hand, he fully revealed his exquisite face. The two guards were momentarily transfixed. Fong Juyi's gaze shifted ahead, looking at the distant skyscrapers constructed from steel. Unlike the bustling planets, these steel buildings were under strict surveillance, almost sealed off completely by iron plates. They were specifically used for imprisoning criminals from various planets. After a brief moment, Fong Juyi retracted his gaze. He lifted his hand and adjusted the numbered tag on his wrist, showing it clearly to the two guards. Prisoner number 96857, detained in Building 7, Zone A, 3rd floor, Room 325. Kindly return me there. Initially dazzled by his appearance and later overwhelmed by his calm and composed demeanor, the guards glanced at his number and escorted him back. One guard, blushing, hesitatingly engaged him in conversation. To be honest, I've been a guard here in D7 for 3 years now. This is the first time I've seen anyone survive coming out from the hands of that little tyrant. Did you fake your death? Fong Jui gave him a cold sidelong glance, his facial features luminous. Fake death. Can one fake death fool machine scans? The guard, having met his gaze, turned even redder in the face. In the prison, every deceased criminal had to undergo a machine scan to confirm their death before being dragged out and sent to the crematorium. Plainly speaking, this was to prevent anyone from conspiring with the guards and feigning death to escape. The guard couldn't figure it out for the life of him. If you didn't die, how did the machine certify your death? Could the machine be malfunctioning? Fong Jui followed them indifferently, replying offhandedly, perhaps. Fong Jui was soon escorted back to his confinement room, the two guards lingering for a moment longer to glance at him again with reluctant eyes. He truly was a handsome sight. Inside the confinement room, Fong Jui looked around at his surroundings. There was a crystal display screen, alongside a red-lit surveillance camera that blinked intermittently. The crystal display screen was connected to a circuit, flashing a few lines of red text. Number, 96,857. Offense, malicious omega injury. Sentence, 3 years. Served, 1 year. Feng Zhuyi stood beneath the crystal display screen as the red light faintly illuminated his exceptionally beautiful and handsome face. The confinement room wasn't large, divided into 2 sections. One side was the living area, which contained a hard wooden bed covered with a thin sheet. The other side was a restroom, complete with a showerhead that only sprayed cold water. Above the headboard hung a small window, streaming in streaks of daylight into the cell. With nothing else to do here, Feng Zhuyi could only lie down on the bed, furrowing his brows after a while due to some discomfort. It was too hard. However, this was a prison, and he was serving his sentence. Having a bed, and even an individual confinement room, was already pretty good. This was an ABO world where people were categorized into 3 types, alpha, beta, and omega. The body he now occupied belonged to an alpha. Originally working as a guard on an advanced planet, the original owner angered his superior, who promptly slapped a random charge on him and exiled him to D7 prison planet. What was peculiar about this world was that according to the upgrade and return system check, the charm virus had evolved here, splitting into 2 separate viruses. Of these 2 charm viruses, one had invaded the body of the superior officer of the original owner. This superior officer was named Tao Cheng, an alpha who served as the captain of Division 5 in the Guard Corps on the advanced A2 planet. Tao Cheng was undoubtedly 100% alpha but possessed the heart of an omega. He favored alphas. But the Empire specifically had laws prohibiting double alphas relationships, so he could not openly pursue his desires. Instead, he covertly extended his claws to his subordinates within the team. Equipped with the aura of the charm virus, Tao Cheng quickly became popular within the all-alpha Guard Corps. There were numerous elite alphas within the 1,000-strong military unit, and none could escape his allure. The reason why the original owner angered him was because his looks carried an almost omega-like beauty that easily captured the attention of alphas. Envious and hateful of him, Tao Cheng eventually concocted a random charge against the original owner, sentencing him to exile on a penal colony planet. The other charm virus had infiltrated the body of a local tyrant on the prison planet. This so-called small tyrant of the prison was actually a prisoner named Jing Deng, an alpha who was 22 years old and had been imprisoned for 3 years. The prison on D7 penal colony planet was divided into 2 areas, Area A and Area B. Area A, where Feng Zhuyi was currently located, housed criminals sentenced to less than 10 years. Area B, however, held those convicted of heavy crimes with sentences exceeding 10 years. The conditions in Area B were much harsher than in Area A, chaotic beyond measure. In this section, prisoners were not given individual confinement cells, rather, they were crammed together, leading to frequent bloody brawls among them. Jing Deng was originally one of the inmates in Area B. His crime was malicious beta abuse. From a backward planet, at the age of 19, Jing Deng brutally tortured and killed 3 betas using cruel methods. As punishment, the Intergalactic United Court sentenced him to a century of imprisonment, sending him directly to D7 penal colony planet and confining him in Area B. Area B was filled with even more ferocious and merciless individuals. Jing Deng was frequently beaten there, and just to survive, he had to serve as someone else's underling. After the charm virus took over his body, possessing the virus's alluring power, Jing Deng suddenly became a highly sought-after treasure overnight. All those ruthless individuals from Area B started worshipping him, willingly serving him as subordinates. Chapter 86, Prison Planet 2. Jing Deng was originally a psychologically twisted person, and after being imprisoned in Area B, he endured daily beatings and insults, making his psychology even more distorted. After suddenly becoming the leader of all the prisoners, he started to unleash the anger he had accumulated over the days in Area B. Using the cruelest methods, he tortured to death everyone who had once bullied him. Area B fell into bloody chaos, quickly drawing the attention of the guards there. After catching Jing Deng, the mastermind behind the chaos in Area B, the guards became inexplicably infatuated with him and were unwilling to punish him. Not only did the guards help cover up for him, they also swapped his identity information with that of a criminal in Area A, transferring him there. Jing Deng realized the sweet benefits. Anyone who met him showed affection and obsession, only wanting to dote on him. No one wanted to harm him. He was clear that if he wanted to live comfortably in this place, he needed to captivate the guards, especially the senior ones. Because the warden of the D7 prison planet supposedly held a prestigious position in the Empire, he owned not only the prison planet but also several advanced planets. Therefore, the warden rarely stayed on the prison planet and occasionally came for an inspection. Due to his infrequent visits to the prison planet, he seldom managed its affairs and entrusted everything to the guards, who reported back to him periodically. Thus, the high-ranking guards held significant authority here. For instance, covering up their misdeeds or casually deciding the lives and deaths of prisoners. Jing Deng had a plan. He tried attracting the attention of the senior guards. Unsurprisingly, the senior guards in Area A were unable to resist his mysterious charm and willingly helped this criminal. With control over these high-ranking guards, Jing Deng essentially controlled all the guards on the prison planet, living a life full of success there. All the guards referred to Jing Deng as Little Tyrant. Because Jing Deng had become the person with the highest status on the D7 prison planet, second only to the warden. Dressed in a uniform of a senior guard, he lived in the warden's villa, acting tyrannically across the prison planet, killing people at will. He arrogantly considered himself the owner of this prison planet, issuing challenging tasks to some prisoners every day. If those prisoners failed to complete his tasks, he would get angry. When he got angry, he would torture people. In the punishment chamber of the prison, using various instruments of torture available in the prison, almost no one could survive his abuse. The prison planet wasn't short of criminals. Areas A and B were perpetually filled to capacity with new inmates arriving every day. With such an abundance of prisoners, the guards let him have his way. The previous owner of this body was electrocuted to death by guards under Jing Deng's orders using electric punishment. Even though Jing Deng killed people through torture, the guards handled and concealed it for him. Hence, the true warden of the D7 prison still didn't know what happened here. Feng Zhuyi stared at the red flashing surveillance camera, lightly clicking his tongue. A single-person cell actually installed a surveillance camera? That was too inhumane. Wouldn't going to the bathroom or taking a shower completely expose oneself? Feng Zhuyi rarely lost his temper like this. He truly disliked the feeling of being watched. Who knew when someone in the monitoring room would be watching? He thought for a moment and discarded the idea of damaging the camera. Breaking any camera in the prison would instantly trigger an alarm, resulting in a beating from the guards. Feng Zhuyi glared at the camera, tolerating it for now. What he didn't know was that exactly as he suspected, someone was indeed watching him at this very moment. Office of the Planet Leader of the A2 Advanced Planet. The office of the Planet Leader was an entire building where every room was immeasurably large, filled with countless surveillance screens. These screens were connected to the monitoring networks of several prison planets, allowing the warden to oversee the prison planet activities simply by observing the screens. The Planet Leader of A2 was also the warden of the D7 prison planet. Because he had so many planets under his jurisdiction, it was impossible for him to manage them all effectively. The intentional concealment by the D7 prison guards led to his occasional viewing of the monitoring room revealing nothing suspicious. In reality, the warden had little interest in managing the prison planet. It was purely because the group in the Empire disliked how well he was doing and intentionally gave him the title of warden to spite him. Today, he went through the routine of entering the monitoring area where tens of thousands of screens caught his eye. He randomly glanced at the conditions of a few prison planets. With so many of the guards he had stationed there, nothing significant was expected to happen. However, as his eyes casually swept over the screens, the warden's gaze suddenly paused on one small screen. Some of these screens were set up in prisoner cells on the prison planet, allowing him direct access to their activities. The warden wasn't interested in the prisoners' movements, so he almost never looked at this part of the surveillance, but today, out of nowhere, his attention was drawn by one particular screen. On it, a young man could be seen looking upward. The warden's eyes met a pair of bright, moist peaches and cream eyes, momentarily leaving him speechless. Raven hair with water clinging to it was slicked back behind his head, revealing a full and pale forehead along with exquisite eyebrows and eyes. That face was breathtakingly beautiful, a perfect blend of fiery allure and pure innocence. But this beauty didn't feel odd on a man, rather, it firmly captured the attention of any man. Astonishing beauty. Only that single word came to the warden's mind. In addition to the prison planet, the warden controlled several advanced planets rich in entertainment industries. He believed he had encountered many beauties, but this was the first time he felt his heart beat. Heart. For a moment, he was startled, placing his fingers on the left side of his chest. From birth, the warden suffered from a rare heart stasis condition. Fortunately, modern technology and medicine had progressed to the point where mini-mechanical hearts could be implanted to replace natural heart functions. Not long after his birth, the warden underwent surgery for the implantation of a mini-mechanical heart, which had been functioning for nearly 30 years. Mechanical hearts don't beat, so over the years, the warden almost completely forgot about the motionless heart in his chest. Unexpectedly, just now, the moment his gaze locked with the person on that monitor, he experienced his first sensation of the heartbeat of that withered heart. Even though it beat only once. The warden savored that weak thump. So, this was the feeling of a heartbeat. His eyes stayed glued to the display, not tolerating anything else. He gazed tightly at the figure on the screen and again felt his heart thud. Remembering the number shown on that display, without hesitation, he contacted his secretary. All meetings here are cancelled. Prepare the flyer, I'm going to the D7 prison planet. Chapter 87, Prison Planet, 3. Feng Zhuyi had just washed his face, sat on the bed, and stared blankly at the surveillance camera for a while. The smart lock on the confinement room suddenly made a sound indicating the door was opening. A female voice followed immediately, dinner time. Please go to the dining hall immediately. Feng Zhuyi tried pulling the door slightly, and it opened. He walked toward the doorway, and prisoners around began gradually stepping out of their cells. Feng Zhuyi followed these convicts towards the dining hall at the end of the corridor. There were no guards in the long hallway, only countless surveillance cameras closely monitoring everything. Any unusual movement would instantly bring guards rushing over. The dining hall was vast, covered with cameras everywhere. Food was uniformly distributed, with each prisoner entitled to a single portion that had to be eaten before they could leave. For an alpha, the food portion was very small. Feng Zhuyi picked up his meal and casually chose a seat. While eating, someone sat across from him, their gaze fixated on him with an oily glint, saying, "The little tyrant didn't play with you until you died. You're really lucky." Hearing this, Fang Zhuyi stopped mid-action, raising his head to look. Sitting across from him was a bald alpha with a muscular and brutish face. His repulsive gaze kept darting at Fang Zhuyi's lips. Since the previous owner of the body had been imprisoned, the bald man had targeted him, constantly using meals as opportunities to verbally harass the original owner. The previous owner always ignored him, because it was a single-cell confinement situation, and there was no need to maintain good relationships with such prisoners. But the bald man wouldn't let up. The reason why the previous owner was handed over to the little tyrant for torment until death was due to this bald man. This bald man had good relations with the guards in Area A. Back then, he threatened the original owner to accompany him to the library to organize books. Organizing books was just a pretext. Under the suggestive stares of the bald man, how could the original owner fail to understand his intentions? So, without thinking, he refused outright. The bald man again threatened the original owner, claiming if he didn't comply, he would hand him over to the little tyrant to be tortured to death. However, the previous owner would rather die than submit. Enraged, the bald man conspired with the guards and truly had the original owner sent to the little tyrant to be tortured to death. Fang Zhuyi lowered his eyes, remaining silent. The bald man thought he was scared speechless and continued to threaten him in a rough voice, "A person can't always have good luck. This time, you escaped from the little tyrant, but next time, you might not." Fang Zhuyi just quietly ate his meal. The bald man tapped the table, saying, "Of course, if you just go along with Big Brother, come with me to the library right now, kneel at my feet and beg, I'll make sure you won't be handed over to the little tyrant for torture ever again." As he spoke, his gaze grew more and more eager, even attempting to reach out and grab Fang Zhuyi's hand. Fang Zhuyi suddenly looked up and smiled at the bald man. The bald man was immediately captivated by his smile. Suddenly, the chopsticks in Fang Zhuyi's hand twirled quickly before stabbing into the bald man's reaching hand, directly pinning it to the table through his palm. The bald man let out a scream. Fang Zhuyi didn't give him a chance to react, viciously driving the other chopstick into his palm as well. He stood up, clenched his fists, and delivered a rapid succession of punches, beating the bald man nearly to death. Upon hearing the distant sound of guards approaching, Fang Zhuyi swiftly retracted his hands, picked up his empty tray, and left. The rest of the people in the dining hall were so stunned by his combat skills that no one dared to stop him. Fang Zhuyi returned to his confinement room, exhaled lightly, and shook his red and swollen hand due to the beating. He glanced at the surveillance camera on the ceiling, then went to wash his face. Having struck the bald man, he estimated the bald man wouldn't let it slide, and might very well send him back to the little tyrant for torture. Sure enough, not long after, the door clanged open and the guard outside coldly called out, 96857, "Step out, go to the punishment room." He paused for a moment, adding another threatening line, "Private brawls aren't allowed. The little tyrant is waiting for you." Jing Deng, or the little tyrant, spent all day in the punishment room, torturing 14 prisoners to death. But he still wasn't satisfied. With a bloody baseball bat in his hand, he stared madly and smashed it toward a prisoner's head. "This one's dead. Drag him out, and bring another one in." The guard dragged the fresh corpse out, and soon Fang Zhuyi was escorted inside. Jing Deng looked at Fang Zhuyi's face and froze for a second. He seemed to recall seeing this exact same face today. But the one earlier was electrocuted, and couldn't hold on for long before dying. He felt puzzled, how could there be two identical-looking individuals? In the dim light, Fang Zhuyi's face appeared somewhat pale, and he noticed Jing Deng's fleeting flash of fear. A thought crossed his mind. What could scare a guy like this? He suddenly rolled his eyes dramatically, giving Jing Deng a cool, ghost-like glance, his voice low and chilling, "Ah, I died so miserably." Jing Deng's heart tightened, emitting a sharp scream. Fang Zhuyi hadn't guessed wrong, Jing Deng, despite not fearing humans, did fear ghosts. Because he killed too many people, he often had nightmares where the souls of those he killed came back to demand their lives back. Over time, his mental state began deteriorating. He constantly worried whether the souls of the ones he murdered might return to haunt him. Provoked by Fang Zhuyi, Jing Deng suddenly felt an icy chill around him, curling his neck while wildly screaming, flailing his baseball bat indiscriminately as if some unseen entity was latching onto him. "There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Aya. Go away. Go away. I'm telling you, don't ask me for your lives." Jing Deng screamed crazily, causing the guards to have no idea what was happening. To calm down his insane outburst, they could only drag Fang Zhuyi out once again. Fang Zhuyi was thrown back into the confinement room by the guards, who said menacingly, "You're lucky." The iron door slammed shut with a loud crash. Fang Zhuyi stood up from the ground, stretching lazily beneath the small skylight. A few days later, a strand of white smoke drifted across the horizon as a modest flyer descended onto the prison planet's landing pad. The warden's return plunged the prison planet's guards into an inexplicable panic. Inside the warden's office, the warden sat comfortably in his luxurious chair, ordering all records related to prisoner number 96857 to be brought to him. He picked up his coffee and took a sip, flipping through Fang Zhuyi's dossier. Imprisoned for the intentional harm of an Omega, yet there was no information indicating any Omega or Omega Protection Association had come forward to accuse him. According to the Empire's law, if no clear accusation was made regarding the offense, it would be deemed as insufficient evidence, and no charges would be pursued. The man furrowed his brow, slamming the dossier shut. The Owl Empire united more than 80 planets in the G918 star system. These planets were populous, producing countless criminals every year. But occasionally, someone innocent was falsely accused and sent to the prison planet. Those who entered the prison planet bore its mark forever, destroying all prospects for the future. The prison only accepted convicts, it cared little whether one was wrongfully imprisoned. The warden recalled Fang Zhuyi's moist and bright eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then turned on the control panel to bring up surveillance footage from the confinement room of prisoner number 96857. But there was no one. Chapter 88 Prison Planet 4. The warden glanced at the time, lightly tapping his long fingers twice on the smooth desktop. At this hour, people should have been in their confinement rooms. Just as he thought about contacting the guards on the third floor of Building 7, he heard footsteps. Soon after, a figure directly pushed the door open and strolled inside with great arrogance. This person was medium-built, neither fat nor thin, with an ordinary appearance but carried a haughty look in his expression. He wasn't wearing a prisoner's uniform but instead, a white shirt meant for guards. The warden frowned, eyeing the unexpected intruder as a faint streak of anger crossed his face. He coldly asked, "Which area are you responsible for guarding? Don't you even know how to knock?" The person who barged into the warden's office was none other than Jing Deng, the prison's little tyrant. Jing Deng suffered from a twisted psychology as well as a serious mental illness, delusional disorder. This was exactly why he brutally killed 3 beta posing as alpha individuals in the past, because he firmly believed those betas in disguise had fallen in love with him, yet when they cursed him for his insane fantasies, he killed them out of rage. The charm virus that spread through the population coincidentally helped turn his delusions into reality. Now, Jing Deng steadfastly believed himself to be the true owner of this prison planet, considering it his own property. And the other warden? Merely a nominal title. But he didn't like his property being nominally owned by others, so he wanted it back. When he learned the warden had returned, he came specially to discuss the matter of ownership over the prison planet. Jing Deng arrogantly raised his chin and looked at the warden. "Knock. I'm on my territory. Why should I knock?" The warden's arched eyebrows pressed down slightly, as though he'd heard something absurd. Standing up, his towering frame exuded immense pressure. He slowly walked around the large table, drawing closer to Jing Deng, and coolly countered, "Your territory." Jing Deng was momentarily frightened by the warden's imposing presence and instinctively retreated a few steps. After regaining some distance, he straightened up again, asserting, "Of course it's my territory. The entire prison planet belongs to me, and I can do whatever I want." For the first time, the warden seemed amused by such audacious defiance of authority. Taking a step back, he questioned with interest, "Then what do you want with me?" Seeing the warden take a step back, Jing Deng assumed he'd been intimidated and showed weakness. Overconfidently, he declared, "You're the warden. I just came here to tell you that this prison planet is my property, mine. I am the real warden, and you better act wisely, go back where you came from." The warden calmly listened to his triumphant rant and chuckled softly, finding it intriguing. Yet the laughter was icy and dangerous. The warden extended his hand, which held an intricate mechanical laser gun. He leisurely fiddled with the weapon before suddenly lifting it and pointing it at Jing Deng's head. His dark eyes raged with a storm as he coldly scoffed, gesturing at Jing Deng's head with the gun. "Excellent, this is the first time anyone has dared tell me to leave." With a gun pointed at his head, Jing Deng's bravado shrank significantly. He patted himself down but found nothing. Irritated, he realized the guards lacked foresight, didn't they know to prepare a gun for him? With a gun pointed at him, he didn't dare to move recklessly or shout anymore. Instead, he glared at the warden and loudly called for the guards. When he saw the guards come in, he immediately felt like he had found his support and pointed at the warden, telling the guards, "This person dared to point a gun at me, immediately take him down." The few guards who came in upon hearing the commotion were instantly terrified when they saw the situation in the office. Oh no! Who brought this little tyrant in front of the warden? The ultimate master of this prison planet was still the warden, so the guards didn't dare to act too rashly. But seeing the gun in the warden's hand, they feared the warden might harm Jing Deng. One guard quickly restrained Jing Deng. "Warden, this guard recently suffered from mental illness, we were about to send him away." Jing Deng was startled and immediately roared back, "Who has a mental illness?" "You're the one with the mental illness." The guard covered his mouth and hurriedly said again, "Warden, don't waste your time arguing with a lunatic. We'll send him away right away." Since it had come to this, the warden couldn't really bother to argue with such a crazy person. He coldly glanced at the speaking guard and lowered the gun. Under the warden's scrutiny, that guard broke out in a cold sweat. The warden finally waved his hand dismissively, "Don't let this happen again. Take him out quickly." The guard sighed with relief and hastily led Jing Deng out, trying to cajole him gently. "Little lord, the ultimate master of this prison planet is the warden. You can make trouble, but please don't cause chaos right before him. He won't be here for long." Just endure for these few days and obediently return to your confinement room. Jing Deng kicked and fought wildly against the guards, screaming, "What nonsense about the warden! Am I afraid of him? This planet is clearly mine. How dare you prevent me from reclaiming my property?" Seeing his hysterical form, the guards could only feel sympathy and continued to placate him gently. Having his mood disrupted by the lunatic for nothing, the warden sat back down in his chair and considered if the guards were under too much stress leading to mental problems. His gaze inadvertently raised and he saw Feng Zhuyi appear on the screen. Feng Zhuyi was just about to take a cold shower. Because of the surveillance, he left on his underwear. The handsome youth possessed an impeccable body. Tall. Flexible. Smooth. Under the daylight, his entire skin gleamed with a cool, white luster. The warden was dazed as he looked, feeling as though the heart that had become calm began to beat again. Once more, weakly and briefly. The young man soon finished his shower and very quickly put his clothes back on, turning to wave fiercely at the camera. The warden's heart began to beat again, this time more powerfully. He recalled the youth waving at him just now, suddenly feeling parched. Had he been inviting him? How did he know that he was watching? The warden's gaze slowly darkened, acknowledging the stir within him. And Feng Zhuyi's wave was merely an attempt to smash that camera. The next day, all prisoners from the third floor of building number 7 were sent to work in a large farm in Area A. Feng Zhuyi happened to be grouped with Baldi. Ever since Baldi had suffered greatly at Feng Zhuyi's hands last time, he didn't dare to harass him anymore, and remained quite peaceful for a while. This time, working together, he didn't dare to make any other moves either, focusing hard and wanting to leave Feng Zhuyi behind quickly. Feng Zhuyi worked leisurely while listening to the low whispers among the surrounding prisoners. All prisoners in Area A were terrified of the little tyrant. They all thought that the little tyrant was a high-ranking guard because many senior guards in Area A obeyed him. I heard little tyrant tortured many people to death. Now I'm scared whenever I see a guard. I have over a month left until I can go home. May heaven protect me so that I am not sent to the little tyrant. Is there no one to reign in the little tyrant? The little tyrant is the relative of the warden, a prisoner whispered. I've heard from the guards that the place where the little tyrant lives is the warden's big villa. If he weren't the warden's relative, how would he be able to live there? No wonder he acts so arrogantly inside the prison. Hey, you guys don't know yet, do you? The warden came back yesterday. Feng Zhuyi suddenly paused his fingers, his eyelashes trembling slightly. The warden. Chapter 89, Prison Planet, 5. After a tiring day of labor, in the evening, a group of prisoners was once again sent back to the confinement rooms. After taking a shower, Feng Zhuyi stood under the red light of the surveillance camera and suddenly curled his lips. He took out an apple and weighed it in his hand. This apple was stolen by him from the canteen. His eyes shone with a brilliant light, seeming extremely happy. With great strength in his delicate wrist, the apple was thrown into a beautiful arc, hitting the camera with a tremendous force. Dong! The camera was struck directly and fell to the ground. At the same time, a loud alarm went off. The door of the confinement room was quickly opened, and several fully armed guards came in, holding batons to punish Feng Zhuyi. But Feng Zhuyi radiated an intimidating aura, appearing completely unafraid, which made them hesitant to rush forward immediately. Feng Zhuyi stepped forward a few steps and thundered, I want to see the warden. A guard sneered, the warden. Stop dreaming. Do you think you can see the warden whenever you want? In the dim light, Feng Zhuyi moved his wrist and emitted a faint laugh. With a sharp gaze, he acted first, kicking the nearest guard hard into the wall. Not expecting him to make the first move, the guards all rushed at him, but Feng Zhuyi's offense was too strong, and his speed incredibly fast. In just a few breaths, 4 or 5 guards had fallen in the confinement room. The alarm continued ringing, unbearably loud. Feng Zhuyi, annoyed, stepped on a guard's back, retrieving a communication device from his body, and directly connected it to the warden's office. Prisoner number 96857 requests an audience with the warden. Repeat, prisoner number 96857 requests an audience with the warden. He discarded the communicator and waited. Still, neither did he move, nor dared the guards lying on the ground stir. Soon another group of guards entered the confinement room and this time brought Feng Zhuyi to the warden's office. The office was spacious and extravagantly decorated, its crystal chandelier emitting dazzling brilliance. When Feng Zhuyi entered, he saw a tall and straight figure standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The man wore a black silk shirt, his exposed skin glowing with a handsome honey hue. His entire demeanor exuded an air of dignity and sternness. Hearing movement, he slowly turned around. The man's appearance was strikingly attractive, his features sharply defined with a high nose and deep-set eyes, giving him a spirited and handsome look. Leaning against the backdrop of the splendid starry sky behind him, he seemed like a god descended from heaven. Feng Zhuyi, looking at that face, paused for a moment and then said, Warden. The warden gazed deeply at Feng Zhuyi. The youth's physique was slender, and though he wore a grey prisoner uniform oversized, it had a strangely tempting allure. The warden approached step by step, and as he drew near to Feng Zhuyi, his heart began to beat rhythmically. The sound of his heartbeat grew deafening with every approaching step until finally it became earth-shattering. His breathing grew slightly faster. Pausing half a meter away from Feng Zhuyi, he caught the faint scent of tangerines emanating from him. That was Feng Zhuyi's pheromone smell. He usually controlled it well and never leaked any in front of others, except when facing a certain person, unable to help but let some escape. The warden, fascinated, sniffed the fresh scent at the tip of his nose and suddenly placed a hand over his left chest where his heart beat, letting out a low laugh. He was smitten. Never in his life had he imagined that a miracle would arrive, allowing him once more to experience the sensation of a fluttering heart. What a delightful feeling indeed. No wonder so many people could give everything for their one true love. Such a feeling was truly captivating. The young man before him undoubtedly represented his miracle, his addiction, his one true love. In a pleasant voice, he said, "You wanted to see me, I'm very glad." Feng Zhuyi blinked, not understanding what he was glad about, but he didn't forget his purpose. He spoke directly, "Warden, I want to report." The warden paused, then, in good spirits, let him sit on the sofa and personally brewed him some premium tea. Seated opposite Feng Zhuyi, his movements fluid and graceful while brewing the tea, he spoke calmly, "You are the first complainant in this prison, speak slowly. Who do you want to report?" Feng Zhuyi looked serious. "I report all the senior guards of the prison planet." The warden hesitated briefly, reason. Heavy offender number 85695 Jing Deng, alias Little Tyrant, is virtually the second warden of the prison planet. This criminal commands senior guards above and controls the lives of prisoners below, wielding unlimited power here. I accuse all senior guards of deceiving superiors, covering up misconduct, indulging the Little Tyrant's unchecked tyranny and committing countless atrocities. It's an extremely serious offense. After listening to his words, the warden's expression turned serious as well. "Do you know what you're saying?" Feng Zhuyi stood firm. "I swear by my life that everything I've said is true." "Warden, you can investigate it." The warden furrowed his brow. For some reason, he suddenly remembered yesterday, the person who barged into his office and caused a commotion. That person repeatedly shouted that the entire prison planet was his territory. How did the guards describe him? A lunatic? The warden's expression turned cold. Had he been deceived by his subordinates? He took a deep breath. Strangely, he didn't have any doubt about Feng Zhuyi's words. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned all of his elite subordinates and ordered an extensive investigation throughout the entire prison planet. Sure enough, major issues were uncovered. Heavy offender number 85695, Jing Deng, also known as Little Tyrant, had been illegally transferred from Zone B to Zone A. His criminal charges were repeatedly altered, his sentence continuously reduced. Within just 1 year, his sentence of 100 years was cut down to 6. During his imprisonment, this criminal lived in the warden's mansion, wore the uniform of the guards, and was addressed by everyone as Little Tyrant. In just a few months, he brutally murdered over 200 prisoners in Zone A, most of whom committed minor offenses with short sentences and were soon to be released. Even the warden would not violate the law by casually disposing of prisoners' lives. Yet, all of this was concealed by the prison planet's grade A guards, who helped him suppress dissent and establish himself as the second warden of the prison planet. After the truth came to light, the senior guards were quickly arrested. They denied their actions constituted betrayal against the warden, claiming everything they did was to protect Little Tyrant. The warden could not tolerate his authority being trampled underfoot by his subordinates. He took decisive action, severely punishing and executing the high-ranking guards on the prison planet, resulting in a complete replacement of the upper echelon. The lower-level guards, upon seeing this, dared not concern themselves with any so-called Little Tyrant anymore. They trembled in fear, worried the warden's wrath might extend to them. And Jing Deng, realizing things were going awry, had already fled, hiding in Zone B. There, he incited the group of heavy offenders to rebel. Do we want to sit in jail for so many more years? Why not fight now? If we succeed, then it will be freedom, free as birds in the sky and fish in the sea. The group of heavy offenders were soon incited and began to grow restless. Chapter 90, Prison Planet, 6. Just as Jing Deng was smirking, he suddenly heard a voice from the crowd, "What if we fail?" The prisoners hesitated for a moment, becoming more sober. Yes, what if they failed? Jing Deng gritted his teeth and stared at the person emerging from the crowd, suddenly widening his eyes. "It's you." He remembered this face because he had killed this person. He could always remember the faces of those he had killed. He refused to believe that a dead person could come back to life. He believed this person must be a ghost seeking revenge. Feng Zhuyi watched as his face contorted with fear and spoke calmly, "Don't forget, this prison is equipped with heavy thermal weapons. No matter how powerful you think you are, you cannot overcome these weapons. We'll probably be obliterated before we even begin the rebellion, leaving no trace behind." The group of criminals pondered for a moment and agreed that what he said made sense. Serving time in prison at least meant staying alive. Rebellion guaranteed certain death. Jing Deng's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw these heavy offenders swayed by a mere ghost. Overcome by rage and unable to control his fear, he shouted, "Let me tell you, this prison planet is my property. I'm the leader here. You stand on my land, yet dare not obey me. I command you right now, go out there and defeat those people outside." Feng Zhuyi scoffed, "You're nothing but a criminal. Do you really think you're the owner of this prison planet? Pathetic. The group of criminals began to look at Jing Dang with unusual eyes, whispering among themselves. Yes, they were all criminals too. Why should they listen to him? As Jing Dang noticed the distance growing between him and the crowd, his face became dark and distorted. Suddenly, he pulled out a small laser gun from behind and wildly opened fire toward Fang Zhuyi. Be it human or ghost, anyone standing in his way must die. But Fang Zhuyi moved with incredible speed, disappearing almost instantly. Unable to locate his target, Jing Dang, enraged, started shooting recklessly into the crowd. A few prisoners standing in the front fell from gunfire. Seeing that he had a weapon, the crowd dispersed like frightened beasts. Jing Dang's bloodthirsty fury increased. Damn it, they all deserve to die. Die already. Unfortunately, the laser gun had limited energy storage. After firing several shots, its energy was depleted. A ferocious-looking criminal saw that Jing Dang's laser gun had run out of energy and immediately shouted, "What? You dare to shoot at me? Brothers! His gun is out of energy now. Get him, kill him." In an instant, a group of criminals rushed forward and swamped Jing Dang, who was showing evident fear. Fang Zhuyi forced his way into the crowd and took advantage of the chaos to silently eliminate the charm virus before leaving without looking back. Behind him, Jing Dang was quickly beaten to death by the mob. Prison D7 successfully removed a dangerous thorn from its side and soon restored normal order. Once again, Fang Zhuyi was invited into the warden's office. The warden smiled as he looked at Fang Zhuyi. Thanks to Mr. Fang's report, the prison could clean up these problems. To express our gratitude, I've already appealed your charges to the Imperial United Court. Fang Zhuyi gave a faint smile. This person always knew what he wanted. The warden stared meaningfully at him. Before the court's final response comes out, you can stay in my house first. However. Fang Zhuyi raised an eyebrow, confused at his words. The warden's gaze was deep and mysterious, brimming with an unsettling possessiveness. Mr. Fang, I wonder, do you have any interest in purchasing a planet? Everyone here seemed to throw around talk about planets so casually. Fang Zhuyi fell silent. The previous owner of his consciousness had been dirt poor, how could he possibly afford a planet? He shook his head. Never considered it. The warden's voice dropped lower, laced with persuasion, then maybe you should consider it now. He extended a large and elegant photo album lying next to him to Fang Zhuyi. All the planets inside are properties under my name. Take your pick. Fang Zhuyi flipped through the book briefly. From what he saw, there were over 20 planets documented in it. Feeling utterly overwhelmed, he closed the book and rested his forehead in his palm, bluntly stating, "Warden, I don't have money." The warden smirked faintly. "I know." Fang Zhuyi gripped the photo album tightly. "Then why are you?" The warden guided patiently, "All these planets are under my name. You just need to buy me, and they will all be yours." Fang Zhuyi stared at him for a moment before bursting into low laughter. "That would make you very expensive, Warden, and I can't afford you." Suddenly, the warden leaned closer, trapping Fang Zhuyi between his arms as the latter obediently leaned backward. The warm breath exhaled between them heated the atmosphere even further. They were much too close now. The warden loosened the intricate knot of his tie slightly with one hand, letting strong and overpowering pheromones spread unchecked. His voice was deeper and slightly raspy as he murmured softly in Fang Zhuyi's ear. "Not too expensive. Not too expensive. Just 2 red books stamped with gold seals. It's a great deal, think about it." Fang Zhuyi found himself entirely enveloped in the man's dominant pheromones like intoxicating liquor, feeling heavy-headed and dizzy. Red books stamped with gold seals. Fang Zhuyi struggled to gather his scattered thoughts. Wasn't that marriage certificates? He couldn't help but laugh inwardly, so this was luring him into marriage. But after considering it carefully, it truly seemed worthwhile. It was definitely worth thinking about. With a light laugh, he reached out and tugged on the man's tie, wrapping it around his slender fingers. The scent of refreshing oranges mixed with the strong aroma of wine, like a potent citrus wine. The warden chuckled softly and lowered his head to look at him. "That's no issue, I can apply to abolish that law." Their gazes locked, and the pheromones surged like an unexpected storm. Amidst the ocean of deep affection, waves rose high. Suddenly, the warden pulled Fang Zhuyi's hand and pressed it against his chest. There, his heart was beating steadily. His voice hoarse with arousal, filled with hormones, whispered in Fang Zhuyi's ear. "Do you feel it? It beats for you." The feedback from the Imperial United Court regarding Fang Zhuyi's charges came down quickly. He had been imprisoned for the offense of harming an Omega, but after the court's re-examination, there was no evidence presented by any Omega or the Omega Association to substantiate the claim. In other words, there was absolutely no proof he harmed an Omega. Therefore, the charge didn't hold. Following this lead, the United Court also uncovered a corrupt judge who had accepted bribes. Fang Zhuyi's charges were found to be baseless and were immediately dropped, leading to his immediate release. Since he had already served a year in prison, the United Court compensated him with a substantial payment for mental distress. Chapter 91, Prison Planet, 7. After regaining his clean status as a stellar citizen, Fang Zhuyi submitted an application to return to his previous post at the A2 Planet Guard Force branch. Incidentally, A2 Planet was also part of Jin Yu's properties. Jin Yu, the renowned warden's real name. In the entire Aller Empire, only the royal family could bear the Jin surname. When Fang Zhuyi decided to return to A2 to resume his position as a guard, Jin Yu was quite pleased and expressed strong support for his work. Subsequently, Jin Yu transferred the complete executive authority of A2 to Fang Zhuyi. Thus, Fang Zhuyi quickly became one of the prominent proprietors controlling A2. The process of changing leadership on A2 went quietly under wraps, except for those at the core of A2, most others remained unaware. Just as Fang Zhuyi returned to A2, a message came from the Guard Force branch. His application to return to his former position was directly rejected. The reason for rejection: the Guard Force refused to hire individuals with prior incarceration records. The rejection was made by Tao Cheng, the director of the Guard Force division. Fang Zhuyi, gazing at the rejection notice, noticed a ripple in his usually calm, peach blossom-like eyes. Tao Cheng, an object of viral infatuation for another invasive virus in this world. In a short time, Tao Cheng had risen from being the captain of Squad 5 to becoming the division director. Fang Zhuyi didn't rush back to the Guard Force because, with the prohibition against A-class couples having been abolished, he couldn't resist Jin Yu's persistent persuasion, so they first went to pick up their gold-stamped red marriage certificate. They then spent a honeymoon at a famous scenic spot on A2. After their honeymoon, Jin Yu had no choice but to deal with the backlog of work that had piled up during the time he spent intimately with Fang Zhuyi. Fang Zhuyi approved his own application to enter the Guard Force, appointing himself supervisor of the newly formed inspection group, effectively airdropping into the guard supervision role. On his first day of work, as head of the inspection group, Fang Zhuyi held a meeting at the Guard Force division. All 19 captains of the various Guard Force teams, along with the directors and deputy directors, were included in the meeting roster. The meeting was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the morning. Tao Cheng entered the conference room at the very last minute. His guard uniform hung haphazardly on his body, his black jacket left intentionally half undone over his arm, shirt buttons fastened casually here and there, exposing a chest marked by unspeakable imprints. He swiveled his slim waist, drawing the attention of all the team captains. Those captains, calling him director, watched him with eyes filled with adoration. Climbing onto the table, Tao Cheng stretched lazily, yawning impatiently. Is the inspection group insane? We just had a meeting last month, now it's another one. And early in the morning, too. Are you trying to ruin our sleep? Tao Cheng had hooked up with another high-quality alpha last night, keeping company until dawn. His rest had lasted mere seconds before receiving the news of the meeting arranged by the inspection group. The so-called inspection group didn't previously exist. However, following the events on the prison planet, Jin Yu had specially established such groups within all crucial departments on every planet under his control. Tao Cheng was used to not following the rules in the Guard Force. The others would worship him anyway, and no one ever criticized him for breaking the rules. With the arrival of the new inspection group tasked to monitor the Guard Force's every move, Tao Cheng grew displeased. He had already seduced the head of the inspection group, making them so mesmerized that they readily agreed to relax supervision on the Guard Force division, turning a blind eye. Still dissatisfied with this sudden convening, Tao Cheng resolved to tell the inspection group leader to cancel these unnecessary meetings as soon as possible. One of the captains, noticing his irritation, hurried to offer him a glass of water, lowering his voice. I heard the inspection group leader has changed, and this meeting was convened by the new leader. A new leader? Tao Cheng furrowed his brows. How did the leader suddenly change? Suddenly, Tao Cheng had an ominous feeling brewing in his mind. Looking down at his wristwatch, he sneered. So, a new leader can simply be late. It's clearly intentional to leave us hanging and give us a taste of intimidation. No sooner had his words finished than a clear voice came floating in. Director Tao, why such a fiery temper so early in the morning? Tao Cheng turned around. A tall figure walked into the meeting room, followed by 4 or 5 people whose expressions showed deep respect. The man who entered was clad in a sleek black and gold uniform, his calves neatly encased in shiny long leather boots that curved beautifully. His perfect and exquisite features formed an absolutely stunning face with cool, pale, and lustrous skin. As soon as he stepped into the room, he immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Fang Zhuyi elegantly took his seat on a black chair, and the other members of the inspection group seated themselves around him, forming a circle with him at the center. Upon seeing Fang Zhuyi's face, Tao Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes followed Fang Zhuyi as he sat down, nearly shouting in surprise, how can it be you? Fang Zhuyi wore a half-smile as he looked at Tao Cheng. Tao Cheng felt like he was dreaming, otherwise, how could he see that detested face here? Tao Cheng pinched the person sitting next to him hard, causing them to yelp in pain and look at him angrily. Minister Tao, why did you pinch me? Could this not be a dream? Tao Cheng's gaze locked fiercely on Fang Zhuyi as he demanded, how can you be here? An inspection group member glared at Tao Cheng coldly. Minister Tao, please treat our leader respectfully. Leader? Fang Zhuyi was actually the new leader of the inspection group. How could this be? He recalled a while ago when he had received an application from Fang Zhuyi to return to his previous post. At that time, because of his hatred for Fang Zhuyi's appearance, he bribed a judge to pin a random charge on him and have him exiled to the prison planet. Little did he expect that within just a year, Fang Zhuyi would be released from the prison planet. He had even hoped Fang Zhuyi would die there. Without carefully reviewing the application, Tao Cheng had directly rejected it. Ha! A convict wanted to return to their old position. Did they think the guard force was a criminal rehabilitation center? But now, unexpectedly, he met Fang Zhuyi here, and the latter had become the leader of the supervision group. The supervisor group leader held a rank higher than Tao Cheng, the director of the division. How could a convicted felon rise to the level of a supervisor group leader, standing over him? A lump of resentment stuck in his throat as he burst out, "I refuse to accept this. I will report to the headquarters. This is a criminal who has served jail time. How does someone like this have the qualifications to be the leader of the inspection group?" An inspection group member frowned at Tao Cheng, saying sternly, "Minister Tao, please watch your words. Director Fang's record is clean, and he has no history of criminal imprisonment." What? No record? How could there be no record if Fang Zhuyi had been sentenced by the judge he had bribed? Could it be the court had discovered the issue and revoked the charges? Fine then, he should have foreseen this. A person with such a fox-like bewitching face, how could they lack cunning means? Not only was Fang Zhuyi back from the prison planet but also appointed as the head of the inspection group, the man's scheming was even greater than expected. Chapter 92, Prison Planet, 8. Fang Zhuyi wore a gentle smile on his face as he nodded towards the dozen or so people across from him. "Hello everyone, allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Fang Zhuyi, and I am the newly appointed leader of the inspection group stationed at the Guard Force Division. Moving forward, I will be working closely with the division, and I hope all of you will support me." The captains of the division gazed intently at Fang Zhuyi, vying to introduce themselves one after another. "I am Captain Huang Yu from Squad 6. Rest assured, Director Fang, our squad will fully cooperate with your supervision efforts." "I am Wang Yu from Squad 1. Director Fang is so young yet already holding such a significant leadership role. Truly, your future is boundless." Fang Zhuyi smiled, accepting the compliments gracefully before directing his gaze towards Tao Cheng, who still sat dazed on the table. "Minister Tao, might you kindly take your proper place on the chair?" With a cold, sullen glance, Tao Cheng reluctantly settled into his seat. Fang Zhuyi's smile remained unchanged. "Minister Tao, do mind your appearance. From today onward, we, the inspection group, will implement a grading system for the Guard Force Division. Errors regarding deportment, such as yours, will deduct points. If scores fall too low, demotions may occur." Through gritted teeth, Tao Cheng shot back, "I've never heard of such a grading system. Who gave you permission for this?" Fang Zhuyi responded smoothly, though his sharp demeanor was unmistakable. Naturally, it was authorized by the Guard Force headquarters. Tao Cheng slammed his hand on the table. "Stop using headquarters to suppress me. Without official stamped documentation, I won't let you impose your so-called worthless grading system here." He thought being one rank above Tao Cheng allowed Fang Zhuyi to oppress him. Dreams. Did Fang Zhuyi really believe that being a group leader now gave him free rein over Tao Cheng? With a proud tilt of his chin, Tao Cheng disdainfully looked at Fang Zhuyi. Fang Zhuyi took the file handed to him by a nearby group member and threw it onto the center of the table. "This is the official stamp of approval from the Minister of Headquarters." Tao Cheng stood up, grabbed the file, and flipped through it, his facial expressions changing unpredictably. Finally, he slammed the file back onto the table, bitterly adjusting his clothes. After the meeting, the supervision group implemented a strict grading system within the Guard Force Division. Actually, this grading system wasn't overly harsh for the members of the Guard Force. Everyone thought it was reasonable since the supervision group had clear evaluation standards. As long as they stayed within those standards, no arbitrary deductions were made, and good performances were even rewarded with points. Thus, after half a month, most people scored above 90. However, this grading system was particularly painful for Tao Cheng, who had always been reckless and accustomed to indulging in hedonism. In just half a month, Tao Cheng's score had plummeted to 20 due to violations of various Guard Force regulations and issues regarding proper appearance. The alpha members of the Guard Force started to swarm around Fang Zhuyi, the leader of the supervision group, trying to win extra points. Tao Cheng was infuriated by this. He despised how Fang Zhuyi used that bewitching face to charm the alphas. Unable to hold back his resentment, he secretly cursed at Fang Zhuyi. However, one day, his ranting was overheard by Fang Zhuyi, who promptly deducted another 20 points under the charge of verbally abusing the head of the supervision group. Now, Tao Cheng's score was 0, ranking last on the overall Guard Force score list. Fang Zhuyi then ordered the release of this ranking list throughout the Guard Force internal network, ensuring everyone could see it. The alpha enthusiasts of Tao Cheng suddenly began to disdainfully criticize his performance. 0 points. This list is compared with other branches, and I don't see any zeros elsewhere. It's so embarrassing. This is utterly humiliating. The ministers of other sections are all scoring full marks, but our minister scores 0. My friends in other divisions laugh at me because of this. Our minister alone lowers the average score of our branch. Tisk, what's wrong with the minister? All of us are scoring above 90, yet he is at 0. Does he have to oppose the supervision group so stubbornly? Can't he consider our section at all? That's right, according to Fong group leader, the lowest performing division will receive only half of its annual subsidy. Meanwhile, Tao Ching sat grim-faced in his office. Recently, he noticed that the alphas in the guard force division were treating him coldly, unlike before when just a glance from him could make them ready to lay down their lives for him. Nowadays, they actually refused his invitations, citing discipline violations, and sarcastically mentioned that they wouldn't foolishly go against the supervision group. An angry expression crossed Tao Cheng's face. What did they mean by this? Was he being mocked as a fool? Tao Ching believed he had already exercised self-restraint, yet the people from the supervision group still seemed to target him. He didn't care that his score had dropped to 0. Even if Fang Zhuyi was one rank higher than him and wished to dispose of him, would the vice minister of headquarters agree? Tao Ching had been promoted by the deputy minister of the headquarters, who favored him immensely. They were even in a romantic relationship. However, the deputy minister was somewhat old, not the type of young and robust alpha Tao Ching preferred. If not for his high position and Tao Cheng's ambitions to climb higher, he would never humiliate himself like this. Would Fang Zhuyi's connections really be stronger than the deputy minister's? He simply couldn't believe that Fang Zhuyi would dare offend the vice minister. Unexpectedly, Fang Zhuyi held a meeting the next day and, in front of all the captains, demoted Tao Cheng, by 2 ranks at once, from the minister of the branch to an ordinary squad member. Enraged, Tao Cheng immediately contacted the vice minister, demanding that he use any means necessary to transfer him to the headquarters for employment. Hearing assurances from the other end, Tao Cheng's mood improved slightly. A luxurious airship quietly entered the parking garage of the guard force division. Jin Yu disembarked from the airship and immediately spotted Fang Zhuyi waiting for him a short distance away. Without hesitation, he took quick strides, hastening to embrace the person into his arms. Feeling his heart, which had been quiet for many days, finally become lively again, he sighed softly, muttering, "It won't beat until I see you, but upon seeing you, it leaps like a rabbit." Fang Zhuyi chuckled, "Why are you still jealous of your own heart?" Jin Yu grabbed his hand and pressed it against his own chest. "It misses you too much, just like I do." This was their first separation since they had been together. Both of them had important matters to attend to, so they couldn't be constantly by each other's side. It had been half a month since they'd last seen each other. Though they communicated via video calls from time to time, distance could not truly ease their longing. With the person not by their side, their hearts were left feeling hollow. Chapter 93, Planetary Prison, 9. Fang Zhuyi raised his head, meeting Jin Yu's gaze. Their mutual yearning ignited slowly, as if a blazing fire had consumed the space between them. Being apart only made their reunion feel like new love. Jin Yu quickly pulled Fang Zhuyi back to his residence. In the room, alpha pheromones filled the air. Jin Yu gently pecked Fang Zhuyi's eyelids. Fang Zhuyi lazily yawned. Jin Yu's deep chuckle carried a hint of enticement. "My prince consort, we've been married in name for so long. My father wishes to meet you, when will you go with me to planet A1? Fang Zhuyi's thick lashes shimmered with a watery sheen. Tiredly, he opened his eyes briefly before closing them again. It wasn't clear if he had fully understood what Jin Yu said, but he gave a vague reply. Jin Yu stroked his face and softly laughed. That's settled then. His gaze swept around the room and eventually rested on the plaque at the bedside, which read, Supervisor Group Leader. Though the entire planet already belonged to him now, still, Fang Zhuyi insisted on holding such a minor position. Jin Yu sighed. What he wished more than anything was for Fang Zhuyi to stay beside him always. But he knew Fang Zhuyi had things he needed to handle, though he didn't know exactly what. However, Jin Yu never questioned it. Since the day he decided this person would be his, he had offered up all of himself, his person, his wealth, and most importantly, his trust. He stood up, helping Fang Zhuyi clean up. Afterward, he dressed Fang Zhuyi in the clothes he had brought along. Then he lifted Fang Zhuyi into his arms and headed out. Let's go, my prince consort. The prince consort himself was completely oblivious, deeply asleep. There was recently a significant move in the guard force division. Tao Cheng, demoted to an ordinary member of the guard force, was suddenly promoted by the deputy minister of the headquarters. He jumped directly from the branch to the headquarters, becoming the secretary general under the deputy minister. With the backing of the deputy minister, Tao Cheng strutted arrogantly at the branch level, tormenting the members of the supervision group unbearably. Still dissatisfied, Tao Cheng finally, under the guise of the deputy minister, relieved Fang Zhuyi of his duties as leader of the supervision group. At that moment, Fang Zhuyi had already been taken to planet A1 by Jin Yu to meet the emperor of the empire. Without Fang Zhuyi as an obstacle, Tao Cheng relished flaunting his authority at the branch level, venting all the frustrations he had pent up over the past few days. Afterward, he returned smugly to the headquarters to assume his position as secretary general. By the time Fang Zhuyi returned from planet A1, he discovered that Tao Cheng had become the secretary general under the deputy minister of the headquarters, and through the latter's authority, had stripped Fang Zhuyi of his position. Fang Zhuyi let out a slow sigh, impressed at how fast Tao Cheng had acted. At the headquarters of the guard force, the deputy minister received a call and hurriedly rose from the bed in the rest room. Tao Cheng lazily opened his eyes, his voice sticky with sleep. Minister, where are you going? The deputy minister immediately threw the clothes lying on the ground toward Tao Cheng, urging him, "Get dressed. The planetary governor is arriving soon, and everyone must go to greet the governor." Planetary governor. Tao Cheng suddenly sat upright, a wave of wild excitement flooding his eyes. Who was the governor of Planet A2? It was His Imperial Highness, the 7th Prince of the Alor Empire. Prince Jinyu, Tao Cheng's very first crush on an alpha. When Tao Cheng was still attending school on Planet A1, Prince Jinyu once gave a public business class there, and he had sat in the audience, mesmerized by the radiant, majestic figure of the 7th Prince, filled with admiration and fondness. The 7th Prince was the richest man in the empire, owning countless planetary assets under his name. Who could fail to dream of someone as remarkable as him? Ever since that day, Tao Cheng became uncontrollably infatuated with the 7th Prince. After graduating from the military academy, he immediately came to serve as part of the guard force under Prince Jinyu's jurisdiction on Planet A2, hoping for a chance to see the prince again one day. However, how incredibly exalted was the status of the 7th Prince. And how incomparably insignificant was his own rank. Since Tao Cheng could never get close to the 7th Prince, he decided to settle for the next best option, other high-quality alphas. The better an alpha was, the more he liked them, because the 7th Prince was an ultra-high-quality alpha. Those alphas who had fallen prey to his schemes were no more than substitutes for the 7th Prince. Finally, he would soon be able to see His Highness, the 7th Prince, again. Tao Cheng was so excited that his fingers trembled as he pulled on his clothes, only to pause halfway. He looked down at his black and gold uniform and his eyes darkened slightly. No, he couldn't wear this uniform. Everyone in the guard force wore the same uniform, how could it make him stand out? This rare opportunity to meet the 7th Prince was not to be missed. He needed to distinguish himself, drawing the prince's attention immediately. Tao Cheng knew he possessed immense charm. Alphas used to call him a natural temptress, even more appealing to alphas than omegas themselves. There wasn't a single alpha who could resist his allure. He would seize this chance to win over the heart of the 7th Prince. Now that the Empire had abolished the ban on double alpha relationships, alphas could fall in love and marry each other openly, meaning there was also a chance for him to become the 7th Prince's consort. If he could capture the 7th Prince, forget about the guard force, it would be just a matter of time before A2 planet would bend to his every whim. Daydreaming, Tao Cheng almost passed out from excitement. In a daze, he fumbled into his clothes and turned back toward his rest room without a second thought. Damn it. There wasn't enough time to go home and carefully select proper attire, so he'd have to rely on what was in the rest room. But all the clothes in the rest room were specifically prepared to please the deputy minister. Tao Cheng gritted his teeth. Perhaps this would actually highlight his unique appeal even further, and might catch the 7th Prince's eye. Because Tao Cheng remained lost in his own thoughts, he completely missed the last part of the deputy minister's warning. A2 planet has changed its planetary governor, and the new one is arriving. Be sure to maintain your image and don't tarnish the reputation of the guard force. A high-end spacecraft flew swiftly from the horizon and slowly landed on the grass outside the guard force headquarters gate. All the higher-ups of the guard force headquarters came out to greet the planetary governor. The deputy minister stood respectfully behind the head minister when he suddenly heard some whispers breaking out behind him. His eyebrows furrowed irritably. How unprofessional these people were, whispering like this. He turned around, intending to reprimand them for their lack of discipline. However, to his astonishment, Tao Cheng appeared right then, weaving through the crowd. Chapter 94, Planetary Prison, 10. The deputy minister froze momentarily, his face turning ashen. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he must be hallucinating, but looking again. There was no mistake, he hadn't imagined it. That shameless Tao Cheng was actually wearing scandalously inappropriate clothing. The deputy minister almost choked on his own breath. He knew Tao Cheng always flouted rules, never bothering with uniforms properly, perpetually appearing ready to seduce others. That's why he had explicitly warned Tao Cheng to watch his appearance during such a formal occasion. Yet Tao Cheng clearly ignored him entirely. The deputy minister's frown deepened to a point where it could crush flies. Hurriedly pulling Tao Cheng away from the front line, he lowered his voice and roared, "Tao Cheng. What on earth are you wearing? We're here to welcome the planetary governor. You will change out of that disgusting outfit immediately, or I swear." Ignoring his instructions, Tao Cheng tried to push forward. The two struggled, tugging at each other, as the deputy minister felt his blood pressure skyrocket in frustration. He regretted deeply ever bringing such a difficult person up to headquarters in the first place. What madness had overtaken him? Just as he was about to order someone to drag Tao Cheng away to protect the dignity of the guard force, he heard the respectful greeting of the head minister, "Planet Governor." The deputy minister quickly forgot about Tao Cheng, shoving him roughly aside as he straightened his clothes and hurried forward. Falling backward onto the ground, Tao Cheng glared viciously at the departing figure of the deputy minister. Brushing off dust from his clothes while ignoring the faint sneers and contemptuous stares around him, Tao Cheng waited for an opportune moment to move forward. Deliberately pretending to trip, he let out a loud yell. In an instant, silence descended upon the crowd, and all eyes fixed on Tao Cheng. Tao Cheng deliberately pulled down his loose clothing, exposing his chest for all to see. He lowered his head and forced tears out with all his might. A pair of footsteps approached, followed by a somewhat familiar voice asking, "What's the matter?" Not caring about the familiarity, Tao Cheng looked up with tearful eyes, adopting a pitiful tone. Governor of the planet, someone pushed me. His blurred vision momentarily obscured his sight, but when he finally cleared his view and saw who it was, he let out a sharp scream. Feng Jui. How could it be you? Feng Jui's face was cold, and he looked down at Tao Cheng from above. He slightly tilted his head and glanced at the minister, whose expression immediately turned sour. Minister, is this a special welcoming gift? The minister glared angrily at the deputy minister before hastily replying, no. This person isn't ours, we don't know where they came from. Deputy minister, get rid of this person immediately. Stunned by Tao Cheng's actions, the deputy minister only now realized what Tao Cheng had been aiming for with his attire. He cursed inwardly, how dare someone like Tao Cheng covet the governor's position? With a grim expression, he moved to drag Tao Cheng away, but Feng Jui suddenly said, wait. He slowly bent down and straightened Tao Cheng's badge hanging on his clothes, reading aloud the name inscribed there, Deputy Secretary of the General Ministry, Tao Cheng. Feng Jui then called out coolly, Deputy Minister. Instantly breaking into a cold sweat, the deputy minister replied anxiously, Governor, he. Before the deputy minister could fully explain, Tao Cheng screamed first. Governor? Are you blind? How can he be the governor? Our planetary governor should be the seventh prince. Glaring at Feng Jui, Tao Cheng accused, you have some nerve, impersonating the planetary governor. Before Feng Jui could respond, the deputy minister slapped Tao Cheng across the face. Shut up. A2 has already replaced its governor 1 month ago, and this is the new planetary governor. Breathless, Tao Cheng clutched his cheek in disbelief, staring at him. This was A2, one of the most advanced planets in the Empire, a place that His Highness, the seventh prince, cherished so much. How could it possibly be handed over to Feng Jui? Tao Cheng felt dizzy, anger overpowering him as he lost consciousness. Seeing Tao Cheng faint, the deputy minister sighed in relief, reassuring Feng Jui. Governor, I had no idea he'd be so undisciplined, showing up dressed like this. The guard force won't tolerate anyone disrupting the code of conduct. Feng Jui observed the unconscious man lying on the ground and extended his hand, eradicating the charm virus known as the 10,000 attractors. When Tao Cheng woke up again, he was in a hospital. Angered and distressed, he lay in bed for an entire day before regaining consciousness. Before he could recover his composure, he received a dismissal letter from the guard force headquarters. He had been expelled from the guard force. Ever since graduating, Tao Cheng had served there, and this sudden ejection left him unable to accept it. He went looking for the deputy minister but discovered that the latter had locked himself inside the guard force headquarters just to avoid him, making even meeting impossible. After losing his job at the guard force, Tao Cheng struggled to find new employment. Because of the poor reputation attached to his record during his time at the guard force, proper companies and institutions refused to hire him. In the end, he reluctantly took a job as a bodyguard for a small company. One day, he stumbled upon a news story online showing the seventh prince enjoying a boat ride on Star Lake alongside the seventh princess. The seventh princess? When had the seventh prince married? Jealousy burned within him as he wondered who the lucky Omega was. But when he clicked into the article and saw the image, a man holding hands with the seventh prince, it hit him like lightning. He couldn't believe what he saw. Feng Jui. The seventh princess was actually Feng Jui. Everything made sense now. Of course, Feng Jui became the planetary governor of A2. How could this be? The seventh prince, his dreamlike ideal figure, the seventh prince chose Feng Jui as his consort. How could this be allowed? Wasn't Feng Jui supposed to be locked up in a prison planet? When did he hook up with his beloved seventh prince? It was only then that Tao Cheng realized the seventh prince owned several prison planets. Gripping his lips tightly, he thought bitterly, how noble was the seventh prince. In the world, only someone like himself deserved him. What kind of thing was Feng Jui, once a prisoner, that he dared to call himself worthy of the seventh prince? Fury and despair consumed him, leaving him with nowhere to vent his rage. Due to extreme emotional fluctuations, he suddenly suffered from a heart attack and collapsed onto the ground. After resolving all the 10,000 attractors viruses in this world, Feng Jui was finally at ease and had ample time to accompany Jinyu. The two of them traveled across all the planets under his name, witnessing millions of lush landscapes. They indulged in intimacy among flowers and shared tender kisses under the moonlight. Everywhere they went, their path exuded an aura of romance. At last, Feng Jui and Jinyu lay on a grassland filled with star-speckled wildflowers, gazing up at the vast sea of stars as if it were a solemn vow. We will always be together. Jinyu suddenly said, gripping Feng Jui's hand. Feng Jui tightened his hold, his smile radiant. We will always be together. Chapter 95, Contamination. The silver-haired beauty was abducted by mercenaries. 1. In the year 5632, a dark matter from the universe silently invaded planet Blue. This dark matter fell sporadically around the world, severely contaminating life forms. Biological entities contaminated would undergo bizarre mutations overnight, their hazards increasing exponentially. Humanity suffered immense losses from this sudden mutation. To resist the chaos caused by the dark matter and its drastic changes, humanity mobilized all resources to construct over 100 robust fortress cities worldwide. Set up in safe zones uncontaminated by dark matter, these fortress cities blocked the infiltration of contamination and mutated creatures, becoming humanity's final sanctuary. Heavy Contamination Zone. A mutated rabbit gradually revealed its form through the mist. This malformed rabbit displayed two fearsome fangs, its gigantic body was covered with bulging muscles, looking extremely robust. With every bounce, the ground beneath shook slightly. The malformed rabbit stared greedily with blood-red eyes at a white cocoon-like object wrapped tightly by countless vines ahead. It cautiously ventured deeper into the woods. The large white cocoon-like object hung suspended in midair, wrapped by frail vines that swayed gently with the wind, as though it might fall any second. But even after the malformed rabbit stared for a long time, the white cocoon did not fall. The malformed rabbit discovered this white cocoon. There seemed to be an alluring aroma emanating from within, driving it to tear open the cocoon and consume whatever was inside. The malformed rabbit stood upright, its massive claws just reaching the white cocoon-like object. The fragile vines broke instantly under its sharp claws. Soon, the white cocoon-like object dropped from midair, rolling on the ground due to inertia, collecting a few fallen leaves along the way. The ferocious malformed rabbit moved its fangs excitedly, but before it could pounce and tear open the white cocoon-like object, a gunshot rang out abruptly, breaking the silence of the deep forest. A specially made black bullet pierced through the thick neck of the malformed rabbit. This high-hazard creature immediately let out a cry of anguish, its massive body collapsing instantly. In the distance, a tall man dressed in a black protective suit slowly approached. The man stood straight, with a black backpack on his back and a specialized anti-contamination mask on his head. He tucked the gun in his hand behind his waist. This unexpected visitor who ventured into the heavily contaminated area fixed his gaze on the white cocoon-like object lying nearby. The warning device on his chest flashed red frantically, indicating that the hazard level of this white cocoon was exceptionally dangerous. Here, in the heavily contaminated zone, most beings were rated as medium hazard or high hazard, but special hazards were rare. The man, whose face was hidden under the mask, looked grave. The man's name was Chui Pe, from Fortress City number 86, and he was a mercenary. He entered the heavily contaminated area to take on a task, to find a mutated medicinal herb in the contaminated zone. He hadn't expected to wander so far in, entering this place and encountering a high-hazard mutated malformed rabbit. Chui Pe hesitated for a moment, his black hard-soled boots stepping backward slowly. A special hazard level contaminant posed no major threat to him, but it would indeed be very troublesome. He hadn't found the herb yet and had no intention of wasting time here. Though he thought that, his gaze was temporarily unable to leave the white cocoon-like object. Somewhere in the distance, an unknown animal howled faintly, echoing hauntingly in this space shrouded in misty fog. In the end, Chui Pe stopped his retreat, unable to move further back. Even though the warning device on his chest kept flashing, he did not sense any impending danger. A voice deep inside him stopped him from leaving. He eventually decided to approach the white cocoon-like object. The size of the cocoon was just enough to accommodate a person. Chui Pe knelt down on one knee, pulling out a sharp dagger from his calf sheath. With a calm and steady gaze, without a second of hesitation, he slashed through the surface layer of the white cocoon. A slippery seam opened up in the cocoon as Chui Pe's fingers, clad in black fingerless gloves, widened the crack into a large hole. He was ready for an ugly and terrifying contaminated mutation to emerge from the cocoon, his dagger poised downward, prepared to strike. If there was any movement, the creature would be killed instantly. But when he lowered his head and saw what lay inside the cocoon, Chui Pe's pupils dilated slightly, and his breathing paused momentarily. For a moment, the entire world seemed silent. Inside the cocoon wasn't some hideous mutated creature, it was a beauty. Her lips were full like flower petals, her eyelashes thick like butterfly wings. Her long silver hair flowed like water beneath her body. Her skin was fair and radiant, smooth as fine jade, and delicate enough to be called flawless. Her beauty was mesmerizing, elegant yet subtly alluring, resembling a snow lotus while hiding a hint of seduction. Chui Pe couldn't help but be deeply drawn to the exquisite face within. It took him quite a while before he could shake off the shock of such stunning beauty, frowning faintly as he regained his composure. Human. No, it couldn't be human. This was a heavily contaminated area. Any human who entered without protection would be immediately contaminated. A contaminated human would undergo monstrous mutations, becoming deformed and grotesque, incapable of retaining their original form. Chui Pe himself dared to step into the contaminated zone only because of his specially reinforced protective suit, even then facing enormous risks. In addition to contamination sources, the contaminated zone harbored dangerous mutated creatures, making every step potentially lethal. Not only did Chui Pe have to combat these mutants, but he also had to ensure the integrity of his protective suit, preventing it from being torn apart. Few mercenaries ventured into this heavily contaminated area, except for Chui Pe, whose courage stemmed from his unparalleled strength. Now, here he was, in the heart of the polluted region, discovering a beautiful woman with no visible protection but perfectly unharmed. There was only one possibility: this so-called beauty was a humanoid mutation. The Pollution Research Institute in Fortress City number 86 had conducted in-depth studies on various levels of mutated creatures. The research revealed that a small number of contaminated mutants, after consuming humans, would slowly merge with human bodies and transform into a new species, humanoid mutation. These humanoids may possess human-like figures, appearances, memories, and thoughts, speaking human languages and mimicking human behavior. Influenced by human minds, they seek to integrate into human society and yearn to live among humans. Yet despite their human semblance, humanoids remain fundamentally contaminated. They possess the ability to command other polluting mutations, thus categorizing them as highly dangerous. In the past, a humanoid infiltrated the Fortress City base, attacking the highest-ranking management of the Fortress City. Since then, humanoids have been classified as SSS-level threats. Each Fortress City has developed special detectors for humanoids, ensuring almost none can bypass detection. Chapter 96, Contamination. The silver-haired beauty was abducted by mercenaries, 2. Chui cast his gaze downward at the white cocoon layer. It more resembled a layer of skin, its texture feeling like moss. Clearly, it was a contaminated mutation that must have consumed a human, merging and transforming into this current perfect humanoid appearance. Chui deemed this explanation rational and, with one decisive motion, used his dagger to rip open the entire cocoon. The flawless, snow-white body instantly revealed itself beneath his watchful eyes. Chui hesitated for a moment, quickly turning away, his ears turning red. The beauty lying inside the cocoon remained tranquil, seemingly oblivious and quietly resting. Not. Chui hesitated again. Perhaps this cocoon could be considered her clothing. And he, without her consent, had taken the liberty of removing her clothing. Chui was startled by his own train of thought and hastily tried to cover the well-proportioned humanoid's body with the broken cocoon layer once more. Unfortunately, the cocoon that had been torn open began to wither into a lump as if it had been corroded by something. Despite his efforts, he was unable to cover up the astonishingly beautiful body beneath. The humanoid who had previously been lying there with eyes closed seemed to be disturbed by his flustered movements. The long, thick eyelashes quivered like butterfly wings. The thin, pink-tinged eyelids lifted slightly, revealing a pair of translucent and crystal-clear pale pink irises. Those pale pink eyes were crystal clear, not tainted by even a trace of darkness in this polluted environment, radiating an air of extreme innocence. Her snow-white hair, her pale pink eyes, her excessively pale skin, she resembled an albino human being. But her eyes were too clear. In today's world, it would be difficult to find someone among humans whose eyes were as clear as hers. Chui met the soul-stealing gaze of those pale pink eyes. He felt as if his spirit had been captured, yearning to drown instantly in those twin pools of clear pink lakes. Despite his rational mind sounding alarm bells, this was the heavily contaminated zone after all. The humanoid before him could only have emerged accidentally from a contaminant mutation. Feng Zhuyi suddenly woke up. Upon seeing the fully armored figure in front of him, a sense of familiarity surged within him. That feeling grew stronger and stronger until Feng Zhuyi was almost certain that the person before him was his lover. Feng Zhuyi's gaze became very focused. Under such intense attention, Chui suddenly felt an inexplicable itch in his heart and a wave of impulse. He took a deep breath and instinctively reached out his hand. Feng Zhuyi's eyes widened momentarily at the man's unexpected gesture, which blocked his view, revealing nothing but the black half-finger gloves of the man's hand. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he lowered his eyes. Chui steadied himself from the unexpected surge of emotions and pounding heartbeat. He looked down at the warning device on his chest. The frantic red warning light that had been flashing earlier was now slowly weakening, eventually going out under his dark and piercing gaze. The disappearance of the red warning light indicated that no dangerous contaminant mutations had been detected for the moment. Chui checked the warning device repeatedly to make sure it was functioning properly. This warning device had been specially modified by him. It was capable of detecting even humanoids and their danger levels. There was no reaction now. After a moment of thought, he placed the small warning device on the beautiful humanoid. Initially intending just to see if it would trigger any alarms, he didn't expect the device to land exactly where it shouldn't, pure coincidence. Feng Zhuyi's body trembled slightly, and his pink eyes opened wider for a moment, quickly filling with a layer of misty moisture. Chui froze for a moment, his Adam's apple rolling frantically as dryness gripped his throat. It was as if a fire ignited within him. Chui turned away rather clumsily, reflecting internally about whether his prolonged solitude had made his behavior reckless, touching things, even humanoids, he shouldn't. Though, truthfully, it wasn't deliberate. Somewhat regretful, Chui quickly picked up the unresponsive warning device. Moments later, however, he discarded it as though burned, throwing it aside. The warning device landed precisely on the withered cocoon skin scattered on the ground, its red lights flashing weakly once more. Chui immediately redirected his focus, pondering over the warning device meaningfully. The cocoon was a special hazard-level pollutant, yet its life force vanished due to the violence used in opening it, resulting in a rapid decrease in its danger level, hence the faint glow of the warning device. Therefore, the warning device itself worked fine. But this humanoid appeared to have no level of danger. Just as Chui was lost in thought, Feng Zhuyi had already sat up. His slender frame, shining brilliantly white against his cascade of white hair flowing onto his back. Chui snapped out of it momentarily, avoided eye contact, pulled out clothes from his backpack, handed them over, and tersely said, "Clothes, put them on." The set of clothing had originally been worn in the safety zone, swapped out for a protective suit when entering the highly contaminated zone. Holding what clearly was a large outfit, Feng Zhui blinked innocently at him with those luminous pink gemstone eyes. Even a humanoid couldn't possibly not know how to wear clothes, right? Sighing, Cui Pa stretched out his hand, resigning himself to help dress the other. Inevitably during this process, Cui Pa touched the pristine white skin. Pale marks remained wherever his fingers grazed. He's such a delicate humanoid. With that thought, Cui Pa turned his head and helped Feng Zhui put on the clothes. Cui Pa was taller and more robust than Feng Zhui. The clothing looked quite loose on Feng Zhui when he wore it. Rolling up the sleeves and trouser legs somewhat made them barely fit, but the waistband was far too big, it would slide down right after being pulled up. Using every ounce of willpower to control where his eyes wandered, Cui Pa's gaze nonetheless inevitably landed on Feng Zhuyi's slender waist. I could wrap my hand around it entirely. Realizing what he had been thinking, Cui Pa's darkened gaze flickered as he suddenly turned around. He tore a vine full of thorns from a nearby tree and carefully removed the thorns with his dagger to use as a belt. Finally, Feng Zhui stepped onto a soft layer of fallen leaves and lifted his foot to show him. Shoes. Cui Pa hesitated, dazed as he stared at his feet. He hadn't brought extra shoes. Those feet were truly beautiful, just like their owner, both appeared to be meticulously crafted masterpieces by God. For an instant, Cui Pa felt reluctant for those feet to touch even a speck of dust. He tried hard to maintain his rationality, pondering whether he should take this humanoid with him or not. Chapter 97, Contaminated Zone, The White-Haired Beauty Was Taken Away by Mercenaries, Part 3. Feng Zhui didn't rush, staring intently at him with his stunning pink irises. Under this focused gaze, inexplicably, Cui Pa set down his backpack and placed Feng Zhui on his back. Carrying Feng Zhui on his broad, muscular back, he found the weight almost negligible, light as air. Sitting on his back, Feng Zhui wasn't still. Through the soft mask, his hands reached out to caress the man's face. His touch was meticulous, and his eyes curved delightfully again and again. Cui Pa paused momentarily, he ought to have been alert, but inexplicably, he let Feng Zhui continue. Although he wasn't used to being touched this way, surprisingly, he felt no repulsion. Feng Zhui indulged in tracing his facial structure silently with satisfaction. When the hands finally withdrew, Cui Pa hesitated briefly before picking up the backpack and continuing forward. The sky of the severely contaminated area was covered by a thick black mist, always appearing hazy. After walking for a long time, the warning device flashed several times. Fortunately, none of the detected pollutants were difficult to handle, so Cui Pa quickly dealt with them all. As the light grew dimmer, Cui Pa glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist, then located a cave hidden by spiky vines to stay temporarily. Feng Zhui was gently lowered onto a rock that Cui Pa had arranged for him. His feet rested on a black backpack. Cui Pa ignited a flame inside the cave. When Cui Pa sat down, Feng Zhui moved his lips slightly, uttering a single word, hungry. At the same moment, Cui Pa heard his stomach rumble. Seemed like he really was hungry. Humanoids could talk, eat, and act exactly like humans in every aspect. Cui Pa placed Feng Zhuyi's feet on his own lap, fetched the backpack, and took out some compressed biscuits to give him. Feng Zhui accepted them, peeled off the packaging, and began eating hastily as if he was starving. His pale cheeks puffed up and down cutely. It was extremely adorable. Cui Pa found it amusing and watched for a while before asking suddenly, "Do humanoids like you really need to eat human food?" Feng Zhui froze, glaring at him through his pink, tear-drenched eyes, and his muffled voice came out because his mouth was full of food. "I'm not a humanoid." Moving his mouth, his plump lips slightly protruding as he seriously clarified his identity, "I am human." Cui Pa glanced down, unsure if he believed it, letting out a faintly ambiguous chuckle from his throat. After finishing his meal and filling his stomach, Feng Zhui suddenly stood up and pounced into Cui Pa's arms. Cui Pa wasn't prepared and was dragged down to the ground. He became rigid, breathing becoming hurried due to a near-tingling tension coursing through him. It seemed like he was waiting for something, but he didn't know exactly what. Involuntarily, his eyes were drawn to Feng Zhuyi's lips. Soft, moist. Like jelly. Certainly sweet. Cui Pa had never been this close to anyone, let alone a humanoid. His terrifyingly dark gaze caused the muscles in his arms to tighten. His body refused to move recklessly, even slowing his breathing as though fearful of disturbing something. He heard Feng Zhui whisper closely, "Did you feel it?" "Feel what?" Cui Pa was confused for a moment before finally understanding what he had said. Because he had sensed it, the humanoid body possessed the warm temperature characteristic of a human being. Feng Zhui blinked his long, curling lashes which trembled like delicate butterfly wings. His voice was calm, "I know you suspect I'm a humanoid, but I'm human. I just accidentally developed an immunity to dark substance pollution." This body was indeed human, that of an albinism patient. A few days ago, Feng Zhui followed a research team deep into the heavily polluted zone where they were all wiped out. That layer of white cocoon-like skin was a mutated moss. It captured and tightly wrapped around the original occupant of this body, who suffocated to death long ago. Due to the slow digestion speed of the mutated white moss, after a few days, it had only managed to digest the full-body protective suit of this human. The body thus remained relatively intact after the system repaired and enhanced its physical constitution. When Feng Zhuyi woke up inside this body, he was fortunately saved by Cui Pe. Listening to Feng Zhuyi's words, Cui Pe fell silent for a moment. Body temperature means nothing. While most humanoids don't have body temperatures, there are still some who can simulate human body warmth. Besides, there has never been a recorded case of any human possessing immunity to dark matter pollution. Humanoids also possess human memories and language. They are cunning creatures, often misleading humans with their words and making it impossible to distinguish between them. Cui Pe suddenly thought of another way to differentiate humans from humanoids: blood. The blood of humanoids isn't the bright red common in humans, but rather the distinctively thick green color associated with polluted mutations. In Cui Pe's mind, Feng Zhuyi's hands appeared vividly. Though he hadn't studied those hands closely, upon closing his eyes, his brain could automatically sketch them out with incredible detail, down to each fine texture and every vein carrying blue blood under translucent skin. These hands were elegant and smooth, with fingers so fair they practically glowed. If a small wound were made, would drops of crimson or the greenish hue characteristic of a humanoid emerge? Belonging to humanoids, green. Or the fresh red, typical of a human? Feng Zhuyi, seemingly reading his thoughts, lowered his pink gaze and locked eyes with Cui Pe. Then, without hesitation, he bit down on his fingertip. A wound appeared, and blood rushed forth without restraint. A bright red droplet slid down from Feng Zhuyi's fingertip, landing on Cui Pe's nose. It then trailed along his high-bridged nose and came to rest at his brow, a scarlet mole amidst his stern features. Cui Pe held his breath, his heart pounding rapidly. It was red. Blood belonging to a human. Feng Zhuyi extended his hand, gently brushing upward along the streak of blood over Cui Pe's nose, wiping the blood from his brow. He stood, extending a hand toward Cui Pe as he introduced himself. "Hello, nice to meet you. I am Feng Zhuyi, a member of the 86th Fortress City Research Institute. I am undoubtedly human. My team is down to just me now, and I need your help to take me away from here." Sitting up, Cui Pe gazed at the white tips of Feng Zhuyi's fingers still seeping blood. He reached out hesitantly and clasped his hand, his voice slightly hoarse, incredibly alluring. "Hello, I am Cui Pe, a mercenary, and also a human." Cui Pe slept deeply for 4 hours. It was dead of night, cool like water. When Cui Pe woke up, he found that someone was cradled in his arms, almost entirely encircled by one of his arms. Chapter 98, Contaminated Zone. The white-haired beauty was taken away by mercenaries, Part 4. Cui Pe was somewhat surprised because he was highly alert and usually slept lightly, waking easily at even the slightest sound. But this time, he had subconsciously relaxed, falling asleep unaware. Even in the safe confines of Fortress City, he had never been this relaxed. He felt a peculiar softness in his embrace, and lowering his head, he saw. White hair cascaded over him like a flowing stream. The handsome figure pressed its pretty face against his chest, its eyelids closed tight as if enjoying a peaceful sleep. Cui Pe remembered that before going to bed, they had maintained a distance, one left, one right, but now, they were intimately pressed together, indistinguishable. As though feeling cold, Feng Zhuyi edged closer toward him again. Cui Pe lowered his gaze onto the beautiful face for a moment, feeling his heart soften. This person he had rescued, he would be responsible for ensuring their safety all the way back to Fortress City 86. His eyes darkened, and an overwhelming greed suddenly arose in his heart. He tightened his hold on the person in his arms, interlocking their fingers with that pale white hand. The person he had saved belonged to him now. In the depths of the forest, beams of light pierced through a layer of mist, diffusing into the surroundings. Cui Pe carried Feng Zhuyi as they darted through the heavily contaminated zone. They hadn't gone far this time when they discovered the mutated herb he had been searching for under a giant red umbrella mushroom as tall as a man. After comparing it with the photo to confirm its identity, he carefully dug it out, wrapping the root system securely before placing it inside his backpack. When he turned around, he saw Feng Zhuyi sitting on a large rock nearby, his gaze fixed intently on a certain direction. Even when Cui Pe walked up beside him, Feng Zhuyi didn't notice and kept staring at that direction. A subtle discomfort rose within Cui Pe. He felt those beautiful eyes should only look at him. He asked, "What are you looking at?" Upon hearing his voice, Feng Zhuyi turned to glance at him briefly before pointing a slender finger towards a spot shrouded in thick fog. "There, I can sense the presence of dark matter." Cui Pe hummed in acknowledgement. "So what? What do you intend to do?" Feng Zhuyi tilted his head upward to look at him, his pink eyes slightly brightening as he earnestly said, "I want to take a closer look." Cui Pe looked at his beautiful eyes, gulped softly, and rejected him. "No, it's too dangerous." Feng Zhuyi apparently had already made up his mind. "My constitution is special, I'm immune to dark matter pollution. For me, it's not very dangerous." Cui Pe found himself unable to refuse. He lowered his gaze. "If you must go, I won't stop you. But I'll go with you." Feng Zhuyi opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Approaching dark matter was extremely dangerous. He was protected by the system, but Cui Pe wasn't. Eventually, he sighed lightly, shaking Chui Po's hand gently. I'll just take a quick look and come right back. Wait for me outside for a moment, will you? His tone carried a hint of coaxing, as though talking to a child. Chui Po found it amusing. He wasn't a child, but surprisingly, he was susceptible to such persuasion. 5 minutes, he said. If you don't return within 5 minutes, I'll come in after you. Feng Zhuyi nodded. It won't take 5 minutes. Chui Po took off his own boots and swapped them for Feng Zhuyi to wear. The shoes were a bit oversized, so Chui Po knelt down on one knee, readjusting the shoelaces and tying them carefully. Feng Zhuyi looked down at his head, then bent down to nuzzle against him. Chui Po couldn't help but grasp his fingers, planting a kiss on them through the mask. Feng Zhuyi curled his fingers slightly, turned around, and his figure gradually vanished into the dense fog. A mechanical watch appeared in Chui Po's hand, his expression serious as he monitored the movement of the minute hand. The thick fog was so heavy that it was almost impossible to see even your own hand in front of you. After walking a stretch of road in the fog, Feng Zhuyi finally spotted the core of this world, dark matter. He collected some dark matter and handed it over to the system for safekeeping. This world was different from other worlds. As the system explained, the virus here known as Charmer had also been polluted by the dark matter, causing it to mutate. It was almost impossible to put it to sleep by manipulating emotions. Eliminating it while it was active was predicted by the system to have a failure rate exceeding 90%. Due to the peculiar nature of this world, Feng Zhuyi and the system thoroughly studied its rules. They believed they could force the Charmer virus into dormancy by mixing this world's core, dark matter, with the highly toxic drugs provided by the system to create a serum. Now that he'd finished collecting the crucial dark matter, the system still needed to file an application to inject supertoxic drugs into this world. Since the process was complicated, they couldn't formulate the serum immediately and had to set this plan aside temporarily. When Feng Zhuyi emerged from the fog, he saw Chui Po still waiting for him in the same spot. Chui Po put down the mechanical watch. 4 minutes. The wind blew, scattering fallen leaves everywhere. Feng Zhuyi ran quickly over, crashing into Chui Po's embrace, proudly tilting his head to look at him. It wasn't even 5 minutes, I told you it would be fast. Chui Po grunted in agreement, his gaze tracing the lines of his beautiful face, his voice hoarse, very obedient. He chuckled softly all of a sudden, covering Feng Zhuyi's eyes. Don't look at me like that, or I won't be able to control myself. Can't resist the urge to tease you. On the way back, the two of them encountered a number of pollution-induced mutant creatures that had no eyes and blindly attacked. Chui Po's skills were exceptional, so he handled them effortlessly. To avoid harming Feng Zhuyi or getting contaminated by the dirty blood of the mutants during fights, every time Chui Po sensed danger approaching, he would first secure Feng Zhuyi somewhere safe. Through their journey, Feng Zhuyi was kept impeccably protected. Soon, they reached the edge of the heavily polluted zone and could see the clean areas just ahead. At this moment, however, they suddenly came face to face with a colossal wolf. The giant wolf had its back to them as it let out an earth-shattering roar. The warning device on Chui Po's chest started emitting constant alarms. It was a high-risk level mutant creature. Chui Po's eyes immediately turned sharp. He secured Feng Zhuyi at a safe distance, drew his dagger, and carefully approached from behind, striking swiftly before the giant wolf even noticed him. Within moments, the wolf was dealt with easily. Chui Po was slightly surprised. While dealing with high-risk level creatures wasn't impossible for him, this had been too effortless. Only then did he notice someone beneath the dead wolf. As Chui Po pulled the person out from under the giant wolf, the person wearing protective gloves tried to latch onto Chui Po's neck, but Chui Po dodged quickly. This person was dressed in a protective suit and mask. After being rescued, without even uttering a word of thanks, he began sobbing pitifully, seemingly waiting to be consoled. But Chui Po simply looked at him coldly, showing no intention of comforting him at all. Chapter 99, Pollution. The white-haired beauty was kidnapped by mercenaries. 5. After realizing he wouldn't get any comfort, the man eventually stopped crying, unwillingly accepting his fate. Then, he began to babble incessantly, introducing himself. His name was Su Zhao, and he was a researcher of pollutants in a certain fortress city. He explained that his mentor led a team studying the contamination plants at the edges of the heavy pollution zones, but somehow he got separated from the group. After finishing his story, Su Zhao began tagging along closely behind Chui Po, calling him Big Brother repeatedly with an overly sweet tone. Like a pesky little shadow, he stuck tightly to Chui Po. However, the eyes hidden behind the mask were often appraising Chui Po's broad shoulders, slim waist, and long legs, practically drooling over them. Su Zhao had interacted with countless human males and had learned to distinguish who among them was elite. And this man standing before him was nothing less than an exquisite masterpiece. Salivating over Chui Po, Su Zhao urgently sought ways to draw the man's attention, but Chui Po paid him no heed, moving briskly towards some destination. Turning around a large tree, Su Zhao followed Chui Po and discovered another person there. This was someone of extraordinary beauty, with hair as white as a waterfall reaching down to their waist. Their pink gem-like eyes were extraordinarily translucent and beautiful, making them look like a porcelain doll sitting beneath the lush canopy of a massive tree. As leaves fluttered down gently around them, they created a stunning picture. Was it the beauty that made the scene, or the scene that made the beauty? Su Zhao acutely noticed how Cui Pa stared at this individual, unmoving for what seemed like ages. Envious thoughts instantly surfaced in Su Zhao's mind, leading him to cry out intentionally, "Oh my god, what a strange-looking person. Ugly and weird." His voice disrupted the peaceful ambience of the moment, causing Cui Pa's gaze to become frigid. He glanced at Su Zhao once, the blade in his hand flashing menacingly, forcing Su Zhao to take several steps backward. Cui Pa's voice carried an implied threat, "If you don't want your eyes, I can help you dig them out." Threatened though he was, Su Zhao felt excitement stir within him. This kind of violent tone really struck a chord in him. Digging out eyes? How brutal. Yet Su Zhao found it appealing. A violent human was just what he needed to pollute and create a powerful serpent. He was already getting impatient. Meanwhile, Feng Zhuyi idly twirled a specially crafted black gun in his hands. His fingers were as white as snow, and the black mechanical gun spun deftly between them, radiating intense power. Cui Pa had personally made this gun and given it to Feng Zhuyi for self-defense purposes. Feng Zhuyi idly toyed with the gun until he spotted Cui Pa approach. His eyes lit up instantly, and he stood up right away. Underneath his mask, Cui Pa's face softened, and he quickened his pace to briefly embrace Feng Zhuyi. The atmosphere between the two was unusual. Though Su Zhao didn't understand the meaning behind it, he felt deeply irritated. How dare the person he had set his sights on be so cozy with someone else? With an air of arrogance, Su Zhao scrutinized Feng Zhuyi, the wickedness hidden beneath his masked face almost spilling over. Just an ugly person, how could he compare with Su Zhao himself? Feng Zhuyi's pink eyes briefly swept over Su Zhao, who was closely following Cui Pa, and slightly narrowed. Su Zhao, the target of invasion for the world-renowned charm virus. A snake-type pollutant fused with a human to form a near-human body. Utterly evil. He had an insatiable desire to engage in deep communication with human males and wreak havoc in the human world. Su Zhao's body, influenced by the charm virus, exhibited increasingly human-like traits. As an evil near-human body, he possessed a normal human body temperature and red blood, allowing him to easily pass through the near-human detectors in fortress cities and seamlessly blend into human society. In the human world, without needing to do anything, many people were drawn to him and revolved around him. These people had no idea just how terrifying Su Zhao truly was. The mutated charm virus granted Su Zhao a special ability to pollute mutated humans through a specific method. And this specific method involved engaging in deep communication with humans. Anyone who had engaged in such deep communication with Su Zhao would be heavily polluted and undergo horrifying mutations. At night, these individuals would slowly transform from humans into giant snakes. These mutant giant snakes obeyed Su Zhao's commands and wreaked havoc in the human world at will. Su Zhao relied on this special ability to cause chaos in Fortress City No. 25, targeting male humans whom he captured en masse. He created countless mutant giant snakes in Fortress City No. 25. These snakes were ordered by him to attack humans, plunging all of Fortress City No. 25 into paralysis and forcing them to seek help from the outside. Fortress City No. 25 is now plagued with snakes, everyone living in constant fear. Having grown bored there, Su Zhao decided to look for a new place to play. On his way past the heavily polluted area, he fortuitously came across Cui Pa battling a mutated creature. Cui Pa's tall figure, muscular build, and swift kills mesmerized Su Zhao's eyes completely. He was utterly fascinated and single-mindedly wanted to contaminate Cui Pa, transforming this prime specimen of a human into his most perfect large snake yet. To that end, he deliberately waited here and commanded a mutant giant wolf to stage this scene. Believing he had acted out his plan perfectly, he easily pretended to appear delicate and tearful to evoke a man's protective instincts. But while Su Zhao only noticed Cui Pa, he failed to notice Feng Zhuyi's presence. Feng Zhuyi lowered his gaze, and his snow-white toes tapped lightly against Cui Pa's shoes. Understanding the hint, Cui Pa bent down and picked him up onto his back again. Feng Zhuyi wrapped his arms around Cui Pa's neck and gave a slight yawn. After making sure Feng Zhuyi was comfortable, Cui Pa ignored Su Zhao, adjusted his backpack, and started walking away. By nature, Cui Pa wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, saving Su Zhao was a mere coincidence. As for what to do with the person he saved, Cui Pa didn't care. He only cared about one person, Feng Zhuyi. Seeing the man he coveted about to leave him behind without a second glance, something that had never happened to Su Zhao before, he couldn't believe it. What did this mean? Was this man really leaving him behind like this? Him. Was he being abandoned? Su Zhao grew increasingly resentful and rushed forward quickly. Cui Pa didn't want a third party between himself and Feng Zhuyi, their presence annoyed him. So, he intentionally quickened his pace to shake off Su Zhao. However, Su Zhao still managed to catch up. Breathless, Su Zhao caught up and glared fiercely at Feng Zhuyi first before emitting a sweet voice, "Wait for me. Isn't it dangerous here? Brother, could you really have the heart to abandon me like this?" His voice carried an intoxicating allure. If someone else were present, they'd likely fall under his spell immediately, perhaps even giving their lives to protect him. Cui Pa suddenly halted his steps as if his heart had softened. Chapter 100, Contamination, the white-haired beauty has been abducted by mercenaries, 6. Su Zhao's heart leapt with joy as he strode forward, naturally assuming that the man had already fallen for his charms. His sinister gaze swept provocatively over the clothes of Feng Shui on Cui Po's back, and his eyes spun with scheming thoughts. Suddenly, he twisted his foot, cried out in pain, and fell to the ground as if his body were boneless and limp. He looked up at Cui Po pitifully and said, "Brother, my foot hurts so badly, I can't walk. What should we do?" Su Zhao gloated inwardly, waiting for the man to abandon the ugly person on his back and come over to pick him up instead. Cui Po watched his performance and took a step back, his voice cold and harsh. "With the force you just fell with, there would be no injury. And don't call me brother, it sounds terrible." With that, he left mercilessly. Sitting on the ground, Su Zhao was so furious that he fiercely pounded his fists on the ground. A small thorn seized the opportunity and pricked his finger. Su Zhao screamed in pain, glaring at the offending thorn. "Even you dare to bully me?" A surge of anger clogged his throat. How could this man say it was unpleasant to call him brother? The word brother was an infallible weapon in his interactions with humans. What a hard-to-deal-with man. Su Zhao's eyes gradually turned into evil snake-like pupils, then he suddenly became excited. It was the first time he encountered such a challenging man, violent and arrogant, if he could turn this man into his own great serpent. Su Zhao grew more and more excited at the thought, his eyes flashing with confidence, regaining energy as he climbed back to his feet and ran after Cui Po. This time, he was smarter, he stopped calling him brother and decided to take another approach instead. Looking at Feng Shui who lay carefree on Cui Po's back, he said in a tone that feigned fairness for Cui Po, "How can you be so lazy? Can't you walk on your own? Why make others carry you? Won't they get tired?" Tired? Cui Po frowned, not knowing what nonsense Su Zhao was talking about. Who exactly saw him getting tired? Cui Po had good stamina, Feng Shui was thin and light and didn't weigh much. All along, Cui Po hadn't felt anything, only the warm chest of Feng Shui pressing against his back, soothing and comfortable, making him feel slightly lightheaded and content. Asking him to put Feng Shui down was completely out of the question. Coldly, he cast a glance at Su Zhao who was still smug within himself, adjusted Feng Shui higher on his back, and whispered softly, "Don't mind him, my endurance is very good." Feng Shui wiggled his toes. Of course, he knew his lover had excellent endurance. After all, he had endured quite a few hardships because of it. His soft pink eyes shot a look at Su Zhao, opening his mouth with a smirk and speaking sarcastically, "You do have a point, but I lost my shoes. The vines here aren't suitable for weaving shoes. Perhaps, you'd be willing to give me yours to wear." Su Zhao only now realized that Feng Shui wasn't wearing any shoes. He immediately glanced down at the uneven terrain littered with thorny twigs, lips pressed tight, and changed the subject, beginning to question Feng Shui again. "You two came from the heavily contaminated area, yet you're not wearing protective gear. Aren't you some kind of synthetic human?" Feng Shui replied faintly, "I am not a synthetic human, I have a special constitution, so I don't need protective gear." Su Zhao didn't believe the tale of a special constitution at all. In his view, there was no constitution among humans that could resist the contamination from dark matter, only synthetic humans remained unaffected. This ugly person must be a synthetic human. And even worse, they didn't bother to pretend. He, on the other hand, wore human protective clothing when fooling around with humans. This idiot probably didn't even know that there were detectors targeting synthetic humans in the fortress city. Wanting to sneak into human society? Too naive. Su Zhao began eagerly anticipating a bloody scene where Feng Shui would be discovered by the detectors in the fortress city and shot to death with a hail of bullets. Safe zone. The warm sunlight drove away the damp coldness from the heavily contaminated zone. Cui Po paused by a riverside with Feng Shui for a brief rest. Once they were outside the range of contamination by the dark matter, Cui Po casually removed the protective mask from his face. He was handsome, with a cool demeanor, deep and beautiful facial features, long strands of black hair disheveled over his forehead covering his eyebrows. He raised one hand, brushing aside the stray hairs obstructing his vision to reveal a pair of cold, sharp eyes. His irises weren't entirely black, showing hints of a deep blue glow, exuding an astonishing sense of oppression. Handsome and towering, he almost made Su Zhao breathe rapidly within moments. He was a humanoid who longed for deep exchanges with humans, craving to see top-tier humans become contaminated and mutated into his own great serpents. Especially after seeing Cui Po's striking appearance, he became even more determined to contaminate this person and turn him into a serpent. That would certainly be the most perfect, most beautiful serpent. Su Zhao's heart raced with excitement as he deliberately took off his protective mask slowly, revealing a face of remarkable beauty that ranked among the best among humans. He appeared to be in his early 20s, looking youthful and lively, yet every movement carried an allure, and he even gave Cui Po a deliberate seductive glance. But Cui Po didn't even look at him, focusing all his attention on Feng Shui. Feng Shui's hair, disheveled by the wind like silver snakes, had him massaging his scalp while frowning in visible distress. Cui Po helped untangle his knotted hair, suddenly laughing softly, which earned him a death glare from Feng Shui. Cui Po thought he was utterly adorable, his heart pounding as he willingly cherished Feng Shui. He deftly undid a red string symbolizing peace and moved forward to bundle Feng Shui's waist-length white hair into a tied braid. As for Su Zhao, Cui Po intentionally left him behind. Even though Su Zhao tried his best to catch up, he was still abandoned. After losing Su Zhao, Cui Po finally indulged in a carefree private world with Feng Shui. In the wild mountain fields, Feng Shui's thin jaw was gripped and tilted upwards by Cui Po as he leaned against a big tree, enduring the seemingly endless desires of the man. Gradually, he found it hard to breathe, his face becoming stunningly flushed until he managed to push Cui Po away. Cui Po's eyes were dark and heavy, filled with overwhelming possessiveness. He wiped Feng Shui's lips with his fingers, leaning close to whisper in his ear. Cui Po chose the route carefully, leading Feng Shui onto the shortest path toward Fortress City number 86. Their luck held out when they met the patrol team from Fortress City number 86 halfway along their journey, allowing them to hitch a ride. Unexpectedly, Su Zhao was also on the same ride. Su Zhao had just joined the ride not long ago. Surrounded by strong, burly soldiers from the patrol team, his greed flared up as he considered satisfying his lusts, but then Feng Shui arrived. The soldiers who were previously circling around Su Zhao immediately turned their attention to Feng Shui. After all, someone with white hair and pink eyes was exceptionally rare. Jealousy consumed Su Zhao as he couldn't stand seeing Feng Shui stealing everyone's attention. He deliberately revealed to these soldiers that Feng Shui had come from the heavily contaminated area without any protective gear. Abnormal features like white hair and pink eyes could be due to albinism, but how could a human enter the heavily contaminated area without protection and come out unscathed? Could this white-haired, pink-eyed beauty possibly be an evil humanoid? The patrol soldiers began to suspect and started discreetly keeping an eye on Feng Shui. They even pretended to accidentally hurt Feng Shui, leaving a cut on the back of his hand where bright red blood immediately gushed out. Cui Po knew they were testing him and nearly flew into a murderous rage, only calming down thanks to Feng Shui's reassurance. The blood was red, so those soldiers temporarily lowered their guard, for a humanoid's blood was green. But Su Zhao again sowed discord, questioning if humanoids had also evolved, gaining the ability to have red blood. Influenced by Su Zhao, the patrol soldiers thought his words made sense. Yet they hadn't lost all their sanity and didn't immediately apprehend Feng Shui. Every person entering the fortress city needed to undergo a humanoid detector test. Humans might misjudge, but the humanoid detectors never erred. Let's wait until we return to the city before deciding anything. Chapter 101, Contamination. The white-haired beauty was abducted by mercenaries. 7. The patrol convoy marched splendidly towards Fortress City number 86. Su Zhao, who successfully sowed discord and made the patrolling army suspect by Fanyi, was finally able to smoothly mingle with a group of patrolling soldiers again. At first, everything seemed normal. But soon, almost overnight, several members went missing from the patrol team. The patrol searched within 100 miles but didn't find anyone. Instead, they discovered several black mutated giant snakes. These mutated snakes were all high-risk level contaminants, so the captain immediately ordered them killed. On that evening, the resting patrol unit detected traces of mutated snakes nearby once more. The patrol captain quickly deployed more than half of his men to track down and hunt the mutated snakes while the rest stayed on standby at the base. However, before those dispatched could return, there came a loud scream from the tent which had been set up not long ago. Someone, in a panic, ran out of the tent screaming, "Captain! Snake! There's a mutated snake!" The captain immediately drew his gun and shouted, "Snake! Where's the snake?" "It's in Seventh Brother's tent." "Seventh Brother is gone, Captain. Seventh Brother must have been swallowed by the mutated snake. Damn it!" The captain cursed, as many of his brothers-in-arms who had joined him for this simple patrol had perished. With a somber face, he walked over swiftly. A mutated snake emerged from one of the tents. Its black scales glistening like sharp fangs, machine guns erupted in gunfire, but the snake was too fast. Its massive body twisted mockingly, swaying its tail, then quickly dived into the bushes nearby. The captain took a deep breath, anger burning in his eyes, his voice trembling, "Chase it. All of you, chase it." As for Su Zhao, who controlled these mutated snakes, after having enjoyed enough of the spectacle, walked over to the captain, wrapping his soft and delicate hand around the neck of the captain. The moment the captain felt Su Zhao's touch, he instantly turned his head. "Captain." Su Zhao's bewitching gaze and alluring breath whispered words that clouded the mind. "This is supposed to be a safe zone, how could so many mutated snakes appear? Isn't something possibly controlling them? For example, a humanoid creature." Su Zhao implied. The captain, entranced by his words, shuddered violently, his gaze darkening instantly. Humanoid creature. Yes, the strange appearances of these mutated snakes must mean that a humanoid creature was directing them from behind. Upon reflection, ever since 3 new individuals had joined his team, trouble had arisen frequently. It wasn't that team members would suddenly go missing without reason or that their statuses remained unknown. Sometimes strange mutated snakes appeared around them, and now these mutated snakes could even stealthily infiltrate their tents, evading guards. These incidents must be related to these 3 individuals. Among them, the person the captain suspected the most, the one most likely to be a humanoid creature, was the white-haired, pink-eyed individual. Gripping his fists, the captain couldn't wait until entering the city for testing. Now, he wanted to capture this detestable humanoid creature, tear it apart limb by limb. When all the squad members returned, the captain summoned the team and delivered a stirring speech. Armed with rifles, they aggressively surrounded the tent of Fang Jui and Cui Pe. The commotion outside was significant, as Fang Jui was calculating the composition doses of making a potion on the ground. Preoccupied, Cui Pe stepped out first. His figure exuded an intimidating presence, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, showing no signs of anxiety against the encirclement. His tone was slow and measured. "What's this all about, gentlemen?" The captain of the patrol directly pointed his gun at Cui Pe's head, his tone harsh and stern. "I suspect that one of the three of you might be a humanoid creature. Please bring out your companion, we have some questions to ask." Humanoid creature. Before Cui Pe could respond, Fang Jui stepped out from the tent, raising an eyebrow. "You suspect there's a humanoid creature among us? Do you have any evidence?" As he stepped out, everyone's guns immediately aimed at his head. The captain said coldly, "Evidence? Aren't you coming from the heavily contaminated area? Without any protection, yet you come out unscathed. If you're not a humanoid creature, what are you?" Fang Jui walked next to Cui Pe. As the captain's gun followed and pointed at his head instead, Fang Jui smiled lightly. "So you think I'm a humanoid creature, huh?" "It's true, I am from the heavily contaminated area." He elongated his voice, then suddenly acted, seizing the gun from the captain that was pointed at his head. At the same time, Cui Pe also seized a gun from one of the patrol soldiers with perfect coordination. Their speed was too fast, no one present could clearly see their movements. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. With perfect synchronization, both guns were now pointed at the captain's head, instantly deflating his arrogance as his voice trembled. "Gentlemen, let's talk this out calmly." Fang Jui's tone was cold. "Firstly, I am not a humanoid creature. I just have a unique constitution that makes me immune to dark matter contamination. You can choose not to believe me, but entering Fortress City requires passing through a humanoid detector. If it turns out that I'm a humanoid creature, you're more than welcome to shoot me. Secondly, since the captain claims there must be a humanoid among the three of us, meaning all three of us are under suspicion, it's unreasonable to only target me. If you're going to suspect, it would be better to suspect all three of us together. Is the captain so certain that I must be the humanoid?" Seeing the situation backfiring on him, Su Zhao immediately wore a look of and said, "Why do you suspect me? I'm just an ordinary person." Fang Jui ignored him and slapped the gun against the captain's face heavily, asking, "Do you understand?" The captain's face turned sullen. After hesitating for a moment, he finally nodded. Fang Jui handed the gun back to the captain, who glared at him before reclaiming it. Su Zhao looked pitifully at the captain, who waved a hand, his face darkened, saying, "Stay away from me. What he says is true anyway, the humanoid creature must be among you. Chi Air, starting tomorrow, keep a close eye on them. No one is allowed to interact with them. We'll soon enter the city. By then, if we know who the humanoid creature is, I will absolutely make sure they are torn apart limb by limb." After the captain delivered his threats, his men immediately swarmed forward and tied up all three of them. Su Zhao had initially intended to further harm these patrol soldiers and frame Fang Jui, but the soldiers began showing vigilance towards him as well. Every time he tried to speak, a gun was immediately pointed at his head. Finally, the heavily damaged patrol convoy returned to Fortress City number 86. When entering the city to undergo humanoid detection, the patrol captain stood nearby with his men holding guns, ready to fire at any moment. Cui Pe was the first to be scanned. He strode confidently towards the detector, and the results quickly came out showing safe. Safe meant human, danger would mean humanoid creature. After Cui Pe, it was Fang Jui's turn. Everyone's eyes were on Fang Jui, as he was the prime suspect. Fang Jui, meeting everyone's wary gaze, shrugged his shoulders and walked toward the scanning device. The result appeared almost immediately. Green light flashed, and the screen displayed the word, "safe." The patrol soldiers were all taken aback. Could it really not be him? Chapter 102, Pollution. The white-haired beauty was kidnapped by mercenaries. 8. Captain, he really is human. What did he say earlier? He said his constitution is immune to the contamination of dark matter. That's too incredible. The patrol team captain coughed lightly and said sternly, "With such a large base of humans, is it strange that a few people are immune to pollution? What's all the fuss about?" Finally, everyone's gaze fell on Su Zhao. Since Cui Pe and Fang Jui were not, the most likely candidate was Su Zhao. Su Zhao walked towards the detector with ease, and the result quickly came out, showing safe. The patrol team members lowered their guns, puzzled. "Captain, how are all three of them human?" The captain frowned deeply, watching the three people enter the city, feeling uneasy in his heart. After smoothly entering the city, Fang Jui immediately returned to the pollutant research base. He needed to borrow the advanced instruments of the institute to make potions. Su Zhao noticed that Fang Jui had parted ways with Cui Pe, feeling that his chance had finally come. He secretly followed Cui Pe to the mercenary base and sneaked into Cui Pe's room one night, wanting to passionately offer himself up. Unexpectedly, he was directly thrown out by an enraged Cui Pe. Being thrown out naked, Su Zhao was soon picked up by other mercenaries. Although Su Zhao was unwilling, he still had the idea of causing chaos in the human world and couldn't possibly cling solely to Cui Pe. He gladly accepted another mercenary's invitation. Fortress City number 86 was much larger than Fortress City number 25 where Su Xiao had stayed before, and there were far more high-quality men. Although none of these men could match the excellence of Cui Po, the mutated giant snakes that resulted from their mutations were quite beautiful. Su Xiao quickly hooked up with several mercenaries at the mercenary base. Soon, those who deeply exchanged with him were thoroughly contaminated, starting to mutate into giant snakes one after another at night and running amok everywhere. Under Su Xiao's command, these mutated giant snakes carried out large-scale destruction of the mercenary base. The mercenary base never expected so many mutant snakes to appear suddenly, suffering heavy losses as a result. Numerous mutant giant snakes appeared within the highly fortified Fortress City, and they were identical to the mutated giant snakes that invaded Fortress City number 25. With the paralysis and scene of Fortress City number 25 preceding this, the higher management of Fortress City number 86 took this matter very seriously, fearing a similar fate as Fortress City number 25. They dispatched elite troops with heavy weapons to eliminate the group of mutated giant snakes. But these mutated giant snakes seemed inexhaustible, continuously appearing elsewhere. The military spent great efforts conducting a thorough pollution inspection across the entire Fortress City, but with little effect. Fortress City number 86 plunged into chaos. It was only then that Fang Jui was finally released from the research institute after having his ban lifted. Because he was the only one from the research team traveling to the heavily polluted area who emerged unscathed, he was carefully interrogated first, then temporarily imprisoned, and subjected to numerous comprehensive body inspections repeatedly. In the end, no problems were found, and after careful consideration by the leadership of the research institute, he was finally released. As he walked out of the gates of the research institute, he saw Cui Po standing by the roadside. Cui Po actually didn't know when Fang Jui would be released, he couldn't enter the research institute, so he waited here every day. If he didn't have time, he'd send someone else to ensure Fang Jui would be met. Upon seeing Fang Jui, his emotions fluctuated for a moment. Finally, he was free. His patience was almost at its limit, and if the research institute hadn't released Fang Jui, he would have prepared to storm in and rescue him. He strode forward, holding a coat in his hand, which he draped over Fang Jui's shoulders, saying in a deep voice, "You've worked hard. Let's go home." Fang Jui was startled for a moment. The word home touched the softest part of his inner being. His expression relaxed, and he buried his head in Cui Po's chest like a weary bird returning to its nest. Due to the mercenary base being severely damaged by the mutant giant snakes, Cui Po decided to set up a completely new mercenary base. Fang Jui was directly taken into the mercenary base by Cui Po, with all aspects of his daily life managed by Cui Po. As the new leader of the base, Cui Po didn't need to go out on missions anymore, giving him plenty of free time, which he dedicated to chauffeuring Fang Jui to and from the research institute daily. This day, Cui Po had some matters to attend to, so Fang Jui took a taxi back from the research institute on his own. On the way, traffic jam occurred, and the car could hardly move. Fang Jui, perceiving something unusual, quickly got out of the car and walked briskly forward. He noticed a commotion on one street ahead. There, he saw a large black snake covered in patterns dart into the crowd. Its blood-red eyes were as big as lanterns, swallowing a person whole without hesitation. The belly of this mutated giant snake seemed like a bottomless pit, it kept devouring people endlessly. With a swing of its tail, it easily knocked down a street lamp nearby. Panic erupted among the crowd, who screamed in terror and fled madly. Quite a few police officers were firing wildly at the snake, but Fang Jui frowned, they weren't hitting any vital points, making all those bullets useless. He took out a specially made gun given to him by Cui Po, and with steady aim, fired repeatedly at the snake's critical spot. After more than 10 shots, the massive mutated snake swayed twice before collapsing lifelessly. One of the police officers approached Fang Jui, noticing his gun for inspection, then let him go upon learning he was a researcher. Turning aside, the officer sighed softly to a colleague, "This is already the 7th mutated snake we've seen today. The defenses of the fortress city are so strict, yet these snakes just keep appearing, one after another, we can't kill them all." Another police officer whispered nervously, "It said that these snakes look exactly like the ones from Fortress City number 25. The authorities above are now in a state of chaos." Fang Jui cast an enigmatic glance at the corpse of the mutated snake, his expression unreadable. At an alley entrance, Su Xiao, hiding behind a garbage bin, glared darkly and menacingly at Fang Jui, pressing his fingers against the wall tightly. That mutated snake had been the best one Su Xiao had created during this period, but now it was dead because of Fang Jui. Sensing something, Fang Jui suddenly turned his head and pointed toward the alley where the mutated snake came from, shouting loudly, "That snake came from that alley." Startled, several police officers drew their guns and rushed towards the alley, searching for clues. Realizing the situation, Su Xiao quickly bolted deeper into the alley, trying to escape. The officers only caught a fleeting shadow, yelling, "Stop right there. Who's that?" Su Xiao escaped barely in time, leaving behind frustration and resentment. From that moment on, he held deep grudges against Fang Jui. As a result, Fang Jui became the frequent target of attacks from mutated giant snakes over the next few days. Cui Po soon realized the gravity of the situation and arranged for several mercenaries to guard Fang Jui closely. After numerous failed attempts to have Fang Jui swallowed by the snakes, Su Zhao discovered the relationship between Fang Jui and Cui Pe, what seemed to be a lover-like bond in humans. In Su Zhao's twisted mind, this perfect man, whom he desired so much, had been sullied by Fang Jui. Deep down, Su Zhao still longed for Cui Pe, as only such an extraordinary individual could pollute into a flawless mutated giant snake, the kind Su Zhao craved all along. Initially, Su Zhao intended to stir up trouble for his own enjoyment and then think of ways to corrupt Cui Pe afterward. But now, to his shock, Cui Pe and Fang Jui were together. Su Zhao could clearly sense Fang Jui's scent all over Cui Pe. They must have deeply exchanged already. Even if Cui Pe transformed into a snake, it wouldn't match Su Zhao's ideal anymore. It was Fang Jui who ruined his perfect snake. All the new grievances and old resentments piled up, fueling Su Zhao's malevolent desires to take revenge on Fang Jui. With sinister thoughts, he planned to corrupt Fang Jui, turning him into a snake deprived of consciousness, entirely under his control. Once this happened, Su Zhao would command Fang Jui's snake form to attack Cui Pe. Given how merciless Cui Pe was towards snakes, he'd surely kill Fang Jui's snake version without mercy. Lovers? Su Zhao coldly snorted, will Cui Pe even recognize him as his lover once he turns into a snake? Human beings were most attached to emotions, weren't they? Forcing someone to kill his own beloved would certainly cause immense pain for Cui Pe. The thought made Su Zhao increasingly excited. Neither of them would be spared. Chapter 103, Contamination, the white-haired beauty has been abducted by mercenaries, 9. Not long after, Fang Jui met Su Zhao in the institute. Su Zhao is a human-like creature formed from the fusion of a mutated snake and a human. The human he fused with was a member of a research team studying pollutants at a Fortress City lab. Su Zhao possessed all the memories of that human, so he easily passed the selection process, entered the research institute of Fortress City No. 86, and became Fang Jui's assistant. When Fang Jui saw him, she pretended to be surprised, Su Zhao. How did you end up here? Su Zhao's eyes were dark and dim, but his smile was sweet and full of enticement. Of course I came for you, brother. With every word calling him brother, Su Zhao had perfected this act, and his expressions were flawless. If it were anyone else, they would have immediately fallen into his tempting trap. Fang Jui merely glanced at him indifferently and steadily adjusted the reagent in her hand. Since you're an assistant, please do your job well. Also, don't call me brother, it sounds awful. Su Zhao's charm didn't create a single ripple with Fang Jui. His smile froze momentarily before he persisted, what are you doing? Fang Jui looked at him and smirked meaningfully, I'm making something good. Su Zhao wasn't actually interested in what she was doing. He infiltrated the institute purely to target Fang Jui. After circling her for a while, an irritated Fang Jui finally agreed to his request to have dinner after work. After work, Fang Jui first sent a message to Cui Pe, telling him not to come pick her up. She followed Su Zhao to a restaurant. During the meal, Su Zhao tried persistently to get her drunk with ill intentions. Fang Jui decided to play along and pretended to be drunk, allowing herself to be taken to a hotel by Su Zhao. Su Zhao couldn't wait to contaminate Fang Jui. He leaned forward toward Fang Jui but hadn't made any moves yet when the seemingly unconscious Fang Jui suddenly opened her eyes. She quickly sprung up, and with lightning speed, jabbed a hidden syringe into Su Zhao's neck. Caught off guard, Su Zhao felt a sharp pain in his neck. He swayed, holding his neck as his malevolent snake-like eyes glared fiercely at Fang Jui. What did you do to me? Before Fang Jui could respond, Su Zhao collapsed, passing out. Fang Jui sat up, kicked Su Zhao aside, and pulled out the syringe embedded in his neck. Previously, when Su Zhao asked her what she was doing, she said she was making something good. Indeed, it was something good, something that could make Su Zhao unconscious and put the virus to sleep. Because creating such a serum was incredibly challenging, a slight mistake could lead to failure. Over the past while, Fang Jui had been focusing on researching this without paying attention to Su Zhao's antics, which allowed him to cause some chaos for a period of time. The drug she just injected into Su Zhao was the fruit of her recent studies. It worked effectively, the virus quickly fell into dormancy. Unfortunately, this method couldn't be used in other worlds to eliminate the virus, as dark matter is the primary ingredient of this drug, and dark matter is unique to this world. The rules of the world wouldn't allow it to leave. Fang Jui sighed, knowing she couldn't take shortcuts this time. After neutralizing the sleeping virus, she planned to report Su Zhao to the police. However, just as she carried him out of the hotel, she ran into Cui Pe, whose face was like a thunderstorm and who clearly thought he was interrupting something improper. Cui Pe looked at Fang Jui, then at the person she carried on her shoulder, and then at the hotel. His voice was heavy and filled with bitterness. You told me not to come pick you up, but here you are with someone at the hotel. Fang Jui had never experienced such a cliched situation before. After being disheveled by the wind for a moment, she directly threw Su Zhao to the ground and stepped forward to grab Cui Pe's big hand. Do you remember this person? Cui Pe didn't even look at the man lying on the ground, he just stared at Fang Jui with a gloomy gaze. Fang Jui pressed her forehead against her palm. In short, he isn't human, he's a humanoid infiltrator in the Fortress City. I lured him here and knocked him out so we can report him to the police. Cui Pe's expression relaxed somewhat. He frowned, giving the humanoid on the ground a glance before grabbing Fang Jui and checking her thoroughly up and down. His demeanor grew somewhat stern. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Feng Shui shook her head and burrowed into his arms, sticking around until Cui Pa gradually calmed down. Together, they delivered him to the police station. After retesting through the humanoid detector, it was confirmed, Su Zhao was indeed a humanoid who had infiltrated the fortress. Furthermore, after the researchers extracted and studied various samples from Su Zhao, they discovered a shocking result: this humanoid creature could actually contaminate humans. This also explained why there had been a frequent and large-scale emergence of mutated giant snakes within Fortress City No. 86 in such a short period. Those snakes were all transformed from contaminated humans. There had indeed been quite a few missing persons in the Fortress City recently, and all the security departments assumed that these people had been swallowed by the snakes. But now it was clear that some of them had directly mutated into snakes instead. The police pulled up all surveillance footage related to Su Zhao and began investigating from the day he first entered Fortress City No. 86. The surveillance showed that Su Zhao had walked into hotels with countless human males in intimate poses. And this was only what could be seen, there was much more happening out of sight. In fact, during this time in Fortress City No. 86, over 300 mutated snakes had appeared, and Su Zhao had only been in the city for a month. Upon further investigation, it turned out that Su Zhao had once lived in Fortress City No. 25. In other words, the internal attack by a swarm of mutated snakes that left Fortress City No. 25 paralyzed was also due to Su Zhao. Fortunately, Fortress City No. 86 had detected him in time and did not suffer the same fate as Fortress City No. 25. The high-level managers of Fortress City No. 86 immediately ordered that such a terrifying existence must be completely destroyed. Just as Su Zhao had awakened and didn't even have time to react, he was shot to death by a hail of bullets. After death, the humanoid would revert to its most primitive state. After Su Zhao's death, he transformed back into a large snake with black patterns, which was then thoroughly destroyed by humans using special methods. With Su Zhao dealt with, Fortress City No. 86 finally regained its peace. To prevent similar malicious incidents of humanoid creatures infiltrating the Fortress City again, the authorities ordered the creation of new humanoid detectors based on Su Zhao as a special sample. Feng Shui earned recognition for his successful reporting of the humanoid, quickly becoming a key figure at the research institute. He participated in the project to develop the new humanoid detector and offered many improvement suggestions, making the detector even more perfect. Because of his repeated achievements, Feng Shui caught the attention of the higher-level managers, who specially invited him to a meal. Unable to decline, Feng Shui attended. When Feng Shui returned to the mercenary base, Cui Pa had already drowned in jealousy. In other worlds, lovers in the past would also become jealous, but their feelings would be much more subtle, without such obvious displays. Feng Shui sighed softly and immediately requested a 3-day leave from the research institute to focus on consoling the man. As it turned out, comforting a jealous man was difficult, so Feng Shui had no choice but to request another period of leave. Chapter 104, The Master Academy, Being Haunted by an Evil Ghost, 1. In the world of masters, at the Spirit Gathering Academy. The bell rang, and its sound waves spread throughout the academy layer by layer. Everyone who heard it was jolted awake and quickly entered their classrooms. A young man with a shaved head looked somewhat helplessly at his deskmate still slumped over the table and muttered, "Why is he still sleeping?" He reached out to shake the slender shoulders of his deskmate and roared in his ear, "Hey, stop sleeping. Wake up. Class has started. Master Dongfang is coming in." The sound seemed to come from a very far away place. At first, it was muffled, but by the end, it was as if the lens had been pulled close, suddenly becoming deafening. Feng Shui opened his eyes and abruptly raised his head. Seeing him wake up, the young man with a shaved head sat back down in his seat, furrowing his brows as if very confused. "What's wrong with you these 2 days? Why are you so sleepy?" Feng Shui rubbed his sore eyes, blinked, and felt as though everything was blurry. He extended his hand and felt around on the desk. The youth stared intently at that face which was as beautiful and alluring as a rose, waiting until Feng Shui's increasingly urgent hand finally searched for glasses. Swallowing dryly, the youth handed him the glasses. "It's strange. For more than 2 months sitting front and back with this person, they would go to class, leave school, and eat together every day. But how did he not notice before just how good-looking this person was? Like a bright red rose, even with some confusion in his eyes, it didn't affect the fiery charm of his expression at all. As the black-rimmed glasses were about to cover that exquisite face, the opposite shaved-head youth shook his head with a sigh, alas, such a pretty face, only to be ruined by the glasses. He couldn't help but look at Feng Shui a few more times. Even though the big black eyeglass frame covered most of his face and diminished that alluring feel. The youth dressed in a pure white uniform shirt, with soft black hair tightly adhered to his forehead, exposed a delicate neck under his slender collarbone, which instead highlighted several touches of purity. As innocent as a white rose. The young man simply stared wide-eyed. How come, wearing or not wearing glasses, both equally beautiful? Feng Shui was unaware of his silent complaints. After putting on the glasses, his vision finally became clear. The original owner's eyes were naturally blurry when seeing people, objects, or scenes, and since childhood, he had to wear glasses to see clearly. But despite being unable to see clearly, these eyes could see ghosts very clearly, making them naturally suitable for someone destined to be a celestial master. Becoming a celestial master, this pair of eyes serves as an excellent weapon. So, the original decided to enter the Celestial Masters College at the age of 19. In just one short year since his enrollment, with the help of these eyes, he rapidly ascended from the lowest tier of a first-grade student to a seventh-grade student, becoming a prodigy that shook the entire Celestial Masters realm. And the shaved-head youth sitting opposite who was talking to him was extremely handsome. His name was Jiang Yu, and he was the original's classmate. Feng Shui shook his head. I'm fine, probably because I didn't sleep well last night. Jiang Yu made an "oh" sound, forcing himself to tear his gaze away from Feng Shui and turn instead toward his frail wrist. Feng Shui's skin was extremely white, the whitest person Jiang Yu had ever seen. Therefore, when suddenly a beautiful string of jade beads appeared on his left wrist, it drew attention immediately. The cool and transparent jade beads wrapped 3 times around the thin wrist, hanging with a touch of golden tassel streamer, contrasting beautifully against his delicate skin. Jiang Yu, looking at the intricate and transparent jade bead string, exclaimed in surprise, "This jade bead string has truly superior water clarity, it must be very expensive." Feng Shui lowered his gaze, focusing on the jade bead string as well. Gently brushing the jade bead securely locked around his wrist, his long fingers were highlighted immaculately by the beautiful green, and his nails seemed to have a crystal-like texture. Indeed, this string of jade beads was beautiful, with excellent clarity, indicating great value, but it was merely appearances. The chilling beads felt like frozen ice, tightly hugging his cold white skin as if numerous small mouths had opened, biting into the skin and tugging slightly, causing a mild pain. Lowering his eyes, Feng Shui flicked the jade bead that bit painfully into his wrist, and a faint smile curved on his lips. His voice was very light. "I don't know. This string of jade beads was sent by Qiao Ning." Qiao Ning. Jiang Yu's face turned sour right away, as if mentioning someone particularly bothersome. "How did you get involved with him?" Jiang Yu had once been classmates with Qiao Ning for a very short time. He had an excellent talent for the study of mystic arts and advanced quickly, so his classmates were never fixed, and many people didn't even remember each other's names. But he could remember Qiao Ning entirely because of Qiao Ning was a lecher, and even a pervert. Jiang Yu had a handsome and rugged appearance, extremely manly. However, this type was precisely what Qiao Ning liked a lot. Back then, when they sat together, Qiao Ning didn't even attend class, always staring at Jiang Yu's face with lecherous eyes. Staring alone wasn't enough, he would also disturb Jiang Yu, frequently pretending to accidentally touch him, touching his head, neck, or hand at first. Although annoying, Jiang Yu could still tolerate it. However, Qiao Ning wasn't satisfied. He started escalating his behavior, attempting to touch other parts of Jiang Yu's body. After tolerating it for 2 days, Jiang Yu finally couldn't bear it any longer and immediately asked the teacher to change his seat. To avoid Qiao Ning, Jiang Yu rushed out of the classroom as soon as class ended. Yet, he underestimated Qiao Ning. Soon, he realized that Qiao Ning had started stalking him. Stalking during the day, and even at night. For a while, whenever Jiang Yu turned back, he could see Qiao Ning furtively following him. Enraged, Jiang Yu wanted to catch him and give him a lesson, but every time he chased after Qiao Ning, the latter would flee, making it impossible to catch him, leaving Jiang Yu extremely frustrated. It got worse when Qiao Ning started sending private messages on Jiang Yu's social media platform, all filled with inappropriate and disgusting content. It was enough to make someone want to pour 100 pounds of laundry powder into his mouth to cleanse the filth. Jiang Yu was utterly tormented by Qiao Ning. At the mere mention of his name, Jiang Yu felt goosebumps and discomfort everywhere. Even now, Qiao Ning occasionally came to bother him, leading Jiang Yu to only wish to graduate quickly and stay far away from Qiao Ning. Then, he suddenly thought of something and questioned in confusion, "Wait a moment. Qiao Ning is dirt poor. Back then, he even stole my watch to sell, thinking I wouldn't find out. But that watch was custom-made with a tracking number, and I received the alert right after he sold it. It's only because I'm magnanimous that I didn't pursue it." The string of emerald beads on Feng Shui's wrist would cost millions according to current market prices. Where did Qiao Ning get the money? Feng Shui shook his head. "I don't know either. He insisted on giving it to me. If I didn't accept, he said he'd follow me around every day. Damn it. This guy isn't satisfied with harassing me and now wants to harass you too. You better not wear that bead string. Who knows if he even stole it." Chapter 105, The Taoist School, Haunted by a Vengeful Ghost, 2. Feng Shui tilted her head slightly and looked at the young teacher entering the door, whispering, "Shu, Tutor Dongfang is here." Jiang Yu paused, quickly turned around, and sat up straight. As soon as Feng Shui raised her head, she met the gaze of that tutor Dongfang. Dongfang was taken aback for a moment, his eyes swiftly scanned over the jade beads on her wrist before indifferently moving away. He didn't look in Feng Shui's direction anymore. "In this class, we will learn a new method for tracking down evil ghosts. Tutor Dongfang, with the surname Dongfang and given name Jin." Dongfang Jin was an exceptionally talented senior Taoist master who, at just 27 years old, had already earned himself a prominent position within the world of Taoist masters, a much-admired prodigy. It was only after great effort that the Polyspirit Academy managed to recruit him as a tutor. He was handsome with a gentle demeanor, making him the most beloved mentor at Polyspirit Academy. His classroom was always the most lively. However, recently, tutor Dongfang seemed somewhat unpredictable. The usual warm smile that hung on his lips has disappeared, and now he often stared at people with an impatient expression, as if there were someone he urgently needed to see but was being held back by students. Thus, the class recently became less active, except for Fang Jui, who appeared exceptionally engaged. Almost every question tutor Dong Jin raised, Fang Jui would slowly raise her hand. Throughout the entire class, Fang Jui raised her hand over 20 times, yet tutor Dong Jin deliberately ignored her without allowing her to speak once. After class, Jiang Yu turned around, puzzled. Why were you so active in class today? Tutor Dongfang also seemed strange. I remember he used to like you so much. Why is he ignoring you deliberately today? Fang Jui touched the jade beads on her wrist, got up, and walked toward the outside of the classroom, saying nonchalantly, just because he liked me before doesn't mean he likes me now. Jiang Yu called out from behind, where are you going? The next class starts soon. Without looking back, Fang Jui replied, to the bathroom. By the time the class started again, Fang Jui hadn't returned. She had skipped class. Fang Jui lightly tiptoed through the long corridors of the academy. Polyspirit Academy was meticulously designed by a feng shui master, filled with lush greenery and picturesque landscapes, making it a pleasant place to walk around. During class hours, the corridor was empty. Following the memories of her former self, Fang Jui headed towards the office of tutor Dongfang at the end of the corridor. Jiang Yu was right, the previous incarnation was indeed tutor Dongfang's favorite student. Due to her exceptional innate talent and comprehension ability, she was a natural-born Taoist master. Tutor Dongfang intended to cultivate her as his disciple. But good times don't last forever. Tutor Dongfang fell under the influence of the charm virus. In this world, the charm virus invaded none other than Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning possessed a face that was inherently bizarre and extraordinary. Each of his features, when examined individually, was not unappealing, but together they formed an extremely odd combination, easily capable of scaring children into tears. It was precisely because of this face that Xiao Ning gained admission into the Taoist college. At times, his face could even scare some timid malevolent spirits, qualifying him as uniquely gifted in some respects. But aside from using his face occasionally to frighten ghosts, Xiao Ning lacked any standout qualities. He was lacking in perception, unable to comprehend various talismanic techniques and spells. Throughout the numerous promotion exams at the academy, he consistently ranked at the bottom. While his classmates all advanced rapidly, becoming advanced students or even graduating as official Taoist masters, Xiao Ning remained merely a lowly first-tier student. Because of this, he became a laughingstock throughout the entire Taoist college. After being infected by the charm virus, Xiao Ning noticed some subtle changes in his surroundings. Those peers who originally avoided him began stealing glances at him instead. No matter where he went, he would become the center of attention for crowds of people. Due to the extreme peculiarity of his face, Xiao Ning usually wore a mask in the college, as people in the past had generally found his appearance repulsive. But now, something was quietly changing. When he took off his mask, those who looked at him no longer displayed fear and disgust. Instead, their gazes brimmed with sticky desire, as if he were some irresistible beauty of legendary proportions. Gradually, these people progressed from secretly looking at him to openly and passionately staring at him, their eyes resembling those of wolves eager to devour him. Everyone who saw him would be mesmerized by him, losing their wits completely. Xiao Ning soon became the darling of the academy, with countless people crazily pursuing him. Expensive gifts flowed into his pockets like water. When Xiao Ning gazed at himself in the mirror, he also noticed some changes in his face. It no longer appeared as grotesque and horrifying but instead exuded an indescribable charm that even captivated him. He was delighted inside. With such a charming face, he believed there was no way he couldn't bewitch Jiang Yu. Unexpectedly, when Jiang Yu saw him, all he expressed was disgust, showing no difference from before. Jiang Yu was the male protagonist of this world, and also a super lucky person. Fang Jui felt somewhat disappointed after learning this news from the system, as Jiang Yu wasn't her lover. Due to his status as the lucky protagonist, Feveris had little effect on Jiang Yu, merely reducing his aversion toward Xiao Ning by a small degree. Afterwards, Xiao Ning stubbornly clung to Jiang Yu several times, yet Jiang Yu's attitude remained unyielding. Irritated by Xiao Ning's persistence, Jiang Yu claimed he preferred the original main character and used Fang Jui as an excuse multiple times. Xiao Ning became furious and grew to intensely dislike Fang Jui. Because he frequently waited outside Jiang Yu's classroom, though unsuccessful each time, Xiao Ning caught the attention of senior tutor Dongfang Jin, a tutor for advanced students. Dongfang Jin came from a celestial master family and was one of the most renowned prodigies in the celestial master world, handsome, wealthy, and someone whom Xiao Ning, despite liking Jiang Yu, could not resist. Dongfang Jin fell for Xiao Ning at first sight and soon began ardently pursuing him, treating him like a treasure. He always spoke gently, fearing to frighten Xiao Ning, and never refused any of his demands. Xiao Ning thoroughly enjoyed Dongfang Jin's pursuit and adoration, finding it far more satisfying than Jiang Yu's treatment. Leaning on Dongfang Jin, the specially invited senior celestial master, Xiao Ning requested that Dongfang Jin help upgrade his level. Tired of being a low-level student, he longed to experience the life of a higher-level student. Without hesitation, Dongfang Jin helped Xiao Ning skip the exams and ascend directly from a second-tier student to a sixth-tier student. As a 6th-year student, Qiao Ning's classroom now faced across a road from Fang Zhui's and their group's classroom. Every day, Qiao Ning watched as Fang Zhui and Jiang Yu attended classes together. This made him extremely irritable. Although Dongfang Jin was decent, Qiao Ning still loved Jiang Yu the most. Therefore, Fang Zhui, who moved alongside Jiang Yu, became his thorn in the flesh and a splinter in his eyes. Chapter 106, Master of Heavenly Learning Academy, Targeted by a Vengeful Ghost, 3. An eyesore, a flesh thorn, these are naturally best when permanently removed. Just as Dongfang Jin was completely captivated in treating Qiao Ning as his little treasure. Since someone had made his little treasure unhappy, they certainly should disappear. Without hesitation, he generously gave Qiao Ning a string of jadeite beads. The jadeite beads appeared to be very valuable, but in reality, they were a sinister device. Each bead had an evil ghost sealed within it. A total of 99 beads, 99 evil ghosts. This sinister device was painstakingly crafted by Dongfang Jin himself. The ghosts inside were all ferocious evil spirits that had been cultivated using the blood and flesh of countless people over several years. It was perfectly suited as a stealthy killing weapon. The sinister device was based on the jadeite beads and had already merged entirely with the 99 evil ghosts. Once worn, it would immediately form a pact with its bearer. Only after the soul of the wearer had been devoured completely by the 99 evil ghosts would the sinister device detach. Qiao Ning could hardly wait to give this string of jadeite beads as a birthday gift to the original owner. Valuable as the jadeite bead string was, the original owner resisted accepting it multiple times, fearing constant harassment by Qiao Ning. Eventually, he reluctantly accepted it temporarily, planning to return it later at an opportune time. Fearing that the original owner might take the jadeite bead string back without wearing it, Qiao Ning even insisted that the original owner try it on right in front of him. Because the jadeite beads had been cleverly disguised by Dongfang Jin, with the abilities of the original owner, he was utterly unable to detect that this was a sinister device. Once the original owner put on the sinister device, he realized something was amiss. However, once the jadeite bead string was worn, it could not be taken off. Qiao Ning watched the panicked original owner and felt gratified. He smugly informed the original owner that there were a total of 99 evil ghosts trapped within the jadeite bead string, and since evil ghosts loved eating souls, he advised the original owner to just wait for death. Thrown into confusion and panic by Qiao Ning's deception, the original owner helplessly sought help from Dongfang Jin. Unbeknownst to the original owner, the sinister device on his hand was created by the very mentor he respected most. Dongfang Jin falsely comforted the original owner, pretending to conduct some spells on the jadeite bead string. He then informed the original owner that the evil ghosts had been exorcised, and that so long as the string was worn for more than a month, it would detach automatically. He further assured the original owner that since everything was fine, it was wise to show mercy where possible. Believing his lies, the original owner breathed a sigh of relief and decided that if everything was alright, he wouldn't report Qiao Ning to the principal. And thus, while completely unaware, the soul of the original owner was slowly devoured piece by piece by the 99 evil ghosts. The original owner became increasingly sleepy, mistakenly assuming it was merely due to lack of rest. Within just 10 short days, the soul of the original owner was completely consumed by the evil ghosts, and the original owner quietly perished in his sleep. Footsteps echoed through the empty corridor. The glossy tiles reflected the tall figure of the person approaching. Dongfang Jin's office door was half open. Fang Zhui raised her hand, her pale fingers lightly tapping on the door twice. Dongfang Jin turned around from standing by the window. Upon seeing Fang Zhui's silhouette, his brows furrowed, and his tone turned cold and gloomy. "Why aren't you in class? What are you doing here?" Fang Zhui ignored his accusation and entered the office. The spacious office was filled with abundant light, yet as Fang Zhui walked in, an inexplicable chill wind suddenly blew in. Dongfang Jin couldn't help but direct his gaze to Fang Zhui's wrist. The originally dark green jadeite beads now had faint black mist swirling within them, having turned ink green. Dongfang Jin's eyes flickered, quickly averting his gaze. As Fang Zhui took step after step toward him, her emotions were concealed behind her black-framed glasses. With guilty secrets in his heart, Dongfang Jin began to feel subtly uneasy under Fang Zhui's pressing aura. Involuntarily stepping back and falling onto the chair. Fang Zhui looked down at him from above, lifting her wrist slightly. She gently caressed the dark green jadeite beads, her voice barely audible yet extremely cold. "Mentor Dongfang, have the evil ghosts inside these jadeite beads really been exorcised?" Dongfang Jin lost composure for a moment, but quickly covered it up, responding icily, "Of course. I am your mentor, Fang student. Are you doubting your mentor's ability?" Fang Zhui softly said, before continuing. "But mentor, recently I've always felt like something is devouring my soul. Don't you think I should go ask the principal?" Dongfang Jin's expression changed slightly. He hadn't anticipated that she had such strong perception and could detect the evil ghosts consuming her soul. His voice immediately softened, "Miss Fang, you've merely been frightened and it's just psychological. The evil ghosts have already been exorcised by me. You just need to wear the beads for a while longer, and they will detach on their own. There's no need to bother the principal with such trifles. Go back to class." Fang Zhui seemed convinced by what he said as she turned her toes toward the door. Before Dongfang Jin could sigh in relief, she paused. Oh, that reminds me, there's one more thing. After much thought, I cannot forgive someone for being given a sinister device that threatens my life, so I plan to report Xiao Ning to the principal tomorrow. Dongfang Jin suddenly heard her mention Xiao Ning's name and hesitated for a moment, instinctively furrowing his brows and reprimanding her. How can you be so narrow-minded? I've already solved the problem of these jadeite beads for you. Why must you keep targeting him? Fang Zhui chuckled softly. According to your mentor's opinion, if I report Xiao Ning, then I am the one with a narrow mind. Dongfang Jin's tone carried a hidden threat. You should know better, Miss Fang. Your mentor has high hopes for you, but I've never liked disobedient students. Fang Zhui appeared calm and composed, but suddenly asked him, Mentor, what do you think about Xiao Ning? Dongfang Jin frowned. What kind of question was this? Xiao Ning. Naturally, Xiao Ning was excellent, the best. Yet under the gaze of Fang Zhui's eyes, he was suddenly unable to utter the word, good. Seeing that Dongfang Jin remained silent, Fang Zhui began repeating her question insistently. Mentor, what do you think of Xiao Ning? Mentor, Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning. Dongfang Jin's head was filled with the sound of Fang Zhui's voice, his pupils suddenly constricting. Xiao Ning. Before today, Xiao Ning had an inexplicable allure for Dongfang Jin. This attraction came unexpectedly but was irresistible, even highly addictive. Xiao Ning was like a magnet that made Dongfang Jin and countless others revolve around him daily, obeying his every word, coddling and flattering him. But now, as Dongfang Jin recalled the person he was obsessed with for this period of time, he suddenly felt a jolt. The memory of the so-called Xiao Ning was nothing more than an exceedingly bizarre and horrifying face. Dongfang Jin had been extraordinarily talented since childhood and had never lacked admirers, thus becoming arrogant and discerning. Most people were beneath his notice. But during this period, he was completely mesmerized by Xiao Ning's ghostly face. Whenever Dongfang Jin thought about how he was addicted to that ghostly face, bowing down servilely, offering whatever was asked, and doting on the person like a treasured pet, his expression grew extremely grim. He also felt somewhat nauseous. This aside, the most absurd thing was that he had easily handed over the extremely dangerous sinister device he created to Xiao Ning to harm others. Creating sinister devices is forbidden in the Tianshi world. Previously, he only dared to use them covertly, yet now, clouded by confusion, he had brazenly used it openly to harm people. The jadeite beads bore his mark. If discovered, wouldn't the reputation he had painstakingly built up in the Tianshi world be utterly ruined in an instant? Chapter 107, Divinity Academy, Being Targeted by a Malevolent Ghost, 4. Damn, how stupid. Oriental Jin cursed under his breath and immediately stood up, grabbing Fang Zhui's wrist. Fang Zhui arched an eyebrow but didn't resist. With a stern face, Oriental Jin recited a long string of abstruse terms, urgently attempting to forcibly remove the string of jade beads from Fang Zhui's wrist. However, the jade beads tightly clung onto Fang Zhui's pale white wrist. Oriental Jin frowned. The vengeful ghost was indeed troublesome. It had barely been away from its master for a few days and was already acting out of control. His eyes hardened, and the incantation sped up dramatically. As he pulled, blood seeped out on Fang Zhui's wrist where the struggling jade beads had bitten into her skin. Blood dripped onto Oriental Jin's hand. It wasn't until he felt a scorching sensation in his hand that Oriental Jin realized, one drop of blood had landed on the black jade ring on his thumb. That droplet was absorbed instantly by the ring, so quickly that Oriental Jin hadn't had time to react. In an instant, Oriental Jin's complexion turned ashen, and a bone-chilling cold rushed over him. His fingers trembled, as fear overwhelmed his mind, leaving it blank. That black jade ring was no ordinary item, it was a spirit-taming ring. This spirit-taming ring bore the designation 001 among the diviners of the celestial master world. Inside it, a malevolent ghost king was sealed. Before becoming a malevolent ghost, the Ghost King had been the most famous prodigy in the celestial master world, He-Ji. Even today, Oriental Jin would pale in comparison to He-Ji's greatness. Yet 3 years ago, He-Ji met an untimely death. His soul was stolen by an evil witch and cultivated into a powerful malevolent ghost through dark witchcraft. Ghosts are categorized into 3 levels: lesser ghosts, malevolent ghosts, and fierce ghosts. The formation of a fierce ghost generally requires both significant time and favorable conditions. Such spirits have historically been exceedingly rare, yet when one appears, chaos and turmoil invariably sweep through the celestial master's domain. When this particular malevolent ghost ran rampant, countless high-level celestial masters were mobilized just to manage its capture, sealing it within this very soul containment ring. To prevent the malevolent ghost from breaking free, the Academy assigned various high-level masters to take turns guarding the ring each month. This month, it was Oriental Jin's turn. However, Oriental Jin was reluctant to go, finding the task tedious and wasteful of his time. Figuring that as long as the seal held and he avoided having human blood come into contact with it, everything would be fine, he took it upon himself to bring the ring containing the malevolent ghost out of the Academy without authorization. But now, due to an unexpected mistake, the ring had been tainted with human blood. All the color drained from Oriental Jin's face. Due to his negligence, this ghost which had originally been sealed by dozens of skilled masters was now unleashed. Crack. In the dead silence of the room, there came a faint sound of something shattering. Dark blue, viscous mist surged wildly out from Oriental Jin's ring. Soon, the entire office was enveloped in this deep blue fog. Oriental Jin's body grew increasingly rigid, trapped by the swirling mist. His eyes bulged in terror, his mouth opened, seemingly strangled by an invisible force. Feng Jui furrowed her brows and slowly retreated, hearing Oriental Jin's agonizing cry, "Save me." Then, came the chilling sound of flesh and bones being shredded. Startled, Feng Jui did not expect such a calamity, rushing towards the door. But there came a loud bang as the door slammed shut. The thick, ink-like dark blue mist rolled and spiraled inside the room like a storm. A chill pervaded every corner, turning the entire room into an icy cave. Feng Jui attempted to open the lock, but the door was firmly locked. She warily turned around. Her black-rimmed glasses had somehow fallen off due to the mist, revealing her exceptionally beautiful features. She seemed like a vibrant rose, entwined joyfully by the fog. A layer of water-like haze enveloped her eyes, making them appear dazed and dreamy. Opening her eyes wide, Feng Jui only saw the storm-like dark blue fog surging around her. She could feel the mist brushing against her eyelids and lashes as if it were alive. Not only that. The pure-looking young man was completely submerged in a sea of dark blue fog. This fog was as though endowed with life, caressing her skin like icy water flowing across it. Cold and sinister sensations crept along her skin, penetrating into her bones, making Feng Jui shiver violently. Her fingers sunk into a much denser patch of fog, her long fingers and delicate wrists vanishing entirely within the mist. The wound bitten by the malevolent ghost inside the jade bead was ghastly, still seeping blood. The droplets of blood were gradually absorbed by the mist. Feng Jui couldn't help but shrink her wrist and began to struggle. The frenzied surge of dark blue mist suddenly halted at her movement. Perplexed, Feng Jui lifted her moist eyelids slightly, and a large hand suddenly reached out from behind her. The hand was broad yet slender, with distinct knuckles, a strong wrist bone, and skin pale enough to make the veins on the back of the hand stand out prominently. But what drew Feng Jui's attention most were the long, pitch-black nails shimmering with purple vapor. Although the dark blue haze obscured everything else, it could not hide this pale hand. That hand slowly moved onto Feng Jui's delicate neck. Her body stiffened completely as she was unable to move an inch. This pale hand weighed like thousands of pounds, making her immobile. The long and icy nails were sharp as blades, lightly grazing her tender skin, seemingly ready to pierce through her cold, fragile throat at any second. Feng Jui was forced to slightly tilt her head up, and the pad of those fingers rested lightly on her throbbing Adam's apple. A wave of intense peril struck, causing Feng Jui to hold her breath. Suddenly, she felt something appear behind her. It was chilling, sinister. The scent of death spread everywhere. Feng Jui's scalp went rigid, and alarms rang fiercely in her mind. A cold sweat slid down from her forehead as the thing behind her was too close, the icy breath made her whole body go numb. With a waver in her voice, Feng Jui asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The entity behind her didn't utter a single sound. Instead, one hand gently gripped her neck while another silently encircled her waist. The frigid dark blue mist wildly engulfed her, much like an ecstatic dog greeting its master, growling silently. Feng Jui's face carried a hint of anger, just as she intended to call out for the system to release her from the ghostly control, that pale hand abruptly covered her mouth. The chilling breath spread once more. A low, resonant, and velvety chuckle sounded near Feng Jui's ear, rippling outward like ripples on a lake. Chapter 108, Master School, Haunted by a Vengeful Ghost, 5. Feng Jui slightly widened his eyes. The vengeful ghost parted its thin lips, and with a bit of force, its teeth clasped onto Feng Jui's crystalline earlobe. An extreme chill made it impossible for him to ignore. Feng Jui couldn't help but shiver in his mouth. His neck and the skin around his ear turned a rosy red. It seemed as if he feared that the ghost behind him might cruelly bite off his ear, causing his whole body to tremble slightly. He could feel an icy gaze from behind, looking down on him from above. The vengeful ghost was tall, almost wrapping him entirely in its embrace. That arm was strong and powerful, with just a little strength, Feng Jui was pulled to sit on the nearby couch. Unable to move, he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But blue mist took the opportunity to surge in. Feng Jui's eyes reddened slightly, trapped by the ghost, he was unable to move or make a sound. The thick mist mercilessly engulfed him. Though the ghost appeared motionless, it had already taken complete control of him. After what seemed like an eternity, Feng Jui's moist eyes opened, and he discovered his previously stone-like rigid body was slowly loosening up. The surrounding thick dark blue mist began gradually dissipating. Once he could finally move his upper body, Feng Jui immediately turned around, wanting to see the figure who had been teasing him like this. Was it the person he thought it would be? However, to his disappointment, when he turned around, there was only empty space behind him. Aside from the fading mist, he saw nothing. Soon, the mist in the room gradually dispersed, sunlight once again streamed through the glass window, and the warm atmosphere slowly drove away the chilling sensation that had seeped into his bones. Feng Jui crouched down, touched the ground, found his glasses, and put them back on. When his gaze landed ahead, he suddenly paused. Dongfang Jin was sitting properly in the chair, his expression gentle, smiling warmly at him. Feng Shui felt a sudden chill down his spine. Is this person truly Dongfang Jin? Why did he give him the same evil feeling as the vengeful ghost that had just appeared? Feng Shui was almost certain that the vengeful ghost must have done something to Dongfang Jin. Either controlling him, or even replacing him. Dongfang Jin sat in a spacious office chair, leaning back against the warm sunlight. He gazed at Feng Shui with a smile and asked in a leisurely tone, "Student Feng, do you have anything else?" Wearing his glasses, Feng Shui carefully observed him, but couldn't detect any flaw. He then took off his glasses to look, and everything around became blurry except Dongfang Jin, whose figure remained strikingly clear. This body's eyes were unlike those of ordinary people. Without glasses, he couldn't see humans or objects clearly but could distinguish ghosts. Feng Shui fell silent for a moment and eventually shook his head. "Nothing, mentor, I'll leave first." Dongfang Jin nodded, smiled, and watched Feng Shui leave. Only after Feng Shui left the office did the bone-chilling sensation gradually subside. He lowered his head and straightened out his crumpled clothes. Suddenly, his fingers experienced an unusual sensation. Feng Shui raised his left hand, and under the sunlight, he saw a dark blue ring on his cold, white, long ring finger. The ring had a jade-like texture, and upon rotating it carefully under the sunlight, one could faintly see the underlying color, black. However, it was firmly wrapped by a dark blue haze, making it appear dark blue to the naked eye. Feng Shui's lips slowly flattened. This ring was likely the black jade ring that Dongfang Jin had previously worn on his thumb. He still remembered that the dark blue mist surged madly from this very ring. Now, covered with the hue of the vengeful ghost, it had appeared on his finger. The ring fit tightly on his delicate ring finger, perfectly sized, as though custom-made for him. A peculiar sensation suddenly surged within Feng Shui. Had he been targeted by the vengeful ghost? The bell signaling the end of class rang, and Feng Shui lowered his hand, ceasing further contemplation as he quickly headed towards the classroom. From afar, he saw two people tugging at each other by the door of the level 7 classroom. "Xiao Ning. Are you seriously sick? There are men 10,000 times better than me chasing you, so what does that have to do with me? You, stop touching me all the time." Jiang Yu stood in the corridor, disregarding the gazes of others watching for drama, and growled quietly. These two individuals pulling at each other were none other than Jiang Yu and Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning had a habit of touching things he liked, especially when it came to Jiang Yu, he just couldn't control his hands. Jiang Yu had been pestered by him countless times in the past, leaving him with deep psychological scars. Whenever he saw Xiao Ning, he broke out in goosebumps. Now, as soon as he saw Xiao Ning reaching out to him, he freaked out, reacting as if someone was defiling his innocence. He truly thought Xiao Ning was sick. Right after class ended, Xiao Ning would wait outside the classroom door for Jiang Yu, trying to touch his face the moment he saw him. This infuriated Jiang Yu so much that he wanted to hit him. It wasn't that Jiang Yu had an exceptionally good temper either. It was simply due to the rules of Juling Academy, which strictly prohibited students from fighting privately. If caught, both parties would be expelled. Every time, Jiang Yu managed to suppress his urge to beat up Xiao Ning. Losing his future over some crazy person like this wasn't worth it. Xiao Ning took advantage of Jiang Yu's inability to retaliate and acted however he pleased. Leaning back confidently with his hands on his hips, his already strange-looking face twisted into something more grotesque. He chuckled while watching Jiang Yu. "Oh come on, weary both men here. What's the harm in me touching you? Others fall down on their knees begging me to even let them near, but I ignore them. Yet I'm willing to touch you, consider yourself lucky." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu almost gagged. He glared furiously, unable to stand looking at Xiao Ning's hideous and terrifying face any longer, so he turned around. Just as he did, he spotted Feng Shui walking over. As the young man approached, dressed in a pristine white uniform shirt with his soft black hair gently swaying in the wind, his face partially obscured by his black-rimmed glasses, he exuded an aura as pure as a white rose. The instant he walked in, everyone present instinctively shifted their attention to him. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up as though freshly rinsed clean. He strode forward a few steps and placed his hand on Feng Shui's shoulder without hesitation. "Where have you been? Did you spend an entire class period in the bathroom?" Xiao Ning immediately scowled at seeing Feng Shui being touched by Jiang Yu moments after he wouldn't let Xiao Ning do the same. Feng Shui paid no heed to his glare. "A master teacher called me unexpectedly." Jiang Yu smirked and laughed. "Did Eastern Master find you? Come on, tell me honestly, is he giving you extra lessons?" Feng Shui parted his lips, about to respond, when a gentle voice came from behind him, "Classmate Feng." Feng Shui paused momentarily, recognizing this voice. Turning around, under the broad daylight, he saw the malevolent ghost disguised as Dongfang Jin walking toward him with a faint smile on its lips. Upon seeing the vengeful spirit, Feng Shui instinctively stepped back half a step. The ghost noticed his retreat and a shadow of displeasure flashed across its eyes. Was he avoiding him? Chapter 109, Master of the Heavenly Talents Academy, Haunted by a Vengeful Ghost, 6. Xiao Ning also saw Dongfang Jin walking over. Dongfang Jin was handsome, tall, and as he arrived, the surrounding students immediately looked at him admiringly, calling out, "Mentor Dongfang." A gentle smile played on the corner of Dongfang Jin's lips as he nodded to the students. The much-admired mentor Dongfang in the academy was now walking towards Xiao Ning. Although Dongfang Jin had pursued Xiao Ning, it had been done secretly, unknown to others. Xiao Ning, however, wanted others to know, so she intentionally came over to show off to Jiang Yu, mentioning that there was someone 1,000 or 10,000 times better than Jiang Yu pursuing her, almost bringing up Dongfang Jin's name directly. What a coincidence! Just then, Dongfang Jin came, giving her the perfect chance to confirm this display. Xiao Ning glanced at Jiang Yu and those around, raising her chin proudly. This was Dongfang Jin, the well-known genius of the Celestial Master's world, who was captivated by her charm. Ignoring the 3 words, "Fang classmate," that came from Dongfang Jin's mouth, Xiao Ning internally rejoiced but maintained an air of dignity. Despite how good Dongfang Jin was, she hadn't yet agreed to his pursuit. She raised her chin with restrained pride and asked Dongfang Jin, "How did you know I was here?" As she spoke, she prepared herself to throw herself into Dongfang Jin's arms reluctantly. In Xiao Ning's mind, upon her first attempt at such intimacy, Dongfang Jin should have embraced her joyfully. But reality struck otherwise. Dongfang Jin merely glanced coldly at her and stepped aside suddenly. Xiao Ning plunged forward into nothing but air. She never expected that Dongfang Jin would turn away to avoid her, and her momentum pushed her hard onto the ground. Her palm scraped on the ground, leaving a red layer of skin behind. Looking at Dongfang Jin incredulously, her expression grew grim, making her face appear grotesque. "How could you dodge me?" Dongfang Jin looked down at her haughtily, extremely cold. "Classmate, I don't know you. Please don't come and try to frame me unnecessarily." Hearing the bursts of mockery and ridicule from around, Xiao Ning clenched her fingers tightly. Everyone originally watched with curiosity, and seeing the attitude of mentor Dongfang towards Xiao Ning, they immediately connected it to Xiao Ning's previous boasts. Their looks quickly turned sarcastic. It seemed clear now that Xiao Ning was daydreaming. From the way mentor Dongfang was looking at her, he certainly didn't seem to like her. Xiao Ning's face alternated between white and green. She stayed sprawled on the ground for some time, and still Dongfang Jin did not come to help her up. Doubts crept into her mind. What was wrong with Dongfang Jin? Wasn't he the one clinging to her yesterday, trying to go see a movie, which she cleverly declined? It couldn't be possible that today he would suddenly cut ties and pretend he didn't know her. Perhaps her tactic to entice him backfired and angered him instead. But Xiao Ning wasn't overly worried. Her confidence remained strong because she felt sure that Dongfang Jin must really like her. Even if he was angry, all it would take was for her to cajole him a bit, and everything would return to what it once was, him fawning over her again. Thus reassured, Xiao Ning climbed up from the ground, preparing to speak a few sweet words to Dongfang Jin. However, Dongfang Jin bypassed her completely and walked straight to Fang Shui. His eyes greedily devoured Fang Shui. Upon seeing that intrusive hand resting on Fang Shui's shoulder, his gaze turned dark and ominous instantly. The malevolent look shifted toward the owner of the hand, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, rather oblivious, did not even detect the animosity in Dongfang Jin's eyes. Confused as to why the mentor appeared here, he remained ignorant. Dongfang Jin's voice carried a mocking tone, making anyone's scalp tingle without cause. "Jiang classmate, please be mindful of your posture." Confusion clouded Jiang Yu's features. Posture? What posture? It took him a while to realize, after which he retracted his hand awkwardly, entirely befuddled. When had the esteemed mentor Dongfang started caring about postures? That intrusive hand finally left, and Dongfang Jin's deep, dark eyes focused on Fang Shui, with a slightly sinister smirk gracing his lips. "Classmate Fang, you left something in my office." Fang Shui lowered his head and looked at the object Dongfang Jin handed over, staying silent for a moment. The item specially delivered by Dongfang Jin turned out to be a string of jadeite beads in a dark green hue. Fang Shui looked at his wrist. That jadeite bead which was supposed to be clutched tightly around his wrist had somehow fallen off, and even the wound and bloodstains left on his wrist skin were gone. And all his attention had been focused on the ring prominently present under his fingers. He hadn't noticed the disappearance of the jadeite beads at all. In theory, this sinister device had formed a contract with the body. Since Fang Shui borrowed this body, the 99 evil ghosts inside wouldn't let Fang Shui off either if he tried to forcefully separate himself, meaning Fang Shui would inevitably suffer. But now, this string of jadeite beads had detached from him without his awareness. No. It wasn't that he was completely unaware. Fang Shui suddenly remembered, when in Dongfang Jin's office, his wrist had been submerged in those dark blue, viscous mists. At that time, he merely felt a tingling sensation and couldn't help but move slightly. It seemed that the jadeite beads had been detached at that moment. His expression slightly tightened, and for a while, he hesitated to accept it. Xiao Ning, who had been ignored by Dongfang Jin, unwillingly approached, spotting the string of jadeite beads in Dongfang Jin's hand and immediately widened her eyes. Weren't these jadeite beads the sinister device given to Fang Shui? Dongfang Jin had once told him that this sinister device, once worn, could not be detached. It would always lock its wearer until it consumed the wearer's soul, only then would it automatically detach. Unless by Dongfang Jin, the owner of the sinister device, could it be forcibly detached. Yet, here Feng Shui was still alive, so how did the jadeite beads come off and end up in Dongfang Jin's office? Xiao Ning felt a jolt in her heart and carefully recalled Dongfang Jin's attitude toward her today, clenching her teeth. No wonder Dongfang Jin treated her so badly today, it was because this despicable person, Feng Shui, had seduced him, even helping him get rid of this sinister device. The more Xiao Ning thought about it, the more twisted and ugly her face became. She glared furiously at Feng Shui, wishing she could transform into an evil ghost and devour him. Feng Shui paid no attention to Xiao Ning. After pondering for a while, he still decided to take the jadeite beads. Even though earlier he had just been thoroughly bullied in the arms of a vengeful ghost, he could feel that the ghost had no intention to take his life. This time, as soon as he touched the jadeite beads, they were no longer chilling cold but possessed a normal coolness. Feng Shui's mind stirred, trying out wrapping the jadeite beads around his wrist. Indeed, there was no longer any sensation of being bitten or bound by the vengeful spirits. The 99 evil ghosts within the beads appeared to have been devoured by the vengeful ghost, leaving behind a simple string of jadeite beads. Feng Shui reflected on this, glancing at Dongfang Jin and nodding, "Thanks, mentor, for taking the trouble to bring this over." Dongfang Jin gazed deeply at him, as if waiting for this very sentence. "If you think it's such a bother, then treat me to a meal, classmate Feng." Before Feng Shui could reply, Xiao Ning abruptly stepped in, anger surging as she questioned Dongfang Jin, "How can you eat with him?" Chapter 110, Celestial Master Academy, Being Haunted by a Vengeful Ghost, 7. When confronted by Xiao Ning, Dongfang Jin shot him a cold glance, her eyes full of disdain. "Be quiet, you're too noisy." "Noisy?" Xiao Ning widened his murky eyes, deliberately shouting aloud, "Now you think I'm noisy. Mentor Dongfang, why didn't you think so last night in your apartment?" In fact, Dongfang Jin had always been pursuing him, and Xiao Ning had been playing hard to get. Nothing had ever happened between the two. But now, Dongfang Jin's aloof demeanor, which suggested an intention to distance herself from him, angered Xiao Ning greatly. Xiao Ning almost lost all sense of propriety. The more Dongfang Jin wanted to disassociate from him, the more he wanted everyone around to know how intimate their relationship was. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, many people showed looks of shock. "What? Did I hear that wrong? Is it true that Mentor Dongfang is really pursuing Xiao Ning? Has Mentor Dongfang actually gone this far with such an ugly person? My Mentor Dongfang, what were you thinking?" The voices around subtly reached Xiao Ning's ears, and it made him grind his teeth in anger. Ugly? Are these people blind? Can't they speak properly? Clearly, he was very charming now. Just as Xiao Ning became furious for a few seconds, he felt Dongfang Jin turn her head towards him, and he quickly pretended to be innocent as if his words had slipped out accidentally. The moment Dongfang Jin's gaze fell on him, Xiao Ning felt a chill rush from his feet to his brain. Evil. Sinister. Darkness. Cold. So cold. Xiao Ning couldn't help but shiver. Why did it suddenly become so cold? This chill didn't last long, as Dongfang Jin soon turned her gaze away. For some reason, Xiao Ning suddenly sighed in relief. Dongfang Jin was terrifying just now. An illusion, right? He felt like she was looking at him with murderous intent just then. It must be an illusion. Even if Dongfang Jin was angry with him, she wouldn't want to kill him. Dongfang Jin completely ignored the clamor around her caused by Xiao Ning's words and patiently waited for Feng Shui's response. She looked at Feng Shui with a smile on her lips, though her posture indicated no room for negotiation, as if even if Feng Shui refused, she would still force him to invite her to dinner. Meanwhile, Feng Shui was contemplating the intentions of the vengeful ghost and pondering the possibility that he might be his lover. Jiang Yu noticed the atmosphere growing increasingly tense and bizarre. He couldn't bear such an atmosphere. His eyes darted back and forth between Feng Shui and Dongfang Jin before speaking up abruptly, breaking the oddly stagnant situation. "Well, isn't it lunchtime? Let's go eat. Everyone together, and I'll treat." Finally, Jiang Yu led Feng Shui and Dongfang Jin into a private dining room of a certain restaurant, along with Xiao Ning who stubbornly insisted on tagging along. Jiang Yu waved the menu. "Order whatever you want. I come here often, the food's excellent." No sooner had he spoken when Xiao Ning reached over to grab the menu, seemingly accidentally brushing his fingertips. A vein popped out on Jiang Yu's temple. If it wasn't for Mentor Dongfang being present, he would have beaten Xiao Ning senseless. During this meal, Xiao Ning was extremely busy. Every time someone started speaking, he cut them off, keeping the conversation centered on himself. He was also busy with chopsticks, serving food first to Jiang Yu, then to Dongfang Jin. Jiang Yu had dark lines all over his face but forced himself to endure. Dongfang Jin, however, was more direct. With a frosty expression, she simply changed her set of utensils. Seeing that both Jiang Yu and Dongfang Jin seemed to take Feng Shui as the center of attention, only replying to his comments while ignoring him, Xiao Ning gritted his teeth. The focus of these two should be on him. Mad jealousy surged within Xiao Ning. He glared darkly at Feng Shui. This person had already taken Jiang Yu, and now intended to snatch Dongfang Jin as well. No. He would reclaim both Jiang Yu and Dongfang Jin. He decided to display his charm and deliberately gave Dongfang Jin a seductive smile. In the past, whenever he smiled like this, Dongfang Jin would be completely mesmerized. Desperate to please Dongfang Jin, his corners of the mouth became stiff, yet she didn't even glance at him. Instead, her eyes were fixed firmly on Fang Jui. After being repeatedly ignored by Jiang Yu and Dongfang Jin, Xiao Ning grew angrier the more he thought about it. As for Jiang Yu, it was no surprise, he had always acted this way and never shown him any kindness. But previously, Dongfang Jin had treated him so well, could it be because he played hard to get several times that she had transferred her affections? Fang Jui's seat happened to be by the window, and a streak of sunlight streamed in, falling right on him and enveloping him in a golden glow. When he lifted his hand to eat, the emerald bead string around his cold white wrist was coated with a faint light, catching everyone's attention quite effectively. Xiao Ning looked at the string of emerald beads, his eyes flashing with sudden joy. This talisman was now back on Fang Jui's wrist again. If Dongfang Jin truly liked Fang Jui, how could she have handed this dangerous object back to him? The malevolent ghost inside this talisman would devour people's souls. It must mean that Dongfang Jin was upset with him, deliberately using this method to get his attention and make him jealous. Thinking about this, Xiao Ning grew smug once more and began pondering how to win Dongfang Jin back. Jiang Yu, halfway through his meal, couldn't bear Xiao Ning any longer and left under the pretense of having prior engagements. After hesitating between Jiang Yu and Dongfang Jin, Xiao Ning decided that Dongfang Jin mattered more at the moment and stayed. Even though Dongfang Jin paid him no mind at all, he kept speaking softly to her while subtly excluding Fang Jui from their conversation. Fang Jui showed no ripples of emotion as he blew on the steaming soup in his bowl and drank it contentedly in large gulps. Xiao Ning continued chattering non-stop until he suddenly felt a chill. Dongfang Jin was looking at him again. Once more, that terrifying gaze froze him, it seemed to pierce into his soul. Her unfathomable dark eyes stared at him, making him feel as if there was a thin layer of pale blue mist around him. His body grew cold, and his blood seemed to solidify. Go out. He heard Dongfang Jin tell him this. Xiao Ning faltered for a moment, rising to his feet. Why yes. I'm going out. Only after stepping out of the restaurant and walking all the way back to school did Xiao Ning suddenly snap back to reality. Why had he left? After Xiao Ning left, an icy silence filled the elegant private dining room. The wind and birdsong outside the window were completely shut out. Fang Jui paused as Dongfang Jin moved from across the table to sit beside him, extremely close. It seems Fang classmate enjoys eating here, Dongfang Jin said. Listening to her voice growing strange and unfamiliar, Fang Jui lowered his eyes and stated a fact, you're not Dongfang Jin. Her tone carried an increasingly sinister laugh. Fang classmate is indeed clever. As soon as her words ended, the person beside him distorted entirely, transforming into a thick mass of dark blue mist. The mist reformed into someone else. This man wore a black silk shirt, his long, bony fingers casually supporting his sharp jaw. Leaning his head to one side, he stared at Fang Jui with a wicked grin full of evil intent. Chapter 111, Master of Taoist Academy, marked by a vengeful ghost, 8. That face was deep and handsome, with an aura of malevolence around his eyes that made people hesitant to look straight at him. A cold and sinister air radiated from him. The vengeful ghost's eyes, dark as night, were veiled in a thin layer of pale blue mist. Fang Jui sometimes felt the purpose of this blue mist was merely to obscure the abyss within. The gaze of the vengeful ghost slowly swept over Fang Jui like an emperor inspecting his own territory. He exuded a wicked and eerie atmosphere, ghostly chills surrounded him. Dense blue mist surged behind him, like fangs and claws reaching out, silently roaring with a dangerous intent to devour everything, leaving those who saw it shivering down their spines. When Fang Jui finally saw the real face of the vengeful ghost, his long eyelashes trembled lightly, and only then did all the pressure and alertness on his body fade away completely. Though this lover from another world carried a dangerous and evil presence, he kept a thread of vigilance until he confirmed the truth of the ghost's identity. The ghost's gaze was enigmatic when it rested upon Fang Jui, and suddenly, the tranquil shore became inundated with surging waves. Fang Jui frowned slightly under his scrutiny. Oriental Jin is a mentor at the Master Academy, and you so openly replace his identity? Fang Jui could roughly guess why the vengeful ghost replaced Oriental Jin. Revenge was his goal. According to the storyline of the world, the vengeful ghost harbored a deep grudge against the principal of the Spirit Gathering Academy but couldn't exact vengeance due to some reasons. With Oriental Jin's identity, he could better remain hidden near the principal. The vengeful ghost's acting skills were impressive. Had Fang Jui not known beforehand about his true identity, he might not have been able to notice any cracks. But the students at the Master Academy hadn't detected his disguise due to their lack of skill, while senior masters from the Heavenly Master Hall occasionally gave lectures there. Could the ghost's disguise trick fool the senior masters? Fang Jui had some concerns. He originally worried that the vengeful ghost would be discovered by the Heavenly Master Hall, yet the ghost misinterpreted this as concern for Oriental Jin, his tone quickly turning wicked and cold again. The masters of the Heavenly Master Hall are nothing but hypocrites. On the surface, they catch ghosts and exterminate them, but secretly, they breed and raise them. Oriental Jin may seem normal enough, but he has cultivated numerous evil ghosts, causing many deaths, far beyond redemption. Raising evil ghosts among heavenly masters has almost become an open secret in the world of spiritual practitioners. Some masters would deliberately let their raised evil ghosts harm people and then earn commissions and fame under the guise of eliminating these very ghosts, before reusing them again. In short, they wanted to effortlessly enhance their reputation and raise their worth. Oriental Jin, becoming a senior master at such a young age, frequently used such methods, which Feng Zhuyi knew well too. He indeed deserved no sympathy. As Feng Zhuyi stood there, a chilling presence emanating from the Ghost King grew heavier. Only after careful contemplation did Feng Zhuyi finally realize, perhaps the vengeful ghost was angry. Feng Zhuyi blinked and reflected on their conversation, sensing something. Was it because he mentioned Oriental Jin? When Feng Zhuyi got closer, the ghost immediately turned his head to the other side, letting out a heavy cold snort, refusing to talk to him and releasing chilly energy instead. The ghost's pale hand lay on the desk, his long nails occasionally scratching marks into the glass table, showing signs of gritted teeth. Jealousy. It was due to Feng Zhuyi mentioning another man. The ghost was quite displeased. Feng Zhuyi sighed, realizing they'd clashed even on their first meeting. He looked at the ghost and reached out gently, placing his hand on the ghost's hand, trying to appease him. The ghost was pleased with his initiative, instantly grabbing Feng Zhuyi's smaller hand beneath his cold white palm. Feng Zhuyi squinted, noticing how icy the ghost's palm was, his tone faintly accusatory, "You're so cold." It seemed the ghost could already adjust his own body temperature using ghostly energy. After Feng Zhuyi said those words, the blue mist swirled around the ghost. Soon, the cold presence Feng Zhuyi had sensed vanished. The ghost's hand started to feel scorching hot, akin to a burning furnace. Feng Zhuyi jolted, feeling his own hand on fire. Instinctively, he tried pulling back, but the ghost stubbornly held on, forcefully preventing his escape. Feng Zhuyi gasped lightly. The ghost raised an eyebrow. "How fragile you are, neither cold nor heat suits you." Despite saying this, the ghost controlled the temperature back within Feng Zhuyi's tolerance range. Relieved, Feng Zhuyi breathed a sigh of relief. His fingers carefully closed, interlocking with Feng Zhuyi's in a tender gesture. His long nails occasionally lifted and gently tapped against the glass table, emitting a crisp sound. The room was extremely quiet, neither man nor ghost had broken this tranquil atmosphere. Yet, with such a beautiful but delicate human nearby, the vengeful ghost soon grew restless in this state. Feng Zhuyi's left hand was raised by the vengeful ghost. On his left hand, the dark blue ring stood out prominently, accentuating the whiteness of Feng Zhuyi's skin. The ghost was highly satisfied. His masterpiece, how gorgeous. Feng Zhuyi's crystalline fingertips were pinched, and a blush slowly crept onto his handsome face. Pale fingers pivoted to pinch Feng Zhuyi's chin and tilted upwards. The face radiating evil aura moved close to Feng Zhuyi's, their noses brushing. The eyes of the ghost swirled with a chilling malevolence, an instinctive wickedness that urged him to possess the person before him immediately. He adored this person, immensely so at first glance. He wished to hide the person away, making them solely his own. Forever at his side, never allowed to leave. He wanted those eyes, gazing at him eternally. Only at him. Suppressing his surging desires, he also restrained himself from acting rashly in such a place. He slightly tilted his head, his icy thin lips grazing past Feng Zhuyi's cheek until they reached his ear. The delicate little ear turned red slightly and received a reverent kiss from the ghost. "Remember me. I'm He-Ji." After speaking, his figure suddenly transformed into a mass of dark blue haze, from which a voice emanated, "Feng classmate, don't stay outside school for too long. The teacher is waiting for you in school." The dark blue haze gradually dissipated. Night fell. Jiang Yu sent a message saying he had been pestered by Qiao Ning again, and he would hide outside and not return to the dormitory. Feng Zhuyi silently mourned for him for a second, then grabbed his pajamas to take a shower. That dark blue ring was carelessly left on a table under his bed. At midnight, when all was silent. Suddenly, a large amount of dark blue mist surged out from the dark blue ring. The mist gradually coalesced into a human shape, a tall and handsome vengeful ghost, facing away from the diffused moonlight, floating above ground and ascending quietly onto Feng Zhuyi's bed. This appearance revealed the true form of He-Ji. Chapter 112, Master of Exorcism Academy, being targeted by a vengeful ghost, 9. What Feng Zhuyi had encountered during the day was merely a separated incarnation from He-Ji's main body, one that had disguised itself as Oriental Jin. As for the soul-sealing ring, it had long become part of He-Ji. The arrogant exorcists actually believed that they could confine him, a vengeful ghost king, in this tiny ring. How foolish. He-Ji was simply at a crucial point in his cultivation and wanted to find a quiet place. The soul-sealing ring just happened to meet his needs, so he went along with their plan, pretending to be sealed within the ring. Although the soul-sealing ring could indeed seal vengeful ghosts, its power was completely ineffective against someone like He-Ji, the Ghost King. Instead, it provided him with a comfortable home. Thus, He-Ji naturally claimed the soul-sealing ring as his own, imprinting it with his mark, and merging it with himself. The soul-sealing ring could now also be considered one of his weaknesses. If it were shattered or destroyed, He-Ji would suffer serious damage. So the soul-sealing ring was an incredibly important object to him. Yet, without hesitation, he had handed over this important thing to Feng Shui. Even He Ji didn't know why he had done it. The moment he saw Feng Shui, he simply wanted to possess her and leave his mark on her. This soul-sealing ring was, for now, his mark. In the future, he would leave even more marks, those belonging to him, on this human. The vengeful ghost chuckled silently, his dark eyes staring intently at the person deep in slumber on the bed. His tall figure slowly enveloped Feng Shui's slender form. The next morning, when Feng Shui woke up, she found several bite marks on her body. They were pretty severe, still bleeding fresh blood. It was probably something he did just before she woke up, intentionally biting her as a way to greet her and assert his presence. Feng Shui's finger brushed against the bite marks, and a sharp pain surged through her. She let out a soft groan and muttered under her breath, calling it childish. Just then, she noticed a bracelet on her wrist. This bracelet was entirely dark blue, intricately carved with complex patterns. It felt icy cold to the touch, and she didn't know what material it was made of. Still, the color reminded her of the mist surrounding the vengeful ghost, clearly crafted by He Ji. She couldn't help but imagine all the things the ghost might have done while she was asleep. Feng Shui touched the bracelet on her hand, liking it immensely. At the same time, she noticed the familiar dark blue soul-sealing ring on her left ring finger. Clearly, it was placed there by the vengeful ghost, who seemed unrelenting about it. Feng Shui paused for a moment, feeling that she possessed more and more things that belonged to the vengeful ghost. On the new day, the first class was taught by Master Oriental. Feng Shui watched with interest as a real vengeful ghost earnestly taught a group of aspiring exorcists. After all, who could understand ghosts better than other ghosts? After class, Master Oriental cited some matters and called Feng Shui to his office. As soon as Feng Shui entered, she was pressed against the door by He Ji, now back in his ghost form. His long, pale fingers caressed her eyes, his gaze becoming increasingly profound. These eyes were truly beautiful, more dazzling than any gemstone in the world. During the hour of his lecture, these beautiful eyes were fixed intently on him. The vengeful ghost couldn't resist leaning in, his tall nose gently pressing against Feng Shui's delicate nose. He chuckled lowly, his laughter wicked yet joyful, resonating crazily through his chest. Do you know what happens when you stare at a vengeful ghost for too long? Feng Shui blinked, her long, dense lashes fluttering, making the ghost's heart itch. The ghost's voice was hoarse and deep, don't know. Let me tell you now. Suddenly, both of Feng Shui's hands were held and pinned to the door by a pale large hand. Unable to resist, the vengeful ghost planted a kiss on her slightly red eyelids. An immediate layer of misty water vapor rose in those beautiful eyes, only making the ghost more moved. His inner sense of possession raged fiercely. Mine. All mine. No one, not a person or a ghost, could take him away. Xiao Ning's scores on this upgrade exam were abysmal, placing him at the bottom of the class. He was forcibly upgraded by Oriental Gene despite being only a level 1 student. Of course, he wasn't going to pass a level 6 upgrade test. However, Xiao Ning wasn't worried. He was still thinking about how to coax Oriental Gene back. There was a group chat of 100 people from the 6th grade students of Juling Academy. Usually, they would share their experiences during off-campus training, but that day, someone mentioned Xiao Ning, and many in the group only then noticed that Xiao Ning, originally a 1st grade student, had been exempted from testing and promoted directly to the 6th grade. The group immediately erupted in chaos. How could someone who ranked at the bottom even among first-year students be exempted from testing for consecutive promotions? Juling Academy had never allowed exemptions before, no matter how talented the students were, everyone advanced grade by grade through exams. For an incompetent person to be promoted without taking the exams felt extremely unfair to all students at Juling Academy. Many who had once admired Xiao Ning quickly snapped out of it. They were struggling bitterly with their own upgrade exams and couldn't tolerate this special treatment, so they jointly reported the matter. Because the number of reporters was too high, the principal of Juling Academy specially returned from a distant place just to deal with this situation. Upon investigation, it turned out that Xiao Ning had indeed been promoted directly without testing, thanks to the efforts of Oriental Gene, a highly sought-after mentor that the academy had barely managed to invite. The principal dared not handle Oriental Gene and thus decided to defuse the other students' anger by directly expelling Xiao Ning. Of course, Xiao Ning wasn't willing to accept this and went to Oriental Jin's dormitory to ask her to fix the issue for him. But when he opened the apartment door, the person who came out was not Oriental Gene, it was Feng Shui. Feng Shui had flawlessly passed the graduation exam and, together with Jiang Yu, graduated from Juling Academy to officially become a celestial master. After enduring countless days of harassment by Xiao Ning, Jiang Yu finally obtained the long-awaited certificate of Celestial Master and wasted no time bidding farewell to Feng Shui, leaving overnight with his luggage. Feng Shui stayed behind as an outstanding graduate, and the academy hired him as a teaching assistant, mainly assisting Oriental Jin's classes. So he was officially coaxed into Oriental Jin's apartment by Oriental Mentor, where every day he was kissed and cuddled by the vengeful ghost. Xiao Ning, seeing Feng Shui outside the door, instantly became pale beneath his mask. His voice rose sharply as he demanded, "Why are you in Oriental Mentor's apartment?" Leaning against the doorframe, Feng Shui gave him a disdainful glance with his watery almond eyes and lightly sneered, "Who are you? Why should I bother explaining my whereabouts to you?" Chapter 113, The Celestial Master Academy, Being Targeted by a Malevolent Ghost, 10. Xiao Ning stomped his feet in anger. He couldn't find Jiang Yu now, so he could only hold on tightly to Dongfang Jin. Moreover, his current situation was quite dire, and he needed Dongfang Jin's help to resolve it. With an evil glint in his eyes, he stared at Fang Jui and said, "You've taken Jiang Yu, I won't hold that against you, but there's no way I'm letting you take Dongfang Jin away." Fang Jui's face suddenly turned cold. "Not hold it against me?" He raised his wrist slightly, his tone as ethereal as a ghost. "Not hold it against me? What is this then, Xiao Ning?" Xiao Ning's gaze fell on his wrist. Pale white skin, delicate wrists. 3 circles of emerald beads, green and beautiful, but there was also an additional dark blue wide bracelet. Xiao Ning ignored the bracelet and just glanced at the string of emerald beads, his eyes flickering frequently. He instinctively took a few steps back, stubbornly muttering, What, I don't know what you're talking about." Fang Jui detached the string of emerald beads from his hand, looking rather indifferent. Under the sunlight, the emerald beads shimmered with a faint green light. A chilling aura spread out. Xiao Ning suddenly felt an uncontrollable fear welling up inside him. He turned to run but found it was too late. Looking down, his feet were stuck to the ground by a layer of dark blue mist, he couldn't lift them. He watched as Fang Jui, holding the string of emerald beads, approached him. He began screaming like a madman, flailing his hands wildly, trying to stop Fang Jui from putting the emerald beads on his own wrist. Unfortunately, the mentor's apartment was eerily quiet, not a soul around, and naturally, no one heard his commotion. Fear filled Xiao Ning's eyes as he saw the dark blue mist seeping from behind Fang Jui through the half-open door, engulfing him. A sinister and evil force flowed into every vein, as if countless claws were scratching violently across his body. Sharp pain surged from all directions towards his brain, causing Xiao Ning to tremble uncontrollably. "It's a ghost, an evil ghost. No, it's a malevolent ghost. In the Lingju Academy enveloped by countless ghost-driving formations, how dare a malevolent ghost appear so brazenly?" Choked by the grip around his throat, Xiao Ning felt suffocated, overwhelmed by the terror of death, and ended up losing control of his bladder. As soon as the trickling sound of water came, the dark blue mist retreated disdainfully, finally only controlling one of Xiao Ning's hands and pulling it to Fang Jui's front. Fang Jui caressed the mist that had been seeking praise beside him, and upon being praised, the mist surged excitedly. All Xiao Ning could do was glare angrily as Fang Jui placed the string of emerald beads onto his wrist. It was as if countless mouths immediately bit firmly into his wrist. The dark blue mist pushed Fang Jui back inside the apartment and slammed the door shut. A pale hand emerged from the mist, pushing Fang Jui back into the sofa, continuing what had been interrupted earlier by Xiao Ning. And outside, Xiao Ning collapsed onto the ground, legs going limp. He desperately tore at the emerald bead necklace on his wrist until blood drenched his arm, raw and bruised, yet still couldn't remove the beads. Feeling cold all over, resentment burning in his eyes, he crawled off toward the dean's office. Not long after, the good deed of the malevolent ghost was interrupted again. The knocking at the door was urgent. He Jia looked up, almost breaking out into a tantrum, with his handsome pale face instantly clouded by darkness and evil. Fang Jui touched the face of the ghost attached to his body and calmed him down before getting off the couch. He buttoned up his shirt, hiding the malicious mark left by the ghost on his collarbone. Fang Jui went to open the door, where a teacher stood outside saying that students accused him of killing for wealth and the dean wanted him there immediately. Fang Jui turned to glance at the malevolent ghost inside the room and curled his thin lips into a slight curve. "Ah, the dean." Fang Jui closed the door and followed the teacher toward the dean's office. In the dean's office, Xiao Ning sobbed so hard that his eyes swelled, and he started fabricating lies nonsensically. "I thought Fang, teacher's string of emerald beads was very beautiful, so I paid him to buy it, but he deceived me by making me wear it. Then, he told me the beads were an instrument, impossible to remove once worn, and that I would be eaten by an evil ghost. As a teacher, how could he harm his own students like this for money? He even conspired with a malevolent ghost. I personally witnessed him interacting with it. How can such ghosts even exist in our academy? They must have been brought here by him to cause harm." Amid his crying, he took off his mask. The dean was a refined middle-aged man. Upon seeing Xiao Ning's face, his gaze darkened instantly. He beckoned to Xiao Ning with a hoarse voice, "Good child, you've been wronged. Come over and let the dean comfort you properly." Xiao Ning walked over and was pulled to sit directly on his lap. For a moment, Xiao Ning's body stiffened as he felt the dean's hand moving downwards, instantly realizing what was happening. But quickly, he relaxed again, his heart pounding furiously as he meekly submitted himself. With Dongfang Jin being taken away by Fang Jui, there was no one else Xiao Ning could rely on. Now, climbing into the dean's favor was nothing short of divine intervention. The dean surely had the means to deal with the instrument on his wrist, and having his backing meant that not only would no one dare drive him out of the academy, but the dean could even help him take revenge against Fang Jui, yes, and the malevolent ghost beside him. With this in mind, Xiao Ning began to actively ingratiate himself with the dean. On the office chair, Xiao Ning accidentally pressed against a jade pendant hanging from the dean's neck. It was about the size of a palm. Muttering something about it being troublesome, Xiao Ning reached out and undid the pendant for him. The dean's eyes grew dazed, losing all sense of self-preservation, allowing the jade pendant that could have saved his life to be casually tossed onto the ground by Qiao Ning. Much later, a knock on the door interrupted them. Outside came Feng Zhui's voice, "Dean." Qiao Ning scowled venomously and pouted in the dean's arms, "It's him, Dean. You must get justice for me." The dean narrowed his eyes, his tone becoming cold and arrogant, "You can rest assured, our academy won't tolerate someone like him. I will definitely make him pay." Feng Zhui waited outside the office for quite some time before the dean finally permitted him entry. Inside, Qiao Ning stood behind the dean, arrogantly glaring at Feng Zhui, projecting an air of, "I found my protector, and you're finished." The dean looked at Feng Zhui coldly, dissatisfied, "Feng teacher, we hired you as an assistant teacher because we valued your abilities. Who would have thought that you'd resort to plotting against students for wealth and murder?" Feng Zhui raised an eyebrow, "Plotting against students for wealth and murder." Qiao Ning, standing nearby, sobbed theatrically while showing off the string of emerald beads. "The emerald beads you sold me are clearly a instrument filled with 99 evil ghosts. You intended to harm me. How can someone so malicious exist in Polytheistic Spirit Academy?" Chapter 114, The Celestial Master Academy, Being Haunted by a Fierce Ghost, 11. Feng Zhui looked at him telling lies outright and gave a wry smile. He was merely treating the other as they treated him, yet in Qiao Ning's words, it had turned black into white, framing him as someone who took money from Qiao Ning, someone guilty of greed and murder. He calmly said, "Student Qiao must be mistaken. Wasn't this jade bead given to me before? At that time, many people saw it. I thought it was too valuable, so I returned it to you. How could this mean greed?" "You." Qiao Ning faltered for a moment but quickly became assertive again. "Then maybe I made a mistake. But what I gave you was an ordinary jade bead, and what you returned was a instrument." Feng Zhui with a face of innocence said, "What instrument? Does student Feng have delusions of being harmed? This is just a string of beads." Qiao Ning shouted, "You're lying. It's clearly a instrument. Otherwise, why couldn't it come off?" As he said this, he gripped the string of beads and tried to pull them down. They were supposed to be immovable no matter how much effort he put in, yet this time they slipped easily off his wrist. Qiao Ning's voice trailed off. Feng Zhui stepped forward and quickly took the string of beads he had pulled down, handing them over to the dean. Qiao Ning immediately watched the dean expectantly. The dean examined them carefully, turning them over repeatedly, but shook his head eventually. "There's nothing wrong." Meaning that it truly was just a normal string of beads. Qiao Ning found it hard to believe. How could that be? Where was the malevolent ghost? The dean coughed slightly. He realized he'd been temporarily dazed and had forgotten to check if this object was actually a instrument. With such a huge misunderstanding now uncovered, the dean shot Qiao Ning a glare, feeling embarrassed. Realizing this person's incoherence had made him lose face so badly, the dean's impression of Qiao Ning instantly plummeted from its peak. Looking at that peculiarly handsome face again, he frowned heavily, wondering what sort of spell had made him enchanted by such a face. Under the increasingly unfriendly gaze of the dean, Qiao Ning shrank his neck and yelled loudly, "Even if there's nothing wrong with the beads, he still conspires with fierce ghosts. I've seen a ghost lingering around him with my own eyes." This time, Feng Zhui did not refute him. The dean increasingly believed Qiao Ning was spouting nonsense. Successful malevolent ghosts capable of manifesting were few and far between and were all already sealed away by the Celestial Master Office. Where could another one suddenly appear from? His eyes landed on Feng Zhui, and suddenly felt the person in front of him to be exceptionally beautiful. Why hadn't he noticed there was someone so beautiful in the academy before? The dean's thoughts gradually grew more amorous, reaching out to touch Feng Zhui's shoulder, only to be deflected swiftly by a quick reaction from Feng Zhui. This deflection caused an obscure blue ring on his nameless finger to be exposed. The dean's expression changed. This ring was strange. He adopted a serious manner. "Where did you get that ring from?" Feng Zhui chuckled softly, running his fingers along the ring. "It's my engagement ring." The dean furrowed his brows deeply. "There's something wrong with your ring. Let me take a look." Feng Zhui took a step back, firmly rejecting, "No." Qiao Ning seized the opportunity to incite further conflict. "I told you he's suspicious. Maybe there's a ghost hidden inside that ring." The dean frowned. Due to Feng Zhui's lack of cooperation, he began to feel a growing unease. Just as he was about to make a move to seize the ring, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and a strikingly handsome man walked in. Seeing the arrival, the dean let out a sigh of relief. "Mr. Dongfang. What brings you here?" Dongfang Jin casually closed the room door and approached step by step. "I heard that the dean had matters to discuss with my assistant teacher, so I came to see." The dean hastened to say, "Mr. Dongfang has come at the perfect time. I find this ring very unusual and oddly familiar. With Mr. Dongfang's vast knowledge, surely you know what it is." Dongfang Jin's gaze briefly passed over the protective jade plaque hanging on the dean's neck, lifting a brow. The jade plaque that never left the dean's body was gone. A slow smile spread across his lips, transforming his entire demeanor into something evil. "Ah, you mean that ring? Isn't it a soul-taming ring?" The dean's face abruptly changed, startled to muttering at his words. "Soul-taming ring? Soul-taming rings were exclusive to the Celestial Master Office, and were never leaked out. How could such a minor auxiliary teacher from the academy possess one? The dean's expression immediately turned cold, and he stepped forward aggressively, interrogating Feng Zhui. How do you have a soul-taming ring? Feng Zhui paused her gaze, landing it onto Dongfang Jin. Dongfang Jin was standing behind the dean. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, the sound growing more joyous and more evil. The dean was startled by his laughter and abruptly turned around, only to witness Dongfang Jin transforming from a human into a mass of dark blue mist. An ominous aura belonging to a fierce ghost spread out. Realizing something bad was happening, the dean turned to flee, but a pale hand landed on his shoulder. That hand weighed 1,000 caddies, forcing the dean to kneel on the ground. A ferocious ghost had appeared in the dean's office. The ghost towered over everyone, its sinister and evil features too horrifying to look at directly. The dean immediately recognized the face, his eyes widened in terror as he blurted out, He Jie. He Jie tilted his head slightly. Behind him, the dark blue mist seemed like countless grotesque tentacles, lunging at the dean with sharp claws. He chuckled, his handsome features shrouded in heavy malevolence. His voice was chilling, It's me, uncle. The dean of the Juling Academy was named He Jie's younger uncle. He and He Jie's father were real brothers, but they later turned against each other in a bitter feud that caused much ugliness. He always deeply resented his elder brother and, in order to harm him severely, without hesitation harmed his brother's only son, He Jie. Using underhanded methods, He caused the once-renowned He Jie within the Celestial Master Realm to die a sudden death. He then sold He Jie's soul to an evil sorcerer. The evil sorcerer used various dark arts to mercilessly transform He Jie's soul into a king of fierce ghosts. Unable to bear the blow, He Jie's father died from a sudden illness, and his mother followed shortly after. The once happy family was torn apart. After regaining his consciousness, He Jie did seek revenge on He. However, He possessed a jade protective talisman passed down through generations of the He family. With that talisman, He Jie couldn't get anywhere near him. He initially panicked for a moment, but then remembered that he had the jade talisman on him. His eyes revealed sheer malice as he reached secretly to grab the jade amulet around his neck, ready to strike He Jie unexpectedly. But after feeling around, he realized there was no jade amulet left around his neck. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat, noticing only when his gaze fell on the ground that the jade talisman had somehow fallen there. In a panic, He made a desperate lunge towards it. Just then, a foot came down heavily on the jade amulet meant to save his life. He froze, looking up along the leg to see Feng Zhui's face. His eyes bulged wide open in rage, shouting furiously, Give me back the jade talisman. Feng Zhui let out a derisive laugh and applied pressure with his foot, instantly shattering the jade talisman beneath it into pieces. Harmers shall ultimately harm themselves. With hate-filled eyes, He watched as the ghost's mist rapidly enveloped him. Very soon, a deafening scream erupted from within the room. He Jie swallowed He whole, further increasing his ghostly power. Feng Zhui stroked the excited swirling mist next to him and sighed, You shouldn't eat just anything, though. Chapter 115, The Taoist Master Academy, Targeted by a Malevolent Ghost, 12. Feng Zhui turned around and saw Qiao Ning shrink into the corner, trembling with fear. Having witnessed the malevolent ghost killing the dean right before his eyes, Qiao Ning was completely terrified and had become somewhat disoriented mentally. Feng Zhui stepped forward and reattached the jade bead bracelet onto Qiao Ning's wrist. The malevolent spirits within this jade bead string had all been consumed by He Jie, but He Jie infused them with his own ghostly essence. This ghostly essence would slowly erode Qiao Ning's soul. Just like how the original host died, so will Qiao Ning meet the same fate, only to suffer 1,000 times more. The charming virus was almost asleep. After Feng Zhui exterminated the virus, she left with He Jie. Before leaving, He Jie left behind a wisp of dark blue mist, which gradually transformed into the likeness of the dean. It snarled maliciously at Qiao Ning, who shrank in the corner. Qiao Ning rolled his eyes back and fainted from sheer terror. After He Jie avenged himself, there was no longer any reason for him to stay in the Spirit Gathering Academy. So, Feng Zhui took him away from the academy. When Qiao Ning woke up from his nightmare, he became crazed, babbling to everyone that the dean of the Spirit Gathering Academy was a ghost, and that Oriental Jintao, one of the mentors, was also a ghost. The more he said it, the more it drew the attention of the Heavenly Master Residents. Recently, the Heavenly Master Residents had been in great distress as they discovered that the spirit-suppressing ring, which sealed the malevolent Ghost King, was missing. Upon investigation, they determined that the spirit-suppressing ring had been taken out secretly by the Master Eastern Jin, who subsequently went missing as well. When the members of the Heavenly Master Residents arrived at the Spirit Gathering Academy, they heard Qiao Ning's rantings, instantly becoming alert. They questioned Qiao Ning thoroughly, but his mental state was already compromised. All he could repeat was, the dean is a ghost, Eastern Jin is a ghost. Taking precautionary measures, when they met with the dean, they stealthily brought along some ritual tools, only to be shocked when they realized the dean really was a ghost. No, to be precise, what they called the dean was merely a strand of ghostly essence split off from the malevolent Ghost King. But where was the malevolent Ghost King? His whereabouts were still unknown. The Heavenly Master Residents put all their efforts into searching for the malevolent Ghost King. At that very moment, the malevolent ghost king that they sought was sitting quietly on a small stool, extending his hand obediently while Feng Shui trimmed his nails. His long limbs were crunched up, seated awkwardly on the small stool, head drooping, face full of sorrow, looking rather pitiful. But when Feng Shui glanced at her own arm covered with scratches, she scoffed coldly. She now bore countless scratches, surely making her the most pitiful person. All this happened because of Heji's overly long nails. They were cold, hard, and sharp. Whenever they were together, Heji would lose control, thinking of nothing else but to get closer physically. In those intense moments, his nails would accidentally hurt Feng Shui. After it happened several times, Feng Shui could no longer bear it. Pulling out scissors, she decided to cut his nails. For ghosts, such sharp and elongated nails held immense importance, it was symbolic of their status. To Heji, since these nails injured Feng Shui, there was no point keeping them. But he acted heartbroken, seeking Feng Shui's comfort. Once Feng Shui finished cutting his nails and seeing his piteous expression, she was just about to console him when a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. Feng Shui immediately got up. "It's Jiang Yu, you should go back to your room." Heji suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with dark discontent. "He keeps coming. Didn't you tell him you have someone? He should keep his distance." After Feng Shui and Heji left the Spirit Gathering Academy, they rented a small courtyard in a certain tourist attraction. One day, Jiang Yu contacted him, intending to visit. Ever since then, Jiang Yu kept contacting Feng Shui frequently, coming to see him even more often. Heji's patience was almost depleted, wanting to devour Jiang Yu whole to stop his mischief. The knocking grew increasingly urgent. When Feng Shui opened the door and looked at who was outside, she fell silent. Not only was it Jiang Yu, but there was also a large group of Taoists. Each of the Taoists had a serious look on their faces, vigilantly eyeing Feng Shui. Gradually, they encircled the entire courtyard. Jiang Yu stood behind an old man with white hair, head bowed low, not daring to look at Feng Shui. Feng Shui arched an eyebrow and could only say, living up to the title of world protagonist. She had actually guessed it, Jiang Yu was the undercover agent sent by the Heavenly Master residents to approach her, because Jiang Yu came too frequently, and he wasn't very good at pretending, each time he came with obvious discomfort. She knew that a confrontation with the main character was inevitable. The members of the Heavenly Master residents began to shout, "Feng Shui, how dare you conspire with a malevolent ghost? You're truly the disgrace of our Heavenly Master sect." Feng Shui looked at the group of Heavenly Masters with pity, not the slightest bit anxious. Let alone the Heavenly Masters in front of her now, even if all the Heavenly Masters from the entire sect were mobilized, they probably wouldn't be able to deal with Heji whose ghostly powers had been surging recently. She sighed faintly, then turned and walked back into the courtyard. The door slammed shut automatically behind her. The Heavenly Masters left outside exchanged glances helplessly. Just as they were about to break the door down, they suddenly noticed dark blue mist rising around them. The mist grew thicker and thicker, carrying an icy and sinister aura that made everyone tremble. The white-bearded old man, clearly the leader of the group, changed expression abruptly. "Not good. This is the condensed ghostly essence of the malevolent ghost. His abilities have increased significantly again. Retreat quickly." But it was too late. The mist swirled as though alive, instantly enveloping the entire group. After a short while, as the mist gradually dissipated, the alley was completely empty, no one could be seen. Later, the Heavenly Master residents sent several more groups, only for them to meet the same fate. They couldn't even step through the door before being silently dealt with. Feng Shui didn't bother to move house. She simply let them come. After losing several batches of senior Heavenly Masters, the Heavenly Master residents had no choice but to admit it, the current malevolent Ghost King had grown far beyond the control of their entire sect. Fortunately, there was still a weakness in the Ghost King's defenses. That person named Feng Shui was a Heavenly Master who shared a romantic relationship with the malevolent Ghost King. Even though it seemed incomprehensible that a Heavenly Master would be involved with the malevolent Ghost King, they could only be grateful that at least a Heavenly Master was together with the malevolent Ghost King. Thus, the Heavenly Master residents sent emissaries to negotiate peace with Feng Shui. The residents promised that they would no longer disturb their lives henceforth, but Feng Shui must also make a commitment to restrain the actions of the malevolent Ghost King, ensuring he would not wreak havoc among the humans any longer. Feng Shui agreed readily, and Heji had no objections either. With a wife by his side, he wished to stick with her 24/7, where would he find the time to cause trouble? However, Heji did have one condition: Jiang Yu was forbidden from coming near them ever again. The members of the Heavenly Master residents were apprehensive. Jiang Yu? Hadn't Jiang Yu already died at the hands of the malevolent Ghost King? With a casual wave of his hand, the malevolent Ghost King dismissed them. As the representatives of the Heavenly Master residents stepped out of Feng Shui's courtyard, they suddenly realized the alley was filled with bodies lying on the ground. All these people were still alive and strangely familiar. Weren't they the very Heavenly Masters who had supposedly been devoured by the malevolent ghost? From that day on, Feng Shui and the malevolent Ghost King became a legend in the Heavenly Master world. Long ago, there was a Heavenly Master who stopped the evil malevolent Ghost King from wreaking havoc in the mortal realm. She fed herself to the ghost and became his wife. From that point onward, the malevolent Ghost King never caused any trouble again. Chapter 116, Prince Qinyu, targeted by the violent emperor, 1. Qian State, Imperial City. The carriage rocked back and forth, smoothly passing through the gate tower built from black peculiar stones, entering the bustling imperial city of Qian State. It was the third month of spring, with winds caressing willow-lined banks and flower branches in full view. In this vast imperial city, there were clamorous voices of people. Vendors lined up along both sides of the streets, with all sorts of rare and exotic goods filling the marketplaces, dazzling to look at. A servant outside the carriage said, "Your Highness, little prince, we have entered the imperial city of Qian." After a moment, a clear voice belonging to Fang Zhui came from within the carriage. "Find the best tavern in the city." "Yes." Inside the low-key yet spacious carriage sat two people. One resembled a refined scholar, who was none other than Prince Qinyu of Yun State, Fang Zhui. And the other was a young boy, Crown Prince Yun Qi of Yun State. Yun Qi appeared fair-skinned and innocent, still showing baby fat on his face, but in reality had already become an adult after his coronation ceremony. He peered out the window of the carriage with big eyes that darted about as he looked outside. As the carriage continued to rock, Yun Qi stuck his head out and looked around left and right, seemingly searching for something. After a while, he finally saw a group of people blocking the road ahead, his eyes flashing with delight as he quickly sat back inside the carriage. Inside the carriage, Fang Zhui leaned against the carriage seat, his expression somewhat weary. Hearing Yun Qi's movement, he opened his eyes and severely reprimanded him. "Being a crown prince, you don't sit properly or stand properly, what kind of appearance is this?" Yun Qi's eyes momentarily darkened with gloom but quickly brightened up again, straightening his posture upon hearing Fang Zhui's words and sitting upright. Fang Zhui was satisfied and leaned his head back, closing his eyes to rest. With Fang Zhui unable to see, Yun Qi immediately turned cold, his clear black and white eyes filled with malice, glaring fiercely at Fang Zhui. "Humph! What are you to dare speak to me, the crown prince, like this? Without your clan's cavalry, once outside Yun's borders, I will certainly make you die out here." Thinking about it made Yun Qi immensely pleased. He had already secretly drugged the person before him, all he needed was for this person to be provoked into anger, leading to heart failure and certain death. Now everything was ready, only the final opportunity remained. And it did not disappoint, this opportunity had already come. Sure enough, soon after, the carriage was suddenly forced to stop by a group of people. Furrowing his eyebrows, Fang Zhui glanced at Yun Qi, who was secretly delighted, then straightened his body to inquire, "What's going on?" Outside, a servant quietly reported, "Prince, someone blocked the road." Since they were on Qian's territory, Fang Zhui only asked the guards to politely negotiate. But obviously, the other party was very arrogant and ordered the guards to roll away. Outwardly, a loud and rude voice sounded from outside the carriage. "Is this Yun State's carriage? Is the person inside the famous Qinyu Prince of Yun State?" With that, the same voice laughed wickedly. "I've heard a lot about Prince Qinyu. They say Qinyu looks even more beautiful than women. Your waist is rumored to be finer than the top courtesan of Jin Yun Pavilion, Miss Qinyu. Coincidentally, I just met Miss Qinyu yesterday. So why don't you step out so I can compare whose waist is finer?" The overbearing voice ended, instantly followed by countless bursts of laughter from the surrounding area. "Come out quickly. Let our young master take a look at whether the waist is really that fine. Prince Qinyu. Ha ha ha, how come you have the same name as the top performer Qinyu from Jin Yun Pavilion? As I've heard, Prince Qinyu is even more beautiful than Miss Qinyu." Seeing that the commotion outside became increasingly out of control and more people surrounded them, practically blocking the wide street, many recognized that the rowdy group obstructing their carriage was led by Crown Prince Chen. A guard returned to the carriage to report, "Prince, it's Crown Prince Chen and his entourage from Qian State." Before arriving in Qian, they had already thoroughly investigated the situation in Qian. Crown Prince Chen and his group of wealthy sons were all naturally dissolute, too young to act appropriately, spending all their time in brothels without any understanding of important state matters but being fully knowledgeable about courtesans in those places. Yun State itself was a small vassal state under Qian, so Chen Wanzi obviously looked down on Qinyu Wanya and dared to block his carriage and speak insolently. Fang Zhui's face gradually grew colder. In the world context, Qian was the leader among hundreds of countries, occupying the widest expanse of land, having the most population, a flourishing economy, and strong military forces. Emperor Lu Qi of the Qian state was known for his belligerent and ruthless nature. His iron-fisted rule was infamous, and under his leadership, the ferocious armies of Qian became like a bloodthirsty blade that instilled fear across hundreds of countries. Many nations, dreading the arrival of Qian's cavalry, voluntarily submitted declarations of submission, choosing to become vassal states paying tribute annually to Qian. Thus, an impressive scene of countless nations paying homage unfolded. The Yun state was also one of these tributary states. And the previous owner of this body? He was none other than Prince Qinyu of Yun state. Born into a military family, the original owner had first joined his father in battle at the age of 12. At 16, he became renowned through one great battle. Having served on the battlefield for over a decade, his injuries eventually forced him to retire from active duty. The royal family of Yun deeply appreciated his contributions and bestowed upon him the title of prince with the honorific Qinyu. The youngest prince, Yun Qi, was entrusted to Qinyu Wanya for mentorship. In this world, the virus that had captivated thousands had chosen Prince Yunqi of Yun State as its host. Prince Yunqi was utterly adored within the Yun imperial family, from the emperor down to the eunuchs and palace maids, everyone loved him. He was their little darling. Yunqi was the youngest of 6 princes, and also the most pampered one. But beneath the facade of innocence lay a devious heart. Yunqi was a little tyrant in the Yun royal family. Any person who displeased him met a terrible end. Even his own full-blooded younger brother, who merely took a moment of their mother's attention, was killed by Yunqi in cold blood. The emperor thought it just childish mischief and decided to leave Yunqi in the hands of Prince Qingyu for proper discipline. Once Qingyu Wangya became Yunqi's teacher, the days of ease ended for the young prince. Prince Qingyu had come out of the battlefield and was accustomed to the severe discipline of army life. For the unruly young prince, he set out stringent rules. There were countless restrictions: no doing this, no doing that, almost nothing was allowed, and Yunqi was even sent to undergo military training in the camp. Yet the spoiled young prince could never endure the hardships of military life. Although the men in the camp still favored him, he couldn't bear living with so many smelly men. Within half a day, he started wailing and making a fuss, threatening to hang himself, which stirred the pity of the emperor and several princes. Such treatment made the young prince harbor deep hatred for Qingyu Wangya. On numerous occasions, he arranged assassins to kill the Qingyu Wangya. Unfortunately for him, despite retiring from the battlefield, Qingyu Wangya was still protected by a formidable cavalry unit from his own family. Despite multiple assassination attempts, he remained unharmed, much to the frustration of the young prince. After failing in his assassination attempts, the furious young prince began spreading scandalous rumors about Qingyu Wangya. Such gossip diminished the dignity of a noble prince, subjecting him to public scrutiny and even associating him with courtesans in derogatory comparisons. Chapter 117, Green Jade Prince, targeted by the violent emperor, 2. The Jin Yun Pavilion mentioned by Crown Prince Chen is the largest pleasure house in the imperial city. Back when Green Jade Prince was at his peak of popularity among the common folk, Jin Yun Pavilion shrewdly named its top performer, Green Jade, as well. This Green Jade girl subsequently became wildly popular in Qian State. Any mention of the Green Jade girl inevitably brings up Green Jade Prince. For the original owner of this body, this association was undoubtedly a form of insult. As for this trip to Qian State for tribute, Yun State already had an envoy specifically handling the matter. There was no need for Green Jade Prince to get involved. But the young prince saw this as a great opportunity to get rid of Green Jade Prince. He obtained his father the emperor's approval to join the envoy to Qian State and gain experience. Green Jade Prince, who acted as his teacher, also had to go along. Green Jade Prince originally planned to take his cavalry, but just before departure, they were forcibly requisitioned by the Crown Prince. Only a loyal guard remained. All of this was orchestrated by Yunqi. On the way to Qian State, Yunqi took the chance to drug the original owner and leaked news of Green Jade Prince's journey. Due to Yunqi's deliberate dissemination, Green Jade Prince was quite famous not only in the 100 Nations marketplaces but even within brothels. When he leaked that Green Jade Prince was coming to Qian State, it was certain that once they entered Qian State's capital, there would be troublemakers trying to block Green Jade Prince's carriage. Insults would surely follow, and once Green Jade Prince grew angry, the effects of the drug would overwhelm him, leading to heart failure and death. If Green Jade Prince were to die within Qian State's borders, they'd surely demand some sort of resolution from Yun State, thereby solving the problem of Green Jade Prince while also earning compensation from Qian State, a 2-for-1 deal. But despite all of the young prince's calculations, he failed to account for the physical condition of Green Jade Prince. The original body was already riddled with old injuries, unsuitable for long travel. After enduring the jolts on the road, these old wounds flared up again. Then came the attack from the mind-destroying drugs placed by the young prince. By the time they entered Qian State's territory, he had already passed away. Feng Jui had just taken control of Green Jade Prince's body when he was suddenly stopped on the road. With a barrage of loud taunts and surrounding chaos, all he felt was deep exhaustion. He couldn't summon any spirit and called out to the system in his mind. But the system stammered and ended up saying it could not repair the old injuries on this body. The system's powers are limited in this world, we need. Before the system finished its sentence, Feng Jui interjected in his mind, we need the power of this world's supreme good fortune bearer to repair it, right? The system fell silent. Feng Jui rubbed his temples. Fine, who is this supreme good fortune bearer? System, supreme good fortune bearer of this world, Lu Qi. Feng Jui arched an eyebrow. Lu Qi? Isn't that the violent and bloodthirsty emperor of Qian State? Is Prince Green Jade too afraid to come out? I'll count to 10, and if you don't show yourself, don't blame me for storming your carriage, and having a look. Outside the carriage, the voice continued to mock, boldly teasing Green Jade Prince who was blocked from proceeding. Feng Jui scowled sharply. And Yunqi sat nearby, observing the weary expression and increasingly pale complexion on Feng Jui's face with inner delight. Sure enough, the drug was taking effect. This method truly worked. He despised Green Jade Prince deeply, seeing the latter suffer gave him immense satisfaction. Die already. Just die. As long as Green Jade Prince lived, he would always have a lingering resentment weighing heavily on his chest. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown outside was almost over. Feng Zhui covered his mouth and coughed a few times, his long eyelashes lowered, hiding his eyes behind them. Beside him, Yun Qi feigned anger but was actually pouring oil onto the fire. These rich young brats from Qian State are absolutely excessive. How dare they equate you, our master, with prostitutes? And, they even want to treat you like one. Feng Zhui's face paled further, but after a moment, he slowly stood up. Right as the final digit from the Chen Crown Prince's countdown fell silent. A hand as white and translucent as jade gently pushed aside the black curtain embroidered with cloud patterns, revealing itself. In the sunlight, this hand appeared so pure and smooth, its long fingers gracefully curved into an exquisite arc. Just this single hand was enough to immediately capture everyone's attention. The onlookers' eyes remained glued, fearful of missing a thing. It was rumored that Prince Qingyu of Yun State had a strikingly handsome appearance, his charm enchanting and bewitching. It was said that all the most beautiful courtesans from the 100 nations combined could not match his allure. But is the real face of Prince Qingyu really as the rumors describe? Under countless pairs of eyes, finally, a figure slightly bent down, emerging from the carriage, descending step by step. His ink-black hair, smooth as silk, was loosely tied up, cascading in loose strands across his slender back. Surrounded by gorgeously dressed attendants, this person seemed understated and less pretentious compared to those around him. He wore only a simple light blue robe with an ordinary design. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a snow-white neck. A white silk sash cinched his waist, with an outer layer of matching soft blue fabric draping lightly over his frame, leaving not a single unnecessary embellishment on him. Yet he didn't need any additional adornments. For merely his face alone was so extraordinary that it stunned everyone present into thinking they were beholding a celestial being. Prince Qingyu truly lived up to his name, his essence bore the serene color of distant mountains, and his charm was as pure and gentle as jade bathed in moonlight. His very presence exuded the air of someone who transcended worldly concerns. That face was incomparably beautiful yet elegant, with arched brows like crescent moons and eyes that sparkled like stars, unmatched anywhere in the world. Unlike what some rumors suggested, it wasn't the seductive beauty surpassing even women, instead, its refined simplicity enhanced an aura of refreshing purity. He was not just an extraordinary human but seemed more like a celestial being descended from heaven to earth, his noble grace inspiring reverence rather than disrespect. To compare such a man with the gaudy allure of a pleasure house was indeed excessive. The surrounding crowd frequently sucked in sharp breaths, feeling that simply being able to witness Prince Qinyu's visage was a life-altering honor. Yun Qi followed behind Feng Zhui out of the carriage. Though his looks weren't bad either, plump, tender, and quite adorable, evoking one's protective instincts, he paled in comparison before Feng Zhui, whose regal and silvery moon-like beauty left no space for competition. After all, how could anyone contend with the luster of the moon? Thus, despite attempting to appear arrogantly aloof, not a single person glanced at Yun Qi. Seeing that no one paid attention to him made Yun Qi grit his teeth in frustration. In Yun State, he was the most beloved young prince, every public outing drawing enormous crowds until streets became impassable. Who wouldn't yearn to glimpse the precious demeanor of the young prince? And those fortunate enough to have seen him were nothing short of entranced by his charm. Yet this time, on his first appearance in Qian State, he suffered an embarrassing failure. As soon as he noticed all eyes were glued solely onto Feng Zhui, Yun Qi's expression immediately soured. What did Feng Zhui have that was better than him, the esteemed young prince of Yun State? The people of Qian State clearly lacked discernment. Chapter 118, Prince Qingyu, targeted by the violent emperor, 3. The group led by Crown Prince Chen, who had rudely blocked the path of the carriage and shouted provocatively, now stared straight-eyed at the sight before them. They all felt that no matter how good Madame Qingyu or Lady Lan Yu might be, they were worlds apart from this Prince Qingyu. Feng Zhui took a few steps forward, and the crowd around him instinctively shifted to make way. Feng Zhui looked at Crown Prince Chen coldly and said, "I wonder why you block our way, what do you intend?" Crown Prince Chen swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on Feng Zhui's face for a moment, then slowly, arrogantly, drifted lower to his waist. He grinned with ill intent. Prince Qingyu is indeed a wondrous person. This waistline, truly finer than Madame Qingyu's in Jinyun Pavilion. But I wonder, whether I have the honor to become, one of your chosen companions. These words were indeed quite inappropriate. But Crown Prince Chen didn't care at all whether they were decent or not. After all, the kingdom of Yunfang was just a small country. A prince from a small country, so what if he acted? Would they dare to launch an attack? Wouldn't they still have to grit their teeth and bear it? Crown Prince Chen's remarks stirred some unspeakable thoughts among those lurking around who couldn't help but look at Feng Zhui differently. Avaricious eyes lingered on Feng Zhui's figure. Surrounded by these unfriendly gazes, though isolated without support, Feng Zhui stood upright like green bamboo. Apart from his pale face, he remained calm, showing no signs of anger. Moments later, he suddenly beckoned to Crown Prince Chen. Startled, both Crown Prince Chen and everyone else paused momentarily, all envyingly watching him. Could it be that the beautiful person was actually inviting him? Had he decided to compromise to Crown Prince Chen? Crown Prince Chen, feeling the envious gazes around him, his smile becoming excited and agitated as his eyes rested on Feng Zhui's exquisite face. Initially having no interest in men, the only reason Crown Prince Chen brought along a group of dissolute young nobles to confront Prince Qingyu here was pure boredom. The kingdom of Yun, being a vassal state, where this Prince Qingyu was even more famous than the Madame Qingyu in Jinyun Pavilion, often mentioned in folk tales in the imperial city. When he heard that someone was coming to the imperial city, he impulsively gathered a bunch of unruly friends just to create trouble, purely seeking entertainment from Prince Qingyu. However, upon seeing Prince Qingyu in person, Crown Prince Chen found himself deeply moved by the invitation of this celestial-like figure. He thought that encountering such a wonderful person would not be too bad, even if it meant indulging in less common preferences. Crown Prince Chen arrogantly raised his head, snorted a laugh, "So you finally realize your position." With these words, he could hardly wait to walk toward Feng Zhui. Yun Qi faintly sensed something wasn't right. Prince Qingyu was highly displeased with his scandalous reputation in public. In Yun, if anyone mentioned it unintentionally in his presence, he invariably flew into a rage. In Yun Qi's imagination, faced with such blatant mockery, Prince Qingyu should have been outraged already, attacked by poison drugs, dead. Yet that group of people led by Crown Prince Chen, despite throwing numerous indecent remarks, saw Prince Qingyu merely growing paler but remaining physically unbothered. Yun Qi's gaze turned cunning. Could he endure insults? He moved closer to Feng Zhui, trying deliberately to provoke his wrath. Could it be that Master is really going to yield himself to Crown Prince Chen? You are unmarried, unversed in romantic matters. Such submission will surely favor him. His voice loud enough for others to hear, the murmurs grew increasingly audible. Not versed in amorous affairs, perhaps he is. Your Highness, what good fortune, what great fortune indeed. Seeing the whispers growing more and more obscene, Feng Zhui's expression still lacked any sign of anger. Instead, he simply cast a cold glance at Yun Qi. Yun Qi bit his lips. Crown Prince Chen, hearing the gossip, proudly puffed out his chest and walked even faster. Feng Zhui lowered his gaze, slightly retreating half a step. Crown Prince Chen was startled, his face turning icy cold. What, regretting now? Let me tell you, if you dare to toy with me, do you think I won't make sure you don't leave this capital city alive? Threatened by him, after thinking for a while, Feng Zhui gazed at Crown Prince Chen and suddenly smiled lightly. That smile was dazzlingly stunning. Though supremely noble, it carried a trace of seductive allure when he smiled, mesmerizing everyone to the point of dizziness. However, soon, a sudden scream pierced through the sky, jolting these entranced people back to reality. They saw Crown Prince Chen, who moments ago had lewdly teased Prince Qingyu, now lying curled on the ground, clutching his lower body and wailing in agony. Prince Qingyu, the very wonderful person, as described by Crown Prince Chen, acted completely contrary to everyone's expectations. Without hesitation, he kicked directly toward Crown Prince Chen's most vulnerable area. That kick was brutal. Crown Prince Chen immediately collapsed onto the ground, crying out in unbearable pain. Feng Zhui moved so fast that no one even saw his action clearly. Before they realized it, Crown Prince Chen was already on the ground. All the men nearby instinctively felt a pang of pain in their own bodies, empathizing with Crown Prince Chen as if they were enduring the same agony. How ruthless. To resort to such a despicable move right away. Feng Zhui glanced at his boot with slight disdain, then stepped firmly onto Crown Prince Chen's writhing figure on the ground. Lifting his head with a bright smile, his eyes twinkling amiably, Feng Zhui exuded an air of elegance and leisure. Yet, his voice was sharp enough to pierce hearts. Is there anyone else among you who wishes to become my honored guest under the cover of night? As his icy gaze swept over the crowd, all present began shaking their heads, taking hesitant steps backward. Enchanted by Prince Qingyu's beauty, they had forgotten one crucial fact. This Qingyu Wang was someone who had been fighting on the battlefield since he was 13 years old, commanding troops across the sands for more than a decade. With outstanding military achievements, he was the first outsider granted the title of Wang in Yun Kingdom, an esteemed general without question. During his tenure defending the borders, no enemy dared approach. However, after being forced to retire due to injuries, he enjoyed 2 peaceful years of luxury and ease. This serene life softened the fierce aura of bloodshed and combat around him, making him appear seemingly weak and easy to bully. But a general would always be a general, steadfast and unbending. How could he allow himself to be trifled with? Naturally, he must use force to reclaim his dignity. Who could possibly withstand such a formidable and beautiful opponent? Yun Qi hadn't anticipated that Feng Zhui would dare to act against Crown Prince Chen directly. His eyes widened in shock as he puffed out his cheeks anxiously. This was in the kingdom of Qian. What if Crown Prince Chen held this incident against them? He wanted Feng Zhui dead, not the entire Yun Kingdom destroyed. If the Yun Kingdom got dragged into trouble because of Feng Zhui, and the kingdom of Qian decided to punish them and revoke their vassal status, surely it wouldn't take long before the iron cavalry of Qian invaded. At that point, how could he continue living his carefree life as the respected little prince? The more Yun Qi thought about it, the more regretful he became. If only he hadn't waited until they entered the imperial city. He should have poisoned Feng Zhui on the road instead. Now, how could they possibly resolve this mess? In anger, Yun Qi glared furiously at Feng Zhui from behind, stamping his feet in frustration. Chapter 119, Prince Qingyu, being targeted by the violent emperor, 4. Feng Zhui dared to take action, escalating matters so dramatically, all for Prince Chen's investigation. Prince Chen was uncle to the emperor of Kangguo, Lu Qi, a bumbling royal with little ability or ambition. Precisely because of this, he managed to survive unscathed through Lu Qi's brutal purge in the past. Occasionally, when Lu Qi was in a good mood, he would grant his uncle some small favors. If Prince Chen were to investigate, and it implicated Yun country, it would surely grab the attention of the Emperor of Kangguo. Feng Zhui's face was ashen, his hand trembling under his sleeve, a wave of nausea hitting him, making him almost retch. That kick towards Crown Prince Chen earlier had used up nearly all his strength. Now, his whole body was protesting, issuing warnings. He couldn't keep acting recklessly like this, otherwise, his body would break down. Just at that moment, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying a floral fragrance. On the side of a wide road stood an exquisite pavilion. On the second floor, a window was flung wide open, and a man sat before it, catching the nearby commotion within his line of sight. The man was tall and imposing, clad in elegant black robes, his demeanor one of noble grace. It was clear he was an extraordinary nobleman. In his hand, he held a green jade wine cup, idly turning it, sunlight slanting onto the cup and creating soft gleams. Even though the man tried to suppress his aura, his presence remained formidable and awe-inspiring. At first glance, his face appeared sinister, his features both arrogant and ferocious, sending a shiver down the spine of anyone who dared look. This man was none other than the Emperor of Kangguo, Lu Qi. Lu Qi's gaze fell on the figure resembling a fallen immortal not far away, a rare glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. The head eunuch followed closely behind his master, standing by Lu Qi's side, always carefully observing his expressions. Seeing how the emperor's eyes lingered with curiosity on that certain Qingyu prince, the eunuch promptly spoke up, "This young Lord Chen has become increasingly reckless lately, daring enough to openly flirt with another kingdom's prince right on the street. Maybe getting his foot caught this time will teach him some humility." With a light scoff, Lu Qi's gaze lingered appreciatively on the Qingyu prince, finding him not only beautiful but exuding an aristocratic air, as if faint fragrances emanated from him. Though the scent was intangible, it stirred something deep within him. Lu Qi's fingers gently caressed the jade wine cup. Suddenly, a soft chuckle escaped him as his words carried a biting edge, sharp indeed. People from Prince Chen's household received the news and rushed over quickly, the crown prince being carried off, Prince Chen furious beyond measure. They had Feng Zhui and his group arrested, delivering them straight to the Grand Court. But since the incident involved another country, the Grand Court was left with a difficult problem. Swiftly, they submitted their request for the emperor's decision. Kangguo's imperial palace was truly built with piles of gold and silver, opulent and luxurious everywhere you looked, exuding grandeur and splendor. Inside the study chamber, Prince Chen knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Prince Chen had many offspring, including over half a dozen sons, and the crown prince was one he adored immensely. The crown prince had been raised as a precious jewel, unable to be beaten or scolded, resulting in a licentious and unruly disposition, arrogantly touching anything and anyone he pleased. Now, this beloved son had been publicly disabled right on the street and would never be able to have children. Prince Chen didn't care about the other party's identity, anyone who harmed his son must pay with their life. On the dragon throne, Lu Qi was dressed in dark blue formal attire, his expression stern, busily reviewing state documents while letting Prince Chen cry unchecked. After a long time, Prince Chen having cried himself out, he demanded that the emperor mete out justice, asking for a certain minor nation's prince to be executed. Throwing aside the document, Lu Qi half smiled, "Uncle, everyone knows now that Crown Prince Chen molested Prince Yun on the street first, using indecent and foul language. Given the latter's military background, sparing Crown Prince Chen's life already demonstrates restraint on behalf of our Kangguo. Should I, the emperor, order the execution of this prince of Yun country now, wouldn't it be perceived as abuse of power, chilling the hearts of our hundreds of vassal states, not to mention tarnishing our reputation?" His voice grew colder with each word, culminating in a resonant tone that made Prince Chen visibly tremble. Since the Crown Prince Chen had publicly harassed the Qingyu prince, it could have been handled differently usually. However, coincidentally, the time aligned with a gathering of envoys from various nations paying tribute. Numerous foreign dignitaries watched closely. To execute the Qingyu prince now would inevitably provoke gossip, suggesting Kangguo suppressed others through power. Only then did Prince Chen fully understand the emperor's implication, his complexion instantly darkening. The emperor's choice of words clearly favored that certain prince from the minor country. Not to mention a minor kingdom's prince, even if that small country were wiped out, what could the other countries possibly say? As for Kangguo's reputation, when has Kangguo ever had a good name? At the end of the day, how matters are handled depends entirely on one word from the emperor. But now, the emperor's intentions are already crystal clear, to handle this matter with leniency. Even if Prince Chen was unwilling, he didn't have the courage to openly contradict the emperor. Immediately after exiting the study chamber, he instructed his close aides to visit the Grand Court. Since they couldn't claim the life of that small kingdom's prince, at least they would ensure he suffers greatly. Beating him nearly to death and leaving just a breath of life would suffice. Unfortunately, Lu Qi had anticipated that his royal uncle wouldn't let this go easily, and had already sent people to extract Feng Zhui from the Grand Court beforehand. Feng Zhui was directly brought into the palace. While waiting outside the study chamber, he caught sight of Prince Chen storming out, visibly enraged. Prince Chen moved hastily and did not notice Feng Zhui standing nearby. Soon, Feng Zhui was summoned into the study chamber. The study was vast, gilded in splendor, adorned with exquisite porcelain, all of unmatched quality, items far superior to anything found in Yun country. Feng Jui kept his head bowed, eyes lowered as he performed Yun country's grand ceremony of respect before rising upon receiving permission. He did not rush to look up at the sovereign seated above. He had heard that Emperor Lu Qi was ferocious and disliked being looked at directly, an unfortunate soul who angered him might lose a pair of eyeballs. Given that Prince Chen had stormed off earlier in anger, it seemed their discussion hadn't been amicable. Feng Jui decided against provoking any more trouble at such a moment. Lu Qi had indeed timed things well. Feng Jui had only been detained for a night, aside from looking pale, he showed no signs of injury. Lu Qi sat regally above, eyeing the man below, who was known as the Jadeite Prince of Yun country. The Jadeite Prince possessed remarkable beauty, flawless complexion, elegant features, with an enchanting aura that exuded subtly from his simple light green robes, granting him a somewhat ethereal presence. His wide sleeves concealed hands translucent in their whiteness. His jet-black hair, slightly disheveled after a restless night in confinement, had not been tidied when he was brought to the palace so urgently. There was no trace of the earlier demeanor filled with defiant charm now. Lu Qi deliberately treaded heavily as he moved around the table, each step echoing ominously, striking fear with its commanding weight. An ordinary person standing here might likely collapse just from the sound of those heavy steps. Yet, Feng Jui stood firm, still lowering his gaze despite the trembling eyelashes fluttering gently. Before long, a pair of black boots intricately embroidered with gold threads came into view beneath Feng Jui's eyes. They halted half a pace away from him. A deep voice resonated above Feng Jui's head, imbued with magnetic undertones, "Lift your head and let the emperor take a look." Feng Jui paused momentarily, then slowly raised his head. Chapter 120, Prince Qingyu, in the sight of the savage emperor, 5. From a distance, things are never as clear. Now, looking closely at this face, it was stunningly beautiful, almost otherworldly, not like an ordinary person. There was an aura of noble grace in his brows and eyes. Indeed, its beauty was incredibly striking. No wonder Crown Prince Chen had fixated on forsaking all else for such a beauty. To hold such a transcendent beauty in one's arms would make this trip to the mortal realm entirely without regret. While Lu Qi was sizing him up, Feng Jui was also observing him. The majestic and overwhelming emperor, clad in a deep blue brocade robe, had wild and unruly features on his sinister yet handsome face. A trace of arrogance and brutality lingered, making one's heart quiver with just a single glance. It was often said that emperors kept their emotions hidden, but the concealed ferocity on Lu Qi's face made even guessing his thoughts seem perilous. Feng Jui quickly lowered his gaze, inwardly confirming his suspicion. Since the system tasked him to find the son of fortune, he had guessed, this emperor of Dawn country was his lover. He had long suspected that the system knew many things but always pretended to crash or malfunction whenever questioned, refusing to disclose anything. Just as he was pondering, a large hand suddenly grasped his chin and lifted it. The hand was calloused and slightly rough, clearly belonging to someone skilled in wielding swords and spears. This used to be true for the original owner too, but since Feng Jui took control of this body, its skin became smoother and whiter, erasing even the calluses from before. The owner of the hand initially just wanted to lift Feng Jui's wandering gaze due to dissatisfaction with his distraction, but the exquisite feel under his fingers momentarily stunned him. Forced to raise his chin, Feng Jui let his eyelashes fall, concealing his radiant and beautiful eyes. The tip of his nose carried a faint, elegant fragrance. Lu Qi's eyes darkened immensely, then he gave a low chuckle, leaning closer to the ear as white as jade, his breath warm against it. Qingyu. This name suits you well, but being on Gone territory, your public act yesterday injuring the Crown Prince of Chen was indeed arrogant. Are you defying the imperial might of Gone? Though soft, his voice held immense weight. Feng Jui trembled slightly at the accusation of defying Gone's imperial dignity spoken by the emperor, his face growing paler. His body swayed, nearly frightened limp into collapsing. As he was about to fall straight into Lu Qi's embrace, Lu Qi raised an eyebrow, clearly perceiving it. Yet, deep down, he did not wish to evade. He thus accommodated willingly, opening his arms and letting Feng Jui collapse into them. Feng Jui didn't expect his chest to be so hard, like a wall. With great force, though caught firmly by Lu Qi, he still felt dizzy and saw stars after the impact. His pretense of fainting had turned real. Feng Jui's legs went weak, about to fall. Lu Qi's eyebrows furrowed slightly, extending a large hand to support his waist. This embrace firmly settled around Feng Jui's waist. Heat penetrated through layers of clothing, seeping into the bone and blood. Feng Jui's complexion improved slightly. Through physical contact, the energy of the Son of Fortune steadily transferred, finally offering some comfort to his body. Suddenly, his fingers reached out to grasp the jade pendant at Lu Qi's waist. Today, Lu Qi wore an excellent piece of green jade hanging from his waist. Feeling a tightening at his waist, Lu Qi looked down. That hand was white, moist, with delicate and beautifully long fingers tightly gripping the jade pendant. The exquisite green jade gleamed like flowing water, highlighting the hand's beauty as if it were a snow lotus blooming in the middle of a lake. Lu Qi's breathing hitched, his voice deepening instantly. What do you mean by this? Feng Jui buried his head in his chest, surrounded by the scent of dragon saliva incense on Lu Qi's body. He remained silent, only holding onto the piece of green jade tightly, seemingly very fond of it. Under Lu Qi's watchful gaze, the jade was tugged again gently. A shock ran through Lu Qi's body as realization struck in an instant. A quiet storm began brewing in his pitch-black eyes. He understood perfectly what this person intended to do. Lu Qi wasn't inexperienced with attempts to seduce him. After all, given his status, countless people had schemes to climb into the dragon bed. But he had always treated these attempts with contempt. Anyone who dared harbor thoughts against a tyrannical emperor met a tragic end. Feng Zhui was the most amateur he had ever seen. Tugging at the jade pendant at his waist, what did that even mean? But this gentle tug sent a sudden jolt of excitement straight to his heart. He found himself wanting to fall under the spell. For a moment, Lu Qi's mind went blank. Then, years of suppressed desires surged forth wildly. The waves crashed with such intensity that they threatened to completely engulf Feng Zhui. As the emperor of Gan country, Lu Qi had been on the throne for over a decade, yet his harem remained entirely vacant. Though the 100 nations bent their knees out of fear of Gan's mighty army, behind closed doors, they often mocked him as incapable. After all, in the entire world, every other monarch boasted of thousands of beauties in their harems, except for Gan's emperor. Polite words attributed this to purity, but whispers labeled it as incompetence. However, Lu Qi wasn't truly incapable, he had merely always maintained a certain indifference toward such matters. Whether it was graceful maidens or handsome youths, none ever sparked any interest in him. Over the years, he had encountered countless alluring figures, but not one caught his eye. The court ministers thought him simply too picky, stressing over finding him a mate. They held the imperial selection thrice a year for several consecutive years, hoping desperately to select someone who might suit the emperor. Alas, even until now, Lu Qi's harem still hung empty. Yet today, after so many years of indifference, Lu Qi felt something stir, a strong, unfamiliar heat akin to a scorching flame. Lu Qi blinked in surprise. In his arms rested the soft, elegant figure of the person he embraced. At the tip of his nose lingered a faint, entrancing fragrance. In that brief moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. This so-called indifference. It was only because he hadn't met the right person. If one does meet the right one, the result would be precisely like this. A mere tug at a jade pendant could ignite. Lu Qi's eyes darkened, swirling depths concealing roiling storm clouds which quickly swallowed his gaze. His muscles tensed instantly, as if sighting prey, radiating an overwhelmingly dangerous aura. Feng Zhui glanced into those shadowy eyes and felt a shiver down his spine. With ease, Lu Qi lifted him and carried him off to a side chamber. Truly. When gold winds meet dew-kissed nights. No earthly love can surpass. Incense from the burner wafted in curling spirals. The aroma spread, covering over a certain intimate scent. Lying sideways on the bed, Lu Qi propped his head with one hand, one leg carelessly raised. On him rested only a thin undershirt, revealing hints of his well-muscled chest. The other arm wrapped around Feng Zhui's slender, porcelain neck. Fingers, slightly rough, gently traced along the delicate collarbone. Chapter 121, Green Jade Prince, targeted by the tyrannical emperor, 6. Feng Zhui was utterly exhausted. His jade-green robes were now dyed with colors. Now he turned his back to Lu Qi, holding a corner of the quilt and fell soundly asleep. Lu Qi retracted his hand, no longer disturbing him, but gazed intently at the person beside him for a long while without averting his eyes. Feng Zhui slept until late morning, feeling refreshed all over, and his complexion had become rosier. Lu Qi went to deal with state affairs, leaving behind only a young eunuch. The young eunuch respectfully presented a new set of clothes made from superior Piaoyan brocade. After Feng Zhui wore them and finished dining, he then left the Qian dynasty imperial palace. The young eunuch, who seemed to have received instructions from Lu Qi, closely followed him without taking a step away, arriving at the Ministry of Justice. Feng Zhui had come to the Ministry of Justice to fetch someone. Yesterday, Lu Qi had simply taken him out from the Ministry of Justice, but the little Prince Yun Qi along with a team of guards and envoys were still detained there. The eunuch who followed behind Feng Zhui probably held no small status. As soon as the Grand Minister of Justice saw the eunuch, he fawningly greeted him, "Isn't this Lord Xiao Wang?" Lord Xiao Wang was the chief eunuch's apprentice in the palace, sharp and meticulous, earning a satisfactory approval from Lu Qi. He was practically the predetermined successor to the chief eunuch, and everyone addressed him as Lord Xiao Wang. After bowing slightly, Xiao Wang extended his palm toward Feng Zhui. "I've been ordered by His Majesty to serve this noble person." It was only then that the Grand Minister of Justice noticed Feng Zhui, his eyes flickering. This man, the Green Jade Prince of Yun country, naturally remained etched in his memory. Yesterday, he was taken away by the palace's men. Today, he was already regarded as a noble by Lord Xiao Wang. As a person well versed among the prestigious ministers clustered in the imperial capital, the Grand Minister of Justice immediately understood the implication behind Xiao Wang's words. This Green Jade Prince had entered the eye of the person within the palace. With this being the case, the dispute between him and the Crown Prince of Qin Kingdom could be written off altogether. The Grand Minister of Justice courteously bowed to Feng Zhui. "Your country's royal prince and the envoy have been treated properly. If there were any offenses, please forgive us." Feng Zhui returned the courtesy, entering the reception hall where he awaited the release of the prisoners. Soon, little Prince Yunqi and his entourage were brought over. Little Prince Yunqi, upon seeing Fang Jui, became furious, gritting his teeth, wishing nothing more than to leap forward and bite Fang Jui to death. Spoiled since childhood and capriciously malevolent, little Prince Yunqi had acted above the law in Yun country. Killing was merely a nod of the head, doing as he pleased and standing high above all others. However, on the first day in Qian country, he had been thrown into prison for 2 whole days. The dark and smelly prison cells teemed with rats scurrying around. Such delicately cared for skin and body could not endure such hardship. Deep down, he had meticulously noted his grudge, his thoughts increasingly filled with the desire to kill Fang Jui. After surviving a torturous night in the cell, all the people in the group bore some unpleasant odors. The incident now safely resolved, the envoys took a sigh of relief, preparing to return to their inn for bathing and rest. But Yunqi quickly noticed something was amiss. While being surrounded by the envoys asking after his well-being, he looked up and there stood Fang Jui on the steps of the Ministry of Justice, tall and elegant, with a strange young eunuch always following behind. Fang Jui today wore a light green robe, a jade-like tinge hanging from his waist. The style of the green robe was exceptionally exquisite, with excellent craftsmanship. The fabric looked so light and airy that when the wind blew, it seemed like the clothing of an immortal floating gracefully. The Qian dynasty's Grand Minister of Justice smiled politely as he conversed with Fang Jui about something, finally turning extremely obsequious towards the young eunuch behind Fang Jui. Yunqi's face darkened, gripping his fists tightly. Being adored greatly in Yun country, he was rebellious, outrageous, and extremely picky. Everything regarding his food, clothing, shelter, and travel had to be the best in Yun country. He was not unaware that the robe Fang Jui wore was the world-famous Piaoyuan brocade. Piaoyuan brocade, unique to the southern countries, was an exceedingly rare and expensive fabric, an inch worth 1,000 golds. Always in high demand, it was exclusively produced as tribute for the royal family of Qian dynasty. Yunqi was favored immensely by the Yun king, although the royal family's finest items belonged to him, all he possessed was a fan made from Piaoyuan brocade. Despite longing for it, it was impossible to obtain more. Now, the pricey Piaoyuan brocade appeared on none other than Fang Jui. Upon closer inspection, most of Yunqi's entourage looked haggard and disheveled after 2 days in custody, except Fang Jui, who remained immaculately clean and beautiful, clearly having been meticulously groomed and attended to. He didn't look even remotely like someone who had spent time in a jail. Yunqi watched the eunuchs surrounding Fang Jui and the Grand Minister of Justice, finally realizing that Fang Jui had never been locked up in the same cell as them. Instead, it seemed as if Fang Jui had stumbled into some good fortune and caught the eye of an important noble. The little prince darkly thought to himself, Fang Jui must have feared being held accountable by Prince Chen, so he attached himself to someone from the palace. No, a noble wouldn't possibly take a liking to him. His gaze landed on the young eunuch behind Fang Jui, thinking maliciously, perhaps Fang Jui had formed a forbidden relationship with the eunuch. What a disgrace to the face of Yun country. Disgusting. So dirty. Their Yun country certainly didn't want such a dirty prince. While his guards helped him mount his horse, Yunqi, still enraged, turned around and lashed out with his whip. Not satisfied, he publicly vented his anger furiously, imagining the guard he whipped mercilessly was Fang Jui. A strong wave of darkness and resentment surged within him, he wanted nothing more than to personally torture Fang Jui to death. Finally, he threw the blood-stained whip, raised his chin arrogantly, and ordered the guard, let's go to Jinyun Pavilion. He couldn't do much to Fang Jui right now, but he heard that there was a Qingyu girl at Jinyun Pavilion borrowing her name from Qingyu Prince. If he couldn't beat Qingyu Prince to death, could he at least beat a prostitute? Inside Jinyun Pavilion, the air was filled with floating fragrances and swaying light veils. A man dressed in splendid robes, looking smug and satisfied, entered. The madam immediately forced a smile and greeted him, it's been a long time since you visited, young master. The visiting young master was none other than the crown prince of Qin Kingdom, but not the one who had been incapacitated by Fang Jui. That original crown prince had lost his title due to allegations of moral misconduct, and the position had passed down to another son of the king. Brothels were always well-connected sources of information, and the madam already knew about the change in the Qin crown prince title, thus greeting the new incumbent as soon as he appeared. This newly minted crown prince considered himself lucky, glancing arrogantly down at the madam before tossing a handful of silver coins, arranged for me Qingyu girl. Holding the silver coins, the madam wore an expression of difficulty, Qingyu girl has already been taken, but Lan Yu and Hong Yu girls are both available. With a flick of his sleeve, the crown prince responded coldly, who cares about blue jade or red jade? I want green jade. Chapter 122, Green Jade Prince, being watched by the ruthless emperor, 7. Seeing the madam's troubled face, the prince became extremely angry. This was his first outing as a prince, and everyone around him was watching. If he, the noble prince of Chen, couldn't even obtain a courtesan from a brothel, where would he put his face in the future? Today, this green jade girl was definitely his target. The prince snorted coldly, pushed the madam aside, and walked upstairs with familiarity. The madam was anxious, the gentleman in Green Jade's room had already paid quite a sum. The prince found Green Jade's room and directly kicked open the door, rolling up his sleeves and walking inside. The room was full of red gauze canopies, but there was no trace of intimacy. Instead, it was filled with gore. That girl named Green Jade that the prince yearned for so deeply was now lying on the ground, covered in wounds, her flesh bruised and bloodied. The flowing blood had already stained a small rug under the bed red. Especially that once charming face, which had been cruelly skinned off by someone. The scene was grotesquely bloody and horrifying. When the madam, who followed the prince into the room, suddenly saw this sight, she screamed and fainted dead away. The prince stared dully, his eyes falling on the bed. A young-looking person sat on the bed, fair-skinned and innocent, still having baby fat, and it was Yun-Chi. Yun-Chi looked at him with a darkened gaze. In his hand, he twirled a blood-soaked long whip while beside him lay a bloody dagger. As the prince looked at Yun-Chi's face, he swallowed dryly, feeling that after visiting countless brothels in the capital city, none could compare to this person before him. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward and, with an entranced look, said, "Young sir, you are so beautiful. I am the Prince of Chen, might I be lucky enough to make friends with you?" Prince of Chen. Yun-Chi remembered another face. Had they changed people so quickly? Under the infatuated gaze of the prince, Yun-Chi felt nauseated, but then turned his gaze and lifted his chin haughtily, "All right. The prince's identity wasn't too low. This wasn't ultimately Yun territory. Finding a nobleman's son from Gan to serve him wouldn't be bad, right?" Yun-Chi beckoned the prince with his finger, "Would you be willing to swear allegiance to me?" The prince's eyes became increasingly entranced as he pushed Yun-Chi towards the bed. "Sweetie, if you let this prince kiss you, I will immediately be at your beck and call." Yun-Chi's gaze flickered. "Didn't expect it to be so easy, even if I ask you to kill someone." Blinded by lust, the prince thought that this person had an intense attraction to him. His saliva was almost drooling down as he eagerly responded, "Even if you wanted to kill the emperor, as long as you let me hold you, this prince will kill anyone for you." Just as the prince was about to pounce, Yun-Chi was extremely disgusted and instinctively lashed out with his whip. But then, the prince let out a groan of pain, looking bewildered yet crazily joyful. Yun-Chi snorted coldly. So this is how the people of Gan are. They're happy even when beaten. Truly despicable. After saying goodbye to the Minister of Justice, Fang Zhui watched as the group of envoys left. It was almost time for dinner. Behind Fang Zhui, little Lord Eunuch said, "Green Jade Wangya, it's almost dinner time. The emperor has specially ordered that dinner must be taken back in the palace." Fang Zhui turned around just to see a modest sedan chair parked at the street corner. Little Lord Eunuch hurried to urge him, "Green Jade Wangya, please get on the sedan chair." Fang Zhui stepped forward toward the sedan chair. Stepping on the soft stool, little Lord Eunuch helped him get on. Just as the curtain of the sedan chair was lifted a bit, a large hand suddenly appeared and embraced Fang Zhui's waist. Fang Zhui was lightly carried inside the sedan chair. He sighed inwardly. These days, he shuddered at the sight of Lu Qi and desperately wished to escape. However, Lu Qi gave him no such opportunity and subtly trapped him inside the sedan chair. His tone sounded somewhat like a complaint, "I've waited for you for a long time." His heavy breaths fell onto Fang Zhui's neck like rippling waves. Then, a scorching kiss landed on his nape. Clearly, the wild beast that had let its prey slip earlier intended to feast again. With a hoarse voice, Lu Qi gently coaxed him, "Follow me back to the palace. I had the imperial kitchen prepare a restorative soup for you, you need to replenish properly." Fang Zhui was slender, tall, and although attractive, rather delicate. Even without much ado, tears welled up in his eyes. He couldn't take any more of the emperor's favor. He needed a good rest and recovery. The sedan chair made its way straight into the palace. Once Fang Zhui entered, he didn't emerge from the emperor's chambers for several days. Soon, the rumors began to leak out. Everyone in the imperial city knew that Qingyu Wangye from Yunqing had caught the eye of the emperor of Gan, and was summoned to personally serve him inside the palace. The status of Yun might be elevated because of this. After all, even vassal states were ranked. Yun was undoubtedly among the lowest tier, so when they came to pay tribute to Gan, they were assigned chaotic and lowly inns. But now, with Qingyu Wangye's sudden rise, and gaining the affection of Gan's ruthless emperor, everyone could see that the balance among the 100 kingdoms would shift. Yun's envoy was relocated overnight to the finest inn in the capital city, and all the whispers about Qingyu Wangye instantly ceased. Many people sensed something significant. This Qingyu Wangye was indeed as beautiful as jade, and it seemed that the Gan emperor had called him into the palace. Could it be that the emperor has a preference for men? The news spread like wildfire. Many people started harboring ulterior motives and added numerous handsome young men to their tribute lists. Before long, the grand tribute ceremony began. Envoys from all the 100 kingdoms gathered at the Dryan Palace in Gan's royal court. Outside the Divine Martial Gate, they solemnly organized their tribute items and formed neat lines entering the Golden Hall to pay homage to Gan's emperor. The Golden Hall was extremely spacious, comfortably accommodating envoys from the 100 kingdoms. As each country's tribute list was read aloud publicly, there was little new compared to previous years. However, this year many smaller nations appeared to have conspired together, including a great many handsome young men on their tribute lists. Upon seeing this, Emperor Lu Qi, seated high on the dragon throne, grew dark-faced, his mood terrifyingly sinister. The emperor's gaze, filled with immense pressure, swept across the assembled envoys and fell precisely on Yun's envoy team. Fang Zhui stood at the front of the line, his posture rigid and his pale skin radiant. He wore a white cloud brocade robe today, its sash tightly tied, accentuating his elegant waistline. The fabric of Feng Zhui's outfit was personally selected by Lu Qi, with the design chosen by him and produced overnight by the Imperial Wardrobe Bureau. Lu Qi's sense of aesthetics was impeccable, making Feng Zhui look like an exquisitely beautiful jade figure. Lu Qi's Adam's apple barely moved. So beautiful. Truly worthy of being someone he favored. Chapter 123, Prince Qingyu, being targeted by the tyrannical emperor, 8. Lu Qi did not bother to hide his gaze that casually fell on Feng Zhui. The foreign envoys, cowed by his presence, dared not even look up, so they had no idea who he was looking at. Yun Qi, standing behind Feng Zhui and momentarily startled by the overwhelming aura of the Emperor of Qian, belatedly noticed Lu Qi's aggressive gaze towards this direction. He couldn't help but feel his heart race and cheeks flush. He didn't look up but deliberately shifted his body slightly to expose half of his profile and neck in the light. Was he looking at him? Could it be that this Emperor of Qian has already been captivated by him? Ever since Yun Qi met the newly appointed Crown Prince Chen at a brothel, the latter had become obsessed with him, sticking to him like a mad dog day and night. He had the Crown Prince Chen introduce him into the noble circle of Qian, where these noble youths were incredibly enthusiastic about him, all trying to surround him. They said he was beautiful, said he was desirable. They wanted a moment of spring breeze under peony flowers, to die under the charm of his beauty would make one's ghost also feel elegant. Though little Prince Yun thought all these words were disgusting, he indulged greatly in the obsession these nobles had for him. In fact, even when in Yun country, little Prince knew that he was well liked. Since childhood, he'd always been surrounded by countless admirers with extreme enthusiasm, so much so that those people would feel happy even if he beat them to death. Across the entire Yun country, except for the original lord who constantly made him suffer, there was no one who disliked the little prince. He long grew accustomed to being high and mighty, becoming the center of attention. But in Qian country, things were different. Qian country was the most powerful nation, a great country that Yun could never catch up with. Even the disciples from this great country adored him and pined after him, pursuing him relentlessly and desperately. It was easy to see how much he charmed everyone. During this time, Yun Qi had been living extravagantly in the country of Qian, indulging in extreme luxury. Those wealthy young men took him to experience the prosperity of the imperial city and delivered the best of what the city had to offer right before his eyes. Yun Qi became dizzy from pride as these wealthy sons vied for his favor, and he didn't want to return to Yun country anymore. That small country, he had long lost interest in it. He wanted to stay in the big country, reveling in its wealth and honor. He wanted to be adored by the nobility of Qian. He wanted to maintain his high position. In Qian country, the people were fierce and male same-sex relationships were widespread. Men and men could get married as well. All those wealthy young men who adored him wished to marry him. But the little prince, arrogant and proud, set his sights directly on Emperor Lu Qi of Qian country. However, soon, he heard from the mouths of these wealthy young men that the Qingyu prince of Yun country was already favored immensely by the Emperor of Qian country. It was then he realized that Feng Zhui wasn't involved in any relationship with eunuchs but instead had climbed directly into the embrace of the most prestigious emperor of Qian country. Now that Feng Zhui had caught the eye of the emperor of Qian country and was eating and staying in the Qian palace, Yun Qi felt furious and jealous. The Qian imperial palace was 10 times bigger than that of Yun, built solidly from gold, silver, and jewels. He had thought he was leading the best life possible, only to discover that Feng Zhui was having a better life than him. Yun Qi believed that only the most prestigious emperor of Qian could match his standards, but now that Feng Zhui had beaten him to it, it infuriated him so much that he cursed Feng Zhui with dolls and spells for a sudden death. But what could taking a step ahead achieve? He, beloved by all and blooming wherever he went, with his charm, surely the emperor of Qian would fall in love with him at first sight. By then, what would the Qingyu prince matter? All affection would be cast aside, leaving Yun Qi as the sole favorite. This tribute ceremony was an excellent opportunity to meet the emperor of Qian country. Yun Qi harbored secret thoughts and before departing, he bathed, burned incense, fragrancing himself. Then he put on a bright red brocade robe. When entering the Golden Phoenix Hall with the envoy group, Yun Qi looked up and immediately got drawn in by the majestic man sitting high on the dragon throne. Mighty and valiant, graceful and handsome, truly like a celestial war deity descending from heaven. Just thinking of such an imposing man falling in love with him, instead of feeling sickened, Yun Qi blushed uncontrollably. Because of the issue with various countries contributing male concubines, the tyrannical emperor was enraged. The dark and stormy atmosphere had everybody bowing their heads out of fear. Under this intense fear, Yun Qi lowered his head too. Yet, feeling the scorching gaze from above now, his greed flared up strongly once again. He must have this man. He would make this ferocious emperor fall for his charm, pampering him as if he were a treasured jewel, perhaps even gifting him the entire world. Yun Qi's excitement shook through his whole body. He composed himself and feigned an appearance of innocence, glancing around curiously before finally lifting his gaze nonchalantly. He was ready to meet the fierce gaze of the tyrannical emperor. But when he lifted his eyes, his face contorted with rising anger. He realized that Lu Qi's gaze was not on him at all. Instead, it was on Feng Zhui. Feng Zhui was dressed in pure white today, looking as though he were attending a funeral. So dull and lifeless, what was there to look at? In order to catch the eye of the Emperor of Qian country, Yun Qi had deliberately chosen a striking red outfit, which made his skin appear even more delicate and tempting. And yet, even with this effort, Feng Shui still outshone him. This left Yun Qi feeling exceedingly irritated. However, today he was prepared. He intended not only to attract the attention of the Emperor of Qian but also to directly get rid of Feng Shui. Without much ado, a small charge would be enough to send Feng Shui to the chopping block. The origins of Emperor Lu Qi of Qian country were no secret. His mother had been a palace maid who caught the eye of the previous emperor due to her beauty. After conceiving and giving birth to a son, she was killed, leaving behind the child. Lu Qi was raised under the care of one of the 4 consorts, Rui Fei, but as the son of a mere palace maid, disliked by the emperor, who could respect him. Everyone treated him with disdain. Beatings, punishments, humiliations, and torments were all too common for him. At that time, there was only one kind-hearted palace maid who couldn't bear to see him mistreated. She would often secretly give him snacks and ointments, helping him survive the toughest times. Later, this compassionate palace maid was violated by a high-ranking minister. Unable to endure the disgrace, she hanged herself. Through enduring great humiliation, Lu Qi waited for the right opportunity to reveal his full might, surprising everyone unprepared. The throne was taken through rebellion by him. After ascending to the throne, Lu Qi issued a strict edict to the court. The sexual abuse of palace maids was forbidden, and violators would be executed immediately. In the previous dynasty, many officials had the habit of secretly taking advantage of palace maids. The former emperor turned a blind eye to this, allowing it to become a prevailing custom. But under Lu Qi's reign, such misconduct would not be tolerated. Regardless of rank, anyone who broke this law would be executed without hesitation. Yun Qi planned to use this edict to his advantage. Following the tribute ceremony would be the grand banquet of 100 nations, where chaos among the large crowd would provide the perfect moment to act against Feng Shui. This task Yun Qi entrusted to Crown Prince Chen's son. Chapter 124, Green Jade Prince, targeted by the ruthless Emperor, 9. The grand banquet of the 100 nations was arranged in the imperial garden of the Qian kingdom, the Zhonglin garden. The sunlight was gentle and warm, and it was a time when spring filled the garden with apricot blossoms fragrance. Feng Shui leaned against a green weeping willow tree. The soft willow branches gently caressed Feng Shui's shoulder, and the elegant young master appeared as if he carried a hint of fresh green. The eunuch who understood the emperor's intention specially arranged the seat of Yun country at the front, surpassing all other small countries. Seated on the high platform, the Emperor of Qian country had a defiant look, supporting his cheek with one hand, slightly tilting his head, watching Feng Shui drink wine after being unable to refuse the toasts from the surrounding envoys. His lips turned crimson, immediately capturing everyone's imagination. Lu Qi's Adam's apple moved slightly, gripping his wine cup tightly and downing a mouthful. Yun Qi was sitting next to Feng Shui and naturally noticed Lu Qi's gaze. Before he could feel excited, he realized this gaze still landed on Feng Shui. During the feast, the Emperor of Qian country was no longer as ruthless and terrifying as he was in court, showing some leniency. Only then did the numerous envoys dare to secretly raise their heads to look at him. This look naturally followed his eyes, leading them towards the Green Jade Prince from Yun country, who had recently been favored by the Emperor of Qian country. The Green Jade Prince was like jade, like the moon, and like snow-covered mountains, clear and refreshing, unmatched in grace and charm. His every move was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. It was no wonder such an extraordinary person could catch the Emperor's attention. Surrounding gazes gathered on Feng Shui either intentionally or unintentionally. Initially, Yun Qi thought those gazes were for him, but after scanning around and widening his eyes, he found out otherwise. They were clearly looking at Feng Shui. Yun Qi finally realized that as long as Feng Shui was present, he would always be overshadowed. He gritted his teeth. Feng Shui was simply his nemesis, specially sent to suppress him. How could he allow this nemesis to exist? Yun Qi gave a subtle nod to the Crown Prince of Chenwang. The Crown Prince nodded back and immediately signaled a group of aristocratic youth to stand up and surround the Green Jade Prince of Yun country. These noble youths held their wine cups, all smiling broadly, merely saying they had heard much about the Green Jade Prince and upon meeting, felt admiration and thus came to toast with a cup of wine. Feng Shui smiled gently and accepted without refusal, picking up the wine cup and speaking kindly with them. The demeanor of these noble youths was swept away by his spring-like composure. They couldn't remember anything about Yun Qi anymore. Eagerly wanting to have a word with the Green Jade Prince, the prearranged plan of getting him drunk with Chenwang's prince was completely forgotten. Yun Qi, sitting next to Feng Shui, was pushed by a noble youth, causing him to fall on the ground, sprawling ungracefully, his eyes reddening in anger. In the end, Yun Qi pretended to lose balance, splashing a full glass of wine onto Feng Shui. The alcohol seeped through layers of clothing, causing Feng Shui to frown instantly, gazing at Yun Qi. Yun Qi feigned innocence. I didn't mean to bump into you. Oh no, my teacher's clothes are wet now. Go change quickly. As he spoke, Yun Qi shot an intense glare at the Crown Prince of Chenwang. Only now did the Crown Prince realize he had a mission, slapping his forehead, adding, ah yes, wet clothes just won't do. Quickly, lead the Green Jade Prince to change. A little eunuch, having overheard the Crown Prince, promptly stepped out from the corner and led the way for Feng Shui. Feng Zhui paused for a moment, a slight smile playing at the corner of his lips, before turning and following along. At that time, Lu Qi was surrounded by several court ministers making toasts. After handling them with impatience, he looked in Feng Zhui's direction again, only to find that he had disappeared. Frowning, Lu Qi cast a glance at the chief eunuch beside him. Instantly understanding the emperor's meaning, the chief eunuch lowered his voice and said, "Your Majesty, the Green Jade Prince accidentally got wine spilled on his clothes and went to change. He should return soon." Lu Qi made a sound of acknowledgement, his face darkened, the fierce aura rising again. The entire Zhonglin garden suddenly fell silent. The various envoys were filled with apprehension, unsure of how quickly the situation could change. Had their excessive noise offended this ruthless emperor? Only the chief eunuch sighed lightly. This Green Jade Prince coming from Yun country was something else. These past days, he had personally witnessed the emperor's extreme favor, residing in the imperial bedroom, dining on imperial food, traveling in imperial sedan chairs, and even wearing attire selected and designed personally by the emperor. If the emperor were separated from the prince, even for a short while, he wouldn't be pleased. And when he wasn't pleased, he'd get agitated, and when agitated, he'd be terrifying. What had initially been an increasingly lively feast now seemed enveloped by rolling clouds, signaling the approach of storms. The chief eunuch standing by the emperor was startled by the violent aura emanating from him, muttering under his breath, "May the Green Jade Prince return quickly." At that moment, Feng Zhui was still being led by a little eunuch through twists and turns. With a half-smile on his face, he asked, "Master eunuch, are we not there yet?" The leading eunuch kept his head low and replied, "We will be there soon, your highness, do not worry." Feng Zhui inwardly sneered. During these days living in the palace, he had already become familiar with every nook and cranny of the Qian Kingdom's imperial grounds. The spare clothes prepared for the envoys of the 100 nations were stored in the Wan Clothes Hall, yet this small eunuch had already led him around for several circuits. He was rather curious about what Yun Qi was plotting again. In the Zhonglin garden, a quiet calm descended. Only the sound of the wind and the scent of flowers remained. Everyone could tell the mood of the Qian Kingdom's emperor was souring. A group of envoys trembled with caution, afraid to anger this ruthless monarch and end up beheaded. Suddenly, a commotion broke out nearby, instantly shattering the tranquility. Two maidservants dressed in disarray came running along the spring flower-covered path, sobbing. Yun Qi's spirit lit up, unable to suppress the rising curve at the corner of his lips. The grand spectacle he had been waiting so long for was finally about to unfold. These two maidservants, beautiful in appearance, ran directly toward Lu Qi. They knelt down at the foot of the dais, crying out and demanding justice from His Majesty. Lu Qi, upon seeing the two maidservants' disheveled appearances and tousled hair, immediately turned grim-faced. The chief eunuch hurriedly had someone bring a cloak to wrap around the maidservants and questioned, "My goodness. Which department do you ladies belong to? What has happened?" The two maidservants tightly wrapped themselves in the cloaks, weeping profusely like pear blossoms drenched in rain. "We both serve in the precious goods division. Today, we were just heading to the Internal Affairs Bureau when we were blocked by a man. That man spewed foul words, even daring to insult us. Oh Emperor, please deliver justice for my sister and me." The chief eunuch's expression became grave immediately. No one in the entire court was unaware that the emperor most despised acts of indecency or misconduct toward palace maids, hence why there was a strict ban against such behavior. Ever since the ban was enacted, all ministers conformed strictly. Not even a second glance was given to palace maids, and for years now, there have been no more instances of any palace maid being disgraced within the royal premises. Yet now, during the grand banquet of the 100 nations, someone dared to openly defy the emperor's authority. It was likely some envoy from another country who hadn't investigated thoroughly beforehand, emboldened by alcohol and enticed by the sight of beautiful maidservants, took the liberty to offend them. This was nothing short of trampling on the King of Hell's head. This year's banquet for the representatives of the 100 nations would undoubtedly witness bloodshed. Chapter 125, Qingyu Prince, targeted by the ruthless emperor, 10. The savage and bloody aura surrounding Lu Qi showed no sign of retreating, astonishing malice flickering in his eyes, scaring the two palace maids pale. The emperor looked down from a height with a chilling voice full of bloodthirstiness. "Speak. Who is it?" The oppressive nature of the emperor made everyone lower their heads. The two palace maids trembled with fear, one of them gritting her teeth. It's Prince Qingyu." Upon hearing these words, even the wind seemed to fall silent. Prince Qingyu. Many who heard the commotion were momentarily stunned, each pretending nothing was amiss by keeping their eyes lowered. Was this Qingyu prince losing his mind, daring to be so openly bold as to harass palace maids within the confines of the Qian Kingdom's imperial palace? Even the chief eunuch's complexion changed drastically. This. When Lu Qi heard the maid's words, he paused briefly, a strange look crossing his face. "Are you sure it's Prince Qingyu?" The palace maid quickly nodded, certain. That man kept proclaiming that he is the Qingyu prince from Yun country. Lu Qi fell silent, the menacing aura around him becoming even heavier. Yun Qi observed the furious Lu Qi smugly, taking a sip of wine. Things have come to such a pass, Feng Zhui is undoubtedly doomed. Feng Zhui had taken many detours guided by a small eunuch before finally arriving at Wanyi Palace. After changing into his clothes, the little eunuch seemed to have received some instruction, urgently guiding him back to Chonglin Garden once more. In Chonglin Garden, the atmosphere was heavy, foreboding like impending storm clouds. The moment Feng Zhui appeared, all eyes were on him. Among those gazes were sighs of regret, mockery, disdain, and even schadenfreude. Feng Zhui was soon brought before Lu Qi. Tall and elegant, having changed into a light purple brocade robe, he stood out immediately. Without kneeling, he merely glanced at the two palace maids who clung together in panic upon seeing him, and swiftly comprehended the situation. So this method was used. He remained silent, only observing Lu Qi up on the stage quietly. Lu Qi's gaze was dark like ink void of any light. He looked at Feng Zhui and then gave a faint laugh. Prince Qingyu, these two maids accuse you of molesting them. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Feng Zhui's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he turned to look at the two women hugging each other. He gently squatted down and gave the two maids a gentle smile. Missus, are you certain it was I who molested you? His smile was beautiful and breathtaking, like spring breeze passing over verdant hills, spreading flowers everywhere. For an instant, the two palace maids were mesmerized. Staring into Feng Zhui's clear gaze, they felt somewhat guilty and regretted framing him. But at this stage, there was no turning back for them. By the emperor's notoriously harsh methods, accusing the prince of another kingdom would be a death sentence far beyond 100 times for them. To survive, they had no choice but to fully carry through their deceit and drag the Qingyu prince entirely into it. One palace maid clenched her teeth bitterly and glared hatefully at Feng Zhui. Who else could it be if not you? You dare to appear so innocent after molesting us too. Your Majesty is wise enough to surely take our side. Standing up, Feng Zhui turned towards Lu Qi, speaking calmly, your esteemed country's framing skills are indeed remarkable. There is nothing more I can say. Gradually, murmurs spread among the crowd below, all declaring that the Qingyu prince from Yun was sealing his own doom. Lu Qi rose from the high platform, extending his hand. A guard immediately handed him the knife hanging from his waist. Knife in hand, Lu Qi stared coldly at the two maids. I don't have much patience. One last time, was it truly him who molested you? The maids' hearts quaked with fear but they still gritted their teeth. Yes, it's him. Please, your Majesty, help us seek justice. Seek justice? Lu Qi's voice grew colder. Where is my shadow army? At his command, a shadow soldier suddenly appeared beside Feng Zhui. All envoys from various countries were astonished. It was rumored that the emperor of the Qian kingdom commanded a shadow army, invisible, untraceable, with immense lethality. Every assassin intending to harm the emperor would be silently eliminated by the shadow army before getting close. Turned out, it was true. This shadow soldier was specifically requested by Feng Zhui to watch Yun Qi, preventing further troublemaking. Dutiful and diligent, the shadow army protected Feng Zhui when he wasn't with Lu Qi in the imperial quarters. Protection was also surveillance. Lu Qi knew exactly what Feng Zhui did whenever he was away. Without waiting for Lu Qi to speak, the shadow soldier stated, Prince Qingyu never encountered these two palace maids. As soon as these words were spoken, the shadow soldier disappeared once more from everyone's sight. The two palace maids had already turned pale as death at the brief appearance of the shadow soldier. The young master of Chen Wang had never mentioned that Prince Qingyu was accompanied by a shadow soldier. The young master of Chen Wang also turned white-faced, shaking with fear. That single sentence from the shadow soldier had already restored Feng Zhui's innocence. If they had not even met, how could there have been any insult or impropriety? Lu Qi gave a sinister smile and walked up to the two palace maids, looking down at them. One last chance, who instructed you? Seeing his intention to draw his blade, the two palace maids lost their wits with fear and immediately revealed the mastermind behind it all. It's the young master of Chen Wang. The young master of Chen Wang tumbled off his chair in shock. Yun Qi, watching the sudden reversal, nearly crushed his hand bones in anger. He glared fiercely at the young master of Chen Wang, thinking him useless. How could he mess up such an easy task? Blood spattered from both the palace maids and the young master of Chen Wang on the spot, and the grand banquet for the envoys of 100 countries ended hastily. Because two consecutive crown princes had exhibited disgraceful conduct, Chen Wang no longer had the face to stay in the capital and hurriedly returned to his fief overnight. With the loss of Chen Wang's heir as his top flunky, Yun Qi intended to select someone else among the aristocratic youths to handle his personal needs. But all these noble heirs had personally witnessed the beheading of the Chen Wang son, and that very evening, their families received warnings from the palace. There was nothing the emperor couldn't uncover. The young master of Chen Wang's act of treachery within the palace was completely orchestrated by the youngest prince of Yun country. Following the leads, it was naturally discovered that this group of nobles had close ties with Yun Qi. With the horrifying end of the young master of Chen Wang before them, who dared approach that so-called little prince anymore? Everyone simply locked their doors, wanting only to protect themselves. Consequently, Yun Qi was unable to meet anyone. After the tribute ceremony, envoys from various countries began leaving the imperial city one after another. Feng Zhui also planned to take Yun Qi back to Yun country. Having experienced the luxurious decadence of the imperial city, how could Yun Qi possibly want to return to that small country? Unfortunately, those nobles who claimed to like him had now all shut him out. Finding no one willing to support his lavish lifestyle in Qian country, and lacking sufficient gold and silver himself to sustain his extravagant play in the capital, Yun Qi unwillingly agreed to return to Yun country with Feng Jui. What angered him most, though, was his inability to get rid of Feng Jui. Chapter 126, Green Jade Prince, targeted by the ruthless Emperor, 11. Feng Jui was going back to Yun country, and Lu Qi was the first one to disagree. The journey between Yun country and Qian country was long, taking more than half a month round trip, which greatly reduced the time he spent with Feng Jui. But Feng Jui insisted on going back, as the virus in Yun Qi's body had not yet gone to sleep, so she still needed to go to Yun country. Although Lu Qi wanted to lock her up forever, he couldn't bear to do so. Despite his reluctance, he eventually let her go. However, the court of Qian country was on edge due to the emperor's poor luck in love, who had become extremely irritable. The day before Feng Jui left, Lu Qi trapped her, ravaging her without restraint, trying to tire her out so much that she couldn't get up from bed. Unfortunately, the next morning, despite her fatigue, Feng Jui insisted on dragging her weary body and set off towards Yun country. Lu Qi was angry that even so, she would leave, and in a huff, he did not go to see her off. But when the convoy truly left the capital city, he hurriedly rode after them. The envoy heading back to Yun country was forced to stop by the emperor of Qian country, and Green Jade Prince was also kidnapped by him. The Yun country envoy was completely baffled and could only wait on the spot. Yun Qi was very happy when he saw Lu Qi chasing after him, wanting to take this opportunity to try harder to charm the emperor of Qian country. However, although they were in the same carriage, the emperor of Qian country directly picked up Feng Jui and left without even looking at him once. He was so upset that he started crying, feeling deeply wronged. He would go back and definitely complain to his father and elder brothers, accusing Feng Jui of bullying him. Lu Qi carefully carried her onto his horse, making sure Feng Jui wasn't jostled too much. Feng Jui lightly grabbed his sleeve, slightly lowering her head, with her eyelashes trembling. Seeing her like this, how could Lu Qi continue being mad at her? She cajoled him a bit, promising that she would return to Qian country soon after handling her affairs, and he immediately brightened up again. He embraced her for some affection, gave Feng Jui a prescription to nourish her body, and then sent her back to the envoy group, watching as the convoy gradually disappeared into the distance. Even when the carriage was out of sight, he stood there still, filled with an unshakable loneliness. On the 5th day after Feng Jui returned to Yun country, a huge change occurred in Yun country. The emperor of Yun country suddenly passed away, and Crown Prince Yun Qi was supported by the other princes, ascending the throne. Feng Jui asked the system and learned that the previous emperor had been poisoned by Yun Qi. The reason was that ever since returning to Yun country, Yun Qi repeatedly reported Green Jade Prince's offenses to the previous emperor. Each time Feng Jui was summoned into the palace, she always came out safe. Qi's disobedient behavior made the previous emperor trust the Green Jade Prince and strictly admonish Yun Qi for showing disrespect to his teacher. Having never been sternly reprimanded, especially by someone considered an outsider, Yun Qi became furious and developed the notion of seizing the throne for himself. If he became emperor, wouldn't it be as simple as ordering the execution of the Green Jade Prince? With the idea of becoming emperor firmly in mind, he quickly poisoned the former emperor and cried until several older princes yielded the throne to him. The first thing Yun Qi did after ascending the throne was to issue an order to execute the Green Jade Prince. Unfortunately, Feng Jui had already anticipated his intentions, leaving the capital city of Yun country overnight with her iron cavalry, heading towards the frontier. The frontier was where her old troops were stationed. Even though Yun Qi became emperor and held the military seals, the generals only recognized the Green Jade Prince and ignored the imperial edict. Thus, Yun Qi had no control over these soldiers. From far-off Qian country, Lu Qi, who always kept tabs on Feng Jui through secret agents, soon found out about the dramatic changes in Yun country. He promptly dispatched a troop of shadow soldiers to Yun country to personally protect Feng Jui. Yun Qi naively assumed that upon sitting on the imperial throne, all power belonged to him. Whatever he wished to do, everyone should obey him respectfully, including unfettered access to the national treasury. However, reality struck differently, his reign was unstable. Many storytellers in Yun country had been bribed by Feng Jui, spreading unified stories in taverns and wine shops across Yun country about the truth of the former emperor's death. The current emperor had seized the throne dishonorably, by poisoning the former emperor, forcing such rumors to spread rapidly throughout the country. As the former emperor had been beloved by the people for his dedication to governing and caring for the people, news of his death by the hand of the new emperor caused widespread resentment against the new ruler. Some of Yun Qi's older brothers began to wake up amidst the rumors, realizing the lack of sophistication in Yun Qi's scheme to poison the previous emperor. After investigation, they grew shocked and seriously scrutinized Yun Qi. Yun Qi was not fit to be an emperor, and soon after ascending the throne, the entire Yun country was in a precarious state. Natural disasters struck frequently, rumors spread wildly, order was disrupted, and the people suffered. Unrest erupted everywhere, with numerous thieves and rebels rising up, yet the court took no action. Finally, Yun Qi's eldest brother, Prince Ji of Yun country, wrote a letter and sent it to the frontier, placing it in the hands of Prince Qingyu. Not long after, Prince Qingyu led his troops to subdue the rebel forces across the regions. Eventually, his army reached the outskirts of the capital city of Yuncheng. The gates of the city were opened wide to welcome Prince Qingyu. The palace was surrounded by Prince Qingyu's troops, and the imperial guard surrendered without a fight. Prince Qingyu's iron cavalry broke through the palace defenses and directly occupied the imperial residence. Emperor Yun Qi was found lying drunk in a luxurious bathhouse, reveling in pleasure with a group of beauties. When he was pulled out of the pool, he was completely unconscious from intoxication. When Yun Qi finally awoke, he was enraged to discover that the empire of Yun had changed hands. Prince Qingyu led an army of 50,000 into the palace, overthrowing Yun Qi's reign and supporting Prince Qi to ascend the throne. Yun Qi was thrown into prison and sentenced to the harshest punishment. When Feng Zhui went to eliminate the 10,000 charmer virus, Yun Qi clung tightly to her leg like seeing a savior, crying pitifully and begging for help, claiming he was wrong and asking Feng Zhui to save him. Feng Zhui kicked him hard against the wall and looked down at him. Your admission of wrongdoing. Can those who died because of you come back to life? Yun Qi froze, then glared at Feng Zhui with resentment. It's all your fault. Aren't you supposed to be my teacher? It's all because you deliberately didn't teach me well, leading to this situation. Feng Zhui scoffed coldly. It was indeed unfortunate that the original owner had been tasked with teaching him properly and ended up dying meaninglessly. She turned and left the dungeon, ignoring Yun Qi's frantic curses as he resorted to desperate insults. Under Prince Qingyu's assistance, the new emperor of Yun country quickly rejuvenated the nation within a short time. However, with Prince Qingyu holding great power, there were unmistakable undertones of him overshadowing the emperor. Feng Zhui was subtly warned by the emperor on several occasions while in the palace. Without hesitation, she relinquished her military authority and departed from Yun country. Just outside Yun country's borders, a modest but luxurious carriage had been waiting for her. A genuine smile appeared on Feng Zhui's face as she ran over. As she stepped onto the carriage, a strong arm emerged from inside and pulled her in by the waist. Feng Zhui kept her promise and returned to Qian country to stay by Lu Qi's side. Chapter 127 The Agent Betrayed by the Artist, 1. At the top-floor office of Chaoguang Entertainment Company building. Feng Zhui, dressed in a well-tailored silver-gray suit, sat upright on the chair with a fitting smile on his face, looking at the man across from him. The man opposite him was about 30 years old. With regular features, he wore a brown suit and was flipping through the resume that Feng handed over. For a moment, in the spacious office, only the sound of paper friction could be heard. After a while, the man put down the resume and said carefully, Mr. Feng, forgive me for being frank. Although your resume is impressive, you have been publicly accused by several well-known artists under your management for using the name of an agent to threaten them and enforce inappropriate rules secretly, causing you to lose your reputation in the industry and become universally condemned online. Now, I am afraid no entertainment company would hire you. Feng Zhui had anticipated this, paused for a moment, then nodded and said, the rumors regarding my alleged misconduct with artists are completely baseless fabrications. Those artists haven't presented even a bit of evidence. His voice carried a hint of mockery as he continued, in 7 years of working in the field, I've always remained clean, never intending harm to any of my subordinates. In my eyes, artists are like my children. All I do is find ways to protect and promote them. How could I ever hurt them? But once they grow up and their wings harden, they want to fly away and evolve into ingrates. The man across looked directly at Feng Zhui's perfectly handsome face, which did not pale compared to a hot star, and meaningfully said, Mr. Feng, for those fans, they only trust their idols. Evidence means nothing to them, what matters is the idol's attitude. Feng Zhui remained silent for a short while before replying, I understand, but... He lengthened his tone and suddenly smiled, instantly lighting up his eyes with unmatched beauty. Mr. Zhang, you didn't think about rejecting my resume from the beginning, otherwise, you wouldn't have informed me to come for an interview. Mr. Zhang looked him over and nodded, saying, you're very smart. Then, he reached out his hand, took a contract out from the drawer, and passed it to Feng Zhui, saying, take a look first. If everything works, we can sign the contract today. So hasty. Feng Zhui took the contract, flipped through it for a while, and finally arched his brows. The benefits were exceptionally good, much better than the previous principal's treatment by several times. Chaoguang Entertainment is a subsidiary company under Huangshan Group, known for its substantial financial resources. The original owner had been forced to leave the circle earlier, reluctantly visiting all sorts of famous and unknown entertainment companies in the entertainment industry without exception, except Chaoguang Entertainment. Because Chaoguang Entertainment had the most rules and strict recruitment procedures, it was the company where the original owner least hoped for success. The identity of the original owner was that of a top-notch agent, who spent 7 years in the entertainment circle and cultivated around 7 or 8 top-tier celebrities, achieving remarkable results. He managed an artist named Ning Yan, who is exactly the target of fascination for people in this world. Ning Yan's appearance isn't outstanding in the entertainment circle. Even though he worked hard and his acting skills were decent, after struggling for many years, he still wasn't gaining any real attention. By that time, the original owner already managed some extremely popular artists, becoming well known in the industry, admired by all artists who wished to be signed by him. Ning Yan, after breaking the contract with a small company, gritted his teeth and found the original owner. Ning Yan and the original owner were classmates at the film academy. During their school years, the original owner had already become a notable figure due to his looks, while Ning Yan, in the same class, was consistently overshadowed by him. After graduation, because the number of entertainers saturated the market, competition was fierce. Ning Yen chose to enter the film city as an extra, whereas the original owner went another way. He abandoned the path of acting and directly entered an entertainment company as an assistant manager. Over 7 years, Ning Yen struggled so much that he made barely any impact in the entertainment industry. On the other hand, the original owner built himself steadily, increasing his fame step by step, and became far more successful than before. Being approached by an old classmate, out of courtesy, the original owner still signed Ning Yen. But naturally, the original owner already managed multiple superstars, and it was just before year-end when the agents were overwhelmed with busy work schedules. The original owner, caught up in managing other significant affairs, couldn't pay enough attention to Ning Yen. Thus, Ning Yen stayed home scratching his feet for over a month. He originally thought that signing under such a top-notch agent within the industry would lead to instant stardom. However, nearly a month passed, and the original owner showed no attention towards him, leading Ning Yen to suspect that he was merely being played with. After all, during their school days, he felt that the original owner was arrogant and looked down on others. While picking at his feet at home, Ning Yan's doubts gradually shifted from questioning himself to questioning the original owner. He started to think that the original owner looked down on him and was just playing around with him, growing increasingly dissatisfied. When the original owner finally managed to free up some time to deal with this old classmate, after much deliberation, based on Ning Yan's appearance and personality, he mapped out a cold and aloof route most suitable for him. But Ning Yan outright rejected it. He believed that he did not fit the cold and aloof image and insisted on continuing with the cute act route instead. His reaction was too extreme, and he even questioned whether the original owner intentionally wanted to suppress him and prevent him from gaining fame. Although the original owner was angry, sticking to a responsible attitude, he didn't abandon Ning Yan. Instead, using his connections, he provided Ning Yan with good resources he had never had access to before. However, the entertainment industry at the time favored young and adorable male idols, and there were countless such types of artists everywhere. Ning Yan was unsuitable for this route, he merely forced himself to act cute and appear youthful. As a result, just before shooting commenced, he was always replaced by someone more suitable. Ning Yan, however, refused to accept this as his own problem. He stubbornly believed that this was a deliberate move by the original owner to humiliate him. In the dead of night, he penned a lengthy 1,000-word essay subtly mocking the original owner. The original owner, feeling as though he was trying hard but getting no cooperation in return, realized he had misjudged Ning Yan, whose head was stuck in the mud and couldn't rise above mediocrity despite multiple strong pushes. Eventually, the original owner lost patience and stopped paying attention to Ning Yan altogether. Thus, Ning Yan was left stagnant under the original owner's care. Unsuccessfully promoted, Ning Yan ranked among the bottom of the list among the original owner's roster of artists, even having fewer fans than the broker himself. He also became the subject of mockery and derision by other artists. At the height of Ning Yan's resentment and bitterness towards the original owner, the universal charm virus infiltrated him. The signature effect of the universal charm virus, overnight stardom. In one night, Ning Yan was discovered by fans, skyrocketed in followers, becoming an unexpected dark horse in the entertainment circle, rising to fame in a bizarre manner. Already harboring hatred for the original owner, after attaining sudden fame, Ning Yan naturally wanted to kick off the original owner and find another company. However, remembering the humiliations he endured under the original owner, he wasn't willing to let the original owner stay smoothly in the entertainment industry either. As he was contemplating how to tarnish the original owner's reputation so as to make sure he couldn't survive in the entertainment world anymore, he noticed that the other artists managed by the original owner suddenly started showing him warmth. Taking advantage of this, Ning Yan deliberately befriended those artists. After some manipulation and sowing discord, these artists fell for his charm and aligned with him, willingly standing together against the original owner, falsely accusing the broker of sexual harassment against them. Chapter 128, The Agent Betrayed by Artists, 2. The artists under the original protagonist's management were all well known in the industry. Coupled with Ning Yan's fans being at their peak, the entertainment circle exploded immediately. Even though the artists accusing the original protagonist of engaging in inappropriate conduct did not present any evidence, they still bombarded the protagonist with insults and abuse. Finding it impossible to refute hundreds of accusations, the original protagonist was terminated on the spot by the original company and had to pay a large sum of money for damaging the company's reputation, ultimately forcing them to exit the industry. Once the wall falls, everyone pushes. After exiting the entertainment world, the original protagonist had almost no connections or resources left, nearly cutting off all chances of returning to the industry. Ning Yan and the group of artists he personally nurtured betrayed him and quickly found satisfactory companies for themselves, not caring whether the protagonist lived or died. Under the heavy blow, the original protagonist went to a bar to drink until drunk, eventually stumbling onto a busy street in the middle of the night, where they got into a car accident and passed away on the way to the hospital. Feng Zhuyi took over this body and, while staying in the hospital, asked the system to help analyze the major entertainment companies. They discovered that recently, Superlight Entertainment had been secretly searching aggressively for agents, with very specific requirements: young, good-looking, male, and experienced. Feng Zhuyi felt as if someone was offering exactly what he needed at the perfect time, so he immediately had the system help draft a resume, submitting it to Superlight Entertainment. No sooner had he been discharged from the hospital when he received an interview invitation from Superlight Entertainment. Sitting in the general manager's office at Superlight Entertainment, Fang Zhui pinched the thick contract in his hand and lifted his head, hiding the shadows in his eyes. Manager Zhang, for just managing one artist, this treatment seems too generous. Excessively generous. Manager Zhang coughed lightly. Not at all, such treatment is quite normal within our Superlight Entertainment. Fang Zhui looked skeptical. Is that so? He picked up a pen, slender fingers gripping a gold-plated pen, and as he touched the tip to the paper under Manager Zhang's anticipation, he paused suddenly. Fang Zhui looked up. Manager Zhang, could you disclose the name of this artist? Manager Zhang hesitated for a moment. Well, there's no rush, he'll be here soon. If you think the contract is fine, why don't you sign it first? Fang Zhui looked at him thoughtfully. This expression, this attitude, this vagueness. It seemed like it must be a formidable person, extremely difficult to manage, which is why Manager Zhang was eager to delegate this task. Manager Zhang, under Fang Zhuyi's gaze, coughed lightly, his eyes flickering slightly as he admitted that he had indeed been somewhat hasty. But he really had no other choice. Young Master Sheng from the Huangshan group had recently returned from abroad with some strange ideas, insisting on entering the entertainment industry for fun. With young Master Sheng wanting to join the entertainment industry, the burden naturally fell on Zhang Xiai, the general manager of Superlight Entertainment. Young Master Sheng supposedly led a playboy lifestyle abroad, and although he had become more restrained upon returning to China, he remained highly selective when picking a manager, making the process feel like selecting a royal concubine. Young Master Sheng even set a deadline, and if Zhang Xiai couldn't find someone who met his conditions within that time frame, then the position of general manager of Superlight Entertainment would be replaced. Zhang Xiai was under tremendous pressure, shifting his gaze from Fang Zhui to the computer screen on his desk. On the screen, several bolded and enlarged demands stood out sharply. Young Master Sheng's requirements for his agent are as follows. First, must be young, high in appearance score, excellent physique, great charisma, someone who stands out even in the entertainment industry. Mustn't tarnish my image. Second, male gender only, since young master prefers males. Tell anyone else who disagrees they'll have their legs broken. Third, a strong resume, must be an elite-level agent who has successfully managed at least 6 top-tier celebrities. My agent needs to be extraordinary. Fourth, must always be available to follow me closely, fulfilling all of young Master Sheng's demands. Put this directly in the contract. Manager Zhang looked at the screen and could almost hear young Master Sheng incessantly nagging in his ear. He sighed helplessly and glanced again at Fang Zhui. Thank heavens he finally found someone who fit the requirements. There are plenty of agents in the entertainment industry, and the second and fourth requirements weren't hard to fulfill. However, the requirement for looks and build comparable to that of a star already eliminated 90% of candidates because truly, those with such good looks usually debut as performers themselves. A strong track record that includes having produced 6 or more top-line stars knocked out the remaining 10%. By the end, not a single suitable candidate could be screened out. It was ultimately Fang Zhuyi's last-minute resume submission that saved the situation. The first requirement, young, good-looking, someone who would still stand out in the entertainment industry, check. The second requirement, male gender, check. The third requirement, an impressive resume, a top-notch agent who had successfully managed more than 6 first-tier stars, check. The fourth requirement, 24-hour close proximity following, clearly stated in the contract, once signed, check. Absolutely perfect. Under normal circumstances, someone like Fang Zhui with such a bad reputation would never be signed by Superlight Entertainment. But after searching the entire entertainment industry, they could only find Fang Zhui as someone who fit all the requirements. As for the so-called rumors about misconduct with artists, Zhang Xiai had carefully instructed others to investigate and confirmed that these were fabricated by ungrateful artists, something everyone in the circle tacitly understood. Since that was the case, it didn't matter. Superlight Entertainment had vast resources, they could simply buy back his reputation with money. As long as Fang Zhui could manage to please young Master Sheng, making a comeback would be a matter of moments. With this thought, Zhang Xiai looked at Fang Zhui, becoming increasingly satisfied, and said amicably, our company is very legitimate, controlling more than half of the entertainment industry. We chose you because you meet our criteria. As for the treatment, if Mr. Fang performs exceptionally well, we can always increase it further. Fang Zhui looked at the string of zeros on his salary offer, it was more than what the original protagonist had earned in 3 years of work. And there was still room for improvement. He found this somewhat incredible. This seemingly heavenly gift might actually be a hard iron ball to chew, impossible to bite through. But right now, there were no other options. He needed to re-enter the entertainment world under this body's identity, and this was a great opportunity. Fang Zhui picked up the pen and, this time without hesitation, signed his name boldly on the contract. Zhang Xiai was delighted, telling him to wait next door as the artist was coming soon. Next door was a spacious lounge area where Fang Zhui sat upright on the sofa, waiting patiently. Upon receiving the news that a broker matching his requirements had been found, young Master Sheng immediately came over to take a look, dragging along his older brother, the highest executive of Huangshan Group, Mr. Chinda. Fang Zhui had waited for some time before the door to the room finally opened. Young Master Sheng strode in confidently, the 20-something youth brimming with self-importance, glancing at people around with a teasing gaze. When he saw Fang Zhuyi sitting composedly on the sofa, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he whistled. Wow, Zhang Xiai really did find me a gorgeous beauty. Fang Zhuyi immediately stood up from the sofa. Behind the impeccably dressed young Master Sheng strolled in a tall and handsome man. Chapter 129 The Agent Betrayed by the Artist, 3. The tall and handsome man had an exceptionally superior appearance, with deep and sharp features. His whole body radiated an air of nobility, making every movement incredibly captivating, yet he exuded a distant and cold demeanor that deterred anyone from disrespecting him. Just a glance told you he was someone difficult to get along with, a high-up rose. When the man caught Fang Zhuyi's eyes, his originally cold narrow phoenix eyes suddenly grew extremely dark. The slim youth possessed a beautifully perfect face, his translucent skin glowing white, while a gray-fitted suit accentuated his impeccable waistline and hip line. Those lines gleamed in the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Clean. Pure. Inviting. Possession. The man's gaze lingered briefly on those perfect contours, then quickly withdrew before Fang Zhuyi noticed. Fang Zhuyi paused for a moment on the indifferent face before asking, "Excuse me, which one is the artist?" His voice was crystal clear, as if ice shattered against jade. Not only was he good-looking, but his voice was equally pleasant to listen to. Young Master Sheng hadn't expected that the stringent conditions he intentionally used to challenge Zhang Xiai would actually lead to her finding someone. For a moment, his emotions were complex, mingled with some stubbornness. Just as he was about to step closer to the beauty, his elder brother's large hand grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled him back. He was confused when he heard his brother's indifferent voice sound. "It's me." Young Master Sheng stood dumbfounded for a while, a question mark slowly rising over his head. Incredulously turning his head, he opened his mouth to speak but swallowed his questions under his elder brother's piercing glare, only letting his eyes widen in disbelief. "What? Brother, do you even know what you're doing?" They asked about the artist. "Artist? Not the group executive, why are you randomly answering?" Senior Mr. Sheng's gaze remained cold and icy, freezing like snow. When looking at people, it always made them feel as if they were in the dead of winter. However, this frigid look melted slightly when directed toward Fang Zhuyi. Young Master Sheng shivered and, realizing belatedly, followed his gaze toward Fang Zhuyi, comprehending and somewhat surprised. His elder brother was notoriously fastidious, suffering from obsessive cleanliness and being aloof like an iceberg. Already 25 years old, he'd never held hands with anyone. Was he melting just upon meeting someone for the first time? Senior Mr. Sheng was genuinely smitten at first sight. Despite appearing cold, his eyes held a subtle difference upon looking at Fang Zhuyi compared to usual. A heightened sense of possession. Senior Mr. Sheng, having met someone who captured his desire upon sight, wouldn't let them go so easily. Hence, without hesitation, he started shooing others away. "You can leave now. In this period, follow Secretary Li well and learn." This remark was directed at young Master Sheng, who immediately became upset. His elder brother's meaning was evident, forcing him to go to the company to study business affairs with Secretary Li. But he didn't want to join the company, it was exhausting. He clearly agreed with his brother to enter the entertainment industry. Now, not only did his brother intercept the beauty he tasked Zhang Xiai to find, barely familiarizing himself, but also snatched his person, ruthlessly pushing him into the company. How could there be such a brother in the world? Young Master Sheng had 1,000 reasons not to agree. He defiantly attempted to approach Fang Zhuyi. Senior Mr. Sheng remained expressionless, speaking calmly as young Master Sheng nearly reached out to shake hands with Fang Zhuyi, Sheng Yao. Though calm, young Master Sheng detected danger in his voice, tingling down his spine as he reluctantly retreated step by step until outside the room door. Finally, the bothersome person left. Satisfied, Senior Mr. Sheng took a long stride forward and stood in front of Fang Zhuyi. Being tall and imposing, his approach brought considerable pressure. The elegant, slim agent was forced back step by step until eventually sitting on the sofa, startled and trembling. Fang Zhuyi's slender fingers pressed onto the black leather sofa as she tilted her head up, peering at him. Her peach blossom eyes seemed to hold an entire galaxy under the daylight, stunningly beautiful. Her snow-white neck arched gracefully, tempting one to leave a mark there. Suddenly, Senior Mr. Sheng's eyes grew increasingly profound, bending down slowly. He drew closer and closer. Fang Zhuyi slightly tilted her head, her Adam's apple rolling anxiously twice. Senior Mr. Sheng caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. It was emanating from Fang Zhuyi. The fragrance permeated his senses, awakening a fierce possessiveness in him that he had never known before. Despite it being their first meeting, he already conceived the idea of keeping her locked by his side forever. As they drew too close, Fang Zhuyi blushed deeply under his masculine allure and lowered her gaze, introducing herself. "Hello, I'm Fang Zhuyi. From now on, I'll be your agent." Her clear voice reverberated in his ears, and amidst his fleeting haze, he only registered what he wanted to hear. "From now on, you're mine." He felt immense satisfaction. Yes, she belonged to him. Wasn't it precisely because of this thought, the desire to keep her ensnared within his embrace, that prompted him to deliberately pursue a career as an artist? After a moment, he nodded. "Hello, I'm Sheng Yu." Sheng Yu, the CEO of the Huangshan Group, with a cold temperament and a workaholic reputation. At just 25 years old, he had achieved incredible heights. Young, wealthy, and strikingly handsome. He was the top choice for marriage alliances among the daughters of Beijing's rich families. Fang Jui paused for a second. Her body was technically 29 years old. Here she was dealing with someone younger than her, a group executive who chose to become an artist, truly putting his talents to waste. Surely, it should have been young Master Sheng who wanted to be the artist instead. Finding the whole situation amusing, Fang Jui tried to push away the man who had boxed her in with his arms. Pleasure working with you. Tomorrow, I will send you the carefully planned proposal. If you have any concerns, don't hesitate to let me know. With one light hand, Fang Jui gently pushed against Sheng Yu's chest. Instead of resisting, Sheng Yu leaned back slightly, conceding gracefully, and nodded, all right. Just as Fang Jui was about to leave, a thought struck her, and she turned to look at Sheng Yu, asking, the contract mentions 24-hour proximity. Am I supposed to live with you? Upon hearing this, Sheng Yu hesitated, surprised. In that instant, his throat went dry. Although usually dispassionate and not given to criticism, Sheng Yu couldn't help but think inwardly, what was running through Sheng Yao's mind? What did he mean by this requirement of 24-hour proximity? How could such an unreasonable stipulation make its way into the contract? Sheng Yu imagined that if today he hadn't decided to come along on a whim, wouldn't this clean-cut person be stuck around Sheng Yao non-stop for 24 hours? The more he thought about it, the darker his expression became. Chapter 130, The Agent Betrayed by the Artist, 4. Sheng Yu had a tense look on his face. He wanted to showcase his abilities in front of Fang Jui, determined to outdo Sheng Yao, that inexperienced young whelp. He aimed to ensure that even if Sheng Yao tried to show off in front of Fang Jui in the future, he wouldn't be able to. With a cold demeanor, he began, if you need, where is your home? I will send you back to pack your things and preferably move to my place today. Fang Jui nodded, and both left the super light entertainment building together. Fang Jui returned to the original master's house to gather belongings before moving into Sheng Yu's villa. Sheng Yu carried the concept of close proximity all the way. The room he arranged for Fang Jui to stay in was his own bedroom. The two would sleep together at night. In the evening, after dealing with company matters in the study, Sheng Yu went back to his room after taking a shower. Drops of water still dripped from his body, a white towel loosely covered his vital parts. His physique was strong, showing off a robust chest and lean waist. His 8-pack abs were clearly defined, with faintly visible human fish lines extending downward. Unfortunately, the well-defined body that he intentionally displayed didn't get seen by the person he wished. Fang Jui was crouching on the balcony outside the room, using a desk lamp to draft a plan for Sheng Yu's entertainment career entry. He needed to establish Sheng Yu's persona in the entertainment circle, define the path he would take, and find suitable resources for him. Fang Jui wasn't blind. He knew Sheng Yu was quite busy. Entering the entertainment industry might have been just a passing fancy for him, as there was an entire corporation waiting for him, so he absolutely wouldn't stay in the entertainment business for long. Given Sheng Yu's aloof nature, Fang Jui saw no reason to make him deliberately shape a character. In an industry full of cute dogs, someone with such a distant style could practically be considered one of a kind across the web, which would attract more attention. As Fang Jui went through the resources Zhang Xiai sent over, it was evident that Sheng Yu was exceptionally privileged, with all the top-tier resources of super light entertainment now in Fang Jui's hands. After careful consideration, since Sheng Yu wouldn't stay in the entertainment world for long, he decided to promote Sheng Yu in the shortest possible time, not necessarily achieving immense popularity, but just enough public exposure for Ning Yan to notice. Meanwhile, Fang Jui also asked Zhang Xiai for a favor, getting super light entertainment to reach out to Ning Yan to discuss job hopping. Although Ning Yan was popular, his commercial value hadn't reached super light entertainment standard yet. Plus, given the grudge between Ning Yan and Fang Jui, super light entertainment had no intention of signing him either. Still, since this was all part of a performance, Zhang Xiai was happy to watch what exactly Fang Jui intended to do. On this side, Fang Jui was busy, while on the other, Sheng Yu opened the balcony door with a loud clang, failing to draw Fang Jui's attention. Without hesitation, he walked straight over, encircling one arm around the shoulder and sliding the other under the legs, suddenly lifting up the unsuspecting Fang Jui who was bent over the table. Caught entirely unprepared, Fang Jui was startled. Sheng Yu effortlessly carried him back into the room. Fang Jui was gently laid down on a large black bed. After bathing earlier, he wore a loose bathrobe, his skin smooth and silky like milk, contrasting strikingly against the pure black bedding, resembling a snow lotus quietly blooming. He tilted his head slightly upward, silently watching Sheng Yu. Sheng Yu's Adam's apple bobbed repeatedly, his body aflame with desire. Though usually inclined toward cleanliness, seeing the beauty on his bed, he had no choice but to yield to his frenzied thoughts. He wanted to taint this pristine white with colors. The next day, Fang Jui woke up when the sun was already high, finished the proposal he had started the previous night, and handed it to Sheng Yu. After flipping through the proposal, Sheng Yu found Fang Jui's considerations and arrangements to be very thoughtful, leaving him no objection to them. Fang Jui only secured one resource for Sheng Yu, a currently popular ghost house exploration program in the entertainment industry. This was a super light entertainment project, known for its thrilling excitement and brain teasers. With top celebrities invited as guests, it received extremely high attention. Feng Shui booked only 3 episodes for Xingyu. These 3 episodes would require less than 10 days of recording in total, allowing space for Xingyu to handle company affairs. The following day, he flew with Xingyu to the filming location. Xingyu being the direct superior of Super Light Entertainment, they initially planned to provide exceptional treatment, better even than that provided to the top-tier stars, including the best assistants and vehicles. However, this was vetoed by Feng Shui. Feng Shui wanted discretion. So, he took Xingyu alone to film the program. The program aired as it was filmed, progressing quickly both in production and broadcasting. Not long after, the new episode of the show was released. Initially, netizens had many complaints about Xingyu's sudden appearance, but by the end of that episode, they were completely won over. What an icy tycoon aura. Among the group of stars who were terrified and trembling with their composure lost due to ghosts, only Xingyu remained calm and collected, unshaken. Even the ghosts seemed to shrink under his cold gaze. Xingyu's high intelligence in this program felt like a dimensional strike. The riddles and obstacles set up by the production team were effortlessly dismantled by him. In response, the program producers had to engage in a battle of wits with him, introducing numerous game segments on the spot, yet he continued to dominate every step of the way. Because of Xingyu's participation, this episode gained many unexpected highlights, dazzling the viewers and becoming the most viewed and best-rated episode thus far. As a result, Xingyu also drew much attention. Super Light Entertainment finally seized the chance to showcase its potential, pouring money into promotions. This propelled Xingyu's rapid rise in the entertainment industry. As more people started following Xingyu, someone noticed that the agent behind this rising star in the entertainment world was none other than Feng Shui, the former agent who was once exposed for sexual favors. Why is this despicable broker still around, and worse, now associated with Super Light Entertainment? The first to join the fray were Ning Yan's fans. Soon after, the supporters of the artists who had previously accused Feng Shui of impropriety joined as well. United, they divided their efforts. A group viciously attacked Super Light Entertainment's official Weibo account, demanding Feng Shui's dismissal. Others flooded Xingyu's social media platform with earnest warnings. Run. Your agent isn't trustworthy at all. Little brother, don't be afraid. Has your agent ever touched you improperly? Please speak up, we will fight for your justice too. How dare you work under such a trash agent, run away. This is my final word, if you don't switch agents, we won't hesitate to boycott you. Super Light Entertainment paid no heed to the fan attacks, standing firm without giving any responses. Xingyu also didn't bother paying attention to the chaos online. He became an artist just to get closer to Feng Shui, and as long as Feng Shui told him what to do, he'd follow through. His attitude toward everyone outside of Feng Shui was chillingly indifferent. Ning Yan's fanbase stirred up the biggest controversy, which naturally caught Ning Yan's attention. Upon learning that Feng Shui had hooked up with Super Light Entertainment, Ning Yan's expression darkened instantly. Was it possible for him to make a comeback? No matter how big or famous he got, Feng Shui remained a thorn in his side. Now Ning Yan himself was already a top-tier star, and recently, Super Light Entertainment approached him with intentions to poach him at a high price. Fueled by deep resentment, Ning Yan added one more condition during the negotiation. For him to change companies, Super Light Entertainment must fire that agent named Feng Shui. Chapter 131, The Agent Betrayed by the Artist, 5. Ning Yan was very confident. A top major star versus a notorious agent, Chao Guang Entertainment should know how to choose. As everyone knows, Chao Guang Entertainment is the most powerful, well-known, wealthy, and resource-rich entertainment company in the entertainment industry. Artists who get approached proactively by Chao Guang Entertainment represent a commercial value that has met their criteria. Many artists, upon receiving an invitation from Chao Guang Entertainment, do not hesitate but directly jump ship over. Because simply being associated with Chao Guang Entertainment can easily double one's commercial value. But Ning Yan's thinking process is different from others. He placed himself on a high pedestal, and even when facing Chao Guang Entertainment, he didn't lower his head at all. Not only did he demand conditions that far exceeded his actual worth, but he also deliberately dragged out negotiations with Chao Guang Entertainment, refusing to give a clear reply. He believed this would make Chao Guang Entertainment pay more attention to him. The person in charge sent by Chao Guang Entertainment fell madly in love with Ning Yan during their contact. Zhang Xiai only allowed the responsible person to approach Ning Yan, not to actually sign him. However, this person lost his mind, readily agreeing to all of Ning Yan's terms in order to sign him. Without consulting Zhang Xiai, the general manager, he made a decision on his own, directly firing Feng Shui. At that time, Feng Shui was preparing for a live stream for Xingyu. Lately, Xingyu's popularity had skyrocketed, and countless resource invitations were pouring in. But Feng Shui hadn't accepted any of them, he only picked the live streaming invitation, which was merely to let Xingyu show up briefly. When Feng Shui opened the live stream, a large number of viewers surged into the chat room, and the messages scrolled rapidly. Knowing that it was the agent helping Xingyu conduct the live stream, they were there solely to scold Feng Shui. Feng Shui ignored the barrage of insults and directed the camera towards Xingyu. His sharp eyes caught a fleeting message, big news. This disgusting agent has finally been fired by Chao Guang Entertainment. Feng Shui arched an eyebrow and checked his phone, where he indeed saw Chao Guang Entertainment's official Weibo account publishing an announcement, stating that the contract with him had been terminated. This announcement was specifically requested by Ning Yan, intending to show everyone that the entertainment industry no longer had a place for this wicked agent. Feng Shui remained silent after seeing the announcement and simultaneously received the termination notice sent by the company. He chuckled softly while holding his phone in his hand. The fish had bitten the hook. After a moment, he stood up and left. Sheng Yu's live streaming continued in an extremely detached manner. He just set the camera down, continued to use his computer as usual, doing whatever needed to be done. After handling a company-related task, he realized that Feng Shui had not yet returned. He felt restless, and his gaze landed on the smartphone screen, watching the swiftly rolling messages. A moment later, his face suddenly turned dark, termination. He slammed the phone onto the table. Just then, Feng Shui came out of the restroom, spotting Sheng Yu coming out of the room looking somewhat troubled. Upon seeing Feng Shui, Sheng Yu sighed with relief and walked over quickly, lifting him up horizontally. Feng Shui, like a little lamb, was snatched by the big grey wolf, Sheng Yu, and was confined to the bed. Zhang Xi was originally on vacation, but upon hearing the news, he was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Inwardly cursing the person who acted rashly, Zhang Xi couldn't help but criticize his complete lack of judgment. It had already been decided in a meeting that Feng Shui was ranked in a special category within the company, meaning all the top-tier resources must first be allocated to him. That brainless fool didn't even stop to think why. On Feng Shui's roster, he carried none other than Master Sheng, Sheng Yu. Young Master Sheng held his agent, Feng Shui, in high regard. More than once, Zhang Xi had heard from the irate young Master Sheng that Feng Shui had captured his attention. As for what kind of attention, it was self-explanatory. Originally, Zhang Xi was puzzled why young Master Sheng suddenly switched to Grand Master Sheng entering the entertainment industry. Now it became clear, because the picky Grand Master Sheng had set his eyes on the beauty. Hence, he lowered himself and stepped into the world of showbiz. Zhang Xi was perceptive enough. With Grand Master Sheng currently under Feng Shui's care, there was another young Master Sheng waiting in line to be taken care of. Both venerable grandmasters from the Sheng family showed great favor toward Feng Shui, making him untouchable. How could he dare to fire such an esteemed figure? Chao Guang Entertainment immediately engaged in damage control efforts overnight and managed to stabilize the situation. By dawn the next morning, Chao Guang Entertainment dismissed the person responsible for acting rashly, and a new contract was renewed with Feng Shui. Ning Yan was directly blacklisted by Chao Guang Entertainment. Ning Yan was absolutely fuming, never having imagined that with his current status and skyrocketing commercial value, Chao Guang Entertainment would abandon him just for a mere agent. Infuriated, he immediately posted a public update, Chao Guang Entertainment. I'm very disappointed in you. I will never cooperate with you again in the future. His fans, though unclear about the unpleasantness between him and Chao Guang Entertainment, rallied to comfort him. Hug hug, it's Chao Guang Entertainment who's blind. How did Chao Guang Entertainment make Big Brother angry? Let me go scold them for you. Could it be that the cooperation negotiations went poorly? What a disgraceful son of Chao Guang Entertainment. With Big Brother's clear commercial value, why aren't they rushing back to embrace this gilded Buddha? Baby, don't be mad. Chao Guang Entertainment is an awful company anyway since they consigned such a notorious agent. Ning Yan even gave likes to all the fans who were bashing Chao Guang Entertainment on his behalf. Soon, the hashtag Ning Yan Chao Guang Entertainment quickly soared to the trending list. While Chao Guang Entertainment stood firm as if unbothered, its star-studded roster wasn't so easygoing. With their brokerage under attack, these main artists also faced backlash, causing their die-hard fans to jump into the fray. A swift response crushed Ning Yan and his supporters online. This move of Ning Yan's was undoubtedly brainless, fully exposing his intention to jump ship and his ambition. In a fit of temper, he had completely burned bridges with Chao Guang Entertainment, alienating a slew of big-name artists from the company while drawing complaints from his own company and broker. Afterward, there was nothing left but regret. Among the entertainment companies better than his current one, only Chao Guang Entertainment stood above the rest. Having crossed Chao Guang Entertainment, yet still looking down upon other smaller companies, Ning Yan was left with no choice but to remain at his original company. Enduring the burning fury within, Ning Yan swallowed his pride and coaxed both the upper management of his company and his own agents to barely subdue their anger and dissatisfaction. He clenched his teeth in frustration, blaming everything on Feng Shui. It was all because of Feng Shui. If not for him, how would Ning Yan have come to this point? What kind of spell had Feng Shui cast over Chao Guang Entertainment? Recently, a new opportunity fell into Feng Shui's hands. It was a reality show focused on the interaction between celebrities and their agents, bringing fans closer to real-life experiences of stars. This program was a project by Chao Guang Entertainment, and Zhang Xi knew exactly what to do. Once the project got approved, the first thing Zhang Xi did was to invite Feng Shui and Sheng Yu, the star agent pair. Feng Shui looked at this resource and couldn't help but let a smirk creep onto his lips. He specially sought out Zhang Xi, passing the invitation directly to Ning Yan. Chapter 132, The Agent Betrayed by the Artist, 6. Ning Yan never expected that he would still receive an invitation from Chaoguang Entertainment, and immediately agreed, completely forgetting the words he had spoken before, never to cooperate with Chaoguang Entertainment again. He knew Feng Jui was also participating in that program, so he harbored a small scheme to use this opportunity to make sure Feng Jui would never recover. But reality could be cruel. Over the years, Ning Yan has endured no shortage of backdoor dealings to secure his position, most frequently at the hands of his agent. Because he lacked brains and especially relied on his agent, he feared being abandoned and hence never refused his agent's advances. Ning Yan's agent was a pot-bellied middle-aged man, somewhat bald. Yet, this very individual was a well-known golden agent within the industry. The night before filming began, Ning Yan's agent, having scouted a new artist but struggling to lure them in, became quite irritable. He started smashing things and making sarcastic remarks, calling Ning Yan a promiscuous person who anyone could have. With his popularity recently plummeting severely, coupled with inner anxiety, all Ning Yan wanted was to please his agent. Yet he suffered through the night as the agent vented all his anger on him. Having not slept all night, the next morning he rose with sheer exhaustion, while makeup artists struggled to cover the fatigue on his face, unable to mask his overwhelming weariness. In fact, Ning Yan often appeared exhausted during previous events or shows, and fans, feeling sympathy for their beloved star, assumed it was due to overwork arranged by the company. They cursed the company endlessly for pushing him too hard. From a certain perspective, their assumptions were not wrong. The program recording was broadcast live, starting with Ning Yan and his agent's entrance. An exhausted Ning Yan walked ahead, so tired and fatigued that he longed only for sleep. Lacking spirit, his presentation in front of the camera felt half-hearted. In the live stream room, Ning Yan's fans seeing his drained appearance, flooded the screen with messages expressing heartache for their idol. Some passers-by were dissatisfied with their constant complaints. Didn't I hear someone declare they'd never collaborate with Chaoguang Entertainment again? This is the renowned Ning Yan. Terrible makeup, his dark circles aren't even covered properly. For heaven's sake. This isn't the Ning Yan I remember. He looks far too weary, it's like he's 10 years older. Did he stay up all night stealing cattle or something? Behind Ning Yan, his bulky and energetic agent greeted the camera jovially, noticing Ning Yan's lack of a smile. In secret, he pinched him and gritted his teeth, saying, "Smile." Ning Yan felt wronged, noticing how his agent had become increasingly impatient with him recently, unlike the indulgent affection of the past. His heart stirred with inexplicable unease. As if by arrangement, after Qiao Ning came Feng Jui. Chaoguang Entertainment showed favoritism, allocating extravagant funds for the grand entrance of Shengyu, thus displaying his prestigious status. Shengyu stepped onto a golden carpet in a tailored black suit. Tall and slim, noble and handsome, he exuded a cold and dignified aura. It was more like he was heading to a banquet than attending a show. Meanwhile, in the chat room, people were going wild as someone exposed the real identity of this newcomer, none other than the highest executive of Huangxing Group. Huangxing Group was world-renowned, and its top executive possessed immense wealth, yet never revealed himself publicly. Hence, no one knew what he looked like. But because Shengyu was too young for such a position, few believed the exposure. Countless netizens mocked the whistleblower, arguing that just because Shengyu resembled a dominant CEO in appearance didn't mean he actually was one. Behind Shengyu walked Feng Jui. The original owner had never shown his face publicly because his good looks overshadowed those of the artists he managed, potentially causing jealousy among them. Thus, whenever he accompanied his artists, he always wore a mask. Not until he was unjustly smeared by Ning Yan's group did people remain unaware of his appearance. However, due to his habit of wearing a mask, many speculated whether his lower face might be too ugly to reveal. Now, dressed in a white suit that accentuated his perfectly sculpted figure, Feng Jui stood tall and graceful. His demeanor relaxed and elegant, his face exquisite and breathtakingly beautiful, his eyes alluring. Standing there, he resembled a vibrant masterpiece of art. The moment Feng Jui entered the live broadcast, the comments section in the live stream hesitated briefly. W.C. Where did such a great beauty come from? Who is this? The host, please repeat, who is this great beauty? Oh my god, the host fears you wouldn't believe it, they have already repeated it 3 times. Let me repeat again, this man in a white suit is none other than Shengyu's agent, Feng Jui. Are you sure there's no mistake? Could this delectable beauty really be the infamous agent of the entertainment circle? Honestly speaking, those artists who claim to have been sexually harassed by him, aren't they less attractive than he is? What does he even stand to gain from such acts? I'm starting to doubt what Ning Yan and his group have been saying. This handsome fellow looks far from someone who would harass others. On the contrary, Ning Yan's agent, just look at that guy, with greasy footsteps indicating indulgence in excess, probably the result of excessive hedonism. Let me say it outright, great beauty, come on over and seduce me. Everyone was stunned by Feng Jui's stunning good looks. As they continued watching, they found Feng Jui to be not only graceful in manner but also elegant in speech, leaving people feeling as if basking in a spring breeze, never making anyone feel embarrassed. He and Shengyu were almost inseparable, indeed, their comparable good looks made everyone around them call them an ideal pair. Thus, fans of couple goals, CP, came into existence, skyrocketing the popularity of both Shengyu and Feng Jui. In contrast, Ning Yan and his agent stood out for all the wrong reasons, one worn out and another oily and unkempt. Because Zhang Xiai had adopted Fang Zhui's suggestion, the production team had last-minute altered the recording format, deciding that everyone should live together in a mixed setting. So now, all the celebrities and their agents shared the same living space. As a result, Ning Yan, due to sheer exhaustion, performed awfully. He eventually even fell asleep during the live broadcast, snoring loudly enough to startle. The director's face darkened, and so did the agent's face. Such unprofessional behavior utterly destroyed Ning Yan's hardworking image. His fans still tried to justify his actions, blaming his fatigue. However, Ning Yan's public schedule was always disclosed. A simple review of past records showed that Ning Yan hadn't undertaken any engagements days before filming the program. In fact, his staff had confirmed he had been on vacation. Could it be that his vacation exhausted him? With this realization, fans were left speechless and thus silent. Ning Yan's recent reputation had been deteriorating continuously, while his agent's temper kept growing worse. Whenever his agent got angry, Ning Yan would sneak into the agent's room late at night to appease him. This resulted in him having zero energy, which led him to devise a scheme to deflect unwanted attention from the disapproving netizens, a strategy to divert their focus. Who could possibly divert their attention better than Fang Zhui? He planned to find himself in the same room with Fang Zhui. There, he could pretend to be bullied by Fang Zhui, thereby putting Fang Zhui under scrutiny once again. Consequently, people would sympathize with him, and he could conveniently attribute his recent lack of spirit and weariness to Fang Zhui. But alas, Sheng Yu, the young starlet, was forever glued to Fang Zhui's side, thwarting Ning Yan's attempts completely. Chapter 133, The Agent Betrayed by the Artist, 7. Finally, Ning Yan, who was not willing to give up, approached Sheng Yu. Because there were no cameras installed in Ning Yan's own room, he forgot that the cameras were installed by the program team according to individual preferences. He naturally assumed that none of the guests' rooms had cameras installed. This led to him being captured on camera from the moment he entered Sheng Yu's room. The camera in this room was specifically requested by Fang Zhui, and although Sheng Yu was puzzled, he did not refuse. After all, the camera would be turned off at night, and it wouldn't affect him going to Fang Zhui's room to sleep. Sheng Yu was sitting on the small balcony in the room, where there was no camera. He had just finished dealing with company affairs on his laptop when he looked up and saw Ning Yan barging into the room without knocking. He closed the computer, stood up, and returned to the room, his voice extremely cold. "Do you have something?" Ning Yan walked into Sheng Yu's room, deliberately maintaining the demeanor of a top-tier celebrity. In a high and mighty manner, Ning Yan directly sat on Sheng Yu's bed, lifted his chin, and said, "Your talent is so good, it's really a pity that you followed Fang Zhui. Look at what resources he gave you. Even though he has better resources in hand, the ones he gives you are all scraps. He's simply suppressing you, he doesn't want you to become famous." Sheng Yu's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, finding it very amusing but not interrupting Ning Yan's words. He glanced meaningfully at the camera in the corner of the wall and continued to lead, "So." Ning Yan sighed, "I was also suppressed for resources by him before, but now." His tone suddenly became arrogant. "Now the resources I have are not fewer than his. And my agent is stronger than him. If you can listen to me and say live that Fang Zhui tried to take advantage of you, then I will definitely give you all the top resources I have, introduce you to my agent. Believe me, with your talent, under my agent's guidance, it won't take long for you to become a megastar." His speech was persuasive, but Sheng Yu's eyes were extremely cold. "So, he hasn't actually tried to take advantage of any of you, right? Why do you and those others accuse him?" Ning Yan snorted coldly. "Which artist likes an agent who looks better than them? Just kicking him off allows you to either change agents or find a new company. Accusing him is merely a means. You consider carefully, don't feel sorry for him. This is how the entertainment industry works. Since he doesn't know how to deal with people, he must bear the consequences." After saying this, Ning Yan left dramatically. He thought, since the words had been said to such an extent, anyone would understand that cooperation with him was the way to go, so he left confidently. Little did he know, all his words were completely recorded by the camera and revealed to the public. All those stories about being taken advantage of by the agent, and being threatened by the agent, were all filth spread by those artists wanting to part ways with their agent. Previously, the artists who had united with Ning Yan and accused the former host sensed the shift in direction and started cursing Ning Yan while quickly issuing statements, apologizing to Fang Zhui. One after another, they claimed they had been deluded by Ning Yan and hoped to seek Fang Zhui's forgiveness. However, Fang Zhui expressed that there would be no forgiveness. Why should there be forgiveness? After this incident, those artists suffered a significant drop in credibility and commercial value. Their business opportunities also decreased sharply and were seized by super light entertainment. From then on, they fell into obscurity, and soon disappeared from the entertainment circle. And Ning Yan also suffered repercussions. The production team, eager for drama, accidentally uploaded surveillance footage showing Ning Yan sneaking into his agent's room late at night and leaving looking exhausted before dawn, causing another wave of public uproar. The topic #Why is Ning Yan so tired #climbed to the top of the trending charts. Why is he so tired? Because he has to cater to his agent. On one hand accusing others of improper conduct, on the other actively sending himself up, Ning Yan's reputation plummeted, losing all his commercial value and fans, and the production team stopped cooperating with him as they feared the show might not continue airing. Ning Yan's agent, whose reputation had already been ruined by him, furious at the situation, joined forces with the company to freeze Ning Yan's career. To survive, Ning Yan began frequenting clubs. At least he was once a popular star and still had some appeal in these places. One time, he encountered Fang Jui in a club. Fang Jui passed by him, eliminating the charm virus from his body. Ning Yan looked at Fang Jui's figure, filled with hatred. Since Fang Jui could make a comeback, there was no reason why Ning Yan couldn't make one. In order to raise money and pull some strings to return to the entertainment industry, Ning Yan accepted all invitations at the club, and his eventual fate was being accidentally tortured to death. Fang Jui came to the club to catch someone. Little Master Xing hadn't been behaving well recently, always going in and out of clubs. Xing Yu had already exited the entertainment circle and was busy handling company affairs with no time to manage him. Fang Jui, with nothing better to do, decided to properly educate Little Master Xing. Little Master Xing was lounging on the sofa, boasting to a group of second-generation heirs about having a beautiful sister-in-law. The heirs were still pondering how beautiful she could be when the door was pushed open. Little Master Xing caught sight of the visitor, his eyes lit up as he immediately stood up and loudly called out, "Sister-in-law." The rest of the heirs turned their heads, and under the dim light of the private room, they could only vaguely make out the guest's long legs and slim waistline. Even without seeing the face clearly, it instantly planted the words, "a great beauty," into their minds. She sure is a great beauty. But all the heirs glanced at each other, wondering, isn't this sister-in-law male? After calling out, Little Master Xing noticed the others remained silent and kicked one beside him in dissatisfaction. The person next to him immediately snapped to attention and greeted respectfully, "Sister-in-law good." One by one, the rest followed suit, "Sister-in-law good." Fang Jui sighed as he propped his forehead, and then turned on the lights in the private room with one hand. Under the glaring bright light, the group of heirs got a real view. Fang Jui was strikingly white, almost dazzling, and so exceptionally handsome that the heirs all blushed red and dared not look at him more than necessary, for fear of stirring inappropriate thoughts. Little Master Xing chuckled joyfully, "Sister-in-law, are you here to pick me up?" Fang Jui said seriously, "Your brother's birthday is today. You must not upset him." Little Master Xing crossed his arms, "Then you have to promise me something. If you don't, I won't go. I'll just stay here." Fang Jui gritted his teeth, thinking that the brat was truly hard to deal with. He made a mental note to tell Xing Yu later, give him a beating. Fang Jui had withdrawn from the entertainment industry together with Xing Yu, but Little Master Xing was very unhappy about it. He still wanted to play around in the entertainment world and insisted that Fang Jui should become his agent and bring him along. This led to much quarreling. Xing Yu refused to agree, and thus the two of them were in a cold war lately. Fang Jui sighed, "All right, I agree. I will bring you, but you must listen to me." Upon hearing this, Little Master Xing jumped up happily, humming little tunes as he followed behind Fang Jui. Because Fang Jui had agreed to personally bring Little Master Xing back into the entertainment industry, this caused Xing Yu's disapproval. "You will have to fly all over the place with him. Where would our private space be? The little pest has no judgment, absolutely unacceptable." "I disagree." Fang Jui hesitated for a moment before saying, "I've already promised him." Xing Yu subtly moved closer, guiding the person towards the bed, "You don't need to worry about it anymore. Leave it to me. I guarantee I will make him satisfied." In the end, Little Master Xing never waited for Fang Jui to personally bring him, but also wisely stopped creating trouble. Because Xing Yu arranged another agent for him, Zhang Ci. Zhang Ci. Little Master Xing reluctantly accepted him. He would never admit that the reason he wanted to enter the entertainment industry was because he wanted Zhang Ci to revolve around him all day. Zhang Ci was completely unaware of Little Master Xing's thoughts. Acting as both general manager and Little Master Xing's agent, Zhang Ci was utterly exhausted. Chapter 134, This Omega is a Little Sweet, 1. The Authil's Empire, the Lawless Zone, the City of Eternal Night. Inside the casino, lights sparkled, and voices buzzed with excitement as big and small gambling tables were packed with people. Fang Jui, dressed in a pure white trench coat with his hands in his pockets, scanned the first-floor lobby, searching for something. His neck was slender and delicate, his skin smooth and lustrous. He wore an elaborate and beautiful butterfly mask that covered the upper half of his face, leaving only his pale and noticeable thin jawline exposed. His golden hair was casually tied back, and a white trench coat wrapped around his tall and slender figure, while a pure white belt cinched at his narrow waist. He moved silently through the bustling crowd, contrasting sharply with the surrounding noisy throng. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "Host. At the 8 o'clock direction, the virus is there." As soon as the system finished speaking, Fang Jui immediately turned his head to look at the 8 o'clock direction. There it was, the deep green, fuzzy ball-like charm virus, which had just emerged from a young man with intense emotional fluctuations. It shivered in apparent disdain, as if the person did not meet its satisfaction. After it emerged, the young man who was invaded by the virus swayed and fell down immediately, causing a chorus of gasps. The virus spun in place, its countless tiny legs sprinting toward the second floor. Fang Jui quickly followed the virus, heading upstairs. In this world, the system detected the presence of the charm virus. However, unlike previous worlds, when Feng Shui arrived, the charm virus entering this world had not yet found a suitable body to invade. According to the system's calculations, the kill rate of the highly active charm virus was abysmally low, only 0.00001%. Feng Shui did not want to alarm it prematurely and could only trail the charm virus so as to make contact with its host as soon as possible. On the second floor, there was an auction. The moment Feng Shui stepped onto the second floor, he was nearly driven back 2 steps by the overwhelming pheromones rushing towards him. Pheromones from omegas and alphas mixed together, the ones nearing their heat period lacked restraint, thick enough to pierce through the heavens. Feng Shui's body in this world belonged to a top-tier omega. Being top-tier, the original owner's pheromones were actually scentless. However, after Feng Shui took control of this body, it suddenly gained a subtle aroma. It smelled like crisp and cold snow, mingled with sweetness, akin to crushed ice sweet water on a summer day, clear, sweet, and endlessly refreshing. Although faint, regardless of how his emotions fluctuated, the pheromone scent never became overly strong. The sudden exposure to such dense and pungent inferior pheromones made him slightly dizzy. After adapting for a while, he finally took a step forward, entering the auction hall with his long legs. Compared to the extravagant gambling hall downstairs, the atmosphere inside the auction hall was even more fervent. The moment Feng Shui entered, he was blocked at the entrance by someone. A waiter suspiciously examined his silhouette, stating that only alphas were permitted to enter, demanding that Feng Shui release pheromones to prove his alpha status. Feng Shui had prepared beforehand, allowing the system to collect some alpha pheromones. Now, they would serve a purpose. The system helped him emit a unique, high-quality alpha pheromone. The waiter immediately lit up with surprise. It was indeed a premium alpha. The city of eternal night lay within the lawless zone, where most alphas gathered were of inferior quality. Generally speaking, those superior alphas would not come to such a chaotic place. Feng Shui raised his chin haughtily, exuding the arrogance expected of a high-quality alpha. Can I go in now? The waiter broke into a grin, changing instantly from suspicion to overbearing hospitality. Of course you can, it was just a routine inquiry. Please proceed. Feng Shui walked into the inner area of the auction, where every person sitting below was an alpha, eyes glowing greedily. The auction had just begun. A line of slim-bodied, delicately attractive omegas was brought onto the auction stage. The alphas in the audience grew increasingly agitated, wolfish whistles echoing throughout the venue. Feng Shui's jawline tightened ever so slightly. After listening to the host's introduction, he learned that what was being auctioned here was the temporary marking rights of omegas. Both alphas and omegas experience heat periods during which pheromones become disordered, and consciousness blurred, falling into a state of persistent high fever lasting 10 days. To swiftly end the heat period, one either needed to be marked, or take suppressant drugs. However, long-term use of suppressant drugs would cause irreversible damage to the body. Thus, the Empire did not advocate the use of suppressants, and many people, for the sake of their health, would also avoid using them. This gave rise to the industry of temporary marking rights. An omega could purchase an alpha's temporary marking rights, and an alpha could also buy an omega's temporary marking rights. While this wasn't a fully legal business in the Empire, it was tacitly accepted. On the stage stood a massive crystal screen linked to cameras. The omegas were assigned numbers and one by one stepped onto the stage, heads bowed. The cameras inspected and displayed their neck glands as if they were commodities for review and selection. At the same time, the omega's basic information was broadcast on the screen. For instance, height, weight, age, and even details like the scent of their gland pheromones, how many times they had been temporarily marked, and the price for marking. Feng Shui watched the charm virus with his gaze, observing it as it carefully chose among the alphas below. It was rather picky. One by one, the temporary marking rights of the omegas on stage were snatched up by the alphas below until the last omega stepped onto the stage. Most omegas were delicate and pretty, but this omega stood out from the others. He was even more beautiful and frail-looking, exuding an alluring charm, with a beauty flickering in his eyes. Just as the alphas below were about to negotiate lower prices, upon seeing the omega's neck, some of them let out disappointed sneers. It's an old gland. An old gland referred to a gland that had been frequently marked. Unlike normal glands, old glands were hard and difficult to mark successfully, making purchasing their marking rights a waste of money. A glance at the omega's information on the screen revealed that the number of markings exceeded 160 times. It seemed he had started selling his gland marking rights quite early. This wasn't surprising in the lawless zones. Many cash-strapped alphas or omegas chose to sell their temporary marking rights for quick money. After all, the price for a single temporary marking right was extremely lucrative. The alphas in the audience shook their heads. What good would it be to buy it anyway? This must be someone really desperate for cash. The omega on stage, however, paid no heed to the alpha's mockery. Instead, he batted his eyelashes and blew kisses at them. Feng Shui watched as the charm virus suddenly bolted toward the stage, disappearing joyfully into the body of the omega on stage. Chapter 135, This Omega Tastes a Bit Sweet, too. So this is how the charm virus selects its targets. The system showed Feng Shui the omega's profile. The omega's name was Lien Nua, who was a murderer. When Lien Noa was 13 and still attending Omega Academy, he became jealous of another Omega who was prettier and more popular than him. Pretending it was an accident, he pushed that Omega off the 7th floor. That Omega died on the spot. Lien Noa was charged with murder and sent to the Omega Correctional Facility, but since he insisted it wasn't intentional but rather an accident, he was released after 3 years in the facility. After being in the correctional facility, the academy rejected him, and Lien Noa didn't want to stay at his impoverished home. After spending 2 years hanging around with an alpha thug, the thug introduced him to work at No Sleep City. He initially worked as a waiter, but Lien Noa was not satisfied with the meager wages of a server. He envied those who earned higher wages by selling their gland marking rights, so he also began selling his own gland marking rights. He didn't care how many times he was marked, as long as he got paid, he allowed it. Then, after getting the money, he would gamble it away. When he lost and needed money, he would sell his marking rights again to earn more. This time, it was also because of gambling debts that forced him to once again offer up his marking rights for sale. Because he had been marked so many times, his marking rights were heavily discounted. Now that he'd been selected as an invasion target by the charm virus, soon enough, the alphas in the audience who had previously mocked Lien Noa suddenly changed their attitudes. Their eyes intensely focused on Lien Noa. The charm virus altered Lien Noa's body, giving him an entirely new gland. He looked increasingly delicious, and the formerly foul pheromone scent now smelled incredibly sweet, driving the alphas in the audience wild with desire. As alphas started going mad due to Lien Noa's newfound allure, some even wanted to rush the stage to grab him. The host hurriedly urged them to place their bids quickly. The moment the host finished speaking, cries of bids rang out one after another. Finally, an alpha directly placed the highest bid in the entire venue. Because the price was so high, no one dared to raise it further. The host immediately announced the result and told the bidder to follow Lien Noa. As the bidding alpha stepped forward, Feng Jui raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence, it's an old enemy. This alpha, wasn't he the fiancé of the original owner of this body, Cheng Shu, the young master of the Cheng family? In the eyes of the original owner, Cheng Shu was a handsome, gentle, and upright fiancé who was considerate and led a clean life. The original owner came from a top-level aristocratic family and was the only top-level Omega in the Central City, admired and pursued by countless alphas. He never appeared publicly in the Central City and was extremely conservative about relationships, believing that both temporary and permanent markings should only happen after marriage. Despite his poor health, he insisted on using suppressants and, even though he loved Cheng Shu, he still held firm to the principle of no marriage, no marking. To persuade him to become engaged, Cheng Shu swore to the original owner that he would mark only the original owner whether temporarily or permanently and promised not to overstep boundaries before marriage. Touched by his words, the original owner accepted his proposal. However, now, this good fiancé was seen at the auction in the No Sleep City, paying a high price to buy the temporary marking rights of an Omega. The original owner suffered from congenital diseases and occasionally fell ill. During his last serious bout of illness, while lying in bed, he yearned to see his fiancée, Cheng Shu, who excused himself by claiming to be on a business trip outside and thus unable to return. In reality, Cheng Shu was out philandering. Even when the original owner passed away on the sickbed, he never saw this fiancée who claimed to love him deeply. The original owner had just passed away this morning. Feng Jui took over this body and followed the charm virus all the way to No Sleep City, coincidentally running into Cheng Shu there purchasing the marking rights of other Omegas. Based on the information provided by the system, young Master Cheng Shu of the Cheng family was actually a playboy. What appeared to be his clean lifestyle, gentleness, and chivalry were merely facades created to climb up to the powerful Feng family and obtain the ultimate Omega, the original owner. Before deceiving the original owner, Cheng Shu had also deceived numerous other Omegas, some of whom even bore his children, only to be abandoned by him afterward. All his children were given away without exception. He was nothing but a worthless man. Feng Jui's expression turned icy cold. He stood up and followed Cheng Shu toward the back of the auction house. After the auction, there were countless winding corridors. While walking through one of the corridor corners, Feng Jui was caught off guard and collided heavily with a man. The man was tall with an incredibly strong physique. Feng Jui felt like he had collided with a solid wall. His slim and light body was flung away by a powerful force as a result of the collision. A sharp pain shot through his back, and the mask on his face was thrown off. But the man who knocked him down swayed slightly, almost falling along with him. Feng Jui slightly widened his eyes. Was this an attempt at extortion? The towering and robust figure suddenly collapsed, but luckily, he still retained a bit of rationality. In that instant before falling, to avoid crushing the person beneath him, he strongly braced himself against the ground with both arms, preventing himself from completely pressing onto Feng Jui. Extremely potent sandalwood musk pheromones leaked out aggressively, intending to attack Feng Jui. But just in that moment, they were noticed by their owner, and those unruly pheromones were quickly retracted, leaving not a trace behind. The tall man's form nearly engulfed Feng Jui completely, the pressure being so intense that it made Feng Jui extremely uncomfortable. Just as he was about to strike and toss the man off, the man's face suddenly came close to him. His breath was deep and scorching, splashing onto Feng Jui's face. The dim lighting in the corridor allowed Feng Jui to recognize the man clearly when they got closer. It was a strikingly handsome and profound face, the features revealing a touch of weathered toughness and determination. As Feng Shui looked at that face, his heart softened somewhat unexpectedly. Moments later, he furrowed his brows, extending his hand to touch the man's face and forehead. The man's face was drenched in sweat, his black hair wet and disheveled. When Feng Shui touched him, he found the heat overwhelming, and his hand was soaked with sweat. Feng Shui understood. His lover in this world was an alpha, and he was currently in heat. Even though they were so close now, Feng Shui hadn't smelled any more of the man's pheromones after the initial burst at the start. The man's willpower was extraordinarily strong, maintaining control even in a hazy state, ensuring that none of his chaotic pheromones escaped to affect others. However, the harder these pheromones were suppressed, the more they surged back with double force. Chapter 136, This Omega is a Little Sweet, 3. Under the dim light in the corridor, Feng Shui could clearly see the bulging veins on the man's forehead. He had been touched on the face by Feng Shui, and due to his dull awareness, he looked dazed. But his black eyes were firmly locked onto Feng Shui's eyebrows and eyes. Another sudden fever burst through his body, quickly spreading to every nerve. This made his consciousness begin to blur. The man shook his head, splashing out several sweat beads from his wet hair, which slightly cleared his mind. Feng Shui still carried the alpha pheromones used to deceive others. When the man smelled that scent, he paused for a moment, feeling a vague sense of inexplicable disappointment. It was an alpha. Propping himself on the ground with both arms, his voice sounded hoarse. "Sorry, I accidentally bumped into you." As he spoke, he leaned against one side of the wall to stand up. Due to the dizziness from high fever, his figure swayed slightly. Even so, he still leaned against the wall with one hand, bent down, and extended his hand towards Feng Shui. Feng Shui grabbed his hand and was immediately pulled up by a strong force. The man's gaze involuntarily fell on his white chin and crimson lips, making him feel dizzy and disoriented. His consciousness came and went, being forcefully held together by his willpower. If this continued, he would probably lose consciousness. Unfortunately, the man had been betrayed by the guards around him, leaving all the suppressant drugs in their possession. He had accidentally stumbled into the city that never sleeps, intending to search for a place where suppressant drugs were sold, but instead unintentionally collided with Feng Shui. The man struggled to maintain his rationality and turned to leave. Those people were still looking for him, and he must find the suppressants. Suddenly, a cluttered sound of footsteps came from a nearby corridor. However, the man's five senses were numbed by the high fever, clearly unable to hear it. Feng Shui let the system help him silently unlock the door behind him, then quickly pulled the man into the room and closed the door. The room was dim. Moonlight was murky. Feng Shui stood at the door holding the man's hand, concentrating on listening for sounds outside. A group of people quickly approached, stopped at the door, and one said, "There are traces of Qin Zhao's pheromones here, he must have been here. Do we need to check this room?" Another replied, "All the rooms here are specially designed and require a key card to enter. Qin Zhao broke in without a key card. Keep searching, he must be further ahead." Their footsteps gradually faded away. Feng Shui turned around and collided into the man's embrace. The man became completely hot. He was running a high fever, with his cheeks and eye sockets burned red. Feng Shui pulled his hand, and soon their palms were full of sweat. The man's consciousness began to blur, yet his strong willpower continued to battle against his body. The grip in his hand tightened slightly as Feng Shui wiggled his fingers. The man suddenly startled awake, released Feng Shui's hand, and stepped back a few paces, bumping into the wall behind him. With a click, the lights in the room brightened like daylight. Drenched in sweat, the man stared intently at Feng Shui, seemingly lost in thought. After pausing for a few seconds, his voice croaked, "Sorry, can you help me buy some alpha-specific suppressant drugs?" After speaking these words, it seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He leaned helplessly against the wall, his vision gradually growing darker. Feng Shui took 2 steps forward. The man tried hard to see his face but only vaguely heard 3 words. "Not possible." The last bit of light in the man's eyes abruptly extinguished. He felt a wave of loss and slowly slid down against the wall. Feng Shui bent down, feeling that his current appearance was pitiful, as if abandoned. He casually sat on the ground, moving his somewhat messy golden hair to one side, revealing his nape. Half unconscious, the man's eyelids felt heavy, wanting to close. Feng Shui extended his hand and peeled off a white protective patch from his neck. Omega pheromones rushed out uncontrollably. Clear, icy snow mixed with sweetness, like crushed ice water in summer, clean and sweet. Although very faint, they instantly woke up the man's almost darkness-submerged consciousness. Sweet. So sweet. Qin Zhao's eyes unexpectedly moistened. It had been many years since he truly tasted sweetness. This sweetness finally allowed him to take a deep breath and relax his tense body. Feng Shui looked at his almost ragged face, her voice tinged with a slight sigh, "You don't need suppressants. I can be your temporary mark." The man paused, sniffing the faint sweet scent at his nose tip, staring intently at her face as if hardly able to believe it. His expression grew increasingly dazed, and his parched lips moved slightly, like being lured, slowly inching closer to her. Feng Shui closed her eyes lightly. The alpha's pheromones, carrying the fragrance of ebony sandalwood, enveloped them. The temporary mark was quickly completed, the chaotic pheromones calmed down, and the fever that had flared up was also suppressed. The two shared a brief embrace. By the time the man emerged from the shower, Feng Shui had already donned the butterfly mask once again. He pulled a new protective patch out of his pocket, just starting to tear it open, adjusting it in front of the mirror. Because it wasn't convenient, the man approached and took it over, carefully applying the protective patch for her. After finishing all this, the two finally sat down for a brief chat. The man's name was Qin Xiao, an elite alpha, single and unmarried, with the rank of Imperial First-Class General. Qin Xiao had appeared here because he received a distress message from the Imperial Crown Prince and swiftly brought his men to the no-man's land. However, little did he know that several of his guards had already been bought off by the Imperial Crown Prince, making this entire situation a trap laid out for him. With the global prestige of the Empire's first-class general rising ever higher, the royal family had grown restless and was ready to act against him. Feng Shui briefly recounted her own situation as well, including having a useless fiancé. Upon hearing her opinion of her fiancé, Qin Xiao thought about how difficult it was for elite Omegas to dissolve engagements. Do you want to break the engagement? I can help you. Feng Shui shook her head, this is something I can handle myself. Qin Xiao nodded, and suddenly, the communication device on his arm buzzed. It was his subordinates he had contacted who had arrived. Being betrayed is never a pleasant experience, so Qin Xiao intended to personally deal with the traitors. Thus, the two parted ways. Since both would eventually return to the central city, they weren't worried about losing touch. When Feng Shui turned around to search for Cheng Shu and Lian Numen's intrusion target, they were nowhere to be found. After asking around, she learned that Cheng Shu had already taken the Omega named Lian Numen and left the city that never sleeps. After pondering for a moment, Feng Shui decided to return to the central city as well. Chapter 137, This Omega is a Little Sweet, 4. Half a month later. Central City. The banquet hall of the Saiman Rose Castle. Every half-year, Central City holds its famous socialite banquet, where elites from all circles gather together. When young Master Cheng entered the banquet hall with an Omega, it caught quite a bit of attention. Young Master Cheng Shu, an S-level alpha, was handsome and elegant. His pheromones carried a cold metallic scent that could instantly make lower-ranking Omegas weak in the knees. He alone was already enough to attract Omega's attention. He also once had a reputation for being promiscuous, making several Omegas glance at him with red cheeks. But the Omega beside Cheng Shu drew even more gazes. That Omega was exceptionally beautiful, delicate, and charming. He exuded sweet, soft pheromones, just like freshly baked little pastries. This kind of pheromone was always the favored flavor among the top-quality alphas in Central City. Its fragrance was irresistible and delicious, making people want to devour it upon smelling. The better quality the alpha, the sharper their sense of smell became. And Lian Nuo intentionally did not suppress his pheromones. As a result, every alpha present looked at him with excited and passionate eyes. Lian Nuo held the arm of the strong Cheng Shu next to him and felt himself being watched by all the high-quality alphas in the room, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Who would have thought that one day, Lian Nuo, an inferior Omega from the chaotic Trizone area, would actually infiltrate the upper class of Central City? In this world, apart from ordinary betas, both alphas and Omegas are divided into three categories: super elite, elite, and inferior. Lian Nuo was an inferior Omega. Almost all alphas and Omegas who lived in Central City were elite, and they usually looked down on inferior beings. However, at this moment, although there were far more elite Omegas on the scene, the eyes of those alphas were uniquely fixed on Lian Nuo, the inferior Omega. Surrounded by the pheromones of these elite alphas, Lian Nuo bit his lips, looking frightened by so many alphas around, though internally he was ecstatic. The Trizone area was a mix of different kinds of people and filled with inferior alphas. Lian Nuo had never seen so many high-quality alphas at once. These elite alphas were all watching him. They all liked the scent of Lian Nuo's pheromones. They were greeting him using their pheromones. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing or the presence of Cheng Shu beside him, Lian Nuo might have immediately mingled with those elite alphas. Being marked by elite alphas was completely different from being marked by inferior ones. Just imagining that all those elite alphas actually liked him, an inferior Omega, made him feel pleased and proud. Cheng Shu noticed his odd expression and asked him anxiously, "Baby, what's wrong? Do you feel unwell?" After Lian Nuo was questioned, his face turned bright red as he shook his head. Leaning his head against Cheng Shu's chest, he looked extremely dependent and sweetly cooed in a honeyed voice, "It's my first time coming to such a high-class place, and with so many people, I'm a little scared." As Cheng Shu looked at the beauty's blushing cheeks in his arms and heard her sweet tone, his gaze darkened slightly. He regretted coming to the banquet. With this time, they could have been doing so much more. He wrapped his hand around the Omega's waist and proudly paraded him forward, showing off his new favorite in front of the other alphas. One high-quality alpha, disliking Cheng Shu's arrogance, deliberately blocked Cheng Shu's path. The wine glass in his hand swayed wildly as he taunted maliciously, "Well, isn't this young Master Cheng of the Cheng family? The Cheng family's wedding is approaching soon. Is this beauty then the top Omega young master of the Fong family?" No matter how pleasant the pheromone scent, it couldn't hide the fact that Lian Nuo was indeed an inferior Omega. Of course, he wasn't the young master of the Fong family, this alpha was deliberately saying so. Upon hearing these words, both Ching Shu and Lien Nua in his arms showed changed expressions. The status of the Ching family in Central City wasn't as high as that of the Fong family. Their marriage alliance was a clear example of upward mobility, achieved only through Ching Shu's skillful flattery and good looks to persuade the young master of the Fong family to agree to engage in the betrothal. However, in recent days, Ching Shu was almost possessed by the charm of the Omega in his arms, forgetting all about the young master of the Fong family. Even when attending such a socialite banquet, without thinking twice, he brought this little enchantress along grandiosely, as if boasting to everyone else that he had kept a little lover. At the sudden mention of the young master of the Fong family, Ching Shu momentarily felt uneasy. He was afraid that if his little lover attended the banquet today and the young master of the Fong family found out, there would be trouble. But then he thought again, what was he so afraid of? He had simply kept a little lover. Which alpha in Central City didn't have one or more omegas on the side? As a premium alpha himself, keeping an inferior omega was hardly a big deal. Although he once swore to the young master of the Fong family that he would only mark him, it was just a tactic to trick him into the engagement. Now they were engaged, weren't they? It wasn't easy for high-quality alphas in the Empire to dissolve engagements, even if the young master of the Fong family regretted his decision now, it was already too late. After pondering this, Ching Shu felt at ease again. However, for Lien Nua in Ching Shu's arms, hearing the words, top-tier Omega, had touched a raw nerve. He glared fiercely at the alpha who spoke. What did that mean? Was he mocking him for being an inferior Omega? The fiancé of Ching Shu, the young master of the Fong family, the so-called top-tier Omega, had always been the darkest cloud hanging over Lien Nua's heart. Even though he had made Ching Shu lose his senses with attraction, Ching Shu had never permanently marked him or given him a formal title because of the young master of the Fong family. Lien Nua wanted nothing more than to completely erase that dark shadow from his life. Lowering his eyes, Lien Nua tilted his beautiful face upwards, his gaze misty with unshed tears, as he gazed at Ching Shu pitifully. Ching Shu lowered his head, his eyes locking with Lien Nua's, softly soothing him. At this moment, he cared only for the Omega in his arms. Thoughts of the young master of the Fong family or the Fong family itself were entirely forgotten. Just then, the entire banquet hall suddenly fell silent. While Ching Shu was lost in exchanging tender gazes with Lien Nua, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Why had it become so quiet all of a sudden? Raising his head, he saw everyone around staring intently at his back. Behind him? That was the entrance to the banquet hall, wasn't it? Confused, Ching Shu held the Omega tightly in his arms, wondering what grand figure had arrived to cause such astonishment. Chapter 138, This Omega is a Little Sweet, 5. When Ching Shu turned around and realized the situation in front of him, his whole body froze instantly. The banquet hall was decorated with brilliance and grandeur. Especially at the entrance of the banquet hall's large doors, there stood a massive floral arch. These were precious flowers transported from various places, countless varieties of blooming flowers reaching their peak, clustering around the archway and exuding a faint fragrance. Standing beneath the floral arch was an Omega with a perfect tall figure and a cold, elegant demeanor. This Omega had snow-white, translucent skin that seemed ready to burst under light pressure. His half-length golden hair shimmered with a sunlight-like glow, draping over his shoulders like silk. His face, as delicate as jade, was beautifully exquisite to perfection, almost ethereal, leaving others feeling enchanted. The flowers quickly became mere embellishments next to this person, even hundreds of fully bloomed flowers couldn't match the stunning beauty emanating from his eyes and features. As soon as he appeared, he caught the attention of everyone present, regardless of whether they were alphas, omegas, or betas. They all looked at him with heated curiosity. A murmur began among the guests. Heaven! Beauty like this makes me speechless. With such a face and grace, is there such an Omega in Central City? I've never heard of anyone like this before. Many people started excitedly searching for more information about this beautiful Omega's identity. Feng Shui scanned the crowd, stopping his gaze on Ching Shu. Ching Shu stared dumbfounded as he saw Feng Shui approach. Only when Feng Shui stopped in front of Ching Shu did many people suddenly realize the reason for such stunning looks and elegance. It was Feng Shui, the top-tier Omega of the Feng family. Young Master Feng was the only supreme Omega in Central City. He valued his dignity so much that he rarely attended any random gatherings or made public appearances. Thus, countless people in Central City knew young Master Feng's reputation, but few had ever seen him. Now, this young master of the Feng family appeared at the gala, giving everyone a rare feast for the eyes. The expressions of many people toward Ching Shu shifted into gleeful anticipation. The Ching family was not famous in Central City and held a low position. Ching Shu himself was far from outstanding. However, his marriage alliance with the prestigious Feng family and gaining young Master Feng's favor angered countless alphas in Central City. Now Ching Shu dared to parade through a crowded place with an inferior Omega, clearly humiliating both the Feng family and young Master Feng himself. No wonder young Master Feng suddenly showed up here, this was clearly meant to catch Jay's timing. Feng Shui raised his exquisitely handsome almond-shaped eyes slightly, the corners tinged red. Glancing briefly at Ching Shu and Lien Nua in his arms, he asked lightly, Ching Shu, didn't you say you were on a business trip? For the past half-month, whenever Feng Shui tried contacting Cheng Su, the latter always claimed to be out on a business trip and unable to return. He deliberately chose today to expose Cheng Su's lie. Startled by this one accusation, Cheng Su impulsively shoved Lien Noa away. Just then, a wine-serving waiter passed nearby, and with Cheng Su's shove, Lien Noa directly collided into the waiter. All 7 or 8 cups of red wine on the waiter's tray splashed all over Lien Noa. The waiter took a step back, allowing Lien Noa to scream as he fell to the ground. Secretly glancing at Feng Shui for instruction, the waiter then quickly left the scene. No one paid attention to the waiter anymore. All eyes now focused on Lien Noa. Lying helplessly on the ground, the surrounding gazes shifted from enthusiasm to ridicule. What a drowned rat he truly looked like. With trembling lips and an increasingly pale face, Lien Noa, despite his small stature, lifted his petite chin toward Cheng Su, speaking softly and pitifully, "Cheng Su." Seeing this, Cheng Su's heart immediately softened. Bending down quickly to lift him off the ground, he subconsciously tried to comfort him, saying, "Baby. I'm sorry." His voice abruptly halted as he remembered something and turned to look at Feng Shui. Feng Shui stood arrogantly, mocking disdain evident in his eyes, and scoffed lightly, "Speak, why aren't you continuing?" Cheng Su's expression darkened. Seeing Feng Shui's high and mighty stance, the words of explanation he originally intended to say were immediately swallowed back down. Lien Noa had come to the banquet dressed beautifully, but now lay in such disarray. Swallowing down his indignation. He was very scheming, deliberately whispering close to Cheng Su with a complaint, "A top-tier Omega is still just an Omega, why is he so domineering? Brother Cheng, are you really afraid of an Omega?" His tone carried an insinuating and provoking implication. Upon hearing his words, Cheng Su momentarily hesitated as the most genuine thoughts in his heart surged out instantly. Yes. That's correct. Even if young Master Fong was a top-tier Omega, what difference did it make? Isn't the role of Omegas just to bear excellent offspring? In that case, this young Master Fong would have to rely on him, this alpha, to be maintained after their marriage. Since such was the situation, why should he lower himself and go out of his way to flatter the Omega? Why should he behave like a thief when nurturing a little side interest? Cheng Su never originally intended to cling solely to one Omega. He often pursued other beauties behind young Master Fong's back, and now encountering the sweet and adorable Lien Noa further made him lose himself. Arrogant people rarely admit their mistakes, and Cheng Su didn't think he was wrong either. Everyone thought that he Cheng Su was reaching too high by marrying young Master Fong, but today, he would publicly humiliate young Master Fong in front of everyone and establish his own dignity. After long-term plotting, he had now become certain, young Master Fong had fallen deeply in love with him and could not extricate himself. Since that was the case, wasn't it easy for young Master Fong to yield to him? Cheng Su looked at Feng Shui, whose proud stance revealed no emotion, naturally assuming that all he was doing was merely to save face. Seeing him together with another Omega, young Master Fong's heart was probably already shattered. Omegas were always very afraid of being abandoned by alphas, they would make compromises and concessions to regain their alpha. Just imagining the sole top-tier Omega of Central City kneeling before him, begging him to take him back, filled Cheng Su with pride. Thinking about this, Cheng Su abruptly pulled Lien Noa into his arms, deliberately taking out a tissue and tenderly wiping away the wine stains from Lien Noa's face. In front of Feng Shui, Cheng Su openly flirted with Lien Noa through glances and gestures. All around them, people stared at young Master Cheng as if watching a fool. Was young Master Cheng's brain kicked by a donkey? How could he be so recklessly suicidal? Humiliating his fiancée in public like this, what nerve gave him the guts, knowing that was young Master Fong of the Fong family? Cradled in Cheng Su's embrace and being tenderly consoled, Lien Noa felt incredibly smug inside. Chapter 139, This Omega is a Little Sweet, 6. Young Master Fong, the top Omega, is that really so amazing? His fiancée, now in his arms being gently consoled, isn't he just this inferior Omega? In this way, what kind of top Omega could possibly have more charm than this inferior Omega? Lien Noa grew prouder with each thought, throwing a provocative glance at Feng Shui, instantly welling up with tears in his eyes as he sweetly coaxed Cheng Su, "Big brother Cheng, I'm all covered in alcohol and need to change clothes." Cheng Su glanced at Feng Shui, then picked up Lien Noa. In fact, he actually quite liked this young Master Fong. After all, he was beautiful, a top Omega, and everyone envied him when he went out, giving him immense face. But what he wanted now was for young Master Fong to fear being abandoned by him, so he would lower his stance, compromising and making concessions to him. Lien Noa needed coaxing, needed pampering, and he would later focus more energy on Lien Noa. After all, he would marry young Master Fong, while Lien Noa had no guarantees. Shouldn't he lavish more affection on him? Starting from now, young Master Fong should get used to how nice he is to other Omegas, so there won't be trouble after their marriage. With a cold expression, Cheng Su addressed Feng Shui, acting high and mighty, "As you can see, his clothes are wet. I'll take him to change them. You go back first, it's not becoming for an Omega to be flaunting themselves like this." Lien Noa, hidden in Cheng Su's embrace, didn't expect that Cheng Su would frown upon young Master Fong for his sake. It seems like he mattered more to Cheng Su. He rejoiced inwardly, filled with pride and provocation. The fiancé of the top Omega had been snatched right into his hands. Feng Shui's brows furrowed slightly with a hint of annoyance. Looking at these two disgusting men made his eyes feel dirty, letting out a cold laugh. Cheng Su only thought he was putting on a brave face and held Lien Noa tightly, intending to leave the banquet. At this moment, a waiter suddenly pushed through the crowd, quickly walking over and quietly saying to Cheng Su, "Mr. Cheng, we do have prepared clothing for guests at our banquet, please follow me this way." Cheng Su paused his steps, thinking how considerate this banquet was, so he followed the servant with Lien Noa. The gazes of everyone present landed sympathetically on young Master Feng. Young Master Feng was indeed a top Omega. And yet, he was treated so disrespectfully by Cheng Su. Many alphas started moving, eager to seize the opportunity to poach from Cheng Su's side. However, they soon sighed, as the Empire had strict regulations regarding the marriages of high-quality Omegas and Alphas. Once the engagement was set, it was almost impossible to break off. Under countless stares, Feng Shui slightly curled his lips, revealing a faint smile. Ah, the good show is about to start. He raised his hand and lightly clapped twice, clearing his throat, saying, "Everyone, interested in watching a new movie?" A movie? Many people exchanged puzzled looks. What riddle was this young master playing? The banquet wasn't a cinema, why watch a movie? Feng Shui took a step forward and walked towards a place. That place was originally piled high with numerous gorgeous flower baskets, but now the flower baskets were cleared away, revealing a large screen behind. Some waiters brought chairs over, and Feng Shui sat down facing away from the big screen, exuding an elegant and composed aura. Such high society banquets are organized every year, funded by the rotation among major families, and coincidentally, this year it fell on the Feng family. Feng Shui hadn't bothered to deal with Cheng Su these past 15 days because he was precisely preparing for this day. He knew Cheng Su was currently completely enchanted by Lien Noa, and once the banquet invitation was received, he would certainly bring Lien Noa along. Sitting leisurely, his voice carried a slight trace of laughter. Coincidentally, today I discovered an excellent play. Now, let's all appreciate it together. Following his words, a group of people entered the banquet hall, led by the servants. Someone recognized them, they were from the Imperial Marriage Bureau. In this world, marriage is a very serious matter for high-quality Omegas and Alphas. The union of quality Omegas and Alphas implies the birth of quality offspring. Moreover, given the small percentage of quality Omegas, the Empire places special emphasis on their marriages. For a pair of quality Omega and Alpha to come together, they first need to register their engagement at the Marriage Bureau. And once engaged, breaking it becomes nearly impossible, not to mention divorce, which would be even harder after marriage. The Empire's Marriage Bureau wouldn't tolerate coercion, regardless of who you are. If they find the reasons insufficient, this marriage cannot be broken, and marriage certificates will be automatically issued when the time comes. This was also why Feng Shui had invited people over. 15 days ago, he had submitted an application to break the engagement, but the Marriage Bureau turned out to be more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Since they rejected 100 reasons for breaking the engagement, he might as well have them come and see for themselves. Soon, the big screen behind Feng Shui lit up suddenly. On the screen was a pair of alphas. In the second-floor storeroom of the Sai-Man Rose Castle where wine was stored, countless bottles of red wine now lay scattered on the ground. A couple of illicit lovers were indulging in the red wine. The indecent sounds were amplified and echoed throughout the banquet hall. Everyone's expression changed at once. Master Cheng really played around quite a lot. When looking back at young Master Feng, everyone's gaze became extremely complicated and reverent. Young Master Feng's memes were truly astonishing. This was the first time that someone had publicly exposed their fiancé and lover like this. But it must be said, this indeed was a good way to break the engagement. After all, the faces of those Marriage Bureau staff members looked extremely grim. All the Omegas present learned a new method for breaking engagements. Feng Shui showed no emotion on his face, waiting for a while until the banquet became noisy with many people cursing and mocking Cheng Su. Only then did he stand up, clap his hands, and look towards the Marriage Bureau staff. The alpha on the screen is this young master's fiancé. What do you all think about it? After all, under so many eyes, the Marriage Bureau couldn't refuse easily and started discussing in low voices. It was very common in the central city for quality alphas to keep a young lover, but most of these affairs were kept secret. Omegas, for the sake of maintaining their status and reputation, would choose to compromise and not make a big fuss. The Marriage Bureau personnel were also encountering such a grand spectacle for the first time. After some discussion, one stood up to make a phone call, while another said, "Please wait a moment, young Master Feng. We will have someone bring the annulment agreement." If the annulment application of a top alpha or omega is approved by the Marriage Bureau, only the applicant needs to sign the annulment agreement. Now that the Marriage Bureau has agreed, it just awaits the signing of the annulment agreement. Feng Shui gave a slight smile and nodded, saying, "Thank you." The efficiency of the Marriage Bureau was quick. In no time, a staff member came with the annulment agreement, and Feng Shui signed it right there. Agreement takes effect, marriage annulled. Wishing young Master Feng to find a better partner. Feng Shui smiled, having the servant escort the Marriage Bureau staff out. He sat back down, having the big screen removed, feeling good enough to hum a song. Many alphas began to feel interested. Young Master Fong was a top Omega from a top tycoon family, and even after an annulment, it wouldn't affect his popularity in the central city. By the time Ching Su brought Lien Nua downstairs and returned to the banquet hall, he found that the gazes of the surrounding people watching him were strange and full of mockery. Chapter 140, This Omega is a Little Sweet, 7. Under the scornful stares, Ching Chu felt a bit puzzled, but with the beauty in his arms, he was both physically and mentally pleased, so he didn't pay much attention. Both he and Lien Nu had changed their clothes. Lien Nu shrunk in his embrace, looking very gentle and dependent, which greatly satisfied Ching Chu's sense of control. He thought that he had already taken full control of everything, just like having won a battle, and his mood was apparently excellent. However, this excellent mood soon turned into anger. Ching Chu saw Fong Zhuyi sitting not far away. The preciousness and extraordinary beauty of top-tier Omegas drew the attention of many alphas. Ching Chu's face immediately darkened. Young Master Fong comes from an uppermost social rank and has never experienced the treachery of human nature. Ever since Ching Chu had painstakingly coaxed him, young Master Fong had been very obedient. But today, he did not leave when ordered and was instead openly attracting attention from others. He finally understood why the people around him were casting mocking glances at him. How could an alpha unable to control his own Omega not be ridiculed? Ching Chu quickly strode forward, walked up to Fong Zhuyi, lowered his voice with a dark expression, and said, "Are you not listening to me anymore? Flirting openly in front of me, deliberately making me lose face for others to mock. It's really laughable. Do you think this foolish act will win my heart back?" Fong Zhuyi seemed to have heard something funny, laughed slightly, but his eyes were icy cold. Yes, it's pretty laughable. Even though his smile did not reach his eyes, his naturally handsome face became all the more vibrant because of it. Ching Chu wanted to say something else but was dazzled by his beauty. He suddenly remembered something. This young Master Fong is extremely conservative. Initially, he made him swear not to get married or marked before agreeing to the engagement, so naive it was almost comical. Ching Chu grinned wickedly, leaned closer to Fong Zhuyi, and whispered low, "If you want to win me back, why don't I mark you? If it tastes good, I might consider giving you a bit more of my time and energy." As he spoke, he tried attacking Fong Zhuyi with pheromones. Fong Zhuyi's face turned completely cold. That Ching Chu could be so swayed by the one Renmi virus indicated clearly that he had no feelings for the original host. Simply put, he was purely using him. If the person sitting here today was the original host who had fallen deeply in love with Ching Chu, how hurt would they feel under such treatment? Ching Chu was being so blatant because he believed he had control over everything and could treat him as soft fruit to squish at will. Fong Zhuyi gave a light laugh, beckoned him closer with his finger. Ching Chu was thrilled to oblige, but met with a clean slap. A sharp burning pain shot through his cheek as Fong Zhuyi had used considerable force. Ching Chu touched his quickly swelling face, his expression so grim it looked like water could drip from it. He still retained some shred of reason and knew better than to lay hands on an Omega in public. Gritting his teeth, he spat out, "You're nothing but an Omega. Why pretend to be so high and mighty?" Fong Zhuyi abruptly stood up, his tone cutting like blades. "I admit I can't match your dirtiness. You shamelessly flirted with your mistress right in front of everyone and your fiancé. Tell me, do you even have any dignity left? Perhaps it has long been eaten by dogs." Lien Nu hid behind Ching Chu, tightly clutching onto the hem of Ching Chu's clothes. Deliberately exposing her neck where there were marks, she feigned innocence and complained, "Why are you being so aggressive? Ching Gu and I are perfectly pure, nothing happened. I just needed him to accompany me to change clothes because mine were dirty. Are you truly taking me for a fool?" Fong Zhuyi replied coldly, "Oh, so you only went to change your clothes. Those marks on your neck, I suppose they must be from dog bites, right?" Lien Nu instantly covered her neck, looking pitifully at Ching Chu. Being indirectly called a dog, Ching Chu flew into a rage. His eyes flared with fury and his tone carried menace. "Fong Zhuyi. Don't push your luck." Sitting there with golden hair shining brightly, Fong Zhuyi arched his eyebrows with mockery. "I'm not the unreasonable one here, ex-fiancé." After this exchange where he was consistently losing ground, Ching Chu was trying to figure out how to save face, and impulsively blurted out upon hearing Fong Zhuyi's words, "So you still remember I am your fiancé?" Only after uttering this sentence did he realize that something seemed off. As he carefully recalled what Fong Zhuyi had said, his brows furrowed tightly, and he became somewhat anxious. "What are you talking about? What do you mean by ex-fiancé?" Fong Zhuyi sneered at him coldly. An alpha who had business dealings with Ching Chu could no longer bear the sight and stepped forward to whisper into Ching Chu's ear. "Stop right there. What you two were doing earlier on the second floor has already been played in public for everyone to see. Now, everyone knows what you were up to. Oh yes, marriage bureau officials were there too and delivered the divorce agreement right away. Young Master Fong has signed it. Your marriage is now null and void. He isn't your fiancé anymore." This string of words hit Ching Chu like a hailstorm, leaving his mind buzzing and blank. He blankly stared at Fong Zhuyi, with only one phrase ringing in his brain, "Marriage nullified." How was this possible? He knew how stubborn the Empire's marriage bureau could be. It was nearly impossible for an ideal Alpha-Omega couple to obtain a divorce. Even the Fong family would have to bow to the marriage bureau. That's why Ching Chu dared to turn against young Master Fong, because he was certain this marriage couldn't be annulled. But he still underestimated young Master Fong. He actually used this dishonorable method, disregarding the face of the Fong family, just to get the better of him. For 3 years, Cheng Chu had painstakingly lured Fong Zhuyi until he finally agreed to their engagement, professing undying love for him. How could such trivial matters cause him to file for divorce? Cheng Chu's mind buzzed incessantly as he tugged at the corner of his mouth, staring at Fong Zhuyi. His muddled thoughts finally cleared at this moment. At first, he didn't choose young Master Fong merely because he was a top-tier Omega but also because of the powerful Fong family behind him. If the Cheng family could secure the assistance of the Fong family, they would surely rise to become one of the top forces in Central City. Before marrying young Master Fong, the Fong family promised to hand over a significant project in the new Central City plan for Cheng Chu to handle. But now that the marriage was annulled, wasn't this major project going down the drain? Moreover, if they offended the Fong family, would the Cheng family still have a place to stand in Central City? Cheng Chu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that he'd gone too far today. He should have exercised more patience, at least waited until after the wedding when everything was stabilized. Chapter 141, This Omega is a Little Sweet, 8. The overbearing air that Cheng Su once exuded suddenly vanished. He quickly squatted in front of Fong Zhuyi, speaking in a low and submissive tone, "Honey, don't be silly. I'm just keeping a little thing around, it's no big deal, and it won't affect our relationship at all. Why are you talking about breaking off the engagement?" Fong Zhuyi watched with a sardonic smile as Cheng Su's demeanor changed, his familiarity evident. Cheng Su had become accustomed to placating Master Fong over the years. As long as he put aside his pride, acted deeply in love, and coaxed him gently with sweet words, Master Fong would instantly light up with joy, regardless of how mad he was before. Now Cheng Su was resorting to his old tricks again. Only moments ago, he had been furious, but now he was putting on an extremely passionate facade. In a gentle voice, he said, "Dear, my beloved will always be you. I have already prepared for the wedding. Isn't that what you've always wanted? To host a wedding by Love Sea? We can go there, or we could even have weddings in every place you fancy. It's entirely up to you." At this point, in Cheng Su's imagination, Master Fong should be touched by his deep feelings, re-entering his embrace willingly. However, reality played out differently. Fong Zhuyi simply looked at him coldly, completely unfazed, without the slightest trace of being moved. This made Cheng Su uneasy. Beside him, Lien Noa was unwilling to be ignored by Cheng Su. He bent down, tears shimmering in his eyes, trying to pull Cheng Su up, looking quite aggrieved. "Brother Cheng." Cheng Su's expression changed abruptly as he harshly slapped away Lien Noa's hand. "It's because of your vile tactics that my darling misunderstands me. Get out of here. The farther you go, the better." Lien Noa clenched his teeth, incredulous at how fast the man who just showed deep affection towards him had turned hostile. He wasn't about to leave easily. Brought to Central City by Cheng Su, he had developed some reliance on him. Attempting to cling onto Cheng Su's hand, hoping for a bit of pampering, he was once again fiercely shaken off. Cheng Su's gaze became icy when it landed on Lien Noa, almost threatening. But as soon as his eyes returned to Fong Zhuyi, his attitude softened instantly. He said to Fong Zhuyi, "Didn't you see? I despise this worthless person, he's merely a low-quality Omega and doesn't even come close to you, my dear. Baby, don't be upset. Let's go to the marriage bureau right now to restore our engagement, okay?" With a red face, Lien Noa glared bitterly at Fong Zhuyi, covering his face as he sobbed and left. All of Cheng Su's attention was now on winning Fong Zhuyi back. Coaxing, deceiving, and making oaths, his mouthful of honeyed words only led to his parched throat. Still, Fong Zhuyi showed no change in expression. That finely chiseled, beautiful face seemed covered in frost, as if viewing Cheng Su as nothing more than a clownish figure. Cheng Su felt his heart sink further as time went on. He had been busy with secret rendezvous recently, slightly neglecting Master Fong, and perhaps today's actions were indeed over the top. But since he'd already apologized, why was Master Fong still so distant? Reaching out to take Fong Zhuyi's hand, Cheng Su prepared to make a pile of vicious oaths. Fong Zhuyi eyed him disdainfully, evading his hand just in time, then as she was about to kick him, Cheng Su sniffed something in the air. His face turned dramatically, and he nearly shrieked with craziness, questioning, "Why do I smell the pheromones of an alpha on you? Were you marked by some wild man?" Once an Omega is marked by an alpha, they carry the faint scent of alpha pheromones that can be detected upon closer examination. Fong Zhuyi didn't expect his sense of smell to be so sharp, it must be canine-like, indeed. Standing up, despite his delicate and pretty exterior, Fong Zhuyi's aura became overwhelmingly intense. Not intimidated in the least by Cheng Su. He said, with an unmistakable arrogance born from aristocratic upbringing, "And what if I've been marked?" Seeing Fong Zhuyi not denying it and instead owning it, Cheng Su's complexion grew darker by the second. "Good. Now I understand why you broke off the engagement so abruptly and embarrassed me in public. It's because you found yourself a stray lover. Tell me, who is this bastard? I swear, I'll cut him into pieces." Fong Zhuyi let out a soft scoff, just as he was about to say something, a familiar voice interrupted them. "Cut me, you mean?" Immediately, Fong Zhuyi looked up toward the entrance of the banquet hall. A tall man approached, clad in a perfectly pressed dark green military uniform, with insignias reserved for a distinguished general shining on his shoulders. Surrounded by a palpable air of lethal intensity, all alphas parted their ways for him as he walked through. This man was an exceedingly superior alpha, exerting a formidable pressure on any other alpha by sheer nature. As Feng Shui watched this man approach, he felt an inexplicable ease. He was already feeling quite nauseated about staying in this place, but the man's arrival made him feel slightly more comfortable. As for Qingsu, he was struck full-on by the man's pheromones, akin to being kicked in the back of the knee. He was instantly forced down to his knees. A sudden jolt ran through him as he recognized who the man was. Imperial First-Class General, an exceptionally superior alpha, Qin Shao. General Qin never attended any parties, so how had he ended up here? And why had he targeted only Qingsu? Qingsu's scalp tingled with a growing sense of dread. Qin General, what are you doing here? Wearing white gloves, Qin Shao slowly removed his military cap and handed it off to one of his subordinates without even glancing at them. His expression remained unreadable, his dark eyes focused intently on Qingsu still kneeling on the ground. His voice carried a dangerous edge. Wasn't it Master Cheng who was looking for me? Qingsu choked on his words. He had no connections whatsoever with General Qin, nor did he have the qualifications to even mention him. Then how could General Qin possibly know who he was? What merit did he have that would make such a great man remember him? A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he tried desperately to counteract the man's pheromones, his voice dry and raspy. General Qin is just joking around. When did I ever look for you? Just now. Qin Zhao's voice was calm yet icy cold. Didn't you say you were looking for the rogue alpha who marked Master Fang? Qingsu froze entirely. He finally understood why General Qin had singled him out. Sure enough, the next moment, Qin Shao stated calmly, the rogue alpha you're looking for, it's me. The entire banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. Qin Shao, 28 years old, was the most sought-after alpha by Omegas in Central City, yet he had delayed finding his destined Omega for years. Young Master Feng Shui, 23, was the Omega every alpha in Central City wanted to marry, and he had been completely fixated on Qingsu. If not for Qingsu's foolishness, they would have gotten married by now. In fact, the Empire had once attempted to arrange a marriage between young Master Feng and General Qin, given their mutual excellence. However, due to the reluctance of both parties, especially General Qin, the proposal had fallen through. When General Qin claimed just now that he had marked young Master Fang, everyone present was astonished. Still, there was no denying it, they looked incredibly well-matched just standing together. Chapter 142, This Omega is a Little Sweet, 9. Unexpectedly, General Qin interrupted the matter, causing Chengbu's face to turn pale. Qin Shao, known for his stern demeanor, suddenly smiled. Young Master Cheng wants to challenge me. I wouldn't mind exchanging a few blows with you. Chengbu reluctantly retracted the pheromones he was using in his attempt to resist Qin Shao. Perhaps other alphas might be challenged, but with General Qin, even if Chengbu had 100 more reasons to fight, he would never dare. In General Qin's hands were dozens of fleets under command. Even the royal family had to show respect to him on the surface. No one dared provoke him unless they were tired of living. Chengbu cared less about his pride since life mattered more. He lowered his head, swallowing his anger and begging Qin Shao to let him off while repeatedly assuring that he would keep far away from young Master Fang. Qin Shao noticed the obvious weariness in Feng Shui's eyes. He withdrew the pheromones and ordered Chengbu to scram quickly. And so, Chengbu left in haste. Qin Shao took large strides forward until he stood right before Feng Shui. Tired? Feng Shui blinked, is General Qin here to pick me up? Qin Zhao's normally steadfast expression softened as he opened his arms wide. Feng Shui softly chuckled, then nestled into his embrace muttering, I don't want to stay here anymore. Gazing down at the figure snuggling against him, showing such dependence, a wave of sweetness swept through Qin Zhao's heart. This warmth outweighed all the hardships he'd endured throughout the years in military service, fighting in wars, bleeding, bearing countless scars, fighting on the brink of life and death. Many times, what kept him going was knowing that his own share of sweetness would eventually come to him. When that time arrived, he could truly relax and no longer bear so much bitterness. Now, holding tightly onto the person within his arms, his heart overflowed with tenderness. Finally, he had waited it out. General Qin Shao left with Feng Shui. Since his arrival, he had been open about his intentions, having never once considered hiding them. Before long, the entire central city learned of the imminent union between General Qin Shao and young Master Fang from the Fang family. Having lost the opportunity to associate with the Fang family and now having offended them as well, Chengbu's reputation plummeted drastically in central city due to the incident at the banquet. His company suffered immensely, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, leaving him too preoccupied with pressing issues to contemplate revenge. After being abandoned by Chengbu, Lian Noa promptly used the allure of the virus to seduce another high-quality alpha. He welcomed any alpha who wanted to mark him, surviving in Central City on the money given by these wealthy alphas. But soon, due to excessive marking of his glands, Lian Noa contracted a rare glandular infectious disease, giving him only a year at most to live. Moreover, any alpha marking him would also contract the illness. Desperate, an insidious voice emerged in Lian Noa's mind, blaming the irresponsibility of the alphas for marking him which led to this disease. If he must die, then all the alphas should perish with him. Yes. Even in death, those haughty, superior omegas would join him in demise. After making his resolution, Lien Noa began infiltrating various gatherings across Central City, cunningly persuading alphas to mark him. None of the alphas could resist his persuasion and eagerly offered their marks. Maliciously, Lien Noa spread the virus from his glands to countless alphas. Later, he returned to seek Chengbu again, feigning vulnerability and offering comfort, successfully drawing Chengbu back under his spell and moving into Chengbu's home. Because this kind of gland-borne infectious disease has a long incubation period, no alpha realized they had already been infected by him. Fang Jui quickly sensed something amiss and sent someone to investigate Lien Noa's hospital records, correctly guessing his plan. Using the Fang family name, he posted on Central City's hottest social platform about a certain low-grade omega maliciously spreading a virus to alphas through marking. The Fangs were a top-tier powerhouse, thus garnering numerous followers and attention. The post gained immense traction rapidly. Many alphas who recently came into contact with the low-grade omega were alarmed and hurriedly went to the hospital for tests, whereupon quite a few detected abnormalities. It was a serious incident that Central City took very seriously and quickly traced the matter back to Lien Noa. Realizing something wasn't right, Lien Noa had already fled Central City. The infected alphas who previously fell under Lien Noa's spell now completely lost their infatuation, desperate to capture him and subject him to the harshest punishments. Especially Chengbu, who had marked Lien Noa the most times and thus suffered the heaviest infection. While other alphas might still have a chance of survival, only Chengbu was immediately informed that he had little time left, dying of anger on the spot. Lien Noa fled back to the no man's land after escaping from Central City. He originally intended to continue harming more alphas but discovered that the warning information released by Central City had even reached the no man's land. Now, all the alphas in the entire empire knew about an omega named Lien Noa wreaking havoc on alphas by maliciously spreading a fatal virus, making them very cautious of any approaching omegas. Anonymizing himself, Lien Noa lived in constant hiding, growing increasingly weak. Eventually, he decided to seek refuge with his thug boyfriend in Central City. Although he had encountered many quality alphas and had long dismissed this thug boyfriend as having nothing to offer, given his current situation, he could only deceive this thug for help. Still the same old thug, frequenting bars all year round. Enduring his distaste, Lien Noa went to a bar to find him. But upon entering, he did not see the thug. Instead, he spotted the top-tier omega young master of the Central City Fang family. Thinking about his current ragged state, he imagined how much this young master Fang must be mocking him deep inside. With a hateful tone, Lien Noa asked, "Why are you here?" He blamed today's predicament not only on those alphas but also on this person. If it hadn't been for young Master Fang, Chengbu wouldn't have so ruthlessly abandoned him at first. And he wouldn't have needed to seduce other alphas to survive, possibly avoiding contracting the disease. All because of him. The look of venom on Lien Noa's face grew stronger. Fang Jui stood up from his booth in the bar and greeted Lien Noa with a smile, silently neutralizing the allure virus carried by Lien Noa. Unaware of Fang Jui's action, Lien Noa noticed only the smile on Fang Jui's face. Lien Noa detested his smile. If his body weren't so weakened, he would surely have lunged forward to scratch that handsome face. Filled with malice, in the blink of an eye, he began stepping backward out of sheer fear. Because behind Fang Jui stood an extremely handsome and tall man. Upon seeing the insignia representing a first-class general on the man's shoulders, Lien Noa turned and ran. He was stopped at the door by a gun pointed at his head. Given Lien Noa's extremely malicious behavior which nearly cost the empire countless prime alphas, and coincidentally with the royal family already having handed over the management of the no man's land to Qin Shao, General Qin personally came to apprehend this criminal. Lien Noa was executed right there on the spot. Having neutralized the allure virus, Fang Jui now felt unburdened and stayed with Qin Shao in the no man's land. This place was where they had met for the first time in this world. Qin Shao, leading his subordinates, conducted a massive cleanup operation in the no man's land, successfully bringing it fully under control. Far from the emperor's gaze, even the reach of the imperial authority couldn't extend here. Gradually, they were powerless against Qin Shao. Without the threat of the royal family hanging over him, Qin Shao could finally focus on enjoying a sweet two-person life with Fang Jui. Chapter 143, Vampires, Raised by the Gods, 1. The Waka Bottom Continent, a place where darkness reigns over half of the land. It was chaotic, dangerous, and not favored by the gods. The humans living on this continent had yet to reach a significant scale. Though intelligent, they were powerless against the encroachment of darkness. Time flowed day by day, and no one knew exactly when it began, but suddenly the chaotic Waka Bottom continent came under the rule of a divine being. People called him, God Ion. At the most resource-rich location on Waka Bottom continent, God Ion established the divine court. As believers of God Ion, humans were granted permission to live within the divine court. The divine court stretched endlessly, blessed by the god's grace and enveloped in divine light, driving away the darkness that dared not disturb it. There was fertile land, towering mountains, clear rivers, beautiful flowers, and the loveliest humans. The sun and moon showed their favor upon this land, lavishly bathing it in their radiance. In stark contrast to the pure and magnificent divine court, there existed in every corner of Waka Bottom continent various creatures of darkness who thrived in the shadows. Many dark creatures inhabited the Waka Bottom continent, most of which resided in the Ziknin mountain range. Ziknin mountain range was perpetually shrouded in dense clouds, where sunlight could not penetrate through the mist to shine inside, creating an atmosphere so dim that these dark beings adored it. Among all such dark creatures, none were as famous as the blood race, commonly known as vampires. The vampires, feeding on blood, had once briefly dominated the Waka Bottom continent. Vampires fed on blood, particularly coveting human blood. They possessed human-like appearances but had fragile skin that burned in sunlight, preferring to live in the dark. As the sole ruling god of the continent, God Ion would not upset the balance and annihilate any creature or race outright from the land. However, humanity, his believers, were different. Humanity was his followers, while the blood race dared to crave the godly blood of God Ion. Thus, God Ion favored his own followers and bestowed upon them the golden cross of the divine, aiding the human believers in combating the vampires. Equipped with the crosses, humans rose up and fought fiercely against the rampant vampires under the protection of God Ion. As vampires suffered defeat after defeat, they retreated back into the Ziknin mountain range, fearing the cross and avoiding entry into the divine court. But as time passed, God Ion fell into slumber, and the effect of the crosses began to weaken gradually. With this, the vampires returned stronger than ever and started infiltrating among humans, causing chaos. Humans realized they could no longer rely solely on the power of God Ion, thus establishing the Blood Hunter Guild specifically against the vampires. The Blood Hunter Guild spread throughout the divine court, specializing in searching for infiltrated vampires within the court and hunting them down. The majestic and elegant ancient castle located at Shio Mountain in the Ziknin mountain range, surrounded by countless bats. Deep-blooded red roses, whose heavy petals swirled around the base wrapped with bones, bloomed provocatively in this gloomy and eerie world. Several vampires flew in from the horizon, one tall vampire holding a frail human in his arms. As they landed before the ancient castle, they disturbed layer after layer of bats hovering outside the castle. More bats opened their crimson eyes silently watching them. A vampire dressed in prince robes of the Blood Clan personally pushed open the heavy gates of the ancient castle. Inside the ancient castle slept the highest-ranking existence in the Blood Clan, the Blood Emperor. Ever since the Blood Clan's defeat 200 years ago in the Great War against humans and their retreat into the Ziknin mountain range, the Blood Emperor had fallen into a deep slumber. However, recently, several princes in the Blood Clan noticed an increasing number of bats surrounding the Blood Emperor's castle. Since bats were symbiotic creatures associated with vampires, their growing numbers indicated the Blood Emperor's imminent awakening from their long slumber. The Grand Castle, unopened for 200 years, finally revealed its gaping mouth on this day. Thrilled bats swarmed into the castle, circling the first floor in shrill cries, then rushing toward the second floor. The vast castle was very empty, the snow-white walls and the scarlet carpet on the ground were covered with dust, stirred up by the bats' wings. Several vampires dressed in princely robes walked along a long, dark corridor, surrounding a frail human clad in pitch-black cloak. This frail human had a pale face devoid of much expression. From the moment he stepped into the Blood Emperor's castle, his face clearly showed dissatisfaction. Now, as the leading bats flapped their wings enthusiastically ahead, causing dust to rise and choke him, the situation grew increasingly irritating. His mood worsened, and he stopped in his tracks, unwilling to take another step. He covered his nose and complained, "Harrison, this place is truly filthy." Vampire Prince Harrison gently helped to wave away the swirling dust for him. "My dear little Roly, this place is indeed too dirty. After all, it's been 200 years since anyone has come in here. If you don't want to stay, I'll send you out first." No sooner had Harrison finished speaking than the entire Blood Emperor's castle suddenly fell silent. All the vampires halted their steps. The large group of bats that had been flying ahead of them suddenly landed on the walls and dangling decorations above their heads. They grew quiet, but pairs of crimson eyes angrily glared at Harrison and his so-called little Roly. It dawned late upon Harrison that these bats were companions of the Blood Emperor. They were the most loyal guards of the Blood Emperor, always protecting everything about him. Their comment that the ancient castle was dirty had enraged the bats. Another vampire prince gave Harrison a glare before addressing the group of bats. "Please continue leading the way." Harrison let out a light scoff. He was the youngest prince of the bloodline and also the strongest among the new generation of pure-blood vampires. Youth often meant arrogance, and Harrison harbored no respect for the Blood Emperor who had been asleep since before he was born. Instead, he was filled with an eager desire to pull the Blood Emperor off his throne and crush him underfoot. After all, the Blood Emperor had gone into slumber long ago due to the depletion of his lifespan, forced to sleep to extend it. Once a vampire entered slumber, their overall energy would diminish, and when they awoke, there would be a period of weakness. The new generation of vampires looked down upon the sleeping Blood Emperor and had almost unanimously planned to use this weak period to dethrone him. Following the bat's lead, the group of vampires ascended to the third floor. On the third floor, wall lamps holding white candles were all lit up. There was only one grand room here, carpeted thickly with crimson rugs. In the flickering candlelight, the crimson rug flowed like a river of blood. Above this river of blood, countless dried blood roses surrounded a massive pitch-black coffin. A thick layer of dust covered the coffin. Under the watchful gaze of the vampires, the lid of the coffin was suddenly flung open with immense force. The Blood Emperor, who had been asleep for over 200 years, slowly opened a pair of red pupils even more beautiful than rubies within the spacious coffin lined with heavy snowflake velvet. Feng Shui sat up from the coffin, slightly adjusting to the dim lighting around him. He slowly unfurled his wings behind him and flew out of the coffin, landing on a nearby vintage blood-red throne. Placing his hands solemnly on the armrests on both sides, his blood-red eyes exuded a heavy pressure as he stared at the vampires who had invaded the Blood Fortress. Chapter 144, Vampire, Raised by a God, 2. Prince Augustus. The voice of the Blood Emperor was deep, slightly hoarse, and filled with infinite authority. Upon being addressed, Prince Augustus stepped forward, lifting his head. His face shone with an eerie pale light. He brushed off a layer of dust on his body and bent down to pay respect to the Blood Emperor. It is me, my Emperor. How long have I slept? My Emperor, you have been asleep for 200 years. Feng Shui's blood-red eyes swept over the vampires present with remarkable clarity. Each vampire that met his gaze would voluntarily announce their name. When it was Harrison's turn, this young prince proudly held his head high. I am Harrison, your opponent. To dare speak thusly to the Blood Emperor, clear evidence of youthful arrogance. The rest of the princes were delighted to see Harrison take the lead and quietly observed Feng Shui's expression, evaluating the state of his body after such a long sleep. Feng Shui paid no heed to the brash young vampire nor to the probing gazes of the other princes. Instead, his eyes landed on someone very thin who was hiding behind Harrison. His gaze carried a touch of contemplation. A human. Harrison immediately grew alert. He knew how crazed vampires could become over little Rolly's blood. With a grim expression, he rudely told the shadow-dwelling Blood Emperor, "This is my blood servant." Feng Shui stood up and stepped out from the shadows. The flickering candlelight gradually illuminated his figure. Harrison suddenly caught his breath. In his imagination, the Blood Emperor of the bloodline, over 1,000 years old, should appear as an ancient, decaying vampire considering the toll his longevity had taken. However, the Blood Emperor stepping out from the dark shadows wore dark red and black intertwined regal clothing, appearing noble and majestic. Time had only refined his extreme beauty. Harrison was almost mesmerized. As he watched the beautiful Blood Emperor approach him, Feng Shui directly ignored Harrison, focusing instead on the human blood servant hidden under Harrison's wings. A very thin and small human, but one invaded by the world-renowned charm virus. In this world, the charm virus had split, leading to 2 invasion cases. One was the little blood servant Rolly in front of them, and the other was in the Divine Court territory. Rolly was only 18 years old, a destitute youth living in a remote town at the edge of the Divine Court. The remote towns were impoverished places where the divine presence of God Angshan was sparse, making these areas vulnerable to attacks by dark creatures. Rolly was parentless, raised by his aunt who could barely afford to feed him 1 meal a day. Often malnourished, Rolly was much thinner and weaker than his peers. The blood race targeted such remote towns for food resources, and people often went missing from these towns. The missing individuals were captured by the blood race to be kept as food. Rolly was one of those captured by the blood race as food. He was confined in a dark castle where the blood race provided him with regular food to nourish him before taking his blood when he was full. The blood race did not drain all of a human's blood at once but carefully nurtured them, taking blood at intervals to ensure its freshness and long-term supply. For some who were chronically hungry, the blood race was not a bad place to be, as they were provided with enough food and even accommodated some small requests while ensuring their survival. Still, the constant absence of sunlight was difficult for humans to endure. For Rolly, he disliked the darkness and therefore detested the blood race. He refused to stay with them and did not want to provide them with blood. He thought these vampires who lived solely in darkness did not deserve to drink his blood. Yet this was beyond his control. Despite his unwillingness, he was well fed by the blood race, and naturally, they intended to extract his blood. But Rolly's blood was turbid and foul-smelling. The remote towns were not blessed by divine light, so the people living there lacked the appetizing blood of those in the Divine Court territories. For vampires lacking better options, the blood of the people in the remote towns was not particularly delicious but still passable. Even so, among all the humans they cultivated, none had blood as hard to swallow as Rolly's. The vampires soon abandoned Rolly's blood. At first, Rolly was quite happy, no need to waste his own blood. But very soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Since his blood could not serve as food for the vampires, why would they bother to keep him around? Before long, the vampires stopped providing him with food and sent him out of their territory, letting him return to the Divine Court on his own. The blood race's domain was far from the Divine Court, surrounded by other dark creatures waiting to pounce. Alone as a human, Rolly would likely be devoured by these dark creatures before ever reaching the Divine Court. Though the blood race was evil, they did not drain victims dry as rumor suggested, instead, they carefully nurtured humans. However, other dark creatures were much less predictable. Thus, Rolly regretted his decision and returned to the blood race's territory, willingly accepting his role as a food source for them. But the vampires were reluctant, bluntly telling him that his blood smelled foul, making it undrinkable, he didn't qualify to be their food. Just as Rolly was furious, the charm virus invaded his body. As a result, even through his skin, his blood emitted an irresistibly sweet fragrance. Everywhere he went, countless vampires went mad for the scent of his blood. Soon, Rolly discovered that any vampire who drank his blood, even just a drop, would become hopelessly infatuated with him. The first vampire to fall for him was Prince Harrison. Harrison gave Rolly the most splendid castle and specifically raided the divine court for a chef, ensuring the food suited Rolly's tastes. Yet Rolly didn't like this dark, cold, damp place, nor did he like the vampires. He originally intended to have the blood race send him back to the divine court, but quickly felt unwilling. Back in the divine court, he would just be an ordinary person, perhaps still unable to eat his fill. Unless he could rise to become someone important there. Rolly began calculating in his mind. Even when he worked in the tavern at the edge of the remote town, he knew it was one of the key areas for the blood hunters, serving as the first line of defense against infiltrating vampires and dark creatures. The blood hunters often visited the tavern for drinks. When drunk, they would sometimes let slip some crucial information. For example, the divine palace floating in mid-air within the divine court, where the revered ancient god lay asleep for many years. The once powerful weapon against vampires, the Holy Cross, had gradually lost its effectiveness. With Angshan sleeping and the Holy Cross losing power, wasn't this the best time for the blood race to attack the divine court? Chapter 145, Vampire, Being Raised by a God, 3. Luo Li's mind was unusually sharp for once. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He then demanded that Prince Harrison lead the vampire army to conquer the divine court. But this was an unrealistic thought. It could not be achieved solely by Prince Harrison and his small contingent of vampires. So Luo Li went to offer his blood to more vampires, making them obsessed with him so they would willingly fight for him. Now several princes of the vampires and some young, capable vampires had received Luo Li's blood. Even if it was just a drop, no vampire could resist his blood, and they became his followers, extremely infatuated with him and blindly obeying his orders. Under Luo Li's command, these vampires had begun gathering an army of vampires in preparation to invade the divine court. But just at that moment, the Blood Emperor, who had been sleeping for 200 years, awakened. This is why Luo Li had been feeling gloomy since stepping into the castle. He had already made plans to attack the divine court, but now the awakening of the Blood Emperor might ruin those plans. Luo Li cautiously lifted his head to meet Jui Fang's gaze. Is this the Blood Emperor of the vampires? The Blood Emperor had skin like icy porcelain white, beautiful eyes tipped upward holding red pupils more brilliant than rubies, and lips extremely red like bright, blood-drenched roses. Elegant, pretty, graceful. The millennia of accumulated time around him exuded an air of high nobility and beauty, along with the coldness inherent to vampires. Luo Li felt a wave of danger, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. Yet, the more dangerous existence there was, the harder it was to look away from its beauty. Unconsciously, Luo Li's face slowly turned red. Prince Harrison resented the Blood Emperor always staring at his beloved little blood servant, so he let out a cold snort, his fingers extending into long sharp blades as he prepared to attack the Blood Emperor. Luo Li couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He knew that after the vampires woke up from their slumber, they would experience a period of weakness. Now, seeing Harrison attacking this handsome Blood Emperor, he almost saw the bloody scene where Harrison would pierce through the Emperor with his 5 fingers. Unable to bear it, he covered his eyes. Just a shrill scream broke out. It was Harrison, unable to even touch the Blood Emperor, being suddenly thrown out by an invisible force and slammed directly into the wall. Restless bats angrily rushed toward Harrison trapped in the wall, and Harrison struggled in vain as he was bitten by the bats, crying out in pain. Fang Jui didn't move an inch. His cold ruby-red eyes stared at Harrison encircled and gnawed on by the bats, his voice deep and chilling, "Let him live." Upon receiving the command, the bats instantly scattered. A bloodied Harrison fell off the wall. Silence returned to the castle. Luo Li's eyes were wide open with shock. Harrison was the most powerful vampire of the younger generation. Before coming here, Harrison had repeatedly assured him that he would directly pull down the weakened Blood Emperor from his throne, never allowing the Emperor to obstruct their plan. But now, Harrison hadn't even managed to touch a corner of the Blood Emperor's clothing. Fang Jui certainly knew what these vampires were planning, and his crimson eyes darkened immediately. He looked over the other vampire princes, not angry but laughing instead. "Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Let it slide this time. Next time, you'll all become fertilizer for the blood roses." His voice was light, yet filled with bloodthirsty malevolence, instantly changing the faces of the vampire princes. The meaning behind this sentence was clear, a warning to them that if any vampire dared to challenge the authority of the Blood Emperor again, the Blood Emperor would massacre within the clan to re-establish his authority. Every Blood Emperor must absolutely be the strongest entity within the vampire race. In theory, the weak period would be when a vampire was at their weakest, including the Blood Emperor. Thus, the weak period was the best time to dethrone the Blood Emperor. But now, even the most powerful vampire of the new generation couldn't last a second against the Blood Emperor. Apparently, even in the weak phase, the Blood Emperor remained the powerful Blood Emperor who would not tolerate provocation. The other vampire princes who originally harbored the same thoughts as Harrison immediately calmed down and respectfully bowed to him. Luo Li, looking at the unconscious Harrison, clenched his teeth. He made a decision. He intended to offer his blood to the newly awakened Blood Emperor, who may disrupt his plan to invade the divine court. For Luoli, the vampires who had gone mad with infatuation after drinking his blood, including Prince Harrison, were simply tools to help him achieve the goal of occupying the divine court. Now that many vampires listened to him and the vampire army was already gathering, Luoli, familiar with the remote towns, knew where the blood hunters' defense was weak. It wouldn't be long before they prepared for the invasion. His plan must go on. The awakening of the Blood Emperor was an unexpected turn of events. Since it had happened, he decided to offer his own blood, making this noble Blood Emperor also obsessively infatuated with him. Prince Harrison and other vampires looked too sinister and sickly pale, this was why Luoli disliked vampires so much. But as for this beautiful Blood Emperor, Luoli's usually pale face turned rosy with blush. He sneaked a glance at the Blood Emperor. Who could refuse such a beautiful, noble, and powerful Blood Emperor of the vampire race? The more he thought about it, the shyer he became, as if he could already see the Blood Emperor passionately adoring and praising him. He couldn't wait anymore. He wanted to claim the Blood Emperor right away. So, blushing, Luoli knelt down on the crimson carpet, disregarding the thick layer of dust, and lowered his eyes as he exposed his pale neck to Feng-Shui. His voice was soft, "Dear Lord Blood Emperor, I am a blood servant raised by the vampires. Since you've been in slumber for 200 years, surely you are now in need of nourishment. You may drink my blood." Feng-Shui hummed lightly, indeed, his stomach felt empty, and it was time for him to feed. But his gaze landed on Luoli kneeling on the crimson carpet. He suddenly leaned closer, but not too close, keeping a distance while sniffing Luoli's scent, a subtle look of distaste flickering across his face. The charm virus was no match for him, and the blood that other vampires found sweet and irresistible smelled foul and repulsive to him. TSK. Absolutely unpalatable. Luoli closed his eyes slightly, holding his breath in anticipation of the Blood Emperor embracing him, piercing his neck with sharp fangs, and drinking his blood. Yet after a long while, the Blood Emperor still made no move. Confused, Luoli opened his eyes. He only heard the Blood Emperor's cold voice, "Prince Augustus, I need food." Prince Augustus paused, instinctively glancing toward Luoli. Luoli's face instantly turned white. What did that mean? Even though he himself was willingly offered as food, was the Blood Emperor looking for another source? Could it be that his blood held no allure for the Blood Emperor? Chapter 146, Vampire, Raised by the Gods, 4. Prince Augustus soon left, but Roly was reluctant to go. He stayed beside the Blood Emperor, thinking there would always be a chance to feed his blood to him. Still kneeling on the ground, he asked, "My Lord Blood Emperor, is there anything else that your blood servant can do for you?" Feng-Shui looked down at him from a higher position. A little bat near his ear was quietly complaining about this human's earlier comment on how dirty his castle was. Feng-Shui waved his hand and dismissed the little bat with a light laugh. "Ah, there indeed is something, though it might be a bit tiresome." Roly quickly responded, "It's not tiring at all to serve my Lord Blood Emperor." A slight curve appeared at the corner of Feng-Shui's lips, "Then clean this castle thoroughly. It hasn't been cleaned in 200 years, and the dust has really piled up." Roly's face froze as a lump stuck in his throat. Since entering the vampire clan, apart from suffering a bit initially, he had been pampered by the vampires every day. How could the Blood Emperor make him do such dirty and exhausting work like cleaning the castle? Roly gritted his teeth. What kind of noble and beautiful Blood Emperor was this? Truly hateful. Even though unwilling, Roly started his cleaning duties at the Blood Emperor's castle. A group of bats hovered over his head supervising him. If any area wasn't cleaned properly, the bats would swarm and bite him. The more Roly worked, the more aggrieved he felt. He changed his mind. He was determined to let the Blood Emperor drink his blood. Once the Blood Emperor fell in love with him after becoming addicted to his blood, he would personally kill this detestable Blood Emperor. After the Blood Emperor awakened, several princes sent numerous vampire servants bearing cups of fresh blood, presented in golden vessels. The Blood Emperor sat in a lavish golden dining hall, merely smelled it once, and then gestured for it to be taken away. All of them were foul-smelling and murky blood. Not a single one was fit to drink. Unable to find satisfying food, the very choosy Blood Emperor looked lackluster, and the dark aura surrounding him made the vampire servants tremble in fear. A few days passed, and Feng-Shui still hadn't found any blood suitable for consumption. However, the vampire race survived only on blood, and eating anything else felt like chewing wax. One day, Feng-Shui stood by the window when a small golden bird flew over from afar and landed on his windowsill. Staring at each other wide-eyed, Feng-Shui was amazed that this little bird had golden eyes. He was quite curious, he'd never seen such a beautiful bird before. But his curiosity lasted only a moment before he lost interest in the bird. His empty stomach couldn't take it anymore, so he knocked on the system. "Are there any blood products available for sale in the system mall?" The system did have a mall, but Feng-Shui usually didn't use it much. The system seemed to lag for a while before replying, "Sorry, the system cannot provide blood for the host. However, upon detecting this body's picky taste for blood, the system can make a recommendation. Recommendation? Feng-Shui raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, what do you recommend?" System, God's blood. Feng-Shui fell silent for a moment. God's blood, the indication was clear enough. In this world, there was only one god, and that was God Ion in the divine court land. He suddenly chuckled softly, "System, I sometimes doubt if you're collaborating with someone to set a trap for me, tempting me to fall into it." The system stopped responding, feigning death once again. With the rumbling of his stomach, Feng Jui remained expressionless as he drank yet another glass of water. This body hadn't eaten for 200 years, making hunger unimaginable. So hungry, truly so hungry. Wanted to eat a full meal. Soon after, the vampire servants brought up another batch of fresh blood. Pretending to clean around, Roly took a drop of his own blood and bribed the vampire servants, replacing their blood with his and presenting it to the Blood Emperor. However, Feng Jui immediately recognized Roly's blood after taking a sniff. After pondering for a while, he decided to go along with the plan and pretended to drink Roly's blood. Waiting outside, Roly saw the vessel containing his blood being carried out by the vampire servants, which was already empty. Eagerly, Roly grabbed the vampire servant and inquired. Upon learning that his blood had already been drunk by the Blood Emperor, he beamed with joy. The bats couldn't tolerate his idleness. Seeing him chatting instead of working, they angrily screeched and swarmed to bite him. This time, Roly refused to put up with it. Gripping the broom in resentment, he fiercely swung it at these detestable bats. These blind bats had bitten him many times already, it hurt too much. Soon, the Blood Emperor would come to flatter and fawn on him. What were these bats compared to that? Feeling more confident inside, Roly used all his strength, almost exhausting himself, but still couldn't drive away a group of pesky and troublesome bats. In the end, Roly scurried into the dining hall of the Blood Emperor with his hands covering his head. He brushed off the dust from his cloak and looked resentfully at his face. He must let the Blood Emperor deal with these detestable bats. Roly's slender body walked into the enormous dining hall, which was extremely dim. Roly only saw a silhouette standing in front of a long dining table. He said impatiently, "Lord Blood Emperor, I want to take down the entire divine court. Surely, you will support me." The figure turned around, emerging from the shadows. Roly then realized this figure wasn't the Blood Emperor but merely a vampire servant. Stomping his foot, Roly asked, "Where is the Blood Emperor?" The vampire servant held the dishes he had just tidied up. "The Emperor has gone to rest and issued an order, no one can disturb him for several days." Roly gritted his teeth. After drinking his blood, shouldn't the Blood Emperor be insatiable and madly infatuated with him? Ignoring the servant's command not to disturb the Blood Emperor, he directly headed for the third floor, but was scared by a large number of guard bats at the door. He now had a phobia of bats, glared angrily at them, and then turned and left. He left the Blood Emperor's castle full of hatred. Anyway, since the Blood Emperor had already drunk his blood, he would surely become obsessed with him. The most important thing now was to accelerate the plan to attack the divine court. Under Roly's urging, a few days later, the vampire army gathered at the Ziknan mountain range, the closest place to the divine court. Since the Blood Emperor hadn't appeared these past few days, and with Roly presenting himself as the leading figure of the vampire clan, some vampire princes even ignored the Blood Emperor's existence and were about to set out with the vampire army. At this moment, a black line suddenly appeared on the horizon. The black line got closer and closer, revealing countless bats. These enormous numbers of bats went berserk, attacking the vampire army, forcing them to retreat a considerable distance. Roly had his nose bitten by a bat and was very angry looking at these bats. He held his nose and questioned Prince Harrison, "Aren't you vampires capable of commanding bats? Get rid of these nasty bats." Prince Harrison irritably swatted away a bat flying toward him. "Don't you see they have red eyes? These are the Blood Emperor's bats. Even a prince cannot command them." Chapter 147, Vampire, Being Cultivated by a God, 5. The Blood Emperor's bats. Luali's eyes flickered. Why were the Blood Emperor's bats here, and in such an overwhelming number? Soon, the bats began to circle in the sky, forming a dark, oppressive mass. When the vampires looked up again, they realized that the Blood Emperor had appeared at some point. Dressed in extravagantly ornate attire, the Blood Emperor radiated nobility and solemnity. He sat on an antique dark red throne surrounded by bats, floating in midair. An overwhelming aura belonging to the Blood Emperor burst forth. It was an intangible force from the ancient primordial chaos and the abyssal depths below. Dangerous, bloodthirsty, heavy, it caused all the vampires to surge with excitement, grow restless, and yet also gave rise to an urge of submission deep within their hearts, forcing them to kneel down in respect for their noble Blood Emperor. In no time, a large number of vampires knelt, offering their reverence to the Emperor hovering in the air. Luali's pupils shrank momentarily as he too was pressed down to his knees by the Blood Emperor's powerful intimidation. Regret surged in his eyes. So close. They were so close to leaving Ziknan territory and leveling the outskirts of the divine court. Sitting majestically on his throne, with porcelain white skin and plump flesh, the Blood Emperor exuded perfection, nobility, and power. With his presence alone, he firmly suppressed countless vampires under his command. Augustus. The only prince that the Blood Emperor remembered by name bowed respectfully. "My Emperor." With dangerously crimson lips, the Blood Emperor spoke, "Such a grand spectacle. What are you planning to do?" Prince Augustus immediately broke out into a cold sweat. He finally realized what crucial matter he had overlooked. To undertake such a massive invasion of the divine court without consulting their supreme emperor, this undoubtedly challenged the authority of the Blood Emperor. Stammering, Augustus found himself trembling violently, unable to speak a word. The Blood Emperor then shifted his blood-red gaze towards another prince. You tell me. Under the intimidating pressure from the dangerous Blood Emperor, Prince Harrison swallowed hard. It was only now that Harrison realized just how far behind he was compared to the Blood Emperor. By merely imposing his dominance, Harrison was already struggling to stay on his feet. He was arrogant and overconfident, actually thinking about striking while the Blood Emperor was weak. If not for the Emperor's magnanimity, overlooking him as a junior figure, Harrison would have already been killed. Now completely awed by the Blood Emperor's might, Harrison surrendered at his feet, bowing respectfully. My Emperor, we were preparing to attack the land of the Divine Court. The Divine Court's land? Feng Zhui lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the thick mist enveloping the Ziknin mountain range, landing on a certain direction. His stomach growled at just the right moment. In the distant sky, amidst the masses of bats blackening the horizon like an incoming storm, a golden bird suddenly squeezed its way through. The little golden bird managed to evade the bats chasing after it effortlessly, making them crash into each other and become dizzy and confused. Breaking through the bat formation almost without effort, it flapped its golden wings against the wind and flew directly before Feng Zhui. Feng Zhui's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as he fixed his eyes on this little creature. Reaching out his hand, the golden bird landed quietly on his palm, gazing at him without moving. With idle strokes, Feng Zhui's pale slender fingers lightly brushed against the beautiful golden feathers of the bird. The Divine Court's land, God Ion. A faint smile curved his lips. Since the system had hinted for him to seek out God Ion, what did it mean? Hadn't his Blood Emperor awakened? And God Ion? Ion must have awoken by now too, right? Suddenly, his gaze turned icy, and the golden bird abruptly flew away. To dare initiate such a major event as attacking the Divine Court without my permission? Enraged, the Blood Emperor's army quivered in fear as they prostrated themselves, not daring to utter a single sound. His crimson eyes gleaming ominously, the threat intensified. Cancel the plan to attack the Divine Court's land, retreat immediately. The Blood Emperor's decree reached the entire army, which prepared promptly to retreat deep into the Ziknin mountain range. Luoli was furious, absolutely infuriated. Cancel the attack on the Divine Court's land? How could this be allowed? He had spent countless drops of his own blood persuading the Blood Clan to attack the Divine Court, causing his body to weaken more and more as he eagerly waited for the divine light from the court to nurture and restore him. Now, he was being told not to fight. On what grounds? Hadn't the Blood Emperor also consumed his blood? Why wasn't he crazily obsessed like the others, blindly following Luoli's orders without regard for right or wrong risk? Could it be that because he is the Blood Emperor, with his immense power, he isn't affected by my blood, or is it simply that he didn't drink enough of it? And these vampires, just because the Blood Emperor gave a single order to cancel the attack, are they going to abandon their assault on the Divine Court's land and retreat so easily? Shouldn't they be listening to me? As he watched the surrounding Blood Clan begin their retreat, Luoli couldn't help but voice his dissatisfaction. Why? Why should we cancel our attack on the Divine Court's land? Faced with his almost accusatory tone, Feng Zhui remained silent for a moment. Luoli noticed that all eyes of the Blood Clan were now focused on him once again, which made him feel quite satisfied. Raising his head, he addressed the lofty Blood Emperor. Your Excellency, the Blood Emperor, I believe your decision to cancel the invasion of the Divine Court's land was a grave mistake. Feng Zhui arched an eyebrow in response. Oh. Luoli appeared genuinely concerned about the welfare of the Blood Clan. Our Blood Army possesses such tremendous strength, yet here we are hiding away in this dark region of Ziknin. We've been sneaking around, barely scraping food from the fringes of the Divine Court. Now that God Ion slumbers and the cross-sacred structure has significantly weakened against us, this is the best time to strike the Divine Court. Once we conquer the Divine Court's land, every human within will become food for the Blood Clan. Those humans have been deeply nourished by divine light, making them premium quality prey, far superior to what we've scavenged before. And don't you Blood Clan armies yearn for sweet, top-grade blood? It had to be said, Luoli had indeed struck at the heart of the Blood Clan's desires. For the Blood Clan, nothing was more coveted than human blood. Human blood also came in two grades, premium and substandard. Humans deeply nurtured by divine light provided premium blood, while those not blessed in this way only produced substandard blood. Before being infected by the virus, Luoli himself had possessed substandard blood. Premium blood was delectable and satisfying, substandard blood was merely tolerable. But fearing both the cross-sacred structure and the Blood Hunters Guild, the Blood Clan dared not venture too deep into the Divine Court's territory, resorting instead to raiding along its borders for subpar sustenance. Now that the Blood Clan's vampires had been provoked by Luoli, they began to consider his words reasonable indeed. This really was the perfect opportunity to invade the Divine Court. Entering the Divine Court's land meant no worry about drinking top-grade blood anymore. The entire Blood Clan halted their retreat, their eyes fixed on their king, silently expressing discontent. They wanted to advance into the Divine Court's land rather than retreat. Chapter 148, Vampire, Raised by the Deity, 6. Luoli was highly satisfied with his own manipulation. He, too, only wore a veneer of righteousness, claiming that everything he did was for the vampire race when it was actually all for himself. After all, vampires disliked sunlight and would not enjoy staying in the divine court even if they conquered it. What they truly needed was simply superior blood. By then, Luoli could legitimately become the new master of the divine court, merely providing high-quality blood to the vampire clan regularly. Thinking about this, Luoli felt a faint excitement. Feng Shui looked at the boiling mass of vampires below him, his expression cold. He was very hungry and didn't feel like talking much, so he just threw out one sentence: "What if Arying awakens?" His heavy voice lingered in the air, not loud but enough to pierce every vampire's ears like thunder. When Feng Shui mentioned the name of Arying deity, the golden bird that had been gradually ignored by him circled around him once before finally landing on the armrest of the throne, gazing down at the army of vampires alongside him. Arying was the biggest nemesis of vampires. The awakening of Arying meant nothing good for the vampires. They'd learned their lesson 200 years ago and now dreaded Arying from the core of their beings. The smile froze on Luo Li's face as he watched the vampire armies begin retreating again. His face twisted with anger as he shrieked, "Arying has been asleep for so many years, you can't possibly claim that she awakened just like that. I think you're just too scared to attack the divine court. You are unworthy to be the blood emperor of our clan." Upon hearing Luo Li's words, the two princes who were already under the shadow of intimidation by the blood emperor started wavering slightly. Our vampires infiltrated into the divine court to gather information, but no news of Arying's awakening was ever relayed. Could it be that the blood emperor is truly afraid of attacking the divine court? Not being able to lead the vampires to become the dominant force on the continent indeed disqualifies him from serving as the blood emperor. Once the princes began to doubt, the rest of the vampires under them also started murmuring amongst themselves. Feng Shui observed the vampire army being swayed again and sighed lightly. This time, he held nothing back. Bang! The sound of flesh exploding resonated continuously. The two vampire princes who stood by Luo Li and questioned the blood emperor, along with several detachments of vampires under these princes' command, were entirely obliterated by an invisible force, splashing into droplets of red everywhere. The droplets of blood rained down, splashing quite a bit onto Luo Li's body. Originally, the blood emperor lacked such immense power, but Feng Shui's arrival had boosted the power tenfold. Looking at the flying bursts of red, Feng Shui chuckled softly, his voice laced with a bloodthirsty undertone. "Do you think your emperor has a pleasant temperament? I'll give you all one chance now. Whoever still believes that I do not deserve to sit here, step forward. This scene of blood flowers is splendid, and I wouldn't mind giving you all another few glimpses." The vampires below, shocked by the blood emperor's display, went silent immediately. Their imagination of the emperor's power clearly exceeded their expectations, none daring to challenge the authority anymore. Heads bowed lower than before, wishing they could bury themselves deep in the ground. And Luo Li, covered in blood on both face and body, had already been scared speechless, even wetting himself. No vampire dared to oppose further. Words proved less effective than examples. After all, none wanted to end up scattered into a bloody spray for the emperor's pleasure. No matter how much Luo Li protested after this, the vampires cowed by the blood emperor ignored him completely. The vampire armies retreated into the Shikan South Mountains, while Luo Li was herded back into the ancient castle by a group of bats to continue his work. There was still cleaning to be done. Several days later, the vampires embedded within the divine court suddenly transmitted news back: Arying had awakened. She had woken up a few days ago, but the transmission of information between the vampires was slow, thus causing the delay. Upon learning this news, the vampires were flooded with mixed emotions, yet they felt immense relief. Fortunately, they hadn't followed Luo Li's goading and ventured into the divine court, otherwise, facing Arying directly would likely have resulted in their complete annihilation. From this point onward, the Blood Emperor's authority surged to the top among the vampire clans. Right at this time, Luo Li, who was busy being pushed around by bats inside the Blood Emperor's ancient castle, suddenly lost his mind and attempted to attack the Blood Emperor. Of course, the consequences were dire. Just the bats guarding the Blood Emperor had tortured half of his life away. And this sudden move led to suspicion from other vampires within the clan. Several princes cast off their enchantment with Luo Li, especially Harrison, who seriously suspected that Luo Li was a spy planted by the divine court. Perhaps Luo Li was sent there to manipulate them with sweet words into attacking the divine court, whereupon they would be eliminated altogether. The vampire clan promptly locked Luo Li up and prepared to subject him to severe torture. Luo Li refused to believe in the devilishness, thinking that perhaps his blood had simply lost its potency. Biting his teeth, he squeezed more of his precious blood and offered it to a few vampire princes who adored his blood the most. But this time, his cherished blood was all poured away. The audacious vampires even claimed that his blood was impure and stank terribly. After proclaiming earlier how sweet and delicious his blood was, supposedly the best in the world to drink. Luo Li's heart fell into chaos as he felt something slipping away from him, reverting him back to an ordinary person. He wanted to cling to it but had no idea what exactly to hold on to. Once madly obsessed by the Blood Clan, Luo Li now found himself mercilessly abandoned. It happened so quickly, it felt like a dream. Too fast for Luo Li to accept, even before the Blood Clan could torment him with cruel punishments, he desperately mutilated himself, leaving scars and blood all over his body. Whenever he saw a vampire enter, he would pounce and beg them to drink his blood, obeying his commands. In the end, due to excessive blood loss, he collapsed on the ground. As his consciousness blurred, he seemed to see the exalted Blood Emperor towering above him, looking down disdainfully. Feng Shui departed after wiping off the allure virus from Luo Li's body, leaving Luo Li to take his last breath with utmost reluctance. Blood roses bloomed alluringly throughout the vampire clan's domain. Feng Shui's deep red cloak brushed past the blood-colored roses. Due to hunger, his two small fangs involuntarily protruded from his crimson and full lips. The golden bird shooed away a few bats hovering around him, then perched on Feng Shui's shoulder, tilting its little head as its golden eyes fixed upon his lips. Tiny fangs, resembling white jade, slightly grazed against his full lips, extremely enticing. Feng Shui had recently noticed that the golden bird was becoming unruly. It had practically taken up residence on his body. Even when he bathed in a cold spring, the bird would use its golden feet to tread on his clothes, cocking its head to watch him. Crouching by the cold spring, he picked up a small stone and aimed, ready to throw it. Just as the stone was about to hit its target, the golden bird suddenly flew up and settled on a nearby withered branch, lowering its gaze to look at him. Feng Shui's face revealed a smug smile upon successfully tricking the bird. At the same time, in the divine court area, at the center of the main court, the once dimmed statue of Arying, due to her slumber, now radiated anew with golden light symbolizing her awakening. Encased in sacred brilliance, people celebrated joyously in the divine court because of Arying's return. Their songs were melodious and delightful, pounding on golden drums, hoping that their tunes would reach far and echo to where Arying resided in her divine palace. If Arying appreciated their songs, she might bestow miracles upon them. Arying's divine palace floated above the main court, standing tall as an awe-inspiring wonder. Everywhere within the palace gleamed with gold, and there sat Arying, ruler of the Vaka-bottom continent, on her divine throne. Her divine robe shimmered with golden light, her golden hair flowing long down to her waist. Her lengthy golden eyelashes partially veiled her eyes, and seemingly amused by some interesting scene, her thin lips curved into a gentle smile. Chapter 149 Vampire, Raised by the God, 7. Feng Shui took off the exquisite attire of the Blood Emperor and put on the white robes worn by humans. The white robe was the attire of Ayan's believers. Almost all humans living in the divine court wore white robes. He was about to enter the divine court. In the morning, Feng Shui left the Shika southern mountain range with a light pack. Countless bats lingered behind him, reluctant to part ways, and Feng Shui waved his hand to bid them farewell. He was halfway when a small golden bird landed on his shoulder. On the edge of the divine court territory, there were many small towns that were not prosperous, surrounded by many mountains, mainly relying on hunting for survival. The edge territories were always places of special attention for the Blood Hunter Hall, almost every small town having people from the Blood Hunter Hall stationed there. Feng Shui had good luck and encountered a group of hunters in the mountains. Those hunters were extremely enthusiastic toward him, even showing great respect, calling him adult repeatedly. When they learned he wanted to enter the town, they didn't ask anything, directly bypassing the Blood Hunter Hall's defense line and brought him into the town. Only at this point did Feng Shui learn that the bird on his shoulder was no ordinary one. The golden bird, an ear and eye of Ayan God, also delivered divine messages for Ayan God. Only those who have been blessed by Ayan God would have the company of a golden bird. This was why the hunters did not doubt at all that Feng Shui was a vampire but instead showed him much enthusiasm. How could someone who is blessed by Ayan God and accompanied by a golden bird be a vampire? These hunters didn't even need to waste time taking him to the Blood Hunter Hall for inspection. Feng Shui entered the human village silently all the way and finally stared at the golden bird perched on his shoulder face to face. The atmosphere was somewhat delicate. This golden bird has been circling around him since he woke up. It turns out it was Ayan God's ears and eyes. Feng Shui coughed lightly, and said, well. Even people in this remote place recognize the golden bird. Within the divine court, it would be even more evident, probably everyone would know it was the golden bird and that he, followed by the golden bird, was someone favored by Ayan God. Then couldn't he stride around confidently? By evening, Feng Shui passed through several towns. Due to the golden bird perched on his shoulder, everything went smoothly. As night approached, he finally stopped and stayed in a passing town. A very small inn with cramped rooms that weren't soundproof. Once you lay down, the noises everywhere were unmistakable. Upon lying down, Feng Shui felt his stomach growling from hunger. For this trip out, besides finding another person invaded by the charm virus, he needed to drink Ayan God's blood to fill his stomach as well. In the middle of the night, in the narrow room, Feng Shui fell into a deep sleep. After landing on the table, the golden bird gazed at Feng Shui's sleeping face for a moment before suddenly turning into a beam of golden light. When the golden light dissipated, the golden bird disappeared, replaced by a tall man with golden hair and eyes, exceptionally handsome. Upon the appearance of the tall man, the cramped and messy little room immediately sparkled with golden brilliance, and the surrounding noisy voices gradually faded away. It was summer in the divine court, hot weather. Vampires dislike sunlight and high temperatures alike. Even though the beautiful Blood Emperor was asleep, there was still a faint trace of restlessness. The sign of this restlessness were his protruding fangs, pressing against his full lower lip. A smile appeared in the golden eyes of the man. The reason why he woke up from his slumber was due to sensing the awakening of the Blood Emperor and the vampire's subtle intentions towards the divine court territory. Ian protected his believers. The first thing he did after waking up was to transform his divine power into a golden bird to monitor the movements of the vampires. But unexpectedly, his gaze was drawn to the elegant and noble figure of the Blood Emperor. He knew the Blood Emperor was picky about his palate. Common blood couldn't satisfy his tastes. After 200 years of sleep, his stomach was empty, yet he preferred going hungry because he couldn't find blood to his liking. Poor thing. So pitiful. Ian extended his long-fingered large hand and gently touched one of Feng Shui's small fangs sticking out of his red lips, like a piece of jade, white and pointed. With slightly more force, his finger stroked over the fang. Instantly, golden blood overflowed. The blood of a deity had an extremely unique aroma, and even in his sleep, Feng Shui was drawn to it. The moment the golden blood overflowed, he detected its scent. Ian's body suddenly stiffened. His fingertip was lightly bitten by fangs, trying to coax out another drop of blood. Unfortunately, only one drop remained. A deity's body healed instantly, and within the blink of an eye, the tiny wound closed completely. Feng Shui furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. Ian smiled softly, reaching out to smooth Feng Shui's wrinkled brow with gentle fingers. Don't be greedy. A deity's blood must be taken gradually, otherwise, your body won't be able to endure it. Feng Shui smacked his lips, reminiscing about the deliciousness of that single drop of blood while still asleep. The next morning, Feng Shui woke abruptly from his dream, sat up, and discovered an astonishingly fragrant scent filling the room. His mouth still retained a trace of exquisite sweetness. That unique fragrance stirred his taste buds intensely, making him crave another taste of its wondrous flavor. Feng Shui thought to himself, it wasn't a dream after all. He realized that last night, he really had tasted some delicious blood. His gaze scanned over the golden bird perched on the table, then he asked the system, did Ian visit me after I fell asleep last night? The system remained silent. Whenever something involved a certain person, the system always acted as if it were malfunctioning. Feng Shui rephrased his question, system, please detect, what is this smell in the room? This time, the system responded promptly, detection complete. This smell is, blood of a deity. After providing the answer, the system fell silent again. He felt like he had been tricked. Feng Shui stretched lazily. The blood of a deity. Ian. He beckoned to the golden bird on the table with his finger. The golden bird hesitated for a moment, then flew over and landed in his palm. A mischievous glint appeared in Feng Shui's eyes as he suddenly leaned down and kissed the golden bird directly on its golden eyes. This golden bird was the physical manifestation of Ian's divine power. If Ian wished, they could share senses seamlessly. At the divine palace far away, Ian touched his own eyes tenderly, losing himself in deep emotions. Feng Shui rented a carriage and traveled slowly alongside the golden bird, finally reaching the main court. Outside the main court city, there was a long queue. The entrance tower into the city was guarded by the Blood Hunter Hall. Each person entering the city had to be inspected by the Blood Hunters. The inspection was simple, just hold the Cross Holy Emblem. With Ian's awakening, the power of the Cross Holy Emblem was restored, and vampires dreaded touching it due to its formidable might. Just as it was almost Feng Shui's turn, someone happened to walk out from the main court. This person was handsome, tall and dignified, dressed in an elaborate embroidered gold robe, which set him apart from ordinary people. There was an air of aloofness around him. The blood hunters conducting inspection stood up upon seeing him, bowing respectfully and addressing him, Divine Envoy. Chapter 150, The Vampire, Raised by the Gods, 8. The crowd around them all erupted in excitement. It's the Divine Messenger, Lord Zhuoli. The person who arrived was indeed Zhuoli, the Divine Messenger of the Godly Court. He was also one of the individuals infected by the world-famous charisma virus. Zhuoli, the sole Divine Messenger and human who had ever entered the Divine Palace, served beside God Aoing. Zhuoli used to be nothing more than a stable hand, exclusively taking care of horses for the nobles of the Godly Court. His days were spent among the horses, monotonous and without flavor. It so happened that at that time, God Aoing needed a Divine Messenger to connect the Divine Palace with the Godly Court. Noble heirs rushed to sign up for this position, and inexplicably, Zhuoli also registered. Becoming a Divine Messenger required passing through multiple rounds of selection, and Zhuoli didn't have much hope for himself. Yet, due to the charisma virus's influence, he overcame every obstacle with ease, emerging effortlessly from among 10,000 applicants. He donned the highest-level white robe, becoming the only Divine Messenger of God Aoing and also the first human to enter the Divine Palace and meet God Aoing face-to-face. Everyone envied the Divine Messenger. As the most prestigious figure in the Godly Court aside from God Aoing, the Divine Messenger was highly respected. During the time when God Aoing fell into a deep slumber and the power of the cross diminished, many children went missing in the Godly Court. When they were found, every single one of them had been drained of their blood, a clear sign of blood clan infiltration and chaos. During that period of fear, it was the Divine Messenger who established the Blood Hunter sect to combat the blood clans and protect the Godly Court. All the people of the Godly Court held the Divine Messenger in high regard. It seemed as though the Divine Messenger was a saint devoted to the well-being of all under heaven. But the charisma virus doesn't favor saints. From Feng Zhuyi's past experiences, the charisma virus prefers those with twisted minds. Sure enough, the system soon provided much more information. When Zhuoli first stepped into the divine palace as a divine messenger and saw the grandest and most radiant god on the entire continent, he immediately fell in love with God Aoing. However, how could God Aoing possibly fall in love with a mere human? In the Great Hall of the Divine Palace, the position of the divine messenger is separated from the divine throne by 999 golden, dazzling steps. These 999 steps were an unbridgeable distance for Zhuoli. Moreover, Zhuoli wasn't allowed to enter the divine palace every day. Within a year, he might only get the chance once. And after God Aoing fell into slumber, even that one opportunity disappeared entirely. The godly court was shrouded in divine light, nurturing its inhabitants and giving them an average lifespan of about 300 years. God Aoying's lifespan, however, stretched far beyond any imaginable end. After being consumed by his unattainable love, Zhuoli descended into madness out of infatuation. He wanted to pull God Aoing down from the divine pedestal. This idea grew wildly within him, as if some force were helping him realize this insane notion. In his dreams, Zhuoli saw a way to destroy God Aoying's physical body. The method involved damaging the statue of God Aoing. To achieve this, one would need 3,000 vampire bloods, 3,000 child bloods, 3,000 dark snake person bloods, 3,000 dark lizard bloods, and 3,000. An infinite variety of mixed bloods would then submerge a statue imbued with God Aoying's divine essence into a blood pool. Within 10 years, this process would destroy both the statue of God Aoing and threaten the existence of the deity itself. Once the statue is ruined, so too goes the physical body, causing the divine power to vanish entirely. At that point, God Aoing would become an ordinary person. If God Aoing became an ordinary person, wouldn't Zhuoli finally be able to reach out and touch him? Dragging the deity down to earth and then possessing the deity, what a thrilling and maddening thought. Mesmerized like one possessed, Zhuoli remembered the method from his dream. Whether or not it would work, he felt compelled to try. At the time, with the blood clans beginning to stir, Zhuoli seized the opportunity to send out people to kidnap children and collect blood. Afterward, he'd return the drained bodies to their families. The ignorant masses naturally assumed these acts were committed by the blood clans, and he smoothly founded the blood hunter sect under the guise of hunting vampires, openly collecting vampire blood while secretly capturing various dark creatures. Zhuoli had already gathered all the necessary blood types and submerged God Aoying's statue into the blood pool years ago. In a few more days, the divine body of God Aoing would be destroyed along with the statue. Zhuoli's carefully constructed blood hunter sect now had control over the entirety of the godly court. At that moment, he intended to rule the godly court and imprison God Aoing in a place where only he could see him. Zhuoli was completely mad, showing no consideration for what would happen if there were no longer divine protection from God Aoing against the invasion of dark beings. Feng Zhuyi's gaze fell upon Zhuoli, meeting his eyes precisely. Zhuoli's pupils flickered as he caught a glimpse of Feng Zhuyi's stunning face beneath the hood, momentarily stunned. Then, after sizing him up for a few moments, a shadow of suspicion crossed his eyes. In the divine court, sunlight interwove with divine light fiercely, making the weather unbearably hot. After alighting from his carriage, Feng Zhuyi draped a white cloak over himself. Humans in the divine court didn't favor cloaks. Instead, it was the blood clan who infiltrated human society that would wear them to protect their skin from sun damage. Thus, anyone wearing a cloak was always the focus of scrutiny by the blood hunter sect. Zhuoli raised a finger toward Feng Zhuyi, his voice laced with suspicion. This person is the most suspicious. Check him first. The members of the blood hunter sect regarded his word as holy decree. If the divine messenger said someone was suspicious, they must have an issue. Immediately, everyone around distanced themselves from Feng Zhuyi, their gazes tinged with doubt. The officer conducting the inspection spoke with a menacing tone. Hey, you in the white cloak. Come here. With composed steps, Feng Zhuyi approached. Under the unfriendly stares of the crowd, he reached out and grasped the holy cross on the table. He showed no reaction to being burned, and the holy cross radiated its golden divine light without scorching him, indicating that he wasn't a vampire. Seeing no problem so far, the inspector looked at Zhuoli. Zhuoli furrowed his brows, feeling deeply uneasy about this man in the white cloak. His intuition screamed that something was wrong with him. Yet his voice betrayed no tolerance for refusal. Please remove your cloak. Feng Zhuyi's cold gaze hardened. The holy cross didn't react. What else is there to check? At the sight of his reluctance to remove the cloak, Zhuoli became even more convinced there was an issue. Checking the holy cross is just one part of the procedure. You're about to enter the main court, and the blood hunter sect is responsible for ensuring its safety. Since blood clan infiltrators often disguise themselves with cloaks in the divine court, we hope you will cooperate fully with our checks. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to treat you as a vampire. Zhuoli presented himself as though acting solely for the main court's benefit, which deeply moved the surrounding crowd. Consequently, people began to look at Feng Zhuyi even more unfavorably. The divine messenger has spoken, just take off the cloak already. Exactly. If you're a human, why wear a cloak? That's definitely suspicious. Perhaps he's afraid to take it off. In that case, we should just kill him as a blood creature. A satisfied smile tugged at Zhuo Li's lips. Feng Zhuyi suddenly raised his head and glanced at Zhuo Li, speaking leisurely, "It's not like I can't take it off." Zhuo Li frowned as he watched Feng Zhuyi raise a hand to untie the cloak, and a sudden foreboding sensation gripped him. Chapter 151, Vampire, Being Nurtured by the Deity, 9. When the large white cloak was undone, it revealed a golden bird standing on Feng Zhuyi's left forearm. Zhuo Li was the first to see it, and he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the bird. It was. Before he could step forward to block it, many others around had already noticed the bird and exclaimed in surprise, "Golden. That's the golden bird." Zhuo Li suddenly snapped back to reality, clenching his teeth hard. The golden bird. It was actually the golden bird. How could it be the golden bird? He didn't even have a golden bird. The people of the divine court were all too familiar with the golden bird, as the deity Ainshan had once used the golden bird to deliver divine oracles. They were certain that the golden bird perched on Feng Zhuyi's arm was indeed the golden bird. Ainshan had once said that those who are followed by the golden bird are favored by him. But never before had a human been so favored. Feng Zhuyi was the first person to be favored by Ainshan. Instantly, Feng Zhuyi became the focus of the crowd. No one now doubted that Feng Zhuyi belonged to the bloodline clan anymore. Instead, they began addressing him as master. After all, not even the divine messenger Zhuo Li was favored by Ainshan. This master was likely to become the second divine messenger, even more favored by Ainshan than Lord Zhuo Li. Feng Zhuyi observed for a while the distorted face of Zhuo Li as it darkened, then gently stroked the fluffy head of the golden bird, half smiling, and asked, "May I ask, Master Messenger, can I go in now?" Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhuo Li managed to force a smile, "Of course you may." Just as Feng Zhuyi was about to pass by him, a great flock of golden birds suddenly flew in from the direction of the main court. Golden birds only appear when a divine oracle is transmitted. Ainshan would dispatch the golden birds to ensure the oracle reached every corner of the divine court. On the contrary, the divine messenger was somewhat superfluous, not really necessary, but humans needed a connection to Ainshan, hence a divine messenger was elected by the people. These golden birds flew off in all directions, spreading Ainshan's first oracle upon awakening. In the evening, Ainshan would bestow divine light and golden dew, to welcome the arrival of his empress. Everyone in the divine court was filled with jubilation. Regardless of where this empress came from, the people were incredibly grateful because it was thanks to the empress that Ainshan bestowed the invaluable divine light and golden dew, a miraculous substance enhancing health and extending life. Unlike the countless hearts filled with gratitude, Zhuo Li, after a brief moment of shock, felt both anger and rage. Empress? Ainshan slept for over 100 years, having just awakened recently, how could there suddenly be an empress? Even he, the divine messenger who should be closest to Ainshan, didn't know. Could it be that Ainshan randomly selected one among his believers to be the empress? Who could be that lucky person? Zhuo Li was extremely jealous. Clearly, he was the human closest to Ainshan, yet Ainshan did not choose him for the role of empress. Suddenly, Feng Zhuyi's face flashed in his mind. Ainshan was going to bestow divine light and golden dew today, welcoming his empress. This person entered the main court today, accompanied by the golden bird. It was him. Zhuo Li suddenly raised his head, but where was Feng Zhuyi's figure in the noisy crowd? As soon as Zhuo Li's attention was drawn by those golden birds, Feng Zhuyi had already entered the main court and quickly infiltrated Zhuo Li's residence. The divine messenger's mansion was vast, and Zhuo Li had hidden the blood pool underground. Following the system's instructions, Feng Zhuyi located the blood pool and fished out the Ainshan statue that had been corroded beyond recognition by various kinds of blood. The statue wasn't very big, about the size of a hand. He carefully wiped off the blood stains from the statue, touching its blurred features, finally placing a reverent kiss upon it. With the kiss, the heavily damaged statue suddenly emitted a burst of golden light. In the blink of an eye, the statue was restored by the golden light, transforming back into a brand new, lifelike statue of Ainshan. The statue smiled at Feng Zhuyi. Feng Zhuyi tucked the statue away in his sleeve, instructing the system to replicate a similar but crude fake statue, which he then resubmerged into the blood pool. The golden bird perched on his shoulder, watching the blood pool. Feng Zhuyi silently left the divine messenger's mansion. The main court truly lived up to its reputation as the place closest to Ainshan's palace. Its golden brilliance sparkled everywhere, adorned with exquisite beauty. Statues of Ainshan could be seen all along the broad avenues, with crowds coming and going, all discussing the divine light and golden dew that would occur in the evening. Feng Zhuyi had no interest in any divine light or golden dew. After enduring a long and arduous journey, he was exhausted. The gold coins he carried were almost spent, so he used the unique secret signal of the vampire clan to summon a vampire hiding deep within the main court. Among the vampires, some possess special abilities. They are not afraid of sunlight and can survive on human food. These special vampires are less likely to be discovered by humans and usually infiltrate the divine court, tasked with gathering and delivering information. The vampire Feng Zhuyi summoned was named Norton, who had been hidden in the main court for over 100 years, quietly conducting small businesses there. Norton was surprised that the Blood King would personally come to the main court, and immediately arranged the best in for him. The golden bird perched on Feng Zhuyi's shoulder was far too conspicuous, hard to ignore. Norton's expression grew complex. Why was Ainshan's golden bird following their Blood King? Surely the king knew the bird was Aenshin's eyes and ears, yet he still came alone right under Aenshin's watchful gaze, boldly entering the main court. This was far too risky. Would it truly end well? Norton tried several times to speak but eventually kept silent. If the Blood King had come here, surely he must have a plan. Indeed, the best inn in the main court was impressive, spacious, and comfortable, even providing a hot spring bath. Feng Jui soaked for a while in the hot spring, returning to his room all steamed up. There was already an unexpected visitor in his room. Golden hair, golden eyes, and a resplendent divine robe made everything around the man shimmer with golden brilliance. He radiated majesty as if seated not in a humble inn room but in a grand divine palace. Feng Jui's cheeks were pink from the heat of the hot spring as he momentarily froze upon seeing the man in his room. It was a face identical to the divine statue but even more exquisitely handsome and nobler than any likeness carved in stone. This was his living, breathing lover. The room was filled with a strange fragrance. A gulp sounded out. It was Feng Jui involuntarily swallowing his saliva at the scent. So fragrant. So irresistible. He instantly recognized this aroma. It was the same scent of blood he had tasted that night. The smell was intoxicating, but the taste would surely be even better. His stomach growled happily at the tempting aroma. With the delectable feast awaiting, he didn't hold back. Feng Jui shut the inn door, then took 2 quick steps forward, pouncing on the god sprawled invitingly on the bed. The towering figure of Aenshin, with his golden hair, was now pinned down by the Blood King, much shorter in stature. Without a word, the Blood King bared his lovely fangs and positioned them against Aenshin's perfumed, slender neck. Chapter 152 Vampire, Raised by the God, 10. Aenshin indulgently held his waist and lifted him slightly, raising his sharp jawline for an easier access. Feng Jui's head nuzzled against his neck, and his jade-like fangs pierced Aenshin's skin. Delicious and savory divine blood flowed out. Feng Jui's whole body trembled with excitement. Aenshin gently stroked his back. With one sip of the god's blood, an indescribable taste brought Feng Jui a sense of euphoria. When he tried to drink again for the 4th time, there was no more blood. The small wound created by his fangs instantly healed. Feng Jui stared in disbelief, determined to bite again. No matter how hard he tried this time, he couldn't leave a mark on Aenshin's neck. He finally realized it must be some petty god not allowing him to continue. His beautiful eyes carried a flicker of anger, sparkling like water droplets. Aenshin's Adam's apple rolled as he suddenly flipped them over, taking control. Feng Jui scolded him, "You're so stingy. I only had 3 sips." Aenshin's golden eyes looked at him darkly, his voice deep and rich, "Even if you are the Blood Emperor, you can't handle too much divine blood. Let's take it slow. I will raise you, my Empress of the Gods." Yes, Empress of the Gods. Ever since Aenshin saw this handsome Blood Emperor through the perspective of the golden bird among the vampires, he decided to lure the person back to the palace, trapping them on his divine throne. After thousands of years of solitude, Aenshin felt the first stirring of desire. He desired this elegant Blood Emperor to become his Empress of the Gods. The fact that his Empress willingly stepped into his court delighted Aenshin in ways rarely seen before. Feng Jui nibbled his teeth against Aenshin's skin, reluctant to stop. He also knew what Aenshin said was true. Divine blood was not ordinary blood. After only 3 sips, he already felt a searing heat throughout his body. One more sip, and he might pass out. But those 3 sips were already enough to appease his hunger. At least his stomach would no longer rumble. It was the intoxicating aroma of that divine blood that kept lingering in his mind. Feng Jui smelled the irresistible scent from Aenshin, the kind deeply alluring to vampires, making him almost restless again. Aenshin sensed his restlessness and caressed his ivory-white fangs with his long, bony fingers. "Be a good boy and tuck them away. Kissing will be inconvenient." Feng Jui silently obeyed the abstemious-looking deity, retracting his small fangs. Almost immediately, Aenshin leaned down and captured his lips, as soft as rose petals. At dusk, the people of the divine court jubilantly gazed up at the sky, taking all usable containers to catch the divine light and golden dew descending from Aenshin. Golden clouds filled the sky, and with a thunderous roar, dazzling streaks of light sliced across the heavens. A single drop of golden dew fell, followed swiftly by countless droplets pouring down like rain. The inn's window was wide open. Feng Jui stretched out his hand and caught a drop of the golden dew, showing it to Aenshin. The incomparably supreme Aenshin rarely appeared so satiated. He lowered his head and kissed the droplet off Feng Jui's palm. "This is nothing compared to my blood." He held Feng Jui's hand and drew him back into his embrace, kissing his eyebrows and eyes. "Welcome to the divine court, my empress." The next morning, people were astonished to find a new statue standing beside the central statue of Aenshin. That exquisite statue was none other than Aenshin's personally selected Empress of the Gods. Zhuo Li glared with hatred. The one standing beside Aenshin, the one who became Aenshin's empress, should have been him. Who exactly was this person who stole his place? Zhuo Li sent countless people to investigate Feng Jui's identity but found no trace. By coincidence, he learned the truth about the Empress of the Gods from a vampire captured by the Blood Hunter Guild. It turned out to be the Blood Emperor of the Vampires. How could these dirty creatures, condemned to live in darkness, possibly qualify to be Angshan's empress? Heartbroken, Zhuo Li harbored malicious intentions again. Anyway, Angshan was about to lose his physical form soon. Now was a perfect opportunity to shake everyone's faith in Angshan, facilitating his eventual removal from the divine altar. He ordered the Blood Hunter Guild to spread the news across the divine court that Angshan's empress was the Blood Emperor. More than 10 years ago, the Blood clan recklessly targeted children in the divine court area. Those poor children had all their blood drained by the Blood clan. Everyone in the divine court area mentioned the Blood clan with clenched teeth and deep hatred. Over the years, any infiltrators from the Blood clan who were caught faced brutal human torture. Now, suddenly learning that the god Angshan had chosen as his empress of the gods was the Blood Emperor, left the humans in the divine court unable to accept it. Soon, rumors spread throughout the divine court that Angshan had abandoned humanity to protect the Blood clan, leaving people uncertain of what was true. If Angshan were truly to protect the Blood clan, wouldn't humans then become food for them? As these conspiracy theories grew more widespread in the divine court, everyone came to believe that Angshan intended to abandon humanity. Thus, human faith in Angshan quickly disappeared. Enraged crowds destroyed every statue of Angshan in the divine court, showing no respect toward him anymore. With such a commotion, Angshan naturally took notice. He never relied on the faith of believers for survival, so the collapse of human faith in him did not affect him at all. The reason Angshan once protected humanity was because there were many devout individuals among them in the past. But now, the humans living in the divine court might have grown too comfortable over time. Gradually, even those who were once devout began to slacken. Humans no longer held the same sincere faith in Angshan that they used to. They increasingly exploited Angshan, using superficial so-called faith to exchange for his protection and miracles. How could Angshan not know that the humans' faith in him had become increasingly impure? That's why he chose to sleep 100 years ago. Yet now, the humans vented their anger toward Angshan and destroyed his statues, seemingly forgetting that the reason they could live peacefully for thousands of years on Vaka D continent surrounded by dark creatures was due to Angshan's blessings. Angshan once established the divine court in the most resource-rich place on the continent for the sake of humanity, providing a place for rest and recuperation, which allowed humans to grow into their current scale. Despite Angshan's devoted efforts for humanity, the humans developed dissatisfaction and anger against him because of their suspicions and doubts. And humans still did not realize that Angshan had already lost faith in them. Zhuo Li led a group of people to destroy both the central statue of Angshan in the main court and the statue of the Empress of the Gods. No one noticed that the divine light covering the divine court was slowly fading away. Chapter 153, Vampire, Raised by the God, 11. The vampires lurking in the main court had gathered around the Blood Emperor, ready to protect him during his retreat. However, they discovered that the god Ion was right beside the Blood Emperor, even massaging his waist. Thus, the vampires quietly withdrew. Feng Zhui did not return to the divine palace with god Ion but continued to stay at the inn. He was soon discovered by Zhuo Li, who brought people from the Blood Hunters' Hall and surrounded the inn. It is this vampire who has misled god Ion. Kill him, only then can god Ion awaken. The humans didn't find their words laughable at all, and were plotting how to crush the bones of Ion's empress into ash. Feng Zhui stood before the window, expressionless as he listened to the discourse below, discussing up to the point of directly using fire to trap him inside the inn and burn him alive. Feng Zhui looked at Zhuo Siyu, who was surrounded by the crowd. Zhuo Siyu was also looking at him, with a grim and mocking expression. Feng Zhui smiled at him. An alarm went off in Zhuo Siyu's heart. In the next moment, he heard Feng Zhui shout loudly, "The bloodline often kidnaps humans for food and keeps them locked up. This much the bloodline does not deny, but there is one thing, the bloodline adheres to the rules set by Ion at the beginning, never targeting human children no matter what time or circumstance. The bloodline has never laid hands on human children. During the early reign of Ion over Waka Bottom continent, the bloodline and humanity were the two greatest races. The bloodline coveted human blood and attacked humans, gaining the upper hand. At that time, Ion didn't interfere, merely establishing a rule prohibiting the bloodline from harming human children. The bloodline followed this rule consistently, even when Ion later favored humanity and helped humans resist the bloodline. Despite being suppressed by humans, the bloodline never broke this rule. It was Zhuo Li who collected children's blood, dispatching people secretly to steal and kill children for their blood, then falsely accusing the bloodline. The bloodline might be evil, but they were indeed wronged in this regard. His words, however, were met with disbelief by everyone. Zhuo Li coldly snorted and declared firmly, those poor children had every drop of their blood drained. And you, the bloodline, have lusted after human blood for thousands of years. If it wasn't your doing, are we humans supposed to have done it ourselves? More and more people gathered, looking up angrily at the king of the bloodline upstairs. Feng Zhui cast a meaningful glance at Zhuo Li. How those children disappeared, I'm sure Divinity Envoy Zhuo Li knows better than anyone. Zhuo Li felt a jolt in his heart. Could this bloodline know something? No, impossible. That matter was conducted secretly, and afterward, he eliminated all those who helped him. No one should know. Unfortunately, he was dealing with Feng Zhui, the Blood Emperor of the bloodline. The Blood Emperor's red pupils weren't just for show, they possessed a special ability, to make someone reveal their deepest secrets under intense gaze. What was Zhuo Li's deepest secret? Feng Shui turned around, put on his cloak, and walked out of the inn. The crowd stepped back, watching him cautiously. Zhuoli also looked at Feng Shui, only to see Feng Shui's black eyes used to deceive humans instantly turn into a pair of transparent red eyes. The red eyes were as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Zhuoli's brain buzzed, and he became completely blank. Step by step, Feng Shui approached Zhuoli, speaking in a haunting tone, who exactly was responsible for those children whose blood was drained decades ago. Zhuoli stared vacantly at Feng Shui's blood-red eyes, feeling a mysterious force urging him to reveal the voice in his heart. He was seduced, his voice tinged with madness. Those kids, I had them stolen, they were too noisy. Only when their blood was drained could they finally be quiet. A strong gale swept through the entire main court, silencing the whole world. Everyone looked at Zhuoli in horror. Zhuoli continued to spill all the secrets. Iron belongs to me. I want to pull Iron down from the divine throne. I want to destroy Iron's divine body. By mixing the blood of these children with the blood of dark creatures and soaking it into Iron's divine statue, it will only take 10 years, just 10 years. To destroy Iron's body. The time is almost here. In a few days, Iron's divine power will vanish. By then, he will be mine, ha ha ha. Zhuoli's words were too horrifying. No one would have guessed that as the divinity envoy, Zhuoli was scheming to destroy Iron. The dead children weren't harmed by the bloodline but were bled dry by the very divinity envoy they revered. The truth was so terrifying that many dared not believe it. When Zhuoli regained his senses from the stupor and realized he had revealed a secret hidden for many years, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He glared with venom at Feng Shui. Everyone, don't believe a word I said. I am the divinity envoy, how could I have done such things? I was just controlled by the Blood Emperor. The crowd murmured in discussion. At that moment, a towering figure suddenly appeared behind Feng Shui. Everyone froze in astonishment, then knelt down. The golden-haired, golden-eyed deity had arrived, and no one dared to speak another word. The divine radiance of the god was no longer gentle, but instead became blinding, making it impossible to open one's eyes. God Ian held Feng Shui's hand and spoke only one word. Probe. When God Ian spoke, it was a divine decree. No one dared to defy the divine decree, especially during this moment when the trustworthiness of the divinity envoy had collapsed. Humanity needed to restore Ian as their pillar once again. Thus, the divinity envoy's residence was completely ransacked. A massive blood pool hidden beneath the divinity envoy's residence was exposed, and indeed, people fished out a defaced divine statue from the blood pool. Zhuoli's evil deeds were now undeniable, and he plummeted from his lofty position as the divinity envoy to become a prisoner on trial. Countless golden birds spread the crimes of Zhuoli across the entire divine court. Every human who learned the truth was shocked. After Feng Shui eradicated the charm virus from Zhuoli's body, he was hanged and displayed publicly in the center of the main court, despised by all who passed by. Feng Shui soon left the divine court and returned to the vampire clan, as the environment there was most suitable for vampires. Accompanying him was God Ian. God Ian had said he would raise Feng Shui. God Ian had lost faith in the humans of Waka Bottom Continent. He withdrew the divine palace, and the divine glow enveloping the divine court had vanished long ago. All the past favoritism towards humans had been retracted. The humans regretted their actions, praying for Ian's forgiveness, yet never saw him again after that day. Ian and the Blood Emperor spent some time together alone, finally resting together in the ancient castle of the Blood Emperor. Perhaps one day they would awaken, or perhaps, they would never awaken again. As for how the conflict between the vampire race and humans reignited and what the fate of either side would be, that was up to them to decide. Chapter 154, Going Wild in the Ghost World, 1. Over 100 years ago, on Blue Star, an entrance suddenly descended, named Hell Eye. Hell Eye is a world with infinite terror scenarios where ghosts and monsters run rampant. It was created by high-dimensional beings from the universe based on the deepest fears in the hearts of the people of Blue Star. It was a dangerous, dark, and terrifying world. Many humans were sucked into Hell Eye by its entrance vortex, with no escape, struggling to survive within its horrific scenarios. However, just 1 year ago, Hell Eye suddenly expelled all the remaining humans, after which the entrance disappeared. As humanity thought they had survived the ordeal and celebrated the disappearance of Hell Eye. A year later, an upgraded version of Hell Eye returned with a vengeance. This time, Hell Eye directly merged with Blue Star, becoming one entity. The fusion was underway. Senior, I like you. Can you be together with me? A male student was holding a bouquet of roses, his face blushing red after confessing, quickly handing over the beautifully wrapped roses to Feng Shui's nose level. He was a freshman. A few days before the start of school, when Feng Shui, as a member of the student union, greeted new students with others outside, her exquisite beauty and graceful demeanor instantly made her the white moonlight in the hearts of many freshmen. In these few days, he had already received numerous confessions from younger schoolmates. Some even specifically inquired about his whereabouts, waiting for him in places he frequently visited or below his dormitory building. Feng Shui always tried to avoid such situations and released the message that he already had a boyfriend. His lover was extremely jealous, hard to console when jealous. Though, he had not yet seen his lover in this world. But there were always some persistent ones who wouldn't give up until they hit a wall. Like the younger schoolmate in front of him now, Feng Shui had avoided him several times, but still got cornered on the road without noticing. Feng Shui's first reaction was to turn around and look at his surroundings, not finding anyone who might be his lover. He retracted his gaze, smiling faintly, with an elegant posture like the moon, and his voice gentle, "Sorry, I already have a boyfriend." Upon rejection, the redness on the boy's face gradually faded away. However, he clearly expected such a result, so then he said, "It's all right, senior. I can wait until you break up, and I'll confess again then. Hope." Whatever else the boy said, Feng Shui did not pay attention. His head slightly tilted, captivated by a strange sight in the distance. Not far away on the playground, countless students were exercising and playing around, gathering in groups of 3 or 5. Now was the time for youthful vigor and spontaneity, the prime of life being carelessly squandered, and the young aura permeating the entire space. Thus, when a strange person dragging a massive axe appeared on the playground, it stood out awkwardly and drew attention. This odd individual was towering in stature, draped in a tattered and dirty cloak. The hood of the cloak drooped down, completely covering the strange person's face. He moved slowly while dragging the axe, emitting an oppressive and eerie atmosphere from his body. The axe he dragged along was enormous, looking dull and heavy, with spotty blood stains on it. At first glance, it was incredibly terrifying. Yet youth means intense curiosity. All the students on the playground had their eyes drawn to this peculiar man, brimming with curiosity. This person is weird, what is he doing? Is he playing C.Splav? That axe is probably a prop, looks really authentic. Humph, that's a real axe. Look at the ground, it has left such a long scratch. Driven by curiosity, some ignorant and fearless students laughed as they approached this strange man and struck up a conversation. "Hey, which role are you in C.S? That's pretty cool, are you going to a comic convention?" I don't think there are any conventions around our school, right? "Brother, your axe is impressive, it seems quite heavy. Can I try it out?" The strange man paid no heed to the words spoken before. But upon hearing the last sentence, his steps paused abruptly. Under the bright sun, a cold wind suddenly arose on the flat ground, but the young energy-filled boys didn't sense anything wrong at all. The strange man spoke, "Certainly, you may." It was an extremely hoarse voice, as if it had been a long time since the last time he spoke, his throat stuck together, then forcibly torn apart, hard squeezing out sound. It sounded very strange and made people feel uncomfortable. The boy who had talked to the strange man heard his voice, frowned, and did not pay attention. Instead, he became more excited, got closer to look at the axe of the strange man, and even touched it. He touched a sticky blood. The boy exclaimed in excitement, then smelled it near his nose. "This fake blood is so real, it even has a bloody smell." As soon as he said this, some people around him changed their expressions, wanting to pull the boy back. But it was too late. The boy's head was too close to the axe. In an instant after he finished his sentence, the strange man moved. The axe that seemed very heavy was easily and quickly lifted by the strange man and instantly fell. There was a disgusting sound. Blood splashed. The head separated from the body, rolling on the ground with eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. This scene was shocking, leaving the area momentarily dead silent. Afterwards, countless screams arose all of a sudden. The crowd immediately scattered, falling into chaos. "He killed someone. Someone's been killed. Lee XX, you motherfucker, stop taking photos and run now. Save me. Call the police. Call the police quickly." The fear of the people around caused excitement for the strange man. His beloved axe, because it was covered with fresh blood, started vibrating, eagerly awaiting more fresh blood. The strange man chuckled evilly and slowly raised his head. Students running while frequently looking back immediately erupted into continuous huge screams. Ayowa. WTF. What the hell is that thing? My God. It was revealed, the strange man raised his head, showing a face. That face was blank and smooth, without any features, like a piece of white paper. This was a featureless strange man. The strange man dragged the blood-soaked axe, extremely eerie. He was happily chuckling evilly, walking lightly. So many people. He chased after these people, ready to begin a long-awaited spree of slaughter. Meanwhile, Feng Shui noticed the increasingly commotion on the distant playground and slowly knitted his brows. Chapter 155, Going Crazy in the Ghost World, 2. The playground wasn't too large, surrounded by wire fences with only 2 exits. Everyone was rushing toward one of the exits, jostling and shoving. Many people fell, letting out terrified screams that reached a peak. The boy who had confessed to Feng Shui earlier also heard the commotion not far away. Curious, he turned around and immediately his face lit up with wonder. What on earth is that thing? Feng Shui slapped him on the shoulder and said seriously, "Put your curiosity aside. It's dangerous here. If you don't want to die, get out as fast as possible." After saying this, she strode toward the playground direction. The system had reminded her yesterday that the integration of Hell Eye and Blue Star was now complete, and ghosts were beginning to appear in various places. Many areas have experienced chaos caused by these ghostly beings, but it had been suppressed. This was the first ghost Feng Zhui encountered in City A. While others were fleeing quickly from the monster, Feng Zhui entered from another entrance of the playground, heading closer to the creature. As she got nearer, the system's voice popped into her mind. Current ghost name, Faceless Ghost. Ghost weakness, Wah-ya-ya. What if my axe breaks? Can be used only once, delaying this ghost's actions for 5 minutes. The faceless ghost dragged its axe, cackling maniacally as it approached a girl who had fallen to the ground. With excitement, it raised its axe high. Feng Zhui rushed forward, swiftly grabbing the girl's arm and pulling her away a considerable distance. Moments later, there was a clanging sound, the axe hitting the ground. The girl Feng Zhui pulled away trembled all over, just a step slower, and the axe would have landed on her. In a state of panic, someone patted her shoulder, and her gaze moved upward to see a face as exquisite as the stars. Feng Zhuyi's voice was urgent. Don't just stand there stunned. Run. Next, the girl was pulled up with great force and pushed toward the exit. Unsuccessful with his attack, the faceless ghost sensed someone interrupting his killing spree and began to grow agitated. Dragging his axe, it headed toward Feng Zhui. The next second, a clear voice sounded, "Your axe is broken." The faceless ghost paused. Had his cherished axe really broken? The faceless ghost hurriedly put down his axe and started knocking around it, emitting a raspy voice, "Axe, can't break, fix, fix." Weaknesses could only be triggered once, giving 5 minutes to delay the faceless ghost's movements. Taking advantage of this, Feng Zhui asked the system, weapons. Searching for world-specific dropped weapons. A total of 3 god-tier weapons that can harm ghosts have been collected based on the ghost's abilities in this world from Hell Eye. 1. Whip, 1 lash kills a ghost. 2. Super mallet, 1 strike kills a ghost. 3. Crescent hook swords, pair. Weapon restriction, none. With the fusion of Hell Eye and Blue Star, the ghosts from Hell Eye appeared across various regions of Blue Star. These creatures, which previously had restrictions even in terrifying scenarios, now freely unleashed their wrath. Conversely, weapons within Hell Eye capable of harming these ghosts no longer had drop restrictions or use limits. Now all weapons are scattered across different regions like the ghosts themselves. Weapons are ranked in tiers, low, medium, high, god. The higher the weapon rank, the greater the damage against ghosts. God-tier weapons, there are only 5 in the entire Hell Eye, are capable of directly eliminating ghosts. They're hardest to obtain in the horror realms and usually land in the most obscure and difficult to find locations after appearing on Blue Star. One advantage of the system is its ability to ignore any obstacles, searching thoroughly and comprehensively for all weapons from Hell Eye that have dropped onto Blue Star. Excluding the 2 already bound god-tier weapons, the remaining 3 were fully collected by the system and placed in Feng Zhuyi's possession. According to the system's detection, this world's charm virus has highly mutated. During the fusion of Hell Eye and Blue Star, as an external object to this reality, the charm virus intervened directly, radiating throughout all ghosts in the Hell Eye. Thus, those invaded by the charm virus received a great advantage, they became rulers of these ghost entities. If Feng Zhui wished to eliminate the virus, she'd need to kill all the ghosts in this world first. Feng Zhui sighed as she looked up. This world was no longer as easy as the previous one, she would probably have to fight ghostly creatures day and night. With this thought, she reached behind her and pulled out an enormous golden mallet. Feng Zhui was quite pleased. Without considering anything else, there was just one word for it, big. It was even bigger than the huge axe the faceless ghost wielded. And so, victory was guaranteed. This was a god-tier weapon collected by the system for her. The mallet looked heavy but felt surprisingly light in her hands. She weighed it slightly and glanced at the faceless ghost. The faceless ghost was completely unaware of what was coming, still squatting on the ground, tapping and tinkering with its axe. The 5 minutes were almost up. Feng Zhui raised the mallet high, her expression cold, and slammed it down hard onto the back of the faceless ghost. With a thud, the ghost along with its axe shattered into pieces. A god-tier weapon, 1 hit, instant kill. After killing the faceless ghost, Feng Zhui noticed a group of people in black uniforms entering through another entrance and walking over quickly. She put the mallet away. Those people soon arrived, and some took out cameras to photograph the faceless ghost scattered in pieces on the ground, muttering their amazement. Others inspected Feng Zhui closely. Did you kill this ghostly thing? Feng Zhui didn't hide anything and openly admitted, yes, I killed it. She had more ghostly creatures to deal with later, and being secretive would only hinder her efficiency. The man who spoke nodded. Young man, you've got potential. We're from the Unusual Affairs Investigation Bureau. Come with us. Feng Zhui didn't resist. The Unusual Affairs Investigation Bureau seemed like a hidden department of China that most people hadn't even heard of, but in reality, it had considerable power. She waited as these individuals cleaned up the shattered remains of the faceless ghost. Some ghosts don't have physical forms, but the faceless ghost was more of a monster, and it did have a tangible body. These kinds of monsters were the most troublesome because even after killing them, the bodies needed to be disposed of properly. In the end, Feng Zhui climbed into their car and headed towards the Unusual Affairs Investigation Bureau. The location of the Unusual Affairs Investigation Bureau was somewhat secluded, requiring a long drive. Some roads, due to their remoteness, were bumpy. Feng Zhui leaned back against the seat and looked out the window. Many people still didn't realize that without them knowing, the world had already undergone a profound transformation. Chapter 156, Went Crazy in the Ghost World, 3. Pedestrians hurried by the roadside, and there were also elders walking with toddlers. Feng Zhui frowned. The appearance of ghosts and monsters in the world is not a good thing. Shouldn't we inform ordinary people to prepare? A person sitting next to him was also looking out the window and shook his head. This isn't something we should worry about. Feng Zhui withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes slightly. He heard someone in the front row answer a phone call, followed by two people discussing. Did you find that legendary big boss? We found them. They're called Ling Zhou. It said that they spent 50 years in Hell Eye. This is the longest anyone has stayed there. No wonder they are so valued. I've heard that higher-ups are preparing to establish an anti-ghost task force. Is it really that serious? The voices became more indistinct, and Feng Zhui didn't know what was said afterwards. He hadn't slept well last night and soon dozed off lightly. Not long after, he was woken up, got out of the car, and entered the Abnormal Affairs Bureau. Once inside, he realized there were a few others like him waiting outside the interrogation room. Feng Zhui's face and demeanor gave off an air of nobility, as if he wasn't an ordinary individual. Feng Zhui just arrived, before even asking anything, when someone blushed and spoke first. Our group reported the killing of a ghost and then the Abnormal Affairs Bureau brought us here. Feng Zhui nodded slightly. The person who spoke observed Feng Zhui's slim figure and couldn't help but express disbelief. You were also brought here after killing a ghost. Did you enter Hell Eye? Feng Zhui smiled without saying a word. He was afraid that if he revealed his famous name, it would scare people. During the wait, time dragged on lazily. People nearby kept trying to start conversations with Feng Zhui, who responded with a smile, appearing approachable while subtly gathering intelligence. As they were talking, a group of people walked over from the long corridor. To be precise, it should be said that a group of people surrounded a tall man standing in the center. That man seemed to be wearing a black mask. As the hallway was dim, Feng Zhui didn't have time to see clearly before the group entered a room. Feng Zhui glanced at them a few more times and then retracted his gaze. When the people ahead of him went into the interrogation room one by one and came back out, it was Feng Zhui's turn. He entered the interrogation room, and the interrogator briefly questioned him. What is your identity? Feng Zhui, a student. Why are you able to kill ghosts? Do you have experience with this kind of thing? Feng Zhui, recalling the experiences of the previous owner of his body, slowly fabricated his story. 2 years ago, I was sucked into the entrance of Hell Eye. Inside Hell Eye, I experienced countless terrifying scenarios for 5 years and somehow survived. Just before Hell Eye disappeared, I was expelled. Interrogator, 5 years? Feng Zhui replied, yes, 5 years, but those are 5 years within Hell Eye, where time flows differently compared to Earth. 5 years in Hell Eye only equates to 1 year on Earth. Beside them, the recording staff rapidly documented Feng Zhui's words. The interrogator continued, if the government establishes an official anti-ghost combat team, would you be interested in joining? Feng Zhui laughed. Of course, the fine youth of our Huaxia won't shrink back. If we have the ability, we certainly can't sit idly by while endangering civilian lives. The interrogation lasted for around 10 minutes. Once it was over, Feng Zhui was sent back to University A. University A was now in great disarray. The appearance of the faceless ghost overturned many people's perceptions. When the faceless ghost chased students wielding an axe, some still took photos fearlessly. Afterwards, those photos spread wildly across the internet, showing the extremely shocking image of the faceless ghost. Even though the authorities tried hard to suppress some news, many people still sensed the unusual danger. Of course, there were still quite a number of people who hadn't personally seen the faceless ghost and doubted that the photos were fake or edited, yet the strange atmosphere spreading across campus still made everyone feel terrified. In the following days, more and more horrific incidents emerged, and more people witnessed the existence of the ghosts and monsters firsthand. Those ghosts and monsters, once released, began rampaging through human society indiscriminately, slaughtering without mercy. The whole world was enveloped in an atmosphere of extreme terror. At this point, even if the authorities wanted to cover it up, they couldn't any longer. Thus, the government of Huaxia publicly announced that Hell Eye had merged with Earth, releasing its ghostly denizens into the world. The government issued a warning, advising people to avoid going out if possible. In no time, everyone was on edge. Feng Zhui had been working non-stop these past few days, dealing with many ghosts and monsters that were wandering around University A. Just as he was about to catch his breath, he learned that a 5-star hotel in City A was also infested with quite a number of ghostly creatures. He hastily munched on a bread to fill his stomach before rushing to the location. Currently, all streets and alleys in City A were filled with official announcements broadcasted through electronic speakers. If it is not necessary, please do not go out. In case of danger, please call 100-108-9XX. As it is not necessary. When Feng Zhui arrived outside the hotel, people kept screaming, there are ghosts, and ran madly out of the hotel gate. Feng Zhui went against the flow, finally squeezing his way into the hotel. He immediately collided with a goat-headed ghost rapidly fleeing outwards. Behind the goat-headed ghost, two men armed with weapons chased after it. When they saw Feng Shui recklessly charging straight at the goat-headed ghost, their faces changed drastically and they yelled at him, "Danger!" Without hurry, Feng Shui pulled out an ordinary-looking, even dull grey whip from behind his back and directly lashed it towards the goat-headed ghost. Both men thought this action was utterly useless. How could such a broken whip possibly defeat the ghost? However, they watched as the goat-headed ghost screamed and was instantly whipped flying out, landing on the ground and ceasing all movements. The two stared dumbfounded at Feng Shui's whip. So powerful. This must be an advanced weapon. Feng Shui glanced over the two men and noticed they were both holding mid-level weapons. They approached Feng Shui to greet him, enthusiastically inviting him to join their team. Those who had once been sucked into Hell-I quickly grouped together after realizing the ghosts and monsters from Hell-I were wreaking havoc on Earth. Our team leader was ranked in the top 30 in the Hell-I scoreboard. He possesses advanced weapons. It's dangerous for you to fight alone. You might as well join us so we can act together safely. Feng Shui paused for a moment. Seeing that he seemed interested, the speaker extended his hand. "My name is Li Hui." Feng Shui gave a light chuckle and also introduced himself, Feng Shui. Upon hearing his name, the two men's expressions visibly changed. They turned away and whispered among themselves for a while, confirming something. When they looked at Feng Shui again, there was evident disdain in their eyes, and they spat at him. Bad luck. Running into such a nasty thing. Feng Shui wasn't surprised in the slightest. Chapter 157, Went Crazy in the Ghost World, 4. The original owner of this body once had a notorious reputation in the Hell's Eye. Truly and genuinely notorious. It could be said that the reason why the original owner managed to come out alive from the Hell's Eye was because he walked out stepping over countless bodies. The terror-filled dungeons in Hell's Eye were extremely dangerous. People entering the dungeon usually formed teams, releasing recruitment information beforehand to find teammates, typically with 4 or 5 people per team. The original owner was timid and not very smart, often triggering death conditions. But because of his good looks, many people fought to team up with him. In one close call where his life hung by a thread, he instinctively pushed a teammate forward to take a fatal blow for him. Although the teammate died, he survived. The original owner tasted the benefit and gradually became cunning. Every time he encountered danger, he would push his teammate forward to take the hit. Most of the people who teamed up with the original owner ended up dying because of him. He stepped over countless teammates' lives to survive the terrifying, human-eating dungeon. He relied on this traitorous method to scrape through for quite some time in the Hell's Eye. But there's no such thing as a perfect secret. Once, by sheer luck, he grouped with the 10th-ranked person on the leaderboard, a man named Rong Qi. This person was very capable, yet the original owner suddenly lost it and pushed him forward to block the knife. That person naturally handled the ghost easily, but the rest of the team discovered his actions. Afraid that the others would abandon him, the original owner nervously admitted all his past history of betraying teammates. Soon, every surviving human in Hell's Eye knew that the original owner was a treacherous scoundrel. Hell's Eye was both terrifying and dangerous, survival was extremely hard, and people chose to form teams mainly for temporary support to catch their breath. Therefore, everyone especially detested people like the original owner who liked stabbing their teammates in the back. Who would want to team up with someone who might betray them and use their teammates as meat shields at any moment? The original owner's reputation was utterly ruined, and no one wanted to group with him anymore. He thought he was going to die in Hell's Eye, but unexpectedly, he got lucky and was thrown out again. Back on Earth, because the original owner had disappeared for a year due to being sucked into Hell's Eye along with many others like him, the school allowed him to continue studying. His family background was good, and he lived a pleasant life. But perhaps it was retribution for his betrayal of teammates, the original owner enjoyed his good life only briefly before dying from staying up too late. That's when Feng Shui took over this body. He understood these two people's hatred towards the original owner, and he didn't mind. He watched as they cursed loudly and left. Feng Shui paused for a moment, lowering his head to rub his somewhat aching forehead. In the last few days, he was either killing ghosts or on his way to kill more, leaving him no time to rest properly. There were so many ghosts in this world. The only good news was that the number of ghosts was limited, they wouldn't endlessly increase. But it would probably take a long time to kill them all. Feng Shui stepped towards the elevator, just about to go to the second floor of the hotel, when he saw someone running out from the corner, speaking while running. "Hey, did you see that? The guy on the 3rd floor just kicked a female ghost's head clean off. So cool. Cool my ass, better hurry up and run." Feng Shui stopped in his tracks, intending to go upstairs. Since there were still people inside dealing with the ghosts, he decided not to go in. After all, there were still plenty of other ghosts around to deal with. They might have been teammates of the two who left earlier. He turned and exited the hotel. A breeze blew down the street. Inside the hotel, a tall man came out. The man was wearing a black mask on his face, dressed in a cool black outfit, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. His steps were casually lazy. He glanced up and suddenly looked toward a certain direction. Just in time to see the slim figure of a passerby walking away, his wide white shirt fluttered in the wind. The man squinted his eyes. For some unknown reason, watching just a pedestrian's back made him feel strangely moved. He stood at the bottom of the hotel steps, gazing in that direction until the slim figure disappeared around the corner. "Brother Lengzhou." A soft voice sounded, and a boy ran out from behind the man inside the hotel. His round face was exceptionally cute, and when he smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared on his cheeks. He looked up at the man with admiration. Those 2 dimples radiated a sweetness, incredibly alluring. Most likely, if it were someone else, they'd instantly be enchanted, ready to lay their hearts on the line for him. But the man he faced was one with a surname meaning, cold. Lengzhou's brows furrowed with a hint of irritation. He didn't even glance at the boy and turned to leave. As the boy watched Lengzhou walk away, he made no move to stop him, clearly already accustomed to this treatment. Even gazing at the man's extremely cold back felt like an admiration that stirred his heart. Being aloof now doesn't mean forever aloofness. This man was the first person he had set his eyes on, the one he paid a price to get close to. This man could only be his. The boy's expression darkened momentarily as he called out Lengzhou's name before hurriedly running after him again. Feng Zhui killed several rampaging ghosts around an apartment building complex, and as night gradually fell, the sky became darker. As twilight settled in, sparkling stars filled the sky, signaling the time when another batch of ghosts emerged. Feng Zhui's face was pale, his lips pressed together briefly as he took a step forward. The sound of the system interrupted his thoughts just in time, resonating in his mind. Warning. Host's body is detected to have entered a weakened state. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. Feng Zhui had gone a bit berserk these past few days, almost without sleep or rest, neglecting his own physical condition entirely. No wonder he felt a little dizzy. There were too many ghosts, impossible to eliminate them all, and yet he still had to rescue people. Sometimes those rescued weren't cooperative, adding unnecessary difficulties to his mission. He massaged his temple, sighing, then decided to turn back and take a proper nap. Early the next morning, Feng Zhui received a message from the Anomalous Incident Investigation Bureau asking him to come over for a meeting to discuss some matters. Feng Zhui's heart stirred slightly. He already had a good guess as to what it was about. Rushing to the Anomalous Incident Investigation Bureau, he was led by a staff member through several corridors until they reached a large conference room. The door to the conference room wasn't fully closed, leaving a gap. Voices from within were already audible, chaotic and bustling, suggesting quite a number of people present. Feng Zhui paused thoughtfully, not entering immediately. Inside the meeting room, a group of men and women surrounded a round-faced young man, gazing at him with adoration. That round-faced young man wore a sweet smile, those 2 small dimples practically lethal enough to drown anyone in their charm. Those surrounding him were in a daze, yearning only to talk to him, longing for his attention. Chapter 158, Going Crazy in the Ghost World, 5. So you're Rong Xiao, you're so cute. So cute, so cute. No wonder Master Lengzhou likes you, who wouldn't like such a cute boy? Cute enough to make someone want to kiss you hard. How dare you? Little brother Rong Xiao belongs to Master Lengzhou. Are you trying to compete with Master Lengzhou for his affection? The round-faced boy, who was none other than Rong Xiao, had initially been complaining about the smell of perfume and sweat from the men and women around him. But as he heard their adoring compliments, especially when they mentioned pairing him with Lengzhou as a couple, he secretly rejoiced, his face beaming with pride. Just at this moment, the door to the meeting room was suddenly pushed open, and those who had been surrounding Rong Xiao instinctively turned their heads. Rong Xiao immediately stood up and looked over, his smile widening, his charming dimples deeper, and his face full of anticipation. But the one who walked in was just a staff member. Not the person he had been waiting for. Rong Xiao's face fell, his smile fading slightly. Seeing it was only a staff member, the others also let out a snort. Master Lengzhou still hadn't arrived, and they had mistakenly thought that Master Lengzhou had come, unnecessarily getting excited. However, right after that, they saw another person walking in behind the staff member. He was a stunningly handsome man, with a beauty that rivaled any celebrity. For a moment, everyone in the room froze, afraid to disturb whoever had just entered, all holding their breath. This person possessed an extraordinary face, like a combination of snow lotus and rose, beauty and handsomeness blended together, radiating ultimate charm and allure. His features were as if painted, his skin whiter than snow. His eyes were cold and distant, yet his beauty captivated everyone's hearts despite being a man. As soon as Feng Zhui stepped into the room, he instantly captured the attention of everyone present. His gaze passed over the people who were dumbfounded looking at him, precisely landing on a round-faced boy. This round-faced boy was the object of fascination for 10,000 people in this world, Rong Xiao. 2 years ago, Rong Xiao and the original host were among those sucked into the eye of hell at the same time. Unlike the original host, Rong Xiao had an older brother who had been sucked into the eye of hell a year earlier and survived there, even gaining some fame. In the Eye of Hell, there was a network similar to Dry Blue Stars, where people could communicate through messages and share experiences as well as form teams. Rong Xiao found his brother using the network in the Eye of Hell and was taken under his protection. Talented individuals admire each other, especially in the Eye of Hell, where strong abilities often meant leaving weaker ones behind. Rong Xiao's brother was friends with the top-ranking master who had been dominating the charts in the Eye of Hell for many years. That master's name was Lengzhou, as cold as his name suggested. Occasionally, Rong Xiao's brother would bring him along with Leng Zhou into terror instances, and upon seeing Leng Zhou for the first time, Rong Xiao became smitten, madly attracted to this seemingly cold and restrained man. Rong Xiao suffered from emotional detachment, he was naturally indifferent to emotions and had never liked anyone, yet he fell in love with Leng Zhou at first sight. He fell in love with Leng Zhou and urged his brother to set up a match between him and Leng Zhou. But Rong Xiao's brother knew what kind of person Leng Zhou was and understood that his younger brother didn't stand a chance, so he refused and told Rong Xiao to stop entertaining such thoughts. In the dangerous terror instances, romance was utterly useless. But he hadn't anticipated how much of a toxic love brain Rong Xiao was. Once he liked someone, he would throw all his focus on them and would not hesitate to take any measures to get what he wanted. He executed what he believed was a perfect plan. He killed his own brother. In an extremely dangerous terror instance, Rong Xiao had been protected by his brother throughout their journey, but in the last crucial moment when they could leave the instance, he made a cruel decision. He shoved his brother into the embrace of the ghosts chasing them, watching coldly as his brother was slashed in half by a ghost sword. His brother's cries of anguish echoed incessantly in his ears, but at that moment, Rong Xiao felt no sorrow, no guilt or regret for killing his brother. What he thought was, my brother probably wouldn't blame me. Since he refused to help me, I have to help myself. After exiting the instance, Rong Xiao put on a show of extreme grief and sought out Leng Zhou. Before Leng Zhou, he meticulously crafted a pitiable lie, my brother died heroically saving me in the terror instance under the ghost's blade. He told me to run, to leave the instance and seek refuge with you. As he spoke, Rong Xiao took out what he claimed to be his brother's relics, which he had prepared beforehand and deliberately stained with blood. He clutched the relics as if his heart was breaking into a million pieces. My brother said his only wish was for you to take care of me, based on your past friendship, and protect me. Brother Leng Zhou, would you grant his dying wish and take good care of me? At this point, Rong Xiao thought he had everything under control. After all, his brother and Leng Zhou were friends, there was no way Leng Zhou could abandon him. Everything he did was aimed at getting close to Leng Zhou, making Leng Zhou pity him so that Leng Zhou might feel sorry for him, protect him, and eventually fall in love with him, this pitiful little guy. Sacrificing a brother in exchange for gaining the affection of the man he loved, Leng Zhou, seemed like a fair trade to Rong Xiao, someone who treated familial bonds with indifference, almost devoid of any feelings toward them. However, reality diverged from his expectations. Despite his flawless acting in the past, this performance failed to completely convince Leng Zhou. Leng Zhou suspected that his brother's death wasn't as simple as it seemed and asked questions that Rong Xiao simply couldn't answer. Rong Xiao immediately panicked, feigning extreme grief before collapsing in a supposed faint. Fortunately, afterward, Leng Zhou didn't press further but merely took away the so-called relics belonging to his brother and coldly stated, for his sake, I won't let you die. And just like that, Rong Xiao stayed by Leng Zhou's side. But Leng Zhou was truly cold. Although Rong Xiao was near him, Leng Zhou hardly spoke to him. They kept a step of distance between them when walking, and Leng Zhou wouldn't allow Rong Xiao to get too close. During the time spent in the Eye of Hell, since Rong Xiao was constantly sticking around Leng Zhou, he attracted a lot of attention from others. Taking advantage of the fact that Leng Zhou rarely went online in the network inside the Eye of Hell, Rong Xiao spread rumors online that they were a couple. Many believed it. Yet being lovers was merely his delusion. He had originally thought he'd have plenty of time to make Leng Zhou his one day, but unexpectedly, the Eye of Hell suddenly released them. Back on Blue Star, with no survival pressure weighing down on them anymore, Leng Zhou vanished without a trace, despite all of Rong Xiao's efforts to find him. A year later, the 10,000 charm virus invaded Rong Xiao. One night, Rong Xiao had a dream where the Eye of Hell made a reappearance. Not only had the Eye of Hell returned, but it also merged with Blue Star, bringing forth hordes of demons and monsters rampaging across the land. In the dream, he himself became the king of those demons and monsters, each of whom would unconditionally obey his commands. Chapter 159, Went Crazy in the Ghost World, 6. After waking up from the dream, Rong Xiao didn't take it seriously. However, when in reality the Hell Eye and Blue Star truly merged, he was suddenly enlightened. That dream had actually been a premonition. All events that happened in the dream were now vividly unfolding in reality. First, the Hell Eye and Blue Star fused, then ghosts began rampaging everywhere. Next, a group of terrifying ghosts even came to seek Rong Xiao out. At first, Rong Xiao trembled with fear, but later realized that these ghosts had no intention to harm him. They respectfully called him king, stating they were willing to follow his orders. Everything was exactly as in the dream. Amidst Rong Xiao's joy, there was also some regret. Unfortunately, that dream didn't show him together with Leng Zhou. But these ghost servants were still somewhat useful. He immediately gave the ghosts Leng Zhou's photo, asking them to find Leng Zhou for him. It was only after 1 year that he finally reunited with Leng Zhou. No matter how many times Leng Zhou tried to get rid of him, with the extensive network of ghosts, he could always quickly locate Leng Zhou. After hearing the system's information, Fang Zhui found this world quite complex. He stared at Rong Xiao for only 3 seconds before casually looking away as if nothing had happened. But Rong Xiao glared at those who originally surrounded him, complimenting him and Leng Zhou being a perfect match, yet their attention now all shifted to Fang Zhui. Unhappy, Rong Xiao wrinkled his eyebrows. He disdainfully looked at Feng Shui's face, comparing himself in his mind, and quietly belittled, "What's so good to look at? Looks like a fox spirit." The people in this room had all once been sucked into the hell eye and possessed extensive experience dealing with ghosts. The Anomaly Bureau gathered them according to requirements, planning to form a special task force to target ghosts. Since Feng Shui had expressed interest in joining such a team before, he was called over to discuss the establishment of the Special Action Department. With the participants not all present, Feng Shui chose a seat and waited quietly. The others in the meeting room lost their initial enthusiasm toward Rong Xiao. While still surrounding him, their gazes secretly turned toward Feng Shui sitting quietly on the side. Rong Xiao naturally noticed this and felt quite uncomfortable, as if his own limelight had been stolen. He shot Feng Shui an unfriendly glare. Amidst the eerie atmosphere filling the room, the meeting room door opened again. Feng Shui, who had been idly playing with his phone, raised his head upon hearing the sound. In walked a man, extremely tall with an estimated height of 1.90 meters. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, clad in stylish black clothing, his legs long and powerful. The man wore a black mask on his face, his jet black hair swept back revealing his forehead. His entire demeanor radiated coldness and sharpness, making others hesitate to approach. Feng Shui, with his pale skin, stood out even while keeping distance from the crowd. Naturally, the man's gaze scanned over, his dark eyes icy, as though carrying the chill of winter snow. Their eyes met, and apart from the wave of familiarity that surged within Feng Shui, his scalp tingled instantly. Whenever his scalp tingled, it signified that a certain hungry wolf was eyeing him closely. At this moment, if he delivered himself willingly, there would surely be no end to the ordeal awaiting him. Unaware of what came to his mind, Feng Shui's ears reddened slightly, and he nonchalantly turned away. Rong Xiao, with an irritable expression, lifted his head and, upon seeing the newcomer, transformed his countenance instantly, showing a sweet smile and deep dimples. Standing up immediately, he jogged around the meeting table, infatuatedly gazing at Leng Zhou. His voice carried a tone of complaint along with deliberately implied intimacy. "Big brother Leng Zhou, why did you come so late? I've been waiting for you for so long." Leng Zhou expertly ignored him, taking large strides past Rong Xiao without a glance, leaving behind a trail of frosty air. Rong Xiao's face froze momentarily but soon composed his expression. When Leng Zhou arrived, everyone stood up, their eyes gleaming excitedly at this big shot who had dominated the top rankings for years inside the Hell Eye. Truth be told, they weren't particularly keen on joining any special action team since more regulation meant more rules, while teams offered much greater freedom. The sole reason they congregated here was because of the respect given to Leng Zhou by the Anomaly Bureau. The meeting room was vast, and most people chose seats at the front. Feng Shui, however, preferred not to mix with the crowd and selected the farthest seat at the very back of the meeting room. Leng Zhou paused in his steps, ignoring the central seat specially vacated for him by the others. He walked straight to the back of the meeting room, pulled out a chair, and sat next to Feng Shui. Feng Shui glanced up at him briefly, smiled faintly, then lowered his head again to focus on his phone, playing a matching puzzle game. It was a simple game pre-installed on his phone that he had never played before. A few random swipes turned out to be quite stress-relieving. Leng Zhou's posture was casual and laid back as he nonchalantly took off his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face. His long, narrow Danfeng eyes concealed an intense light. Glancing sideways, he stared at Feng Shui with a gaze burning like ignited sparks, landing on the tip of Feng Shui's reddened ears. As soon as Leng Zhou sat down, a powerful wave of testosterone surrounded Feng Shui. Up close, one could hear the barely audible sound effects from Feng Shui's phone as he continued his game. G.D. Gree. Unbelchable. Leng Zhou's lips curved upward slightly into a smirk. Despite his usually cold demeanor that seemed aggressive, it now transformed into an unmasked dominance. Unsatisfied that a mere game held more attention than he did, Leng Zhou tilted his body, making it seem accidental when his shoulder grazed against Feng Shui's. The collision coincided perfectly as Feng Shui cleared the 10th level and looked up toward him. With thinly flushed eyelids and beautifully curled lashes, his peach flower-like eyes appeared as if they contained boundless galactic sparkle, extremely captivating. Leng Zhou caught his breath, feeling an immense tremor in his heart. He had an overwhelming premonition, this person belonged to him. Born destined for each other. An uncontrolled storm of possessiveness brewed in his eyes, creating invisible vortices within them. Feng Shui was reflected within the swirling depths of those eyes. Leng Zhou suppressed the storm of desire raging inside him, tapping his knuckles lightly on the desk. He hadn't met this person before. To be here, one needed to have spent at least 5 years in Hell Eye, a condition set by Leng Zhou himself. Many couldn't survive even a year, let alone 5. Leng Zhou had stayed in the Hell Eye for 50 years, from age 18 entering, emerging at 28. 50 years in Hell Eye translated to 10 in the Blue Star. In Hell Eye, Leng Zhou was the universally known top-ranked master, invincible in all respects. Since the master made this requirement, the Anomaly Bureau naturally followed suit, selecting only individuals with experience lasting no less than 5 years. 5 years wasn't long or short, it provided ample time for fateful meetings between people. But meeting outside of the Hell Eye wasn't bad either. Chapter 160, Going Wild in the Ghostly World, 7. The other people in the meeting room wanted to get closer to the big shot to make an impression and thus shifted towards the back seats, keeping a respectful distance from the big shot. When Leng Zhou sat next to Feng Shui, Rong Xiao's face immediately changed, and a bad premonition welled up within him. He liked clinging to Leng Zhou the most, so he knew well how extremely cold Leng Zhou was. He had approached Leng Zhou for a long time but had never gotten within a meter of him. But now, Leng Zhou, who disliked others getting close to him, took the initiative to get close to someone else, leaning so near that their shoulders touched. Staring at Feng Shui's alluring face, Rong Xiao felt endless coldness and jealousy rise inside him. In a huff, he walked over intending to sit beside Leng Zhou, but before he could sit down, Leng Zhou raised his head and gave him a very cold glance. Rong Xiao's fingers froze as his eyes misted over with tears out of anger. Feeling somewhat wronged, his voice dropped low, "Big brother Leng Zhou, can't I even sit beside you?" Leng Zhou lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, his voice without any warmth, "No." Rong Xiao's eyes reddened slightly, "It doesn't matter. I won't sit." He stood up, then turned his gaze toward Feng Shui, "Can you move away? Why are you sitting so close?" Big brother Leng Zhou doesn't like others getting too close to him. Leng Zhou's fingers stopped mid-motion as he frowned deeply. He didn't like others coming close to him, but there were always exceptions when some people appeared. Under Rong Xiao's pretense, many around them cast disapproving glances at Feng Shui, condemning him as the third party intruding between the two's relationship. Some people already began muttering curses, calling him shameless for intruding on someone else's feelings. After all, in these people's eyes, the big shot Leng Zhou and Rong Xiao were a couple, so how could Feng Shui sitting this close not be seen as an attempt to insert himself into their relationship? Feng Shui glanced at Rong Xiao's veiled challenging look and suddenly chuckled softly. His laughter was stunning, making everyone present feel momentarily dazed. Feng Shui looked at Leng Zhou and shrugged, "Ah, so by sitting here, I'm inserting myself into your relationship, huh? Then I'll leave." Saying that, he got up, only to be tightly grabbed by the arm by Leng Zhou. Leng Zhou wasn't stupid, he just paid little attention to such matters. Now, furrowing his brow, he realized something was off. His cold gaze fell on a girl with her hair tied high in a ponytail. "What do you mean, he's inserting himself into our relationship?" Rong Xiao's heart sank instantly. Before, he had concealed the truth from Leng Zhou, falsely proclaiming their coupling to satisfy his personal desires. In reality, until now, he had still failed to gain Leng Zhou's affection. He least wished for Leng Zhou to know about it. Once exposed, wouldn't everyone know he was lying and fantasizing? In haste, he began giving frequent eye signals to the girl questioned by Leng Zhou. The girl obviously misunderstood his urgency and thought he was urging her to condemn this third party openly. She exclaimed forcefully, "Master, you're clearly a couple with Rong Xiao. This person must have intentionally come close to you to interfere in your relationship. Don't let him charm you, otherwise, Rong Xiao would be so heartbroken." As she spoke, Leng Zhou's expression grew increasingly dark, and the menacing aura around him became dangerous and intimidating. Since they were all hardened through battles in the depths of hell, the speaking girl quickly sensed the change in atmosphere and shut up immediately. Leng Zhou sneered, "A couple? Me and Rong Xiao? How do I not know about this?" The girl's face stiffened, and she quickly turned her head towards Rong Xiao. Rong Xiao, under the scrutinizing stares of a group, had lost his ability to smile. Compelled by Leng Zhou's chilling gaze, he stammered, "Not a couple, it was, when I was young, I didn't understand things well and said reckless things. They just believed me." "What?" The girl who spoke for him protested, "What do you mean? Aren't you and Master Leng Zhou a couple? Why did you lie to us?" Under the ever-changing gazes of everyone, Rong Xiao could only force an argument, "I just said it casually." "Who made you believe it?" People who once found him cute now began to find their expressions subtle and tinged with mockery. So he was a fraud, fantasizing about being bound to Master Leng Zhou, yet having his false claims directly debunked by the master himself. Leng Zhou's grip on Feng Shui's arm didn't loosen, the searing heat penetrating straight to the bone. As Feng Shui was pulled back into his seat, he heard the man earnestly declare, "I'm not familiar with him, and there has never been any talk of us being together." Feng Shui let out a soft hum in acknowledgement, naturally understanding that Leng Zhou wouldn't be with anyone else. He merely wished to use Leng Zhou's voice to clear up this matter. He certainly didn't want his beloved partner to be falsely tied to someone else. As the two sat closely together, Feng Shui took out his phone to show Leng Zhou something. Their heads leaned intimately toward each other as they gazed at the screen displaying cute game visuals. An inexplicable warmth filled the scene. They truly looked like a couple. Any perceptive observer could see that the atmosphere between them was far from ordinary. In contrast, Leng Zhou had never shown such goodwill toward Rong Xiao. Rong Xiao sat down heavily under the mocking gazes of those around him, his face pale, his hatred for Feng Shui swelling inside him. The leader of the Mysterious Events Bureau arrived late and held a meeting with everyone present. There were various matters to discuss: treatment, division of labor, the choice of action department minister, the number of people in the action teams, and the selection of team captains. However, prior to all this, to help everyone get acquainted, every individual present introduced themselves by name. When it came to Feng Shui's turn, he hesitated for just a moment before stating his name calmly without altering his expression. While Ling Zhou had no particular reaction, he always immersed himself in runs in Hell, not concerning himself with trivial affairs. Others clearly recognized the name. Upon hearing it, they all froze momentarily before recollecting something. The looks they shot at Feng Shui afterward brimmed with disdain. After all, the former owner of this body carried a notorious reputation in Hell nearly equal to Ling Zhou's, but while Ling Zhou was admired, the original owner was despised. Isn't Feng Shui the parasite who survives by betraying their teammates? Such an ugly soul doesn't deserve that handsome face. It's him. How can a gutter-dwelling creature like this have escaped death in Hell? Whoever pairs with this despicable teammate won't even know how they'll die. One insult after another rang in his ears, unashamedly conveying malice and loathing towards Feng Shui. Feng Shui could only feel some frustration. He angrily poked the seemingly dead system. Why had the system chosen exactly this body for him? He would now suffer the consequences of the original owner's actions. Chapter 161, Going Wild in the Ghost World, 8. Ling Zhou's expression and gaze did not waver at all because of what those people said. Rong Xiao, who was trying to hold back his anger, heard the name Feng Shui, froze for a moment, and then screamed, "Feng Shui, so you are Feng Shui." Everyone was startled by his sudden outburst and turned their eyes towards him once again. Rong Xiao's eyes instantly reddened. He looked at Ling Zhou and harshly revealed Feng Shui's true colors. "Brother Ling Zhou, this person, he pushed my brother out to block the blade in the horror instance back then." Upon hearing this, quite a few people recalled that event. Yes, I remember someone discovered he stabbed his teammate in the back then because he pushed Rong Qi out to block the blade. Wow, he actually dared to push. Rong Qi didn't bash his head open. Mentioning Rong Qi, there was a flicker of emotion in Ling Zhou's eyes as he glanced at Feng Shui. Unable to bear it any longer, Feng Shui pressed his forehead and sighed, "It's such a mess." The original owner had pushed out someone named Rong Qi back then, which was how everyone found out about his betrayal, tarnishing his reputation forever after. Coincidentally, the person called Rong Qi just happened to be Rong Xiao's brother. Rong Xiao wanted to use this opportunity to let Ling Zhou see the true face of Feng Shui, thereby developing disgust for him. So, he exaggerated the ugly actions Feng Shui had committed during the Hell incident. Regardless of the specific matter, as Rong Xiao spoke, those around him nodded frequently, becoming more and more repulsed by Feng Shui. Though the evil deeds done by the original owner could not be erased, they were unrelated to Feng Shui himself. He allowed them to denounce him freely, viewing it as if they were condemning the original owner, without caring at all. The leader of the Strange Affairs Bureau, observing the discontent among everyone, turned to Ling Zhou for his opinion. Ling Zhou clenched his hands into fists, tapping on the table twice. Instantly, the entire meeting room fell silent. Ling Zhou gazed deeply at Feng Shui. "I haven't seen your past self, but I believe in who you are now." Feng Shui opened his mouth several times, then let out a sigh. "I swear, the me from now on will never do anything like that again." For Ling Zhou, that one sentence was enough. He disregarded all opposition and kept Feng Shui. Rong Xiao stared at Ling Zhou incredulously, unable to understand what kind of spell Feng Shui had cast on him. There was no doubt that Ling Zhou was the unmatched leader of the Special Operations Department. Other matters were finalized accordingly, concluding the meeting. Because the world was being invaded by ghosts, a university had no choice but to suspend classes. Not wanting Feng Shui to waste energy commuting back and forth, he moved out of school. Ling Zhou came to pick him up, citing dormitory unavailability as a reason, brazenly leading him to his own place. Ling Zhou was someone who acted immediately once he decided something, never wasting even a second of time. Feng Shui also cherished the time spent with him. Especially in this world, it wasn't hard to imagine that they would be busy later and might not even have the space to be together. Thus, they communicated heart-to-heart with merely an exchanged glance. That night, Feng Shui was thoroughly ravaged by a ravenous wolf. Following the official recruitment notice, many people gradually joined the Special Operations Department where Ling Zhou held sway. Yet, everyone's attitude toward Feng Shui was far from respectful or friendly. The impression left by the original owner was too bad, almost impossible to mend, so Feng Shui didn't make any effort to improve it either. His mission didn't involve these people, so their attitudes toward him didn't matter much. What mattered was that these people could help him kill ghost monsters, and that was sufficient. No one was willing to team up with Feng Shui. His reputation was too foul, and everyone feared being betrayed by him. Even those who insisted on keeping Feng Shui in the department had many criticisms toward Ling Zhou. Why keep such a notorious figure? To push teammates forward at critical moments. Many secretly hoped that Feng Shui would die soon at the hands of the ghosts. Feng Shui didn't bother with what others thought. Though the Special Operations Department had been newly established and gathered plenty of personnel, weapons posed a significant challenge. Thus, Feng Shui instructed the system to gather some advanced weaponry and took out 2 extra god-tier weapons he possessed, distributing them among the Operation Department members. Advanced weapons were difficult to come across, while god-tier weapons were even rarer. So, when he pulled out a bunch of powerful weapons to distribute, many people stared at him in shock. After all, in today's Blue Star, these high-grade weapons, just one weapon alone, could be sold for astronomical prices. Yet, he casually handed them out for free. Even though Rong Xiao was working hard to defame Feng Shui within the Special Operations Department in an attempt to isolate him, after the incident where Feng Shui had distributed weapons, many of those who received them couldn't bring themselves to criticize him anymore. But still, no one dared to team up with him. In the minister's office of the Special Operations Department, Feng Shui was pinned against the wall by Leng Zhou, his jaw gripped and tilted upwards as Leng Zhou pressed his slightly pale lips onto his. After a long while, the originally pale lips gradually turned red. Leng Zhou looked at him tenderly, caressing his eyebrows and eyes which carried a hint of fatigue. You haven't rested for 3 days. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Ghosts can't be killed completely, take care of your body. Feng Shui opened his reddened lips slightly, saying, no, they can. Leng Zhou moved closer again, holding him in his arms, lowering his chin near his head, remaining silent for a long moment before speaking, I'll team up with you. As the director, Leng Zhou's capabilities were unparalleled. Regular ghosts didn't even need his intervention, and if Feng Shui teamed up with him, there wouldn't be much need to run around everywhere. However, Feng Shui declined. In the end, they split ways. With Leng Zhou's powerful abilities, they could each fight their way through separate paths and quickly dispose of those ghost monsters. Feng Shui was urgent. Though the number of ghost monsters was finite, their powers would grow stronger over time, making them harder to kill. They had to eliminate the majority of them before their power increased, or else the situation would never stabilize. Leng Zhou actually wanted to stay with him. For some reason, he just wanted to keep him within his sight, watching him made him feel at ease. But he keenly sensed Feng Shui's urgency, so he compromised and agreed to split up. Still, he didn't forget to push the members of the Special Operations Department into overtime to combat more ghost monsters. Actually, there was no need for Feng Shui to go searching for ghost monsters, they already came looking for him. Because everyone noticed that Leng Zhou's attitude towards Feng Shui was unusual, the mere fact that the distance between the two kept shrinking was enough to drive Rong Xiao insane. He went mad with the desire to kill Feng Shui. I am the king of ghosts. Every ghost in this world obeyed his commands. What did one measly Feng Shui amount to? He was going to have those ghost monsters use the most brutal methods to kill Feng Shui. Thus, an increasing number of ghost monsters began surging towards Feng Shui in a frenzy. Feng Shui, however, accepted them all without hesitation. If a ghost came, he killed it. Chapter 162, Went Wild in the Ghost World, 9. Feng Shui handed over the 2 god-level weapons to the Special Action Department, keeping only a pair of crescent-shaped hooked knives for himself. Combined with his body upgraded to top tier by the system, he basically took down one ghost at a time with each swing of his weapon. While dealing with the ghosts that recklessly came toward him, he also had to complete tasks assigned by the Special Action Department. One day, he received news that the 7th Squad of Action Group A was surrounded by several ghosts in an art college. He rushed there promptly. The 7th Squad, which had been struggling under the ghost's attack, saw Feng Shui descend like a deity, gripping golden crescent hooked knives in both hands, expressionless yet stunningly cool. Effortlessly, he reaped a crowd of ghosts and left without looking back. It wasn't just the 7th Squad, more and more squads experienced the shock of being saved from the brink of death by Feng Shui descending out of nowhere. Is Feng Shui this powerful? And he even saved us? When someone has helped save your life, you feel indebted. Moreover, many who were saved by Feng Shui no longer clung to old grievances against him, gradually beginning to be willing to team up with Feng Shui. To repay even a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude, why fear betrayal anymore? More and more people started changing their attitude towards Feng Shui. Some would even counterattack Rong Xiao when he spoke ill of Feng Shui, making Rong Xiao furious enough to continuously send more ghosts to kill Feng Shui. Many whose lives had been saved by Feng Shui went hesitantly to thank him. Wiping the blood off his crescent-hooked knives, Feng Shui curved his lips into a dazzling smile, making countless hearts beat faster. However, the smile lasted but a fleeting moment, and Feng Shui soon looked serious, saying sternly, "Don't thank me. Instead of thanking me, it'd be better to spend that time killing a few more ghosts, restoring our blue star to normalcy, cleaning up our world, so that our descendants won't have to live under the threat of ghosts anymore." These people didn't expect him to have such high awareness. After hearing what he said, they all followed suit as if energized, immediately forming teams to go and hunt ghosts. This inexplicably positive atmosphere quickly infected many members within the action department. They stopped slacking off, seizing every second of each day for fear of letting a single ghost escape. In such an environment, Rong Xiao's idleness and loafing became extremely noticeable. As the king of ghosts, how could he possibly kill ghosts that follow his orders? So, from start to finish, he had been pretending, frequently asking for leave on various pretexts, not participating in any ghost-killing teams, never truly having killed a single ghost. Nevertheless, the Special Action Department kept records of the number of ghosts each member of the various groups had slain, ranking them on a list. Every month, the 3rd and 4th individuals on the list get to use a god-level weapon as encouragement. That is a god-level weapon. With this incentive, everyone pulled out their ultimate abilities, going crazy with internal competition, hunting ghosts everywhere, accumulating numbers to climb the ranks. Competition for the 3rd and 4th spots was intense. You ask why it's the 3rd and 4th? Because 1st and 2nd places are held by Leng Zhou and Feng Shui respectively. These two individuals are extraordinarily competitive, almost berserk in their killings, far surpassing others by more than 10 times and continuing to rise, rotating between the first and second positions daily. Since these two already have god-level weapons, they're excluded from consideration, leaving everyone else vying for third and fourth place. Under these circumstances, those with 0 ghost kills naturally caught the attention and suspicion of many. Even ordinary people can now eliminate 1 or 2 ghosts. People who make it into the Special Action Department must have experience fighting ghosts, so how could they fail to take down a single ghost? This was too absurd. Originally, everyone thought nothing of it, but upon seeing the large number of kills from the top 2 leaders, and then seeing Rong Xiao's consistently 0 kills, the stark contrast made some people dissatisfied. Why should everyone else put in effort while you sit here slackly loafing? In response to this, Rong Xiao explained that his health was poor and he couldn't work too hard. Previously, he had used the same excuse with his squad captain, who liked him and therefore gave him special care, allowing him to rest more. Thus, he felt justified in resting every day. The only thing he did was secretly gather groups of ghosts, showing them Feng Shui's whereabouts and photos, ordering the ghosts to kill Feng Shui. But his excuse about poor health couldn't fool anyone. When the Special Action Department was first formed, Rong Xiao had proudly shown off his own god-level weapon to everyone for the sake of bragging. It was his brother's weapon. When Rong Xiao first entered the Hell Eye, he didn't have a suitable weapon for self-defense, so his brother gave him his god-level weapon to use. After his brother died, the weapon naturally became his. As everyone knows, a god-level weapon can easily kill ghosts. Even if one has poor health, it's impossible that someone could hold a god-level weapon and still be unable to kill even a single ghost. Everyone unanimously believed that he was just lazy and crafty. Claims of poor health were merely excuses to be idle. The Special Action Department is of great significance to all of China. With the Blue Star now merged with the Hell Eye, ghost-related chaos has become rampant across various regions, creating dire situations where manpower is insufficient everywhere. Everyone strives tirelessly to protect the people, yet Rong Xiao slacked off at this critical moment, instantly making him the target of widespread criticism. Rong Xiao quickly became the controversial focus within the Special Action Department and was dismissed outright after just a few days. When Rong Xiao received the notice instructing him to leave the Special Action Department immediately, he was completely taken aback. He had been so brazenly lazy and slacking because he firmly believed that Ling Zhou would, out of respect for his brother, turn a blind eye and not make things difficult for him. He never expected that Ling Zhou would dismiss him without even questioning him. As he left the Special Action Department, many people gleefully mocked him, gathering around to sneer. Rong Xiao felt increasingly indignant. He is the king of ghosts. How dare these people treat him like this? Then let them regret crossing him. The previously scattered ghosts, under Rong Xiao's command, began to gather together, attacking residential buildings and wantonly slaughtering helpless civilians. This attracted the attention of the Special Action Department, who then were systematically eliminated by Rong Xiao in ambushes, much like being wrapped and swallowed up as dumplings. Many action teams met their end this way. Rong Xiao relished the success, growing ever more arrogant. He even showed up among the ghosts directly, revealing to everyone that Rong Xiao was now in league with the ghosts. Rong Xiao once arrogantly declared that if they wanted him to stop, they'd have to strip Ling Zhou naked and deliver him over for any form of punishment he desired. Unfortunately for him, this wish went unfulfilled. One day, Rong Xiao used the same trick again, commanding the ghosts to seize control of a residential building. Terrified residents frantically dialed the Special Action Department in hopes of saving their lives. This time, only one person from the Special Action Department showed up. Rong Xiao, seated on the rooftop terrace, listened to the commotion below caused by the ghosts killing people. The feeling of controlling life and death like this was absolutely intoxicating. His gaze dropped downward toward the entrance of the residential complex, but no signs of Special Action Department personnel appeared. A shadow grew dark within Rong Xiao's heart. If Ling Zhou doesn't show up, he'll continue commanding the ghosts to slaughter indiscriminately until Ling Zhou loses his calmness. After all, it was for Ling Zhou that he killed his own brother. Ling Zhou must take responsibility for both him and his brother's death. Chapter 163, Killing Frenzy in the Ghost World, 10. Rong Xiao waited on the rooftop until he was drowsy, from noon to evening, but the Special Operations team never arrived. He felt puzzled. Previously, the members of the Special Operations team always showed up eagerly to their doom. Bored, he stood up, about to leave the rooftop when the door suddenly burst open with a loud clang. The sound startled Rong Xiao. At dusk, the twilight painted half the sky red. Feng Shui stepped out and was immediately bathed in the golden glow of the sunset. His expression was cold as his slender fingers slowly wiped a drop of blood off his neck. His eyes glinted icily at Rong Xiao. In his left hand, he held a crescent hook knife. Brownish ghostly blood flowed down its blade and dripped onto the ground. For some reason unknown to him, seeing this side of Feng Shui made Rong Xiao feel inexplicably uneasy. He quickly glanced behind Feng Shui but saw no one there. His sudden unease immediately settled. All the ghosts Rong Xiao had sent in the past failed to kill Feng Shui, and now here he was, stepping right into his trap. Surrounding the area, Rong Xiao had set up a large number of ghosts. This time, Feng Shui's fate would be sealed. A mad grin spread across his face as he envisioned the scene of Feng Jui being torn apart by the ghosts. With an intensely venomous tone, he couldn't help himself and shouted, "My babies, come out. Kill this person for me." As the wind blew and the glow faded, Rong Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Where were his ghosts? Where were they? Whenever he commanded them before, his ghostly minions swarmed from all directions without hesitation. But now, there wasn't a single sound or movement. Feng Jui's lips curved into a bloodthirsty smile. Rong Xiao finally realized something was amiss and hastily stepped back 2 paces, yelling shrilly, "You can't kill me." "Why can't I kill you?" Feng Jui questioned with feigned puzzlement. Through gritted teeth, Rong Xiao retorted, "Before my brother died, he entrusted me to Ling Zhou. He promised he'd protect me. If you kill me, Ling Zhou will not let you live." At this, Feng Jui seemed to hear the biggest joke of all time. The word brother coming from Rong Xiao's mouth only made him laugh bitterly inside. "You really are deceiving yourself. How did your brother die again? Have you forgotten?" Rong Xiao paused briefly, showing signs of panic. My brother sacrificed himself to save me." "Liar," Feng Jui advanced step by step, his voice low and ominous. "Didn't your brother die because of you?" Rong Xiao's pupils constricted, and he took another step back. "No, how could you possibly know?" For a fleeting moment, guilt crossed his mind. He then discarded any pretense, his voice filled with resentment rather than remorse. It was what he deserved. Why should he refuse to help me be together with Ling Zhou? He's my brother, shouldn't he have helped me unconditionally? Since he wouldn't help me alive, I'll make him useful after he's dead. At that very moment, Feng Jui sensed something and swiftly turned aside. From the shadowed corner near the rooftop entrance, Ling Zhou appeared. Seeing Feng Jui look over, Ling Zhou hesitated momentarily before stepping forward. There was no particular emotion on his face, yet he gently grabbed Feng Jui's hand. "I'm worried about you." Feng Jui could feel the restrained emotions within him. Finding out the truth about his friend's death so suddenly and realizing it was linked to him caused nothing less than anger and self-blame. Upon seeing Ling Zhou step forward, Rong Xiao collapsed to the floor instantly. He knew, it was all over for him. Cold, killing intent radiated from Ling Zhou's body, completely unveiled. However, before he could act, Feng Jui stopped him. Feng Jui embraced him around the waist. "Calm down first. He's the king of the ghosts. Capture him, set a big trap, and lure the ghosts here." Rong Xiao held a peculiar status among the ghosts due to the effects of the virus known as the universal attractor. Because of this, ghosts viewed him as their king, naturally seeking him out and surrounding him. That explained why in certain regions, ghosts were disappearing, while in City A, it seemed like the number of ghosts would never end. Because Rong Xiao was in City A, ghost populations from all over the world gravitated towards him, converging upon the source of the universal attractor virus. Wherever Rong Xiao was, it was critical. The two decided to bring Rong Xiao back. Once approval came from above, all civilians in City A were evacuated. All primary forces from around China were concentrated in City A, with Rong Xiao serving as bait. They planned to set up traps beforehand and lie in wait, drawing the ghosts into their ambush. They vowed to trap all the ghosts and demons that surged into City A, ensuring that they would never leave. The battlefield was confined to one place, and what followed was a long cleaning period. It took 10 years to completely rid all the ghosts from Blue Star. Feng Jui exterminated the last ghost, listening to the system's voice prompt, his whole body relaxing. He glanced at Ling Zhou, and they shared a smile. That day's afterglow enveloped the two lovers in a deep embrace. This time, the hell I had thoroughly vanished. It all felt like a dream. After over a decade of chaos, Blue Star finally saw clear skies and life returned to normal. Feng Jui and Ling Zhou walked through those 10 years together. They killed countless ghosts, with their teammates, companions, and lovers by their side. Once all the ghosts were eliminated, the universal attractor virus also fell dormant. Rong Xiao, who had been imprisoned for a full 10 years, once again encountered Feng Jui and Ling Zhou. Over the course of these 10 years, Rong Xiao went mad, caused trouble, attempted suicide, all saved back to life. Because City A needed him as bait, he was not allowed to die. 10 years of time had utterly transformed Rong Xiao. Hatred and malevolence had gnawed away at his spirit, aging him prematurely to look as though he had grown decades older. Seeing Feng Jui and Ling Zhou walking hand in hand, he was dazed. In these 10 years, not a single mark of the passing time seemed to have touched them, they were still youthful and brilliant enough to provoke envy. With a distorted expression, Rong Xiao began furiously cursing at them. Feng Jui quickly erased the virus and left with Ling Zhou. The two ignored Rong Xiao entirely from beginning to end. Now that all the ghosts were resolved, Rong Xiao had outlived his use. His previous actions of commanding the ghosts to kill countless people led to his death sentence. The Special Operations Department was soon disbanded, allowing all its members to finally lay down their heavy burdens. With tears in their eyes, they tearfully said farewell to Ling Zhou and Feng Jui, taking the high honors and hefty bonuses granted by the Huaxia government, and returning to normal lives. Even those who sacrificed their lives in battle against the ghosts were honored posthumously with the highest distinctions by Huaxia, and their families and descendants would receive special benefits and support. Feng Jui and Ling Zhou were the last ones to leave the Special Operations Unit. Bidding farewell to the building that stood for 10 years, they stepped into a new phase of life. It was their exclusive world for two. Chapter 164, Master Killed, 1. Rolling black clouds pressed in the sky, and a sea of flames flowed on the ground. The Abyss of Demons, the forbidden land of the Xianling continent, is a vast abyss that constantly churns with demonic energy. Feng Jui borrowed the power of the system and suddenly broke through the surging demonic qi, startling quite a few black crows circling above the Abyss of Demons. Caw, caw. The calls of the black crows were hoarse and rough, like small strings of beads rolling in one's ears. Feng Jui's face was pale to the point of being terrifying. He leapt onto the slowly flowing fire sea above the Abyss of Demons. The fire sea stretched endlessly, its origin unknown, slowly flowing into the abyss, causing surging demonic qi to rise. Once the system's force withdrew, Feng Jui almost lost his balance. There was also a sharp, burning pain underfoot. Warning. This body has life value. Current life value, 1, estimated countdown to death in 5 minutes. Warning. The system cannot increase the life value of this body. Upon hearing the system's words, Feng Jui felt somewhat speechless. In each world, there is only one chance to take over an unowned body. If the body perishes, it will be impossible to enter this world again. After all the system's careful selections, did it give him a body that can only survive for 5 minutes? It seemed as though the system sensed Feng Jui's frustration, so it fell silent for a moment before continuing. You may contact the world's Superluck Child to boost your life value. Superluck Child of this world, Immortal Lord Mo Lin. Sighing, Feng Jui had already become accustomed to how things worked out. But you're becoming increasingly outrageous. With only 5 minutes, where am I supposed to find the Superluck Child? The system vanished without a trace, leaving Feng Jui shouting after it, but receiving no response. Enduring the intense pain in the soles of his feet, Feng Jui struggled forward in the shallow fire sea that barely covered his toes. This could be considered stepping into the fire sea. He upsetly thought about it while swallowing the blood welling up in his throat and counting down silently in his mind. 5 minutes aren't even enough for him to leave this fiery sea. Very soon, 1 minute passed. A sudden gust of wind blew by. Feng Jui sensed something unusual and suddenly looked up. Above the moving sea of flames hovering on top of the Abyss of Demons, a small dark dot was moving. Gradually, the black dot became larger, eventually revealing its complete appearance. It turned out to be a completely black spaceship. Feng Jui was startled. 3 minutes remained. That huge black ship pierced through the black mist above the Abyss of Demons, rushing towards him swiftly. The gale it stirred caused Feng Jui to stagger in the fiery sea, nearly knocking him down. Soon, the enormous ship flew past above Feng Jui. Looking up, Feng Jui locked eyes with a man standing at the bow of the giant ship, who was looking down with a lowered gaze. This man possessed handsome features, elegant like jade, radiating a cold and dominating aura. As their gazes met, Feng Jui widened his eyes slightly in surprise. What a coincidence. Before he even went looking for the Superluck Child, the latter had come to him. The massive spaceship zoomed across the sky, and the man aboard glanced coldly at the frail figure appearing in the sea of flames, showing absolutely no fluctuation in his expression. Feng Jui watched as the giant ship disappeared quickly in the distance. 2 minutes left. Feng Jui extinguished the flames on the edge of his sleeves and smiled faintly, not surprised. This immortal Lord Mo Lin detested meddling in others' affairs the most in his life. Instead of continuing his movement forward, he began mentally counting down. 3, 2, 1. As the last number fell, in the distance, the same dark-colored giant ship turned around and rushed toward him swiftly, eventually stopping low above his head. The heat surrounding surged upward, and the man once again looked down at him from mid-air, this time furrowing his brows as he looked at him. Feng Jui's eyes curved up softly, raising his hand toward the man slowly. Hug. Understanding his meaning, the man's eyes grew deep. The figure below appeared frail and disheveled, his clothes climbing with flames as he tilted his face upward, elongating his delicate neck with an exquisite arc, extremely beautiful. Like a resilient flower blooming amid the fiery sea, with 1 minute remaining. Feng Jui saw the man leap off the ship, his black robes billowing dramatically, diving into the fire sea to join him. Despite his burning clothes, the man strode purposefully toward him. A faint smile spread across Feng Jui's face, akin to beams of light filtering through tree gaps in summer, fragmented yet extraordinarily bright. He couldn't help but run forward a few steps, joyfully colliding into the man's embrace. Mo Lin, holding the person in his arms, felt the restless emotions that had started since seeing this person finally subside. He originally had no intention of getting involved in other people's affairs. However, this beautiful yet fragile flower standing alone amidst the sea of fire, swaying gently as it was about to be swallowed by flames, made his heart ache and surged with indescribable restlessness. This flower shouldn't bloom in a fiery sea. It should be carefully nurtured and meticulously cared for. The restless feeling grew stronger, and before he realized it, he had turned around and returned. He picked up the person horizontally, boarding his spaceship. The black giant ship slowly ascended into the air and swiftly flew away, quickly leaving the demon abyss region. Feng Shui, who had been brought aboard Mo Lin's spaceship, tightly gripped his sleeve. His consciousness was blurred, but he refused to let go, constantly burrowing into Mo Lin's embrace. Mo Lin, the reclusive immortal who never meddled in others' affairs, not only saved someone from the demon abyss but also found himself unable to shake off the person clinging to his sleeve. For a moment, he felt like he had a very hot potato on his hands. But looking at the person who had claimed his embrace, now peacefully sleeping, Mo Lin sighed softly. Very well. Since it's rare for him to interfere once, he might as well see it through. He held the person steadily in his arms and waved his hand, retrieving some pills from his storage ring. As the person in his arms slept, their full lips were slightly pouted, appearing exceptionally soft. Mo Lin pinched the thin cheek, forcing them to open their mouth so he could feed the pills one by one. But because the medicine was bitter, however many pills were fed in, they were all spit out. Mo Lin paused for a moment. His gaze darkened as it landed on Feng Shui's lips. How afraid of bitterness they were, yet how much pain they must have endured standing in the fiery sea. His gaze shifted to the feet. They were already charred and scorched beyond recognition. Mo Lin grasped Feng Shui's hand and channeled an endless flow of spiritual power into Feng Shui's body. The feet, which had been burned beyond clarity, gradually healed inch by inch under the nourishment of spiritual energy, recovering to their original white and lustrous beauty. The soles curved gracefully, evoking a ticklish sensation when seen. Mo Lin looked at them briefly and then averted his eyes, picking up the person and going into another room. Inside the room was a pool of cold water, where he added a large amount of herbs. Soon, steam began rising from the cold spring. Feng Shui was submerged in the hot water. There was no one else on the ship. This spaceship was Mo Lin's personal life-bound artifact, private space. Mo Lin had never allowed anyone else to board this ship. This person was the first. Under the abundant nurturing spiritual power in the medicinal pool, Feng Shui's pale complexion finally regained some rosy hue. He slowly opened his eyes. Mo Lin was sitting nearby, staring at him intently. Feng Shui's eyelashes fluttered, and he parted his red lips. Immortal Lord Mo Lin. Mo Lin looked at his stunningly handsome face, luminous and radiant, and fell silent for a moment. Immortal Lord Mo, he replied. Chapter 165, The Master Who Was Killed, 2. The identity of this body was none other than the Jade Ink Immortal Lord. In the entire Xianling continent, there were only 7 Immortal Lords. Even though Mo Lin had never associated with these Immortal Lords, he occasionally came across them during demon-slaying missions and could still recognize their faces. However, the person before him now felt different from the Jade Ink Immortal Lord that he had met in the past. At least the previous Jade Ink Immortal Lord wouldn't have made his heart stir upon a single glance. Moreover, in recent years, the Jade Ink Immortal Lord had vanished without a trace, rumored to be in closed meditation for cultivation. Mo Lin reached out and gripped the wrist of Feng Shui, probing his physical condition, slightly frowning before dispersing the chaotic divine energy coiled within his body. He had always been straightforward and bluntly asked, "The world outside is saying you're in seclusion cultivating. So why are you here?" Someone in closed seclusion should not appear in the abyss of demons in such a disheveled state. Having suffered fatal wounds, surviving would already be considered a miracle. The medicinal pool was foggy, making Feng Shui feel rather drowsy. He yawned, "It's nothing, I was just betrayed by my disciple in the abyss of demons, slept for a few years, luckily managed to survive." By the end of his words, he had already fallen asleep in the medicinal pool, almost slipping to the bottom. He was quickly caught by Mo Lin, who reacted quickly. Mo Lin sighed and lifted him up from the water. Feng Shui's hand clutched onto Mo Lin's waistband. Mo Lin's body stiffened slightly as he looked down at Feng Shui's handsome face, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating. Holding him, he felt an unbearable itch in his heart. After pondering for a while, he chuckled deeply. "It's because you provoked me first." Feng Shui frowned in his sleep, feeling as if he was being devoured by scorching flames. The original owner of this body was the Jade Ink Immortal Lord of the sect. Jade Ink Immortal Lord, one of the 7 Immortal Lords of the Xianling continent, held a prestigious position and possessed deep cultivation skills. With rampant demon clans on the Xianling continent, the Jade Ink Immortal Lord felt it was his duty to slay demons and uphold righteousness. He detested the demon clans that harmed innocent people. Residing high up on the dry ink Jade Mountain, he founded the Jade Ink sect, a well-known demon-slaying sect in Xianling. If commoners encountered any chaos caused by demon clans, they could report directly to the Jade Ink sect, which would swiftly resolve the situation involving demons. For this reason, the Jade Ink Immortal Lord was greatly admired by the common folk. The Jade Ink Immortal Lord had a personal disciple named Feng Qiu. In the original timeline, the Jade Ink Immortal Lord and his disciple were officially paired as a couple. However, due to the invasion of the Universal Charm virus, all storylines changed. Before the Jade Ink Immortal Lord could reciprocate feelings with his disciple, he was betrayed by him, resulting in the complete destruction of his divine soul and dying with eyes unclosed. The root cause of everything lay with a certain demonic clan crucible individual once personally brought back to the sect by the Jade Ink Immortal Lord himself. This crucible was named Luya, a human without spiritual roots who was captured by demon clans and turned into a cultivation crucible for demonic arts. Later, the Jade Ink Immortal Lord dismantled that den of demons and rescued Luya from the hands of the demon clans. Out of pity for Luya, the Jade Ink Immortal Lord brought him back to the sect and entrusted his care to his disciple Feng Qiu, while he continued on his mission to slay demons and protect morality. Feng Qiu was the only personal disciple of the Jade Ink Immortal Lord, the most talented and cherished apprentice. They harbored affection for each other but kept it hidden in their hearts, unable to confess their love to one another. Feng Qiu was a graceful immortal practitioner, polite and respectful by nature. He treated Luya with great warmth, unlike other disciples who would mock and look down on Luya for being a crucible used by demons. Feng Qiu, however, wouldn't do that. Instead, he consoled Luya, telling him it wasn't his fault. Feng Qiu didn't know that Luya was far from being a virtuous person. On the contrary, the reason he became a crucible for the demon clan was not because he was forcibly captured and coerced, as both the Jade Ink Immortal Lord and Feng Qiu assumed, but because he willingly engaged in a deal. Luya's true identity was that of a side son of a wealthy family. Being a child born from a concubine, he had been neglected since birth, bullied by servants and oppressed by the main family line. One day, driven by evil intentions, Luya sought out the demon clans and made a deal with them. He privately dismantled the barrier set up by the family to ward off demon clans, welcoming the demons openly, coldly watching as they invaded, helping them massacre his entire family. Everyone in the family, including his own mother-in-law and powerless mother, perished under the demon's cruel slaughter. In exchange, Luya allowed the demon clan to transform his body, turning him into a crucible for the demon clan. Thus, becoming a crucible for the demon clan was entirely voluntary on his part. Being saved by the Jade Ink Immortal Lord was purely accidental. When the Jade Ink Immortal Lord destroyed the den of demons, discovering Luya, Luya was lying in a very pitiful state beneath a demon. The moment Luya caught sight of Mo Xianjun, he distinctly heard a faint sigh escape Mo Xianjun's lips. That sigh was one of pity, expressing condolences for the mortals kidnapped by the demon clans and turned into crucibles. But at that time, with his consciousness not fully awake, Luya mistook that sigh for a gasp of disdain directed at him. This spirit cultivator, wielding a spiritual sword and descending from the heavens, pristine and pure in every way, must surely be repulsed by him, a defiled crucible of the demon clan. Right then, Luya bore a grudge against Mo Xianjun. Furthermore, after being brought to the Mo sect by Mo Xianjun, Luya was similarly despised and looked down upon by the sect's disciples due to his identity as a demon clan crucible. It was only Feng Qiu who allowed him to feel a hint of warmth. Luya became greedy for Feng Qiu's warmth. Driven by the consciousness of a crucible cultivated within the demon clan, Luya wanted to perform dual cultivation with Feng Qiu but received a cold stare and stern rejection for the first time. After that, Feng Qiu began to deliberately distance himself from Luya, which naturally infuriated Luya, leading him to persistently cling to Feng Qiu without letting go. By chance, Luya discovered a hidden portrait inside Feng Qiu's residence. The person depicted in the portrait was none other than Mo Xianjun. Overwhelmed with shock, Luya could not help but let out a derisive laugh. A disciple falling in love with their master, secretly painting a portrait to miss them through it, perhaps even engaging in disgraceful acts while gazing at this portrait. He had thought Feng Qiu was decent and the sect noble, yet both turned out to be just as despicable as any crucible. In an instant, Luya seized Feng Qiu's secret and used the portrait to threaten him. Though Feng Qiu feared his intentions would be discovered by his master, he remained steadfast in rejecting Luya's advances. After multiple rejections by Feng Qiu, Luya grew enraged. In the demon clan, he had learned the art of fascination as a crucible. Due to lack of practice, he had never used it before. Now, he awkwardly attempted the fascination technique on Feng Qiu. With little hope for success, what surprised Luya was that Feng Qiu fell under his spell, crazily obsessing over him after being enchanted. Unbeknownst to him, it wasn't his fascination technique that took effect, but rather the aura of the universal charm virus. This time, it wasn't Luya chasing after Feng Qiu anymore, it was Feng Qiu turning the tables on Luya. Feeling triumphant, after spending a night with Feng Qiu, Luya realized that Feng Qiu was nothing special, much less appealing than the methods used in the demon clan. To nourish his crucible constitution, Luya started to consecutively enchant other disciples of the Mo sect, causing them to become madly infatuated with him and shower him with adoration. Countless disciples of the Mo sect revolved around him, nearly blinding Luya with choices. But soon, after the novelty wore off, he no longer felt satisfied with merely ensnaring ordinary disciples. He desired to charm even the lofty spirit cultivators within the sect, reducing them to dogs under his control. Especially that Mo Xianjun who once disdained him. Chapter 166, The Killed Master, 3. Luya had always resented Mo Xianjun. Didn't Mo Xianjun despise him? Then he would deliberately sully his purity and cleanliness. What an esteemed Xianjun consorting with a demonic cauldron in such an indecent manner. Let's see if Mo Xianjun could still maintain his lofty position. When Mo Xianjun returned from his demon-clearing mission, and saw the disciples of the immortal sect gathering around Luya, he felt immense relief. When he first brought Luya back, Mo Xianjun worried that the sect's disciples might not accept Luya's past as a demonic cauldron, so he handed Luya over to Feng Qiu, who was known for his gentle nature, for care. Upon learning of Mo Xianjun's return, Luya couldn't wait to cast a bewitching spell on Mo Xianjun, attempting to drag him into this magical trap created by the demonic cauldron. However, the bewitching spell had no effect on Mo Xianjun. Mo Xianjun looked at Luya, dressed untidily, with great shock. He felt utterly disappointed. He had brought Luya to the immortal sect to help him shed the identity of a demonic cauldron and live honorably. But unexpectedly, Luya willingly continued his descent into depravity even within the immortal sect, continuing his life as a cauldron. In disappointment, he feared that Luya might corrupt the sect's disciples, and thus decided to expel Luya from the sect. Luya was already furious at being rejected by Mo Xianjun. Now, being expelled angered him even more. It was Mo Xianjun who had initially brought him into the sect, and it was also Mo Xianjun who now ordered his departure. It was evident Mo Xianjun was just toying with him. These old and new grievances made Luya harbor deep malice and hatred towards Mo Xianjun. Since he hadn't yet had enough fun within the immortal sect, he was of course unwilling to leave so easily. Seeing Mo Xianjun wanting to drive him away, he turned to Feng Qiu. Feng Qiu was madly infatuated with Luya at the time, competing daily with other disciples for Luya's attention, always circling around him. He was deeply affected by a love-inducing virus called Wanrenmi, blurring his self-awareness and emotions. Only Luya remained clear in his mind, plunging him ever deeper into the abyss named after Luya. When Feng Qiu learned that his own master wanted to expel Luya, he naturally disagreed. For the first time, he confronted his master in anger and insisted on keeping Luya. Seeing that Feng Qiu dared to defy him for a demonic cauldron, Mo Xianjun realized for the first time how dangerous this person he had brought back truly was. This realization only strengthened his resolve to send Luya away. As a result, the two developed resentment toward each other, leading to their first Cold War. Having witnessed everything, dark intentions grew within Luya. Now that all the elite disciples of Mo Xian sect were revolving around him, and even Feng Qiu, Mo Xianjun's sole personal disciple, was completely infatuated with him, wouldn't he be unmatched if Mo Xianjun was eliminated? Once this thought surfaced, it became uncontrollable. Luya knew his limits, he wasn't capable of killing Mo Xianjun whose cultivation reached unimaginable heights. But Feng Qiu, being Mo Xianjun's personal disciple, surely could. If Feng Qiu was willing to rebel against Mo Xianjun for him, he would certainly kill Mo Xianjun for him too. So, Luya carefully swayed Feng Qiu, painting Mo Xianjun as an evil person trying to separate them. Only when Mo Xianjun died, they would be together. Feng Qiu's heart moved upon hearing these lies. If only the master were killed, he wouldn't be able to drive Luya away anymore, and they would finally be together. Thus, Feng Qiu set up a deadly array in the forbidden place of Xianling continent known as Demon Abyss. The Demon Abyss is near the demon sect, saturated with dense demonic energy and surrounded by fire elements which precisely counter Mo Xianjun's martial arts techniques, diminishing his strength. Pretending to be in danger, Feng Qiu sent out a distress message, luring Mo Xianjun into the Demon Abyss. Unaware of this entire plot, once Mo Xianjun learned that Feng Qiu was in peril, he immediately became agitated, rushing there to save him without knowing it was Feng Qiu's meticulously planned assassination array. Once Mo Xianjun stepped inside, he realized too late what was happening and tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Feng Qiu struck with a fatal blow, leaving absolutely no chance of survival. In the end, he directly slaughtered Mo Xianjun inside the array, both his physical body and soul destroyed. When Mo Xianjun died, Luya stood above the demon abyss, smiling widely, while Feng Qiu didn't even glance at the master who lay dead within the array or feel any remorse for committing such an unfilial act. Instead, he stayed around Luya, gazing fondly at Luya's smile, thinking to himself that with the master gone, he could finally be with Luya. After Mo Xianjun's death, his corpse was submerged into the demon abyss, its energy masked by the dense demonic energy of the abyss. No one discovered this place where the renowned Mo Xianjun's body lay buried. Feng Qiu claimed to the outside world that the former master was in closed-door cultivation, and naturally took over all affairs of the Mo sect, acting on behalf of the former master with the authority of the sect leader. He had finally gotten his wish to be with Luya, indulging and pampering him to an extreme. In the Mo sect, there was now no hindrance for Luya, and all disciples treated him like a treasure, lifting him high and doting on him. But after staying in the sect for a while, Luya grew bored. His body was specifically crafted as a demonic cauldron for the demon clan, and he found associating with the demon clan more appealing than with those in the immortal sect. Thus, he began scheming secretly with a demon who had infiltrated the sect. Luya realized that he still preferred the demon clan. So he planned to help the demon clan attack the sect. It happened that the biannual trial by swords assembly on the Xianling continent was approaching. The trial by swords assembly was jointly initiated by the 6 great immortal sects of the Xianling continent, with each sect taking turns to be the host. This year, it was the Mo sect's turn. At that time, elite disciples from major and minor sects would gather at the Mo sect, making it an excellent opportunity to capture these elites in one fell swoop. Under Luya's bewitching influence, everyone in the Mo sect was so mesmerized that even when a barrier at the back mountain of the Mo sect was broken, no one noticed. The demon army was growing restless, quietly gathering towards the Mo sect. Storm clouds were gathering. Yet the sect remained utterly unaware. There was more than a month left before the trial by swords assembly, just enough time for Fang Zhui to stay beside Mo Lin Xianjun to stabilize his vitality. With no sunlight, the cold wind pierced to the bone. Amidst the misty sky, snow began to fall. In the distance, a black spaceship zipped past countless cities. Feng Shui wore an extremely thick white cloak, standing against the wind and snow on the bow of the ship, his eyes cast downward as he overlooked the lower realms. Delicate snowflakes danced around lightly, and tiny flakes settled in his hair. Warning. Detected a sharp decline in host vitality points, current at 20. Please immediately reconnect with this world's child of destiny. Feng Shui. Just moments ago, his vitality was at 50. And now it dropped to 20 simply because he left Mo Lin for a moment. He rubbed his forehead. System, are you telling me I can't leave Mo Lin's side? System, staying close to Mo Lin Xianjun is beneficial for stabilizing your vitality. It is recommended to remain within reach at all times. Amidst the system's incessant warning tones, his vitality points continued to drop. Considering the instability of this body's vitality, Feng Shui turned and walked back into the interior of the spaceship. The interior space of the spaceship was very large, with long corridors flanked on both sides by vacant luxurious rooms. Feng Shui quietly pushed open the door of one of these rooms, tiptoeing inside, careful not to disturb anyone. Chapter 167 The Master Who Was Killed, 4. In the room, the faint smoke of incense drifted lazily, spreading a crisp aroma. Feng Shui slowly took off her heavy cloak, revealing a silver-white robe underneath. After removing the heavy cloak, her figure was fully exposed, slender and graceful. Her narrow waist was tightly bound by a belt, and her wet black hair, dusted with a layer of snow, lay scattered across her elegant back, presenting a posture like flowing wind and returning snow. She carefully hung up the cloak and tiptoed toward the large bed in the room. On the elaborately carved red lacquer bed, the warm-colored double-layered bed curtains were closed, and the person on the bed seemed to still be asleep. Feng Shui's expression softened as she quietly took off her shoes and walked to the bedside when a hand suddenly reached out from behind the curtains. Feng Shui grasped that hand and was gently pulled into the bed. The warmth of the bed dispelled the chill brought by the snow and the north wind. Feng Shui found herself embraced by the man's robust body, feeling warmer than next to a stove. With a low and hoarse voice, the man said, "Aren't you cold? And yet you dared to run outside?" After snuggling into the man's arms, Feng Shui felt some comfort. She yawned softly, closing her eyes and mumbling in a drowsy tone, Just wanted to get some fresh air." For nearly half a month, the two of them stayed entwined like this. The sword trial ceremony was about to begin, a major event for the immortal sections. Some sects had already set off for the MOU immortal sect. Occasionally, ships from other sects could be spotted as well. Mo Lin knew Feng Shui would certainly return to the MOU immortal sect, so he turned the spacecraft around and headed toward it. Main peak of the MOU immortal sect. Feng Shui and Mo Lin used their spiritual energy to disguise their faces and effortlessly blended into the MOU immortal sect. Now countless small and large immortal sects had gathered here. As the host, the MOU immortal sect arranged banquets in the most spacious areas to receive the visitors. Everywhere were crowded with people, elite disciples from all the major sects gathered there, mostly tall men. The disciples of the immortal sects were not as imposing as those of the demon race. This was why Luya preferred the demons, though his preference stemmed more from novelty. As for the MOU immortal sect, all who caught Luya's fancy couldn't escape his seductive charms and had long since become bored. Now a new batch of celestial disciples from other sects had arrived, greatly refreshing Luya. Wherever there were crowds, he always moved towards them. Amidst the bustling banquet hall, Luya appeared all of a sudden. He had deliberately dressed in elaborate attire, looking extravagant, and sat directly at the most conspicuous place. He already possessed an attractive face, but his years of cultivation as a demonic alchemical vessel had made his entire aura extremely enchanting, causing those who saw him to feel restless. He sat there elegantly, a seductively charming smile lingering on his lips. Many celestial disciples noticed him immediately, staring wide-eyed. Who is that young lord so handsome? Never seen him before, but just that glance from him earlier almost drew my soul out. When did MOU immortal sect conceal such a wonderful person? Upon hearing others mention him, Luya basked in pride, his face flushed from the attention. His beauty grew even brighter, stirring the hearts of many around him. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. All his efforts in careful adornment had not been wasted, indeed, these celestial disciples had fallen under his spell. Feng Shui leisurely finished a piece of greens and listened to the murmurs around about Luya. The food here wasn't to her taste, it was too greasy. Raising her eyes, she glanced at Luya who was smugly satisfied, put down her chopsticks, cleared her throat slightly, altered her voice slightly, and smoothly joined the celestial disciples' discussion. I've heard that the MOU immortal lord once dismantled a demon den and rescued a demonic alchemical vessel. Feeling pity, he brought it back to the immortal sect. Judging by the descriptions, I believe it must be him. Her loud voice ensured every celestial disciple could hear her. The scene fell silent for a moment. Luya's seductive smile froze on his face. Between the immortal sects and the demon race, there was a strong hostility. People like the MOU immortal lord who would feel compassion towards a demonic alchemical vessel were rare. Most people detested such vessels which were used to strengthen demons' powers. At the mere mention of the 4 words, demonic alchemical vessel, these celestial disciples' faces quickly filled with disgust. No wonder his appearance was so alluring. Turns out to be a disgusting demonic alchemical vessel, I'd rather gouge out my own eyes. Just a demonic alchemical vessel dares show itself at such an occasion. What kind of propriety is this? It's only Mo, you immortal lord, who is so kind-hearted. Knowing how these vessels are nurtured by demons, who knows if they have ulterior motives? They are far too unstable. If it were me, I'd have killed it long ago. Luya endured scathing criticism from the group of celestial disciples, his complexion alternating between green and white. Through the crowd, his gaze fiercely landed on Feng Zhui. Feng Zhui's disguise was impermeable to Luya, though he felt that this person was too talkative and deserved to have his mouth sewn shut. Feng Zhui raised her eyes and directly met his gaze, her red lips curling upward into a mocking smile. Luya's face instantly contorted in anger. How dare this person challenge him? Infuriating. Luya suddenly threw down his chopsticks, angrily got up, and stormed out of the feast. As he passed through the crowd, he heard those people start talking again about Mo, you immortal lord, behind him. Luya unconsciously slowed his steps. Thought I'd have the fortune to see Mo, you immortal lord, this year. What are you daydreaming about? Isn't Mo, you immortal lord, in seclusion cultivating? These great figures would likely need decades for their training. Hey, I came specifically to see Mo, you immortal lord. It was a rare occasion when I witnessed the master's brilliance before and can't forget it till now. Coming all this way to the Mo, you sect but not seeing Mo, you immortal lord would be a wasted trip, right? Luya listened as these celestial beings who had mocked him just moments ago were now praising Mo, you immortal lord, his face darkened to its utmost limit. Want to see Mo, you immortal lord, do they? Mo, you immortal lord is already dead. If they want to see that dead man so badly, then let them all die. Luya thought of the message he had just received, and an evil grin spread across his face. The demon army has gathered, they're waiting for the sword trial ceremony in 3 days to launch a full-scale attack. And let these disciples of the sects revel a few more days. When the demons swarm out at the sword trial ceremony, we'll see if they can still laugh. They dared to mock him, he would make sure these people die horribly, horribly. Early the next morning, Feng Zhui felt the timing was about right, so she dropped her disguise and appeared in the identity of Mo, you immortal lord. When those disciples suddenly saw him, perhaps because they hadn't seen him for too long, they all seemed stunned. By the time they realized it was their immortal lord, they immediately fell to their knees in unison. Welcome back from seclusion, O immortal lord. By Feng Zhui's side was Mo Lin in black attire, and the two walked towards the main hall on the peak. While walking, she ordered the disciples, go invite the other immortal lords over. Then added, where's Feng Qiu? Summon him here as well. The disciple accepted the order, and soon afterward, the news that Mo, you immortal lord had ended his seclusion spread throughout the entire sect. Many of the sect disciples cheered. When Luya heard this news, he thought he must be hearing things. Mo, you immortal lord was long dead, what kind of seclusion did he exit? But when he really sneaked among the group of disciples outside the main hall, upon personally witnessing Mo, you immortal lord's figure, he immediately became enraged, trembling with anger. Mo, you immortal lord. Even turned to ashes, it was Mo, you immortal lord whom he could recognize. Mo, you immortal lord wasn't dead at all. Could it be that Feng Qiu had been deceiving him all along? And that initially, he never succeeded in killing Mo, you immortal lord. Luya turned around and furiously went to confront Feng Qiu. Chapter 168, The Master Who Was Killed, 5. Feng Qiu. My dear disciple. It hurts so much. The heart-wrenching cry echoed in his ears, dispersed by the wind. Feng Qiu, stiff and expressionless, personally submerged a battered corpse into the abyss of demons. The eyes of the dead man were wide open, filled with what seemed like despair, anger, and bewilderment. But they also appeared hollow, containing nothing. The sky was as if stained red with blood. Feng Qiu. In his dreams, Feng Qiu frowned. There it was again, that voice. Only this time, the voice no longer carried cries of bloodshed but was exceptionally gentle. Feng Qiu, I will go to eliminate the demons. The Mo sect is left in your care. That demonic furnace cauldron is quite pitiful, take good care of him. Feng Qiu heard another voice saying, Disciple understands. Master, please rest assured. Disciple will watch over him. The voices grew more and more ethereal, winding through the dream before gradually disappearing. In his slumber, someone helplessly stretched out their hand, trying to hold on to something. Yet everything was like flowers in a mirror or moonlight on water, seemingly within reach but never attainable. Who is Feng Qiu? Is he referring to me? And who is Master? Does it matter? A series of hurried knocks at the door rang out. Feng Qiu suddenly opened his eyes, dazed and confused, sitting up in bed covered in cold sweat. He massaged his temple and sat still on the bed for quite some time. He felt as though he had forgotten something important, his heart heavy with an aching void. Since the death of Mo Xianjun, Feng Qiu could not find peace even in sleep. In his dreams, there were always visions and laughter of a certain person. Yet upon waking, all those old dreams slipped away from his memory, replaced only by thoughts of Luya. Just like now, he wiped away a single tear from the corner of his eye, noticing once again that his body was drenched in cold sweat. He was somewhat puzzled. Was it another nightmare? Why couldn't he remember any of it? Seeing no movement from inside the room, the person knocking evidently lost patience and kicked the door open. Luya stormed into the room angrily, her voice sharp, "Feng Qiu. How dare you lie to me?" Feng Qiu looked at her with confusion, perplexed. "Aya, what are you talking about?" Luya gritted her teeth, speaking heavily. "At that killing formation back then, did you really kill Mou Xianjun?" Mou Xianjun. Upon hearing these words, Feng Qiu momentarily became disoriented. He remembered, this was his master. His brows furrowed deeply with profound exhaustion. "It's naturally true. Master's body. I submerged it in the abyss of demons with my own hands." Lu Ya's face twisted slightly, looking somewhat terrifying. But he didn't die at all. He has returned and is currently in the main hall on the central peak. Feng Qiu felt as if a giant hammer had struck his brain. His ears buzzed. His breathing quickened. "Back." As if confirming Lu Ya's words, a junior disciple rushed in quickly, beaming with joy as he announced to Feng Qiu, "Big brother Feng, Xianjun has emerged from seclusion." Feng Qiu felt a throbbing pain in his head. Dazed, he looked at the young disciple, murmuring, "Xianjun? Which Xianjun? Big brother Feng must be sleepy. Of course, it's our Mou Xianman's Mou Xianjun." Feng Qiu swayed slightly on his feet. How could the deceased return? Seeing Feng Qiu remain unmoving, the disciple urged him on, "Big brother Feng, Xianjun has summoned you to the Grand Hall." Various inexplicable emotions surged within Feng Qiu, weighing heavily on his chest like a large stone, threatening to crush him. He didn't know what these emotions represented, only feeling an unnameable fear linger in his heart. Turning around, he walked unsteadily toward the central peak's Grand Hall, his steps light and unbalanced as if intoxicated. Luya watched Feng Qiu's departing back with biting lips, sensing ominous premonitions welling up within her. With Mou Xianjuan's return, surely retribution would follow. It was just the right moment for Feng Qiu to buy them some time. She had to leave immediately. Inside the central peak's Grand Hall, the returned Mou Xianjun sat majestically in the upper seat. Because Feng Qiu had always publicly claimed that Mou Xianjun was meditating in secluded practice, undisturbed by others. Everyone believed until today that Mou Xianjun was simply in seclusion. They had no idea that he had already been killed by his own disciple in the abyss of demons. Even if Mou Xianjun hadn't shown up for hundreds of years, probably no one would have raised any suspicions. Now that Mou Xianjun had appeared, others naturally assumed he had merely finished his seclusion. Several immortal lords were enthusiastically seeking advice from Inkjade Immortal Lord on cultivation techniques, while covertly glancing at Silent Cold Immortal Lord. Strange indeed. The several immortal lords had received a message early in the morning from Inkjade's sex disciple, saying that Inkjade Immortal Lord had emerged from seclusion. It was currently the time of the trial by Swords Assembly, a grand event. It made perfect sense for Inkjade Immortal Lord to end his seclusion now. Laughter and conversation filled the air as the several immortal lords made their way together to the main peak's Grand Hall. But upon entering, they immediately spotted Silent Cold Immortal Lord, who always kept to himself and whose movements were unpredictable, sitting steadily within the hall. They were all shocked to their core. That aloof and high-end Cold Immortal Lord, after briefly acknowledging them with a nod at the beginning, never took his eyes off Inkjade Immortal Lord again. All eyes present darted back and forth between Inkjade Immortal Lord and Silent Cold Immortal Lord. What was going on here? Inkjade Immortal Lord had just come out of seclusion, so when exactly did Silent Cold Immortal Lord arrive? These two individuals, who usually wouldn't cross paths in a million years, were now seated together. It was indeed a rare sight. When Feng Qiu entered the hall dazedly, his eyes just happened to meet with Feng Zhui, who sat high up on the dais. Feng Qiu's face instantly lost all its color, turning deathly pale. Under the puzzled and confused gazes of the several immortal lords inside the hall, Feng Qiu stumbled back half a step in shock and fear, as if he'd seen a fierce ghost coming to claim his life. His lips trembled, opening and closing several times without uttering a single word. How could this be? Feng Zhui turned to the rest of the immortal lords in the hall and said, "Excuse me, but I must handle something first." The several immortal lords all nodded in agreement, and Feng Zhui stepped out of the hall first. Feng Qiu, for reasons unknown, began to tremble all over. An immortal lord curiously asked, "Why is this disciple of Inkjade acting so strange today?" Another immortal lord responded, "To be honest, ever since Inkjade went into seclusion, I've felt there's something off about this disciple." At this moment, Mo Ling suddenly stood up, startling the few immortal lords who had been speaking. He paid no attention to them and quickly left the hall, following closely behind Feng Zhui's steps. Feng Zhui brought Feng Qiu to the room where Inkjade Immortal Lord used to reside. Since Inkjade Immortal Lord's death, this room had been locked, and no one dared to enter it. After returning, those disciples wanted to clean it for him, but he refused. Now, as he pushed open the door to the room, he saw nothing but dust everywhere. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, causing tiny specks of dust to swirl in the light. Feng Zhui opened the window to reveal a tree of ink jade in the courtyard. Chapter 169, The Murdered Master, 6. The name MOU comes from the MOU tree, a kind of tree whose entire body is ink-stained in appearance and named for its jade-like texture. Immortal MOU founded the MOU sect and personally planted a sapling of the MOU tree at his abode back then. Now, that sapling has grown into a towering giant, with an expansive canopy. Feng Qiu also saw that tree. His muddled mind finally cleared up in an instant. The murky consciousness within him gradually became lucid. Countless memories surged forth like floodwaters released from an open gate. The intense emotions that had been quietly obscured by something unknown, the unspoken love of the past, at this moment, washed over him like waves. It was akin to the most brutal torture in the world. Feng Qiu trembled and fell heavily to his knees. He looked at the MOU tree outside the window, amidst the swirling dust, finally recalling the blurred memory. It was under that tree where the master gave him the spiritual sword as a gift and personally taught him swordsmanship. Since then, dawn and dusk passed, every day he would enter the master's courtyard and practice swordplay under that tree. The master would stand under the tree, the wind lifted his black hair and his robes, yet no matter how hard he tried, Feng Qiu could not clearly see the face of the person in those memories. In despair, Feng Qiu realized he couldn't remember his master's face in any scene they shared. Blood silently trickled out from the corner of his mouth, dropping one by one onto the ground. Subsequent memories surged forward, and those memories contained a self too strange, too foreign to him, alien enough to evoke extreme fear. They were bloody memories, like a blade severing him alive. He stepped upon these knives of memory, witnessing all the ravages before his eyes, with his soul emitting shrill wails. He watched his master trapped in his killing formation, pierced through the heart by countless swords. When he died, Feng Qiu's screams filled the sky with blood and anguish. He watched as his master's corpse, which he himself submerged in the demon abyss, stared back at him with wide-open eyes, seeming to hold everything and nothing at the same time. To be with Luya, he had killed his own master. Guilt and remorse came like a snowstorm, despair and pain like a tsunami. While Feng Qiu still stood there physically, emotionally he was being torn apart. Massive amounts of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth due to the chaotic flow of spirit energy in his body. Indifferent to restraining it, he let that rampant energy rip his heart to shreds like cotton. Yearly memories, dull and sharp, crushed his later days and return journey inch by inch. Though the MOU tree still stands, the old friends have vanished. He has forever lost what he loved. In an instant, Feng Qiu lost all his support. He began to age rapidly, bent over, unable to straighten again. According to the original owner's memories, Feng Zhui retrieved an exquisitely crafted small wooden box from the cabinet. This exquisite little box was locked with a gold lock. When opened, it revealed numerous envelopes inside. On each envelope, it was written, "My beloved Feng Qiu, personally open." Feng Zhui took 2 letters and handed them to Feng Qiu. Feng Qiu's whole body quivered uncontrollably, he couldn't even open the envelope. The excruciating pain made him conscious again. Falling to the ground, he stared at Feng Zhui and muttered, "No, you're not my master." He realized with absolute clarity that his master had already died. This person wasn't his master. Feng Zhui lowered his gaze, slowly bending down. He reached out his hand to help Feng Qiu open one of the letters. All these letters carried unspoken love from the previous owner towards Feng Qiu. These letters were originally supposed to be given by the former owner himself to Feng Qiu during a moment when their hearts communicated openly. But the original owner never got that chance. Trembling hands, Feng Qiu accepted the letter. Word by word, repeatedly, he read it. Letter by letter, Feng Zhui opened them one after another. Tears finally broke the dam, rolling off his large eyeballs, falling on the yellowed pages, leaving large wet stains. It turned out it wasn't just one-sided affection after all. He cried painfully, "Why? Why does it have to be this way? They were clearly the closest people, they clearly loved each other, so how did they end up here? He and his master missed so much, too much. Without any chance to compensate, without even a chance for the next life." Feng Qiu suddenly remembered the day when he was taken in as a disciple by his master. Willow catkins fluttered across the city like snowflakes, settling on their hair. That day, holding his hand, the master said to him, "You have great talent, work hard at cultivating yourself. In the future, rid the world of evil, carry on your master's legacy." They walked hand in hand down the long street that seemed to have no end. As love floated with the wind, it eventually fell into the abyss, destined to remain unfulfilled. The blood in Feng Qiu's mouth increased, he was resolved to die. Feng Zhui's expression turned cold. "Do you just plan to die? You personally killed your master, an unforgivable sinner, but his death wasn't solely your fault." Feng Qiu raised his head to look at him, his eyes completely red. "Right. You're right. How could I die so easily when master endured such pain? We, those who caused master's demise, deserve to suffer 1,000 times over." With great effort, he stood up, carefully placing all the letters back into the box and holding it as he stumbled toward the exit. But halfway through, something struck his mind. The disciple once renowned for being gentle and polite now revealed an intense madness and murderous intent. He stared fiercely at Feng Zhui, and a flash of light revealed a long sword in his hand, which he pointed straight at Feng Zhui with a hoarse voice, "This body belongs to my master. Who are you, some stray spirit, to dare possess my master's body? Give it back to me." Feng Zhui remained expressionless. "If this stray spirit hadn't come, you would be forever misled by Luya, forgetting both your feelings and your master. Your master will forever be buried deep in the demon abyss, dying without peace." This body is merely a shell carrying the soul and willpower. Now that his spirit has scattered and his will has vanished, what meaning does getting this empty shell hold? Feng Qiu was left speechless. Reflecting on how his master had been entirely annihilated, grief surged from his heart. His heart and veins snapped one after another, relying only on celestial energy to sustain his last breath. Knowing he couldn't forgive himself, he refused to die so easily, he still had things to do, and thus turned around, staggering towards the exit again. Feng Zhui stood rooted in place, watching Feng Qiu's retreating figure without moving for a long time. After a while, he sighed deeply. They were supposed to have had a happy ending. In the original world, in the world where the virus of enchantment hadn't invaded. Suddenly, a pair of hands landed on his shoulders. It was Mo Lin, the immortal lord who had waited outside the door all along. Feeling somewhat exhausted, he leaned back into a warm embrace. Behind him, it seemed there was always someone quietly supporting and accompanying him. Feng Zhui's mood slightly improved. You heard everything. I am not the Ink Jade Immortal Lord, just a wandering ghost. Mo Lin remained silent for a moment. I know. What I like has never been the Ink Jade Immortal Lord. But you. Your soul, your consciousness, they stir hearts far more than just a physical shell. Chapter 170, The Master Who Was Killed, 7. Feng Zhui walked out of the courtyard of Mo Xianjun and instructed a few disciples to go and capture Luya. However, they were too late, Luya had already fled. But Feng Zhui knew that Luya hadn't left the Mou sect. Nowadays, with people gathering from all directions in the Mou sect, there were definitely many demon clans mixed among them. Luya wouldn't miss the chance to witness the fall of the sect. He was surely hiding with those demons, quietly waiting to annihilate the entire sect. Because there were so many sect disciples, searching for people became a difficulty, which could also alert the enemy prematurely, so Feng Zhui didn't order anyone to look for him. He then returned to the main peak hall with Mo Lin, his expression now extremely solemn. Seeing this demeanor, the several Xian lords also sensed an impending crisis and grew serious. Feng Zhui looked somewhat apologetic. In fact, I have gathered everyone here to discuss an important matter. During my seclusion, I entrusted the entire Mou sect to my disciple. Because of his youth, he failed to notice that the protective barrier on the back mountain had problems, which drew the attention of the demon clans. Now, the demon armies have silently gathered on the back mountain of our Mou sect. Upon hearing this, all the Xian lords were shocked. Such a major event, yet their sect hadn't noticed a thing. Feng Zhui added, the demons planned to take us by surprise during the sword trial ceremony, attempting to annihilate the entire sect. But since we know this now, why don't we turn their plot against them and instead completely destroy these rampant demons? The Xian lords nodded repeatedly. That's correct. We still have time. We'll set up deadly formations overnight, ensuring that those rampaging demons have no way back after coming. In the blink of an eye, the sword trial ceremony began. The venue of the sword trial ceremony is usually very large, capable of accommodating everyone in the sect. The seating arrangements would circle around the sword trial platform, arranged from low to high in a few tiers. With a chaotic flow of people during the ceremony, Luya mingled in the crowd, looking up at the few Xian lords seated high above. Each Xian lord had their own style, but among them, two stood out especially. One was none other than Mo Xianju, who had recently emerged from seclusion, Mo Xianjun. Mo Xianjun wore a flowing silver-white robe shimmering with moonlight, his dark hair tied high by a silver jade crown. His face was clear and elegant as jade, exuding a noble air between his eyebrows and eyes, unmatched in grace. Another one was always mysterious and solitary, preferring to act alone, Mo Lin Xianjun. Mo Lin Xianjun was dressed in black, tall and imposing, with a somewhat unrestrained appearance. His face possessed an aura akin to polished jade, exceptionally handsome, and when he lifted his eyes, there was an intense sense of authority. These two sat close together, almost shoulder to shoulder. The crowd began buzzing excitedly as soon as they appeared. It's Mo Xianjun. It's hard to believe our luck is so good that we happen to be here just as the master emerges from seclusion. To be able to see the bearing of Mo Xianjun, I would die content. Is that black-clothed Xianjun the ever-solitary Mo Lin Xianjun? Mo Lin Xianjun actually came to the sword trial ceremony, what a rarity. He's seldom seen, but sitting next to Mo Xianjun, it's really a feast for the eyes. As Luya listened to the surrounding people's praise and adulation for Mo Xianjun, he gritted his teeth and glared at Mo Xianjun's graceful and breathtakingly beautiful face. When it came to looks, he felt he was no worse than anyone in the sect, yet merely because he was a demon clan cauldron, he had to endure their mockery and contempt. He loathed Mo Xianjun immensely, hated intensely the repulsive superiority of those sect disciples. Like all members of the demon clan, he eagerly awaited the downfall of the sect, to see those haughty ones humbly begging the demon clans for mercy. The demons had already set up an all-encompassing web, ready to wipe out all elite cultivators of the sect at once. Luya let out a cold laugh, waiting for the demons to flatten the entire sect. Just at this moment, the distant Mo Xianjun seemed to sense something, suddenly lifting his head to look over. Luya was startled, fearing being discovered by him, and quickly hid behind someone else. Halfway through the sword trial ceremony, the demon army long stationed on the back mountain finally revealed their sinister true faces. Following the crack in the barrier, the demon army rushed forward, attacking the defenseless sect disciples like lambs awaiting slaughter. In an instant, both divine and demonic energies surged, blades and swords clashed violently. The demon clans were originally brimming with confidence, they had extreme certainty about this operation. Everything was carried out in the dark, without alarming the Xian sect. The most ferocious and battle-hardened elites of the demon clans also came out in full force. They were sure to catch the Xian sect off guard, leaving them in disarray and utterly defeated. Although the Xian sect had a few highly skilled Xian lords, the demon clans also had several equally powerful demon lords. This plan was simply too perfect, conquering the Xian sect was no longer a dream. The entire demon clan was excited, eagerly wanting to massacre through the Xian sect. But the more they fought, the more powerless they felt. Their chance of annihilating the Xian sect had grown hoarse, yet the Xian sect's people just kept increasing, impossible to defeat. Initially, there weren't this many participants at the sword trial ceremony. Something wasn't right. There weren't that many people, it was an array. The demons realized this belatedly, but it was already too late, they had already been silently led into a killing array by the Xian sect disciples. The shadows flickered within the killing array, yet they weren't real people. It was a wasted effort. Their plan had already been seen through, this was something the Xian sect had fully prepared for. Unable to set up their own arrays on the Xian sect's territory, the demon clans resorted to this ambush method, aiming to catch the Xian sect unprepared. However, what the Xian sect excelled at most was setting up arrays, specifically those targeting demon clans. Since they'd been discovered, naturally, there would be no mercy shown. The killing array laid out with all efforts by 7 Xian lords possessed earth-shattering power. The demon clans suffered continuous defeats, trying to escape the killing array but couldn't find any exit. In the end, all demons who infiltrated the Xian sect were completely wiped out. The Xian sect barely took any losses. As for Luya, due to his panic, he left himself a way out and didn't go inside. When he realized things were amiss, he hastily fled towards the Xian sect's exit. Yet halfway through, he was captured by Feng Zhui's dispatched disciples. Terrified, he almost immediately confessed his collusion with the demon clans. The instigator whose treachery nearly destroyed the Xian sect was caught, and Feng Zhui specifically ordered someone to hang Luya above the sect gate as punishment for 2 days. The Xian sect disciples who were once misled by the Wananmi virus were now angrily cursing Luya. 2 days later, the Luya hanging at the sect gate suddenly disappeared. Feng Zhui swiftly rushed into the demon abyss, standing once again amidst a sea of fire, seeing Luya bundled like a dumpling, dragged helplessly by Feng Qiu in the fiery sea, screaming for mercy. Feng Zhui rushed forward, eliminating the Wananmi virus, watching Feng Qiu, hunched over, looking down as he dragged Luya to the edge of the demon abyss. Feng Qiu turned around, looking far into Feng Zhui's eyes one last time before shifting his gaze to Luya, smiling faintly. As if reverting back to his gentle gentlemanly demeanor. Luya, within this demon abyss, I've set up a new array. The pain my master endured during his death, you'll experience that pain multiplied 1,000-fold. 1,000,000-fold. Luya struggled fiercely, shouting, you lunatic. Back then, I only suggested it, but the one who actually killed your master was you yourself. Feng Qiu's face darkened abruptly, then he chuckled softly, true, so I won't spare myself either. But before that, I must use your life first to honor my master. Within the demon abyss, Black Crow shrieked mournfully. Feng Zhui turned around, Mo Lin was waiting for him on the giant ship. He returned to the giant ship, falling into his embrace. The vast sky stretched endlessly, and time flowed forever forward. Chapter 171, Dragon Knight, swept away by a handsome golden dragon, 1. Luotu Empire. It was midsummer, and the sun that hung high in the sky was golden and scorching. The tall trees by the side of the road also appeared somewhat listless. The shrill cries of unnamed insects mixed with the oppressive hot air, causing nothing but irritation in people's hearts. Then, a black magical beast carriage wobbled along, crossing through the broad, clean streets of a small town. This magical beast carriage was pulled by 3 low-level beasts, moving at a great speed across the road. Behind it, its enormous body was painted with an imposing dragon-shaped emblem. Look! That's the magical beast carriage from the Dragon Knight Academy. I heard that inside are the new batch of wizards admitted into the Dragon Knight Academy. People who passed by all watched enviously as the magical beast carriage disappeared into the distance. The Luotu Empire had only one Dragon Knight Academy, located in the capital city of Jinte. This magical beast carriage was sent out specifically by the Dragon Knight Academy to pick up the incoming wizards. There were many wizards in the Empire, but very few were admitted into the Dragon Knight Academy, all of them being extraordinarily gifted. A wizard admitted into the Dragon Knight Academy would have a great opportunity to become a Dragon Knight, owning a dragon of their own. Dragons, an existence that excited everyone. This continent originally did not have dragons. But then, the ferocious proliferation and rampage of magical beasts forced humanity into dire living conditions because they could not suppress the magical beasts. Seeing humanity in deep distress, an elderly god-level wizard used the summoning magic only available to god-level wizards, willingly sacrificing his life as an offering to the time god, summoning a group of creatures from another world. These summoned creatures were the dragon race. The dragon race, a race with immense power. They were not magical beasts, but a more noble existence than magical beasts. They had their own culture and wills, having been called forth by humans who found them extremely friendly. Since then, these dragons stayed in this world to help humanity fight against the savage magical beasts. After years of reproduction, the numbers of dragons increased, thus establishing the Dragon Knight Academy. The Dragon Knight Academy specifically took responsibility for selecting the most talented wizards from all over the empire to enter into a contract with the dragons. Once a wizard was recognized by a dragon and the contract completed, they would become a Dragon Knight. Even though the number of dragons had grown, they were still rare and precious on this continent. Dragon Knights who made contracts with the dragons would receive assistance from the dragons, fighting alongside them. In turn, they needed to protect and care for their dragons. At this moment, on the swaying magical beast carriage. Inside the enormous space within the carriage, there were more than 30 wizards packed in. These wizards were all young, wearing similar robe-like outfits with golden edges. Each person held either a wooden or metallic magic staff. Every time they passed several cities, the magical beast carriage would stop to let wizards with admission notices onto the carriage. Until they passed through a certain town when a new wizard boarded the carriage, exuding pride. This wizard seemed to be magnetic. As soon as he appeared, the attention of every wizard on the carriage was drawn to him. Thus, a group of otherwise mutually non-interfering wizards unconsciously gathered around the new wizard, quarreling fiercely for the seat beside this wizard. There was only one seat beside the wizard, yet everyone wanted it. Bei, you specialize in fire magic. I happen to have a middle-grade fire crystal from the fiery spider beast. Isn't it beautiful? I'll give it to you if you let me sit beside you. A wizard presented a crack-laden red magic crystal under Bei-Mai's nose, looking full of anticipation. Bei-Mai extended his hand, quickly taking the magic crystal and pocketing it. However, he instantly frowned, looking disdainfully at the wizard and sneering, "Do you think one magic crystal is enough to sit beside me? Dream on." Embarrassed by his mocking words, the wizard felt greatly disheartened. He hastily rummaged through his bag, trying to find more crystals to please him. Before he could pull anything out, he was pushed to the back by other wizards who were desperately squeezing forward. Another wizard, having learned from the previous one's mistake, put on a smile full of flattery as he looked at Bei-Mai. "Bei-Mai, I have several fire magic crystals. All yours if you let me." Bei-Mai glanced at the few fire magic crystals in the wizard's hand, still not entirely satisfied, but he quickly pocketed them anyway. His lofty gaze swept across the group of wizards. "Whoever can offer the most magic crystals gets to sit beside me." The wizard who had already presented several magic crystals immediately grinned with delight and was about to plop down on the seat next to Bei-Mai. Seeing this, the other wizards went berserk in an attempt to snatch that seat, frantically pulling out all their valuables and offering them to Bei-Mai. At this moment, another wizard pushed his way in, dumping a bag full of items directly onto the table. With a clattering sound, the magic crystals piled up into a small mountain on the table. "They're all paupers. A handful of crystals is nothing impressive. Bei-Mai, if you let me sit beside you, all these magic crystals will be yours." Bei-Mai looked over the pile of crystals roughly, counting more than 50 of them. Greed gleamed almost palpably in his eyes. Magic crystals were one of the fastest ways to boost a mage's level. These crystals contained elemental energy, and as a fire magic specialist, Bei-Mai could greatly enhance his magical strength and level through fire-based magic crystals. Higher-level crystals contained stronger energy. Unfortunately, such high-grade crystals were exceedingly rare and highly sought after. Even medium-grade crystals were expensive, each worth a fortune. Ordinary people might never afford even one during their entire lifetime. The value of this heap of mid-grade magic crystals was unimaginable. Without delay, Bei-Mai gathered all the magic crystals into his satchel. Eyeing the generous wizard with a smile, he immediately bewitched him with his charm. Bei-Mai spoke softly, "All right, you may sit beside me. You have so many magic crystals, do you have more?" Thrilled to gain his approval, the wizard sat down next to Bei-Mai immediately, staring at him with admiration, willing to give him everything, even his life. But alas, he had already been emptied of all his magic crystals. Hardly had he shaken his head in regret when Bei-Mai's expression turned cold in the next second, reverting to his haughty demeanor, ignoring the now useless wizard. Though the coveted spot beside Bei-Mai was taken, the other wizards refused to leave his vicinity. Bei-Mai exuded an irresistible allure that held everyone's attention firmly, making it impossible for them to look away. Even just standing near him felt like being amidst clouds in heaven. Chapter 172, Dragon Knight, was kidnapped by a handsome golden dragon, 2. Bei-Mai obviously had already become accustomed to being gazed at like this, but he did not like being stared at by poor people. With the scorching heat aggravating his mood, he frowned unhappily and showed evident disdain. "Don't look at me. A bunch of disgusting paupers." The group of mages, despite being rejected by Bei-Mai, did not get angry and continued to stare blankly at him. The three magical beasts quickly glided over the forest path, steady and swift. Soon, the magical beast carriage arrived at a new town. After passing through this bustling town, it would be Jint City. The magical beast let out a low growl and stopped its steps. As soon as the carriage came to a stop, the mages inside knew that there was going to be a new mage boarding. It took some time for the Dragon Knight Academy personnel to inspect the enrollment documents, but soon after, the door of the magical beast carriage was pushed open, and a person stepped on board. When this person boarded the carriage, they turned their head and said thank you to the one who opened the door for them. That voice was extremely pleasant, and when it rang out, all the mages suddenly jolted awake. Out of curiosity, they instinctively looked toward the newcomer. Instantly, an eerie silence fell within the entire magical beast carriage. The newly arrived person was dressed in a unified cloak-style uniform that the Dragon Knight Academy had sent along with the admission notice. His figure was tall and slender, with skin so white that it made one marvel. That half-length silver hair was loosely tied behind his head, and his beautiful face appeared to shimmer with a gentle glow. His demeanor radiated nobility, leaving people astounded. Unlike the other mages laden with large and small luggage, he traveled light, looking incredibly relaxed. As he approached step by step, the staff in his hand caused several mages to gasp softly. My goodness! It was a pure golden magic staff, atop which a luminous dark blue gemstone was embedded. Luxurious and noble. Of immense value. It exuded wealth. To a great extent, a magic staff could represent a mage's background. The mage who held such a lavish magic staff was clearly someone either rich or from a prestigious family. Feng Zhui slightly rotated the magic staff in his hand, noticing many people's gazes shifting towards the staff in his possession. Especially, Beimai, who was surrounded by a group of people, who couldn't take his eyes off the magic staff in Feng Zhui's hand. A faint smile curved at the corner of Feng Zhui's lips. This magic staff was specifically prepared for Beimai. It was meant to make everyone see that he hailed from an extraordinary background. The original owner of this body wasn't anyone of noble or wealthy status, rather, his family was impoverished. Despite having decent magical talent, this still led to jealousy and targeting, resulting in the original host being bullied to death in a minor magic academy due to inherent inferiority and weakness. After Feng Zhui descended into this world and took control of this body, the magical talent and level of this body surged directly to a godlike level. In this world, the ranking of magicians is divided into low, middle, high, mage, grand mage, saint mage, and god-level magician. Not wanting to create too much of a stir outside, Feng Zhui only revealed his level as that of a mage master, yet this still shocked the small magic academy. The magic academy vied for his fame to secure him an entrance into the Dragon Knight Academy, where he successfully passed the entry tests without letting them down. Of course, before heading to the Dragon Knight Academy, Feng Zhui dealt with those who had brutally bullied the previous host to death, leaving none untouched. Now, Feng Zhui's slender, fine fingers lightly caressed the pure gold magic staff in his hand. His gaze swept across Beimai, not missing the greed and longing in his eyes. In this world, the charm virus had invaded Beimai. Though Beimai originally came from a good background, after falling into poverty, he could not adapt to the drastic change from being rich to being poor. He also disliked having to work for money. Not long after, the charm virus invaded him, and once endowed with its halo, a group of people quickly gathered around Beimai, willingly offering all their possessions to him. Since then, Beimai lived off exploiting others' wealth, spending lavishly and recklessly, leading quite a few people into financial ruin. Many literally starved themselves just to support his extravagant lifestyle. Beimai harbored a secret. He liked dragons. More precisely, he adored one specific golden dragon. The Beimai family fell into decline because their former residence, Sis City, was invaded and ravaged by a mob of rampaging magic beasts. The family suffered heavy losses in both wealth and personnel, and they never recovered from the blow. Back then, the devastated Sis City was filled with ferocious and grotesque magic beasts. These creatures rampaged indiscriminately, killing countless people under their iron hooves. It was on that day that a colossal golden dragon descended from the sky. This was an immensely powerful, majestic, noble, and radiant golden dragon. Roaring furiously, the golden dragon emitted an aura of light, obliterating numerous hideous magic beasts in its wake. The golden dragon drove away the herd of magic beasts, safeguarding the humans of Sis City. At that time, young Beimai's heart was completely captivated by this mighty golden dragon. The golden dragon, the purest-blooded and most capable king among the dragon race, was the sole golden dragon in the entire dragon clan. Similarly, it was also the most selective dragon of the dragon clan, as over the years, the golden dragon had never formed a contract with any magician. But Beimai was single-mindedly determined to possess this golden dragon. However, to even approach the dragon clan, one must become a dragon knight. And to become a dragon knight, one must first enter the Dragon Knight Academy. Beimai, though a fire element magician, did not possess outstanding talent, making his entrance into the Dragon Knight Academy seemingly impossible. But after acquiring the allure of the charm virus, Beimai discovered that he suddenly became extremely popular in the Magic Academy. Countless magicians competed fiercely to befriend him and willingly gave him all their magic crystals. It was then that Beimai realized he could use the magic crystals to rapidly enhance his magical level. Thus, he began ruthlessly exploiting the magicians surrounding him. Enchanted by him, these magicians handed over every single magic crystal they possessed. But the greedy Beimai desired even more magic crystals. He demanded that these magicians venture deep into the perilous magic beast jungle to hunt fire element magic beasts and provide him with an endless supply of fire element magic crystals. Many magicians lost their lives in the magic beast jungle while searching for magic crystals for him. Beimai cared nothing for how many lives were sacrificed for the magic crystals in his possession. To him, human lives were less important than a single magic crystal. Through this method, Bai Mai's magical energy level soared significantly, thanks to the accumulation of a large number of magic crystals. In no time, he leapt from being the lowest-ranked magician to becoming a high-level magician. His rapid advancement caught the attention of the Dragon Knight Academy, leading them to mistakenly believe that he possessed exceptional talent, thus securing his admission. Chapter 173, Dragon Knight, snatched away by the handsome Golden Dragon, 3. But being merely a senior magician is far from enough. It's rumored that even saintly magic mentors can't catch the eye of the proud Golden Dragon King. One must know, the promotion in rank for magicians is exceedingly difficult. In thousands of years, there has only been one god-tier magician, who even perished while summoning the dragon race. As for the saint magic mentors, they are almost on par with the god-tier magicians. The empire has only 2 of them, each held in high regard. But the arrogant Golden Dragon King wouldn't even give them a glance. If the Golden Dragon doesn't care about saint magic mentors, Bai Mai, who's now merely a junior senior magician, stands even less of a chance. In order to own that dragon he dreams of constantly, Bai Mai spares no means to gather magical crystals and enhance his magical skills, determined to become a god-tier magician. He firmly believes that only by standing at the peak of this world will he be able to possess that powerful and noble dragon. Now, all the other magicians' magical crystals on the carriage have already been completely scavenged by Bai Mai, leaving their luggage flat and empty. Only Bai Mai has a bulging luggage bag, having made quite a substantial gain. Now, his greedy eyes land on Feng Shui. Just from the pure golden staff embedded with rare gems, Bai Mai has already determined that this newly boarded magician is someone from a prominent family and a wealthy young master. When he notices that Feng Shui does not have any luggage, his determination becomes even stronger. People like these real rich folks would never carry cumbersome luggage themselves, doing so would seem too coarse to them. They usually travel with servants escorting them. It is likely that this magician's luggage has already been specially delivered to the Dragon Rider Academy by his servants. Bai Mai felt excited inside. Such a luxurious magic wand could mean an extravagant background for this magician. If only he could lure him, wouldn't his source of magical crystals become endless thereafter? Moreover, he had set his eyes on the pure golden wand in the person's hand. He especially favored the sapphire on it. The staff is very important for a magician. A good staff not only shows an extraordinary identity but also allows the magician to perform their magic to its utmost potential. A glint of determination crossed Bai Mai's eyes. He turned his head toward the magician sitting next to him, his eyes full of arrogance and disdain, saying unhappily, "I now announce. You don't deserve to sit next to me anymore, please vacate this seat immediately." That magician was stunned for a moment. After all, it was only after using up all his fortune that he managed to secure this seat. This made the magician somewhat nervous. "Bai Mai, didn't you say that whoever contributes the most magic crystals gets to sit next to you?" Just as Feng Shui was walking over, Bai Mai's eyes flashed with impatience. "I've changed my mind. A mere few dozen magic crystals aren't enough. None of you poor guys deserve to sit here, leave now." That magician hesitated, unwilling to go. Bai Mai's face darkened. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and abruptly shoved that magician to the ground. Standing up instantly, he faced Feng Shui with a radiant smile, speaking softly and persuasively, "Dear classmate, this seat is vacant, why don't you take it?" Feng Shui paused mid-step, his silver pupils fixed on the magician that Bai Mai had pushed to the ground. The magician lay dazed and disoriented where he had fallen. Suddenly, a gentle white light emerged, lifting the magician gently off the ground. The light shimmered with streaks of golden glow, leaving everyone momentarily breathless. That is a magister. All the magicians present were senior magicians. At their age, they already possessed great talent. Yet reaching the rank of a magister would still take a long time. Now seeing a magician of similar age already at the magister level invoked awe and envy in everyone. What an incredible talent. Bai Mai's gaze dimmed, concealing deep jealousy. He scoured everywhere for magical crystals just to quickly raise his magical rank, aiming to surpass all others in the Dragon Rider Academy and draw attention from the Golden Dragon. Yet before he had reached the rank of a magister, someone else got there first. But thinking another way, achieving magister status at such a young age strongly indicated that this person must be loaded with resources to elevate his magical abilities. Bai Mai suppressed his jealousy and grew even greedier, increasingly coveting all the resources on Feng Shui. The magician lifted by Feng Shui's magic became flustered under Feng Shui's gaze, his face turning red, mumbling nervously, Thank you, sir." A magister was already on an entirely different level from their group of senior magicians, and deserved the title, sir. Feng Shui nodded gently, replying with warmth, "We are all classmates, there is no need for formality." Many magicians couldn't help but think unanimously, how truly gentle this sir was. Bai Mai watched as a group of magicians looked toward the newly boarded magician with admiration, pursing his lips slightly and feeling somewhat annoyed. But when he thought about how rich this person was, and how he could later oppress him to vent his frustrations, excitement surged in him once more. Bai Mai, who was always popular and beloved wherever he went, was confident as ever. He spoke again to break the silence. "Classmate, you're so impressive. Sit here next to me." Feng Shui glanced at him subtly without refusal, walked over, and sat down beside Bai Mai. With a forced smile on his face, Bai Mai extended his hand to Feng Shui. "Hi, I'm Bai Mai. Feng Jui hesitated briefly before extending his own hand. His hand was slender yet delicate, each bone clearly defined, resembling fine white porcelain, both intricate and beautiful. Bei Mai couldn't help but look at his own hand. Although his skin was also fair, it didn't come close to Feng Jui's flawless complexion. Moreover, his knuckles were thick and large, paling in comparison to Feng Jui's elegant fingers. The jealousy that had been suppressed earlier bubbled up once again. Being outshone in every aspect made Bei Mai feel both disdainful and irritable. Before their fingers even touched, Bei Mai hastily pulled back his hand, appearing disdainful. This time, the smile on his face seemed even more forced. You haven't told me your name yet. Feng Jui found it amusing inside but remained composed as he withdrew his hand, saying simply, Wengu. Wengu, it was the previous owner's name. Externally, Feng Jui would use this name. Alright, Wengu, said Bei Mai, feigning a smile as he glanced at the magical staff in Wen Ji's hand, deliberately exclaiming in surprise. Wengu, your magic wand is so beautiful. I've never seen such a stunning magic wand. Since it had just been used, the pure golden staff, adorned with a bright blue gemstone, was still encased in a faint shimmering light, making it look exceptionally splendid. Feng Jui ran his fingers lightly over the exquisite engravings on the staff, hearing Bei Mai's exaggerated exclamation while observing the deep greed flashing in his eyes. After pretending to marvel, Bei Mai quickly shifted his tone and gazed at him expectantly. Wengu, may I touch your magic wand? Before Feng Jui could answer, Bei Mai couldn't contain himself and reached out eagerly, snatching the staff away like a robber directly from Feng Jui's hands. Chapter 174, Dragon Rider, swept away by a handsome golden dragon, 4. Feng Jui glanced at him with a smile, not stopping him. Bei Mai tightly hugged the magic staff as if he could already see himself waving this magnificent staff while riding the majestic golden dragon. He was lost in daydreams, holding on to the magic staff without letting go. From touching it slightly, he naturally claimed it as his own. He had gotten used to this thievery. Usually, either he snatched what he wanted, or others handed it over to him willingly. Anyway, whatever caught his eye would belong to him eventually. The same went for this staff, he set his sights on it, and now it was his. After all, no one ever dared to refuse him. Still some distance away from Jinti City, all the windows of the magical beast carriage were wide open, allowing gentle breezes to waft inside. The swaying motion of the carriage induced drowsiness. A strand of Feng Jui's silver hair was lifted by the wind as he closed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, an anxious voice broke through the silence. Sorry, Master Wenger, but I've run into some problems with my recent magic. Could I consult you? Feng Jui opened his eyes and instantly revealed a warm smile. Of course, feel free. At present, being a divine-level mage, all types of magic came naturally to him. Upon hearing this, the surrounding mages couldn't help but show immense delight on their faces. But Bei Mai merely gave a cold snort. Soon, the magical beast carriage swayed its way steadily toward Jinti City and arrived at the Dragon Knight Academy. In order to welcome the newly arrived group of magicians, the academy had arranged for several dragon knights accompanied by their dragons to wait outside its gates. As soon as the carriage stopped, Bei Mai, who had started snoring, immediately snapped awake. He swept a glance at Feng Jui, who was still leaning against the seat resting with closed eyes, then silently sneered and descended from the carriage first, tightly hugging the pure gold staff. One after another, the wizards disembarked. The awaiting dragon knights surrounded them warmly and greeted them with kind words. Following the approach of the dragon knights, the adorable young dragons also followed along behind their respective riders cautiously. They clung onto the legs of their dragon riders with tiny claws, gazing at the new arrivals with large curious eyes. Upon seeing this, the magicians cried out in surprise and excitement the moment they stepped off. Heavens! Dragons! Hee, didn't expect to see dragons just upon arrival. Goodness! Dragons in reduced form are so cute. Becoming a dragon rider is every wizard's dream. Who wouldn't want a dragon that can grow large or small, both majestic and adorable? What's more, the power of dragons is very strong, which would greatly assist wizards. Hearing these excited voices, those dragon riders had become accustomed to such reactions. Their gaze simultaneously shifted to one person. That person was none other than Bei Mai, who held the pure gold staff. The dragon knights, leading their own dragons, approached Bei Mai. One dragon knight took a heavy-looking, bulging bag from Bei Mai's hands and handed him a white handkerchief. You've worked hard. Please wipe your sweat. Then, he bowed slightly to Bei Mai, politely introducing himself, new classmate, hello. My name is Clay. Would you honor me with your name? Bei Mai had long been accustomed to being the center of attention. No matter where he went, there were always countless people wanting to talk to him. He reveled in the envious looks from other magicians, lifting his chin arrogantly, Bei Mai. Clay's eyes fell on the pure gold magic staff in Bei Mai's arms, which he held dear, and couldn't help but be dazzled. Classmate Bei Mai, your magic staff is amazing. It's clearly an excellent weapon. Bei Mai hugged tighter onto the magic staff he'd stolen, extremely pleased, naturally. Of course, my magic staff has to be the best. Clay glanced at his magic staff several more times before looking at Bei Mai with fascination. Classmate Bei Mai, since you've just come to Dragon Knight Academy, you must be unfamiliar with many things. Let me guide you around to get acquainted with the environment. Before Beimai could say anything, another dragon knight stepped forward with his dragon. Classmate Beimai, follow me. I have a spare spot in my room, and you can even pet my dragon. Seeing this, the other dragon knights rushed forward too, and it looked like they were about to argue. Suddenly, a wonderfully pleasant voice echoed gently. Classmate Beimai, may I have my magic staff back? Everyone's gaze turned to the owner of the voice. Feng Zhui was the last one to get off the magical beast carriage. His posture was elegant, his demeanor noble and gentle. The oversized cloak-style uniform draped gracefully over his figure, fluttering in the bright sunlight. Under the glaring sun, he appeared so stunning that it left people momentarily speechless. Feng Zhui crossed through the crowd and approached Beimai, looking earnestly at him. Beimai thought he might have misheard. He clutched the magic staff tighter, his eyes shifting around as if unsure what the other was talking about. Feng Zhui had anticipated Beimai's act of feigned ignorance. A faint smile disappeared from the corner of his lips before repeating firmly, Classmate Beimai, please return my magic staff. Magic staff? All eyes immediately shifted back to the staff held tightly by Beimai. Beimai hadn't expected Feng Zhui to actually speak up and ask for the magic staff back, which made him instantly furious. What rich people! Being so stingy over just a single magic staff, it's so miserly. In this situation, however, it was hard for Beimai to pretend not to hear. Hiding the staff behind his back, he arrogantly retorted, how can you be like this? What do you mean, you're the magic staff? This is clearly my magic staff. Feng Zhui let out a soft laugh, but there was a subtle hint of anger in his tone. Your magic staff? He turned to the group of mages who had traveled with them along the way. Would any of you care to judge? At what point did my magic staff become something belonging to classmate Beimai? Throughout the journey, Feng Zhui had been extremely kind, showing no arrogance even though he was a master mage. For all the questions raised by these mages regarding magic, he patiently answered each one. As a result, the mages had already come to respect and admire him deeply. Now, seeing Feng Zhui's magic staff forcibly claimed by Beimai, everyone grew dissatisfied and sided with Feng Zhui, condemning Beimai. That's right. This magic staff clearly belongs to Master Wenger, how could it possibly belong to you, Beimai? Exactly, Master Wenger even used this staff to help me with magic. You merely wanted to touch it, and out of kindness, Master Wenger let you do so, but now you've simply taken it as your own. Beimai, I never imagined you'd be someone like this, I regret giving you my magic crystal. Give it back to me. Chapter 175, Dragon Knight, carried off by a handsome gold dragon, 5. Beimai was surrounded by a group of people accusing him, his face turning slightly pale. In the past, every person around him would treat him like he was the most precious thing in the world. He had never been criticized by so many people before, and tears began to well up in his eyes. He looked as if he had suffered greatly, pitiful indeed. Seeing this, the few dragon knights felt that it was a group of mages bullying Beimai alone, and they all frowned. Klai spoke coldly, how can you bully one person with so many? Upon hearing someone supporting him, Beimai's tears immediately dropped, it doesn't matter anyway. They've been bullying me along the way. I'm used to it. The group of mages felt betrayed by his accusation, their fascination with him completely disappearing. Each of them was visibly upset. Beimai, tell us clearly. Which person has bullied you? Frightened by the loud voices, Beimai trembled all over and then sobbed, retreating behind Krai, the dragon knight. Krai looked at him with pity, and said sternly to the group of mages, you are too many against one. Truly outrageous. We will report this to the dean and reassess each of your qualifications to enter the Dragon Knights Academy. Even the Dragon Knights Academy assesses the character of mages, for how could an ill-intentioned person properly protect the dragons? Beimai, holding Fan Zhuyi's wand, stared provocatively at those mages. All the mages felt hit hard at their core and held back their anger out of fear. Feng Zhuyi's gaze turned cold but his lips curved into a smirk. He slowly said, Knight Krai, please wait. Klai turned his head to look at him. Although already weary of dealing with these newly arrived mages, the serene demeanor of the current mage gave him a little more patience. Feng Zhuyi said, I am called Wen Ku, from Tita City, and I am an archmage. Klai was surprised, he had become an archmage at such a young age. He collected himself, showing some respect now. An archmage this young had an unimaginable future ahead of him. Feng Zhuyi continued, there is my mark on my magic wand. Klai paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to Beimai. A flicker of panic crossed Beimai's face. He clutched the magic wand tightly behind his back. Mark? What mark? Hadn't he seen it? One of the mages couldn't help but mock him, didn't you say this was your wand? Show it off, let everyone have a good look, see if there really is any mark on it. Beimai clenched his teeth and refused to move. Stubbornly he replied, why should I let you guys see just because you demand it? This is my magic wand, and I won't allow anyone to see it. The mages cried out unanimously, it's clear you're feeling guilty inside. Klai glanced at Beimai, still somewhat hesitant. Feng Zhuyi cast a downcast glance and said, Knight Klai, you must know the importance of a magic wand to an archmage. Klai nodded. The higher the level of a mage, the stronger their dependence on their wand becomes. Turning to Bei Mai, Clay said, Bei Mai, since you insist it's your wand, take it out and let everyone take a peek. It's time to end this farce. Bei Mai refused, glaring fiercely at Clay. He hadn't expected this advocate of his words to align with Feng Zhui. Still refusing to pull out the wand, Clay waited for a while, eventually his expression grew icy. Clearly, something was amiss within him, or he wouldn't dare let others see. Suddenly, Clay emitted a soft whistle, and instantly, a baby dragon shot out from behind him. Its speed was so fast that the crowd only saw a fleeting shadow. Following soon after, came Bei Mai's startled scream. Ah, what's that? In no time, the dragon returned to Clay's side, holding in its hand a pure golden magic wand. Clay took the wand and carefully examined it from all sides. As expected, carved at the bottom of the wand was a small, one, character. Clay's face darkened momentarily. This magic wand was clearly taken forcefully by Bei Mai. And yet, he had helped speak on his behalf. Holding the wand, Clay walked in front of Feng Zhui and bowed apologetically, I sincerely apologize. This wand truly belongs to Sir. Wen Ku accepted the wand and said, I didn't expect there to be someone who would so boldly claim ownership of another's wand. Realizing his act was uncovered, Bei Mai angrily stomped his foot, grabbed his baggage lying on the ground, dragging it away. The group of novice mages watched his bulging luggage, sighing collectively. My magic crystals. I don't know what happened at that time, but in a moment of impulsiveness, I gave all my magic crystals to Bei Mai. Are you feeling my pain? That was an entire bag, dozens of magic crystals, all my fortune, and I gave them to him, now I deeply regret it. Fuming anger, fuming anger. But no matter how much the group regretted, because it was their voluntary gift of magic crystals back then, there was no way to retrieve them. After Bei Mai angrily left, Cray sighed, turned around, and said, let's go, I will take you for a tour. If you have any questions about anything, feel free to ask me. Feng Zhui followed the crowd as they took a look around the Dragon Knights Academy. The Dragon Knights Academy was very large, perhaps because it was meant to house the dragon race as well, every place was vast. Grasslands, statues, fountains, white doves, forests. Canteen, library, teaching buildings, dormitory buildings. As they walked along, they eventually reached an area enveloped by thick magical barriers. Due to the layered magical barriers, the buildings inside were all blurred. From outside, one could not see clearly what was inside. A magician asked doubtfully, with such strict protection, what is inside? Many magicians laughed and cursed him for being foolish. This is the Dragon Knights Academy after all, apart from dragons, what else could it be? Cray nodded, that's right. Inside the magical barrier is the territory of the dragons, called the Dragon Quarters. The Dragon Quarters are much larger than the Academy. Some magicians couldn't help asking impatiently, then when will we get our own dragon? Cray replied, after you've taken some classes and learned how to be good dragon knights, you'll qualify to enter the Dragon Quarters and find your dragon. However, Cray suddenly looked serious as he scanned over all the magicians present, you only have one chance to enter the Dragon Quarters, and one chance to form a covenant with a dragon. If no dragon wishes to make a pact with you, then you cannot become a dragon knight and will be sent back to the original Magic Academy. All the magicians became solemn and secretly vowed to become dragon knights, otherwise, being sent back would be too embarrassing. While those magicians were asking questions around Cray, Feng Zhui walked alone ahead, gradually moving away from the crowd. On the vast lawn stood a large fountain. Water droplets splashed onto Feng Zhui's body and were instantly evaporated by the blazing sun. He aimlessly walked along the edge of the magical barrier, his ears catching a whistling wind sound. He raised his head. Chapter 176, Dragon Rider, was whisked away by a handsome golden dragon, 6. Not far away, an exit opened in the layers of magical shields, and a mighty golden dragon unfolded its enormous wings and flew out silently from the opening. Feng Zhui saw it, and it also saw Feng Zhui. In that pair of massive golden vertical pupils, the reflection of the pretty yet small humans below could be seen. The human and the dragon stared at each other for 3 seconds. Then, the golden dragon flapped its huge wings and flew into the horizon with the wind, disappearing into the clouds. Feng Zhui watched as the golden dragon gradually went far away and then retracted his gaze. After the tour of the academy was over, Feng Zhui registered himself, and the academy assigned him a dormitory room. This dormitory housed 2 people, 1 hall and 2 bedrooms. As soon as Feng Zhui pushed open the door to his dormitory, he discovered that there was already someone sitting on the couch in the living room. It was Bei Mai. Truly, they were enemies meeting by chance. Bei Mai glared bitterly at Feng Zhui. Because of this person, Bei Mai had made such a big fool of himself right when he arrived at the Dragon Riders Academy. He stormed back into his own room, took out all the magic crystals from his luggage, and absorbed the magical energy within each one individually. He wanted to rapidly increase his magic level and seize the opportunity to form a pact with the Golden Dragon. However, even after absorbing all the magic crystals from his luggage, he still failed to reach the rank of magician. Bei Mai anxiously paced around the room and then turned his gaze toward Feng Zhui again. He already felt that Feng Zhui was different from those surrounding him, unwilling to be bullied. If he tried to exploit him, it might end up embarrassing him just like today. So, he could only steal. Rich people wouldn't lack magic crystals, would they? Once stolen, it's his. Feng Shui sat in his own room, opened the window, letting a gentle breeze bring a bit of coolness. He could see the vast blue sky and grassland in the distance. He turned his head and neatly laid out the bedding he received on the bed. Then he left the Dragon Riders Academy to buy some daily necessities. Before he realized it, it was already dark. Feng Shui returned to the dormitory, washed up, and prepared to go to sleep. Just as he sat on the bed, he suddenly froze. His eyes fell on the quilt he had laid down earlier that day. Someone had tampered with the quilt, causing it to bulge slightly. The moon in this world was large and round, the moonlight extremely bright. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the wide-open window, Feng Shui abruptly pulled off the quilt. There curled up on his bed was a miniature version of a fully grown golden dragon. Apparently asleep, the golden dragon only vaguely woke up after the quilt was pulled off. Seeing Feng Shui return, its pair of wings fluttered slightly as it flew up from the bed, its golden pupils shining brilliantly. The majestic presence of the dragon's adult state is matched with a cute and clumsy charm when it's in the reduced size. Big golden pupils, tiny claws, small wings, long pointed tails, its scales glittering under the moonlight. Absolutely adorable. Watching this cute little golden dragon, Feng Shui felt an itch in his heart. He raised his hand, and the golden dragon moved closer, licking his fingers. Then it circled around Feng Shui a few times before being caught by him and buried in its soft belly to rub against it. A moment later, a sudden flash of white light appeared. The golden dragon in his arms transformed with a shake, and Feng Shui was immediately pinned by a tall figure. Buried in the soft quilts, Feng Shui was completely engulfed. He looked up to see a man who suddenly appeared under the moonlight. Under the moonlight, the little golden dragon transformed into a handsome, elegant man with a head full of golden hair glowing proudly. The man bent down, sniffing lightly on Feng Shui's body, evidently very satisfied. From afar, he had been pleased seeing this person, and now upon close contact, he was even more satisfied. The golden dragon had fought alone for years, refusing to form a pact with any human. He was the sole golden dragon in the dragon clan, the most powerful king, with the pride and nobility worthy of a king. For so many years, among humans, there hadn't been a single one who could make him feel content enough to willingly form a pact. And since the king of dragons was so powerful, he did not need protection from dragon riders. Yet, now, just a mere glance during their inadvertent eye contact, made the soul of the golden dragon tremble intensely, creating an overwhelming desire to possess this human. He remembered the scent of this human. Thus, after handling his matters, he swiftly came back, tracing the scent to Feng Shui's place. Now, the tall and handsome golden dragon held in his arms the human he was extremely satisfied with, and couldn't wait to monopolize. His voice was magnetic and pleasant. "Dear magician, may I invite you to form a pact with me?" Feng Shui was embraced in the warm and familiar arms of the golden dragon, his face flushed by the dragon's breath. In response to the sudden invitation from the golden dragon, Feng Shui gave a soft laugh and directly held the golden dragon's hand. "Of course, it's my honor." The next day, just before dawn, a miniature version of the golden dragon was pushed out of the window by Feng Shui with obvious reluctance. He looked back with large eyes full of incomprehension at Feng Shui. "We've already completed the pact. Now that you're my dragon rider, shouldn't you protect me closely?" Feng Shui kissed his dragon horn. "Just wait a bit longer. Don't let anyone know we formed the pact yet." After being kissed on the dragon horn, the sharp tail of the golden dragon swung proudly. He didn't dwell on this matter either. Since they'd formed the pact, he now had a dragon rider of his own. He had to return to the dragon clan to share the good news. After rubbing against Feng Shui's face, he flew away, looking back 3 times as he left. As he watched the golden dragon fly away, Feng Shui also turned around to tidy up, then opened the door to go to class. Time passed quickly. Bai Mai kept scheming, waiting for someone from Feng Shui's family to send his luggage so he could steal his magic crystals. But he waited, and still, no one came to deliver any luggage to Feng Shui. During this time, Bai Mai sneaked into Feng Shui's room countless times while he was in class to search around. But the room remained completely empty, with nothing inside. Bai Mai belatedly realized that he might have been fooled by Feng Shui. He probably wasn't rich at all, except for owning a pure gold magic wand, because apart from that, he was basically penniless. And who knows where this poor guy got that magic wand from? Bai Mai grew angrier the more he thought about it, so that night, he took advantage of Feng Shui sleeping to sneak into his room again. Feng Shui's magic wand was right beside his bed. Bai Mai stole the magic wand once more, planning to sell it at the auction house. If lucky, he might even get high-grade magic crystals. He secretly congratulated himself, thinking how clever he was. After Bai Mai quietly left with the magic wand, Feng Shui slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of shadow flashing in them. That magic wand wasn't an ordinary golden wand at all. Rather, it was forged using divine-level magic. Surely, it would give Bai Mai quite a surprise. Chapter 177, Dragon Rider, Abducted by the Handsome Golden Dragon, 7. A mini-sized golden dragon suddenly emerged from Feng Shui's bed. Every night, that majestic and impressive golden dragon outside would sneak into Feng Shui's room quietly to sleep with him. Now, it patted Feng Shui's face with its small claw as if to console him. The golden dragon then spread its wings and flew away through the open window. After a while, there was a knock on the window. Feng Shui sat up and looked out the window. The golden dragon came in holding an oddly shaped but beautiful golden magic wand, tossing it to Feng Shui. As Feng Shui took it, he felt its smoothness like jade, exuding great texture. This was. The golden dragon lowered its head so Feng Shui could see its dragon horns. Its 2 horns originally had 7 prongs each and were perfectly symmetrical. Now, one of the horns was missing a prong. Feng Shui stroked the magic wand in his hands, feeling a wave of warmth. He always knew what he needed. Having put the magic wand away, he extended his arms and embraced the golden dragon, rolling back into the blanket. At the auction, Bei Mai placed the carefully wrapped up magic wand on the table with an air of arrogance. For this magic wand, I want 1 high-grade magic crystal and 100 mid-grade magic crystals. The auction house staff, impressed by his tone, treated him exceptionally well, thinking that the item for auction was some incredible treasure. However, after the appraiser came in for evaluation, their attitude changed instantly. He smashed the wand onto Bei Mai's head. I thought this would be something valuable. Turns out it's just a rotten piece of wood with a stone tied on top. How dare you toy with us, boy, are you looking to die? Bei Mai examined the wand in his hands. It indeed was a dry and decayed piece of wood with a rock attached. But this was not the pure gold magic wand he had brought over. Enraged, Bei Mai shouted, "This is not the wand I brought, mine was pure gold, with a large sapphire on top. You must have concealed my magic wand." The people from the auction house almost exploded laughing at him. Wow, you're trying to turn things around now. This is exactly what you brought, extorting from us. It looks like you don't want to live anymore. Get someone, beat him up. Magicians are not skilled in close combat, and Bei Mai was severely beaten by a group of ferocious people. He returned to the Dragon Rider Academy battered, bruised, limping all the way. Not only did he earn 0 magic crystals from this trip, but he also got himself thoroughly beaten. Feeling that he had suffered silently enough, Bei Mai now thought that Feng Shui was nothing but bad luck. Whenever he got close to him, trouble followed. Desperately in need of magic crystals, Bei Mai no longer targeted Feng Shui because he realized that even in a place filled with strong individuals like the Dragon Rider Academy, many still held affection for him. Bei Mai exploited others effortlessly, wildly plundering their magic crystals and gold coins, thus advancing his magical level to that of a magister. Yet, this was far from enough. There was still a long way to go to become a divine-level magician. Bei Mai reflected that gaining magic crystals was too slow. Since he frequently used magic crystals for upgrades, their effectiveness diminished more and more over time. He must come up with other methods. Bei Mai's eyes fell on the dragons owned by the students of Dragon Rider Academy. Evil intentions arose. In the academy, every student had a dragon, some had baby dragons, some adult ones, and astonishingly, some even had dragon eggs. Bei Mai thought to himself, with such immense powers from the dragon race, eating a dragon egg should significantly enhance his magical energy, right? Dragon eggs are crucially important to dragons. Because they trusted humans, the dragons handed over their scarce and precious dragon eggs for human care and protection. They never anticipated that within the humans they helped unreservedly, there would be someone scheming against the dragon eggs. Bei Mai began deliberately getting close to those who possessed dragon eggs. Enchanted by his aura, these dragon riders forgot their duty to protect the dragon eggs, and whenever Bei Mai asked, they willingly handed them over. This way, he gathered several dragon eggs. But since the dragon eggs were extremely hard, Bei Mai couldn't find a method to crack them yet, so he hid them first. Feng Shui acutely sensed Bei Mai's activities. When Bei Mai was absent, he entered his room and quickly located the hidden dragon eggs. He immediately understood Bei Mai's plan. Feng Shui transferred these dragon eggs to a safe place and then used a divine-level magic to disguise several edible magical beast eggs, which were almost as big as this world, into dragon eggs. And on those fake dragon eggs, he cast a spell that would make people have hallucinations. When Bei Mai came back in the evening, he discovered that the eggshells of the dragon eggs he had hidden suddenly became fragile. Bei Mai just thought that the dragon eggs became fragile because they were about to hatch, so he hurriedly ate all the dragon eggs before they hatched. He only felt that the dragon eggs were just like that, similar to ordinary magical beast eggs. Not long after eating the dragon eggs, Bei Mai felt that magical energy surged in his body, and his magical level had already broken through to become a Grand Magister. He was extremely pleased. The dragon eggs were indeed useful. He immediately went to find dragon riders who had dragon eggs to deceive them into giving him more dragon eggs. The Dragon Rider Academy only had more than 20 dragon eggs in total, and they were all swindled by him. He hid them away, waiting for the eggshells to become fragile before eating them. But he did not expose his Grand Magister rank because his rapid elevation in magical level was astonishing, considering he had recently borrowed many people's dragon eggs, and he was afraid that someone might discover that his advancement was due to eating dragon eggs. If they found out, the dragons would definitely not let him off. After he ate these dragon eggs and rose to become a divine-level magician at once, he would be the only divine-level magician in the empire. Even the dragon race couldn't do anything to him. Bei Mai watched over the dragon eggs every day, eagerly awaiting the moment when the eggshells would quickly become fragile so he could eat them. Not long after, a group of magical beasts launched a massive invasion on the towns in the western part of the empire, prompting the dragon riders to get ready for battle. Both Feng Shui and Bei Mai, as magisters, were also included in the team. Thus, there was an awkward situation. All dragon riders had their own dragons, they would sit on the backs of the dragons and fly towards the destination with them. And since Feng Shui and Bei Mai didn't have their own dragons, things got tricky. Generally speaking, the dragons wouldn't allow anyone other than their chosen rider to sit on their backs. Bei Mai scanned the dragon group and didn't see the golden dragon he had been yearning for, feeling somewhat disappointed. Then he gave a proud look at Feng Shui. He was now a grand magister, far superior to this mere magister. With just a wave of his hand, numerous dragon riders disregarded their dragon's feelings and scrambled to invite Bei Mai to ride together on their dragon. Bei Mai was elated, looking provocatively at Feng Shui and sarcastically said, "So pitiful, some people don't even have a dragon willing to carry them and will just have to walk there." Chapter 178, Dragon Knight, swept away by the handsome golden dragon, 8. Feng Shui glanced at him with her silver eyes. Bei Mai snorted, muttering, "Pauper," under his breath, then shifted his gaze to the crowd of dragons, selecting one whose color most closely resembled that of a golden dragon. Without regard for the dragon's resistance, Bei Mai was brought aboard by the overly obliging dragon rider who belonged to that dragon. Nearby, another dragon rider named Qiliai had formed a good impression of Feng Shui. He stroked his own dragon and quietly negotiated with it to give Feng Shui a ride. He had thought for sure that his dragon would refuse, but unexpectedly, after a covert look at Feng Shui, sensing the aura of the golden dragon on him, it happily agreed. Qiliai, stroking his chin, felt somewhat puzzled. Over there, just as Bei Mai managed to steady himself on the dragon's back, he didn't even have time to mock Feng Shui from his lofty position when the dragon suddenly roared in anger, writhed its body, and directly flung Bei Mai along with its own rider into the air. Caught off guard, Bei Mai was hurled out, landing flat on his face, instantly losing all dignity. The dragon which had thrown Bei Mai off was an urgent speed dragon. The urgent speed dragon cast a disappointed glance at its dragon rider, shook its massive body, and swiftly moved to Feng Shui's front, lowering itself to indicate that Feng Shui should mount its back. Everyone was astounded by this unexpected scene. Dragonkind are usually quite tolerant towards their riders, and generally do not harm them. Now, however, the urgent speed dragon had flung its rider from its back. Because its rider had ignored its wishes and allowed someone else to climb onto its back. Since dragonkind helped their dragon riders enhance combat ability, the contract between them leans towards the dragons. If any dragon finds its rider unsuitable, it can change its rider. The rider of the urgent speed dragon was still dazed after being flung aside. By the time he realized what had happened, he was almost in tears, quickly rushing to the urgent speed dragon and frantically apologizing, promising that such a thing would never happen again. The urgent speed dragon sensed something, stood up from the ground, lifted its head, and looked toward the horizon. Bei Mai hadn't expected to be thrown off by the urgent speed dragon. Many people around began to ridicule him, and he felt utterly humiliated. He lay sprawled on the ground pretending to be dead for quite some time before furiously standing up. He wanted to find another dragon, but other dragon riders had learned their lesson and dared not invite him aboard anymore, all carefully avoiding his gaze. Looking at Feng Shui who also failed to find a dragon, Bei Mai felt a little better inside. At that moment, a dragon roar suddenly sounded from the sky. Immediately afterward, all the surrounding dragons responded with upward roars, as if they were welcoming something. A massive golden dragon appeared amidst the clouds on the horizon. Bei Mai's eyes lit up. It was the golden dragon he had been yearning for. After several years, he finally saw it again. Bei Mai's heart stirred wildly. He squeezed through the crowd to the very front, adjusted his clothes, and waited eagerly and excitedly for the golden dragon to descend. Standing in the forefront, once the golden dragon landed, the first person it saw would definitely be him. Brushing up some impression points with the golden dragon here would make future contracts smoother. The golden dragon spread its colossal golden bone wings and hovered in mid-air for 2 circles without descending. Feng Shui tilted her head, gazing at the powerful and magnificent golden dragon in the sky, her eyes brimming with gentle smiles. The golden dragon locked gazes with her and suddenly let out a low roar to the dragon group below. All the dragons and their riders near Feng Shui instantly dispersed, leaving a large empty space. The golden dragon slightly folded its wings and landed right in front of Feng Shui. Landing at the farthest back position, Bei Mai was at the front, and with the movement of the dragon group, Bei Mai was blocked from view, creating a significant distance between him and the golden dragon. His features contorted to an almost terrifying degree as he watched in disbelief as his beloved golden dragon, the king of the dragons, gently bent down, allowing Feng Shui to step on its golden bone wing and ascend to its back. No. That golden dragon was his. How could it be with another human? Jealousy and rage stormed through Bei Mai's eyes, realizing that someone had beaten him to gaining the golden dragon's attention. He struggled to breathe, almost choking with fury. The golden dragon must be his. Bei Mai was already eager to become a god-level magician, not only to take back his golden dragon but also to command it to eat that person. The golden dragon spread its enormous golden bone wings and ascended into the heavens with its rider. Each dragon followed behind, carrying its own rider. Soon, on the vast field under the blazing sun, no one paid any more attention to Bei Mai. Enraged, Bei Mai could hardly care about heading west anymore. But if he didn't go this time, he would miss the chance to enter the Dragon Lodge early. He could only take the magical beast carriage to head toward the western regions. But magical beast carriages were far slower than the flying speed of dragons. After a bumpy journey, when he finally managed to reunite with the main force, he discovered that they had already dealt with the invading group of magical beasts and were about to return. Beimai barely counted as having participated. The moment he arrived, without even resting, he endured further jolting as he returned to the academy, nearly falling apart in exhaustion. Feng Zhui had ridden the golden dragon, whose speed was faster than that of ordinary dragons. He returned to the Dragon Knight Academy ahead of Beimai and located the batch of dragon eggs that Beimai had hidden. Once again, he replaced them with fakes. When Beimai eventually returned to the academy, to his delight, he found that the dragon eggs he had hidden were now ready to be eaten. Unable to wait, Beimai devoured all the dragon eggs in one breath. His magic level skyrocketed at an astonishing pace. By the time he ate the last egg, Beimai's magic level had successfully reached the divine rank. Shaking with excitement, Beimai's voice trembled. Divine rank. Now, he was the sole divine rank magician on this continent. Beimai suppressed all his excitement. Although he wanted nothing more than to announce his achievement to the entire world, he restrained himself. He had to choose the right timing. The best moment would be when he entered the Dragon Lodge to contract with the Dragon Clan. Revealing his divine rank status then would ensure he stunned everyone, stealing the limelight and stepping on top of everyone else. By then, he believed the Golden Dragon would surely look at him differently, captivated by this young divine rank magician. Proudly smug inside, Beimai eagerly awaited the day he would enter the Dragon Lodge. In the meantime, many of the Dragon Knights from whom Beimai had deceptively borrowed dragon eggs under the pretense of borrowing for 2 days, came to demand their return. Where were those dragon eggs now? They had all been consumed by him. Though feeling slightly guilty for just a second, Beimai quickly regained his composure. They were just a few dragon eggs, weren't they? He had eaten them, so what if he did? Now, wasn't he a divine rank magician after all? What could these people possibly do to him? With a few casual words, he dismissed them all. Chapter 179 Dragon Rider, swept away by the handsome golden dragon, 9. Under Beimai's eager anticipation, half a month later, he finally got the chance to enter the dragon shed as he had wished. Originally, their latest batch of magicians would need more time studying before they qualified to enter the dragon shed. However, due to Feng Zhui and Beimai's extraordinary magical talents, the academy made an exception, allowing them to enter the dragon shed together with the previous batch of magicians. When Feng Zhui arrived outside the dragon shed, there was already a group of magicians waiting outside the magical protective barrier, excitement etched on their faces. The leading teacher counted the number of students and frowned. Where's student Beimai? After waiting for a bit longer, and still no sign of Beimai, discontent began to show on everyone's faces. What was up with this Beimai? So unenthusiastic about entering the dragon shed. The leading teacher's expression turned cold. Since student Beimai isn't here, we will proceed. Teacher. Beimai showed up just as those words were spoken. Dressed in extravagant attire, he stood out from the rest of the students, who wore hooded uniforms. Seeing him, the teacher's expression instantly softened. Speaking softly, the teacher said, Student Beimai, the academy has a rule stating that uniforms must be worn within the academy. Beimai now believed himself to be a god-level magician, not just better than others but 10 times better. With an air of disdain, he glanced at the leading teacher and coldly snorted, there is no rule that says one must wear a uniform to enter the dragon shed. The leading teacher looked at his face but didn't say anything further. Neither did the other magicians express dissatisfaction anymore. Feng Zhui stood at the back of the crowd, lifting her eyelids slightly, watching as Beimai was once again surrounded like a star among admirers. Soon after, the dragon shed opened a small entrance capable of accommodating only one person. All the dragons without riders gathered in one area. Here there were adult dragons, young dragons, and even dragon eggs. Feng Zhui looked at the dragon eggs carefully placed in nests, basking in the sun, and shook her head. In this regard, the dragons trusted humans too much. Human nature is inherently evil. For instance, someone like Beimai, if given the chance, those dragon eggs would end up as his meal. Upon entering, everyone dispersed amongst the dragons. A contract was mutual, it could only be formed if both sides were willing. As soon as Beimai entered, he looked around searching for the golden dragon, but there was no sign of it. Upon entering, Feng Zhui immediately attracted the attention of many of the dragon clan. Countless dragons, big and small, all rushed over, surrounding Feng Zhui excitedly, communicating with each other in dragon language. Woo, this human is so beautiful. On his body, there is the aura of royalty. He is the rider bound to the king. Yoo, I also want such a handsome dragon rider. Feng Zhui didn't understand dragon language, but being surrounded by a cluster of dragons instantly drew envious glances from surrounding magicians. Feng Zhui could feel these dragons were purely curious and not interested in forming a contract with her. She took a quick glance at the tiny dragon pattern mark in her palm and speculated, it was probably related to the golden dragon. Golden dragons were the kings of the dragon clan, and since she was its rider, it was inevitable that the group of dragons would become curious about her. Beimai watched as Feng Zhui was almost submerged by a crowd of dragons, then looked at the empty space in front of him. Wherever he went, those dragons seemed to shun him. Beimai clenched his teeth, glaring viciously at Feng Zhui, muttering to himself, what a bunch of stupid dragons, unable to appreciate true value. He sighed inwardly and thought, well, he wouldn't stoop down to argue with a bunch of dumb dragons anyway. He arrogantly raised his chin. After all, he was the one who was supposed to form a bond with the golden dragon. Such a bunch of foolish dragons weren't worth his attention either. Pouting his lips, he asked the leading teacher, isn't the golden dragon present? The leading teacher replied, the golden dragon won't appear at the contracting site. Beimai was rather dissatisfied. How could this be? He had come specially for the golden dragon. If he couldn't see the golden dragon, how could he possibly form a contract? Feeling extremely frustrated, he was thinking of sneaking into another part of the dragon's domain when suddenly, he heard some people exclaim, it's the golden dragon. How did the golden dragon appear here? Is it participating in today's bonding session? Many people became extremely excited. After all, who wouldn't want to become the rider of the king of the dragon clan, if given the chance? In the sky, a golden giant dragon flew over and landed on the grass, shrinking its form as it touched down. The dragons swarmed around to greet him. Some people knew their place well and quietly glanced at Feng Shui, speculating whether the golden dragon had come for him. After all, they had also heard that last time, the golden dragon voluntarily carried a newly enrolled magician to the west. As the king of the dragon clan, the golden dragon had always been proud and never allowed humans to touch him, let alone stand on his back. Because of this, Feng Shui had become somewhat famous in the academy. The moment Beimai saw the golden dragon, his eyes lit up, and he was about to walk over to it. Just then, an innocent young dragon happened to wander towards Beimai. In his haste, Beimai kicked the young dragon away with one foot. This scene was seen by the golden dragon. The golden dragon's gaze instantly darkened. While others hesitated, Beimai rushed over to the golden dragon and lifted his chin. Don't waste time, quickly form a contract with me. The golden dragon's gaze remained deep as it stared at him. When the golden dragon did not move, Beimai confidently revealed his magical rank, saying, I am a god-level magician. The entire empire is worthy to form a contract with you, only I qualify. As soon as his magic rank appeared, his confident tone faltered abruptly. What was this? A magus? How could this be? His magic level had clearly reached the god-level magician state not long ago. How could it still be just that of a magus? He thought he might not have fully unleashed his magical energy. But no matter what he did, it couldn't change the fact that he was merely a magus. In the distance, hidden from sight by a dragon, Feng Shui's dragon horn magic staff faintly emitted a golden glow. He cancelled the illusion magic that had been placed on Beimai. That illusion magic was cast on fake dragon eggs. If Beimai hadn't harbored evil intentions and eaten those fake dragon eggs, the illusion would not have taken effect. But after he consumed those fake dragon eggs, the illusion took hold, layer upon layer, creating the false impression that his magic level was rapidly upgrading, making him believe he had already become a god-level magician. Now, at his most arrogant moment, Feng Shui cancelled the effects of the illusion, forcing him to confront reality. He was far from being a god-level magician, he was just a magus. How could Beimai possibly accept such a drastic change? From a god-level magician to a mere magus, the gap was enormous, like falling from heaven into hell. There was the golden dragon right before him, and he had almost formed a contract with it. How could this happen? Chapter 180, Dragon Rider, taken away by the handsome golden dragon, 10. Could it be that everything was just an illusion? Beimai couldn't accept this reality. Suddenly, he grabbed his head and let out a scream, accidentally blurting out his inner thoughts, I ate so many dragon eggs, how come it had no effect? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized what he had said aloud, and his heart sank. His voice was very low, it shouldn't have been heard by anyone. Carefully, he raised his head and found that not only the magician but the entire group of dragons suddenly became solemn. All eyes were seriously fixed on him. Beimai quickly shook his head, frantically trying to cover up, no. No. That's not what I meant, I was just talking nonsense, it was a slip of the tongue. Yes. A slip of the tongue. Dragon eggs are so precious, how could I eat them? What I meant was monster eggs, please don't misunderstand. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, under no circumstances could the dragon race or the academy discover that he had eaten dragon eggs. If he were a divine-level magician, even if they found out, he wouldn't fear them. But now, he wasn't a divine-level magician, he was merely a lowly magic mentor. If discovered, his consequences would be unimaginable. He was almost speaking incoherently, his lips almost worn out from frantic babbling, yet those glaring eyes didn't look away. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and the golden dragon transformed into a human. Beimai's eyes widened. Can the dragon race transform into humans? The human form of the golden dragon stood tall and exuded coldness. Handsome, imposing. His golden pupils were coated with a layer of frost as he turned his gaze towards the leading teacher and uttered icy words with a perilous aura bursting forth. Humanity has taken 22 dragon eggs. Now, in the name of the dragon race, I demand you return the dragon eggs to our clan in the shortest possible time. The leading teacher trembled and immediately bowed deeply to this king of the dragon race. Please rest assured, I'll report this matter to the principal right away, ensuring swift delivery of the dragon eggs. Having said that, he quickly departed. And Beimai, his legs turning soft, collapsed onto the ground. Since it involved dragon eggs, the principal of the Dragon Rider Academy took the matter extremely seriously and immediately ordered all dragon riders who possessed dragon eggs to return them to the dragon race. But those dragon riders simply couldn't produce the dragon eggs. Under persistent questioning from the principal, the dragon riders finally stammered and admitted that their dragon eggs had been borrowed by someone else. More than 20 dragon eggs, all taken by someone. This shocked the entire Dragon Rider Academy. How could someone lend their dragons to others? It was completely ridiculous. Further inquiry revealed that the person who borrowed all the dragon eggs was the same individual. It was Bamai. When they linked Bamai's statement about eating dragon eggs, even the principal of the Dragon Rider Academy broke into a cold sweat. Humans relied on the dragon race to fight against monsters, offending the dragons would result in a severe blow for humanity. The principal immediately sent people to search Bamai's room. After turning Bamai's room upside down, not a single dragon egg was found. The principal cursed Bamai internally. Pressured heavily by the dragons, with no other choice, he led the dragon riders into the dragon quarters to apologize. In the dragon quarters, under the furious gazes of all the dragons, the dragon riders surrounded Bamai as soon as they saw him, demanding their dragon eggs back. Bamai knew he could no longer hide it. A look of malice covered his face as he violently pushed a rider asking for his dragon egg, then burst out laughing. Dragon eggs? That's right, all your dragon eggs, I ate them. I originally thought that those dragon eggs would boost my magic level after I consumed them, but unexpectedly, they had no use at all. As his words rang out, the entire dragon race began to stir, watching this group of humans with unparalleled anger. For years, their dragon race had helped humans fight against monsters wholeheartedly and trusted humans with raising the dragon eggs, but they never expected that humans cruelly devoured their dragon eggs. Their dragon eggs were exceedingly precious. Totally unforgivable. As the dragon race was about to take action, the president of the Dragon Riders Academy was extremely tense. However, among the humans, one person made a move. Feng Zhui ignored the angry and untrusting glares of the dragon race, taking quick steps to approach the golden dragon and signaling him to lower his head. Although the golden dragon no longer trusted humans, when he looked at Feng Zhui, he cast down his eyes and slowly bent over. Feng Zhui whispered something into his ear, causing the golden dragon's pupils to suddenly constrict. Feng Zhui nodded at him reassuringly, "Don't worry." The anger in the golden dragon gradually dissipated after that. It turned out that what Bamai had eaten were fake dragon eggs disguised using Feng Zhui's divine level magic. With Bamai's limited abilities, he couldn't possibly see through such advanced magic. As for those real dragon eggs, they had all been carefully and safely placed in a secure location by Feng Zhui. The golden dragon let out a sigh of relief. Dragon reproduction was extremely difficult for the dragon race. 20+ dragon eggs represented over 20 dragons. If they had all been consumed by humans, the golden dragon would have certainly demanded a heavy price from humanity. Though the dragon eggs were unharmed, as the king of the dragon race, he could no longer trust humans to raise the remaining dragon eggs or care for their hatchlings. He immediately withdrew all juvenile dragons under his protection, allowing only the adult dragons to decide whether or not to stay with humans. Because of Bamai alone, the dragon race lost its trust in humanity. Those who had lent Bamai the dragon eggs bitterly regretted their actions when they realized his intention had been to eat them. They not only lost their dragon eggs but also their identities as dragon riders. In fury, they beat Bamai severely. Soon, the entire academy learned about how Bamai had harmed the dragon eggs, leading to strong condemnation from everyone around him. Word spread quickly across the empire. Everyone found out about the magician named Bamai who angered the dragon race by eating their dragon eggs, causing the dragons to lose faith in humanity. Given the high regard for dragons among humans, the empire swiftly sentenced Bamai to hanging as an act of atonement toward the dragon race. After neutralizing the 10,000 charms virus, Feng Zhui dropped out of the Dragon Rider Academy. Not long after, another divine-level magician appeared in the human world. No one knew the identity of this divine-level magician, only that a golden dragon always accompanied this magician. The whole empire was astonished and offered invitations for the magician to reside in the luxurious gold palace. All were refused. The divine-level magician made only one request. To cede a mountain range in the west of the empire to the dragon race. The dragon race no longer cooperated with the so-called Dragon Rider Academy but transferred all their dragons to a new home. Only adult dragons were allowed to leave and form contracts with worthy humans. And the golden dragon? Not only did he obtain his own rider, but he devoured her completely, turning her into his lover. Chapter 181. This broadcaster is super awesome. 1. This was a dim basement. Even the light hanging from the ceiling looked pale and listless. The basement had been partitioned with wooden boards into about 4 small rooms, each occupied by someone. Because of the limited space, these tiny rooms contained no furniture, only a pile of bedding on the ground covered in countless clothes. It was summer now, and the basement was incredibly cool. The soundproofing here was poor, the space cramped and narrow, but it was cheap. Some people who were short of cash and out of work would choose to temporarily live here, moving out as soon as they found a job. Only the previous owner had endured living here for 2 years. Feng Zhui lay on a heap of dirty clothes, knees curled up, staring at the dark ceiling, and sighed. The original owner of this body had an extremely unhappy family background, His alcoholic father frequently beat him and his mother, until one day she couldn't bear it anymore and left him behind, leaving his father free to vent all his anger on the original owner. After graduating from high school, the original owner's father died from excessive drinking. The original owner had poor academic performance and no money for further studies, so he left that little place and came to City A. With very little money in hand, he chose to live in the cheap basement. Perhaps because life didn't go well, the original owner became particularly addicted to gaming, savoring the fleeting joy it brought him. He could make a little money to scrape by through ghost gaming due to his decent skills. However, one day, while playing a mobile game called Heavy Battle, the original owner accidentally selected the quad team option, coincidentally ending up in a squad with 3 streamers. These 3 streamers had some renown within the streaming community. They usually enjoyed forming teams with random players, revealing their identities as streamers, enjoying the awe and excitement it sparked in those players. One of them, called Maigan Wannan, Sweetly Soft, was the target of the millionaire virus invasion in this world. Originally, Maigan Wannan was just an unknown minor streamer, but after the millionaire virus took over his identity, he immediately became a hotshot, with big-name streamers vying to play games with him every day. His fanbase grew rapidly. He quickly went viral merely through clips of a few game sessions, gaining 1 million followers overnight. As his name suggested, Maigan Wannan's voice was both sweet and soft like honey, and he was excellent at flirting. He incessantly called people Big Brother, with a tone so sugary sweet it melted hearts. This charmed not only the other 2 streamers but also the audiences in 3 live streaming rooms, where virtual gifts flew across the screens. Those 2 streamers stopped caring about the gameplay and surrounded Maigan Wannan instead, flattered and praised him non-stop. Meanwhile, the original owner was fully focused on gunfights, hearing over his headphones 2 teammates talking in affected voices. Wannan. I have medicine, it's all yours. Wannan. Come over here, I've picked up a good gun. Wannan, wear the protective gear properly, it might save your life in critical moments. In the game, players can collect equipment. All the good equipment those 2 gathered, be it weapons or protective gear, were promptly given to Maigan Wannan. As for themselves, they were left with inferior gear and failed miserably against opponents, constantly giving away their heads. Viewers in the live streams laughed heartily, mocking the pair for losing their minds over Maigan Wannan. Meanwhile, Maigan Wannan held top-tier weapons, wore the best protective gear, and managed to survive till the end thanks to several saves by the original owner, who noticed how terrible he played. Unfortunately, Maigan Wannan's gaming skills were abysmal, he couldn't hit a single target out of 10 shots. Seeing that the original owner had taken down 5 enemies in mere minutes while he hadn't even managed a single kill, Maigan Wannan harbored jealousy and resentment. Suddenly, he turned his gun toward the original owner and fired. Right when they were about to win, the original owner fell to the ground with a gunshot, bewildered. Due to his childhood experiences, he suffered from emotional instability. Immediately turning on his microphone, he cursed, "You suck and you don't even see straight." Unexpectedly, with just those words, Maigan Wannan burst into tears, feigning grievance and sobbing, "Wah wah wah, I hit you by accident, why are you scolding me? You're such a mean person. Are you picking on me just because I'm alone here? Let me tell you, I'm a streamer, my live room has lots of people who will help scold you." His tearful tirade deeply moved the fans watching in the live room. "I'm so angry, Sweetly Soft baby, don't cry. This Zhu Lin you really lacks class. Our Sweetly Soft baby didn't do it on purpose. Yes, sweet baby, don't cry, we'll go help you shout back." Zhu Lin Yu was the original owner's online game username. Maigan Wannan sobbed for a while and still remembered to say to the fans in his live room, "Wah, isn't this person so unreasonable? Do you want me to scold him back? But I don't know how to curse people. Will all of you help me curse him?" His fans were completely hypnotized by his sweet and soft voice, trembling with sobs. "Soft baby, don't worry. We'll go after him immediately. Help you to scold him to death." Then the fans of Maigan Wannan went one after another to add the original owner's game ID. The original owner had no idea that the teammates he matched were streamers and even more confused as to why, after just one game, so many people added him as a gaming friend. He was rather pleased and added them all without hesitation. He didn't expect that these people were here to expose him online. Those messages were unbearable to look at, filled with various curses and insults that sought to kill him with words. Of course, the original owner couldn't stand being insulted so mysteriously. He rolled up his sleeves and began hurling abuse back, and only then did he realize that what he thought was some random gamer named Maigan Wannan from the previous game was actually a real broadcaster. And because he had simply called the other person a bad player with poor eyesight, he was now targeted by the fan community. The original owner refused to swallow this humiliation. If the other person sucked at playing, he could still play worse, right? So what if he pointed it out? Thus, the original owner put up a fierce resistance, staying up all night arguing with Maigan Wannan's fans, but since Maigan Wannan had countless supporters, once one group tired out, another took their place, resulting in more and more malice pouring toward him. The exhaustion from staying awake combined with the immense emotional swings eventually killed the original owner from sheer frustration. Now, Feng Shui looked at the thousands of abusive messages in the original owner's gaming account, paused for thought, and downloaded Tomato Studio V. Tomato Studio V was the most popular live streaming software in this world. Maigan Wannan was also assigned broadcaster on Tomato Studio V. Feng Shui opened the search bar and was about to look for Maigan Wannan when he noticed several highly recommended streamers below the search page, including Maigan Wannan. He clicked directly, but accidentally hit the wrong one. It led to another streamer. Black Crow. A top-notch streamer of Tomato Studio V. His handsome face had shocked the entire broadcasting circle, astonishingly large number of fans, comparable to celebrities, and even numerous entertainment agencies wanted to poach him. Feng Shui wasn't there for Black Crow. When the screen jumped to Black Crow's page, he was about to leave, but suddenly hesitated. Chapter 182, This Streamer is Amazing. 2. He Duyan's entry has long dominated the top of the popularity chart, a position almost no one can shake, cementing his status as the #1 tomato streamer. Having such a prestigious status also means having privileges. He Duyan streams irregularly, sometimes broadcasting for only 10 days in a month, or even not at all, but the live streaming platform indulges and lets him be. So, his fans constantly keep an eye on his live streaming room, eagerly awaiting his broadcasts. Once he goes live, the popularity inevitably skyrockets. He Duyan streams with his face exposed. While his gaming skills never disappoint, it's undeniable that he benefits greatly from being good-looking, a fact he readily acknowledges, which is why he continues to stream with his face visible. Thus, screenshots of him taken by fans are everywhere. Feng Shui's gaze landed on those screenshot photos. He Duyan's face was akin to a model's face, with a sharp bone structure and stunningly handsome features, flawless without any need for editing. No matter how casually a screenshot was taken, it still looked breathtakingly good. It's no surprise that countless people have begged for him to enter the entertainment industry. Feng Shui gave a faint smile, his fingers gently touching the screen, as if caressing the familiar face of He Duyan. After a long while, he finally backed out and re-entered Mitangruanruan's circle. Mitangruanruan does not show his face, instead, his specialty lies in his sweet and soft voice, mesmerizing everyone who hears it. Under the influence of his honey-sweet voice, people are madly sending gifts to boost his popularity. Recently, Mitangruanruan's fans have been busy doing one thing, exposing the original owner online. The strong resistance put up by the original owner enraged Mitangruanruan's fans. The fanbase organized a team specifically to expose the original owner online and even attempted to find his personal address, intending to send him razor blades and dead rats. Little did they know, they had already driven the person to their death. When the original owner suddenly stopped speaking, they assumed it was due to fear and now boast about their victory within the community. Feng Shui turned off his phone and closed his eyes in fatigue, wanting to rest for a moment. There were other people in the basement, a young couple making quite a racket. Feng Shui's forehead veins twitched. The environment was truly terrible. Feng Shui glanced at the original owner's remaining balance, it wasn't much. Taking a deep breath, he got up and left the basement, finding a hotel nearby where he spent the day. During this time, he delved deeply into both gaming and live streaming. The game played by the original owner is called Chongzhan, a multiplayer battle royale game where the last player standing wins. Chongzhan has a legendary players list, which updates every 3 months, granting the first place winner a cash prize of 30,000 yuan each time. Due to Chongzhan's deep cooperation with Tomato V, if a player tops the legendary players list, they would receive an invitation to stream on Tomato V along with significant exclusive traffic support. However, anyone can become a streamer these days, resulting in fierce competition in the live streaming circle, especially among Chongzhan streamers. The first place on the legendary players list is often occupied by streamers, leaving no room for ordinary players to make a mark. Eventually, the Chongzhan game informally recognized this legendary players list as the broadcaster's exclusive list. As long as someone climbs to the top 20, they are considered great streamers. Over time, the officials established additional requirements for entering the legendary players list. Beyond just accumulating points, they must also generate hot topics and attention. Where would ordinary people get such attention and hot topics? This ultimately meant the legendary players list became completely inaccessible to regular people. Yet Feng Shui had set his sights precisely on this legendary players list. With just 1 month left until the legendary players list closes, he needed to rank high within that time frame. What Feng Shui primarily aimed for was the bonus of 30,000 yuan. After spending the night at this hotel, the money left in his pocket could barely cover a month's worth of meals. The 30,000 yuan would allow him to move out of that basement. As for the required points, topics, and attention for the legendary players list, Feng Shui lightly exercised his fingers, pondering briefly. The mechanism of the legendary players list dictates that continuous victories will double the accumulated points. Feng Shui reacts quickly, thinks fast, and has rapid reflexes. Even though he hadn't previously touched these types of games, once he understood how to play, his innate gaming talent shone through instantly. Moreover, with the ultra-high-speed network boosted by the system connection, he was confident that gaining points wouldn't be a problem. As for generating hot topics and attention, a faint smirk curved at the corner of Feng Shui's lips. He leisurely registered an account on Tomato V, naming it Zhu Linyu. Then, under the name Zhu Linyu in the Chongzhan gaming community, Feng Shui issued a direct challenge to Mitangruanruan. The challenge had a 1-month deadline. Whoever could reach the top of the Chongzhan Grandmaster list would be declared the winner, while the loser would have to quit playing Chongzhan forever. This was a bold provocation to Mi Tangruanruan. As the hottest game at present, Chongjian has close to 100 million active followers in its community. Mi Tangruanruan mainly streams Chongjian and is highly active in its circle due to his large fanbase. At first, when someone popped up challenging Mi Tangruanruan, nobody paid attention. Challenges from ordinary players against streamers are nothing new, especially for a major streamer who often disregards such provocations. But this time, the challenger who dared to provoke Mi Tangruanruan was no stranger, it was none other than Zhu Linyu. Mi Tangruanruan's fans immediately went on high alert. They had previously thought Zhu Linyu had been scared off by their insults into hiding like a coward, but now this person not only resurfaced but also dared to challenge their beloved Mi Tangruanruan. Thus, these overly loyal brainless fans began cursing Zhu Linyu again. Through their abusive comments, they inadvertently pushed the challenge notice to the top of the community's trending section. Everyone soon noticed this challenge issued to Mi Tangruanruan. Infuriated, Mi Tangruanruan cursed his own fanbase as being full of brain-dead people. As an established big streamer now, why should he even bother responding to some random person issuing a challenge? It was way beneath him. He initially planned to just ignore the challenge, but his fans' commotion drew everyone's attention, leaving him no option but to acknowledge it. Refusing would simply make others assume he was too afraid to accept. Reluctantly, he sought sympathy and support by whining to other elite Grandmaster list players who were around him, complaining how Zhu Linyu was bullying and mocking him. They know I'm not as good, Mi Tangruanruan muttered bitterly, and yet they still issue me a challenge, this is just indirect mockery. These elite players sympathized deeply with Mi Tangruanruan and promised to ensure his rise to the top of the Grandmaster list. Encouraged by these commitments, Mi Tangruanruan became extremely arrogant, thinking that with all these top gamers helping him, there was nothing to fear. During his live stream, he accepted the challenge posed by Fang Zhui and made a boastful statement, I will definitely take the #1 spot on the Grandmaster list. And let the person who challenged me roll out of Chongjian forever. In the chat room, his fans rallied enthusiastically. Our soft is so inspiring. Softy baby is rising. Come on. That Zhu Linyu is truly repulsive. Not only did he insult our soft, but he dared to provoke them. Who gave him the courage to challenge our baby? With so many elite streamers queuing up to play with our darling, it's a piece of cake for our soft to find someone to carry them onto the top spot. Chapter 183, This broadcaster is incredible. 3. Since Mi Tangruanruan accepted the challenge, Zhu Linyu, this Shangdi, naturally became bound to Mi Tangruanruan. Mi Tangruanruan's fans cursed Zhu Linyu fiercely, and with the participation of some bystander fans, the heat rolled like a snowball getting bigger and bigger. Zhu Linyu successfully stood out in the Chongjian game and Tomato Factory. Many people were waiting to see the result after 1 month. Fang Zhui was satisfied. Topics and heat, they've arrived. In the following month, Fang Zhui devoted all his time to gaming. With an unbeaten streak, he quickly climbed into the top 10 of the gods' rankings, so fast that it left people speechless. Some people suspected if Fang Zhui had cheated and reported him to the officials. Then, the official closely monitored Fang Zhui's game recordings but found no signs of cheating. That is to say, he indeed achieved this by skill. No wonder he dared to challenge Mi Tangruanruan. On the other hand, Mi Tangruanruan, full of confidence, was being carried up by 3 legendary streamers. But since Mi Tangruanruan was too bad at gaming, although it went well in lower-ranking matches, once it came to higher ranks, even with 3 expert streamers, it was hard to keep winning. The results were inconsistent, win 1 lose 1, and his score increased very slowly. In esports, everyone still admires those who are technically strong. So even though Mi Tangruanruan's fans were jumping around cursing Zhu Linyu, many bystanders started to lean towards Zhu Linyu. And they hoped Zhu Linyu would start streaming, allowing everyone to witness just how skilled his gaming technique was. With the 1-month deadline approaching, seeing Zhu Linyu far ahead of him, Mi Tangruanruan angrily called the few streamers carrying him useless. These streamers weren't upset with his sweet voice scolding them, but instead humbly consoled him. Mi Tangruanruan had already seen many bystanders standing on Zhu Linyu's side, mocking him for being weak and artificial, all his achievements being watered down by others. He didn't agree, and wanted to become strong to teach these people a lesson, and finally gritted his teeth and secretly bought a cheat. The seller guaranteed him it wouldn't be noticeable when used. The next day, he activated the cheat live in front of the entire audience, only to find it didn't work as claimed. It turned out to be a flying cheat. Once entering the game, while others were running on the ground, he was stuck hanging high in the sky, unable to descend, untouchable. Many initially spectating bystanders were shocked. This was a bold move amidst the official crackdown on cheats. Mi Tangruanruan actually attempted using one. Mi Tangruanruan's fans were also stunned. Seeing the barrage of abuse from bystanders across the screen, Mi Tangruanruan fumbled to turn off the cheat and obstinately defended, I didn't use any cheats, you must have seen it wrong. Seen it wrong? The bystanders were rendered speechless. Realizing what happened, Mi Tangruanruan's fans flooded the chat with messages. What about cheating? Our baby Mi Tangruanruan will never cheat. Yes. It's definitely a game bug. It must be the game's problem. Even though the fans insisted Mi-Tang-11 didn't use cheats, during the time he did, it was recorded by someone and uploaded to Chongzhan's community, which quickly caught the attention of the game officials. The next day, Mi-Tang-11 was banned due to suspected cheating. After great efforts from several expert streamers who had pulled all-nighters to bring him up to the top 10 ranking position, they discovered Mi-Tang-11's ranking account was banned because of the cheating incident. Those who initially thought he was cute instantly felt heart-wrenching exhaustion. How could someone be so stupid? Furthermore, Mi-Tang-11's cheating behavior was publicly criticized by the game officials, leading to widespread ridicule within the gaming community. Outraged, he didn't go live for 2 days, and when he resumed streaming, he refused to mention anything about rankings anymore. Discussions about rankings were forbidden in his live streams as well. Before long, a month passed. Due to his cheating account ban, Mi-Tang-11 not only missed out on becoming first on the gods rankings, but he was also mocked extensively, losing a considerable number of fans. This made Mi-Tang-11's earlier boasts sound like jokes. As for Zhu Linyu, who challenged Mi-Tang-11, whether in terms of discussion topics or scores, he was undoubtedly ranked first. He also became the first regular player to make it onto the gods rankings ever since its creation and was the first person to achieve such heights in merely a month, making him extremely popular in the gaming world. Now, every time Mi-Tang-11 goes live, a group of trolls mock him, telling him to honor the bet and get out of the Chongzhan game. Since Chongzhan was the hottest game at the moment, Mi-Tang-11 was reluctant to leave this highly popular game and switch to broadcasting something else. Thus, he acted very pitiful during his live stream and started to be childish. When I accepted Zhu Linyu's challenge, it was just a joke, right? Why did everyone take it seriously? I really love the Chongzhan game. How could I leave it? Many people thought Mi-Tang-11 couldn't afford to lose face. As a result of this incident, both Mi-Tang-11's popularity and attention clearly dropped. After Fang Zhuyi received the bonus for reaching the top of the dashing rankings, the first thing he did was move out of the basement and rented a new place, preparing basic streaming equipment again. Soon after, the official from Tomato Factory sent an invitation for live streaming, and Fang Zhuyi started streaming with the account Zhu Linyu. He streamed with his face revealed. The fans of Mi-Tang-11 who originally intended to enter his live stream and verbally abuse him were instead stunned by Fang Zhuyi's appearance when they got inside. In front of the camera, he was only wearing a simple white work shirt. The background was a relatively bright small room, with a picture frame on the wall that contained a very stylish landscape painting. After Fang Zhuyi adjusted the lens, his exquisitely handsome face appeared close up on the screen. His eyebrows and eyes were striking like roses, radiating a beauty that could make one lose themselves. This. What kind of stunningly beautiful person is this? Even the fans of Mi-Tang-11 had to admit that Zhu Linyu was a stunningly handsome person. This kind of beauty was rare, a rare masculine charm that wasn't effeminate yet left everyone in awe. Even in the entertainment industry, such beauty would be scarce. A large number of people who heard the news almost crashed the live stream. Even some of Mi-Tang-11's fans quietly switched sides. I'm straight up excited, my dude. OMG OMG, gorgeous wife. This face, like Black Raven, is simply too wasted in the live streaming circle. Agree with upstairs, these two should go on the big screen, one handsomely rugged, the other elegantly handsome. Mentioning Black Raven, I think their appearances suit each other. Just casually testing the waters, let me try shipping them a bit. When Mi-Tang-11 finally managed to squeeze into Zhu Linyu's live stream with a secondary account, seeing Fang Zhuyi's face triggered an overwhelming sense of crisis and panic in his heart. Seeing the entire screen filled with people comparing Black Raven and Zhu Linyu together made him so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. Chapter 184, This streamer is amazing. 4. He Duyan had always been Mi-Tang-11's unattainable idol. As a fan of He Duyan, he decided to become a broadcaster just to get closer to his idol. Even now that he has become so popular, his level still cannot touch He Duyan. But now, this Zhu Linyu, with only a face, became wildly popular on the first day of broadcasting and was even mentioned in the same breath as He Duyan. Mi-Tang-11 gritted his teeth, realizing his mistake. From the very start, he should not have paid any attention to this Zhu Linyu. Upon looking back, all of Zhu Linyu's success came from stepping over him. His eyes were fixed on Fang Zhuyi's image on the screen, a deep jealousy rising within him, wishing to scratch that beautiful face. Just then, countless colorful fireworks suddenly appeared on the public chat screen. The fireworks layered upon one another, splendidly gorgeous. This gift effect was called Fireworks Rain, lasting for 1 minute, the most expensive gift on Tomato Factory V. A single fireworks rain costs 10,000 yuan. Someone sent 100 rounds of fireworks rain. Such extravagance left everyone in the live broadcast room stunned. Mi-Tang-11 also froze momentarily, followed by endless jealousy. He had streamed for so long but never experienced such an amount of fireworks rain at once. The comments were flooded with praises of the generosity of the boss until someone finally noticed the name of the person sending the gifts. It was a name almost everyone knew, He Duyan. Mi-Tang-11's immediate reaction was disbelief, thinking it must be a counterfeit account. He Duyan had never given any gifts to any streamer, instead, it was usually streamers worshipping He Duyan who hurriedly sent gifts to him. Many others had the same thought as him, but upon clicking the account, there shone the official certification emblem of a star streamer, glistening gold. W.C. 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 Is Big Brother here? Amazing appearance by Hey Duyen. Wasn't it said Hey Duyen never watched any other streams? Does he know this new streamer? Deserves being Big Brother, with one move, he spends $1 million. Is this really Hey Duyen himself? Can't the account be hacked? As if in response, Hey Duyen's comment appeared boldly at the topmost position of the comments section. Hey Duyen, it's me, no hacking. Then, he posted another. Hey Duyen, the host is very beautiful. After Hey Duyen's post, another round of frenzied screaming spread across the comments. I'm hyped up. Sisters, does anyone understand? He said he found her beautiful. I am dying inside. Migtang11's face gradually contorted under the erosion of jealousy. In the streaming circle, Hey Duyen had always been a mysterious existence. Even though he rarely streamed, he always remained at the pinnacle of the streamer world, his fame and popularity far beyond the reach of other streamers. He never interacted with any other streamers and didn't participate in any events among them. Despite numerous streamers following him, he never followed anyone, keeping his follow list consistently at 0. Quite a few tried, attempting to become the sole one followed by Hey Duyen. Among these, Migtang11 was one. A man like this would surely not give gifts to other streamers. However, oddly enough, Zhu Linyu became that exception. Not only did Hey Duyen appear in Zhu Linyu's live stream, throwing down millions to top the gift ranking, what was most important was that he actually complimented Zhu Linyu as beautiful. The more Migtang11 thought about it, the more aggrieved and jealous he felt. Lifting his hand, he clicked into Hey Duyen's homepage, silently praying that he wouldn't follow Zhu Linyu. Please don't follow Zhu Linyu. But on the page where the usual follow count was 0, it now showed 1. He hesitated, clicking further in. Sure enough, Hey Duyen had followed Zhu Linyu. This shattered Migtang11's dream of becoming Hey Duyen's sole follower. Fang Zhui saw that Hey Duyen had followed him. Now, they mutually followed each other, each being the sole one of the other. He smiled handsomely, his voice as clear as bamboo leaves rustling. Thank you, Hey Duyen, for the 100 fireworks rains. Hey Duyen paused for a moment and then sent another 100 rounds of fireworks rain. The magnificent fireworks rain swept through again, stunning the audience. Rich beyond imagination. Hey Duyen's fans gathered when hearing the news. Who would have thought that their awaited streamer, whom they had waited days for, would show up in a rookie's live room, spend $1 million generously, and compliment the other as beautiful. Now the live room was fully occupied by CP fans. Hey Duyen's fans mixed in, trying to influence him for their own benefit. Big brother. You should start streaming. Do ya? It's been 20 days, 20 whole days without a glimpse of you. Do ya? You have time to watch beauties but not time to stream. Hey Duyen clearly also saw his fans' comments and responded with pure capriciousness. Hey Duyen, don't want to stream. No time unless the beauty agrees to duo Q. Beauty. The fans of Hey Duyen immediately sensed hope and directed their gaze towards Fang Zhui. She was indeed a true beauty. It was no surprise that Duya was infatuated, the streamer named Zhu Linyu was absolutely gorgeous. Thus, Hey Duyen's fans began luring Fang Zhui into Duya's world. Does our beautiful host need a gaming partner? Should she check out our amazing Duya? Our Duya is both an expert gamer and extremely handsome, it's worth joining. Fang Zhui had just launched her game when her eyes, like stars falling into a river of milk, caught the swiftly flashing chat messages. She then raised her head, gazing through the camera as if straight into everyone's hearts. Her eyes held deep affection, seemingly staring at her lover through the camera. In the wealthy district of City A, inside a luxurious villa, a man sitting in front of his computer encountered the gaze from the beautiful host on screen. His heart softened suddenly, a tingling sensation spreading through him. His comment about duetting was originally a joke, but he then heard Fang Zhui, the beautiful streamer, respond with a rich chuckle, sure, we can play together, log into your account. When Hey Duyen, real name Yen Du, received the invitation, his eyes darkened deeply. Yen Du's primary occupation wasn't streaming, he had his own company, using live streaming only occasionally to pass the time when bored. Lu Chu, the founder of Tomato Factory V, was a friend of Yen Du's. Invited by Lu Chu, Yen Du joined the platform and signed a contract largely based on his preferences. Whether or not he streamed was entirely up to him, and the platform wouldn't intervene. That day, it was Lu Chu who sent Yen Du a link, saying he had found a big beauty for him to check out. Yen Du initially dismissed the idea because Lu Chu's taste usually didn't align with his. But under Lu Chu's urging, he finally clicked on the link. As soon as he was redirected to a live room and his gaze fell on the host's stunning face, he couldn't look away. Through the screen, Yen Du could hear his own heart pounding loudly. For the first time ever, he agreed with Lu Chu's choice in beauty. Chapter 185, This broadcaster is amazing. 5. The broadcaster's name is Zhu Linyu. Her voice was clear and refreshing, akin to the gentle crispness of bamboo forest rain. Yen Du quietly watched her broadcast for a while. This broadcaster seemed to be a new face, having just started streaming, but she was evidently very popular. The chat room had already erupted into disputes over who would claim her as their wife, with gifts flying everywhere. The broadcaster was diligently thanking everyone for the gifts. Suddenly, Yendu felt an inexplicable urge to draw her attention. With unclear intentions similar to asserting some form of ownership, he splurged 1,000,000 credits in one go. Now, faced with the game invitation from the broadcaster, Yendu pressed his tongue against his palate and suppressed the sudden flutter in his heart, quickly responding, "Wait for me." Within less than a minute, all fans of Hiduya received a notification. The broadcaster they followed, Hiduya, has started live streaming. Click to enter the broadcast room. Fans of Hiduya flooded in. "Great, so you really are here for the beauty. I see that when beauty beckons, your soul immediately goes flying. He God, you actually know how to pursue a wife, throwing 2 million in one shot, style at its finest." When Yendu saw the 3 words, pursuing a wife, in the comments, his heart stirred. The 2 characters for wife rolled through his throat, bringing the image of Feng Jui's face to his mind. He suddenly smiled. He God is actually smiling so whimsically. I can tell He God's mind isn't exactly pure. Yendu quickly added Feng Jui on the gaming platform and promptly sent a duo queue invitation. After entering the game, the 2 chose a city on the map and jumped down. Yendu cleared his throat and turned on the microphone. His voice was gentler than ever before. "I heard that you reached the top of the Heavy Warfare Legend list within just 1 month, really impressive. I haven't even managed to get into the top 50. The audience in the broadcasting room laughed loudly. Is He God pretending to be weak? At some point, our He God used to also be the top one, but now he's too lazy to even play games. Feng Jui picked up a gun, loaded it with bullets she'd collected, and after installing them said earnestly, "Don't worry, hide behind me when danger comes, I'll protect you." Yendu paused. So did the fans in his broadcasting room. My goodness, why am I feeling touched right now? He is protecting him, does anyone understand? He looks so beautiful, he says he'll protect him, I'm completely smitten. Yendu chuckled lowly, leaning closer to the mic. Really? Then you must protect me well. As soon as his words left his mouth, there came a gunshot through his earphones. A character controlled by Zhu Linyu, holding a gun, fired at the figure representing Hiduya floating above them. Inside a house behind Hiduya, a head peeking out without making any noise was blown off with a single shot. Both broadcasting rooms lit up with a flurry of 666. Amazing reaction time. The broadcaster has some real skills. Feng Jui's voice was extraordinarily pleasant, clear and crisp like chimes, weaving through Hiduya's ears along with a soft laugh. Big brother Do, hurry over and follow behind me. Hiduya momentarily stopped. Most people call him Brother Do God, but only Feng Jui called him Big Brother Do. At once, hearing the term Big Brother Do resonated through his whole body with tingling warmth, prompting him to rush forward, faithfully treading closely behind Zhu Linyu. In the comments section, chaos erupted. Feng Jui was meticulously searching for equipment and drugs around, then sharing what he found with Yendu. Whenever danger arose, he acted first to protect Yendu. His marksmanship was impeccable, almost achieving perfect accuracy, a bullet per head without waste. Yendu, much like a little wife, took everything peacefully hiding behind him, obeying his instructions, safely reaching the final circle and eventually winning the match. Audiences in both broadcasting rooms were stunned by what they witnessed. Zhu Linyu was indeed remarkable, practically a sharpshooter with swift reactions and strategic acumen, carrying a partner effortlessly through higher-ranking matches. Hiduya truly played the role of faking ignorance to perfection, trailing leisurely behind Zhu Linyu, merely walking and admiring scenery while letting Zhu Linyu do the fighting, gaining scores effortlessly by piggybacking on her efforts. In the end, Yendu couldn't help but express his thoughts. Being protected feels really good. Recently, Feng Jui had been in the limelight. She had not only claimed the first place in the Heavy Warfare Legend rankings, crushing Honeysoft, but had also formed a CP relationship with Hiduya, teaming up daily and skyrocketing in popularity. Her heat soared to the extent that she directly displaced Honeysoft, who had previously held the second spot on the heat ranking list. The official organization of Heavy Warfare arranged a friendly match event for some broadcasters, and Feng Jui was also on the list. To everyone's surprise, Black Duque was on the list as well. Due to the Honeysoft cheating incident, the officials originally did not want to invite Honeysoft, so Honeysoft pitifully begged a few broadcasters to plead on his behalf. Only then did the officials reluctantly add him to the list. All major broadcasters gathered together, especially the ever-elusive Black Duque who never participated in any activities before. Even before the event started, countless fans were eagerly anticipating it, waiting for the carnival. Honeysoft wouldn't miss this opportunity. His recent traffic had dropped significantly, and he watched helplessly as all his limelight was snatched away by Feng Jui. Very unwilling, he announced that he would do a face-revealing live stream. With his current bad reputation and increasing numbers of haters, face-revealing could help him recover some losses. In the blink of an eye, the friendly match between the broadcasters began. Honeysoft is sly. On the day he revealed his face, he not only showed his face but also dressed up in women's clothing, wearing a sweet skirt and applying light makeup. With a cute appearance that matched his voice perfectly, after meticulous grooming, he looked like a delicate porcelain doll. It is unknown when it started, but a trend of broadcasters dressing in female attire swept through the live streaming circle. Any broadcaster who cross-dressed received adulation and their popularity soared continuously. For a period of time, cross-dressing became the secret code for attracting viewers among major broadcasters. This was exactly the friendship match for the broadcaster's team-building activity, already high in heat and traffic. That day, Honeysoft successfully restored his previous popularity, gained many new fans, and his popularity surged twice over. He watched the barrage fly across his screen rapidly, filled with praise and admiration for him. Restrainedly smiling at the camera while dressed in a skirt, every word out of his mouth was a sweet sound that captivated his audience. Soft is so beautiful, so beautiful. Move aside. This is clearly my soft. The sweetness of her voice made my tears flow from my mouth. Soft is so sweet, I love it so much. Honeysoft saw the rapid increase in the heat of his live broadcast room. Though still unable to catch up with Black Duque, he was ecstatic since he surpassed Julin Yu. It was worth the expensive price he paid to hire a celebrity makeup artist. Gifts poured in like rain. Honeysoft slightly furrowed his brows. What a bunch of poor beggars. They can't even afford to send a sky full of fireworks. Chapter 186, This broadcaster is incredible. 6. Every time he thought about the 200 fireworks shows Black Raven had given to Julin Yu, he felt furious. Even though he had managed to surpass Julin Yu again, those 200 fireworks shows always stuck in his mind. With so many people in the live broadcast room, he had received a total of only a dozen or so fireworks shows. He smiled sweetly. Someone wants to see fireworks shows, are there any big spenders who could send more for me to watch? The chat froze for a moment and then quickly began rolling. Ah, he's smiling at me. Send. It's just fireworks shows. Let him see. Hey, all big spenders, I don't have money, but I want soft to see fireworks shows. Is there anyone willing to lend me some? In an instant, countless fireworks shows came rushing at him. Seeing one continuous fireworks show after another, Mixiang Wanwan finally showed a genuinely heartfelt smile. He looked at himself on the screen, his heavily made-up face and wig hiding under which was his round face that appeared slightly exquisite. Especially the glossy lips painted with lipstick that made people want to kiss them. His heart rate involuntarily quickened. He believed that he was not inferior to Julin Yu in this state. And looking at the heat of the live broadcast room and the craziness of the fans, he should be very attractive in this form, right? If Black Raven saw. His heart beat even faster. There were still several minutes before the start of the broadcaster friendship match. He quietly checked Black Raven's live broadcast room with his phone. Black Raven had already started broadcasting and was chatting casually with the fans. Because Feng Jui had started a little later and hadn't begun her live broadcast yet, all of Black Raven's fans flooded into his live broadcast room. A fan asked, Lord Du, why hasn't Julin Yu started broadcasting? Yen Du saw the comment and smiled, I really don't know. You can ask me this question when he and I live together. The fans immediately exploded. W.C. Has Lord Du succeeded? Oh no, this guy really got himself a wife. Yen Du glanced at the comments, coughed lightly. He usually never denied his feelings for Julin Yu, not yet, don't guess randomly. He laughed confidently, the comments urged him to tone it down, lest he scared off Julin Yu. Mixiang Wanran watched as 3 out of every 5 comments in Black Raven's live broadcast room were related to Julin Yu, making his face red with anger. He felt a bit wronged and reluctant. He hated Julin Yu, how could Black Raven like someone he despised? Looking so good, Black Raven should like him instead. He found an excuse to go to the bathroom, avoiding the camera, inserting a sentence amidst a sea of CP, couple, fan discussions in Black Raven's broadcast room. Mixiang Wanwan looks good, Julin Yu is so ugly. Doesn't even deserve Lord Du. Everyone, please come to Mixiang Wanwan's broadcast room. Our Wanwan is pure and pretty, Lord Du will definitely like her. The CP fans paused for a second, then became extremely angry. How dare someone try to break up their CP? Faced with the barrage of sarcastic comments from the angry CP fans, Mixiang Wanwan, not backing down, wanted to say something, only to find that he had been muted. Mixiang Wanwan returned to the live broadcast camera with a resentful look as the friendly match was about to begin. Feng Jui had timed her broadcast perfectly, and the administrator had already pulled all participating broadcasters into a single room. There are a total of 33 participating broadcasters, each group has 3 people, forming a total of 11 groups. Each game session will be randomly grouped by the official system with random maps, and the final results will be assessed based on each broadcaster's performance to select the first place winner. Soon, the groupings for this round were announced. Unbelievably lucky, Julin Yu, Black Raven, and Mixiang Wanwan were grouped together. When Mixiang Wanwan saw the team assignments, he was extremely delighted. He completely ignored Julin Yu, never expecting himself and Lord Du to be so destined to meet. It seemed heaven itself was helping him. He must seize this opportunity to make Lord Du notice him. The game began, and the 33 broadcasters were scattered throughout the map. From the moment they were dropped onto the map, Mixiang Wanwan followed Yen Du step by step. On the other hand, Feng Zhui went to search for weapons, remaining at a distance from them. Mixiang Wanwan seized the chance, turning on the microphone, his voice sweet as honey with a touch of nervousness. Du. Lord Du. Then he saw Lord Du, who was running ahead, suddenly stopped. This was the first time he had teamed up with Du Shen to play a game. Though he had wanted to play with Du Shen before, Du Shen never played with other broadcasters, and Zhu Linyu was the first. The thought of Zhu Linyu made him clench with anger. He hurried after Du Shen and continued, Du Shen. I'm Mixiang Wanwan, your fan. I really admire you so much. In Mixiang Wanwan's live broadcast room, the chat exploded with messages. What a sweet voice, Ozil. Newbie passing by, how could anyone resist such a sweet voice? I would have pounced on him if I were Black Raven. Mixiang Wanwan's fans weren't just wild in their own chat, they even flooded into Black Raven's live broadcast room to spam mindlessly. Black Raven, don't be foolish. Protect our soft properly. Our soft likes you, so you should like her back. If you make her sad, we won't let you off. Is Black Raven a zombie? How dare he make our soft take the initiative? Black Raven's fans were rendered speechless. Mixiang Wanwan's fans were simply too annoying, blindly leaving comments and spamming the chat repeatedly, with some phrases being posted over a dozen times at once. As a result, Black Raven's fans began sarcastically mocking these people, while the moderators directly muted all of Mixiang Wanwan's fans. With their efforts thwarted, Mixiang Wanwan's fans flew off the handle, going online to criticize Black Raven supporters for being rude. Back in the live broadcast, after speaking, Mixiang Wanwan eagerly awaited Black Raven's response. What would Du Shen say to him? At the mere thought that Du Shen was about to speak to him, his heart fluttered wildly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Yen Du said nothing. At this moment, he was lowering his camera angle. In front of Yen Du's character was a vast patch of flowers in various colors. He maneuvered the character to bend down, zooming closer, examining the flowers intently. As for what was said around him, Yen Du paid no attention whatsoever. Mixiang Wanwan waited for tens of seconds but received no response from Yen Du. He bit his lip, feeling somewhat awkward. But seeing the barrage of messages praising his sweet voice in the live broadcast room, he regained confidence. Surely his voice was too sweet and charming, making Du Shen too stunned to respond. He patiently waited, and in the next moment, he saw Du Shen move. The character labeled as Black Raven suddenly took a few steps forward, stepping into the flower patch and plucking a flower. After looking around, he picked another one. The combat simulation game provided very realistic and highly flexible scenes where flowers could be picked. There were all sorts of flowers, though they were typically used as cover. Mixiang Wanwan watched as the number of flowers in Black Raven's hands grew, his breathing becoming more rapid. There was only himself here. Could it be that Du Shen was about to give him the flowers? He felt both proud and excited. Just as his breath caught in anticipation, he noticed something else. Chapter 187, This streamer is incredible. 7. On the other side, Feng Zhui had just picked up a gun and loaded it with bullets. With his excellent vision, he could already see several black dots moving towards this direction. All of them were streamers with decent skills. Feng Zhui found a place to use as cover, and after spending some time, managed to eliminate that group of people. He inherited the equipment from those 3 individuals and instantly became rich. As for Yen Du, he was still amidst a colorful cluster of flowers, choosing among them. In Hey Duya's livestream chat, the fans expressed their confusion and bewilderment regarding this behavior. Just came back from Zhu Linyu's live stream, my excitement has instantly turned into numbness. Over there, a battle of bullets in the rain, thrilling and dangerous. Over here, peaceful times, admiring flowers in a meadow. Do God. It's the first time I feel you're not living up to your name. Your wife took on 3 opponents at once and got 3 kills already. What about you? You're still plucking flowers here. Black Crow noticed that chat message with a glance and gave a light scoff. You don't understand anything, fighting and killing are nothing compared to adding a touch of romance. He held a full bundle of flowers in his arms, which even hid most of his character's face. Then, he turned around and ran towards Feng Zhui's position. Maigan Renren was left standing there blankly. Realizing it soon, she hurriedly chased after Black Crow's figure. Feng Zhui also happened to be running towards him. Once they met up, Feng Zhui directly tossed out all the resources she'd gathered. Weapons, bullets, armor, various types of medicine, they piled up like a small mountain. And as for Hey Duya, he slowly extended the bunch of flowers cradled in his arms toward Feng Zhui. It was a large bouquet of fiery red roses. These were roses Yen Du had carefully selected one by one from a pile of colorful flowers. Feng Zhui looked at the bouquet of roses, seemingly unprepared for such a move, but eventually accepted it. Red roses, the flowers of love. Both live streams blew up. Not surprising from Du God, publicly declaring his affection. Can it be done this way? Got it, next confession will be during a game. He accepted the flowers, he accepts her. Maigan Renren, who showed up right then, saw this scene and angrily slammed her fist on the table. Zhu Linyu, it was Zhu Linyu again. He had finally discovered now, Black Crow's eyes only had room for Zhu Linyu, that little wretch. After receiving the flowers, Feng Zhui made a hugging motion with Black Crow, her voice becoming softer. Thank you, I like it very much. Yen Du said with a smile, unfortunately, it's not real. This bouquet counts as my debt to you. When we meet in person, I'll definitely give you a real bouquet. Hopefully, you'll accept it like you did today. One sentence nailed down their meeting in the future. The chat messages were flying across the screen calling him crafty. Black Crow chuckled lightly, using a bit of romance to chase after one's wife, how can that count as cunning? Maigan Renren couldn't stand seeing how sweet their relationship was and forcibly inserted herself between the two of them. We have to go soon or the gas will come. Black Crow had already picked up the supplies thrown to him by Feng Zhui and didn't leave anything for Maigan Renren. Maigan Renren felt incredibly wrong since she followed Black Crow right after entering the game and now had nothing, not even a single weapon. She complained helplessly to Black Crow, "Do God. I still don't have anything." While loading bullets into his gun, Yen Du asked in doubt, "What were you doing for so long then? Hurry up and find something." Resources allocated by his spouse were meant only for himself. Anyone else wanted to touch them? Absolutely not. Maigan Renren didn't expect him to be so ruthless, giving no equipment to himself at all. She had no choice but to reluctantly leave and search for some equipment herself. Feng Zhui found a car, and the three of them set off towards Central City. From then on, Yen Du stopped pretending to be weak. His gaming skills ranked top in the streaming circle. Being paired with Feng Zhui created a powerful duo, even dragging along Maigan Renren as a liability, they easily advanced into the final circle. Maigan Renren was no help at all and even slowed them down often. The fans in her own livestream thought it was endearing how bad she was, but the viewers in Feng Zhui's and Yen Du's livestream saw her incompetence raising their blood pressure. Tisk, does this Maigan Renren even know how to play the game? This skill level is too bad. If they weren't being protected by these two gods, she would have died 100 times over by now. As Maigan Renren watched, the game was almost over, and in the next session's random grouping, there wasn't a sure chance of meeting Black Crow again. Thoughts raced through her mind, unwilling to let this opportunity pass by. Inside the final circle, the three of them were hiding behind a large rock. Mitang Wanyan glanced at the gun in his hand, then looked at Zhu Linyu who was standing with her back to him, and an idea sprang into his mind. He had not forgotten that before Zhu Linyu became a streamer, she played a game with him. Back then, as soon as he shot and hit her, she exploded with curses, calling him weak and criticizing him for being blind. Mitang Wanyan still felt aggrieved thinking about it now. As a fan of He Duya, he knew He Duya despised people who cursed others at the slightest provocation and showed no respect. So, Mitang Wanyan decided to use the same trick again. If Zhu Linyu started cursing, he could feign helplessness and hide behind He Duya. That way, it would elicit sympathy from He Duya and make He Duya realize Zhu Linyu's true colors. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. It truly was a good plan. So, he pretended to accidentally shoot towards the character on top of Zhu Linyu's head. Immediately after firing, he exclaimed, "Ah, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Unfortunately, his weapon dealt low damage, and Feng Zhui was already wary of this kind of move, so she wore the highest level of armor. This shot only knocked her down but didn't kill her. Mitang Wanyan held his breath, waiting for Feng Zhui to start cursing at him. But Feng Zhui remained silent. In He Duya's live broadcast room, fans could clearly see Yen Du's expression turn serious. In the game, He Duya helped Feng Zhui up and said coldly, "Shooting at your own teammate?" Mitang Wanyan didn't hear any scolding from Zhu Linyu but instead got questioned by He Duya. Gritting his teeth, he tried to cry, saying, "Do God. I really didn't mean to. I wasn't familiar with this gun, and it just happened." Yen Du's tongue touched his palate as he ignored the few people creeping closer from afar, then gave a light laugh, from such a close range, huh. As he stretched out his tone, bang, a gunshot echoed. The character on top of Mitang Wanyan's head fell to the ground instantly. Mitang Wanyan's screen turned gray. Stunned, he heard He Duya's cold voice coming through his earphones, "Ah, sorry, my finger slipped, wasn't on purpose." Mitang Wanyan was speechless, his eyes welling up with tears in. Do God, actually killed him. The fans in his live stream tried to console him. "Softy, don't be mad, don't be mad. Who would have thought Black Crow would be such a person? Not on purpose. Who believes that? I think he deliberately killed Softy. Our sweetie already said it wasn't intentional, yet Black Crow still fired, so annoying." Chapter 188, This Broadcaster is Amazing. 8. No matter how Mitang Ruan's live streaming room breaks down, He Duyan's live streaming room is filled with laughter. Feeling refreshed. I've been annoyed by this Mitang Ruan for a long time. Acting all high and mighty. Mitang Ruan often shoots teammates on purpose, especially when the game is about to be won. You don't even know if it's intentional, but you can't curse him either, or he'll start crying. He even instructs his brain-dead fans to curse you back. Quite a few players were cursed out of the game by his fans. Do God did well in turning their own strategy against them. After one game ended, a second round immediately started. The second game was also random team formation. This time, Feng Shui and Yen Du weren't in the same group. Instead, Yen Du ended up with Mi Tang Wan Wan again. Before Mi Tang Wan Wan could even rejoice, as soon as the game map loaded, Yen Du quickly picked up a gun and shot Mi Tang Wan Wan. Mi Tang Wan Wan fell down, complaining in the voice chat with a crying tone, "Do God. Where have I offended you that you treat me like this?" Another teammate streamer was a little surprised. Yen Du nonchalantly said, "What are you thinking? It wasn't intentional." After saying that, he continued searching for resources. Anyway, everyone knows Mi Tang Wan Wan isn't good at the game. It's actually better without him, and no one would slow us down. Another streamer glanced at Mi Tang Wan Wan's corpse and took the bottle of soda he had just picked up. Mi Tang Wan Wan was furious. He just shot Zhu Linyu once, why is Do God targeting him like this? That despicable person must have said something bad about him to Do God. In the third round, Mi Tang Wan Wan teamed up with two other top-tier streamers. After much pretending to be wronged, claiming Zhu Linyu was specifically targeting him and ruining his gaming experience, he successfully tricked the two top-tier streamers into seeking revenge on Zhu Linyu angrily. Unfortunately, they all ended up giving Feng Shui a kill each. In the following games, Mi Tang Wan Wan either died under Zhu Linyu's gun or Black Du Yan's, making him so angry his face twisted, and the makeup he carefully applied instantly looked ghostly. Some casual viewers who entered his stream due to his high heat got scared upon seeing his distorted face and left after cursing a bit. Because Mi Tang Wan Wan didn't have any standout moments during the game, the popularity generated by his cross-dressing live stream quickly decreased again. After a grueling 4 hours, the streamer friendship match quickly came to an end. The first place went to Zhu Linyu, who had recently become famous, aka Feng Shui. It was late at night. The streamers bid farewell to each other and all logged off. Only Yen Du was still connected with Feng Shui. His voice was leisurely, almost tingling to hear, and carried a deep, meaningful smile. Congratulations, first place. Feng Shui had only briefly glanced at the event page earlier and hadn't paid attention to the reward for the first place. Now hearing the laughter in his words, she felt something wasn't right. She pulled up the previous event page again, her gaze falling on a small line of text, reading it word by word. The first prize of this event is a song performance at the upcoming Broadcaster Carnival hosted by Tomato. Looking below the small text at the big text, it read, the second place broadcaster gets rewarded with 20,000 yuan. Feng Shui couldn't help but fall silent. Yen Du was in second place. In the final round, he self-destructed, leaving his post-game data slightly behind Feng Shui's, locking him in second place. The chat burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, aren't you serious? You didn't know. I thought you worked so hard to get the first place to perform a song. All other broadcasters tried to avoid being the first place and instead fought for second. Only you, focused on getting first place. Ha 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 ha, stupid, isn't it? The platform planners love to use the first prize to trap people. Other broadcasters are seasoned pros, they've already figured out the planners' tricks. Only you, Zhu, being new, aren't familiar with these ins and outs. Next time you participate in an event, make sure to check clearly. Feng Shui held her forehead, helplessly saying, turns out this first place is a trap. Hearing her helpless voice, Yen Du's laugh echoed deeply, full of magnetism, making Feng Shui's heart stir involuntarily. Broadcaster Carnival. Doesn't that mean they'll meet soon? Hey Du Yen continues to stream erratically, often disappearing after just 2 days of streaming. But now his fans were already very familiar with his habits. As soon as they didn't see him in his own live streaming room, they would go to the neighboring Zolinyu's live stream instead. Sure enough, there he'd be on the VIP list. Before long, the Carnival offline event was approaching. 2 days in advance, Feng Shui arrived in City A, where Tomato Studios' headquarters were located. Just after settling into the hotel, he received a message from Yen Du asking which room he was in. Feng Shui sent over his room number. Yen Du did not reply. A long while later, there came a knock on the door. As soon as Feng Shui opened it, a bouquet of roses was thrust toward him. Yen Du's incomparably handsome face bore a tender smile. Dressed in formal attire, he looked like someone about to meet an important person. Still slightly out of breath from running, he softly said, I promised you that I'd send you a real bouquet. Feng Shui looked at the gentle rise and fall of Yen Du's chest, noticing how his meticulously styled hair had become somewhat disheveled from rushing over in anticipation. The bouquet of roses was substantial, and Feng Shui recalled Yen Du's words, when we meet, I will definitely give you a real bouquet, hoping that you'll receive it just as you do today. Under Yen Du's tense expectation, Feng Shui accepted the flowers. But his eyes weren't on the flowers, instead, they lingered on Yen Du himself. In that moment, those strikingly beautiful peony-like eyes seemed to have captured all the stars from the sky, shining brilliantly and leaving Yen Du momentarily mesmerized. Holding the flowers in her arms, Feng Shui slowly took a few steps back. As if enchanted, Yen Du unconsciously followed her into the room. At dawn, Yen Du carried Feng Shui, who had fallen asleep, out of the bathroom and tucked him into bed. The sleeping figure was exceptionally serene, his long eyelashes lying obediently against his cheeks, covering those beautiful eyes. He looked like a pretty little angel. Yen Du's gaze grew dark, and he stepped onto the balcony to smoke a cigarette. The excitement in his heart still hadn't calmed down. Then suddenly, Yen Du started a live stream. At the same time, Mi Tang Wan, who was still sending voice messages to defend her top benefactor status, suddenly heard a notification sound reserved for specially watched notifications. The broadcaster, Black Du Yen, has gone live. Quickly click inside. Mi Tang Wan glanced at the time. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. It was so late, and Black God Du had never streamed this late before. Why did he start broadcasting suddenly at this hour? Chapter 189, This streamer is super awesome. 9. His intuition told Mi Tang Wan that something was off, and he immediately clicked into Du Shen's live stream room. Even when Yen Du doesn't usually go live, some fans are accustomed to chatting in his live stream room. Even though it was midnight, a group of Night Owl fans were still chatting on the public screen. The occasional small gifts filled the screen, and despite him not being live, the heat in the live stream room wasn't low. So when Yen Du suddenly went live, everyone in the live stream room was utterly shocked. W.C. Who is this? 1 a.m., you really have your stuff together, Du Shen. Yen Du stood under the balcony light, using his phone for the live stream. His voice was lazy. Good morning everyone. Some keen-eyed people noticed Yen Du's hair was wet, as if he had just taken a shower, and the background seemed to be in a hotel. Seeing the hidden pride on his face, they instantly understood. Zhu you went to City A yesterday, Du Shen. Is this you being with Zhu you? So, you dog man came here to show off. Yen Du came with the intention of showing off. He felt like he had claimed a treasure, and he wanted the whole world to know that the treasure belonged to him. But at the last moment, he wanted to hide his treasure. After hesitating, Yen Du suddenly turned off the live stream, went to the bathroom to wash off the cigarette smell from his body, and tiptoed onto the bed. He closed his eyes contentedly while hugging his treasure. All that was left in the live stream room was a full screen of question marks. And Mi Tang Wan directly through his phone. For a period of time, he almost became obsessed with checking Zhu Yu's live stream daily, observing the familiar interaction between Du Shen and Zhu Yu. He was extremely jealous. Du Shen suddenly going live late at night was very unusual. Could it be, as the chat said, that he was currently with Zhu Yu? What did they do while they were together? Mi Tang Wan was extremely troubled. He didn't want Du Shen to be with Zhu Yu. Mi Tang Wan looked at the top pinned VX message, where the number 1 big spender known as Masterly, who was enchanted by his charms. He had already gotten all the information about this big spender out long ago. Masterly was a second-generation rich guy from City A, and his favorite was beautiful women. He had an imperial brand worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on his head and often frequented the look zone. Ever since that time when Mi Tang Wan live-streamed dressed as a woman, Masterly became infatuated with him and crazily threw gifts at him. After adding his contact information, Masterly had repeatedly mentioned that as long as Mi Tang Wan followed him, he could satisfy any request of Mi Tang Wan. Mi Tang Wan bit his lip and sent out a voice message. Isn't Zhu Yu only dependent on her looks to seduce Du Shen? Then he'll destroy those looks. The Streamer Carnival is an offline event for streamers hosted by Tomato Works, which awards both the most outstanding streamers of the past 3 months and veteran streamers, with fan signature sessions and fan team-up minigame segments. There will also be interludes featuring dance area and music area streamers. Since Fang Zhuyi won first place, he was rewarded with singing a song on stage, so he was also assigned to the performance area. Fang Zhuyi entered the event area along with Yen Du, and all the streamers were arranged in a large lounge. When Fang Zhuyi and Yen Du entered, a group of streamers were surrounding Mi Tang Wan, complimenting how beautiful and adorable he was. Upon seeing Black Duya, Mi Tang Wan looked up and shouted excitedly, Du Shen. Yen Du lazily glanced at him without acknowledging him. His hand rested on Fang Zhuyi's waist, their gestures intimate, moving towards a less crowded corner together. Mi Tang Wan paused, clenching his fists. It seems Du Shen was in no mood to hide his relationship. A few seconds later, he loosened his grip. An evil smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Since he couldn't get Du Shen's affection, no one else would either. After all, Black Duya liked nothing but Zhu Yu's pretty face. If that face were disfigured, would he still like her? Fang Zhuyi was talking with Yen Du when a staff member came over to urge him, Zhu Yu. It's almost your turn to go on stage. Fang Zhuyi had already confirmed the song he would sing today with the organizer yesterday. He nodded, stood up, and prepared to go on stage. Yen Du followed behind him. He stood below the stage, looking up at Fang Zhuyi on the stage. Innumerable beams of light shone down, as if giving Fang Zhuyi a layer of soft focus, making him seem like he was glowing. Yen Du couldn't help but hold his breath. As the prelude began, Fang Zhuyi stood on the high stage, and his gaze suddenly fell upon a person fully equipped and acting furtively. The person was wearing a mask, head lowered, slightly bending over, with something wrapped in his coat, appearing suspicious. He was crossing the crowd, quickly walking over. Fang Zhuyi's heart rang in alarm suddenly as he scanned the venue for Mi Tang Wan. Sure enough, he spotted Mi Tang Wan standing in the corner, his face full of malice and excitement. The strange man directly took large steps up the side staircase, revealing a metal can under his coat. He opened the can and prepared to throw its contents around. Fong Zhui had noticed first and quickly turned to run to one side when the man got close. The liquid barely missed him. The sudden incident shocked everyone in the audience. Some cried out, "It's sulfuric acid." Seeing his attempt fail, the man on stage tried to flee. Fong Zhui remained cold-faced and threw the microphone far with great force, directly knocking the person down. The security staff finally reacted and subdued the attacker. Fong Zhui looked up and saw Yen Du rushing over towards him, his face full of concern. "Are you okay?" Fong Zhui shook his head. "I avoided it." Yen Du's expression hardened, taking out his phone and making a call. "There was an incident at the carnival, I want an explanation." After hanging up, Yen Du held Fong Zhui's hand tightly. Fong Zhui felt that his hands were slightly trembling. He also gripped Yen Du's hand firmly, hugging him and patting his back for comfort. "I'm fine, I noticed something was off when that person approached, wasn't it avoided?" Yen Du buried his head in Fong Zhui's neck, who knows how panicked he was at the moment when the sulfuric acid was splashed. Due to the unexpected situation, there was some chaos below the stage. Mi Tang Wanwan's nails dug into the wall as his face twisted in frustration. How could he escape? It was so close. So close to throwing sulfuric acid onto Zhu Linyu's face. The man sent by Master Li was truly incompetent. He stamped his foot angrily. Soon, the police arrived. As the potential victim who almost got splashed with sulfuric acid, Fong Zhui also accompanied them to the police station. The sulfuric acid thrower was a man in his 30s, whom Fong Zhui didn't know. Facing the interrogation, the man said that he just didn't like Fong Zhui's face and wanted to disfigure him with sulfuric acid. Chapter 190, This broadcaster is super amazing. 10. When Yen Du accompanied Fong Zhui back to the hotel, there was already a person waiting inside. It was Yen Du's friend, Lu Chu, the founder of Tomato Factory V. Lu Chu had brought quite a few things along, and after stepping in, apologized to Fong Zhui first. "I'm sorry, you were startled by this incident. It's truly because we did not do well with our security monitoring. We will definitely offer satisfactory compensation." Yen Du frowned. "Have you found out?" Lu Chu said, "Half of these security personnel are people from Li Ji. I thought this guy was suddenly being so considerate towards me, even arranging security for me. Turns out, he was planning to pull such a stunt." Li Ji. The young master of the Li family? Fong Zhui suddenly spoke up. Lu Chu, surprised, replied, "Yes, do you know him? Our families have been doing some business together recently, and I've interacted with him once. I didn't expect this kid to dare mess with me like this." Fong Zhui smiled slightly. He had already obtained Li Ji's information from the system. He discovered an incredible secret. As soon as Lu Chu saw his smile, he didn't know why, but he felt some chills. Due to the inefficiency of his subordinates, young Master Li was unable to get as much long for honey sweet honey soft as he desired. Just when he was angry, he received an invitation from Lu Chu, inviting him to the Lu family's private club. Li Ji did not think that Lu Chu would flip over just because of such a small matter with him, so he gladly went. Young lords like them have fixed rooms in the clubs, and when he entered the room, it wasn't Lu Chu he saw in the room but a beauty instead. The beauty had a tall, slender figure, a face as exquisite and beautiful as a masterpiece. Her eyebrows and eyes were fierce like roses, yet her demeanor remained elegant. She sat on the sofa, looking at him with a pleasant smile. Li Ji froze momentarily before a look of greed and lewdness appeared on his face. This Lu Chu is actually thoughtful. Giving such an exquisite specimen to him. With all the unhappiness from his falling out with Honey Soft now forgotten, Li Ji now disregarded her entirely. What was she? Not even worthy of one finger of this present beauty before him. He laughed lewdly, rubbing his hands together like a fly. "Beauty, beauty, big brother has come." As he said this, he lunged forward. Fong Zhui dodged quickly, and Li Ji missed, collapsing onto the sofa. Unbelieving, he lunged again, only to be directly thrown down this time by Fong Zhui. Fong Zhui's smile became increasingly heavier, and he picked up the disoriented man from the ground, slapping the face several times. His strength was too great, Li Ji helplessly realized he could not resist. Fong Zhui said, "Young Master Li, do you still remember me?" Li Ji's face swollen, looking baffled. "Fong Zhui, I am Zhu Linyu, wasn't I the one you sent someone to splash sulfuric acid on?" Young Master Li's pupils contracted. He agreed to disfigure someone at Honey Soft's request, a broadcaster named Zhu Linyu, and especially arranged for him to be delivered to Lu Chu. However, he didn't know what Zhu Linyu looked like. Unsuspectingly, the person right in front of him was Zhu Linyu. His heart started to tremble. "What do you intend to do?" "Let me tell you, I'm the young master of the Li family. You'd better let me go, or else the Li family will definitely not leave you alone." Fong Zhui turned cold and beat him up again, leaving young Master Li completely helpless, eventually starting to beg for mercy. "Hero, spare my life. It hurts. Tell me what you want, I'll give you anything." Fong Zhui grabbed his collar and pulled closer, his tone grim. "Who told you to do it?" Young Master Li wanted nothing more than to distance himself from this devil, without any hesitation saying, "It's Honey Soft. That little wretch said that if I disfigure your face, he would agree to be with me." I lost my head at the moment and let my people take care of it. Feng Shui asked, is there any evidence? Young Master Li responded, there is. My phone contains the chat records. Feng Shui stated, good, now immediately disclose all the chat records you have. Young Master Li shook tremblingly, took out his phone, and posted all the chat records he had with Honeysoft. Since Honeysoft liked to send voice messages, he directly recorded the screen. On Feng Shui's demand, he also wrote a letter of apology full of sincerity. After everything was done, young Master Li said humiliatedly, can I leave now? In his heart, he was plotting viciously that as soon as he got out, he would certainly call his people to capture this person in front of him and torture him severely to release his anger. How could Feng Shui not know what he was thinking about? With a light laugh, big young Master Li, let me guess, you're not the real bloodline of the Li family, are you? Li Ji's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He looked at Feng Shui in disbelief, horrified, how do you know? Li Ji was not the true bloodline of the Li family but an impostor. The ins and outs of this matter were extremely complicated, but one thing was undeniable, no matter how much swagger Li Ji carried as Master Li outside, he lived on edge within the Li family, fearing the day his identity would be exposed. What he feared most was having his background revealed, descending from a master to a pauper was something he couldn't tolerate. Feng Shui revealed the information he knew from the system to Lu Chu, likely, Lu Chu had already spread the news, not only do I know, but probably the Li family knows by now too. Li Ji suddenly collapsed on the ground. It's over. With his fake identity being uncovered, what awaited him would surely be the Li family's wrath. With fire burning himself, where could he muster any strength to trouble Feng Shui? Meanwhile, online, the screenshots and apology letter that Li Ji had released had already caused a huge uproar. I never expected Honeysoft to be so malicious, using her body as leverage, hiring someone to pour sulfuric acid on Zhu Linyu just to disfigure her. The carnival scene video has been released. On that day, indeed someone attempted to throw sulfuric acid at Zhu Linyu when he appeared on stage. Wow! Honeysoft is terrifying. Even his top supporter couldn't stand it and came out to expose him. Forget about that, this Master Li isn't any good either. If it weren't for the person at the carnival throwing the acid, and missing, Honeysoft might have flipped the switch and angered Master Li who wanted to beat him up. Honeysoft's reputation took a severe hit after this incident. Countless fans left him, while those few remaining diehards defending him were soon presented with more evidence showing Honeysoft orchestrating public smear campaigns against others. Confronted with universal criticism, these fans refused to endure the abuse together and also cut ties with Honeysoft. The more they once loved him, the more they now loathed him. Thanks to the power of the system not being overly suppressed in this world, it was able to provide remote erasure services for the 10,000 Charmer virus in this world. After 2 days, the system informed Feng Shui that the 10,000 Charmer virus had fallen into slumber, and he then remotely eliminated the virus within Honeysoft's body. To give Feng Shui a proper response, Lu Chu directly placed Honeysoft under a ban within the live streaming community. Honeysoft had been quite popular for a period, earning a substantial amount of money in these past days. However, unsatisfied with merely fading away, he hastily signed a small company, only to be defrauded of all his earnings, ultimately dying from anger just like the original owner of his body. Feng Shui didn't return to the original host city but instead stayed in City A, living together with Yen Du. Thus, Yen Du's presence often graced Feng Shui's live streams. They met, sought each other out, and as love grew wildly between them, it became endless. Chapter 191, The Beastman World, adopted by a powerful silver leopard, 1. It was the season of falling leaves on the Beast continent. However, in just a few short days, the withered yellow leaves in the forest danced through the air, and soon transformed into a thick yellow carpet on the ground. This season of falling leaves would last about a month. After a month, it would be a long and cold winter. The season of falling leaves was also one of the most crucial times. It was when beastmen searched for and stored food. Beastmen from all tribes had to search for enough food to prepare for the long winter. In the deepest part of the forest where the poisonous giant vipers roamed, a place where ordinary beastmen dared not approach, there was a tree hollow beneath an ancient tree. This hollow wasn't very large. Currently, 2 horned wolves were curled up snugly inside. This area was under the domain of the poisonous giant viper, making it very dangerous because at any moment they might become the viper's prey. But the 2 horned wolves inside the hollow were barely alive, neither having the energy to remain vigilant. One of the horned wolves had gray fur and appeared relatively robust. The other had pure white fur all over its body and looked extremely frail. On top of their heads, the horns that symbolized their identity as horned wolves had both been cut off. Having lost their horns, the horned wolves were now considered to have lost their identity as such. These were 2 horned wolves who had been abandoned by their tribe. Now the gray-horned wolf let out a low whine, its wide gray pupils brimming with deep sorrow. He tried hard to move his battered body closer to the emaciated white-horned wolf beside him who had already died. He extended his tongue, gently licking the ear of the white-horned wolf. Zhu. Don't sleep. Don't scare brother. Wake up quickly. However, the white-horned wolf had already ceased breathing and could give no response. Guilt and grief instantly overwhelmed the gray-horned wolf. Once the most spirited young chieftain of the Horned Wolf clan, he was now heartbroken due to failing to protect his younger brother. He moved closer in despair to the dead white wolf, tears welling up in his eyes. Zhu. I'm sorry. It's my fault, I can't avenge you. Both horned wolves were battered and bruised. The white horned wolf was already dead, and the grey horned wolf was also severely weakened. Even though he still resisted bitterly, he couldn't escape the call of death. His pupils gradually scattered, his eyelids becoming heavier and heavier. The interwoven chirping sounds of insects and birds filled the forest, sunlight seeping through the cracks between branches and leaves, yet unable to warm the bodies of the two horned wolves huddled together for dear life in the hollow. Suddenly, a shrill bird cry sliced through the air, and the supposedly deceased white-horned wolf moved slightly. Feng Zhui opened his eyes. Inside the cramped tree hollow, there was a heavy smell of aged wood filling the air. This body belonged to a frail sub-beastman, a horned wolf, who had died from severe injuries. When Feng Zhui moved, it pulled at the wounds on his body, sending waves of intense pain through him. He endured the excruciating pain and shakily tried to stand up, but suddenly blacked out and collapsed again. The system didn't waste time. Please find this world's incredibly lucky individual, the silver leopard beast man, you. Feng Zhui took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and stood up once more. His amber gaze swept around the tree hollow and then rested on the pitifully curled-up grey horned wolf beside him. This horned wolf was named Xia, the real owner's biological older brother. This was a world of beast men. Slightly different from the countless worlds Feng Zhui had experienced, this world also had 12 months in a year, but spring and summer each lasted 4 months, followed by a 1-month falling leaf season, and finally a 3-month snowfall season. There were 2 major categories of people in this world, beastmen and sub-beastmen. Beastmen were strong and responsible for hunting and protecting the tribe. Sub-beastmen were frail and responsible for reproducing for the tribe and providing logistical support. The number of beastmen far exceeded the number of sub-beastmen, so every sub-beastman in each tribe was very precious. There were countless races here. The original owner was part of the horned wolf race. Additionally, there were also leopard clans, spotted tiger clans, golden lion clans, and avian beast clans. Across the vast lands of the beast continent, countless tribes dotted the map. Some tribes only accepted same-race marriages to preserve the purity of their bloodline, like the horned wolves and leopards who rejected contact with outsiders. In this world, besides the ability to freely transform between human and animal forms, there were also countless species of wild beasts. These wild beasts lacked the intelligence of beastmen, some became food for the beastmen, while others, due to their high attack power, posed a significant threat to the lives of the beastmen. Thus, some weaker races would choose to coexist under the protection of stronger races to ensure their survival. Powerful tribes would even other tribes, enslaving their beastmen to work for their own tribe. The previous owner and Xia were both sons of the chieftain of the Horned Wolf tribe. In the original timeline, Xia, the elder brother of the previous owner, was the male protagonist of this world. At the age of 9, Xia awakened his beast mark. Awakening the beast mark symbolized that a beastman would gradually gain immense strength, growing to heights that ordinary beastmen could never reach. But out of 10 beastmen, only 1 or 2 could awaken their beast mark. Xia's awakening of his beast mark made him the strongest horned wolf among the new generation, securing his position as the young chieftain, full of confidence within the tribe. As for the original owner, he was Xia's younger brother, a sub-beastman. The original owner had suffered from a serious illness during his childhood, nearly not surviving it, and ever since then had been left with a weak constitution. He was frilier than other sub-beastmen, smaller in build, always looking malnourished. Even though his parents and his brother's fiancé had tried hard to strengthen his body, there was still no improvement. While other sub-beastmen began transitioning into human form during their childhood and growth phases, the original owner, at the age of 19, was still unable to transform into human form. The original owner had a fiancé named Lei, a strong black-horned wolf who was also the captain of the hunting team. Lei and the original owner had grown up together since they were children, like playmates. Lei truly cared for the original owner and had always known how to look after and protect him since they were young. The bond between them had always been good, and Lei never minded that the original owner couldn't transform into human form, leading to their engagement soon after they came of age. In the original storyline, Xia, as the main character, would smoothly ascend to become the chieftain of the Horned Wolf clan, strengthening the Horned Wolves through his abilities, deterring other powerful and menacing tribes from invading. The original owner would marry Lei, who would become the most trusted aide to Xia, the chieftain, working together to realize the dream of making the Horned Wolf clan more powerful. But the infiltration of the viral outbreak altered the course of this world's destiny. Chapter 192, The Beast World, adopted by a powerful silver leopard, 2. The one infected by the virus was a brown-horned wolf beast person from the Horned Wolf clan, named Lin. Lin was an ordinary beast person, at the bottom of the hierarchy in the Horned Wolf clan. He didn't have the robust body or physical prowess like other beast people. His figure was so frail it resembled that of a lesser beast person, and both his strength and physical abilities were similar to those of lesser beasts, making him the weakest of all the beast people in the tribe. Therefore, compared to being a beast person, Lin actually preferred being a lesser beast person. Because being a beast person was exhausting. Beast people had to shoulder the safety of the entire tribe. They needed to patrol the surroundings, stand guard, venture into dangerous forests to hunt for food, and eliminate anything that might pose a threat to the tribe. In short, they were always busy and couldn't stop for a single day. Lin's body wasn't as strong as other beast people. For the same distance others could run without even breaking a sweat, he would collapse on the ground needing a long rest. During hunts, those strong-horned wolves would rush forward fearlessly tearing at ferocious wild animals. However, at such times, Lin would often be afraid and retreat, never daring to get close to those wild animals. Because of this, he was frequently criticized by Xia, the young chieftain, inviting ridicule from other beast people. Hence, in the tribe, among all the beast people, the one Lin disliked most was Xia, the young chieftain. Since he often slacked off, each time food was distributed, his share was the smallest, barely enough to fill his stomach. On the other hand, lesser beast people did not have to do such hard labor. Every day, they only had to hum little tunes while carrying large baskets woven from grass, going in groups with joy to the safest edge of the forest to collect things needed by the tribe. This made Lin extremely jealous. If only he were a lesser beast person. Because of his weakness, Lin had always admired and looked up to strong beast people since he was young. Back then, in the entire Horned Wolf clan, apart from Xia, the young chieftain who had awakened the beast mark, Lei was the strongest and most powerful. Lin disliked the young chieftain, but he admired Lei. Lei was a very serious person. He seldom smiled, but was more tolerant than the young chieftain Xia. Faced with Lin, a lazy beast person, Lei often turned a blind eye and wouldn't make things difficult for him. Moreover, with Lei's powerful and imposing beast form and tall, well-built human form, Lin naturally admired Lei greatly. If he were a lesser beast person, he would immediately form a partnership with someone as strong as Lei. Unfortunately, however much he wanted to be a lesser beast person, it was just wishful thinking, and Lei also had his own fiancée. That was the second child of the chief, Xia's younger brother, Zhu, who was also the original main character. Lin had always looked down on the original main character. He believed that the original main character was a waste, unable to transform. Among all the tribes surrounding the Horned Wolf clan, the only one who, as an adult, was still unable to transform into human form was the original main character. Unable to transform into human form, plus being the son of the chief, everyone assumed that the original main character did not participate in the collection work of the lesser beasts, so every day he didn't have to do anything, and Xia, the young chieftain, along with his fiancée Lei, would bring him sufficient food. This made Lin both envious and resentful. Why should such a useless lesser beast person receive so much affection and indulgence from so many people? After the virus invaded him, Lin noticed that whether beast people or lesser beast people in the tribe, they all became warmer towards him. The lesser beast people who used to look down on him because of his weakness now began to revolve around him, vying to become his partner. The beast people who used to mock him also started offering food to flatter him. His food piled up so high that he couldn't finish it all. Even more surprisingly, Lei's attitude towards him. Previously, Lei only had eyes for the original main character, having no room for anyone else. Lin had tried to approach Lei before, but Lei treated him the same way he treated others in the tribe, serious and aloof. But now, Lei actually took the initiative to approach him, smiling at him, and sending him many things. Although Lin didn't know why, he could clearly feel the affection Lei and the other beast people around him felt towards him. From being the lowest existence in the tribe, he instantly became the center of attention for all the beast people. Not only did the lesser beasts like him, but the beast people were also infatuated with him, whereas Lin didn't like the lesser beasts, he liked the strong beast people like Lei. From being previously ignored to now becoming the apple of the tribe's eye, though Lin felt perplexed, he greatly enjoyed being surrounded by powerful beast people, especially Lei, who hovered around him daily with longing eyes, even neglecting his own fiancée. Lin saw all of this in his mind and thought it was a great opportunity to obtain Lei, so he asked Lei to be with him, and Lei immediately agreed. There had been no precedent in the tribe for two beast people to be together before, but they set this precedent. After being with Lei, every time Lin thought about Lei having an engagement with the original main character, he became unhappy. He detested the original main character greatly, so he instructed Lei to break off the engagement with him. Lei obeyed his words without question and soon went to seek the chieftain to dissolve the engagement. For the original main character, it was unbearable that Lei, with whom he had grown up together and vowed to protect him for life, would abandon him and choose to be with another beast person. Heartbroken, he fell seriously ill. Seeing his younger brother so saddened, Xia, the young chieftain, became angry and thus taught Lei a lesson, severely injuring him. After being injured, Lei could only lie in the cave recuperating, as he could no longer participate in hunting. The food he received each day was meager, and his physical fitness quickly deteriorated. At this time, the new generation of beast people also grew up. The young beast people in their growing phase quickly caught up. The new generation of beast people that had grown up were stronger than Lei. Injured Lei could no longer serve as the captain of the tribe's hunting team and was forced to step down, replaced by the new generation of beast people. Initially, Lin still cared deeply about him since Lei had suffered injury because of him, and he shared some of his own food with Lei. But as he watched Lei's body grow thinner and lose its previous strength, Lin stopped admiring him and began to secretly disdain him, unwilling to waste his food on him anymore. His attention shifted to those of the new generation of beast people, these young beast people who all possessed robust physiques not inferior to Lei's, instantly captivating Lin, and thus his admiration and respect shifted on to other beast people. The new generation of beast people all adored him immensely, even fighting amongst themselves for a chance to spend time alone with him. Encircled by enthusiastic young beast people, Lin swelled with pride. These beast people disregarded the subordinates courting of them just for him, didn't they? This proved that he was more important than the treasured subordinates within the tribe, didn't it? However, right when Lin was most proud, Xia, the young chieftain, kept showing up to trouble him, and even spoke of driving him out of the tribe. The world outside the tribe was very perilous, filled with wild beasts everywhere. Even beast people ventured out in groups. If he were driven out, wouldn't he become prey for the wild beasts? How cruel of the young chieftain, to treat him like this. Chapter 193, Beast World, picked up by the powerful silver leopard, 3. Lin tried to get close to Xia, but Xia, as the other son of fortune in this world, was completely unaffected by the charm's virus. In Xia's eyes, Lin was the instigator of the chaos and infighting among the tribal beast men. As the young chieftain, it was natural for him to maintain peace and stability within the tribe. Thus, he decided to expel the beastman Lin who disrupted the harmony of the tribe from the Horned Wolf tribe. A beastman's departure or stay is something that the young chieftain has the right to decide. However, this time his decision met with opposition from almost all the beastmen. Even though Xia was the young chieftain, he could not rule with an iron fist, and the old chieftain had fallen ill since last year's snow season and showed no sign of improvement. Xia had no choice but to follow the opinions of the beastmen and keep Lin around. But while Xia let Lin go unpunished, Lin would not forgive Xia so easily. What's so great about being a young chieftain? Wanted to drive me out, huh? Hatred welled up in Lin's heart, and he resolved to see who drove whom away first. He had already made up his mind to seize the position of chieftain that Xia thought was his for the taking. The idea of sitting on the throne as the new chieftain and crushing Xia, that haughty and repulsive beastman, beneath his feet excited Lin beyond measure. With this in mind, he began meticulously planning everything. For Lin, possessing the aura of the charm virus, seizing the chieftain's seat was effortless. Currently, every beastman in the Horned Wolf tribe revolved around him and followed his orders without question. Lin then instructed a group of beastmen to split into two groups, one remaining in the tribe and the other accompanying Xia on hunting expeditions. After Xia left, Lin immediately led several beastmen to invade the chieftain's cave and personally killed both the current chieftain and his sub-beastmen. The original main character had secretly slipped off to visit Lei due to concern over thunderstorms and managed to escape the massacre without witnessing the murder of his parents firsthand. Unaware of the impending danger, Xia, who had just returned exhausted after battling wild beasts, was betrayed and attacked by his own kind and also lost his awakened beast mark. Without his beast mark, Xia couldn't possibly escape under such circumstances and ended up being dragged back to the tribe heavily injured. Meanwhile, the original main character, having secretly gone to visit Lei, was captured personally by Lei and brought before Xia. The bodies of the old chieftain and his sub-beastmen were hung on a large tree in the center of the tribe. Witnessing this horrific sight caused the original main character immense trauma, causing him to cry out in pain before fainting. When Xia was brought back, barely clinging to life, he saw the scene and became enraged with fury. He looked at Lin standing arrogantly beneath the bodies of his parents, filled with self-satisfaction, and finally realized that Lin was the real rebel among the beastmen. All of this was part of Lin's plot. Fueled by vengeance, Xia struggled desperately to rise and tear Lin apart, seeking retribution for his dead parents. However, before he could even stand up, Lin brutally stomped him down. With an air of superiority, Lin cruelly crushed Xia's stomach underfoot and finally let out a breath he'd been holding, laughing contentedly. Who would have thought? The position of chieftain of the Horned Wolf tribe will be mine in the end. Xia's mouth was filled with blood, and his voice faltered. You, dream on. Lin's eyes widened instantly, and he fiercely kicked Xia multiple times. Dare you say I'm dreaming? Do you still think you're the young chieftain? Without your beast mark, you're nothing more than trash. I'll tell you straight, it's you who's dreaming if you think you can chase me out of the tribe. A wicked smile lingered on Lin's lips, like a poisonous snake's tongue licking Xia's face. It's your fault for always opposing me and trying to drive me out. Now, just taste my revenge. I won't kill you, though. Instead, I'll have someone cut off your Enju's single horns, toss you deep into the forest, and let those insane wild beasts rip you to shreds, piece by piece, until they devour every last bit of you. Xia shielded his younger brother behind him, baring his teeth and roaring furiously, never. Lin burst out laughing wildly. Xia's wretched state delighted him immensely. Without delay, Lin called someone over to cut off their single horns. To the horned wolves, the single horn is of supreme importance. If it is lost, it means they will never be accepted by the Horned Wolf tribe again. Not even future generations would acknowledge them. How could Xia allow them to cut off the single horns of himself and his younger brother? With all his might, Xia resisted, yet all this did was earn a severe beating for both him and his younger brother. Using his entire body to protect his frail sibling, Xia tried his best. Despite this protection, because the younger brother's physical condition was weak, these beastmen disregarded the fact that he was a sub-beastman and hit very hard. Despite Xia's efforts to defend his brother, several beastmen pinned them down and proceeded to cut off their single horns, leaving them powerless to resist. In the end, they were thrown into the depths of the forest, a place teeming with countless wild beasts. Xia, with his last breath, hid himself and his younger brother inside a tree hollow. He knew that his younger brother was dying, and so was he. Their wounds were too severe, their tribesmen had beaten them mercilessly, dealing fatal blows. No, they were no longer his tribesmen. Soon, Xia sadly realized that his younger brother had stopped breathing. His last family member was gone. And he, without any chance to avenge them, would die as well. He would join them in death soon. Feng Shui looked at the nearly deceased Xia, her gaze softening. Xia was a good older brother. Beast folks' beast marks were all on their backs. Now, Xia's beast mark had been mutilated by a blade, his injuries far worse than those of the original protagonist, yet because he was a true beastman, his physical condition was better than that of the sub-beastman, which allowed him to barely cling to life until now. But even that lingering breath was about to fade. Feng Shui sighed. System, I need a life-continuing pill. System, the host cannot use the life-continuing pill. Feng Shui replied, I know it's not for me. It's for Xia. He's the world's male lead after all, if we can save him, let's try. The system paused for a moment, then automatically deducted a long string of points from Feng Shui's account. Feng Shui winced. He rarely used the system shop because everything there was exorbitantly priced. A short while later, a dark red pill appeared mid-air. The pill seemed alive, pulsing like a tiny heart, brimming with vitality as it throbbed energetically. Feng Shui extended one of her claws, her body swaying slightly. Pink and fleshy paw pads tipped with sharp claws, Feng Shui glanced at her own claws and hooked the pill, then struggled to shove it into Xia's mouth. Xia closed his eyes, but his breathing gradually steadied, and the heart that was about to stop beating began restarting. The life-continuing pill wouldn't immediately restore Xia to full health, but it would pull him out of danger and save his life. With the constitution of a beast man, recovery would be swift. Feng Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Her own body, however, was in agony. She was utterly exhausted and wanted nothing more than to lie down and sleep right away, yet she fought desperately against the overwhelming drowsiness. She couldn't sleep. Chapter 194 Beast World, picked up by the mighty silver leopard, 4. Can't sleep. If I fall asleep, this body might never wake up again. He struggled to stay alert and simply asked the system, where is he? The he referred to someone the system clearly understood. System, far away yet near. Feng Shui. After bowing his head for a moment, he felt a stir in his heart and muttered softly, near, within reach. He lifted his head and stumbled toward the tree hollow exit. A group of beastmen were heading deep into the forest. These beastmen were incredibly muscular, their large muscles concealing enormous strength. Among them, one stood out. This beastman moved with grace, possessing silver hair, silver eyes, and even his simple fur garment was entirely silver. Golden sunlight filtered through the dense leaves above, falling on him and making him appear radiant. He was tall and robust, not overly bulked like other beastmen, with a handsome and profound face covered in an unwelcoming coldness. This beastman was you. The leopard tribe included many types of feline beastmen, but you was the rarest, a silver leopard. In the entire tribe, there was only one silver leopard, you himself. You was gifted, born with the most powerful beast mark in the leopard tribe, making him the youngest yet strongest beastman in the clan and also one of the most promising candidates to become the next chief. The leopard tribe was the most powerful one around the wolf tribe's territory, and also the one the wolf tribe feared the most. Now, these leopard beastmen had ventured into the forest's deepest parts, which were considered too dangerous even for the wolf beastmen to explore deeply. The leader of this group was a spotted leopard beastman. He was the son of the chief of the leopard tribe, named Yu. As the old chief grew older, it was time for him to step down. Naturally, he hoped his son, Yu, would inherit the position. However, for the rest of the tribe members, the chief should be the most capable beastman in the tribe. Though Yu was strong and had awakened his beast mark, compared to Yu, he was always at a disadvantage and wasn't nearly enough. There was no doubt that Yu was the strongest beastman in the leopard tribe. Many full beastmen and sub-beastmen supported Yu as the next leader. The old chief was worried, he couldn't ignore the will of the other members. From childhood, Yu had always been overshadowed by Yu, never getting the chance to shine, which left him extremely resentful. To him, Yu was the biggest obstacle standing between him and the chief position. Even though he resented it, he knew he couldn't beat Yu and wouldn't dare challenge him directly. Otherwise, he'd lose both respect and dignity. In order to ensure his son successfully inherited the leadership of the leopard tribe, the old chief decided to give him some help. He proposed that all the qualified beastmen who wanted to run for chief enter the deepest part of the forest, the territory of the venomous giant python, and hunt one. Whoever could capture one would become the next chief. Though nearing retirement, the old chief still held sway, so no one opposed him. Also, as everyone agreed, any beastman who could bring back the venomous giant python deserved to sit on the chief's seat. The old chief personally consulted you about his opinion. You respected the old chief and didn't object either, agreeing to join the group of strong beastmen entering the forest the next day. Except for you, all the other beastmen in this group were secretly receiving benefits from the old chief. Their true aim was to assist you in hunting the python rather than competing earnestly for the chieftainship. It was difficult to hunt the venomous giant python alone, even for someone as strong as you. It could take quite a while. With the number of them, they were sure to catch the python quickly. Once captured, you would undoubtedly return to the village first with the python, ensuring his rightful place as the next chief. This was the old chief's plan and, logically speaking, it seemed flawless. However, the old chief underestimated you's capability. You preferred acting alone. Not long after entering the forest depths, before you could devise a plan to shake him off, you parted ways with the group. You gladly rid himself of you and set off with a team of beastmen to search for the python. You walked alone through the deep forest. His luck was as good as ever. While the others, including you, were still fruitlessly searching for the venomous giant python, you had already come across a thick one. The moment the venomous giant python encountered the beastman, it immediately opened its massive jaws, roared furiously, and slithered forward with its long, enormous body towards you. With agility, you dodged swiftly. The python crashed headlong into a tree. It soon turned its massive body around and pounced on him again. In a flash, you transformed his tall human form into a sleek, beautiful silver leopard. His silvery fur was spotless, and a faint mark emitted an ethereal silver glow. In those narrow eyes, the silver pupils revealed a strong dose of wildness and bloodthirstiness. The silver leopard's primal instincts and dangerous nature had been awakened by the ferocity of the venomous giant python, and at the corners of his mouth lingered a bloodthirsty smirk. Compared to the giant python, the silver leopard's frame was still relatively small. Nevertheless, he felt no fear and moved into an attacking stance, rushing toward the python with lightning speed. As the battle between one python and one leopard intensified, Feng Shui followed the commotion and cautiously approached, hiding behind a large tree. From there, he witnessed a silver leopard fiercely attacking a giant python. The silver leopard's sharp claws gouged out both of the python's eyes, leaving it blinded. Unable to see, the venomous python went berserk, thrashing wildly about. However, the silver leopard nonchalantly evaded each attack, occasionally stepping onto the python's back to bite and tear open large wounds, splattering blackish-red blood everywhere. Suddenly, the silver leopard turned its gaze and locked eyes with Feng Shui's direction. Feng Shui hid behind the tree trunk, silently inquired something from the system, and after receiving the answer, shifted his gaze toward a certain direction. He then glanced back at the agile silver leopard who was practically playing with the giant python and wobbled away. Time flowed slowly. The animal mark on the silver leopard's back shone brighter and brighter. With a final powerful strike, the python fell with a loud thud, dead. Panting heavily, the silver leopard's eyes brimmed with savage ruthlessness. The flesh and blood of the venomous giant python were poisonous. However, where such pythons lived, so did antidote herbs. Switching back to his humanoid form, you turned around to search for the antidote herbs. But these herbs proved much harder to find than the venomous giant python itself. After moving forward a short distance, he paused upon hearing movement from behind, alertly turning around. Behind him, hidden in grass that reached halfway up a man's body, came a rustling sound. Something was coming toward him. Chapter 195, The Beast World, adopted by the powerful silver leopard, 5. The intense ferocity in Yu's eyes had yet to subside, sharp and bloodthirsty. He stepped back silently, preparing to transform into his beast form, as he coldly observed the rustling bushes. If there was danger, he would instantly turn into a silver leopard and pounce with one bite. After waiting for a long time, the movement from the bushes grew closer, and then, in front of his wary gaze, a very emaciated white wolf staggered out. Even the strongest horned wolves among the horned wolf tribe were far less robust than the mighty leopard clan, let alone this white horned wolf who was so weak that he seemed unable to endure even the slightest wind, showing no offensive power at all. This was the weakest white wolf you had ever seen. Yu's gaze swept over the top of the white wolf. There were traces of a horn being cut off there. This was a white horned wolf that had lost its single horn. The horned wolf tribe was not as powerful as the leopard tribe. They usually hunted only in the middle areas of the forest and rarely ventured into the dangerous depths of the forest. But it was quite clear that this horned wolf had been driven out of its tribe. It was covered in wounds from head to toe, with a long gash on its side inflicted by a sharp claw. Blood seeped through, dripping continuously. The icy vigilance in Yu's eyes diminished slightly. This horned wolf was just too weak to pose any real threat to him. He should have ignored it and left, but strangely, his feet wouldn't obey him. For a while, he couldn't move a step. From some unknown point onward, Yu's heart began to beat violently. He watched as the white-horned wolf slowly and unsteadily walked up to him, its blood-soaked body staining its white fur red, leaving a trail behind. He watched as the white-horned wolf lowered its head, its two pointed white ears trembling slightly, placing a herb it had held in its mouth right beside his feet. Yu bent down to look at the herb and was stunned. Then, his heart started pounding loudly, shaking the silence. His expression instantly became complex. He recognized the herb very well, it could counteract the poison of the giant python. Such herbs were extremely hard to find. If he couldn't find it, he might die here today. He had searched everywhere nearby but couldn't find the herb he needed, yet this heavily wounded horned wolf brought it to him. And placed it at his feet. Although this horned wolf might have found this antidote in hopes of getting him to save it, Yu's heart softened somewhat nonetheless. Yu had lost his parents when he was very young and struggled to survive on his own. Even though he possessed a beast mark, back then, he wasn't strong enough, and the only advantage it gave him was increased strength. Other beast folk would gang up on him due to jealousy of his beast mark, stealing his food. Every day, he was surrounded and beaten by a group of beast folk. Those older ones, seeing he had no parents, turned a blind eye. No matter how terrible his injuries were, no one ever looked for medicinal herbs for him. He had no choice but to drag himself, filled with wounds, into the forest to search for herbs that could stop bleeding and help him heal. At the worst times, he nearly bled to death. Later, Yu worked hard to grow up and eventually became the strongest beast folk in the tribe. No one dared to bully him anymore. Instead, they feared him and tried to please him. Now, when he thought he had grown strong enough, his heart still softened because of this antidote herb. Feng Shui, noticing Yu didn't move, wanted to get closer to nuzzle against his leg, but his limbs collapsed beneath him like he'd run out of strength, falling beside Yu's feet. Finding the antidote herb for Yu had exhausted all his strength. He didn't even have the energy to speak anymore, and his amber-colored eyes were beginning to dim. Yu's heart tightened with an indescribable bitterness and pain. He squatted down and cradled Feng Shui into his arms, whereupon the energies of an exceptionally fortunate individual began flowing endlessly toward him. Feng Shui felt as if he had fallen into a hot spring, and the exhaustion and discomfort throughout his body gradually dissipated. Holding the white wolf in his arms, Yu casually chewed up the detoxifying herb and swallowed it. Then, he collected more herbs from the surroundings, ground them into pieces, and applied them to the largest wound on Feng Shui's stomach. That was how he survived since he was young. Feng Shui complied quietly without moving. Actually, those herbs weren't useful, the physical qualities of beast folk and half-beast folk differed. Beast folk had remarkable recovery capabilities, capable of quickly healing non-lethal injuries, whereas half-beast folk might die even from minor wounds. However, due to receiving the extraordinary energy of the lucky child from Yu, Feng Shui's wounds also began to heal bit by bit. Yu was about to leave carefully with him in his arms, but Feng Shui bit down lightly on his muscular forearm. The fangs barely pressed against his skin, not causing any pain, only a faint tingling sensation. Yu looked at him in confusion. Feng Shui's gaze pointed toward a direction, and he let out low howls of urgency, his voice filled with anxious prompting. Yu paused his departure, stroked the head of the white wolf in his arms, and then walked toward that direction. Following Feng Shui's guidance, Yu soon discovered another gravely injured gray-horned wolf hidden inside a tree hollow. Both wolves had their horns cut off, seemingly from the same litter as siblings. Glancing into the white wolf's worried eyes, Yu inexplicably took the gray wolf along as well. He bound the gray-horned wolf onto the intact section of the body of the dead poisonous giant python using vines, and in the same manner, secured Feng Shui to his back. In the end, dragging the massive python killed by his own hands, Yu returned to the tribe. Back at the leopard clan tribe, countless beast folk were eagerly waiting for someone to return. Among them, the old tribal chief was the most anxious one. Rain hadn't returned yet. While pacing back and forth outside the tribe, the old chieftain suddenly heard an excited shout from one of the subhumans. "Chieftain! Someone has returned." The old chieftain thought it was Rain returning, so he was overjoyed. But upon looking up, his smile froze on his face. It wasn't Rain who had come back. It was Yu. At once, the old chieftain's complexion turned ashen. Yu slowly approached, dragging the massive body of a giant python with vine ropes. Countless beast folk and subhumans cheered as they surged forward to welcome him. Yu was the first to return to the tribe and brought back the corpse of a poisonous giant python. Yu is a brave warrior of their leopard clan. Without question, Yu would become the next chieftain of the leopard clan. Many subhumans flushed red with shyness as they looked at the handsome and mighty Yu. Yu has always been popular within the leopard clan and is the beast man most desired by subhumans as a partner. Numerous subhumans have given him fruits and flowers to express their feelings, but Yu has never accepted them, treating everyone with cold indifference. However, no matter how cold-blooded a beast man may be, they must all eventually take a mate. Now, seeing Yu about to become the chieftain of the leopard clan tribe. Such a young and handsome chieftain naturally made those subhumans without partners begin to grow restless. Who wouldn't want to become the chieftain's wife? Chapter 196, The Beast World, picked up by a powerful silver leopard, 6. The chieftainess had certain privileges, such as not having to go out every day to collect food. The subhumans in the tribe would all listen to the arrangements of the chieftainess. Thus, those subhumans no longer held back their desires, and were focused on getting close to Yu. Until one beastman questioned aloud, this is, an antler wolf. Only then did all the beastmen notice that Yu wasn't alone when he returned. He brought back not one, but 2 antler wolves. Moreover, they were 2 antler wolves without a single horn, looking close to death. Facing the puzzled and disapproving gazes of everyone, Yu said indifferently, "I picked them up by the roadside. They're almost dead. I want to bring them back to try and save them." Although the leopard tribe usually disliked other races appearing in their tribe, since Yu was currently very popular, even if other beastmen had objections, they didn't dare say anything. Yu then took Feng Shui and Xia back to his own cave in the tribe. Feng Shui had already fallen asleep in Yu's arms, so Yu placed Xia to one side and tenderly looked at the white wolf in his arms, a sense of satisfaction inexplicably surfacing in his heart. He knew the white wolf in his arms was a subhuman. He had never been so close to any subhuman before. Used to being independent, he didn't want to tie himself down to a subhuman. Yet, the subhuman in his arms made him feel like it wouldn't be bad to have such a mate. Yu was the most rebellious beastman in the leopard tribe. He didn't like following rules, because even as a child, despite following rules, he had still been bullied badly. Therefore, the rule in the leopard tribe against marrying outside the race could not bind him. The thought of keeping the white antler wolf in his arms as his partner arose in his mind and became unstoppable. After checking the injuries on the white antler wolf's body, he found that the wounds were healing slowly. The state of the white antler wolf seemed stable, and it probably wouldn't endanger its life. He calmed down and carefully placed Feng Shui on a bed covered with soft grass. He went to examine Xia's wounds next. Although severely injured, she had already recovered somewhat. For beastmen, as long as the injury wasn't fatal, recovery would be quick. He crushed the herbs he brought back and applied them to their wounds, then took out a piece of animal skin to cover Feng Shui, and left shortly after. Outside the leopard tribe, the old chieftain and some beastmen were still waiting for the return of Yu. The old chieftain now only hoped that when Yu returned, he could bring back 2 venomous giant snakes. Only then could they surpass Yu and secure the position of the chieftain. After much waiting, the old chieftain suddenly felt a surge of energy. Yu finally returned. Yu came back, looking disheveled. Originally, there were over 10 beastmen who set out with Yu, but now only 5 had returned, all looking disheveled as well. The old chieftain's heart trembled. According to Yu, they had terrible luck. After searching for half a day for the venomous giant snakes, they finally found the snake's nest. Unfortunately, the female snake was laying eggs, coiled around the ovaries. Upon intruding, they enraged the female venomous giant snake. More shockingly, there was actually also a male venomous giant snake in the nest. Thus, both male and female venomous giant snakes, driven by protecting their eggs, launched a frenzied attack on these uninvited guests. This was something the beastmen you brought along couldn't possibly resist. In the end, though he managed to escape with a few beastmen, several others who ran too slow were swallowed by the venomous giant snakes. The old chieftain regretted bitterly. Yu's failure this time was complete. He could only concede the position of chieftain to Yu. When Feng Shui woke up, it was already dark. A piece of animal skin covered him, while beside him lay Xia, still sound asleep. Upon system testing, Xia's body gradually repaired under the effects of the longevity pill. Even her ruined beast seal would be restored. His stomach rumbled, indicating he was hungry. Deep in the perilous forest, the original owner and Xia were both severely wounded and unable to hunt or search for food, they could only wait for death. Hence, this body hadn't eaten for quite a long time. The white, fluffy wolf tail swayed gently amidst the soft yellow grass pile. Yu walked into his own cave. He had gone hunting alone in the forest, bringing back fruit wrapped in leaves and a large jumping rabbit. A large jumping rabbit is a type of rabbit that jumps very high, with hind legs much longer than ordinary rabbits and a larger physique. Its meat is rich and filling, making it perfect for injured beasts to eat. However, because it jumps both fast and high, it is extremely difficult to catch. Yu was the one who wasted some time catching it, which was why he had just returned. He put down a pile of large leaves that were tied to his back with vines. In the dark, those leaves emitted a pale white glow. They were moonlight leaves, whose light was as bright as the fullest moon, and they could be used as a light source. Yu spread the moonlight leaves on the cave's earthen walls, immediately bathing the area in light. When he looked down, he met the sparkling amber eyes of Feng Shui. Yu paused for a moment, lowering his voice gently, "You're awake." "My subhuman." Feng Shui's gaze fell on the robust rabbit in Yu's hand, and his stomach growled again. Yu smiled faintly and offered a few luscious red fruits to Feng Shui's mouth. "Are you hungry? Have these first, I'll go roast the rabbit for you." Feng Shui nudged Yu's hand with his nose before swallowing the fruit brought to his lips. Yu watched with a smile as Feng Shui ate. The fruits were unbearably sweet. But Feng Shui loved them. Sometimes, the subhumans in the tribe would also gather fruits, but generally only from the forest's edges. The fruits they collected were often not yet fully ripe, so they could last longer, meaning they tasted sour and astringent when eaten. Yu didn't want his subhuman eating such sour fruits, so he had traveled far and ventured deep into the forest once more to pick these perfectly ripe fruits, bursting with sweetness. Feng Shui gobbled down 7 or 8 at once. On the other side, Yu began roasting the rabbit. A woodpile caught fire, the rabbit having been already prepared, now split in two, half of the rabbit meat placed over the flames. Feng Shui moved around a bit, slowly making his way to the edge of the bed. He lay there, pressing his chin onto his 2 paws, tilting his head slightly to stare at Yu. The flickering orange-yellow firelight illuminated one side of Yu's face, softening even his usually cold features. Feng Shui swished his snow-white tail and opened his mouth, but all he could utter were soft whining sounds. He had forgotten that this body, being too weak, couldn't transform into human form, and thus couldn't speak human words either. To transform into human form, he needed Yu's fortune energy nourishment. Upon hearing his sound, Yu immediately rose and approached. "What is it?" Feng Jui reached out his paw to tug at him. Yu bent his towering figure, scooped Feng Jui into his arms, and sat back by the fire to wait. Chapter 197, Beast World, picked up by the mighty silver leopard, 7. Feng Jui was delighted to get closer to him. The energy of the Child of Fortune could help him recover and enhance his body quickly, and soon he would be able to turn into human form. After waiting for a while, the rabbit meat turned golden brown, glistening with oil, sizzling and oozing fat. The aroma of the grilled meat gradually spread. Feng Jui was hungry, clawing at Yu's muscular forearm, staring intently at the grilled rabbit meat. Yu's corner of the mouth curved slightly, placing him on a large leaf on the ground, tearing off the most succulent rabbit leg for him to eat. The rabbit leg was large. Feng Jui tightly held the rabbit leg with both claws and enjoyed gnawing it heartily. Yu watched him eat tenderly, feeding his subhuman, giving him an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. After Feng Jui finished devouring a large rabbit leg, stuffed to the point where he lay flat and didn't move, Yu took a couple of random bites of meat, then transferred him onto the soft grass on the bed. Feng Jui comfortably stretched his limbs on the thick soft grass, turned his head, and met Xia's gaze. Xia seemed to have just woken up, still looking at him with some confusion in his eyes. Feng Jui flipped himself up, approached Xia, and greeted him in the way of the Horned Wolf clan. Xia unconsciously responded to him and cried out in shock after realizing, Zhu. Feng Jui sat on the soft grass, obediently watching him, emitting 2 low whines. Tears welled up in Xia's eyes. Zhu, are you still alive? Am I still alive? Feng Jui nodded, emitted 2 low whines, comforting him. Xia, filled with sorrow, tightly hugged his younger brother, saying with an anguished voice, I'm sorry, Zhu. It's all because brother is too weak, unable to protect father and mother, nor to protect you, making you suffer so much hardship following me. Feng Jui did not struggle in his embrace, lifting his little paw and gently patting his shoulder, whimpering, cheer up. You need to take good care of your injuries. Father and mother were killed by Lin. We must go back and avenge them. Xia nodded vigorously, forced to grow up overnight, filled with hatred and anger but quickly reined them in. He lowered his head and said, You're right. We must return and avenge father and mother. I will never let Lin escape. Yu, on the side, frowned as he looked at the pair of brothers. Once the two had talked enough, he immediately stepped forward and wrested Feng Jui from Xia's arms. It was only then that Xia noticed there was another beast person present. Seeing his younger brother being cradled in the arms of a beast person, the fur on Xia's back bristled instantly, and he glared fiercely at Yu, angrily shouting, Who are you? Let go of Zhu. For Feng Jui's sake, Yu ignored him, directly tossing the other half of the grilled rabbit meat wrapped in leaves to him. Feng Jui peeked out from Yu's arms and emitted a couple of whining sounds to explain to Xia, his name is Yu, a silver leopard beast person, it's him who saved us. Xia didn't expect that beast man to be a member of the leopard clan, and they had been saved by him. The caution on his face dissipated. He knew the extent of his and his younger brother's injuries. It was almost a miracle that they had been saved, which explained why his younger brother allowed Yu to hold him. He awkwardly looked at Yu and said, Thanks, once my wounds heal, I'll repay you. Yu glanced at Feng Jui, calmly replied, No need. Staring at the roasted meat before him, Xia could feel the saliva building in his mouth. He hadn't eaten in a long time, and this was a crucial moment for his body's recovery. Although beast men typically dislike giving handouts, given his current state, hunting was impossible, so he didn't insist on being tough. Using his claws, he pushed the roasted meat closer and started eating. Meanwhile, Yu had already lain down on the other side with Feng Jui in his arms. As Xia ate, he hesitated to say something. He wanted to ask how could Zhu, being a subhuman, be so intimate with a foreign race beast man. But seeing Zhu's tail wagging because of relaxation and trust, Xia closed his mouth again. Let it be. As long as Zhu is happy. In the past, Zhu wouldn't let any beast men besides Lei approach him. He always thought foreign beast men couldn't be trusted, preferring to trust his own clan members, but he ended up betrayed by his own people. Even Lei, who had grown up with them from childhood, abandoned his younger brother and stood against them. However, the foreign race beast man in front of him actually saved them. It seems Zhu has been well protected by him. Leopard race beast men are more powerful than horned wolf beast men, and he must be able to protect his younger brother well. Xia turned his head, silently finished the roasted rabbit meat, then distanced himself from Yu and Feng Jui, curling up in a corner. He needed to quickly heal and become stronger as soon as possible to avenge father and mother. One dreamless night passed. The next day, Feng Jui woke up in a pile of soft grass. He had spent the night warmly in Yu's embrace, and his wounds had healed considerably. He stretched lazily and noticed a pile of bright red fruits not far away. He shared some of these fruits with Xia. They ate them one by one, sweet and juicy. Not long after, Yu returned. Yu processed the leftover rabbit meat from yesterday, and they ate it together. After a few more days, Feng Jui's injuries were completely healed, and under Yu's careful feeding, he even gained some weight. His snow-white fur was now luxuriant and smooth, making him irresistible to hold. During this time, however, Yu keeping those 2 horned wolves he found drew dissatisfaction from other beast people in the tribe, as well as concern from the old chieftain. The old chieftain knew that among the 2 horned wolves, one was subhuman. You often took this subhuman out for sunbathing and walks, which made many subhumans in the tribe heartbroken. After all, you had never carried any subhumans from the tribe before. It was clear that you favored the subhuman horned wolf. One day, the old chieftain specifically approached you and, citing the tribe's rule against harboring outsiders, asked you to quickly drive those two horned wolves out of the tribe. Naturally, you refused. Their injuries weren't fully healed. If they were expelled from the tribe, it would certainly mean their death. During this period, you, due to the two horned wolves, often hunted alone and no longer joined the large hunting group. Without him, the best hunter of the tribe, the hunting became more difficult for the big group. What upset everyone even more was that you didn't hand over the prey he brought back but instead took it directly to his own cave. As the strongest beast person in the tribe, Yu's share of the prey meant a lot. With him gone, there was less food in the tribe. So both the beast people and subhumans in the leopard tribe wanted to expel those two horned wolves that occupied all of Yu's attention, especially the subhuman. Under everyone's pressure, you had no choice but to choose between the tribe and Feng Jui. If he expelled Feng Jui and the others, he would become the new chieftain of the tribe. If he didn't expel Feng Jui and the others, he would be driven out of the tribe. All the beast people waited for you to drive those two horned wolves away so that normal life in the tribe could resume. But without hesitation, you chose the other path. That day, he left the leopard tribe decisively with Feng Jui and Xia. Seeing you go, the old chieftain immediately stepped down and promoted his son Yu to the position of chieftain. Without you, you became the strongest beast person in the tribe, and the other beast people could only tacitly accept it. Chapter 198, The Beast World, adopted by a powerful silver leopard, 8. You, along with Feng Jui and Xia, found a relatively safe cave in the forest and moved back in. For you, whether or not there was a tribe made no difference. He was a powerful beastman who could survive alone without relying on the strength of a major tribe. If he had to choose between the tribe and Feng Jui, he would naturally pick the subspecies he loved. One day, when you returned from his hunt outside, he noticed that the white-horned wolf lying on the soft grass was gone, replaced by a lithe and slim beauty. A head of snow-white hair was spread out on the soft grass. The beauty had snow-white skin, wearing a white fur-skin robe, sleeping soundly. Xia was extremely excited nearby. This was the first time his younger brother had transformed into human form. You slowly approached Feng Jui, sketching his face with his gaze. He was as beautiful as imagined. His eyes softened. Feng Jui never expected that his form transformation would be so sudden. He thought it would still take some time. With his human form, Feng Jui could now accompany you to hunt in the forest. Winter was quickly approaching. During this period, Xia's body had finally healed for the most part, and his destroyed animal mark had been completely restored. He needed to follow you and fight wild beasts to improve his own combat abilities. The three of them busied themselves for a while, storing up quite a bit of food. The cold winter arrived. The wind howled. Feng Jui had long ago made you craft a wooden door, which was installed at the entrance of their cave. The spacious and deep cave they lived in was divided into 3 parts, each section separated by wooden boards. One room served as a warehouse for the stored food, while the other 2 were bedrooms, one for Xia, and one shared by Feng Jui and you. At first, Xia absolutely refused to let his younger brother live with a beastman. That day, you declared that he wanted to become companions with Feng Jui, and Feng Jui also agreed. You gave up the easily obtainable position of tribal chief and the tribe for his younger brother, all of which Xia saw. He felt reassured that his younger brother had finally found a beastman who would resolutely choose him and protect him, so he agreed. For beastmen, forming companionship only required a simple ceremony, so the 2 were now already a couple. As the weather grew increasingly colder, even though the thick door protected them from violent storms and heavy snow, it couldn't entirely stop the drop in temperature. They had limited reserves of firewood, so they didn't waste any. Both Feng Jui and you transformed into their beast forms, curling up in their little nests to keep each other warm, staying cozy. Poor Xia, the single wolf, shivered in his nest. Beastmen tend to sleep excessively in winter, often sleeping for 7 to 8 days straight, waking up once during that time just to eat before going back to sleep until winter ends. The days passed rapidly. Before long, the long and cold winter finally ended. Dim daylight began to regain its vitality again, the winds becoming gentle. Snow started melting, and all things began to come back to life. Gradually, sprouts appeared on branches, wild grass covered the forest, blooming with fresh little wildflowers. A fluffy and pretty white-horned wolf carefully touched a radiant white flower with its paw. Behind the white-horned wolf, a gray-horned wolf yelped and tumbled down a slope filled with wildflowers. Not far from Feng Jui, a sleek silver leopard lay on the grass, wagging its long tail, its silver eyes unwaveringly fixed on Feng Jui. Feng Jui squatted on the slope, looking down at the forest below. Spring had arrived with blossoms blooming everywhere. It was time to bring everything to an end. Ever since Lin became the new chieftain of the Horned Wolves, the clan fell into disorder. The beastmen put all their focus into how to flatter the chieftain, ignoring defending the tribe and hunting. Every day, they surrounded Lin. Moreover, Lin grew to detest subspecies more and more because he always felt that those delicate subspecies wanted to compete with him for beastmen's attention. He liked the young and strong beastmen in the tribe. Whenever a subspecies showed up, Lin felt that those subspecies were trying to compete with him for the beastmen. Thus, he forbade subspecies from appearing before beastmen. During that long and harsh winter, Lin monopolized most of the food. The food in the tribe was supposed to be equally divided among everyone to ensure the survival of all members, but Lin's actions caused the already scarce food supply to be distributed unevenly, resulting in many subspecies starving to death. In the last month of the snow season, the tribe ran out of food. In the snow season, wild animals usually don't appear, making hunting extraordinarily difficult. After sending out several beastmen to search for food unsuccessfully, in order to fill his own stomach, Lin turned his attention to the subspecies within the tribe. In Lin's eyes, he was now the absolute chieftain of the tribe. All the beastmen had to obey him, and all their lives were under his control. If he wanted someone to die, they would have to die. Hadn't the previous chieftain also died at his hands? Thus, secretly, he instructed a few of the most obedient beastmen to kill several subspecies to satisfy his hunger. By the end of the snow season, the number of subspecies in the horned wolf tribe had drastically decreased. The horned wolf tribe began to seem strange. There were no subspecies to be seen, only a group of emaciated beastmen surrounding their chieftain. These beastmen were obsessed with their chieftain, and they had become negligent in patrolling and guarding. The tribe was on the verge of disintegration. Thus, Feng Zhui, Yu, and Xia easily infiltrated the horned wolf tribe in their beast forms. Xia was extremely infuriated by this situation. Patrolling and guarding were crucial for the safety of a tribe. If dangerous wild beasts appeared, preparations could be made in advance. But now, if wild beasts sneaked in and ate the members of the tribe, no one would even notice. It was easy to imagine that if this continued, the horned wolf tribe would either be destroyed by wild beasts or invaded by other tribes. Moreover, it was broad daylight, yet the tribe was completely deserted. Even if the beastmen went out to hunt, they would leave some behind to protect the tribe, and many subspecies would also remain. It was impossible for such a large tribe to be devoid of any beastmen. Xia grew angry for a while, then gradually became indifferent, letting out a mocking laugh. What did it matter to him now what the horned wolves had become? Ever since he was appointed as the young chieftain, his father had taught him to become a good chieftain in the future, to bring peace to the tribe, to strengthen the horned wolf tribe, and make other tribes dare not infringe upon them. Now, looking at how the tribe had turned out, and himself having lost his single horn and been expelled from the tribe, he had already lost faith in this tribe. This was no longer his tribe. He had come back merely to avenge his parents. As for what would happen to the tribe afterward, it no longer concerned him. His comfort came from the fact that his younger brother had already found a beastman who could take care of him. As for himself, after exacting revenge, he should wander far away and live the life that belonged to him. Chapter 199, Beast Continent, picked up by a powerful silver leopard, 9. They headed straight for the chief's dwelling, and from afar, they saw a large group of beastmen waiting in front of the chief's cave. It turned out that there were indeed beastmen in the tribe. Instead of going hunting or protecting their own tribe, the beastmen seemed to be attracted by something, and only circled around the chief. Because these beastmen neglected hunting, the food in the tribe was all concentrated in the hands of the chief. As a result, the beastmen often had meals that were feast one day and famine the next. Even the strongest among them began to look thinner. Lin Chong always revered and liked strong beastmen, and once those beastmen lost their strength, he would disdain them. Nowadays, the horned wolf tribe no longer had many strong beastmen left, which greatly displeased Lin. He couldn't help but remember the leopard beastmen he had encountered by chance in the forest before. The distance between the leopard tribe and the horned wolf tribe wasn't too far, and it was one of the tribes the horned wolves most guarded against. Leopard beastmen were generally 2 to 3 times stronger than horned wolf beastmen, and this left a deep impression on Lin. But the leopards weren't easy to approach, so Lin was now planning to lead the horned wolf tribe to surrender to the leopard tribe, willingly becoming slaves to the leopard clan. At that time, he could then interact with the leopard tribe as he wished. If he could make the horned wolf beastmen obediently follow his commands, why wouldn't the same method work on the leopard clan? Thus, he summoned all the remaining beastmen in the tribe early that morning, along with the few sub-beast humans who were still alive. After eating his fill, Lin prepared to lead the beastmen of the tribe to surrender to the leopard clan. His big move frightened some of the more timid sub-beast people, who asked him anxiously where they were going. This immediately incited Lin's anger. He kicked the speaking sub-beast person down, and from then on, no one dared to say a word. Of course, Lin wouldn't directly tell the beastmen what they were about to do. Although these beastmen appeared obedient to him now, they definitely wouldn't willingly become slaves to the leopard beastmen. What if? Well, Lin was currently the chief of the horned wolf tribe, and he had the final say. His plan was to offer the entire horned wolf tribe as a tribute to the leopard tribe to demonstrate his sincerity, so that the leopard tribe might give him a second glance. The sub-beast man he had kicked cried silently, feeling deeply wronged. Suddenly, a snow-white hand stretched out, pulling him up gently with a force. He murmured his thanks, but when he looked up to see who had helped him, he was suddenly stunned. He saw someone with long white hair, skin as white as snow, and an extremely beautiful face that surpassed any flower in the forest. It was an exceptionally beautiful sub-beastman, and also an entirely unfamiliar one. He almost recognized all the sub-beastmen in the tribe, even though nearly 2/3 of them had died during the snowy season. He was very certain he'd never seen this beautiful sub-beastman before. Because all the beast-men in the Horned Wolf tribe were gathered here, Fang Zhuyi and his companions sneaked in as humans, standing quietly at the back, unnoticed for a while. The sub-beastman that Fang Zhuyi had pulled up stared at him suspiciously and asked, Who are you? Fang Zhuyi gave him a small smile but didn't have a chance to speak first. A voice interrupted, Jing. Jing was the name of the sub-beastman. Hearing his name, Jing immediately looked over and his eyes lit up, his voice beginning to tremble uncontrollably, Young Chief. His voice was loud enough, and since Young Chief was a sealed and forbidden memory for countless beastmen, hearing those 3 words caused nearly all the beastmen to look over. Lin also heard this and immediately frowned, a surge of anger rising in his heart. Young Chief. The current Horned Wolf tribe only had one chief, himself. Where did this Young Chief come from? Since Fang Zhuyi and his companions stood at the very back, blocked by a crowd of beastmen, Lin hadn't seen them at first. But the beastmen truly saw Xia clearly. Many of these beastmen grew up alongside Xia and instantly recognized him. Whatever they remembered made their faces turn unpleasant. The atmosphere momentarily froze, and Lin sensed something amiss. Immediately, he pushed through the crowd of beastmen. The first person he saw was Fang Zhuyi. Looking at such an unfamiliar and beautiful sub-beastman, Lin warned cautiously, Who are you? Fang Zhuyi slightly smiled at the corner of his mouth, I'm Zhu. Don't you recognize me now just because I've turned into human form? Zhu. How could that be possible? Hadn't Zhu been torn apart by wild beasts long ago? Lin's gaze landed on the figure beside Fang Zhuyi, and his pupils contracted violently. Xia glared at him coldly. Lin instinctively took a few steps back. Xia. Zhu. They had been thrown into the most dangerous part of the forest after being severely injured, yet they were still alive. Shouldn't they have been torn apart by wild beasts long ago? His panic only lasted for a fleeting moment. He glanced around at the beastmen nearby and instantly regained his confidence. He was the chief of the Horned Wolf tribe now. With a cold snort, he shot them a venomous look, You've already been expelled from the tribe. Who allowed you to come back? Then Lin commanded the group of beastmen, A wolf without a horn doesn't deserve to step foot in our Horned Wolf tribe's land. Drive them out immediately. The beastmen looked at each other hesitantly. After a brief moment, one of them spoke up, That's right. A wolf without a horn doesn't deserve to enter the territory of our Horned Wolf tribe. Soon, all the beastmen chimed in, and it seemed like they were about to surround them. But Fang Zhuyi held Xia back as he stepped forward a few paces. As the beastmen watched him, they felt a moment of bewilderment and no one moved for an instant. Fang Zhuyi stared coldly at Lin, We'll leave on our own, but before we do, I have a question. Lin's heart leapt. He frowned without acknowledging Fang Zhuyi's words, instead urging the beastmen to drive them away more quickly. But this time, the beastmen looked at Fang Zhuyi again and stayed put. Lin's heart sank with dread. Fang Zhuyi's lips curled into a wider smile as he delivered the question that left Lin extremely uneasy, Could you tell us where exactly you plan to take these beastmen? Clutching his teeth, Lin retorted, I'm the chief now. Where I'm taking my people is none of your business. At that, Fang Zhuyi turned serious. He'd learned Lin's plans from the system earlier, so he cut straight to exposing his true intentions. Your plan is to give up the entire Horned Wolf tribe as slaves to the Leopard tribe in order to curry their favor, right? Lin's breath hitched. His face turned deathly pale. This was a secret he hadn't disclosed to anyone, how could Fang Zhuyi possibly know? The other beastmen were similarly confused by Fang Zhuyi's claim, stunned for a short while before anger flared on their faces. For the beastmen, becoming slaves to another race was absolutely unacceptable, it would be trampling on their dignity. Today, Lin had indeed gathered every single beastman in the tribe, preparing to set off with them. However, he'd never told them what they were doing. Could it be? All eyes turned toward Lin for an explanation. Lin panicked for real this time, No. Don't listen to his nonsense. I just. The more anxious he became, the more his thoughts froze. After racking his brain for answers, his mind went completely blank. Chapter 200 Beast Continent, picked up by the powerful silver leopard, complete. Watching his pale and powerless defense, more and more beasts began to doubt and waver. Fang Zhuyi approached Lin step by step, Didn't you intend to take all the beasts in the tribe today to surrender to the leopard tribe? Lin was pressured and at a loss for words for a moment, So what if I am? I am the chief. In my tribe, I can do whatever I want. So what if we are slaves of the leopard tribe? The leopard tribe is so powerful, why not be their slaves? After these words came out, Fang Zhuyi's statement was almost confirmed. Lin, their chief, was actually preparing to send the entire Horned Wolf tribe to become the leopard tribe's slaves. The beasts were shocked and drew cold breaths. When they looked at Lin, the aura that attracted them shattered, and Lin started to appear detestable. Thus, all the bad things they had done under Lin's leadership surfaced from the depths of their memories. The faces of those beasts became increasingly unpleasant. They had not only killed the chief at Lin's bidding but also cut off the young chief's single horn, driving both the young chief and his brother out of the tribe and throwing them into the most dangerous place in the forest. They had also been influenced by Lin's instigation to treat the subhumans in the tribe extremely poorly, sending the food that should have been distributed to the subhumans directly to Lin, which resulted in countless subhumans dying of hunger during the freezing snow season. They didn't know why they had done such things, as if they had lost their own ability to think, and simply followed what Lin said. In particular, there were several beasts who, in times of scarce food, had been instructed by Lin to personally kill some subhumans, watching Lin eat those subhumans. Suddenly, those few beasts who had killed subhumans fell to their knees and began sobbing loudly, confessing while crying. All the beasts were shocked, especially the subhumans, who were furious, unable to imagine that Lin, as the chief, would do such a thing as eating their own kind. Eating one's own kind was strictly taboo in any beast tribe. Since Lin ascended to the position of chief, the number of subhumans in the tribe decreased daily, especially after a long snow season when the number of subhumans drastically diminished. And the culprit was Lin. The remaining subhumans began huddling together and crying. They could not accept that some of their former companions had actually been eaten by Lin. Seeing the mere dozen or so remaining subhumans, the beasts were extremely angry too. Subhumans were inherently precious in the tribe, yet now countless subhumans had died because of Lin. They were angry and sad. It was their fault for not protecting the subhumans in the tribe well enough. They just woke up now, realizing it was too late. Seeing the situation going awry, Lin turned around and transformed into his beast form, attempting to escape. But he was surrounded and torn apart by an enraged group of beasts. Lin never expected that the beasts who listened to him would dare to bite him. He was frightened and, in panic, began showing weakness, begging for mercy. But the furious beasts paid no heed to his pleading, tearing him with many wounds, his blood dripping profusely. Xia stood aside with a complex expression, watching for a while. Lin's screams of suffering did not cease, mingling with the cries of the subhumans nearby, like a sorrowful song. As Lin's screaming gradually weakened, Xia's grey eyes flashed with a deep trace of ferocity. He instantly transformed into his beast form, forcing back all the enraged beasts attacking Lin. He walked to Lin, who was gravely injured. Lin shrank backward fearfully and pleaded, "I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Forgive me, please don't kill me. I beg of you." Xia's voice was icy, "Do you expect me to forgive you? Why should I? You destroyed my family and nearly ruined the Horned Wolf tribe. Why do you think I would let you go?" Having said this, he bared his sharp fangs and bit directly into Lin's neck. Lin's body started thrashing convulsively, but Xia held on tightly, very tightly, until Lin eventually lost consciousness and ceased moving. He died by Xia's hand. Xia stepped back a few steps, and Fang Jui also transformed into her beast form, walking beside him and rubbing her head against him to comfort him. Xia flicked his grey tail slightly, tears glistening in his eyes. "Zhu. I avenged father and mother." Fang Jui stayed with him for a while. She sensed something and raised her head. A black-horned wolf was standing not far away from them. It was Lei, the original main character's fiancé. Lei didn't approach, only looking at them from afar, his figure solitary and full of sorrow. He dared not come over. From afar, he watched his best friend and the one he loved the most. Between them, it seemed as though there was an insurmountable chasm. Lei didn't dare to think about what he had done in the past, it would bring him immense pain. He stared blankly at the white wolf, who transformed into human form. She was even more beautiful than he had ever imagined. Unfortunately, she was no longer his. With his own eyes, he watched as Zhu took the hand of another silver-haired beastkin. Step by step, they walked away. Until their figures disappeared in his blurred tears. Xia also left the Horned Wolf tribe. Even though before his departure, the beastkin were all apologizing and expressing their guilt to him, trying hard to retain him as the chief of the Horned Wolf tribe. The Horned Wolf tribe was now in tatters, needing a strong leader as its core. But Xia still chose to leave. The youth's mindset had already been completely transformed from what it once was. He was no longer the young chief, nor a beastkin of the Horned Wolf tribe. He no longer felt a sense of belonging to it. To him, this place was filled with pain. As soon as he stepped onto this land, all he could see was the way his parents had died. Not long after their deaths, their bodies were thrown into the forest to be eaten by wild beasts. Facing the direction of the forest, Xia knelt heavily. Then he stood up and left. His life was no longer confined to this small tribe. His parents wouldn't blame him. In the Horned Wolf tribe, a subhuman carrying a bundle of furs silently caught up with Xia's figure. He quickened his pace to keep up with Xia. Finally, Xia stopped and turned around helplessly. Jing. Jing's big eyes were a little red, as if he could burst into tears at any moment. Jing liked him, Xia had always known. In the past, he had only wanted to be a good young chief and hadn't wanted to think about choosing a partner so soon, so he pretended not to notice. But now, he sighed, from now on, I will have no fixed residence, nothing, without any security or guarantees in my life. Even so, do you still want to follow me? Jing nodded firmly and vigorously. Xia glanced at the sky, then extended his hand to Jing. Jing happily took his hand, and the two walked away together. They wandered, experiencing many things, crossing springs, summers, and winters, until finally, Xia and Jing settled in an extremely friendly mixed tribe. There, Jing gave birth to a lovely grey-horned wolf baby. And Feng Shui and you also embarked on their journey, enjoying the magnificent landscapes of the beast continent. They visited countless places, met numerous types of beastkin, and stayed in countless hospitable tribes, leaving deep footprints across time. After breaking away from the previous small world, Feng Shui opened his eyes again and realized that he had not appeared in a new world but had returned to the Fast Travel Bureau. The system informed Feng Shui that the research department of the Fast Travel Bureau had successfully developed a super serum capable of eradicating the universal charmer virus. This serum had now been distributed across all the small worlds, so there was no longer any need for exterminators to manually destroy the virus. Feng Shui let out a sigh of relief. Under the main deity's authority lay countless small worlds, akin to human cells, susceptible to viral attacks. It took a very long time from when the virus was first discovered until the research department devised an antiviral serum tailored for world-threatening viruses. Before the creation of the serum, the viruses wreaking havoc in these small worlds required manual extermination by the staff of the extermination department until the serum research was complete. Once this happened, their mission was considered accomplished, and they could retire from the operation. Feng Shui belonged to the extermination department and had served as an exterminator for other types of viruses. The universal charmer virus was just one among them. Now that the task of eliminating the universal charmer virus was perfectly fulfilled, he could take some rest. He returned to his room at the Fast Travel Bureau, stared at the statue located in the center of his room for a moment, then lowered his eyelashes as if deep in thought. After a while, Feng Shui asked the system, and him? Who this him referred to was self-evident. The system emitted a series of crackling sounds before finally responding solemnly, the Supreme God has summoned you, host. Feng Shui paused slightly. His gaze fell on the statue in the room, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Inside the Supreme God Hall, countless pillars upheld the void space. With the permission of the Supreme God, Feng Shui stepped into the Grand Divine Hall, which was originally empty and dark. However, at the instant he entered, golden light surged forth. A sky emerged, a grassland appeared beneath, and there was even a shimmering lake at his feet. From complete silence came a burst of vitality. Feng Shui looked up and saw the towering statue that occupied an entire sky. Under eons of solitude stretched endlessly long jade steps. Currently, Feng Shui stood at the first step of these stairs, immeasurably far from the enormous statue with a face he recognized well, imbued with divinity and compassion. Seated majestically above, it gazed down at the diminutive figure of Feng Shui. Upon stepping onto the second jade step and advancing just one step further, the statue extended its hand toward him. Feng Shui was immediately enveloped by a gentle force that carried him to the colossal palm of the statue. Failing to stabilize himself, Feng Shui sat right in the center of the massive palm. The statue bowed its head, locking gazes with Feng Shui. In return, Feng Shui looked upward, his expression dazed as he reached out his hand, attempting to touch something. With great harmony, the statue moved its palm closer to its own face, allowing Feng Shui to reach and touch the cold countenance. Touching the icy face, Feng Shui's fingertips traced lightly over it, then curled back. Actually, this statue was one Feng Shui found extremely familiar. It was identical to the one at his residence. Ever since Feng Shui joined the Fast Travel Bureau, his living quarters had housed such a statue. In the past, he hadn't paid much attention to it, considering it simply a decoration of the room, and thus never moved it. Therefore, when Feng Shui first encountered a face exactly like the statues in one of the small worlds, he dismissed it as mere coincidence. However, following that incident, he kept seeing that same face in every subsequent world. Only then did Feng Shui realize that from the very start, he had already stepped into a trap laid specifically for him. Someone had deliberately lured him deeper, ensnaring him into an overwhelming torrent of love. Leaning closer to the cold visage, Feng Shui suddenly felt a lump rise in his throat for some reason. Then, he placed a gentle kiss on the statue's face. Instantly, the statue began to crack, crumble, and flake off. Feng Shui's body felt lighter, and the giant hand that held him disappeared, causing him to begin falling into a boundless darkness. However, he remained completely unfazed. Suddenly, a large hand extended out and wrapped around Feng Shui's slender waist. He was embraced tightly by a towering silhouette, and together they plummeted into the abyss of nothingness and shadow. Feng Shui's ear pressed against the Supreme God's chest, listening to the heartbeat that resonated because of him. The surrounding scenery flipped layer by layer as the void darkness dissipated, and they landed in a place where peach blossoms were falling everywhere. A huge peach tree radiated a brilliant pink cloud. Soft and tender petals were blown off the branches by the wind, carpeting the ground. Feng Shui looked around and froze for a moment. This environment was incredibly familiar. It was a realm of cultivation he had once resided in, the Falling Petal Palace. A large hand gripped his jawline and tilted it slightly upward. Burning lips, warm to the touch, covered his slightly cool ones. The deity leaned close to his ear, whispering softly. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Zhu, and I am a spark. You are my predestined lover, my eternal love. I endured solitude for billions of years until your appearance. So don't run away, and don't abandon me. From now on, I am you, and you are me. The deity's words were weighty, filled with dominance yet tinged with fragility. Feng Shui raised his head, his gaze tracing the features of the main deity. Numerous lovers from countless worlds layered before his eyes, but ultimately, only the face of the main deity remained. It was the face of the one who had accompanied him across innumerable worlds, the lover he knew all too well. Zhu lowered his head and lightly touched foreheads with him. Before Feng Shui's eyes, unfamiliar scenes began to appear. Zhu was the sole spark amidst endless void and darkness. This spark endured billions of years of loneliness through training and growth, eventually gaining divine status and becoming a deity, creating its own universe. Yet, even as a deity, those billions of years brought only patience against solitude and tedium. In the small worlds created solely by Zhu, there was always great liveliness. He abhorred solitude, so under his influence, humans gained lovers, family, friends, emotions, desires, joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, love, hate, all making life extraordinarily vivid. Billions of years of isolation had submerged Zhu in darkness until, at some point, an intense longing arose within him. He yearned for a lover. But in his world, there were only humans he himself had created. And deities could not fall in love with humans. Thus, the deity was left unfulfilled, enduring the prolonged, lonely, cold ages. Until another spark was born in the universe he had created. For the first time, Zhu felt joy. He could sense that this new spark existed because of him. Since the deity desired love, the universe bore his desire, and another spark emerged accordingly. Zhu carefully protected the spark with his divine powers, but his immense strength was too overwhelming for the delicate flame. Gradually, the spark grew weaker, almost fading completely. Reluctantly, Zhu cast the spark into one of the small worlds he had created. There, imbued with his faint divine power, this strength proved just right for the spark. As such, his otherwise lonely and monotonous life became infused with purpose. He guarded that small world daily, tenderly nurturing the spark. He crafted a human form for the spark, watching it grow day by day. The spark consumed all of the deity's focus and care. Over time, the deity's dormant heart revived after billions of years of silence. The deity fell deeply in love with the spark. Desperate, he laid traps to capture the spark. He watched the spark enter the fast travel bureau under his complete control, becoming an exterminator. Step by step, he drew closer to the spark, lured it, and finally captured it. That spark was Feng Shui. Now, he has no more places to escape. The solitary deity has captured his beloved. They will be together forever. The end.